In the year 2389 of the Federation calendar, Stanstar experienced a long-awaited downpour. As the sky, perpetually shrouded in black haze, was pierced by beams of sunlight, bringing a flicker of warmth to this forsaken planet abandoned by the Roland Federation. Once, 18, Xianglan Street stood as the most bustling shopping plaza on Stanstar, but now it lay in desolation, transformed into a haven for vagrants. Scattered across the expansive plaza were a multitude of ragged wanderers. Some lay with closed eyes in slumber, while others silently puffed on cheap cigarettes, an overwhelming aura of despair emanating from them, gradually suffusing the entirety of Stanstar. Even the rats in the sewers appeared lethargic. These vagrants shared a common moniker: human tools. Most of the time, they engaged in monotonous waiting, biding their time until the arrival of a ship from the K organization, which would offer them a ticket away from Stanstar in exchange for their bodily organs. Yet there were exceptions. When a sign made of cardboard was erected in the plaza, a spark ignited in the otherwise vacant eyes of the vagrants. Beneath the sign stood a diminutive boy, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, with jet black hair cut short, a gaunt face tinged with a sickly pallor, and a countenance that, while not strikingly handsome, was marked by a pair of bright, spirited eyes. Story time with Qin Luo has commenced, the boy proclaimed loudly, striking a flamboyant pose. His entrance elicited hearty laughter from the ragged crowd. Some older vagrants affectionately ruffled his hair, much to Qin Luo's annoyance, as he quickly swatted their hands away. About 18 years prior, a couple had brought the infant Qin Luo to Stanstar, where they opened an electronics store in the city center. From the moment he could remember, Qin Luo had regaled the plaza's vagrants with tales of the Federation's news. For instance, he would recount how the Federation's army had seized another planet, the escapades of a prominent senator and his young lover, and the revelations of the esteemed president's illegitimate daughter, among others. Little Qin Luo, today you must tell us something special, like how the senator wooed his mistress. Haha. Indeed, I'm quite curious about their nocturnal activities, right? I've heard the women of the capital are quite tender. I must have one when I eventually go there worth dying on her belly. At these remarks, Qin Luo beamed with delight, skillfully navigating his smart screen to scour the Federation's news websites, soon uncovering the tales that piqued the interest of the vagrants. Very well, today I shall share some risque anecdotes, so I'm no longer a child. I have matured, Qin Luo announced, clearing his throat amidst another wave of laughter, with some vagrants even whistling in approval. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, a colossal shadow eclipsing the solitary sunlight. A military vessel, approximately 500 meters in length, descended slowly, stirring the dust on the ground in a swirling tempest. Only when the ship had landed smoothly did its true form become apparent, a pristine white hull paired with dark wings, reminiscent of ancient aircraft. Dozens of laser cannons adorned its sides, ensuring the vessel's security. As the hatch opened, a woman clad in a black sea beast fur coat emerged. She was of modest height and possessed an attractive visage, though age and cosmetics had left marks upon her skin, with dark spots that even thick foundation could not conceal. Ravis, is this the warehouse you mentioned? The merchandise is rather unimpressive, the noblewoman remarked, furrowing her brow at a man who was slightly hunched beside her. The man, tall and handsome, clad in a fitted black suit that accentuated his athletic physique, lowered his head to respond. Esteemed Viscountess, I assure you, while the appearance of these human tools may not be appealing, their bodily functions meet the standards. The Viscountess remained silent, for her true intentions lay beyond the human tools. Her gaze had already drifted toward the rear of the plaza. A flicker of displeasure crossed Ravis' features, but quickly dissipated. He strode into the plaza, announcing in a booming voice, "Those wishing to leave Stanstar may come forward. The price is your own eyes." Upon hearing this, many vagrants displayed signs of eagerness, and before long, someone surged forward, prompting a tidal wave of vagrants to follow suit, arms raised in fervent shouts. "I'm here. I want to leave this place." Qin Luo clenched his fists, watching the scene unfold with anger. After a long moment, he exhaled and released his grip, turning away. In his years on Stanstar, he had witnessed too many wanderers depart, but who could fathom that those who sacrificed vital organs merely exchanged one locale for another? awaiting. Death anew, beyond 18, Xianglan Street lay the only semblance of vitality on Standstar, where a few verdant trees still graced the streets. This was the abode of the elderly who refused to abandon the planet, and Qin Luo resided here with his parents. After a brief 10-minute stroll, Qin Luo arrived at the familiar metallic abode. The ground floor featured a large display case made entirely of bulletproof glass, showcasing an array of household appliances, while outside, a middle-aged man lounged in. Flamboyant flip-flops, puffing on a cigarette, his silver-streaked buzz cut glinting in the light, fingers deftly manipulating a handheld screen. "Dad, I'm back." Qin Luo approached, wrapping his arms around the middle-aged man's neck with a cheerful smile. Qin Huiyan set down his gadget and shot Qin Luo a stern look. "At your age, still acting like a child? Hurry inside. Your mother has prepared dinner." Upon entering the modest dwelling, Qin Luo found a small metallic table where a beautiful woman was placing synthesized dishes. These meals, products of 2 centuries past, provided essential nutrients but were regrettably lacking in flavor. As the family prepared to dine, the Viscountess quietly appeared outside the metallic house. Qin Huiyan glanced up momentarily, a flicker of anger crossing his features. "Luo, you go upstairs to eat. I'll attend to a client," Qin Huiyan said coolly. Qin Luo, initially inclined to protest, found himself stifled by his father's piercing gaze and reluctantly ascended the stairs, balancing his plate. However, he cautiously crouched on the staircase, peering through the gap to observe below. The Viscountess, smiling, entered the house, taking a leisurely tour of the appliance showroom, before turning to Qin Huiyan and his wife, saying, "Mr. Qin, Miss Xian, it has been a long time. Who would have thought you could track me down? Even here your nose is quite keen," Qin Huiyan remarked, lighting a cigarette and settling onto the sofa, his wife gently grasping his hand, the tension palpable in her grip. Qin Huiyan offered a slight smile, reassuring her. The Viscountess sat down, lowering her head to fiddle with her nails. "Mr. Qin, you managed to escape swiftly back then. To live comfortably for over a decade amidst the Federation's pursuit, only someone like you could achieve that. After evading for so long, and yet you've found us, haven't you? Are you here to claim credit today?" Qin Huiyan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. 18 years ago, after a failed experiment, Qin Huiyan had intended to flee the Federation with his family, but it was this very woman, named Mo Lan, who had betrayed them, forcing them to hastily seek refuge on Standstar. The mere thought of her filled Qin Huiyan with a desire to rend her apart. 18 years ago, you made me the Viscountess. I trust you don't mind if I step further upon your shoulders, Mo Lan replied, her smile unwavering. Qin Huiyan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, softly embracing his wife's shoulders. "What if I choose not to leave? Do you think you can stop us?" Mo Lan's countenance subtly shifted. She recognized that the couple before her were hailed as the most brilliant scientists of the century in the Federation. Within this seemingly ordinary electrical appliance store lay the concealed peril, where even the energy lamps adorning the table could instantaneously transform into the most lethal of weapons. "If you do not depart, I shall ensure that the entirety of Standstar accompanies you to your grave." Mo Lan's voice turned icy in an instant. Qin Huiyan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman before him. He understood the frigid nature of her heart. Her reasoning, though seemingly absurd, struck at his vulnerabilities. He exhaled deeply. "Grant me a day's time." "Very well. I shall grant you a day. I trust that Mr. Qin would not deceive me." With those words, Mo Lan rose to leave, her gaze seemingly drifting toward the concealed Qin Luo on the second floor. That fleeting glance plunged Qin Luo into an abyss of despair. Chapter 2. The subversive transformation. The departure of Mo Lan alleviated the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. Qin Huiyan turned towards the staircase on the second floor and called out, "Come down. I trust you have heard everything." Qin Luo slowly descended, joining his parents, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. "Do not ask anything. I can only tell you that many children participated in the experiments back then, but all failed. You are the only survivor. If you wish to continue living, then follow me." Qin Huiyan spoke with a calm demeanor. Lu Ziyan gently embraced her son, and together they followed Qin Huiyan to the back of the house, where an abandoned factory lay in ruins. The ground was parched, and the once mighty machines had succumbed to rust and disrepair. Reaching a dilapidated wall, Qin Luo raised his arm, and the black metal device on his wrist emitted a blue glow. After a brief 5 seconds, a gash appeared in the crumbling wall, revealing a narrow chamber fashioned from metal. Lower, upon our arrival at Standstar, your mother and I began researching ways to ensure your survival. Ultimately, we created this biological modification chamber. Entering it may lead to your demise, but it could also render you more formidable. If you do not step inside, you will undoubtedly perish. They will not allow failures to endure. Mom, Dad, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Qin Luo inquired. Qin Luo hesitated momentarily. Sorrow etched across his face. I had hoped we could continue living peacefully, but now that is no longer possible. Lu Zian, her eyes brimming with tears, cradled her son's face and said, Lower, go inside. Your father and I wish for your survival. All right, wait for me, Mom and Dad. I will become strong and ensure they do not take you away. Qin Luo declared, his fists clenched, determination gleaming in his eyes, before stepping into the modification chamber. The chamber was modest, measuring roughly 5 square meters. The instant Qin Luo entered, the door slammed shut. Various transistors, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, swiftly connected to his body, and he could not suppress a cry of anguish. Green liquid slowly coursed through the transistors into his veins, making him feel as though countless ants were gnawing at him. The intense pain forced him to grit his teeth, blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. Then, he let out a primal scream, as if consumed by madness. His eyes were veined with crimson, and white foam bubbled from his mouth, his muscles straining against the onslaught of agony. The throbbing pain was relentless, as if his whole body were being torn apart. An overwhelming flood of knowledge surged into his mind, culminating in a blinding headache that led him to collapse, unconscious. Time flew by, a night passed in silence. The morning of Standstar was shrouded in the familiar black haze. Mo Lan had arrived early outside the store, flanked by dozens of soldiers armed with ion guns, advancing cautiously as if facing a formidable foe. The metal door creaked open, and Qin Luo emerged with his wife, clad in a crisp suit, his face clean-shaven, exuding the unique charm of a middle-aged man. Please, Mr. Qin, Sister Zian. Mo Lan smiled faintly, gesturing for them to proceed. Lu Zian's eyes were swollen with tears as she clung tightly to her husband's arm. Qin Luo adjusted his collar, gently patting his wife's hand before striding forward, his gaze unwavering, even in the face of the potential for lifelong imprisonment or death. As Qin Luo boarded the spaceship, Mo Lan's expression turned icy. Find that failure immediately and execute on the spot. Yes. Dozens of soldiers stormed into the building, swiftly securing the entire metal structure. Before long, the leading soldier emerged, saluting. Report, madam. The failure was not found. Mo Lan's visage darkened further as she cast a glance at the Qin couple aboard the ship. She whispered, I will first send them back to Capital Star. You continue the search. The K organization will cooperate with you. If there are no results. At this, a fierce glint flickered in Mo Lan's eyes. Annihilate the entire Standstar. When Qin Luo regained consciousness, 2 days and nights had passed. The transistors that had been affixed to his body had vanished, and at his feet lay a set of prepared clothing. As he moved, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Dressing swiftly, he pushed against the once locked metal door, which crumbled like sand, and stepped outside. The familiar metal structure lay in ruins, and outside stood several federal soldiers guarding the area. Old streets were intermittently patrolled by hovering vehicles, effectively blocking all routes. It appeared his parents had already been taken away. Qin Luo's eyes reddened with fury as he glared at the soldiers. Resolute, he propelled himself forward, charging at one soldier with incredible speed. The soldier barely had a moment to react before a massive fist struck him, easily disarming him of his ion gun. Enemy attack. A barrage of ion beams erupted towards Qin Luo. The federal military was renowned for its swift response, particularly this elite unit directly overseen by the military, boasting superior capabilities compared to standard police forces. As Qin Luo hit the ground, he rolled swiftly to the side, his mind racing with calculations. To the left, 30 meters away, 10 soldiers. To the right, 25. 7 meters, 8 soldiers armed with the latest ion guns from Federal FN Corporation, capable of penetrating 30 centimeters of alloy steel. In a mere 3 seconds, Qin Luo assessed the entire battlefield, a gift of his transformation that endowed him not only with enhanced physical strength, but also formidable computational abilities. Now, Qin Luo's body had achieved a strength level of 7, while the federal standard capped at 10. His mind was brimming with complex knowledge. Judging by the signs, these soldiers had been stationed for an entire day, suggesting his parents had likely already departed Standstar. Damn it, Qin Luo cursed inwardly. He concealed himself behind a crumbling wall, silently counting to 5, before suddenly rising. His ion gun fired 5 crisp shots, taking down 5 federal soldiers in quick succession. He then rolled aside as a volley of ion beams obliterated the dilapidated wall. Requesting backup. Failure detected. Location transmitted. The lead sergeant transmitted urgently. In just 3 minutes, several small reconnaissance ships appeared overhead, each measuring only 2 to 3 meters in length. Commonly used by the federal military for aerial surveillance, equipped to conduct extensive ground assessments. This is bad, Qin Luo thought anxiously. The reconnaissance ships had locked onto his position, and dozens of soldiers were already closing in. What to do? If this continued, he would surely be exterminated. Panic surged within him. Suddenly, he turned sharply, spotting the head of one of the street dwellers emerging from the parched earth. "Little Qin Luo, follow me," the man whispered urgently. Nodding, Qin Luo followed him into a tunnel that led underground. Just moments after they entered, dozens of soldiers surrounded the area, the commanding officer's expression grim. "Seal off Standstar immediately and conduct a carpet search," the officer commanded, as several soldiers plunged into the tunnel in pursuit. Qin Luo was dragged through a labyrinth of twists and turns, nearly losing his sense of direction, until he ultimately found himself in a vast pit below ground level. In this abyss gathered dozens of vagrants, their faces familiar, yet their names eluding him. "Why are you all hiding here?" Qin Luo inquired, perplexed. An elderly wanderer exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "In recent days, the K organization has gone mad, capturing people everywhere and forcibly extracting their organs. We had no choice but to seek refuge here, relying on the dilapidated devices left behind from Standstar to evade their detection. They are insane," Qin Luo shouted in fury. "I have heard that the Federation intends to annihilate our Standstar. What is the reason behind this? Is it merely because we are deemed worthless? Yet we are citizens of the Federation," lamented another wanderer, tears streaming down his face. A fire of indignation raged within Qin Luo. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with rage. From above, he could faintly hear the sound of approaching footsteps. The Federation's army was searching for them. "Even if it means death, I will drag you down with me," Qin Luo gritted his teeth and declared fiercely. Chapter 3. The Great Escape. In the heart of Standstar, a striking edifice stands tall, the ancient bell tower, a testament to the architectural ingenuity of its inhabitants, which has endured for centuries. Even amidst the desolation of the present day, the bell tower resolutely remains. Following the arrival of the K organization, this iconic structure transformed into one of their branches. Qin Luo, like a fierce beast, lay in wait beneath the bell tower. Emerging stealthily from a hidden passage, he hunched his body, blending seamlessly into the cloak of night. The reconnaissance ships had long dispersed, leaving only the sporadic patrols of soldiers on the streets. A mere 50 meters away lay the entrance to the bell tower, where 2 members of the K organization lounged at the door, casually exchanging crude jokes while brandishing ion guns. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo propelled himself forward with his right foot, surging ahead with remarkable speed. Cloaked by the darkness, he swiftly approached the guards from behind. With a swift motion, he plunged 2 alloy daggers into their necks, silencing them without a sound as they crumpled to the ground. Without pausing, Qin Luo slipped inside the bell tower. The interior was dimly lit, with scarcely a patrolling figure in sight. This was hardly surprising, as a K organization branch on the long-abandoned Standstar. Few would dare to mount an offensive here. Qin Luo ascended swiftly to the 7th floor, where, according to the information provided by a wanderer, Lavis's office was located. Through the narrow beam of light, he spotted a man clad in a black suit, Lavis himself, reclining in his chair with a glass of red wine. Lavis wore a contented expression, having captured over 20,000 wanderers in just one day on Standstar. Such a staggering number promised him a profit of at least 50 million federal coins, further enhancing his delight. An alloy dagger materialized silently at his throat, causing Lavis's expression to shift dramatically. The wine glass slipped from his hand, shattering upon impact with the floor, the crimson liquid pooling around him. "Take me to the ship, or you shall die." Qin Luo's icy voice resonated from behind Lavis, as he seized the ship's control device from Lavis's bag. Attacking the K organization branch was the only escape plan Qin Luo could conceive, for it was here that a vessel capable of fleeing Standstar awaited. All right. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Lavis stammered, panic etched across his features. Those who have walked the precipice of death for too long are most fearful of its embrace. Trembling, Lavis rose to his feet and led Qin Luo to the basement level. Within the expansive subterranean chamber, a medium-sized ship, approximately 50 meters long, rested, impeccably maintained, an evident sign of Lavis's deep affection for it. "Who goes there? Drop your weapons." Suddenly, a group of soldiers emerged from the shadows, their ion guns trained on Qin Luo. Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Lavis shouted in terror, directing his plea towards the soldiers. A faint sound pierced the air, and as Qin Luo's expression shifted, he released Lavis and rolled to the ground. Lavis's chest erupted with a flurry of blood holes, his eyes widening in disbelief as he succumbed to his fate. "Such useless garbage is of no value," a cold officer remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Lavis's lifeless body. Qin Luo inhaled deeply, scanning the surroundings as more soldiers flooded into the basement. The distant hum of a ship's engines filled the air. He knew he had to escape immediately. Resolute, he sprang to his feet, launching his alloy dagger into two soldiers, then darting into the ship. A gentle press of the control device sent the vessel trembling as it lifted off and soared through the exit. "Open fire," commanded the officer. A barrage of blue ion beams struck the ship, causing it to tremble but leaving only superficial marks upon its hull. Qin Luo piloted the ship out of the basement, where 5 enemy vessels awaited, their laser cannons firing in a deadly web of fire. "Damn it!" Qin Luo cursed under his breath, his fingers dancing across the control panel. Though slightly unaccustomed, he narrowly evaded the onslaught of laser fire. The ship ascended rapidly, soon breaking through the enemy's blockade. This civilian vessel, while lacking weaponry, outpaced military ships, leaving them behind in mere seconds. "Prepare the ground-based magnetic storm missile," the officer ordered coldly. On the ground, a massive armored vehicle approached, a gigantic black missile rising ominously, locking onto Qin Luo's ship. The sight of the missile sent a chill down Qin Luo's spine, his face paling. This federal ground-to-air weapon was designed to annihilate command ships, capable of devastating destruction. No private vessel could withstand its might, let alone a mid-tier warship. "Am I to perish here?" Qin Luo thought bitterly, shaking his head in despair. He had yet to uncover the fate of his parents, to seek justice from the Federation for their abandonment of Standstar, and to experience so much more of life. "Farewell, failure," the officer sneered, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "You murderous fiends, I will slay you all." Unbeknownst to him, from beneath the surface, thousands of wanderers surged forth, wielding primitive metal rods and even chairs, charging towards the soldiers, who were caught off guard and sustained injuries. Yet within seconds, the soldiers retaliated, firing their ion guns, and the wanderers fell like melting snow under the sun. Nevertheless, more bravely pressed on, their goal clear, to thwart the launch of the magnetic storm missile. "Run! Run for your lives!" Qin Luo cried, his eyes blazing with rage, his voice hoarse with desperation. An elderly wanderer glanced towards his ship, offering a gentle smile as he mouthed 2 words that Qin Luo could not hear but understood perfectly: "Survive." Then, the elderly wanderer charged towards the missile unit, his metal rod crashing against the armored vehicle. In an instant, a beam from an ion gun pierced through him, and he fell slowly to the ground. A tear slipped from Qin Luo's eye. He could not afford to linger. He pushed the ship to its limits, racing toward the edge of Stan Star. But the missile launched, locking onto his vessel. Warning. Unknown hazardous object trailing, 50 kilometers away. Warning. Unknown hazardous object trailing, 30 kilometers away. Warning. Unknown hazardous object trailing, 10 kilometers away. The ship blared alarms, red lights flashing incessantly on the control panel. Qin Luo's gaze turned steely as he manipulated the controls, weaving the ship along a serpentine path. As the missile approached, he executed a sharp turn, causing it to detonate upon impact, obliterating the rear section of the ship. The vessel lost its balance, and with a gentle press, the ejection pod launched him into the air, akin to a stone cast forth, plummeting into a blanket of pristine snow. Chapter 4. Team 1. The temperature on the desolate Hanhai Star remains perpetually below -50 degrees, rendering it nearly impossible for any vegetation to thrive. The landscape is dominated by vast expanses of white snow and ice. However, due to its rich deposits of H-grade ore, the Federation seized control of this mining planet 5 years ago, sharing development rights with the neighboring Cade Empire. At the summit of a snow-capped mountain, a rotund man clad in tattered Federation military garb trudges forward. His enormous belly strains against the buttons of his uniform, and his small eyes squint as if perpetually closed. His short legs struggle to support his massive torso, resembling two frail branches holding up a large sphere. In his right hand, he grips a blue flame stick, a remarkable tool made from a special high-temperature material that protects him from the biting cold. Yet, despite this, the man gasps for breath, his face flushed from the exertion. Suddenly, his beady eyes seem to catch sight of something. He laboriously approaches and discovers a young man lying in the snow, his body slightly charred, none other than Qin Luo. At that moment, Qin Luo's hair and eyebrows are coated in ice. The rotund man gently places his plump hand on the young man's neck to check for a pulse before hoisting him onto his shoulder. "You're fortunate to encounter me, my friend," he breathes, taking a deep breath as he begins his descent down the mountain. After about half an hour, a dilapidated metal base comes into view. The base is substantial but undeniably in ruins, with the outer metal doors battered and pockmarked by some unknown force. The howling winds create a cacophony, causing the metal doors to creak and groan distressingly. Upon entering, the man finds warmth from several burning flame sticks illuminating the interior. A handful of fellow soldiers in similarly tattered uniforms are gathered around a poker table, their expressions grave as smoke from their cigarettes wafts throughout the room. "Hey guys, lend a hand. This guy is heavy," he calls out loudly. The players glance over, and the officer in charge, a captain with a furrowed brow, scowls. "You glutton. Where did you pick up this burden? Can't you see we're on the brink of starvation, and you bring back another mouth to feed?" Gently, the man lays Qin Luo on a nearby bed and chuckles. "Boss, we're all on the verge of death anyway. We might as well take him in. Or we'd just be waiting for death ourselves." The captain glares at him, prompting the man to awkwardly step aside. He approaches Qin Luo, checks his pulse, and frowns. This man has been lying in the snow for hours, and yet still clings to life. His vitality is remarkably resilient. "Well, he acts like a cockroach that won't die. Let us keep him," comments one of the poker players. The captain nods and instructs the rotund man. "Fetch some supplies from the medical kit and administer a nutrient solution. Whether he survives is up to fate." Qin Luo dreams of a vast laboratory forged entirely of metal, filled with transparent boxes housing newborn infants. Medical personnel clad in white coats and masks inject these infants with unknown substances. Unbeknownst to him, the scorched skin from an explosion begins to peel away, revealing baby-soft skin beneath, healing at a visible rate. Just as he attempts to observe further, his consciousness jolts awake, and he opens his eyes to see a round, jovial face grinning down at him. "Hey there, young man. You're awake." The man beams. Qin Luo nods in a daze, slowly rising. He notices around 5 Federation soldiers, and his instincts sharpen. His previous encounters with Federation soldiers on Stan Star have left him with a strong aversion. "Careful now, we are your saviors. If it weren't for this rotund fellow, you'd be a popsicle by now," the captain remarks, casually toying with his military knife. "Thank you, but I must leave now," Qin Luo states, rising to depart. His disdain for the Federation soldiers, especially those who mercilessly hunted down the vagrants on Stan Star, drives his desire to avoid further interaction. Planning to leave without a word of gratitude? Not a chance. The captain retorts, delivering a swift kick toward Qin Luo's abdomen. Qin Luo instinctively blocks the blow with his right arm, surprising the captain. As the force intensifies, Qin Luo's expression shifts, and he hastily retreats, narrowly avoiding a kick that shatters an energy lamp. My energy lamp. Boss, take it easy. I barely saved up for that. The rotund man whines. The captain crosses his arms, eyeing Qin Luo with a smirk. Interesting. You have some skill. The other soldiers are taken aback, recognizing that despite the captain's disheveled appearance, he is nearly unbeatable in close combat. The fact that Qin Luo managed to parry his strike earns him newfound respect from the soldiers. Am I free to leave now? Qin Luo inquires coldly. Of course, go ahead. The captain gestures aside. As Qin Luo steps out of the base, the biting wind and snow strike him like daggers. He pulls his clothing tighter around him, feeling the cold seep into his bones, but without hesitation, he turns back and re-enters the base. This place is far more comfortable. I wish to stay. What are the conditions? Qin Luo asserts, taking a seat and locking eyes with the captain. The captain seems to have anticipated this move. Lighting a cigarette with a grin, there are no specific conditions. We are all just waiting for death, but we can struggle a bit. You'll need to accompany our rotund friend to scavenge for supplies. The rotund man shudders at this suggestion, exclaiming, Boss, why should I go? What if they decide to beat me up? The captain shoots him a glare and kicks him in the rear. You've managed to gain weight even while starving. If you don't go, who will? If you get beaten up, it's your own fault. Reluctantly, the rotund man rubs his backside, glancing at Qin Luo. Little brother, you've got to protect me. Don't let them rough me up. I may be big, but I can't take a beating. There's a certain camaraderie among the group of men, and in just a few exchanges, Qin Luo becomes acquainted with them. While he still harbors reservations about soldiers, he finds these particular men less objectionable. They introduce themselves as Team 1, part of the Federation's Department of Defense Operations Division. Although they bear the title of soldiers, they operate more as mercenaries. The captain, known as Lion, leads the team, while the rotund man oversees logistics. The others include Beast, the electromagnetic cannon operator, Mosquito, the sniper, and Warehouse, the assault specialist. Have a bite to eat. You'll be ready to head out shortly, Lion instructs, placing several nutrient solutions on the table. These solutions are essential for the Federation's military, providing a day's worth of nourishment in a single serving, though their taste leaves much to be desired. Qin Luo drinks one, grimacing at the faintly bitter flavor lingering on his tongue, while the rotund man's eyes dart around as he discreetly hides an additional bottle. With flame sticks in hand, they step outside the base, where the relentless snowstorm shows no signs of abating. Yet, Qin Luo feels considerably warmer. The rotund man pats his belly, grimacing. Little Luo, you're in for a rough time with me. You have no idea how tough it is to negotiate with those bastards for supplies. The bastards he refers to are the Federation's 114th Division, stationed 100 kilometers from the base. 5 years ago, after the division arrived on Hanhai Star, they were attacked by a group of mysterious assailants on their first night, resulting in hundreds of casualties, much to the Federation's outrage. The entire 114th Division, from the commanding officer to the battalion-level officers, has been dismissed, while the Ministry of Defense has deployed an elite squad to the vast seas to eliminate the enigmatic assailants. Initially, the joint efforts of the elite squad and the 114th Division yielded significant results. However, 3 years ago, the newly appointed commander of the 114th Division, Nate, ordered the troops to retreat 100 kilometers, isolating the elite squad completely. Strangely, a year ago, the Ministry of Defense's supplies were abruptly cut off, and despite numerous attempts by the squad to contact the ministry, they were unable to establish a connection. The elite squad found themselves in dire straits, surviving on meager rations and the nutritional fluids extracted from enemy corpses over the years. It's all right, I have a plan, Qin Luo said, patting the chubby man's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. He had just discreetly requested an item from the warehouse, precisely to prepare for the supply situation. Chapter 5. Portable magnetic storm bomb. The distance of 100 kilometers was not far, yet traversing the snowy terrain took the two men a full 5 hours. As they crossed a snow-capped mountain, the magnificent base came into view. The all-metal structure sprawled over 50,000 square meters, gleaming with a blinding brilliance when viewed from above. Within the base, buildings were meticulously arranged, and hovering patrol vehicles glided through the area, while soldiers armed with new-model ion guns passed by in organized formations. Damn it! These bastards are incredibly wealthy. The rotund man fumed, his body quivering with rage. Qin Luo smirked as he led the hefty companion towards the entrance of the base, where a few soldiers stood guard, leaning casually against the wall and chatting until they straightened up upon the duo's approach. "Who goes there? State your names." One soldier barked. The rotund man raised his hand and replied with a grin, "No need to be alarmed, brothers. We are from Team 1, here to see Colonel Nat." The soldier scrutinized the rotund man with a peculiar expression. It seemed he recognized this individual from Team 1, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "I'll go report. Please wait here." With that, the soldier hurried into the base, making his way along a metallic walkway to the heart of the facility, stopping before a triangular building with its doors wide open. Inside sat a young man clad in federal military attire, a purple flower insignia on his shoulder indicating his rank of Major General. "Report, sir. Team 1 is seeking an audience outside," the soldier announced, standing at attention. Major General Nat frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his handsome face. As a distinguished graduate of the Federal Military Academy, he had an innate aversion to mercenary-like forces. Coupled with the task his family had entrusted him with, he regarded Team 1 as his foremost adversary. "What do they want?" Nat pondered aloud but waved his hand, saying, "Let them in." Before long, Qin Luo and the rotund man entered the room. The rotund man struggled to stand at attention and salute, while Qin Luo remained still, his eyes surveying the surroundings. Major General Nat's disdain deepened at this sight. "What do you want? Speak quickly if you have business," Nat declared, tapping his fingers on the table. The rotund man exchanged a glance with Qin Luo, then forced a smile, saying, "Respected Major General, for some unknown reason, our communication with the Department of Defense has been severed. We have come to request some supplies, and we hope for your understanding, sir." "Supplies?" "Our 114th Division has also lost contact with the Department of Defense and has not received supplies for an entire year," Nat replied coolly. Just then, a supply truck laden with provisions rolled past the entrance, causing Nat's expression to darken. "These are our strategic reserves. You should understand that as the frontline combat unit on Hanhai Star, we must have sufficient supplies to counter enemy assaults." Nat's demeanor regained its calmness. "Team 1 consists of only 6 members. The supplies we need are minimal. Surely you can accommodate us, sir." The rotund man thought of cursing Nat's ancestors 100 times in his mind. Nat stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and approached the rotund man with a faint smile. "Even if I had supplies, why should I give them to you?" The rotund man squinted, his pudgy fists clenching tightly. But he soon relaxed. "You wouldn't let us die, would you, sir?" Nat was about to respond when Qin Luo stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Will you provide them or not? And who are you to speak to me in such a manner, lacking any sense of hierarchy?" Nat retorted angrily. Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "I am not a member of the federal military, so I owe you no respect. Just answer my question. Will you or will you not? Guards, throw these people out." Nat bellowed. Suddenly, a dozen soldiers armed with ion guns rushed in, their weapons aimed at Qin Luo and the rotund man. The rotund man's face turned ashen as he pleaded with Qin Luo, "Brother, don't put me in this predicament." Nat stepped closer to Qin Luo, locking eyes with him, a derisive smile curling his lips. "Here, I could kill you, and no one would know." Slowly, Qin Luo's hand slipped into his clothing, retrieving a black, circular object about the size of a palm, with several red digits flashing ominously. Nat's expression shifted drastically, and the soldiers instinctively retreated. A portable magnetic storm bomb, manufactured by FN Corporation. Its destructive power may be limited, but it could certainly obliterate this room, Qin Luo beamed. The rotund man trembled, sweat beading on his forehead as he nervously rubbed his hands, staring at Qin Luo in disbelief. "Brother, this is no joke. Please don't let your hands shake. Fear not. If we secure the supplies, we shall depart. If not, we shall meet our end alongside the Major General," which could be considered an honor. Qin Luo maintained his cheerful demeanor. Nat's face drained of color, his legs quaking. Despite being a top student from the academy, he was a sheltered flower, having spent years in the safety of the base, with Team 1 shielding him from external dangers. Faced with this situation, his mind blanked. "Calm down, we can negotiate." "We can negotiate," Nat stammered, striving to regain his composure. Qin Luo waved the magnetic storm bomb in front of Nat, scrutinizing him. 100 bottles. Will you provide them or not? If not, we shall all perish together." "Fine, fine, fine." Nat quickly nodded, shouting towards the outside. "Prepare 100 bottles of nutrient solution. Hurry." Before long, several soldiers entered, carrying 2 crates, which they carefully set on the ground. Qin Luo exchanged a glance with the rotund man, who opened the crates and nodded in approval. "All is well. That is more like it. Farewell, Major General." "Until we meet again," Qin Luo smiled. Nat glared at him, signaling behind his back. Outside, troops from the 114th Division had gathered, ready to turn Qin Luo into ashes should he dare to leave the building. With a grin, Qin Luo approached Nat, who continued to retreat, only to be seized by Qin Luo. "Such generosity, Major General. You wouldn't mind escorting me a little further, would you?" Nat trembled, the ticking of the bomb echoing in his ears like a death knell, as Qin Luo led him outside, where a multitude of gun barrels awaited, with unknown snipers poised and ready. "Enough. With so many guns aimed at me, my vision is getting hazy. It would be unfortunate if an explosion were to occur," Qin Luo shouted. Nat's fear escalated as he ordered his soldiers, "Get back. All of you. Move quickly." The soldiers exchanged glances, reluctantly retreating. The rotund man carried the 2 crates, following closely behind Qin Luo as the trio exited the base. Qin Luo gently placed the magnetic storm bomb on Nat's person, waving the remote control in his hand. "Major General, once we are far enough away, you will be safe. However, should your soldiers accidentally kill us, I will have no choice but to press this button at the moment of death." Nat stood frozen, gritting his teeth, yet unable to utter a word. He was genuinely terrified that this madman might actually press the button. Finally, as Qin Luo and the rotund man climbed over the snowy mountain and disappeared from sight of the 114th Division, Qin Luo tossed the remote control aside and shouted to the rotund man, "Run." They sprinted with all their might, the rotund man gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Why the hell did you throw away the remote? If that bastard really blows up, we're done for. That thing was a fake. What kind of advanced device would be in a warehouse? It was just a makeshift version he tinkered with in his spare time." Qin Luo chuckled. "Are you not afraid they'll hunt us down and kill us?" The rotund man raised a middle finger as they dashed towards the base. "We are now approximately 50 kilometers from their base, and the 114th Division, as an infantry unit, is devoid of advanced military spacecraft capable of flight. Their most formidable weapon is the colossal orbital cannon. However, having lost our trail, they are unable to track us. So I do not believe they can bring us to harm," Qin Luo remarked placidly, reflecting on his calculations. "You're amazing," the portly man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. After half an hour, Nat stood motionless, drenched in cold sweat, as the timer on his chest slowly counted down. He dared not move, while several seasoned soldiers approached him, scrutinizing the magnetic storm bomb, only to awkwardly declare, "My lord, this device is a fake." "What?" Nat erupted in fury, the timer abruptly ceasing its countdown, rendering him as unresponsive as a deflated balloon. He yanked the portable magnetic storm bomb away, casting a glare in the direction where Qin Luo and the portly man had fled, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "You scoundrels, just wait. It won't be long before you meet your demise." Chapter 6. Snowfield Hunters. As Fatty and Qin Luo approached the base of the first squad, mere meters away, they abruptly halted, their keen senses detecting a peculiar odor, a strange scent reminiscent of residual metallic destruction. Something was amiss. Fatty's eyes were grave. They quickly dropped to the ground. Peering intently towards the base, where a group of enigmatic figures clad in white camouflage stealthily advanced. From within the base, bursts of ion gunfire erupted, followed by the thunderous sound of an electromagnetic cannon. Once again, it's those Snowfield Hunters, Fatty muttered under his breath. The Snowfield Hunters, a self-proclaimed mysterious unit, had long been a target for the first squad, yet despite years of effort, they seemed inexhaustible and perpetually elusive. Their advanced equipment was also the reason the first squad never lacked for weapons and ammunition. We'll circle around from behind. I know a secret passage, Fatty whispered to Qin Luo. The two cautiously retreated, then leapt into a small ditch, crouching low as they advanced swiftly until they reached a concealed door. Fatty produced a small card from his pocket and swiped it gently, causing the door to swing open automatically. They slipped inside. Inside the door lay the interior of the base, where they found Lion smoking while Beast stood at the entrance, wielding an electromagnetic cannon and unleashing a barrage of fire. Mosquito and Warehouse, oddly indifferent, were engaged in a game of poker. "Boss, we're surrounded by Snowfield Hunters," Fatty called out. Lion, still puffing on his cigarette, glanced at the glowing map on the screen before lifting his head to inquire, "Did we secure the supplies?" "Absolutely, boss. Let me tell you, Brother Luo is quite impressive." Fatty excitedly pounded on a crate, recounting Qin Luo's remarkable achievement in securing supplies. The other four exchanged astonished looks, as Lion grinned at Qin Luo. "I didn't expect you to be so capable. 100 bottles of nutrient solution will suffice for a while. That's nothing. With enough madness, anything is achievable." Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, Beast turned and shouted, "Boss, they're starting to spread out. My electromagnetic cannon can inflict widespread damage." Lion stood up, dusting off his pants, and commanded, "Mosquito, Warehouse, get to work." Mosquito immediately sprang into action, taking cover to set up a long-range ion sniper rifle, capable of reducing an enemy to ashes with a single shot. Warehouse took Beast's place, positioning a massive laser gun. Outside, the Snowfield Hunters, scattered at a considerable distance, began to close in on the base. Lion again focused on the screen, where the enemy's movements were all marked, 500 meters away. But they're spaced out by 5.8 meters. Our firepower can't cover them all at once, Qin Luo observed. Lion looked at him, puzzled. "How do you know that so precisely?" "Visual estimation," Qin Luo replied bluntly. Lion stood, pulling Qin Luo to the side to peer outside through a crack. "Help me analyze." Qin Luo gently closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. In his vision, the opposing Snowfield Hunters appeared as marked targets, each head adorned with a specific number, and a red line indicated the distance between them. Unabashedly, Qin Luo resembled a highly advanced computing machine. There are 73 in total, not accounting for any I might have missed. 2 snipers are hiding in the snow 232 meters away at 7 o'clock. 10 artillerymen, equipped with the latest electromagnetic cannons from FN, are at 5 o'clock, 521 meters away. Their firepower is formidable. They could destroy our base in 10 seconds. Qin Luo calmly relayed his observations, transformed by his enhancements into a veritable war machine. "Interesting, but they won't be able to destroy our base, otherwise we wouldn't be here now," Lion replied confidently. Qin Luo looked at him quizzically, suddenly pondering why, despite the base's dilapidation, it had never been destroyed and appeared never to have been breached by the enemy. "What we need here is commandability, with proper leadership. The enemy cannot breach our defenses," Lion asserted. Qin Luo regarded him, still wearing a cold expression. "I don and oppose. T believe commandability can substitute for the inherent disparity in strength." Lion ceased speaking, lighting a cigarette and sliding his fingers across the screen, seemingly calculating something. Suddenly, he looked up. "Mosquito, take a single-point shot. It's best to eliminate their commander. Beast, open fire to draw their attention, and Warehouse, suppress their scattered formation with artillery fire, forcing them to cluster together." Barely had he finished speaking when a gunshot rang out. Mosquito fired first, and an enemy clad in slightly different attire was instantly reduced to ashes. Following this, Beast unleashed a torrent of fire with the enormous laser gun, causing several Snowfield Hunters to fall. Warehouse, armed with the electromagnetic cannon, rained fire on the enemy's flanks, forcing them to converge towards the center. Target their concentration, Lion ordered decisively. Beast aimed at the target, firing repeatedly. A cascade of azure light erupted, and dozens of snowfield hunters were obliterated, causing Qin Luo's expression to shift. Lion flicked the cigarette butt aside and smiled at Qin Luo. Remember, individual combat is ultimately too narrow. True power comes from here. He gestured towards his head. Qin Luo approached Lion, slightly bowing. Please teach me command. Gladly. Lion readily agreed. Under the relentless bombardment from Beast, the snowfield hunters outside the base were unable to penetrate. Soon, an order was issued, and the figures in the snow quietly dispersed, leaving behind pairs of blackened ashes on the white expanse, soon to be obscured by the swirling storm. Pushing open the door, Lion led Qin Luo and the others to survey the battlefield, a habit they maintained to ensure their weaponry was adequately stocked. Sweeping aside the accumulated snow, Lion diligently unearthed a relatively intact ion gun. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the area, and a glimmer of menace flickered in Lion's eyes. He strode forward, swiftly plunging his hand into the snow to seize an individual. Don't shoot. I'm a war correspondent. The man shouted desperately. Lion halted abruptly, the dagger poised to plunge into the young man's chest. The individual was a young man, likely in his 20s, his face smeared with dirt from the battle. Clutching a small black camera, his eyes wide with terror, Lion released him, and the young man scrambled to his feet, his face alight with excitement. You are the first squad, right? I'm Martin Luther, a reporter from Capital Star's Martin Daily. My dream has always been to interview you. How did you make it all the way here from Capital Star? It's several administrative stars away, Lion asked cautiously. Martin Luther pounded his chest, pride evident on his face. In the Federation, as long as you have money, anything is possible. Lion fell silent, and after clearing the battlefield, the group returned to the base. Martin Luther hurriedly followed, his camera capturing images of the base, frequently exclaiming in awe. I heard some veterans mention you during my time on Capital Star. I'm a devoted fan. Martin Luther's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. His father was the founder of the Martin Daily. Originally, he could have lived a tranquil life as a gossip journalist in the Capital Star, reporting trivial matters about the aristocrats of the Federation and enjoying a blissful existence. However, Martin Luther was inherently drawn to the tumult of the battlefield. Ignoring his father's opposition, he chose to become a war correspondent. His admiration for the first squad led him to change ships 5 times before arriving at the vast sea star. During the recent battle, he cautiously recorded the events while hiding in a snowdrift. Unable to contain his excitement, he snapped a photo of the lion, which led to his discovery and capture. Upon learning that he was a fan, the Beast in the warehouse hastily arranged some military uniforms and donned somber expressions. You'd best leave this place quickly, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety, the lion said coldly. It's all right. You all should continue with your duties. I shall not be a bother. Capturing you in a photograph is the most exhilarating experience of my life, Martin Luther replied, his cheeks flushed. The lion paid him no heed and led Qin Luo to the light screen, determined to fulfill his promise to teach him about command. His fingers glided across the screen as he spoke softly. Command is an art. The first thing you must understand is the strength of both sides. An uninformed commander is a grave mistake. Supplies, the battlefield, time, troop strength, and intelligence, all are indispensable. Qin Luo listened intently, while the fatty stealthily retrieved some nutrient solution from the box, secretly stashing a few bottles away. After adjusting his attire, he approached Martin Luther with a cheerful demeanor and said, Hello, Mr. Martin. I am the logistics chief of the first squad. You may call me Fatty. Logistics chief? What is that? Martin Luther asked, perplexed. Nearby, the mosquito, idly playing with a metal dagger, chimed in, just a cook. Fatty shot a glare at Mosquito and grabbed Martin Luther's arm, saying, Come, let us not converse with these beasts. I shall regale you with tales of my illustrious exploits. Chapter 7. A web of danger to the impoverished, the Capital Star remains an ever-elusive dream. A realm adorned with opulent architecture, enchanting women, and advanced hover buses. It exists like a scene from a fairy tale. a modest Imperial private spacecraft discreetly docked at the capital star's spaceport, from which emerged a young girl clad in Imperial blue military attire. Her exquisite visage still bore traces of youth, yet her well-developed physique ignited fervent gazes among a group of federal male officers. Without pausing for an instant, she swiftly boarded a hover tram, heading directly to the residence of the illustrious Ely family. The family patriarch, Ilevan, had been awaiting her arrival for some time. As the Speaker of the federal parliament, Ilevan wielded considerable power, particularly in light of the current president's ineptitude, which underscored his prominent standing within the assembly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Yixian. I did not expect you to be so young," Ilevan remarked, gentlemanly grasping her hand. As the most brilliant general of the empire, Yixian's presence shattered the entrenched feudal traditions. She was the first woman to ascend to a high-ranking military position within the imperial army and the first to command on the battlefield with remarkable success, also earning the title of the youngest general in the empire. "I am equally honored, Mr. Ilevan. I have come regarding that matter. May I inquire about your considerations?" Yixian gently withdrew her hand with a smile. Ilevan felt a twinge of disillusionment. Although he was 50 years old, he could not suppress the withered hormones stirred by the presence of this stunning woman. However, he quickly regained his composure. "I am quite concerned whether your empire can honor its promises," he stated in a measured tone. "Rest assured, the monarch has decreed that all income taxes on the Ely family's businesses within the empire will be waived," Yixian assured him. The young men around Ilevan could hardly contain their excitement. The Ely family owned thousands of establishments in the empire, and the tax exemption could save them hundreds of billions of federal currency in a single year. "Very well, in that case, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. The Hanhai Star may be entirely entrusted to the empire for exploitation," Ilevan declared. The allure of Hanhai Star was primarily due to the rare H-grade ore. But over the years, imperial geologists had discovered that the reserves were not substantial. For the federal parliament, Hanhai Star was akin to a tasteless morsel, unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. With the empire now making a proactive request, Ilevan was more than willing to exchange this unappealing asset for the benefit of his family. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance. However, I have one more request. I require the elimination of the first squad." A glint of menace flickered in Yixian's eyes. Over the years, the first squad had been responsible for the deaths of more than 1,000 imperial citizens. To assuage the spirits of the fallen, she felt compelled to eradicate them. "Not a problem," Ilevan readily agreed, viewing a few mercenaries as utterly expendable when weighed against the potential benefits. Yixian, without further delay, swiftly returned to her spacecraft. Leaning back in her sea beast leather chair, an officer beside her whispered, "General, we are paying such a hefty price for Hanhai Star. It hardly seems worth it." "Is that so? I beg to differ. Acquiring Hanhai Star is essential for realizing my subsequent plans. The Federation is a nation steeped in decay," Yixian replied with a light laugh. Within the first squad's base, two factions emerged, one led by Qin Luo and Lion, who engaged in fervent military simulations on their screens, while the other, comprising the likes of Fatty and his cohorts, busied themselves with various flamboyant poses and reciting sorrowful ancient lyrics, aiming to catch the attention of Martin Good for a headline feature. Time flew, and within a fortnight, Martin Luther and all members of the first squad had formed friendships. Qin Luo found himself somewhat fond of these non-military types, while Lion had discreetly suggested several times that he join the first squad, but Qin Luo consistently declined. "Make me look formidable. When I return to Capital Star, I will surely attract a throng of admirers." Beast struck a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder. At that moment, a message abruptly appeared on the screen. Lion hastily clicked it open, revealing an elder bearing two purple flowers on his shoulder. Instantly, Lion stood at attention and saluted. "Commander," Lion exclaimed, prompting the others to do likewise, while Qin Luo stood off to the side, observing the old man with keen interest. The elder nodded, dispensing with pleasantries and stating, "Gather the troops immediately. We have located the den of the snow hunters. The 114th Division will provide cover. Your objective is decapitation." "Understood," Lion replied with resolute vigor. After the elder ended the video call, A coordinate position was sent through. Lion's expression turned grave. Everyone, prepare your weapons. This time we must utterly dismantle the enemy's command structure. A sense of unease gnawed at Qin Luo, though he could not pinpoint the source. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'll accompany you." Lion nodded, and Martin Luther volunteered as well. Unable to refuse, Lion acquiesced. Soon, everyone was armed, even Fatty, who lugged a massive ion gun on his back, accompanied by a large box. "Fatty, what's that for?" Qin Luo inquired, intrigued. "Haha, better safe than sorry." Fatty replied with a mischievous grin. The marked location lay a mere 30 kilometers from the base. As the first squad set out, the 114th Division also commenced their operations, issuing commands to the first squad, indicating that preparations were complete and they were ready to provide cover and support. They traversed the expanse of white snow for 2 hours, finally arriving at the designated spot. However, perplexingly, the area remained a vast expanse of unblemished snow, devoid of any signs of human construction. "It seems their command center must be underground. We should proceed with caution," Qin Luo whispered. His eyes functioned like a reconnaissance vessel, compiling data from every location he observed, formulating a detailed conclusion. Suddenly, the ground nearby shifted slightly, prompting the group to conceal themselves. Emerging from the earth were hundreds of snow hunters, hastily moving about, seemingly in a rush. "We should approach slowly. We still do not know how many enemies lie beneath," Lion whispered. As they edged closer, Qin Luo's unease intensified. He turned to survey the distance, sensing an absence of activity behind them, which only heightened his suspicion. Where was the 114th Division's cover and support? Yet, having already neared the enemy's stronghold, retreat was no longer feasible. Qin Luo steeled himself and pressed onward into the underground base. Inside, the base was eerily vacant, devoid of even the most basic weaponry and supplies, as if it had been abandoned. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "This is bad," he shouted. The snow hunters, who had seemingly departed, had now surrounded them, numbering nearly 1,000, with armored vehicles parked behind them, their engines roaring ominously. Lion's face turned ashen, despair flooding his heart. At that moment, he comprehended everything. His robust frame trembled slightly. "We have been abandoned." Lion slumped despondently to the ground. Chapter 8. I am a member of the first squad. Qin Luo's mind raced as he organized the knowledge implanted in him through modifications. He desperately needed to devise an escape plan, yet the layers of encirclement outside filled him with a sense of hopelessness. With over 1,000 snow hunters and armored vehicles, not to mention the potential presence of magnetic storm bombs, he saw no viable means of escape. At the headquarters of the 114th Division, over 100 kilometers away, Nate strode confidently toward the ship designated for his departure. The Ministry of Defense had already issued orders for the 114th Division to withdraw from the Hanhai Star, and Nate's gilded process had come to an end. He would now oversee the Garrison Division upon his return to the capital star. "Those bastards are probably all dead by now, haha. Obliterate their base," Nate commanded, his anger flaring at the thought of Qin Luo threatening him with explosives. All orbital cannons of the 114th Division locked onto the base of the first squad, unleashing a deafening barrage. The dilapidated base could no longer withstand the onslaught, crumbling like an aged elder, reduced to mere rubble. After a moment of despondency, Lion rubbed his face, attempting to regain his composure. Qin Luo observed him and remarked, "The enemy has maintained their encirclement without launching an attack. They likely wish to capture us alive. If we can leverage this, we might find a way to escape." Lion remained silent, understanding the truth in Qin Luo's words. Yet he felt utterly disheartened. Even if they managed to flee, he could see no path forward. "Boss, say something. Even if we are abandoned, we cannot let those bastards have it easy," Beast shouted, his eyes ablaze. Surprisingly, Fatty remained quiet, laboriously setting down a box he had been carrying on his back. Upon opening it, dozens of nutrient bottles were revealed. "Boss, this is what I've been secretly saving. We can last for another 10 days, he said. Lion still did not respond, his eyes lacking their usual luster, as if he had aged significantly. Qin Luo, frustrated, struck Lion hard in the face, blood streaming from his nose. "What are you doing?" Beast and Warehouse Mosquito yelled in anger. Qin Luo seized Lion by the collar, glaring at him. Get a grip. You saved me, but I refuse to die alongside you. He continued, Warehouse, Beast, Fatty, Mosquito, and the war correspondent. We all want to live. Wake up. I've been abandoned by the Federation and hunted, but I will survive, and I will hold those damned nobles accountable one day. Qin Luo's eyes burned with fierce determination. Bloodshot and wild. Lion stared at him, finally showing a flicker of life in his gaze. You're right. We must live and return to settle the score. Lion gritted through clenched teeth. Qin Luo released his grip and quickly explained, I just observed their numbers. They have 234 men, 10 armored vehicles, 5 orbital cannons, and various laser weapons. Our task is to break through a gap and escape with as many of us as possible. Their encirclement is formidable. It will be difficult to break through with our weaponry, Lion remarked. True, but this is our only option. Staying here means certain death. We must take the risk. Qin Luo's eyes glinted with madness. Lion nodded, and the group swiftly checked their weapons. Qin Luo peered through a crack and declared, at 5 o'clock, the enemy's armored vehicle unit is moving slowly, and our limited numbers will make it harder for them to aim. We should charge through there. Understood, the others affirmed. Qin Luo charged out first, firing his ion gun at the enemy, sprinting like a man possessed. His gunfire ignited chaos, drawing the enemy's fire toward him. He quickly dove into a small pit to avoid the crossfire. As the firepower rained down, Martin Luther was hit by an ion beam that pierced his right arm. If not for Lion dragging him to safety, he would have perished. This is too much. The firepower is overwhelming. Beast shouted. Warehouse frowned, suddenly standing up and firing his laser gun. The enemy seemed caught off guard, and several fell to the ground. Warehouse, what are you doing? Qin Luo roared. Turning back, Warehouse grinned. Xiao Luo, make sure to get the boss and the others out. Then, he dashed out, a maniacal grin on his face. Come on, beasts. I've taken down many of you. I won't mind taking a few more. Warehouse moved with astonishing speed, a portable magnetic storm bomb racing on his back. An enemy officer raised his hand, and a barrage of ion beams shot out, reducing Warehouse to ashes in an instant. Warehouse! Lion bellowed, his eyes filled with rage. Seizing the moment of chaos, Qin Luo urged the others forward, knowing their target was the armored vehicle below. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Just as they approached, Beast collapsed, his abdomen pierced by an ion gun. The intense pain caused him to break into a cold sweat. Beast, we have to go? Lion shouted, attempting to lift him. Beast struggled, pushing him away while blood poured from his wound. Boss, you all must go. Hurry, he yelled. Lion tried to hold him back, but Qin Luo pulled him away. Beast struggled to lift the electromagnetic cannon. His finger poised to pull the trigger when dozens of ion beams pierced his body, and he fell slowly to the ground, eyes filled with bitterness. In that instant, Mosquito also collapsed, lifeless. Go, Qin Luo whispered. The remaining members rushed to the armored vehicle. Qin Luo shouted, striking the vehicle's hull with a fist, creating a dent, then leaped inside, dragging out an enemy soldier and snapping his neck with a swift twist. Let us move. They scrambled into the armored vehicle. Knowledge of operating it surged into Qin Luo's mind. After a clumsy start, the vehicle lurched forward, and he fired at the enemy. A thunderous explosion erupting at their center, incinerating dozens of soldiers. Scatter. Disperse the formation. An enemy officer commanded. The snow hunters quickly spread out, maintaining a distance of several meters from each other. Seeing this, Qin Luo accelerated the armored vehicle, but enemy forces relentlessly pursued them. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently. The deafening roar nearly rendering their ears deaf as a shell struck the rear, incapacitating the vehicle. Then, a small spacecraft appeared in the sky. Martin Luther exclaimed with joy, "That's my father's ship. We're saved." However, the enemy quickly closed in, now less than 1,000 meters away. Xiao Luo, take this. Lion handed Qin Luo a card with his information as a member of the Federation's first squad. I know you've always refused, but allow me to include you in the first squad privately. Remember, get them out alive. Lion's tone was calm, yet it carried a weight of significance. Boss, we can leave together. Fatty cried out, tears streaming down his face. Lion shook his head, his demeanor indifferent. It's futile. I cannot escape, but you can. Get to the ship quickly. Qin Luo instinctively glanced at Lion's abdomen, where several small wounds oozed blood. Without his extraordinary willpower, he would have surely succumbed long ago. If given the opportunity, please convey my regards to those wretched nobles of the parliament. Damn them. The lion's face contorted into a grotesque snarl. Qin Luo nodded resolutely, stowing the card in his pocket, and charged onto the spacecraft alongside the portly fellow and Martin Luther. A middle-aged man aboard the vessel embraced Martin Luther tightly, tears streaming down his face. The snow hunters, for reasons unknown, refrained from firing their weapons. The commanding officer received an order, his expression grave. And it was not until the spacecraft ascended once more, vanishing into the sky, that he muttered a curse under his breath. The lion, trembling, lit a cigarette and coughed violently as the snow hunters gradually surrounded him and the armored vehicle. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Damn your ancestors. Then, with a gentle press of his finger, a deafening explosion ensued, engulfing him and the armored vehicle in a massive inferno. Aboard the spacecraft, Qin Luo lowered his head, gripping the card tightly in his hand, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Fatty, I seek vengeance. Very well. The portly man replied in a deep voice, tears welling in his small eyes. Chapter 9. The storm of public opinion. The sky above Capital Star is perpetually illuminated. Even the night fails to instill a sense of fear, primarily due to the artificial light cast by the Federation's luminous screens. Under the guise of this brilliance, the hypocritical aristocrats conceal their sordid dealings deep within the sewers. Martin Scheening, pipe in mouth, perused the Federal Daily, which contained scant references to the situation on Hanhai Star, merely stating, the Federation has relinquished all development rights of Hanhai Star to the Empire. Humph, what a collection of foolish nobles. Martin Scheening scoffed as he set the newspaper down. Though he too belonged to the aristocracy, having been bestowed the title of Viscount by the Federation, it did not hinder his disdain for the noble class. As the proprietor of the largest private newspaper in Capital Star, he was privy to far more insider information than most. Naturally, he harbored secrets far beyond the ordinary, which explained how he managed to rescue his son and 2 soldiers from the clutches of the Imperial Army. The grand mahogany door creaked open, and Martin Luther entered. Head bowed. He had once defied his father to venture to Hanhai Star. Now he returned to face his father's ire. Surprisingly, Martin Scheening did not display anger. Instead, he gazed at his son with a hint of paternal pride. He was deeply protective of his son, fearing for his safety, yet during their time on Hanhai Star, he discovered his son's resilience amidst gunfire, which reshaped his perception of the boy. Are you curious why I'm not angry? Martin Scheening inquired with a faint smile. Martin Luther nodded softly in agreement. It is quite simple. As a father, I wish for your safety, but I also yearn for you to become a true man. Martin Luther abruptly lifted his head, meeting his father's gaze, noting the increasing prominence of the silver in his hair. He understood that his father was aging. What do you intend to do with those 2 soldiers? Hand them over to the Federation, and you shall secure a promising career. If you do not, you will face considerable peril. Martin Scheening lifted a glass of red wine to his lips, staring out the window as he awaited his son's response. I wish to avenge them, even if my strength is feeble, Martin Luther declared resolutely. Gently placing his glass down, Martin Scheening maintained an expression of calm. He approached his son, resting a firm hand on his shoulder. I will assist you. Qin Luo squatted on the ground, chalk in hand, sketching various forms. Discernible drawings of magnetic storm projectiles, railguns, and other weaponry, with distances annotated beside each figure. His mind raced with calculations. Meanwhile, the rotund figure lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. In just 2 days, he struggled to accept the deaths of Lion and the others, no longer exuding the lively spirit he once had. Martin Luther entered and addressed the 2. Fatty, Xiao Luo, it would be wise for you to remain indoors for the next few days. Why? Is something amiss? Qin Luo inquired, raising his head. I do not know. I was merely told by my father that he would assist us, Martin Luther replied. Qin Luo and Fatty fell silent, the former returning to his sketches, intent on devising the best escape plan from Hanhai Star. A night passed without conversation. The following morning, the Martin Daily was on sale as usual. Despite the Federation's complete embrace of digitalization, the newspaper retained its nostalgic charm, with citizens sipping milk tea while reading on the streets. However, today's edition bore a striking headline: The Secrets of Hanhai Star, the Federation's Abandonment. Underneath, simple yet poignant words chronicled the events on Hanhai Star, detailing the retreat of the Federation South 114th Division and the orders from the National Defense Department. Accompanied by photographs captured by Martin Luther, depicting lion's serious expression, beast's muscular pride, mosquito's cold demeanor, and warehouse's goofy grin. If such soldiers can be forsaken by the Federation, what reason do we have to trust them? The article concluded with this powerful statement. The language throughout was unembellished, lacking in striking phrases, yet it struck the readers like a dagger to the heart. They sat in silence, their milk tea growing cold, before rising to their feet. What is Martin Scheening plotting? Has he lost his mind? In the upper chambers of the Federation Parliament, Olivian slammed the newspaper down onto the table. Approaching the window, the scene below chilled him to the bone. Citizens commemorated heroes, demanding an explanation from the Federation. Why has the Federation abandoned them? What grounds do we have to trust the Federation? Thousands of citizens wielded banners, joining the throng of protesters, the crowd spilling onto the streets like a surging tide. Olivian angrily shut the window. A chubby middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the wall-mounted screen. Mr. Speaker, public protests regarding Hanhai Star are intensifying. We request your presence at the presidential office. Yes, Mr. President, Olivian bowed slightly. Within the presidential office, the most powerful figures of the Federation sat at a long table, with the current president, Ketch, positioned at the center. Ketch, the 150th president of the Federation, was also regarded as the most incompetent leader by the public. Since his inauguration, every decree issued by the parliament had been ridiculed as ineffectual legislation. To the common people, he was a president of inaction, while the aristocrats perceived him as a useful puppet. Thus, Ketch had held his presidential seat for 8 years, firmly entrenched. This is all slander by the Martin Daily. I propose we arrest all personnel associated with it immediately. Olivian bellowed in fury. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in Federation military attire, the 4 purple flowers on his shoulder indicating his rank, Marshal Lin Wu. Lin Wu's journey could be chronicled as a legendary saga. He began as a soldier in the Federation's First Fleet and ascended through relentless combat to the rank of Marshal. In the public vote for president, he had lost to Ketch by a mere 15 votes. This concerns the Federation's image in the eyes of the populace. Does the speaker wish to escalate this matter? Lin Wu spoke coolly. Humph, merely a rabble. As long as we handle it properly, we can quell their restless fervor, Olivian retorted dismissively. Lin Wu slowly raised his head to meet him, a rare smile breaking through his stoic demeanor. Rabble? Mr. Speaker, you should choose your words carefully. The Federation's 6-character declaration still adorns the wall. Ketch involuntarily shivered as he glanced at the inscription engraved behind him: Equality, Justice, Unity. This 6-character declaration had drawn public support for the army, then labeled a resistance organization, enabling the establishment of the Federation atop the ruins of the ancient empire. Olivian's expression darkened. Lin Wu had long been his most formidable political rival, and their interactions had devolved into mere adversarial exchanges. President Ketch gently tapped the table. Gentlemen, let us pause. Our focus now is on how to address this issue. Lin Wu stood, adjusting his military uniform. From the outset, this was a directive issued directly by the Speaker through the Parliament. I was never afforded the opportunity to participate, thus this matter bears no relation to me. Mr. President, I must take my leave. With that, Lin Wu turned on his heel, anger shimmering in his eyes. The Parliament's reach had extended into the military. It was time for a reckoning. I still stand by my opinion. Apprehend everyone from the Martin Daily, Ivian declared. President Cage appeared troubled. I recognize this may be a sound approach, yet we must not overlook Martin Scheening's identity. Ivian furrowed his brow, and then suddenly awakened. leaning closer to President Cage. Could it be? President Cage nodded. Ivian leaned back in his chair, seemingly in disbelief. It has been so long. He cannot possibly retain his original strength. I refuse to believe it. Given his audacity to publish the matters concerning the Hanhai Star today, I am convinced he still possesses that power. Therefore, dear Speaker, it would be prudent to handle this delicately. Cage rose and made his way toward the door. As he had several meetings to attend, Ivian seemed momentarily stunned and took a while to rise, his loyal senior counselors awaiting him. Locate the remaining 2 soldiers from the Hanhai Star. I need to have a serious discussion with them, Ivian stated decisively, striding outward without glancing back. Chapter 10. Indirect exile. Qin Luo harbored a profound disdain for the nobility. However, when Martin Luther informed him that a noble wished to meet, he readily acquiesced. The reception room of Martin Schiening was simply adorned, featuring merely 3 heavy mahogany chairs and a blue crystal coffee table, with the floor laid with the most unpretentious white crystal stones. Olivian, cradling a cup of tea, savored the ancient beverage, which bore a faint bitterness that he found somewhat displeasing. Guided by Martin Luther, Qin Luo and the portly man entered, after which Martin Luther discreetly withdrew, closing the door behind him, a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. To any noble of the Federation, Olivian represented an insurmountable mountain, thickly overgrown with thorns. Anyone daring to ascend would find themselves grievously wounded. I demand that you 2 leave Capital Star immediately and issue a public clarification, Olivian declared coldly, setting down his teacup. The incident on Hanhai Star had left Olivian in a precarious position, although he viewed the protest of the ignorant masses as inconsequential to his family's power. They provided his political adversaries with a perfect pretext for attack. Within mere days, the parliament had received hundreds of letters of protest, and several legislators urged him to provide a satisfactory explanation to the public. Impossible. Am I not permitted to acknowledge my own deeds? Qin Luo replied icily. A murderous glint flickered across Olivian's face. Were it not for Martin Schiening's presence, he would have readily eliminated such a petty pawn without a second thought. You must understand. It would be a trivial matter for me to end your lives, Olivian stated, his gaze fixed on Qin Luo. Qin Luo shrugged and nonchalantly took a seat, lifting his head with ease. If you truly possess the capability, feel free to act. Olivian's fingers, gripping the teacup, turned pale as he exhaled slowly after a prolonged silence. I shall grant you a planet and promote you to the rank of major. However, in exchange, you must depart from Capital Star at once and never return. Deal. Qin Luo agreed without hesitation. Olivian rose decisively and exited, and as he passed by the portly man, the latter abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with malice. Portly man, Qin Luo called out sharply, prompting a moment's hesitation before the man lowered his gaze again. Olivian, oblivious to the exchange, regarded Qin Luo and the portly man as mere insignificant ants, albeit ones that had climbed a towering tree. Once Olivian had departed, Qin Luo turned to the portly man. You yearn for revenge, do you not? The portly man raised his head, his small eyes glinting with a blood-like fervor. Observing this, Qin Luo sighed softly and embraced the man's shoulders. Rest assured, we shall have our vengeance. They will all perish, Qin Luo proclaimed with unwavering determination. Upon returning to his estate, Olivian did not recline in his usual soft chair to rest. A butler presented him with a holographic screen displaying a solitary planet, its surface largely covered in vegetation, with only a small metallic town visible at its center. Indeed, this planet shall be gifted to those 2 little pests. If they cannot survive there, it is not my concern, Olivian remarked with a satisfied smile. Shortly thereafter, the butler handed him a dossier containing the image of Qin Luo. Olivian studied the document intently for some time before setting it down. Adjusting his glasses, he turned to the butler and instructed, disseminate this information to Lin Wu. He should find it intriguing. Once the butler had exited, Olivian reclined comfortably in his chair. So, he is the sole surviving failure. It seems Lin Wu will have a headache over this. As the sun rose over Capital Star the following day, Qin Luo and the portly man donned fresh Federation military uniforms and entered a sleek black hovercar, which glided low before making its way to the Parliament building. The Federation News Channel timely broadcasted a report. Due to the strategic miscalculation of the Federation's general staff, resulting in the sacrifice of soldiers on Hanhai Star, the Federation posthumously recognized the fallen as heroes and promoted the 2 surviving soldiers to the rank of major, alongside awarding them a planet. Once this news was aired, the streets of Capital Star erupted with a jubilant atmosphere. The common folk, easily satisfied, rejoiced over the Federation's stance, even if it bore no real significance, as it provided them with a fleeting sense of importance. In the square outside the Parliament building, Qin Luo and the portly man stood at attention as Lin Wu, with a serious demeanor, conducted the promotion ceremony, which served as a public acknowledgement from the Federation. As Lin Wu affixed the insignia of 2 stripes and 1 star to Qin Luo's shoulder, he whispered in his ear, "You are the failure, regrettably. You will not live long." "Thank you, but I believe I will endure indefinitely," Qin Luo replied with a smile. Lin Wu then positioned himself between the portly man and Qin Luo, as Federation photographers eagerly captured this precious moment. The trio appeared to smile sweetly in the photographs. Yet unbeknownst to all, a deadly intent loomed behind them. After the photographs were taken, Olivian, standing in for the president, announced a decree to bestow the exiled Blue Sea planet upon Qin Luo, thereby honoring the heroes of the Federation. The 3 factions appeared harmonious, as though true heroes had returned to the Federation, until the ceremony concluded and Lin Wu hastily departed. Upon entering his exclusive golden hovercar, he dialed a number. The holographic screen revealing the face of Mo Lan. "The failure is about to depart for Blue Sea planet. This is your last chance. Eliminate him." Lin Wu's tone was frigid. "Yes, Marshal, I will not let you down again," Mo Lan replied respectfully before terminating the communication. Lin Wu cast the holographic screen aside, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the leather seat, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he roused himself. "Keep a close watch on Qin Wuyan and Lu Zian. They may prove to be of great use." Upon returning home, Martin Shining awaited Qin Luo and the portly man. This seemingly frail uncle emanated an aura of danger, and Qin Luo felt a profound sense of unease, recognizing the extraordinary power that resided within him, exemplified by his ability to rescue them from Hanhai Star. "I am aware you intend to go to Blue Sea planet. I hope you will take Luther with you," Martin Shining said with a smile. "But Uncle Martin, this journey may be perilous, and should anything happen to Luther, I would find it difficult to explain," Qin Luo replied, feeling conflicted. Martin Shining waved his hand dismissively, indicating he should not worry. "I know my son well. He may lack ambition, but he will not cause trouble. Even if danger arises, they should not harm my son." "Very well, we will take good care of Luther," Qin Luo assured him. Afterward, Qin Luo and the portly man entered their bedroom, retrieving a holographic screen to research Blue Sea planet. The primitive state of the planet astonished them, and as they perused the data, their expressions darkened. "These scoundrels are clearly trying to ensnare us." The portly man cursed, his spirits evidently lifted in recent days. Qin Luo frowned, unable to contain his dismay. Blue Sea planet, with a diameter of 500,000 kilometers, was considered a medium administrative star, yet 70% of its surface was cloaked in foliage, and the sole urban area was rife with chaos, dominated by numerous noble families and factions vying for territory, a veritable hell on earth. "I should have foreseen this. But so what? Our objective is to conquer them and grow stronger," Qin Luo declared, slamming his fist on the table with resolve. Chapter 11. A mother's embrace. To reach the Blue Sea Star from the capital star, one must transfer 3 times on a spaceship. However, for Count Ely, as long as he could rid himself of the troublesome Qin Luo, what did it matter to provide them with a vessel? Thus, Qin Luo and his companions piloted a military-grade transport ship to Blue Sea Star. From above, Blue Sea Star appeared as a harmonious sphere of blue and green. The blue represented scattered metallic cities, while the green was the untouched wilderness bestowed by nature. On this planet, which bore almost no historical records, heinous wars may be occurring at every moment. The ship gradually docked at a small town, which should have gleamed with metallic luster under the sun. but now lay engulfed in flames of war. The metal structures had been shattered by overwhelming firepower. As Qin Luo, the stout fellow, and Martin Luther disembarked, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred corpses. With his enhanced vision, Qin Luo scanned the vicinity and spotted a little girl curled up on the ground a kilometer away in front of a small cabin. "Let us go check on her," Qin Luo whispered. As they approached, the girl cast a wary glance in their direction, but overwhelmed by deep longing, she remained seated, pulling herself tighter together. On the darkened ground, chalk had been used to outline the figure of a woman. Through the innocent strokes, it was evident that it depicted a mother, and the little girl huddled between the woman's hands, as if cradled in a mother's embrace. "Mommy, I miss you so much," the girl murmured, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. The stout fellow turned to Qin Luo, his nose tinged with sadness. "Xiao Luo, why is it like this here? Doesn't the Federation care?" "The nobles of the Federation only care about the currency in their accounts. Their hearts are unmoved by the plight of the worthless impoverished." Martin Luther sighed. Qin Luo knelt beside the little girl, extending his hand and attempting a radiant smile. "Little one, could you tell me where we are?" Perhaps due to Qin Luo's kind demeanor, the girl hesitated but then took his hand and stood up, looking at them in confusion. "This is White Snow Town on Blue Sea Star. Where do you come from?" "We are strangers who just arrived." "What happened to the people in this town?" Qin Luo inquired. "The uncles from the army said they were taking everyone to play a game of fire. They all got taken away," the girl replied innocently. Qin Luo and the stout fellow exchanged a glance, alarmed. They had sensed the stench of burning corpses as soon as they disembarked, likely those of the townsfolk. "Let us go." Qin Luo decisively picked up the little girl and headed towards the town. Within 15 minutes, the smell intensified, accompanied by the sounds of raucous laughter. Turning a corner, they were met with a raging blaze, amidst which echoed heart-wrenching screams. Nearby, a dozen soldiers clad in Federation uniforms were celebrating. "Kill these beasts." A fierce glint flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. The stout fellow could no longer contain himself, brandishing his ion gun and charging forward. The seasoned soldiers quickly noticed his approach. A flurry of ion beams erupted, and the stout fellow narrowly dodged the first wave of fire, his agile reflexes belying his bulk. He swiftly pulled the trigger, and one soldier fell lifelessly to the ground. "This is bad. We and Oppos, VE got a problem," the leading officer shouted. The soldiers quickly took cover, shrinking behind their defenses. Qin Luo, narrowing his eyes, visualized their positions as if forming a virtual map in his mind. "Stout fellow, at 9 o'clock, the sandbag cover is penetrable." Upon hearing this, the stout fellow opened fire instantly, the ion beam piercing through the cover and striking a soldier behind it, who collapsed slowly. 5 o'clock, adjust for a shot. 7 o'clock, jump to shoot. 12 o'clock, direct shot available. Qin Luo continued to relay the soldiers' positions, and without hesitation, the stout fellow fired, each shot finding its mark in the soldiers' hearts. In less than 3 minutes, 7 soldiers had perished, leaving 5 who quietly huddled near their officer, pallid and shaken. The officer, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, trembled as he nearly dropped his ion gun. "I will ask the questions, and you will answer. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to blow you scum to pieces with a magnetic storm grenade," Qin Luo commanded coldly. Yes, we will answer truthfully," the officer stammered in fear. "What unit do you belong to, and why are you here?" Qin Luo pressed. After a moment of hesitation, the officer replied, "We are part of Baron Dujun's guard. We fled here after his territory was breached." "Why did you burn the townsfolk alive?" Qin Luo's tone grew increasingly frigid. Because the brothers were bored and wanted some fun," the officer's voice quivered. Without further question, Qin Luo turned and embraced the little girl, covering her ears with his hand. The stout fellow nodded slightly, retrieving a portable magnetic storm grenade and hurling it towards the soldier's position. A deafening explosion followed, and before they could utter a scream, the soldiers disintegrated into a cloud of black dust. The stout fellow spat on the ground and gave Qin Luo an approving thumbs up. Releasing the girl, Qin Luo pulled out a holographic screen displaying a detailed map of Blue Sea Star. He traced a red line with his finger, finally stopping at a small point engulfed in flames. "Let us head to Baron Dujun's territory." The trio exchanged no further words, though the stout fellow was heavy-set. His stamina proved adequate for carrying the little girl, who seemed to find her chubby uncle quite endearing, often pinching his ample cheeks and giggling, which embarrassed him greatly. They cleverly concealed their spaceship, proceeding on foot towards the Baron's territory. Fortunately, the distance from the town was not far, and they arrived in just 3 hours. Baron Du Jun was among the weakest of the nobles on Blue Sea Star, having survived for years by deftly navigating the treacherous waters of aristocracy. However, not long ago, the once peaceful nobles seemed to have gone mad, launching wars without restraint, with Baron Du Jun being the first on the menu. After a fierce battle, Du Jun's forces had been decimated, barely holding on due to the pre-existing metal defenses. Within the subterranean defenses, the once handsome Du Jun was now grimy, surrounded by dozens of wounded soldiers. Their perseverance was not born of loyalty, but out of a grim order from the nobles outside. No prisoners would be taken. The energy lamps swayed under the tremors of artillery fire. To minimize casualties, the attacking nobles chose to unleash a volley of laser cannon fire before launching their assault. Du Jun sat vacantly on the ground, lost in thought. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared behind their defenses, prompting the soldiers to reflexively grasp their ion guns. Best not to shoot, or I won't hesitate to eliminate you all. Qin Luo's cold visage gradually emerged in the glow of the energy lamps. Their successful entry was thanks to the stout fellow's cleverness. During the first squad's operations, he had served as a logistics supervisor. However, privately, the Lion had confided in Qin Luo that the stout fellow's true strength lay not in logistics, but in defense. Thus, upon discreetly entering the territory, the stout fellow had astutely identified the defensive structures of Du Jun, leading Qin Luo silently into the stronghold. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Du Jun asked coldly. Qin Luo slowly approached, casting a glance at the surrounding soldiers before producing a federal appointment document and presenting it to Du Jun. Du Jun's expression shifted slightly as he scanned the document, reluctantly bowing and saying, "I pay my respects to Lord Qin Luo." The document undoubtedly bore the federal command that granted all of Blue Sea Star to Qin Luo. However, Du Jun found it rather unsettling. Why should he relinquish territory he had worked hard to manage to a stranger? He would not agree, but he maintained an appearance of respect. "I know what you're thinking, but I am indifferent to your thoughts. I am here to take command of these soldiers," Qin Luo stated coldly. "Why should you? Who do you think you are?" One soldier shouted defiantly. "Indeed, I bow to no one. If it weren't for the dire situation outside, I would have fled long ago. Who in their right mind would want to remain in this place?" The surrounding soldiers echoed his sentiments, showing their allegiance to Du Jun. Yet, Du Jun did not intervene, thinking, "If you are so capable, then you should subdue them yourself." In an instant, Qin Luo moved with remarkable speed, confronting the most vocal soldier. With a swift motion, he drew a metal dagger from his boot, and in a flash of cold light, the soldier clutched his throat, eyes wide in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Silence enveloped the area. No one had anticipated that Qin Luo would resort to murder. Du Jun stood frozen, a chill washing over him. "Is there anyone else who refuses to obey?" Qin Luo scanned the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion. While Qin Luo was certainly capable of persuading others, in this moment of crisis, he had no time for discussions. Thus, the act of killing became the most compelling argument. The soldiers lowered their heads, unable to meet Qin Luo's gaze, the cold body on the ground serving as undeniable evidence that sometimes violence speaks louder than words. "Since there are no objections, then good. From now on, you shall all follow my commands." Qin Luo sheathed the dagger back into his boot. Du Jun trembled, instinctively retreating, as the young man before him emanated an aura of extreme danger. Chapter 12. The Art of Murder. The stout man silently dragged the corpse outside, akin to hauling a lifeless dog. Martin Luther stepped forward, chuckling heartily as he waved his hand, saying, "Fear not, Lord Qin Luo is a benevolent individual. Allow me to share a heartwarming tale about him." As he spoke, Martin Luther gathered the soldiers to one side. As a battlefield journalist, his words were charged with eloquence. And with a touch of imaginative storytelling, he quickly transformed Qin Luo into a commendable commander who regarded his soldiers as brothers. Within half an hour, the soldiers' gazes towards Qin Luo gradually shifted. Although tinged with a hint of distrust, it was significantly improved from their previous sheer terror. Qin Luo silently gave Martin Luther a thumbs up. This fellow was a natural orator, capable of elevating the atmosphere in no time. Through the observation points of the underground defensive facility, Qin Luo gained a rough understanding of the troop strength on both sides. Approximately 50 soldiers remained combat-ready within the facility, while the assailants outside were not numerous. As the nobles' primary objective was to seize resources, killing was merely secondary. Thus, the enemies besieging this location numbered around a battalion, roughly 300 men. This battle was not difficult to win. However, the soldiers were unreliable. The stout man whispered to Qin Luo, who nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. The soldiers had long since lost their courage to resist, and forcing them into battle would yield counterproductive results. Dujun's territory encompassed a relatively small city, which, due to the war, was shrouded in thick black smoke, and metal structures, severed by laser cannons, lay scattered across the desolate ground. Occasionally, a stray cat would wander by, staring vacantly before bolting in fright. The air was heavy with silence. The laser cannons had cleared away all obstacles ahead, and the besieging soldiers stealthily crept towards the facility, deliberately lightening their footsteps. Yet everyone understood that a single sound would herald the clash of blood and flesh. With his eyes closed, Qin Luo envisioned the enemy's movement patterns playing out in his mind, a stream of computational data flashing before him, leading to a throbbing headache. If you wish to live, grab your weapons and charge out with me. Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes, surveying the soldiers around him. The soldiers exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. They instinctively retreated, their legs trembling as they clutched their ion guns. In a fit of anger, Qin Luo seized a soldier by the collar, bellowing, "Following me out now is your only chance for survival. Remaining here guarantees death. If you survive, I promise to relieve your families of their taxes." His words seemed to strike a chord within the soldiers' hearts, igniting a flicker of hope in their fearful eyes. In Blue Sea Star, the nobles, perched atop the societal pyramid, governed with direct and brutal methods, imposing exorbitant taxes that suffocated the commoners. The prospect of tax relief was a tantalizing thought. Each commoner shared this sentiment, and as hope blossomed in the soldiers' eyes, it transformed from a mere spark into a towering inferno. Satisfied, Qin Luo raised his ion gun and shouted, "Charge out with me." Yes, the 50 soldiers roared in unison. The underground facility resembled a funnel with windows, allowing a view of the outside. When the enemy drew within 500 meters, Qin Luo led the soldiers stealthily out of the facility, their movements careful and silent as both sides gradually closed the distance. Taking cover behind a sturdy metal structure, Qin Luo fixated on the encroaching enemies, mentally calculating their distance. "Fire," he whispered. The words, though soft, reached the ears of every soldier clearly. Instinctively, they raised their ion guns, springing up to fire at the enemy. Blue beams of light shot through the air like dazzling fireworks, catching the enemy off guard. Within moments, over 30 of their soldiers fell to the ground. "Fire! Fire!" The enemy commander finally sensed the impending danger and hastily issued commands. A barrage of blue beams descended upon the location where Qin Luo and his men hid, the ion beams melting holes into their cover. Temporarily pinned down by the ferocity of the assault, Qin Luo shouted, "Fatty!" The stout man nodded, swiftly darting to the side and crouching behind a collapsed metal structure, slowly raising his head to aim at the enemy commander. With a soft crack, a blue beam shot forth toward the commander's head, but just before impact, the commander inadvertently lowered his head. As the ion beam grazed past him, Qin Luo leaped up, a composite dagger appearing in his hand. With all his strength, he hurled the dagger at the enemy commander, who was struck squarely in the chest, the force driving him backward and pinning him against the wall. Qin Luo exhaled a sigh of relief, only to have his expression change abruptly as several ion beams shot toward their cover. A young soldier had raised his head, only to be tackled by Qin Luo, who moved like lightning. The ion beam whizzed past, grazing the soldier's arm and causing blood to spurt. "Damn it!" Qin Luo cursed under his breath, shielding his arm and retreating beneath the cover. With the commander's death, the remaining enemies fell into disarray. Qin Luo gestured, and the soldiers surged forth. The already demoralized foes offered no resistance and scattered in all directions. In less than half an hour, the battle was declared over. Du Jun emerged from the underground facility, beaming with joy, relieved of the danger to his life. Lord Qin Luo is indeed valiant. You need not trouble yourself any further. I shall personally oversee the battlefield cleanup, Du Jun declared with a grin. With safety assured, his first thought was to reclaim his authority, knowing that Qin Luo was injured, presenting a prime opportunity. Very well, I have no objections, Qin Luo smiled, his arm's injury beginning to heal slowly due to his enhanced recovery capabilities post-transformation. Du Jun confidently addressed his soldiers. Let us go and clear the battlefield, driving out those invaders. The 36 soldiers who remained unscathed showed no reaction to their fallen comrades. While the young soldier whom Qin Luo had saved wept openly, his tears welling in his eyes. After centuries of the Federation's establishment, tales of commanders rescuing soldiers existed only in textbooks. Yet today, it unfolded before their very eyes, instilling in the soldiers a deep sense of gratitude and reverence. What do you intend to do? Do you dare defy orders? Du Jun barked loudly. The soldiers remained unresponsive, gazing at him blankly, causing Du Jun to feel a sense of unease. Drawing his ion gun, he aimed it at one soldier's head, shouting, "Do you not hear my words? I am a baron." A composite dagger appeared silently against his throat, and Qin Luo's face loomed behind him. Unfortunately for you, you are the first noble I shall slay. The dagger glided effortlessly across Du Jun's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Du Jun attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly powerless, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently before falling still. Qin Luo sheathed his dagger. The wound on his arm had begun to scab over. He stretched his muscles and turned his gaze towards the heart of the city. Arm yourselves and reclaim our homeland. No one but ourselves can trample upon our home with impunity. Qin Luo shouted fervently. Yes, the 36 soldiers, their faces flushed with fervor, echoed his cry, their voices hoarse with passion. Chapter 13. Light and darkness. Light and darkness are akin to two courtesans. The former veils itself with restraint while the latter is unabashedly libertine. However, Qin Luo never perceived any distinction between the two. The Blue Sea Star resembles an expansive brothel, housing both pretentious noble women and the brazen underworld forces. Each day, within this medium-sized planet, the theater of conflict unfolds among clients and courtesans, as well as among the courtesans themselves. Du Jun's territory is modest, roughly the size of 5 or 6 small towns. Due to the ravages of war, most civilians have fled into the primordial forest, only daring to return once the gunfire has ceased. After purging the other nobles from his domain, Qin Luo observed the silhouettes of civilians cautiously emerging from the nearby jungle. From solitary figures to clusters, innumerable civilians anxiously returned to their homes. Qin Luo refrained from offering them comfort, for he understood that amidst years of strife, these civilians had long since learned to safeguard themselves. The soldiers began to regroup gradually. The initial band of 36 men had swelled to over 300, forming a complete company. Nevertheless, the combat capability of this company left Qin Luo deeply concerned. He transmitted the federal appointment document via hologram to all surrounding factions, which bore a singular phrase, fish and water. Within the central building of Lauren City, Baron Lauren carelessly discarded the hologram onto the floor and approached the window, surveying his territory from the heights above. Hovering tramcars sped by, and occasionally, a small spacecraft soared overhead, painting a picture of tranquility. Fish and water? Who is the fish? Who is the water? Baron Lauren mused to himself. In the northeastern primordial jungle, a group of men clad in simple garb indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, the energy lamps casting dim light upon them. In the shadows, pairs of men and women engaged in the most primal acts of desire, their moans and heavy breaths drowned by the raucous atmosphere. Just a pawn expelled from the capital star, what storm can he stir? A burly man smashed the hologram with his fist before retreating into a room occupied by a naked beauty. Various factions on Blue Sea Star received Qin Luo's missive, eliciting varied responses, most of which were silence, resembling an unlit powder keg awaiting a spark. Qin Luo certainly would not be the one to ignite that powder keg. He merely intended to assert his stance. Following the consolidation of Du Jun's territory, he commenced summoning Du Jun's inner circle. Several middle-aged men in suits awaited respectfully outside the conference room, hurrying to bow as Qin Luo appeared. I lack the luxury of time. Someone here, elucidate the situation. Qin Luo gestured, taking a seat. The men exchanged glances, and the eldest among them stepped forward. I am Yang Song, the former internal affairs manager of Baron Du Jun. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Qin Luo. Please introduce the circumstances here. Qin Luo nodded. Yang Song cleared his throat and began. This place is known as Lonyuan City, spanning an area of 5,000 square kilometers, with a population of approximately 500,000. It is bordered by primordial forests on 3 sides, while the remaining side adjoins Lorne City. Currently, its economy relies chiefly on 3 mining sites. Mining sites? What grade of metal ores? Qin Luo furrowed his brow. H-grade metal ores, with an annual yield of 5 million tons, Yang Song replied. A sense of reassurance washed over Qin Luo. H-grade metal ores are classified as intermediate by the Federation. While they do not fetch high prices, their demand is substantial, primarily for the construction of civilian spacecraft and metal structures. Fatty, send someone to take over these mining sites, Qin Luo commanded. Fatty nodded and departed. As the former logistics supervisor, he understood the significance of these sites. Any mishap could prove fatal for Lonyuan City. However, Yang Song and the others grew increasingly disconcerted, as Qin Luo's actions effectively marginalized them. Once Fatty left, Qin Luo turned to Yang Song and the others. I despise convoluted discourse. I must admit my distrust of you. After all, I have just eliminated your master. However, I am not one to dwell on grievances. I extend to you an opportunity. Yang Song and the others perked up, their ears attuned for what was to follow. I grant you the authority to develop trade. As long as it benefits Lonyuan City, I shall support it. Whoever excels will be promoted to Deputy Minister of Logistics, Qin Luo continued. This statement ignited excitement within Yang Song and the others. They possessed the capability but had been stifled by Du Jun's lethargy. Now, with this opportunity at hand, they would not let it slip away. After Yang Song and the others exited, Qin Luo wearily rubbed his temples. Since his physical enhancements, fatigue had been a rare occurrence. The last time was on Hanhai Star. And this time, it was due to the mental strain of processing all the information from across the table. Nevertheless, it clarified his threshold. The intricate calculations of 300 individuals were manageable, but exceeding this number induced headaches. Grabbing the hologram, Qin Luo began to construct his vision for the future. When he had promised Count Ely, this idea had taken root. Only by amassing strength sufficient to threaten the Federation could he rescue his parents and avenge the fallen wanderers and the members of the first squad. Fatty is an excellent logistics organizer, and Luther is a superb orator. I require a talent well-versed in trade to complete the framework, Qin Luo contemplated. He remained uncertain of Yang Song and the others' capabilities, having prepared himself for the possibility of their total failure. The challenges of developing trade in Lonyuan Star were immense, with resources always at the core of the dilemma. Upon returning to his metal abode, Yang Song found his wife had prepared dinner. As the former internal affairs manager of Baron Du Jun, Yang Song held a prominent position in Lonyuan City, yet he remained devoted to his aging wife. Despite her transformation into an unappealing figure over the years and the unpalatable meal she concocted, he loved her still, for she had stood by him through poverty and adversity. Gently assisting his wife to sit, Yang Song managed a weary smile. How did the discussions go today? I heard the new Lord Qin Luo has a fearsome temperament. It was he who killed Baron Du Jun, his wife inquired with concern. Yang Song set down his knife and fork, contemplating before responding. I cannot fully grasp Lord Qin Luo, but he is certainly superior to Baron Du Jun. Why do you say that? His wife pressed. Perhaps it is merely my intuition. After dinner, I must attend to some work. You should rest, Yang Song replied softly. After dinner, Yang Song retreated to his study, gently closing the door behind him. An exhilarating gleam sparkled in his eyes as he picked up the hologram, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, revealing a series of elegant characters. Feasibility proposal for Longyuan star trade. His excitement surged, his fingers moving so rapidly that they appeared as a blur, as long-buried ideas surged forth in his mind after a decade of dormancy. When his fingers finally stilled, dawn had arrived. He exhaled deeply, rising to his feet. I hope I am not mistaken about Lord Qin Luo. The estate of Baron Du Jun was built in a manor style, aligning with noble aesthetics. However, for Qin Luo, it was somewhat displeasing. As a person with obsessive tendencies, he harbored a natural aversion to vast, solitary spaces. Thus, he arranged for all 36 soldiers to reside within the manor. This decision warmed the hearts of the soldiers. Upon entering the estate, their first task was to divide up the duty of guarding Qin Luo, each eye wide with vigilance, even at the mere flutter of an insect. As dawn broke, Yang Song hurriedly arrived at Qin Luo's estate, only to be halted by 2 soldiers at the entrance. In the presence of this former high-ranking official, the soldiers were far from accommodating. Despite Yang Song's fervent pleas, they steadfastly refused him entry. Frustrated and anxious, Yang Song could only scratch his head in exasperation until Qin Luo eventually emerged to resolve the situation. Lord Qin Luo, here is the proposal I have prepared for your consideration. Yang Song respectfully presented the document, his dark circles betraying his sleeplessness. Let us await the arrival of the fat man, and then we can deliberate together, Qin Luo replied. He was acutely aware of his own strengths. While he held considerable expertise in military matters, he was a novice in the realm of commerce and trade, thus preferring to confer with his associate before proceeding. Chapter 14. The hidden crisis. Less than 5,000 kilometers from Blue Sea, star lies Nile Star, one of the few affluent planets in the Exile Sector. A century ago, when the Federation's first fleet arrived in the Exile Sector, they were astounded by the planet's wealth. The then commander of the First Fleet, Admiral Yunshang, remarked that ruling this planet would be far more comfortable than being the president of the Federation. Today, however, the highest official of Nile Star, AB, stood at the spaceport dressed in luxurious noble attire to welcome a distinguished guest from afar. As the familiar colossal spaceship landed, AB smiled and approached. The visitor was the Viscountess Morlin. It was not merely Morlin's esteemed status that warranted AB's personal welcome, but her formidable connection to Marshal Lin Wu, which made AB's greeting imperative. Lady Morlin, it is a pleasure to welcome you, AB said, extending a gentlemanly handshake. Morlin, though feeling agitated, managed to smile in response. Your personal reception is truly an honor, Your Excellency AB. Welcoming a beautiful lady is a gentleman's duty. I am honored, AB replied. Following a series of polite exchanges, Morlin stepped onto AB's hovering vehicle, leaning back against the opulent seat, her expression weary. AB, perceptive as ever, inquired, Lady Morlin, you appear fatigued. Have you encountered any difficulties? Your Excellency's keen observation is commendable. I am here at the behest of Marshal Lin to eliminate a failed experiment. AB's pupils contracted as shock coursed through him, quickly masked by composure. Is that experiment still alive? He was aware of the secret experiment, which had received significant funding from Nile Star. Until now, he had presumed that all subjects had been destroyed post-failure. He was astonished to learn that one had escaped. Not only is this individual alive, but they are thriving, compelling Count Ely to compromise. Shouldn't this person face consequences? Morlin's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Naturally, if there is any assistance I can provide, please feel free to ask. AB offered, thumping his chest. He had long relied on Lin Wu's support to govern Nile Star, and Morlin's visit was twofold, to eliminate Qin Luo and to gauge AB's loyalty. At this moment, AB would not falter. Excellent. I shall require Your Excellency's shadow guard, Morlin stated nonchalantly. AB's heart raced with shock, his complexion paling. The shadow guard was a clandestine assassination unit he had trained 5 years prior, specifically to counter anti-government factions. He had kept this operation a closely guarded secret, yet Morlin spoke of it so casually, instilling fear within him. Moreland met Abe's gaze and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Your Excellency. The Marshal understands that your intentions are to combat the insurgents, and he bears no ill will. Indeed, I have always targeted the anti-government factions. Since Lady Moreland requests it, I shall wholeheartedly assist in removing this threat, Abe affirmed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In a conference room, only Qin Luo and the rotund Yang Song remained. The latter scrutinized Yang Song's proposal, his eyes gleaming with increasing excitement. Splendid, Yang Song exclaimed, slapping the table, then recoiling slightly to avoid damaging it. What makes it splendid? Qin Luo inquired, intrigued. Yang Song rubbed his hands, glancing at Yang Song, who quickly added, in my proposal, I have categorized all resources in Longyuan City. The first tier consists of the finest H-grade mines. The second tier includes natural timber and fruits, while the third tier comprises skilled labor from a population of 500,000. Please continue, Qin Luo urged thoughtfully. We have only developed the H-grade mines thus far, but these resources will eventually be depleted, especially if you wish to expand. We must capitalize on the second tier, natural timber and fruits. Many affluent merchants in nearby factions favor furniture made from natural timber and prefer natural fruits over synthetic food. If we can establish this channel, it will yield considerable income. Moreover, the skilled labor within Longyuan City's 50,000 populace could also be a significant asset if properly organized. Yang Song articulated his suggestions passionately, and Yang Song timely offered a glass of water, giving him a thumbs up. Qin Luo stroked his chin, contemplating, before asking, so, your suggestion is? Yang Song suddenly knelt. I request permission to meet Baron Rollins in Roland City to open our channels. Qin Luo took a deep breath, standing to assist him up, his expression grave. You understand the dangers involved. We cannot predict Roland's stance. That is precisely why I must go, my lord. I have languished in obscurity for over a decade and wish to emerge from this haze, Yang Song replied, resolute. Very well. I shall send someone to protect you and ensure your safe return. Qin Luo nodded, patting Yang Song's shoulder. Yang Song suppressed his excitement as he turned to leave, tripping over a raised metal frame in his exuberance. He quickly regained his footing, offering an embarrassed grin before exiting. What do you think? Qin Luo asked, observing Yang Song's retreating figure. Yang Song scratched his head, somewhat conflicted. I find it promising, but ultimately, it's your judgment that matters. I cannot decide. Qin Luo chuckled before turning to Yang Song, his smile gradually fading. Song, I have promised we would exact revenge. Do you remember? Yang Song's nose tinged with sadness, nearly shedding tears. Of course, we will never forget the wrongs done to our comrades. Then let us work together toward that day, Qin Luo replied, patting Yang Song's shoulder. Suddenly, a message appeared on the table's display. Qin Luo swiftly opened it, revealing Martin Shining's visage. You must be cautious. Moreland is preparing to strike. An assassination is likely. Qin Luo's expression hardened, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. The name Moreland would forever haunt him. It was this woman who had caused his parents' capture. Their fates unknown. Without further ado, Martin Shining ended the video call. Qin Luo's fingers drummed on the table as he contemplated the situation, eventually turning to Yang Song. Uncle Shining's intelligence is reliable. My concern now lies with Luther's safety. While we are capable of defending ourselves, Luther may be captured and used as leverage against us. Did Luther's father not say that no one dared to touch him? Yang Song queried, puzzled. Yet circumstances can change. If they merely capture Luther without harming him, they might demand a price, and I believe Uncle Shining would have to acquiesce. Qin Luo expressed his concerns. Then we must urgently inform Luther to return at once. Yang Song dashed out of the room. In a small town of Longyuan City, Martin Luther disembarked from the hovering vehicle, weary from his travels. After Qin Luo's complete control over Longyuan City, Martin Luther began engaging in what he excelled at, winning hearts and minds. Following initial attempts in the underground facilities, Martin Luther seemed to have found his purpose, reaching out to the common folk, striving to convert them into staunch supporters of Qin Luo. Upon exiting the vehicle, he entered a modest metal dwelling, where an elderly man clad in tattered clothing sat in a rocking chair, peacefully dozing. Old Long, greetings, Martin Luther politely addressed him. The seemingly unremarkable old man is, in fact, the most authoritative figure in the nearby town. In his youth, he served as a sergeant in the Federal First Fleet, and after retiring, he settled on Blue Sea Star. Through countless wars, this venerable elder, with his keen perception, has guided the townsfolk to evade perilous situations, earning him the title of the prophet among them. "Who are you?" Elder Long inquired, opening his eyes to scrutinize Martin Luther. "I am a subordinate of Lord Qin Luo. My name is Martin Luther," he introduced himself. Upon hearing Qin Luo's name, Elder Long abruptly stood up, his gaze filled with fury directed at Martin Luther. "Get out. We do not welcome that murderer here." Martin Luther looked at him, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the connection between the term murderer and Qin Luo. "You may be mistaken." Martin Luther attempted to clarify. "Leave at once. Tell Qin Luo that none of us in this town will support him. A beast who ascends to power through bloodshed is unworthy of being our ruler." Elder Long forcefully shoved Martin Luther outside. "You truly misunderstand. Lord Qin Luo is not the person you think he is," Martin Luther shouted. "There is no misunderstanding. He is precisely that kind of person." Suddenly, 10 men clad in black suits appeared around them, wielding ion guns. The leader, with a sinister smile gracing his pale face, gazed at Martin Luther with an unsettling expression. Chapter 15. The helplessness of the common people. Evil has always been scorned by humanity, yet there exists a breed of individuals who willingly embrace malevolence, treating it as their most joyous game. Gu Yuzi is one such person. As the leader of the Shadow Guard, Gu Yuzi possesses an insatiable obsession with blood. He revels in the spectacle of bloodshed and delights in immersing his face in it. Over the years, his visage has grown hauntingly pale, and the nerves upon his face have become increasingly numb, resulting in an aura of terror. Upon receiving a mission from Lady Abi, Gu Yuzi classified this task as C-level, the lowest difficulty. A mere major, freshly arrived from the capital star, hardly warranted his full attention. Had it not been for Lady Abi's insistence on his personal involvement, he would have had no desire to enter the chaotic Blue Sea Star. The execution of the plan proceeded smoothly. Gu Yuzi exploited the town's isolation, depicting Qin Luo as a devil incarnate, successfully inciting Old Long's ire and luring Martin Luther into the fray. Capturing Mr. Martin Luther would prove to be the most effective means of ensnaring Qin Luo. "Mr. Martin, do come with us," Gu Yuzi smiled. Martin Luther regarded him warily, uncertain of the origins of these individuals, yet sensing a vast conspiracy lurking behind them. "This is Longyuan City. Are you not afraid of death here?" he asked, maintaining his composure. Gu Yuzi had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. With a mere wave of his hand, 2 men in black seized Martin and dragged him towards a hovering vehicle parked nearby. Gu Yuzi then approached Old Long's metallic abode, gently knocking on the door. "Hurry and leave. If that devil discovers you, it will be perilous," Old Long urged as he opened the door. "We shall indeed depart, but first, I require your assistance with a matter." Gu Yuzi grinned. "What matter?" Old Long inquired. "Please, surrender your lives to us." Gu Yuzi's expression morphed into one of madness as he licked his lips. Old Long recoiled in shock, but Gu Yuzi's hand had already grasped his throat. "Inform the townsfolk that Old Long has an announcement to make," Gu Yuzi commanded his subordinates. He yearned to leave promptly, setting a trap for Qin Luo. Yet he could not suppress his thirst for blood. On Nilo Star, he was restrained by Abi's control, unable to indulge in endless slaughter of innocents. Here, however, he was intent on satisfying his desires without restraint. The townspeople rapidly gathered outside Old Long's dwelling. Through a small window, Old Long, with reddened eyes, desperately attempted to urge the civilians to flee, but Gu Yuzi's grip on his throat was akin to iron, rendering him voiceless. As over 500 townsfolk assembled, a glint of desire sparkled in Gu Yuzi's eyes. With a flick of his hand, the men in black brandished ion guns and unleashed a barrage of fire. The townspeople fell, one by one, as if melting under the sun. Tears streamed down Old Long's face. Regret consumed him for having believed in a true devil. His heart ached as if being torn apart, his body trembling uncontrollably. When the gunfire ceased, Martin Luther also shed tears. Though he had not witnessed the full extent of the massacre, he could imagine the horrific scene. the stench of blood wafting into his nostrils. "Old Long, it is now your turn," Gu Yuzi remarked cruelly, tightening his grip to shatter Old Long's neck. He reveled in the scent of blood in the air, feeling invigorated, before stepping outside to find his subordinates collecting the blood from the corpses in specially designed bottles. "What a beautiful life this is. I wonder how Qin Luo's blood will taste," Gu Yuzi mused, stretching with a smile. When the rotund man and his companions arrived at the town, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Having endured numerous battles and witnessed countless corpses, never had he seen such a sight: bodies drained of blood, desiccated as if they were professional anatomical specimens. "Report, sir, Martin Luther is missing," a soldier announced. Concern etched across the rotund man's face. He pondered for a moment before instructing, "Immediately seal off all exits. Any vehicles or suspicious individuals must be thoroughly investigated." With his orders dispatched, the rotund man hurried towards Qin Luo's estate. Upon entering, he found Qin Luo staring intently at a map of Longyuan City. "Luther has not been found. He has likely been taken," the rotund man murmured. Without replying, Qin Luo's gaze flitted across the routes on the map as his mind raced, calculating every possible escape path. The recent turmoil had left Longyuan City severely undermanned, with many exits unguarded. The enemy had moved swiftly, beginning their capture plans in the most peripheral town, indicating it was their initial foothold. However, according to the intelligence you just relayed, the enemy slaughtered everyone in the town, suggesting they are either in no hurry or utterly deranged. Since they acted hastily, it must be the latter. "They are complete lunatics," Qin Luo concluded, lifting his gaze to the rotund man, his expression grave. "This time, our adversary is formidable. A madman is the most terrifying foe," the rotund man sighed, placing his finger on the map. "I've estimated 3 possible escape routes: east into the primordial forest, west into Qinshuan City, or south into Luolin City. Which one do you think they will take?" "None of them," Qin Luo declared resolutely. The rotund man's countenance shifted dramatically. "What do you mean?" "They will hide within Longyuan City. Remember, their target is us, not Luther." Qin Luo struck the table with his fist. Within a dilapidated metallic structure in the heart of Longyuan City, dim energy lights illuminated a small portion of the space. In the shadowy corners, 10 men in black leaned against the walls, resting with their eyes closed. At the center, under the light, Gu Yuzi savored a cup of crimson blood, utterly entranced. Martin Luther was bound to a metallic chair. He felt no fear, not from confidence, but from the knowledge that his captors intended to use him as bait to ensnare Qin Luo. If Martin Luther were to list the 10 most unwise actions, he would unhesitatingly declare that attempting to kill Qin Luo would be the foremost folly. Unfortunately, his captors clearly failed to grasp this truth. Setting down his goblet, Gu Yuzi clapped his hands to rouse his resting subordinates. "Send a message to Qin Luo's estate. We must deal with him as well. Soon." An anonymous letter appeared on Qin Luo's screen, containing only a few words: "Luther is with me." The sender did not conceal their location, revealing it to be the abandoned metallic structure at 454 in Longyuan City. "Let us go. They have summoned us," Qin Luo stated, rising to his feet. The two swiftly boarded a hovering vehicle to the designated location, opting not to bring soldiers, for their adversaries were formidable, and ordinary troops would only serve as fodder. The abandoned structure at 454 had once housed a vast factory, now left desolate after the owner fled to Luolin City when the war began. The surrounding populace had vacated for various reasons, leaving behind a row of forsaken metallic buildings. Upon their arrival, Qin Luo and the rotund man found Gu Yuzi twirling an alloy dagger, already awaiting their presence. "How unexpectedly simple. This truly lacks challenge," Gu Yuzi chuckled. Qin Luo shrugged, stretching his limbs. "Excessive chatter is not the hallmark of an assassin. Since we are here, let us commence." "Intriguing. I relish this." Gu Yuzi extended her tongue to taste the blade, her figure suddenly springing up as she thrust the alloy dagger directly at Qin Luo. "Be careful," the stout man bellowed, for the other figures in black had already raised their ion guns. Naturally, Qin Luo was well aware of this. He would not be foolish enough to believe they truly wished for a one-on-one confrontation. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the dagger's attack, rolling toward the ground and taking cover behind a barrier. The ion gun beams instantly obliterated the spot where he had been standing. The stout man fired several rounds, but the adversaries nimbly dodged each shot. After regrouping with Qin Luo, the stout man whispered, "Indeed a formidable foe. Their reflexes are remarkably swift. As per our usual protocol, I will observe while you take aim." Qin Luo replied. He peered through the cracks of the cover, his eyes continuously tracking the movements of the enemy. True to their elite status, the adversaries did not remain stationary but kept shifting, increasing the challenge for Qin Luo. After a full 3 minutes, he finally locked onto one of them, stout man, at 6 o'clock, slightly off to the side. A faint gunshot echoed, and a beam of ion energy pierced the chest of a black-clad figure. Gu Yuzi's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Following this, Qin Luo continuously altered his position, and the stout man's shots were remarkably precise, taking down one black-clad figure after another, leaving Gu Yuzi in a state of utter disquiet. "Keep moving, retreat into the shadows," Gu Yuzi commanded. In a heartbeat, she and the remaining few concealed themselves in the darkness, both sides holding their breath, poised in silent confrontation. Chapter 16. The Madman and the Maniac. Gu Yuzi and Appo's response was indeed astute. In the enveloping darkness, Qin Luo found himself unable to discern the position of his adversaries, and for the moment, he had no better alternative. "Qin Luo, perhaps we could engage in conversation," Gu Yuzi called out. "Sure, that is precisely what I had in mind," Qin Luo replied. Both parties exchanged glances with their companions. The corpulent man and the figure in black stealthily repositioned themselves, in search of the most advantageous spot. The atmosphere once again fell into silence. Given that both Qin Luo and Gu Yuzi were masters of delay, it was unrealistic to expect a meaningful dialogue between them. 3 minutes later, Qin Luo abruptly rose to his feet, presenting himself as a conspicuous target. From his left, four beams of ionized energy suddenly shot forth. Qin Luo reacted with remarkable swiftness, narrowly evading the onslaught. That was sufficient. The corpulent man swiftly deduced the enemy's location and fired 4 consecutive shots, bringing down all 4 assailants. Gu Yuzi's complexion paled, revealing his fear. With a powerful leap, Qin Luo dashed towards Gu Yuzi's position. Gu Yuzi raised his hand and fired several shots in rapid succession, each angle expertly calculated. While sprinting, Qin Luo contorted his body in an unusual manner, dodging the incoming bullets. Gu Yuzi erupted into manic laughter, discarding his firearm to seize a metallic dagger, lunging towards Qin Luo. In an instant, Qin Luo produced his own dagger, and both engaged in a rapid ballet of steel, the blades dancing and clashing, producing a symphony of sharp sounds. Within less than half a minute, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Qin Luo maintained a calm demeanor, while Gu Yuzi grimaced under the strain. After his enhancements, Qin Luo's physical prowess had reached a formidable level 7, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. As time progressed, the transformative fluid within him continued to melt, augmenting his strength even further. Though Gu Yuzi was skilled in combat, his physical capabilities paled in comparison to Qin Luo's. Each clash sent waves of discomfort through him as Qin Luo's blade exerted unyielding pressure. The corpulent man had already infiltrated the building and rescued Martin Luther. As they exited, Qin Luo had severed Gu Yuzi's right-hand tendon. Enduring excruciating pain, Gu Yuzi continued to fight with one hand, but Qin Luo showed no mercy, relentlessly stabbing until Gu Yuzi's tendons were severed, leaving him sprawled on the ground, his clothes drenched in blood. "You have a penchant for blood. Allow me to provide you with a spectacle," Qin Luo declared coldly. When the corpulent man informed him of the events in the town, he vowed to exact a gruesome revenge on the instigator. Today was the time to fulfill that promise. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Come forth. I revel in the blood of the commoners. The taste is exquisite," Gu Yuzi cackled maniacally. Qin Luo approached him, gently tearing his garments to fashion 2 makeshift ropes, while dread began to envelop Gu Yuzi's heart. "What are you planning to do?" he pleaded. "Fear not. I simply wish to let you savor the experience of your own blood drying. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. He bound Gu Yuzi and suspended him aloft. Due to his wounds, blood dripped incessantly from his body, causing Gu Yuzi to feel a chill throughout. No, spare me, spare me. I can reveal who the mastermind is. Gu Yuzi shouted in terror. Qin Luo paid him no heed, waving to the corpulent man and Luther as the three departed in a hovering vehicle. He had no desire to learn the identity of the puppet master, for in his heart, he considered the entire nobility of the Federation to be his adversaries. A week later, within the metallic confines of Building 454 in Lonyuan City, a corpse was discovered. No inquiries were made. Several soldiers quietly disposed of the body in the melting furnace. On the same day, the ruler of Lonyuan City, Qin Luo, issued 3 proclamations. First, a 50% reduction in taxes for all commoners. Second, a recruitment drive for skilled individuals across the planet, regardless of their expertise. Third, an enlistment call for soldiers to join the Lonyuan City Guard. The latter 2 announcements failed to capture the attention of the common folk. Recruitment and job postings were commonplace on Blue Sea Star. Having weathered many storms, the citizens categorized these as mere attempts to find cannon fodder. However, the 50% tax reduction was a cause for celebration and support among the populace. Consequently, jubilant cheers erupted throughout Lonyuan City, and those who had hesitated emerged from the forests, returning to their homes. The city began to pulsate with renewed vitality. Following the implementation of these measures, Yang Song visited Qin Luo's estate, intending to depart for Linlin City to discuss trade. Qin Luo had arranged a modest banquet for him. The gathering was simple, comprising just 5 dishes and 3 guests, yet Yang Song felt a sense of reassurance. Had Qin Luo truly summoned all officials, Yang Song would have perceived it as a sign of distrust. Travel safely, Qin Luo urged, raising his glass and downing its contents. Yang Song, taken aback by the gesture, drank deeply, his confidence in the impending negotiations bolstered. Throughout the meal, Qin Luo spoke little, while the corpulent man and Yang Song engaged in lively discussion regarding logistics and trade, each offering unique insights. Qin Luo served as a faithful listener, quietly absorbing their dialogue. After the banquet, Yang Song ascended the hovering electric vehicle, with Qin Luo dispatching 20 soldiers to ensure his safety. The letter of negotiation had already been sent to Linlin City, yet no response had been received thus far. Watching Yang Song depart, a sense of unease stirred within Qin Luo. In the grand government building of Linlin City, the ruler convened a meeting of all officials. The long conference table was filled with dignitaries, each wearing a serious expression, sitting upright. Linlin was pleased with the caliber of his officials. Being a military man, he held stringent expectations for his subordinates. It was precisely this rigor that allowed Linlin City to rank among the top 3 powers on Blue Sea Star. The letter from Qin Luo proposes a discussion regarding the trade of naturally sourced wooden furniture and fruit, Linlin stated flatly. The officials displayed varied expressions. Some pondered. Others shook their heads, while a few eyes sparkled with intrigue. Linlin rapped the table with his knuckles. I summoned you to deliberate, not to perform theatrics. Quickly, present an opinion. An experienced official rose and bowed. My Lord Baron, I believe this endeavor is feasible. We lack nearby forests and have been deprived of fresh fruit for too long. Additionally, there is a high demand for wooden furniture. Lonyuan City has recently emerged from turmoil, and its strength is significantly diminished. We need not fear that they will reject our lowered prices. I oppose, a young official exclaimed loudly. Linlin turned toward the voice, spotting a man seated at the far end of the table, approximately 30 years of age, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. He was an economist imported from Nile Star, named Hulk. What is your perspective? Linlin inquired, displaying little interest in pure academics. Hulk adjusted his glasses and replied, Lonyuan City's strength ranks at the bottom of Blue Sea Star. Engaging in trade with them offers us no advantages, and we do not know Qin Luo well. Should conflict arise again and he be ousted, our trade would cease, rendering it too perilous for us. Linlin pondered Hulk's words, and after a prolonged silence, he waved his hand. You may leave for now. I shall deliberate further. Once Hulk exited the building, He swiftly entered his hovering vehicle and typed a brief message on a holographic screen. The plan is already halfway complete. He then set down the screen, instinctively adjusted his glasses, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. To think I was utilized merely for Qin Luo. How amusing. After the officials departed the building, Lin Lin sat alone in his chair and murmured, "What do you think?" From a small door in the back, an elderly man in his 60s emerged, clad in a vintage long robe, his hair and beard white, yet his eyes glimmered with wisdom. I cannot yet ascertain his identity, but his heart is certainly treacherous. The elder spoke softly. What does this mean? Roland respectfully invited the elder to take a seat. It is quite simple. Our trade with Qin Luo has no bearing on us, but to refuse such trade would unwittingly create an additional adversary, the elder explained. Roland's expression shifted slightly as he performed a deep bow, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. If you ponder upon this matter more, you will come to understand. I merely possess more experience than you do. After all these years, I hope to witness the day of your success." The elder smiled warmly at Roland, his eyes brimming with affection. Roland nodded firmly, though a sense of confusion began to envelop him, as his thoughts drifted back to that small town and the eternal fire that never seemed to extinguish. Chapter 17. Trade agreement. The stability of any power is invariably reliant on resources. And the reason why Roland City has emerged as one of the most formidable forces in Blue Sea Star lies in its vast metal mines. Within the entirety of Roland City, there are as many as 20 H-grade metal mines, generating an immeasurable wealth of federal coins annually. As Yang Song alighted from the hover car, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The roads were pristine, metallic structures stood in orderly rows, and the populace busily attended to their tasks, occasionally punctuated by the joyful laughter of children. Truly, it was a veritable utopia, Yang Song mused. A government official from Roland approached briskly and extended a handshake, saying, "Mr. Yang, please follow me. The Baron has been awaiting your arrival." Yang Song followed him into the municipal building, ascending directly to the top floor via the elevator. Roland, holding a glass of wine, gazed into the distance and turned to smile as Yang Song entered. "Mr. Yang, it has been a long time." As a trusted confidant of the late Baron Du Jun, Yang Song had previously engaged with Roland and held a deep admiration for this decisive leader. "I have had the pleasure of meeting Lord Roland," Yang Song replied respectfully. Roland waved his hand dismissively as he seated himself. "There is no need for such formality between us. The trade agreement from Longyuan City has already been sent to me. I reviewed it. It is quite satisfactory. Today, I wish to hear your thoughts." Yang Song took a seat, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After calming his nerves, he began. "Roland City is our closest ally, and you, Lord Roland, are an astute leader. The trade between our two factions is mutually beneficial." As he spoke, Yang Song produced a proposal from his briefcase and handed it to Roland, who casually tossed it onto the table. "I am not particularly fond of written documents. Instead, share your views on Lord Qin Luo." The abrupt shift in conversation caught Yang Song off guard, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "He is quite an intriguing individual." "And how do I compare?" Roland inquired further. "Each possesses distinct qualities," Yang Song responded. Roland paused, then burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Yang Song. "How amusing. A most diplomatic response, Mr. Yang." "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Roland," Yang Song replied with poise. After a brief silence, Roland stood up, declaring, "I agree to our trade, and I may even raise the price, but I have one condition." "Please, go ahead," Yang Song urged. "I wish to meet Qin Luo," Roland stated calmly. This hardly constituted a formidable demand, and Yang Song readily acquiesced. The leaders of the Blue Sea Star factions regularly convened. The negotiations were amicable, and following the meeting, Roland hosted a banquet in Yang Song's honor. With the effects of the wine coursing through him, Yang Song proceeded to the accommodations arranged by Roland. Once Yang Song departed, the formerly inebriated glint in Roland's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he murmured to himself, "I truly wish to discern what sort of person Qin Luo is." At Longyuan City's Qin Luo Manor, Qin Luo remained engrossed in studying a map of Blue Sea Star, his thoughts extending further than those of others. Once the situation in Longyuan City stabilized, he began to contemplate plans for conquest, meticulously marking various factions with distinct labels, his gaze continuously traversing the map. Suddenly, a portly man burst through the door, his expression grave. "There has been an incident at the mine," he reported in a hushed tone. Qin Luo sprang to his feet, his complexion shifting as he absorbed the news. The primary economic lifeline of Longyuan City rested on 3 H-grade mines. Any disruption could plunge the entire city into chaos. An hour ago, a group of well-armed soldiers emerged from the forest and directly destroyed our mining equipment. Several soldiers were injured, and the mine is now incapacitated. The portly man summarized the situation. "From which direction did they come?" Qin Luo inquired. "The southwest." Pointing at the map, Qin Luo's fingers settled on a location, and he struck the table with a fist, exclaiming, "It's the Triad." The Triad is a criminal organization within Blue Sea Star, long hidden within the forest, named for its 3 leaders. "I require all information on the Triad," Qin Luo commanded coldly. The portly man nodded and exited. Within an hour, the dossier on the Triad reached Qin Luo. Reviewing the materials, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. The Triad comprised over 500 members, categorizing it as a relatively small faction, yet they maintained good relations with Nile Star, equipping their soldiers well. Their encampment lay in the primeval forest southwest of Longyuan City, emerging only for missions. "Since they have provoked us, we must obliterate them," Qin Luo declared vehemently. Currently, Longyuan City's guard consisted of about 2 battalions, totaling over 600 personnel. With the addition of a standing security battalion, the number reached approximately 1,000. However, their combat capability and armament were decidedly lacking. "After accounting for our own personnel, we can deploy no more than 2 battalions, and fighting on their territory makes victory exceedingly difficult," the portly man expressed his concerns. Qin Luo scrutinized the map, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he articulated, "Then we shall draw them out." The portly man's eyes brightened. "I understand." He quickly exited. In the southwest primeval forest, the 3 leaders of the Triad were reveling in their recent victory. 3 days prior, they had received a lucrative task. The promise of 50 million federal coins rendering it impossible to refuse, and the assignment, sabotaging Longyuan City's mines, was straightforward. "Chief, we should accept as many such tasks as come our way," one subordinate chuckled. The chief raised a glass and downed its contents. He had been entrenched in this territory for decades, transforming the entire forest into a veritable hellscape. Even during the Triad's most rampant days, several noble factions had failed to eradicate him completely. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding Qin Luo's potential retribution. "A mere novice, we ought to teach him a lesson." The chief laughed heartily. As the banquet reached its zenith, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Chief, there are new movements from Longyuan City." "Oh, let me see," the chief replied, taking the device. The screen displayed footage of the portly man and his crew repairing the mining equipment, loudly proclaiming, "We must decisively eliminate the Triad and protect the mining site." Preposterous. The chief smashed the device to the ground, roaring with fury. Had the messenger been someone like Roland, he might have swallowed his indignation. However, it infuriated him to be challenged by a brash upstart. The second-in-command picked up the device, smiling, "Brother, do not be angry. This provides us with a perfect excuse." Upon hearing this, the chief's expression brightened. He had long harbored ambitions of expansion, but had hesitated due to the Triad's nature and the entanglements with noble factions. Now, Qin Luo's actions offered him the perfect pretext. "Issue a declaration. The Triad hereby declares war on Longyuan City," the chief proclaimed confidently. The announcement swiftly entered the awareness of all factions. As anticipated, the factions maintained a solemn silence. Roland gently set down the device and smiled. "Perfect. Let me see if you are worthy of my persuasion." Within the manor, Qin Luo and the portly man meticulously discussed troop deployment strategies by the map. Their objective was to draw the snake out of its lair, aiming for a significant annihilation. They should mobilize their entire force. Their weaponry is exceptionally sophisticated, and we must leverage advantageous terrain for an ambush to secure victory, Qin Luo advised, fixated on the map. "However, there is a concern. We cannot ascertain whether they possess reconnaissance capabilities. If they detect us, our position will become precarious, the portly man noted. This is of no consequence. Due to the ravages of war and the barren landscape, the Blue Sea Star lacks high-altitude reconnaissance vessels. By the time they detect our presence, we will have already entered their fire coverage range. Let us eliminate them. Indeed, the two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, seeing the thrill reflected in each other's eyes. A battle is imminent. Chapter 18. Annihilation. The forest represents nature's finest gift to Blue Sea Star. In a federation with an insatiable demand for resources, such pristine woodlands are now a rarity. Under the shroud of night, the triad mobilized all its forces, hastening towards Blue Sea Star. On the other hand, Qin Luo responded with equal swiftness. The 2 battalions of guards had already assembled, awaiting his command. One commendable aspect of the populace of Blue Sea Star is their attitude towards war. Amidst the relentless turmoil, these civilian soldiers have grasped a profound truth. Those who fear death often meet it sooner. Consequently, Qin Luo refrained from unnecessary rhetoric, instead addressing the youthful faces before him. The enemy has invaded our homeland. We must teach them with blood that we are capable of defending it ourselves. The soldiers stood in silence, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. They had grown accustomed to oppression, yet that did not imply eternal tolerance. After Qin Luo's ascension over Dragon Source Star, the lives of civilians and soldiers had markedly improved, and they were determined to protect their fragile hopes from disruption. Qin Luo divided the 2 battalions into 2 segments, personally leading one with his companion, heading towards the mining site. This site lay on the outskirts of Dragon Source City, marked by vast deep pits and discarded stone from prolonged extraction, an ideal cover. With a subtle gesture, Qin Luo signaled for his soldiers to take cover. Their ion guns aimed steadily at the forest. The triad's pathway into Dragon Source City lay through the southwestern woods. Any approach from alternate directions would require tenfold the time. Thus, Qin Luo resolved to lie in wait here. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of a bird, akin to an accidental melody. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls erupted as a flock took flight, startled by an unseen presence. Qin Luo squinted. The prey had emerged. As the first triad member stepped from the thicket, Qin Luo's hand gradually ascended, and soon the entire opposing force entered the ambush zone, complacently carrying their weapons as if on a leisurely outing. Fire! Qin Luo shouted fiercely. The soldiers, previously concealed, unleashed a barrage of fire, ion beams streaking forth. And in an instant, dozens fell to the ground. Not good, it's an ambush. The leader's complexion paled. These gangsters had not undergone rigorous military training, and upon realizing they were ensnared, their panic intensified, scattering in disarray. This was precisely the effect Qin Luo desired. These erratic bandits became targets in the eyes of the soldiers. Conceal yourselves, conceal yourselves, the leader bellowed. After suffering significant losses, the remnants of the gang finally found refuge, huddling within their cover. However, Qin Luo remained unfazed. His gaze swept over the area like a scanner, revealing the enemy's hiding spots one by one. Pengzi, Qin Luo shouted. Pengzi nodded and charged forth alongside him, their objective clear: eliminate the enemy leader. They needed to strike before the gang regained their composure, otherwise, facing a counterattack fortified by superior equipment would place them at a disadvantage. Qin Luo and Pengzi sprinted swiftly, both honing in on the gang leader. After a few leaps, they landed within 10 meters of their target. Suddenly, the leader seemed to sense danger and sprang to his feet, firing repeatedly. Qin Luo and Pengzi dodged deftly, and then, with a swift motion, Qin Luo hurled a metal dagger that pierced the leader's throat. The death of their leader was a devastating blow to the already shaken gangsters, who trembled with their ion guns in hand. Drop your weapons, and I shall spare your lives, Qin Luo declared loudly. Some gangsters, upon hearing this, hesitated, loosening their grips on their weapons. Don't listen to him. Surrender means death. Charge out, and we have a chance to survive, the second-in-command shouted urgently. Yet, Qin Luo had already locked onto him, charging forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, before the second-in-command could react, A torrent of blood erupted from his neck as he collapsed. Like the final straw breaking the camel's back, the gangsters' morale shattered completely. They discarded their weapons, emerging with hands raised, kneeling in submission. Qin Luo took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The battle, though brief, had been perilous. Had he and Pongzi not eliminated the enemy leaders, they would have been ensnared in a potentially uncontrollable scenario. A thunderous cheer erupted from the miners as soldiers emerged, expressing their elation. Their gazes towards Qin Luo brimmed with admiration. The annihilation of the triad was a feat they had scarcely dared to imagine. Yet today it had been accomplished. Leading them to this victory was Qin Luo, the ruler of Dragon's Source City. In that moment, the soldiers collectively thought, how fortunate to have such a ruler. Qin Luo chose not to partake in the aftermath, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having just established his authority, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities, amplifying his stress, a driving force behind his desire for expansion. He needed more capable individuals to assist him. The spoils of victory were quickly compiled by Pongzi. 200 foes slain, over 400 captured, along with a substantial cache of weapons. All captives will be transformed into an enhanced battalion. Train them well, Qin Luo instructed. Then, he turned to meet Pongzi's gaze. Both felt a touch of awkwardness, as they had yet to secure a professional instructor capable of training soldiers. Pongzi was already overwhelmed, juggling intelligence and logistics, leaving little room for additional duties. What a headache. Qin Luo sighed, massaging his temples. Pongzi shrugged, expressing his inability to assist, then stepped outside to ponder the matter of seizing triad assets from the primordial forest. News of the mining battle swiftly reached the ears of leaders across all factions, eliciting widespread astonishment. The triad, while not a formidable power, had proven to be a troublesome adversary, akin to a stubborn piece of gum. Yet, within a mere 2 hours, the triad had been utterly vanquished, signaling the complete dissolution of one of Blue Sea Star's factions. Impressive, drawing them out and timing your strike impeccably, Roland remarked with a smile as he reviewed the intelligence. His perception of Qin Luo had shifted once again. He now recognized that Qin Luo was indeed a figure worth courting. Following the signing of a trade agreement with Roland, Yang Song finally began his journey home. He was elated to hear of Qin Luo's triumph over the triad. The greater his master grew, the more confidence he had in his external dealings. 5 hover cars gradually exited Roland City, and Yang Song let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of fulfillment in his upcoming report to Qin Luo. However, unbeknownst to him, not far away, Hulk was intently observing his hover car, eyes filled with murderous intent, flanked by dozens of suited men ready for action. Move out, Hulk whispered. The group swiftly vanished into the city, standing atop the tallest building. Roland surveyed the cityscape, relishing the sensation of control. When his subordinate entered, Roland spoke slowly. Is everything in place? Yes, my Lord Baron. All preparations are complete. The subordinate replied respectfully. Excellent. This thorn has been buried for long enough. It's time to unearth it and see whose it is, Roland said with a slight smile. Between the cities of Roland and Longyuan lies a modest expanse of desert, where fierce winds whip up the yellow sands, diminishing visibility. Consequently, the hovercar proceeds at a sluggish pace. Yang Song, with his eyes shut in a semblance of slumber, only opens them when the hovercar comes to an abrupt halt. The 20 soldiers tasked with his protection swiftly disembark, their ion guns aimed forward. Beneath the swirling sands, a contingent of well-dressed men has already obstructed their path. Hold the line for a moment, Master Yang Song. You must leave at once. A soldier murmurs urgently. As one of the earliest followers of Qin Luo, these soldiers regard him with a reverence akin to that of a deity. Their mission is to ensure Yang Song's safety, and they understand that even at the expense of their own lives, they must not falter. Yang Song hastily exits the vehicle, shielded by 2 soldiers as they retreat to one side, aware that the enemy's firepower is encroaching upon them. Utilizing the hovercar's cover, the soldiers begin to counterattack. However, the enemy's fire is evidently far more intense, suppressing the soldiers to the point where they can scarcely lift their heads. Not far away, Hulk observes the battlefield through a reconnaissance scope. He knows that eliminating Yang Song is essential to inciting conflict between Qin Luo and Roland, enabling those behind him to reap greater benefits. On the battlefield, 3 soldiers from Luoyuan have already fallen, and the adversaries continue to advance, bolstered by their formidable firepower. Should they close in on the soldiers, a brutal slaughter would ensue. It appears that all hope is lost. Hulk chuckles with satisfaction. Suddenly, a dagger materializes against his throat, and Hulk's complexion pales in an instant. Roland's soldiers have inexplicably emerged, encircling all the well-dressed men. It is a pleasure to reacquaint myself with you, Mr. Hulk. Roland smiles. Chapter 19. A Gentleman and a Madman. When Yang Song safely arrived at the Qin Luo manor, Qin Luo had already received a letter from Luo Lin, expressing profound apologies for the events that had transpired and subtly hinting that Hulk might be affiliated with a mysterious force which unsettled Qin Luo. Ever since he took over Luoyuan City, a series of incidents had unfolded, from Martin Luther to mineral assaults, and now to Yang Song's ambush, all conspicuously pointing towards him. He was acutely aware of those who opposed him, primarily the Earl of Ely and the federal military. However, regardless of the faction, Qin Luo found himself in a position of passive defense, his strength still too feeble. The door was gently pushed open, and Yang Song entered, followed by a tall, middle-aged man in white leisure wear, whose striking features and military demeanor exuded a certain competence. "I have long wished to meet you. I am Luo Lin," he said with a smile. Following the capture of Hulk, Luo Lin opted to accompany Yang Song directly to Luoyuan City, as there were numerous matters he needed to discuss with Qin Luo in person. Yang Song tactfully excused himself, leaving only Qin Luo and Luo Lin in the room. After a brief handshake, they seated themselves, with Luo Lin scrutinizing Qin Luo, while Qin Luo pondered the purpose of Luo Lin's visit. "I shall not beat around the bush. I am here to propose an alliance," Luo Lin stated forthrightly. Qin Luo was somewhat taken aback. Although he had accepted the territory and resources of the Triad, his strength could merely be considered average, leaving him perplexed as to why Luo Lin would seek an alliance with him. "I need to accomplish something significant, which requires many hands," Luo Lin continued, pausing for emphasis. "Many who harbor discontent towards the Federation. Do you believe I am one of those individuals?" Qin Luo inquired, his tone indifferent. "Indeed, I have scrutinized your records. I do not trust that you remain loyal to the Federation, and I have long since abandoned its faith. Given that, it is only natural for me to cooperate. What is it that I stand to gain?" "What do you wish to gain?" Luo Lin countered. Qin Luo smiled broadly, rising to extend his hand. "To a fruitful collaboration." Luo Lin laughed heartily, their hands clasping firmly, both feeling the pressure from one another. Yet the vigilance in their eyes dissipated. After Luo Lin departed, the portly man entered the room, and Qin Luo sighed. "We must hasten our preparations. War is imminent." In truth, Qin Luo had begun to speculate about Luo Lin's identity. 50 years prior, a mysterious organization known as the Winter Society had emerged within the Federation. Its singular aim to overthrow the government, much like the Federation had done to the Empire millennia ago. However, under the Federation's relentless suppression, this organization had retreated into obscurity, far from its former glory. It was quite plausible that Luo Lin was a member of this Winter Society. Nevertheless, Qin Luo remained unconcerned about who he was. As long as their objectives aligned, they could become allies. The question of the allies' worth could be deferred, as his own strength was paramount. The value of such alliances was merely a fluctuating standard. Within the grand edifice of the Nilo Star City Center, Missouri Land's expression was decidedly grim. The failure of the Shadow Guard and the Triad had further soured her mood. Her family had risen to prominence through past treachery. Yet this very incident could lead to their annihilation by the Marshal. Abi sat silently, sipping red wine, disinterested in Mo Land's emotional state. The Shadow Guard's defeat had given him a renewed understanding of Qin Luo's capabilities. This local sovereign of Nilo Star now harbored ulterior motives, and he hoped Mo Lan would depart swiftly. "Mr. Abi, could you arrange for me to travel to Blue Sea Star?" Mo Lan suddenly inquired. Abi was momentarily taken aback, but then elated. "Of course, I will make the arrangements immediately." An hour later, Mo Land's spacecraft set course for Blue Sea Star. with her eyes closed aboard the vessel. She contemplated her next steps. She must eliminate Qin Luo before the marshal's patience ran thin, for the consequences would be dire otherwise. The ship landed directly at the spaceport of Qin City, and upon disembarking, Emolan hurried towards the government building. As the second most powerful force on Blue Sea Star, the actual ruler of Qin City, Bayat, remained confined within the edifice due to his advanced age, with all decisions relayed through information to his officials. Had it not been for his frequent mentions, the populace might have forgotten his existence entirely. Yet Emolan could not afford to underestimate him. Bayat was a baron of the Federation and the only one with substantial connections in the capital. Upon reaching the uppermost floor of the building, Emolan spotted Bayat in the distance, struggling to drink tea, his body bent over due to age. He suffered from severe Parkinson's syndrome, his hands trembling incessantly. "Good day, Mr. Bayat," Emolan greeted respectfully. Bayat looked up with his murky eyes fixed upon Emolan, then smiled. "Ah, it is Emolan. Please, take a seat. I hardly recognized you." As a subordinate of Marshal Lin Wu, Emolan had previously met Bayat. Initially, she intended to visit Qin City, but uncertainty about Bayat's intentions had deterred her, leading to this compelled visit. "Mr. Bayat, I am here on the orders of the Marshal to attend to a matter," Emolan stated. "Oh, how is the Marshal faring? I have not seen him in a decade. I miss him dearly," Bayat replied in a hoarse voice. "The Marshal is well. I urgently need to speak with you." Emolan raised her voice as best as she could. "Ah, as long as he is well. That is good," Bayat said with a smile, then appeared to drift into a stupor. Emolan internally cursed the old fox, yet could say nothing further. Taking her leave from the room. Once she had exited, Bayat abruptly opened his eyes, standing to light a large pipe, shedding any semblance of his previous frailty. Indeed, the splendor of the capital could transform a person, he mused. It seems the old man is growing restless. Unbeknownst to him, a bespectacled middle-aged man had appeared behind him. Hearing Bayat's words, he respectfully inquired, "What does father imply?" "There must be an explanation for the Marshal, yet there is no rush. Others are more anxious than we are. Let her proceed. We shall wait patiently," Bayat chuckled. The resources of the triad had been completely organized, and the portly man stood before the large crates, beaming with delight. The boxes brimmed with Federation currency, totaling 300 million, while another warehouse housed a mountain of assorted metal ores. "Goodness, these ruffians are incredibly wealthy," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands in amazement. As the logistics minister of Longyuan City, his desire for resources was insatiable. Should he sell all these resources, it would be sufficient to expand Longyuan City's military by an entire regiment. However, the most pressing issue remained. The troops of Longyuan City lacked rigorous training and generally possessed low combat effectiveness. As the leader, Qin Luo was overwhelmed with various matters, leaving no time to address this predicament, while the portly man himself was beset with troubles, leaving the issue unresolved. After tallying the resources, he entered Qin Luo's chamber, where the previously sketched map had been transformed into solid lines, and one faction was circled prominently in red. "Xiao Luo, we are in urgent need of an instructor to train the soldiers. Most of our forces are fresh recruits with subpar quality. Such a military would pose significant challenges in battle," the portly man declared. "Indeed, I have been contemplating this issue as well." Qin Luo pointed to the encircled faction. "That is a power known as Yinji City, which is of medium standing in Blue Sea Star, and notably, it is entirely composed of women. Originally, the faction composed solely of women was quite susceptible to defeat, yet due to the presence of their leader, Shangwan Yinji, this all-female force exhibited an extraordinary level of military prowess, surpassing even that of the typical federal armies." "You wish to recruit her?" The rotund figure swallowed hard, his expression betraying an unusual unease. In his worldview, women were the most formidable creatures, and particularly fierce women were utterly terrifying. "Are we not in need of such talent? Shangwan Yinji possesses remarkable training skills. I have even watched recordings of her in battle. The individual capabilities of those female soldiers are precisely what we require," Qin Luo remarked with a smile. "However, she is the leader of a faction. It is improbable that she would join us," the rotund man retorted decisively. Qin Luo cast a glance at him, noting his peculiar demeanor, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Thus, this time, the three of us, Luther included, must endeavor to persuade Shangguan Yanji. Chapter 20. The Rouge Blade. The journey from Lonyuan City to Rouge City was not far. Qin Luo and the rather rotund Martin Luther discreetly departed from Lonyuan City, unbeknownst to anyone. They traveled northward, traversing a modest expanse of primordial forest, with Rouge City now within arm's reach. From an external perspective, Rouge City appeared somewhat out of place compared to other cities on Blue Sea Star, exuding a beguiling pink hue that shimmered alluringly under the sun. At the entrance, female soldiers armed with ion guns stood on guard. Although Rouge City was a female-dominated entity, it did not entirely exclude incoming males, provided they adhered to the city's regulations. Upon entering Rouge City, Martin noticeably became more reserved, his demeanor distracted. Qin Luo empathized with his feelings. As someone who harbored a profound fear of women, Martin's behavior was to be understood rather than judged. The city was not as small as Qin Luo had envisioned. Hovering electric vehicles glided silently along the streets, and shops were bustling with patrons. Occasionally, a patrol vehicle would pass, carrying poised female soldiers, which caught Qin Luo's attention. Qin Luo held no doubts about Shangguan Yanji's training capabilities, yet witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat astonished. The combat prowess of these female soldiers was impressive, and their discipline far surpassed that of soldiers from Lonyuan City. Let us proceed directly to the government building, Qin Luo suggested. The trio advanced along the white pavement and soon arrived at the towering edifice of the government building. As Qin Luo gazed up at the sky-high structure, a twinge of envy stirred within him. Only forces of moderate standing on Blue Sea Star were entitled to establish their own government buildings. Although Lonyuan City barely qualified, various issues remained unresolved, causing the construction of their own building to be indefinitely postponed. Two female soldiers outside the entrance eyed the approaching trio warily and extended their hands in a gesture of prohibition. Government building. Unauthorized personnel keep out. We hail from Lonyuan City, here to pay a visit to Lord Shangguan. The information should have been sent to her in advance, Qin Luo respectfully stated. The two female soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar, but they ultimately replied, "Please wait." As one soldier proceeded to the office of Shangguan Yanji, she was intercepted by another guard, who gestured for silence. The opulent office was adorned in a style reminiscent of iron and blood, every piece of furniture and decoration exuding a military aesthetic. At the center sat a poised woman clad in a sharp green trench coat. Across from her was a bald middle-aged man. "Miss Yanji, our collaboration can commence at any time. It is mutually beneficial for both parties," the bald man smiled. Shangguan Yanji did not respond immediately, instead playing with a metal dagger in her hand. She harbored a disdain for the man before her. If not for his ties to Qinshuan City, she would have expelled him long ago. "Your proposal is commendable, yet I find it unnecessary," she finally declared. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, for as a confidant of a bait, he was seldom rejected, particularly not by a leader of a moderate force. Consider this carefully. Collaboration with Qinshuan City is undoubtedly the most prudent choice, he warned, his tone laced with menace. Suddenly, Shangguan Yanji slammed the dagger into the table, startling the man. "I conquered Rouge City with my bare hands, and have never succumbed to threats. If you possess the ability, let us engage in battle," she retorted fiercely. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, rising to his feet, and exited the office without a backward glance. Shangguan Yanji scoffed at his retreating figure. "Humph, a cowardly man." Once the man had left, the reporting soldier entered and saluted. "Report, leader, individuals from Lonyuan City have arrived." "Oh, let them in. I am quite curious about this Qin Luo," Shangguan Yanji replied with a smile. Upon entering Shangguan Yanji's office, the trio was met with a slight surprise. Shangguan Yanji did not belong to the category of breathtaking beauties, yet she possessed a captivating allure. Her figure was slightly plump but not unwieldy, representing a long-lasting beauty type, and her sharp trench coat made her appear as formidable as a blade. The Rouge Blade. This was Qin Luo's silent appraisal of Shangguan Yanji. Meanwhile, Martin's expression was markedly different. He shrank behind Qin Luo, his head bowed, unable to meet her gaze. Qin Luo felt perplexed, though Martin feared women. He had never exhibited such extreme trepidation. His hands trembled slightly. "Qin Luo, I am Shangwan Yinji." She introduced herself coolly. "Pleasure to meet you." Qin Luo replied with equal composure. No handshake was exchanged, and their conversation flowed as blandly as water. Once seated, Shangwan Yinji scrutinized Qin Luo, intrigued by this young man who had suddenly risen to prominence just a month prior. "Miss Shangwan, I do not possess extraordinary abilities," Qin Luo smiled. "Is that so? I had anticipated you might be remarkable. I held certain expectations regarding your appearance," she quipped. "Then I imagine you must be quite disappointed," he replied. "Indeed. Aside from your youth, there are no other notable features." "I am truly disappointed," Shangwan Yinji countered. Martin, meanwhile, kept his head buried in his neck, his squinting eyes darting about nervously. Gripped by anxiety, he suddenly clutched Martin Luther's hand tightly, causing the latter to yelp in pain. "Martin, have you lost your mind?" Martin Luther exclaimed, jumping up to chastise him. Qin Luo was further bewildered. Martin's behavior was uncharacteristically erratic. Shangwan Yinji's attention was drawn to the neglected Martin. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly approached Martin, forcing him to raise his head, then stepped back, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Yinji, it has been a long time. I never expected it to truly be you," Martin stammered, managing a weak smile. Shangwan Yinji stood frozen, covering her mouth as if encountering something utterly inconceivable. Then, she slapped Martin across the face. 10 years ago, you claimed to be dead. Why are you still alive now?" "Yinji, Martin attempted to explain, but fell into silence. Wiping her tears, Shangwan Yinji pointed toward the door in anger. "Get out. All of you leave immediately." Martin pulled the dazed Qin Luo and Martin Luther out of the building, the trio walking side by side. Qin Luo was the first to break the silence. "Martin, do explain." Martin gazed up at the sky, retrieved a cigarette from Martin Luther's pocket, lit it, and began recounting his story. Originally, Martin's home was on a remote planet within the Federation, and Shangwan Yinji was considered a local goddess. He had harbored a secret crush on her since childhood, but lacked the courage to confess until he enlisted in the army. To his surprise, Shangwan Yinji reciprocated his feelings, and they agreed to marry upon his return. However, no one anticipated that Martin would be marked by the first squad's lion and become a member of a secret combat unit. To maintain secrecy, he had to instruct Lion to inform Shangwan Yinji that he had perished in battle. Later, Martin attempted to return to his hometown, but found it ravaged by poverty and war, with no news of his family. Upon arriving at Blue Sea Star, he discovered Rouge City and learned that the leader bore the name Shangwan Yinji. Deep down, he found it hard to believe such a coincidence until he finally laid eyes on her today, leaving him utterly stunned. After hearing Martin's tale, both Qin Luo and Martin Luther were filled with emotion. Qin Luo patted Martin on the shoulder in comfort. "Fear not. We shall assist you in winning her back." "But what about our mission?" Martin fretted. "Once you have successfully captured her heart, our mission will be deemed accomplished. She will belong to you, and thus she will have no reservations about coming to Longyuan City to assume the role of an instructor," Qin Luo remarked with a smile. Chapter 21. The flames of war erupt in the seemingly tranquil city of Qianxuan. An unsettling discomfort enveloped Baali, the sole heir to the Bei lineage. For 2 decades, he had awaited his father's passing, yet the elder remained as vigorous as ever. Impatience gnawed at him, prompting a decision to rendezvous with Molin that very night. Molin's arrival illuminated a golden opportunity. Should he secure the marshal's endorsement through her, his ascension would be unequivocally justified. They agreed to meet at the rear entrance of the government building, where Baali found Molin already awaiting his presence. "Have you finally reached your limit?" Molin remarked with a smile, her allure heightened by the night's shroud. Yet, Baali remained unfazed by her charm and bluntly proposed, "Let us collaborate for our mutual benefit." "Agreed, but you must first eliminate that failure, and I shall readily recommend you to the marshal," Molin replied. Nodding in affirmation, the two swiftly departed, only to be interrupted by a bald, middle-aged man who appeared before Baali. "Young master, the collaboration has failed," the man reported cautiously. Baali, however, brushed it off. Having anticipated such an outcome, Shangguan Yinji was not an adversary to be underestimated. This negotiation was merely the initial phase of his scheme. Since diplomacy has faltered, let us resort to force. Inform the 1st Brigade to commence the assault. He commanded. Known for its formidable defenses, Yinji City boasted an impeccable array of underground and aerial defense systems. Shangguan Yinji firmly believed that a strategy of defense and counterattack was paramount. As the night deepened, Shangguan Yinji found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts consumed by the image of Fatty, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. Her affection for him remained unwavering. Even amidst the destruction of her homeland, she had awaited him, despite the hopelessness of her situation. Yet today, upon discovering he was alive, a tempest of rage surged within her. Feeling deceived, she struck him hard, only to be engulfed by regret in hindsight. Outside the city, a multitude of soldiers stealthily advanced through the forest, fully armed, their footsteps silent upon the fallen leaves. As they approached within 1,000 meters of Yinji City, they halted, concealing themselves in the underbrush. Shortly after, a female soldier from Yinji City approached, her gaze lingering greedily on the officer's epaulettes. "My dear, this is the defense blueprint of Yinji City. I risked everything to steal it," she said, nestling into the officer's embrace as she handed him a holographic screen. The officer, handsome and exuding masculine charm, kissed her gently on the cheek before plunging a metal dagger into her chest, her eyes wide with disbelief as she collapsed. "Foolish woman, I sought only this blueprint," the officer remarked coldly. He perused the holographic screen for a moment before signaling his troops to encircle Yinji City. A deafening explosion resonated in the heart of Yinji City, jolting Shangguan Yinji from her slumber. She hastily donned a coat and stepped out of her chamber, only to be met by a panicked soldier bursting in. "Chief, our defense center has been destroyed. The defense systems are incapacitated," he exclaimed. Shangguan Yinji's expression shifted, realizing that her defensive strategy hinged upon the defense center, which had now been utterly obliterated, rendering her plans in shambles. "Report, Chief. A large force has appeared outside the city. It is the 1st Brigade from Qin City," another soldier announced. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Yinji's face hardened with resolve as she studied the map on her table, her mind racing with countermeasures. At that moment, Qin Luo and Fatty rushed in, alarmed by Shangguan Yinji's troubled demeanor. "Time is of the essence. Provide an update," Qin Luo instructed, scrutinizing the map. As Shangguan Yinji prepared to express her frustration, she swallowed her anger and replied, "The opposing force is the 1st Brigade from Qin City, renowned for their combat prowess. Our defense center has sustained severe damage, and we cannot retaliate with our defense systems." Qin Luo's eyes darted across the map, calculating the strategic placements of Yinji City's forces in his mind. Fatty stepped closer to Shangguan Yinji, guilt etched across his face as he towered over her. "Yinji, I am deeply sorry. What good are apologies now? I am on the brink of death," Shangguan Yinji lamented. With the defense system obliterated, Yinji City's forces stood no chance against the 1st Brigade. Death was the only outcome. "Even in death, I shall stand by your side," Fatty declared, gripping Shangguan Yinji's hand resolutely. In that moment, the barrier between them shattered, and she rested her head upon his shoulder, bliss radiating from her expression. "May I remind you both that we have yet to yield?" Qin Luo interjected, his timing less than ideal, causing both Fatty and Shangguan Yinji to blush. With a gentle sweep of his finger across the map, he declared, "Our only option now is to flee." "Absolutely not. I cannot abandon my soldiers," Shangguan Yinji protested vehemently. "I am not suggesting you forsake your soldiers. We can break through, retreating to Longyuan City to regroup and seize back Yinji City when the opportunity arises," Qin Luo replied calmly. After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Yinji begrudgingly acquiesced. Qin Luo began orchestrating the retreat, directing all forces towards the government building and allowing the 1st Brigade to surge in. As Yinji City's forces concentrated, Shangguan Yinji's eyes reddened. Initially, they had 5 battalions, but after an hour of conflict, only 3 remained, along with a handful of wounded. This is not a time for sentimentality. How could the enemy pinpoint the defense center so accurately? Qin Luo queried. Shangguan Yinji, not one to overlook details, pondered before exclaiming, "Are you suggesting?" Qin Luo nodded. Without an insider, the enemy could not have acquired such intelligence. Thus, we must retreat, for I cannot ascertain if there are traitors among our ranks. Shangguan Yinji hung her head in silence, her heart aching at the betrayal of those she had trained personally, many of whom were women fleeing from violence or turmoil. The thought of treachery within her ranks was a knife to her heart. "Follow my orders. Commence the retreat with Longyuan City as our objective," Qin Luo commanded loudly. The female soldiers gazed at Shangguan Yinji in shock, bewildered by the order to withdraw. Even as the enemy breached the city, they were prepared to fight to the last breath. "I do not wish for your sacrifice to be in vain. If we preserve our strength, we may yet reclaim our homeland," Shangguan Yinji urged. Silence fell among the soldiers, their resolve crumbling as they slowly obeyed her command, retreating towards Longyuan City. As the 1st Brigade fully penetrated Yinji City, Feng Qinyang felt no thrill of victory. The assault had met with minimal resistance, akin to breaching an empty fortress. Thus far, only 400 bodies lay in the aftermath. As the commander of the 1st Brigade, he felt unsatisfied. Known for their annihilation tactics, this elite force was met with a lack of resistance that felt akin to striking cotton. There was no point of impact. "Report, Brigade Commander. Yinji City has been completely secured. There is no sign of Shangguan Yinji," a soldier informed him. Feng Qinyang's expression darkened further. He surmised that Shangguan Yinji had retreated with her soldiers, but the direction of their flight remained uncertain. "Stand down and secure the battlefield." Feng Qinyang inhaled deeply, striving to quell his simmering ire. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from the warehouse of Rouge City, as dozens of soldiers reduced all resources within to mere dust. "Damn it!" Feng Qinyang cursed, clenching his fists tightly. Meanwhile, in the forest en route to Longyuan City, Qin Luo leisurely reveled in the beauty of nature, while the rotund man and Shangguan Yinji were engrossed in each other's company, seemingly with an endless stream of conversation. The assault on Rouge City by the 1st Brigade was merely a tactical objective. After capturing it, they would not pursue further actions. Therefore, Qin Luo deduced that the 1st Brigade would not engage in a chase, resulting in a leisurely pace for the entire troop. It was not until midday of the following day that they finally entered the vicinity of Longyuan City, where Yang Song anxiously awaited Qin Luo's arrival. The simultaneous disappearance of the 3 major figures of Longyuan City had left him in a state of distress. Fortunately, Qin Luo later notified him, providing a modicum of relief. Upon spotting Qin Luo, Yang Song rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, please do not vanish again, or my heart may not endure." During the days of Qin Luo's absence, all official matters had fallen into Yang Song's hands, leaving him overwhelmed with work, to the extent that he had moved his bed into the office. "You've worked hard," Qin Luo comforted, patting Yang Song on the shoulder. The rotund man quickly assumed the responsibility of logistics minister, leading the female soldiers of Rouge City into the military camp of Longyuan City. With Qin Luo's special approval, the female soldiers were established as an independent unit within Longyuan City, known as the Yinji Battalion. A resounding slap struck Baali's face, the force so intense that it drew blood from the corner of his mouth. Baali, covering his face, glared at his father with an unprecedented rage. "Do you understand where you went wrong?" Bate asked coolly. "Yes, I unauthorizedly mobilized troops to attack Rouge City," Baali replied softly. Bate shook his head, a dismissive smile curling his lips. "Rouge City is within my grasp whenever I desire. You merely executed an action I wished to undertake." Baali looked at his father in confusion, uncertain of where else he had erred. "Your mistake lies in failing to order an immediate pursuit. Since you breached the city, why not annihilate the remnants?" Bate's words carried a chilling edge. "Father, I was wrong." Baali lowered his head in shame. Bate waved his hand, dismissing his son. Once the door closed, he sighed heavily. Why has this wolf given birth to a dog? And a disobedient one at that? Chapter 22. The winds of military training. Shangguan Yinji cannot be deemed a master tactician, for her strategies predominantly hinge upon defense, lacking the initiative for proactive offense. However, she is undoubtedly a true master of soldier training. The female soldiers of Yinji City excel in discipline and individual prowess compared to their counterparts in Longyuan City. Thus, on the second day of her arrival in Longyuan City, Shangwan Yinji assumed the role of chief instructor for the troops. As she entered the military camp accompanied by 10 female soldiers, a wave of indignation surged within her. The vast camp was devoid of any sentinels. Soldiers were scattered in clusters, some engrossed in card games, while others idled away in idle chatter. "Who is your commanding officer? Bring him before me," Shangwan Yinji commanded, her face a stormy shade of displeasure. Moments later, a nonchalant captain approached, his cap askew, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Shangwan Yinji, while soldiers around him hooted and jeered, some even whistling. In a camp where even the mice appeared male, the sudden presence of 11 women stirred the restless male soldiers, who began to hurl lewd remarks. Gradually regaining her composure, Shangwan Yinji bestowed a radiant smile upon the captain. "Why are you not training? We have no instructor. What do you expect us to train for? Besides, we only need to know how to fight. The rest is merely fanciful," the captain retorted dismissively. Without further ado, Shangwan Yinji drew a metallic dagger from her boot, pressing it directly against his throat, resembling an enraged tigress. "Gather immediately. I am your new chief instructor." The captain turned pale, and the camp erupted in chaos. Soldiers shouting various profanities, some even brandishing their ion guns. "I have no time for idle chatter. Those who refuse to run will face execution." Shangwan Yinji's grip tightened, drawing blood from the captain's neck. Faced with imminent peril, the captain shouted, "Everyone, assemble now." As the soldiers reluctantly gathered, Shangwan Yinji could not help but admire Qin Luo's prowess. Leading such undisciplined troops to vanquish a triad was no small feat, showcasing his military command skills. Currently, the total strength of Longyuan City's forces stood at 5 companies, comprising over 1,500 soldiers. Yet, due to the absence of a fitting commander, these 5 companies remained disjointed. Shangwan Yinji's frustration escalated as she observed the disarray before her. With the dagger plunged into the ground, she bellowed, 50 kilometers of cross-country running now?" The soldiers exchanged glances, unmoved. The previously held captain, clutching his neck, cursed, "Damn woman, I 1T run 50 kilometers. I'll wager you 50 minutes, and you'll be satisfied." Laughter erupted among the soldiers as they brazenly dismissed her authority. With a mere wave of her hand, the 10 female soldiers aimed their ion guns at the assembled men, prompting an involuntary silence. "I have no inclination to play games. Those who refuse to run will be executed on the spot." No one doubted her words, as her eyes glinted with lethal intent. Under the guidance of 5 company commanders, the soldiers slowly began their arduous journey. Shangwan Yinji observed them with disdain, muttering, "A bunch of worthless trash." By evening, Qin Luo's estate welcomed the 5 company commanders. Drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, they recounted Shangwan Yinji's ruthless training methods, urgently demanding her removal from command. Qin Luo listened intently, refraining from interjecting, until the last commander finished speaking. "Which of you has the strongest opinion and can represent the soldiers' views?" he inquired. The men exchanged glances, and the previously held captain stepped forward. "Report, I can represent." "Excellent." Qin Luo nodded, suddenly drawing his ion gun and shooting the captain through the chest. The other 4 gasped in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. "I have long maintained that to protect your homeland, you must rely on yourselves. What have you been doing? Did you think that eliminating the triad made you formidable? Let me remind you, the battle at the mine had nothing to do with you. If I hadn't slain their commander, you would have long since been corpses." Qin Luo roared, his fury manifesting fully. The troops of Longyuan City comprised a mix of new recruits and former bandits, lacking the combat capability of the federal capital's garrison. Hearing Qin Luo's words, the remaining 4 commanders bowed their heads, silenced. 2 soldiers entered, skillfully dragging the corpse away. "Do you think you are impressive? Very well, I grant you a chance. I will arrange a military exercise against Yinji's unit. If you win, I will no longer interfere. If you lose, you shall train rigorously. Do you dare?" Qin Luo fixed his gaze upon the 4. They inhaled deeply, nodding heavily, still harboring some resentment, for they believed women had no place on the battlefield. The military exercise was promptly established, with Qin Luo personally attending the designated training ground. The rules were straightforward. Engage in a confrontation at the center of the field. The first to annihilate the opponent would be the victor. The training ground had been meticulously arranged to resemble a complex battlefield, featuring mountains, forests, and numerous shelters for concealment. Qin Luo and his stout companions settled at the center, observing the impending clash from a vantage point. The Yinji unit assembled with remarkable speed, their movements highly synchronized. Under Shangguan Yinji's command, orders were executed promptly. In stark contrast, the Longyuan city troops exhibited disarray, lacking command and execution, resulting in a sluggish assembly. Before they could fully gather, the Yinji unit launched their assault. Qin Luo turned to his companion, smiling. Sister-in-law is impressive. She seized the opportunity brilliantly. His companion, blushing, rubbed his hands together, replying, "She's doing well. Her defense is commendable, and her offense is impressive too." Dressed in red military attire, the Yinji unit surged like a sharp blade into the heart of the 5 companies. The soldiers of Longyuan City scrambled to resist, but were swept away like sand in a tempest. Within less than an hour, the exercise concluded. As the bruised and battered soldiers of Longyuan City regrouped, the female soldiers of the Yinji unit held their heads high, casting disdainful glances in their direction. Qin Luo rose to applaud. Sister-in-law is formidable. The individual quality of the Yinji unit is indeed exceptional. Addressed as sister-in-law by Qin Luo, Shangguan Yinji felt her cheeks flush and shot a fierce glare at her grinning companion. Now do you comprehend the disparity? Qin Luo directed his gaze at the soldiers of Longyuan City. They bowed their heads, silent, still reeling from the shadow of their defeat. In a mere hour, they had been dismantled like vegetables, their formation shattered, each soldier taken down in succession. Losing to one's own comrades is not dreadful, but should you face the battlefield in such a manner, your very lives are at stake. Qin Luo proclaimed. Confidence is commendable, yet without commensurate strength. Such confidence may blind you to the peril you face. On the battlefield, you may not even realize how you perish. Some among you are locals, others once bandits. Yet now, you are all soldiers of Longyuan City. If you wish to avoid further upheaval, train rigorously and protect this land with your blood and flesh. From this day forth, should anyone fail to train earnestly, I grant Shangguan Yinji the authority for immediate execution. Having uttered these words, Qin Luo strode directly out of the military camp. The soldiers of Longyuan City lowered their heads even further, as if seeking to burrow into the earth. Once Qin Luo had departed, Shangguan Yinji addressed the soldiers. Lord Qin Luo is absolutely correct. Is there anyone here who is not training? No. The soldiers shouted with all their might. Is there anyone afraid of hardship? No. The eyes of all the soldiers blazed with determination. Shangguan Yinji nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, 100 kilometers of cross-country running. Commence. Yes. The soldiers bellowed, dashing forward with great speed. As the dust they kicked up resembled the relentless cannon fire of a battlefield. Chapter 23. The Twilight City Assembly rules are merely constraints imposed upon the weak, while for the strong, they serve as a pliable band that can be retracted at will. Following the occupation of Rouge City by the 1st Brigade of Qinshuan City, only Martin Luther, the spokesperson for Longyuan City, expressed vehement objection, while other factions remained silent, exercising their prerogative as the powerful. Upon the 1st Brigade's arrival in Rouge City, they did not withdraw. Instead, under Baali's orders, they commenced the transformation of Rouge City into a formidable military fortress. Over the course of 6 months, Rouge City was metamorphosed into an immense bastion, its offensive capabilities directed squarely at Longyuan City. With the successful trade agreement with Rolling City, Longyuan City amassed a wealth of currency and resources, prompting a significant military expansion, culminating in the formation of 3 regiments. The 1st Regiment of Longyuan City, the 2nd Regiment of Longyuan City, and the Rouge Regiment. Qin Luo's gaze fell once more upon the map, as the ambitions he had long suppressed began to unfurl. In the year 2391 of the Federation, Longyuan City launched a lightning-fast offensive, directly breaching Hader City, which promptly surrendered. Within a mere month, Lonyuan City struck against the hidden underworld mercenary guild nestled within the forest, obliterating their entire force. In just 3 months, Lonyuan City initiated another assault. Over the span of a year, the once mighty Blue Sea Star was swiftly consumed by Qin Luo, while the War God Brigade of Lonyuan City, the 2nd Brigade, and the General Guard Brigade were subsequently established, resulting in a division of power across Blue Sea Star. Lonyuan City to the east, Qinshuan City to the west, Rolling City to the south, and the wealthiest region, Twilight City, to the north. At last, Qin Luo's aggressive advances came to a halt, allowing the situation across Blue Sea Star to stabilize. The 4 major factions maintained a cautious equilibrium without any collisions. Once the government building of Lonyuan City was completed, Qin Luo moved in, finally experiencing the exhilarating feeling of surveying the entire city from its apex, a sense of grandeur swelling within him. The rotund logistics and intelligence minister quietly entered, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. Amidst the relentless expansion of Lonyuan City, challenges related to logistical support and intelligence gathering loomed large. Paradoxically, he had gained 5 additional pounds despite the heavy workload. Among the 3 other factions, Twilight City maintained an unwavering low profile, while Qinshuan City seemed poised for action. If we do not expedite the withdrawal of the military fortress from Rouge City, we shall find ourselves in a precarious position should war erupt, the minister cautioned, handing intelligence reports to Qin Luo. Scanning the documents, Qin Luo furrowed his brow. It was indeed peculiar that they had encountered virtually no setbacks over the past year. Yes, the previous assassinations and attacks had all but vanished, and their progress had been too smooth, the minister acknowledged, harboring his own concerns. At that moment, a message arrived announcing the convening of a summit at Twilight City. This meeting comes at an opportune moment, Qin Luo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Twilight City, the most powerful faction in Blue Sea Star, governed the region's richest lands and rarely engaged in warfare. Yet, no one dared to overlook its presence, not even Qin Luo, who felt the immense pressure it exerted. Throughout the annals of Blue Sea Star's history, Twilight City had participated in 3 notable conflicts. First, deploying 3 regiments to annihilate a medium-sized faction that had offended them. Second, responding to an invasion from a neighboring planet by sending 3 brigades plus an orbital artillery regiment, resulting in the complete annihilation of the enemy forces. And third, a decade ago, when the anti-government Winter Society invaded Blue Sea Star, leading to a fierce confrontation with Twilight City, resulting in the latter's withdrawal. In each of these engagements, Twilight City showcased its absolute might, surpassing all other factions in both weaponry and troop numbers. Let us go and behold the legendary Twilight City, Qin Luo said with a smile. Situated at the very heart of Blue Sea Star, Twilight City loomed like an immense castle, surrounded by countless metallic structures. As sunlight cascaded upon these edifices, the reflections cast an ethereal glow upon the castle, bestowing upon it the hue of a setting sun, thus inspiring its name. The journey via hover tram to Twilight City took 3 days. When Qin Luo and the minister finally disembarked, Baali and Rolling had already arrived. As longtime partners, Rolling and Qin Luo were in the midst of a sweet alliance, engaging in light-hearted banter, while Baali stood apart, a flicker of malice occasionally flashing in his eyes. A year prior, Baali had contemplated eliminating Qin Luo, but his father had vehemently opposed this notion. Now, with Qin Luo having risen to a position of equal power, Baali struggled with resentment towards both him and his own father. The grand gates of the castle creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white suit. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his demeanor exuded the authority of a ruler. "Welcome to Twilight City. I am Connor," he greeted with a smile. Connor shook hands with the 3 men, and upon reaching Qin Luo, he remarked, "Mr. Qin Luo, your contributions are considerable. From the multitude of factions that once existed, only we 4 remain, thanks to your assistance." Qin Luo, unsure of the intent behind this statement, offered a slight smile. "It was merely my duty." Connor and Apos' momentary flicker of displeasure was deftly concealed as he guided the group into Twilight City. The interior could only be described as opulent, Walls fashioned from Z-grade metal glimmered, while the floors were laid with white crystalline stone. The castle's grand hall spanned approximately 50,000 square meters, flanked by soldiers standing at attention. Upon entering the banquet hall, Connor frequently waved to officials from Twilight City, sharing jovial exchanges with Roland and Baali, while pointedly ignoring Qin Luo. Unfazed, Qin Luo and the minister surveyed their surroundings, particularly noting the seasoned veterans among the guards. As the banquet commenced, Qin Luo and the minister found themselves seated at the far end of the table, positioned lower than the officials of Twilight City, several of whom cast disdainful glances in their direction. Connor raised his glass, proclaiming, "Let us all share this toast." All stood in unison except for Qin Luo and the minister, prompting Connor to furrow his brow in irritation. What audacity! The leader has invited you, yet you remain unmoved. A Twilight City official bellowed. Qin Luo, casually toying with his glass, replied coolly, "Lord Connor, if I recall correctly, Longyuan City is a significant power in its own right. To find ourselves seated beneath Twilight City officials is quite the affront." Connor, momentarily taken aback, feigned contrition. I must have overlooked that, with Longyuan City's recent ascent. It was likely an oversight in our seating arrangements. My sincerest apologies. Humph, no need for apologies. I came merely to observe. Since Lord Connor does not extend a warm welcome, I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Luo and the minister rose to depart. Suddenly, the soldiers flanking them obstructed their path. Qin Luo's expression turned icy. "Connor, what is the meaning of this?" Connor set down his glass, his voice cold. "No one dares to leave my banquet midway." Qin Luo turned to face Connor directly. "I relish undertaking that which others dare not." The two locked eyes, both radiating an air of deadly intent. Roland's complexion shifted as he stood, attempting to defuse the tension. "Qin Luo, let us temper our tempers at Lord Connor's banquet." He cast several urgent glances at Qin Luo. Disregarding the warning, Qin Luo replied, "I reciprocate respect when it is shown to me. If one invites trouble, I can do nothing to prevent it." Connor slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage, while Baali rose with a cold smile, gazing at Qin Luo. "What is this? Do you dare to declare war on Lord Connor? If it's a battle you seek, then let it be." Qin Luo replied resolutely. Connor, consumed by fury, responded with a mocking grin. "Very well, Qin Luo. Let us see if you can escape this room today." Dozens of soldiers aimed their ion guns directly at Qin Luo. With a mere command from Connor, both he and the hefty companion would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Qin Luo surveyed the soldiers and smiled faintly. "Are you attempting to intimidate me? The soldiers of Longyuan City are not to be trifled with. If you doubt this, feel free to test it." Connor erupted in laughter. "Longyuan City? If I am not mistaken, it is currently encircled by the soldiers of Twilight City and Qinshuan City." Qin Luo's expression darkened as he exchanged worried glances with his companion, realizing that they had unwittingly walked into a trap meticulously orchestrated without the presence of Longyuan City, which was now at risk of being overrun. "Allow me to inform you, this banquet was arranged specifically for your arrival." Baali sneered. Qin Luo turned his gaze towards Roland, hoping that as an ally, Roland might dispatch troops to support Longyuan City, thus providing a chance to withstand the assault until his return. However, under Qin Luo's pleading gaze, Roland instinctively lowered his head, gradually shifting towards Connor's side. 5 days prior, Connor's envoy had briefed him on the entire scheme. Although Roland had initially wished to assist Qin Luo, the grim reality dictated that he, alongside his superior, had concluded that Longyuan City stood no chance of survival. "My apologies, but we are merely allies of convenience. I must align myself with the side of profit," Roland stated coolly. Qin Luo's heart plummeted, while his companion's right hand instinctively reached for his ion gun, poised to carve a bloody path alongside Qin Luo. Chapter 24. The siege of Longyuan. The area of Longyuan City has expanded several-fold, with the forests surrounding old Longyuan completely cleared to make way for the new urban district. The Divine Warrior Brigade of Longyuan City, along with the 2nd Brigade and the General Headquarters Garrison, are stationed to the east, west, and south, while the central area is secured by the Guard Camp and the Yanji Camp, tasked with routine defense duties. As the temporary commander, Shangguan Yinji oversees the government building in the city center, feeling the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon her. 3 days prior, the military stronghold of Yinji City unexpectedly launched an assault, with the 1st Brigade of Qinshuan City advancing towards Longyuan at an alarming speed. Shortly thereafter, 2 brigades from Twilight City initiated their attack from the south, followed by the 2nd Brigade of Qinshuan City. Twilight City even deployed its formidable railgun battalion for fire support. In just 1 day of conflict, Longyuan City suffered devastating losses. Shangguan Yinji was compelled to withdraw her forces, relinquishing a portion of territory to concentrate all available troops near the city center to avert further casualties. She attempted to contact Qin Luo and the fatty, but after prolonged attempts with no response, her heart sank into despair. Report, Commander. The enemy commenced their assault at 5:30 this morning. Our frontline troops are currently engaged in a defensive blockade, a soldier reported. Shangguan Yinji exhaled deeply, lacking experience in commanding tens of thousands of troops simultaneously. The sprawling map before her was a chaotic web of red and blue lines, indicating a convoluted battlefield. She hesitated to issue commands, knowing that even the slightest miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Outside Longyuan City, in a hastily constructed command post, Feng Qinyang leisurely adjusted his military uniform in front of a mirror. As the overall commander of this military campaign, he was exceedingly pleased with the current state of affairs. Longyuan City resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, merely requiring the right moment to strike. As the foremost military genius of Qinshuan City, he became the brigade leader of the 1st Brigade at the tender age of 30, brimming with confidence. This was justified, as apart from the less than ideal engagement at Yinji City, he had decisively crushed his enemies in previous battles. Women always fight defensively. Shangguan Yinji is no exception. Feng Qinyang chuckled. In his view, Shangguan Yinji's decision to withdraw her forces was a grave error. While it might preserve her strength temporarily, it severely restricted troop mobility. What fear could a tiger with bound limbs inspire? Order the troops to initiate a feint attack. I will not allow the defenders of Longyuan City a moment's respite. Within the castle of Twilight City, combat was imminent. The fatty and Qin Luo hid in a shadowy corner, vigilantly observing the outside. The search troops from Twilight City were patrolling in a net-like formation, closing in on their position. Xiao Luo, you go. I'll hold them off. The fatty's eyes sparkled with determination. Their original guard of 20 had all perished, and Qin Luo could only watch in anguish as those soldiers launched themselves toward the enemy in a self-destructive charge, collapsing to the ground. The sacrifice of those 20 soldiers had bought time for him and the fatty to break free from encirclement. Qin Luo seized the fatty by the collar, whispering vehemently, "What are you talking about? If we leave together. If we die, I'll die alongside you." The fatty shook his head. "Xiao Luo, you must return to Longyuan City immediately. Only you can resolve this situation. I understand Yinji's capabilities. She won't last long. Get lost. I'll charge out even if I die." Qin Luo shouted. He had witnessed too many farewells, from his parents to the lion, the warehouse, the mosquito, and just recently, those 20 loyal soldiers. Some say familiarity breeds acceptance, but Qin Luo believed otherwise. He understood that familiarity only heightened fear. Suddenly, Qin Luo sprang to his feet, firing several shots at the approaching enemy, prompting the fatty to grit his teeth and stand as well. Their gunfire drew the attention of the search troops, and a hail of ion beam shots descended upon them like a tempest. Qin Luo pulled the fatty along while firing, but one ion beam pierced the fatty's right leg, causing him to collapse. "Go. Don't worry about me," the fatty shouted frantically. Qin Luo did not respond. Instead, he hoisted the fatty's body and sprinted toward the castle's exterior. Connor had already ordered the troops to seal off all entrances to the castle, forcing Qin Luo to carry the fatty to a corner of the wall, taking cover behind a massive metal statue. Connor and Bayali exchanged satisfied glances. They believed Qin Luo was merely awaiting his demise in the corner. "It seems our collaboration is quite pleasant," Connor remarked with a smile. "Thank you for your assistance." "Lord Connor," Bayali replied respectfully. Connor waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I merely wish to avoid an uncontrollable lunatic on Blue Sea Star. The fatty clutched his wounded leg, blood seeping through his fingers, his complexion pale from blood loss. Xiao Luo, listen to me. Don't worry about me, he urged. His voice weak. Qin Luo, eyes reddened, gazed at the advancing enemy, gripping the fatty's shoulder tightly. Stop with the nonsense. I refuse to abandon anyone else. We still owe revenge for the lion and the others. Leave me. Get out of here. The fatty's eyes misted, his nose tinged with emotion. In frustration, Qin Luo delivered a punch to the fatty's neck, causing him to faint. Qin Luo dragged him behind the statue and stood up to charge out. His movements were swift. The search troops had not yet reacted when he knocked one to the ground with a punch. He rolled to evade incoming attacks, firing his ion gun, causing several enemies to fall. Connor's expression darkened as he witnessed the unfolding situation. Increased troop encirclement. We must kill him, he ordered. Swarms of enemy soldiers poured out from various corners of the castle, compressing Qin Luo's maneuvering space. His breath grew increasingly labored from the exertion, and his vision began to blur. An expertly aimed ion beam struck his right hand, blood spraying forth as Qin Luo collapsed. Another ion beam hit his abdomen. Am I to die? Qin Luo mused bitterly at the sky. He had so much left to accomplish, finding his parents, avenging the lion and others, unifying Blue Sea Star. Would all these aspirations remain unfulfilled? Despair overwhelmed him as he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a warm surge coursed through his chest, akin to a refreshing rain, spreading throughout his body. The fatigue dissipated in an instant, and his wounds began to visibly heal. Qin Luo opened his eyes with a start, springing to his feet. The approaching enemy troops were taken aback, astonished to see Qin Luo still alive. A gleaming alloy dagger flashed ominously as it slashed through the throats of 3 enemy soldiers. Blood splattered on Qin Luo's face, and he licked his lips, the intense metallic taste igniting a primal thrill within him. His physical prowess surged, and he recognized that the residual transformation fluid within him was beginning to merge with his body once again. Kill him, Connor bellowed in fury. The tenacious Qin Luo, like a cockroach refusing to die, unsettled Connor's composure. He pondered anxiously what troubles would arise should Qin Luo evade his demise this time. Qin Luo sprang into action, his speed surpassing anything witnessed before, a mere shadow weaving through the throngs as he relentlessly hunted down the enemy, who fell one after another. Even these battle-hardened soldiers were gripped by fear. A colossal armored vehicle, akin to a beast, crashed through the castle gates, a deep voice booming from within. Get on. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Luo hoisted the hefty figure of his comrade and leapt onto the armored vehicle, trampling an enemy soldier beneath his feet. Stop him, Connell shouted. The situation had escalated to the very outcome Connell dreaded most. The garrison within the castle consisted solely of infantry, devoid of any heavy weaponry. Forced to watch helplessly as the armored vehicle, like a monstrous creature, trampled over their comrades, blood pooling upon the ground like a river. Chapter 25. The fall of the city. Outside Longyuan City, troops encircle the city, comprising 4 infantry brigades and an artillery regiment. The metallic defenses within the urban area have been shattered by relentless bombardment, leaving the soldiers to fiercely resist amidst the ruins. Martin Luther walks through the streets, flanked by injured soldiers and civilians, their low moans and heart-wrenching cries echoing in his ears, stirring a deep sense of helplessness within him. The municipal building has been directly reduced to rubble at its core. Shangwan Yinji is forced to relocate the command center to an underground facility, her face etched with worry as she studies the map under the dim glow of energy lights. She acknowledges a grave error, the decision to withdraw forces. Had she not done so, they could have utilized a broader defensive line for a staggered counterattack, thus avoiding being trapped within the city and rendered immobile. A military spacecraft flies overhead, showering the city with leaflets proclaiming surrender for mercy, which the populace has long since grown accustomed to. This is Feng Qinyang's psychological tactic, attempting to undermine the morale of the citizens. However, this time, the strategy seems ineffective. A year prior, the citizens of Longyuan City might have fled into the forest to escape the chaos, but now, their circumstances have changed. Over the past year, They have lived in relative happiness, paying taxes significantly lower than those of other factions, ensuring they are well-fed and even able to save some money, an unimaginable scenario before. Consequently, when the enemy approaches the city, the citizens do not flee. Instead, they rise to resist. Though they lack weapons, they serve as a logistical support team, delivering synthetic food to the front lines like a flowing stream, braving gunfire to evacuate the wounded. Sir Martin, can we win? A small boy, munching on synthetic bread, innocently inquires. His face is smudged with dirt, clad in tattered clothing, and his cheap shoes are riddled with holes, yet his bright eyes are fixed on Martin Luther. Martin Luther gently ruffles the boy's hair, feeling a pang of sorrow. Can they win? He is unsure. Perhaps if Qin Luo were here, he would possess a definitive answer. What about Lord Qin Luo? If he were here, we would surely win, right? The boy continues to press. Martin Luther, at a loss for words, can only muster a strained smile, replying, "Yes, Lord Qin Luo is invincible." Hearing this, the boy beams with joy, skipping back toward a small metallic house where his injured father lies. "Little Luo, you must come back alive," Martin Luther silently prays. Within the underground facility, Shangguan Yinji has gone 3 days and nights without sleep, memorizing every corner of the map. However, she must concede that the current situation is exceedingly dire for Longyuan City. Essential strategic resources have been depleted in this protracted struggle. What should we do? She murmurs wearily, massaging her temples. They have at most 3 days left. If the battlefield situation cannot be resolved, Longyuan City will face annihilation. The forces lacking artillery support will be unable to withstand further bombardment. Even the strongest resolve will falter under such relentless fire. Feng Qinyang glances at his watch and softly commands, "Initiate the full-scale assault." The entire artillery regiment erupts in a thunderous roar, countless fiery projectiles soaring toward Longyuan City. The city becomes a cauldron of boiling water as numerous civilians fall, and metallic structures turn to ash. Defensive soldiers huddle behind metal barricades, only to be met with a barrage of fire, their anguished screams merging with the chaos. The bombardment lasts for 50 minutes before the 4 brigades launch their assault. In the sky, 6 military spacecraft armed with laser cannons provide support as the enemy advances like a swarm of ants toward Longyuan City. "Kill those bastards," a Longyuan City officer shouts. His eyes reddened, his right arm severed. "To defend our homeland. Who else but us?" A soldier bellows, rising to fire his ion gun, only to be pierced through moments later. On the city's defense line, bodies pile higher and higher. Even some civilians armed with makeshift metal rods charge to the front, undeterred by the overwhelming enemy. With unwavering resolve, they swing their rods fiercely against the foes, only to fall victim to the electric net of ion gunfire. "Charge with me, and defend Longyuan City with our lives," Shangguan Yinji shouts, leading the Yinji battalion and guard troops to the front lines. Utilizing cover, they fire continuously, gradually stalling the enemy's advance. Yet in the sky, the 6 military spacecraft unleash their firepower indiscriminately, effortlessly slicing through barricades and soldiers alike. Finally, the formidable metal gates are breached, and the first enemy soldier bursts through. Martin Luther charges forward with his ion gun, mere meters separating them. With a furious roar, he swings his weapon toward the adversary's head. The enemy deftly evades, delivering a brutal kick to Martin Luther's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, where the enemy approaches with a sadistic grin. Suddenly, Shangguan Yinji steps in front of Martin Luther, her alloy dagger plunging into the enemy's chest. Hoisting Martin Luther to his feet, "Are you all right?" she inquires with concern. Martin Luther shakes his head, feeling despondent, convinced he is of no use, lesser than even a civilian. Shangguan Yinji surveys the scene. The enemy has infiltrated the city, and fierce close-quarters combat ensues. Civilians wielding metal rods charge fearlessly at the enemy, driven by the singular desire to protect their homes. In the alleys, within abandoned metallic structures, and along the streets, brutal battles rage on, both sides consumed by madness. A soldier from Longyuan City bites down on an enemy's ear, violently tearing it away, only to be pierced through the chest by a dagger. Another Longyuan soldier, positioned at a vantage point, drags the severed banner of Lonyuan City and plants it defiantly. To defend our homeland. Who else but us? He cries, tears and blood streaming from his eyes. Outside the metallic structures, a 60-year-old man wields a metal rod with ferocity, striking at the enemy without a hint of fear. Even as an enemy dagger pierces his chest, his grip remains ironclad on his opponent until his hands are severed. The enemy numbers swell, and the resistance line of Lonyuan City continues to recede. Beneath the government building, Shangguan Yinji's right arm is pierced by a beam of light. She clutches her dagger, gazing resolutely at the advancing enemies. Mutual destruction is her only thought. Feng Qingyang observes the clock. A full 7 hours have passed before they truly penetrate the city's heart. The resolve of Lonyuan City's defenders has far exceeded his expectations. However, it is all over. Feng Qingyang declares with a smile. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts behind him as a unit, like a dagger, plunges directly into his command center. Leading the charge is an armored vehicle, atop which stand Qin Luo and his companion, side by side, seemingly spotting Shangguan Yinji at the city center. Impossible. How can Qin Luo still have forces? Feng Qingyang gasps in disbelief. The armored vehicle barrels forward, followed by a squad of soldiers clad in black uniforms, their expressions steely, their ion guns firing in perfect unison, resembling a relentless killing machine. The enemies surrounding Shangguan Yinji retreated in a panic, like a receding tide. A voice cried out, proclaiming, Lord Qin Luo has returned. In that moment, the once despondent soldiers and civilians were suddenly illuminated with renewed hope. The return of Lord Qin Luo ignited their fighting spirit. They were resolute in their belief that victory was within their grasp. Some individuals appeared almost ethereal, for whenever he returned, confidence surged within everyone. Even if the city were to fall, as long as their spirit was present, they would remain invincible. Feng Qingyang stood frozen, bewildered by his unexpected defeat. The appearance of Qin Luo struck him like a dagger to the heart, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate, for Qin Luo's timing was nothing short of masterful. As the entire army surged into the city, engaged in fierce close combat, it was only then that Qin Luo commanded his troops to strike. Feng Qingyang, with but a single guard battalion, was swiftly captured. Gazing at the dazed Feng Qingyang, Qin Luo spoke calmly. After the battle, we shall have a thorough discussion. Chapter 26. Regaining momentum. Qin Luo harbored a profound affinity for dismantling the enemy's command system, firmly believing that an army devoid of unified leadership was incapable of effective combat. Thus, he seized the opportune moment to obliterate the enemy's command center with astonishing swiftness, causing the forces that had already infiltrated Lonyuan City to retreat in disarray. Taking advantage of this chaos, Shangguan Yinji commanded a counterattack, as soldiers and civilians alike surged towards the retreating enemy, their spirits reaching a zenith following Qin Luo's appearance. They resembled a long-compressed rubber toy, with the greater the pressure applied, the more formidable the rebound. The enemy's withdrawal was rapid. They were genuinely panicked. The complete destruction of their command center severed the already tenuous connections among the coalition forces, prompting a frenzied escape, which even led to brutal massacres among their own ranks in a desperate bid for survival. Beneath the walls of Lonyuan City, rivers of blood flowed, accompanied by incessant screams and furious roars. Many enemies, having discarded their weapons, knelt on the ground with their heads cradled in their hands. The pursuit did not last long. The surrendering foes were escorted to the prisoner of war camp. Qin Luo and his cadre clad in black entered Lonyuan City, where Shangguan Yinji, from a distance, rushed into the embrace of her rotund companion. The torment of the interim had rendered her considerably thinner, and upon witnessing the return of her beloved, even the resolute Shangguan Yinji could not restrain her tears. Perhaps feeling the awkwardness of the surrounding gaze, she wiped her tears and extricated herself from her companion's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon noticing the black-clad troops behind Qin Luo, she was filled with curiosity. She was intimately familiar with all the forces in Lonyuan City, many of whom she had personally trained. Yet, this enigmatic black-clad unit was a complete mystery to her. This is Bai's secret force, Qin Luo remarked with a smile. Shangguan Yinji's confusion deepened. Should not Bei and Qin Luo be adversaries? After all, the 1st and 2nd Brigades of Qinshuan City were the principal attacking forces in this campaign against Longyuan City. Fatty and I were rescued by Bei. Qin Luo stated nonchalantly. On that fateful day at the castle, as he charged towards the armored vehicle with Fatty in tow, he had discovered an elderly man seated within, none other than Bei himself. Like Shangguan Yinji, Qin Luo was perplexed by Bei's act of salvation, considering that Qinshuan City was their enemy, and their hostilities had once reached an impasse of mutual destruction. You and my son are adversaries. However, I am not, Bei replied with a narrowing smile. The armored vehicle swiftly transported Qin Luo to the municipal government building of Qinshuan City, which was starkly different from previous visits, now surrounded by vigilant guards. As if Bei was wary of an impending threat. Soon, Fatty and Qin Luo were ushered into a clandestine private hospital. Fatty's injuries were not severe, merely a consequence of excessive blood loss, leaving him somewhat weakened. Seizing the right moment, Qin Luo inquired of Bei the reason for his intervention. Bei appeared somewhat fatigued, merely stating that he was weary of conflict and intended to retire to the capital star, hoping that this act of kindness would spare Bei's life. Qin Luo acquiesced, and upon learning of the crisis in Longyuan City, Bei dispatched his most formidable secret unit for assistance. It was this very force that enabled Qin Luo to penetrate Feng Qinyang's command center at the opportune moment. Lord Qin Luo, since the battle has concluded, we shall take our leave, the commander of the black-clad troops stated stiffly. Thank you, everyone, Qin Luo replied, not wishing to prolong their stay. A flicker of hesitation crossed the officer's rigid expression before he spoke again. The Lord has asked me to remind you, Lord Qin Luo, not to forget our agreement. Of course, Qin Luo nodded in affirmation. The black-clad troops then departed with remarkable swiftness, vanishing from sight in an instant. Once the black-clad troops had exited, Qin Luo ascended to the highest vantage point, where a flag remained steadfast, planted firmly by a soldier who had long since perished, yet whose hands clutched the flagpole tenaciously. Qin Luo removed his coat and draped it over the fallen soldier. Rest in peace, brother, he murmured. Rising, he gazed down upon the multitude of wounded soldiers and civilians. From their eyes, he discerned admiration and faith, prompting a subtle shift within him. He felt an overwhelming desire to protect these individuals. Today, we faced our gravest crisis. Many friends, brothers, sisters, and even family have succumbed to this peril. Yet, we have not faltered. We defended our homeland with our own hands. Qin Luo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as his voice trembled with emotion. Thank you all for not abandoning Longyuan City in its time of need. I will not shy away from stating that we shall encounter further crises, for those who believe themselves powerful will not allow us to live in peace. However, I wish to proclaim that we fear nothing. Fear nothing. Shangguan Yinji and Fatty shouted in unison. Fear nothing. The soldiers bellowed, their faces flushed with fervor. Fear nothing, cried the injured civilians, shaking their fists defiantly towards the heavens. Qin Luo offered a deep bow to all present before descending. Longyuan City lay in ruins. With numerous matters demanding his attention, the wounded required care, and the destroyed homes needed reconstruction. After departing Longyuan City, the black-clad troops did not head directly back to Qinshuan City, but rather veered towards a desert area, where a massive military airship awaited in the heart of the sands. The troops boarded the vessel in an orderly manner. Within the airship, Bei remained with his eyes narrowed, resembling a weary elder. Yet, the commander of the black-clad troops dared not act with impudence, standing respectfully behind him. Is the matter resolved? Bei inquired, opening his eyes. Reporting to you, my lord. All has been dealt with, the officer replied softly. Bei lifted the animal skin military blanket that had concealed his legs and slowly rose. What are your thoughts on this individual? Very formidable. He possesses an innate sensitivity to warfare and astutely seizes the right moments to strike, the officer responded. Excellent. He is worthy of my esteem, Bei said, nodding in satisfaction. My lord, are we truly leaving this estate behind? There are more pressing matters awaiting my attention in the capital star. A storm is on the horizon, and I cannot linger here on Blue Sea Star, Bei murmured, gazing out the window. The airship gradually ascended into the sky, heading towards the capital star, where Bayate seemed to foresee the impending turmoil. After delegating the post-war reconstruction to Fatty, Qin Luo hurried to the prisoner of war camp, eager to converse with Feng Qinyang. This battle had unveiled a significant dilemma. Longyuan City lacked a competent commander. With both himself and Fatty absent, Shangwan Yinji's command capabilities fell short of the burden. Thus, Qin Luo sought to persuade this military prodigy from Chinchuan City. Feng Qinyang encountered no harassment. He remained clad in his military uniform, though his once spirited demeanor had transformed into one of weariness. Bowing his head, he sat in a corner until Qin Luo entered, prompting him to lift his gaze. "What do you intend to do with me?" Feng Qinyang asked, seemingly prepared for death. Qin Luo took a seat and pondered for a moment before replying. "I do not wish to punish you. Rather, I seek your assistance." "Haha, Lord Qin Luo, although I am a vanquished general, I still possess the dignity of a soldier." "Are you attempting to insult me?" Feng Qinyang retorted with sarcasm. "I genuinely wish for your help. I am in dire need of a strategist with a comprehensive perspective." Qin Luo asserted earnestly. "Spare your breath. I will not assist you. I am a child of Chinchuan City in life and a ghost of Chinchuan City in death. I cannot betray my city," Feng Qinyang replied coldly. Qin Luo remained unperturbed, gazing at Feng Qinyang. "Is your loyalty truly beneficial? How about we wager?" Feng Qinyang regarded him in silence, prompting Qin Luo to continue. "I have already sent a message to Bayate, offering an orbital cannon in exchange for you. What do you think his response will be?" Feng Qinyang kept his head bowed, remaining silent. In practical terms, Feng Qinyang and Appo's worth could undoubtedly equate to that of an entire railgun battalion. However, Qin Luo was convinced that Bayari did not regard Feng Qinyang highly, for he was not a competent leader. This was precisely why Bayati had been reluctant to delegate authority. Qin Luo chose not to respond further. Rising to his feet and stepping outside, "I shall await the news of your return from Bayari." Chapter 27. The talent scout and the steed within the government building of Chinchuan City. Bayali reclined comfortably in the position once occupied by Bayat. Upon his return to Chinchuan City, he found that Bayat had long departed, leaving the entire city in his hands. The realization of a long-held aspiration left Bayali in a state of disbelief. It was only when he truly occupied his father's seat that he recognized the authenticity of it all. Filled with excitement, Bayali fervently called upon his subordinates to bring forth documents for review, envisioning the casual manner in which his father would have perused them. The mere approval of the word good could potentially dictate the fates of many, and the thrill nearly propelled him to leap from his seat. One subordinate presented a document detailing Qin Luo's exchange conditions, which Bayali merely glanced at before tossing it contemptuously to the ground. "Humph. That mere Feng Qinyang wishes to exchange for a railgun? Such folly. My lord, Feng Qinyang's command capabilities are remarkable. We must proceed with caution," one subordinate cautioned. Bayali shot a sidelong glance at the speaker, a smirk of derision curling his lips. "Remarkable? I dispatched 2 brigades along with 2 brigades from Twilight City and a railgun regiment for him to command. And what was the outcome? We were utterly defeated. I see no trace of his command abilities. He is but a foolish pig." The subordinate dared not respond further. Bayali rose, emulating his father's demeanor as he stood by the window, gazing into the distance, nurturing hopes of becoming an even more exceptional leader than his father. In the government building of Luolin City, Mr. Luolin and his associate sat across from each other, both faces etched with concern. "I never anticipated that the seemingly inevitable defeat would be overturned by that old fool, Bayat," Mr. Luolin grimaced. With a heavy sigh, Luolin lamented that both he and his associate had erred in their choices, a mistake that could render all previous efforts futile. "What shall we do now?" Luolin inquired. "Mr." Luolin furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. "First, send someone to mend relations with Qin Luo. We can pay a price if necessary. We cannot afford to remain at odds with him. I fear the chances of reconciliation are slim, given the cruelty of our last decision." Luolin expressed his apprehension. "Let us treat this dead horse as if it were alive," Mr. Luolin sighed. Soon, a messenger from Luolin arrived in Qin Luo's conference room. an elderly gentleman clad in a suit. The frail and diminutive figure seemed as though a gust of wind could topple him, yet Qin Luo recognized him as Mr. Carlin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Luolin City. Esteemed Lord Qin Luo, I come on behalf of Luolin City to seek reconciliation, Carlin stated bluntly. Are you aware that Lord Luolin once callously abandoned me at the precipice of despair? Qin Luo replied with a cold smile. Carlin's expression soured. He had been entrusted with a significant responsibility to restore the alliance with Qin Luo, yet he understood the formidable challenge that lay ahead. He could only strive to fulfill his duty and leave the rest to fate. We sincerely apologize for our previous choices. This time, we genuinely wish to re-establish our alliance with Luolin City, Carlin asserted. Qin Luo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he contemplated. Very well, but I must witness your sincerity. Please go on. Carlin braced himself for Qin Luo's potential demands. I am not devoid of compassion. However, the trade prices between our parties will increase fivefold. Carlin gasped in shock, unprepared for such an exorbitant expectation. A fivefold increase would significantly diminish Luolin City's fiscal revenue by 1/5. That price is rather steep, he stammered. Very well, then we shall meet on the battlefield, Qin Luo declared resolutely. Carlin's face darkened as he furiously stood, glaring at Qin Luo. Lord Qin Luo, if we meet on the battlefield, Luolin City is not to be trifled with. It would be an unwise choice for both parties. I am indifferent. After all, Luolin City has just endured a great battle. What is there to fear? Qin Luo chuckled lightly. Carlin scrutinized Qin Luo, searching for any sign of weakness in his demeanor, yet Qin Luo remained unfazed, causing Carlin to sink back into his seat in defeat. Very well, I accept your terms. A smile graced Qin Luo's lips. Once Carlin departed, a stout man entered, whispering. How did it go? All is settled. They have acquiesced, Qin Luo replied. A sinister grin spread across the stout man's face. These fickle turncoats, how infuriating. Infuriating? You misunderstand. I merely secured us 3 months' time. After that, I will be the first to take action against them. Qin Luo's words brimmed with lethal intent. Feng Qinyang's circumstances were far from favorable, not due to mistreatment in the prisoner camp, but rather because of the turmoil within his own heart. Having joined the military at the age of 15, he had served Baali loyally, rising from a mere soldier to the esteemed commander of the 1st Brigade, garnering both accolades and the affection of his soldiers. Yet, as a result, Baali's demeanor towards him had shifted, growing increasingly distant. The door swung open, and several fellow soldiers from the 1st Brigade, also captured, entered. They gazed at Feng Qinyang with sympathetic eyes. Commander, we have heard from those here that Lord Baali has abandoned us. Impossible. We are members of the 1st Brigade. He would never do such a thing. The soldiers' words ignited a spark of anger within Feng Qinyang. The soldiers fell silent, heads bowed, fully aware that the grim reality might indeed be true. Qin Luo entered, presenting Feng Qinyang with a luminous screen. As I suspected, Baali has declined. Trembling, Feng Qinyang accepted the screen and beheld the exchange letter from Qin Luo. Prominently displayed beneath Baali's bold rejection, the red letters strikingly painful to his heart and plunging him into profound despair. Casting aside the screen, Feng Qinyang sat despondently on the ground, unable to fathom how to confront this reality. His mind was a blank slate. Qin Luo picked up the screen and patted Feng Qinyang's shoulder gently. Why not take a walk with me? Dazed, Feng Qinyang nodded slightly. Following Qin Luo out of the prisoner camp, the streets of Luolin City bustled with industrious civilians and soldiers. Soldiers aided civilians in constructing homes, while civilians smiled and lent their hands in support. Upon seeing Qin Luo, both soldiers and civilians greeted him with reverence, their admiration for him evident. Do you know, just a year ago when I first arrived on Blue Sea Star, the civilians here were not like this. They had grown accustomed to war, often retreating into the forests at the onset of conflict, only to tremble back once it was over. When I took control here, I thought of it merely as a strategic outpost, one I could abandon at any moment. However, witnessing their unwavering resolve to defend their homeland with their lives and blood against invaders truly moved me. At that moment, I vowed to protect them. I am not one to be swayed by emotions easily. I, too, have been cast aside by the Federation, and even now, they seek my demise. At this juncture, Qin Luo turned to face Feng Qinyang. But what of it? We are all ordinary people. All respect and honor must be earned through our own efforts. The nobles will not bestow it upon us, and no matter how much we sacrifice for them, they will deem it our due. Feng Qinyang lowered his head, absorbing Qin Luo's words as his heart began to stir. He gazed at the vibrant scenes of unity throughout the city, a solidarity never before witnessed in Qianxuan City. Stay and assist me. Together, we shall conquer this place and beyond. Qin Luo extended his hand. Feng Qinyang gazed at Qin Luo, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was a soldier, a man fervently yearning for achievements and the conquest of all. He harbored ambitions and longed for war, yet ultimately, his desire was for a world devoid of conflict. He yearned for a tranquil life with his beloved, much like the citizens of Longyuan City, who thrived with faith and joy in their hearts. However, he understood that a stable life was not something easily attained to those in power. Their lives and deaths were merely trivial matters. No matter how hard he strived, he remained but a pawn in the grand game, easily expendable at another's whim. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qinyang's eyes sparkled with determination as he knelt on one knee. Feng Qinyang, I humbly greet your majesty. Qin Luo smiled radiantly. The weight in his heart finally lifted. He urgently needed a talent like Feng Qinyang to aid him in capturing territories and securing strongholds. He helped Feng Qinyang to his feet, looking earnestly into his eyes. Together, let us conquer all that lies within our sight. Chapter 28. The chaotic game Connor sat alone on his metallic chair, gazing into the distance. His elevated position allowed him to observe the scene beyond the castle. The troops that had once been stationed outside had been entirely recalled, and formidable defensive fortifications were being erected around the colossal castle of Twilight City. Ever since Qin Luo's return to Longyuan City, Connor's mood had soured. His meticulously crafted plans had been disrupted by that old fool, Beatrice. To ensure preparedness for any eventuality, Connor commenced defensive preparations. He had contemplated launching an attack following the turmoil in Longyuan City, but ultimately dismissed the notion. He feared that in their desperation, the defenders of Longyuan City might resort to mutual destruction, leading to catastrophic consequences. A subordinate entered the Great Hall and respectfully knelt on one knee. My lord, the Twilight City Railgun Regiment, Armored Brigade, and Spaceship Fleet have all been deployed. Excellent. Connor nodded, standing with a sense of assurance. He murmured to himself, Qin Luo, should you foolishly attempt to assault Twilight City, it will be your demise. Of course, Qin Luo would not initiate an offensive. Longyuan City was still in the throes of post-war reconstruction, and everything remained unprepared. The once formidable War God Brigade had suffered significant casualties and was now bolstered by numerous fresh recruits. After Feng Qinyang's defection, the captured 1st Brigade had come under his command and was reformed into the 3rd Brigade of Longyuan City. The Railgun Regiment of Twilight City was now officially integrated into Longyuan City's structure. The rotund man was overwhelmed with responsibilities, overseeing logistics and intelligence, his panda-like eyes causing Shangguan Yinji considerable concern. Meanwhile, Qin Luo presided over the Central Command, personally reviewing a plethora of documents. Among the original triumvirate of Longyuan City, Martin Luther had become the most idle. He sat atop the city wall, a blade of grass clenched in his mouth, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. The last war had left him feeling impotent, even inferior to the most basic soldier, which had severely undermined his confidence. I am but a burden, Martin Luther muttered to himself. At that moment, his screen suddenly lit up with a message. He opened it casually, revealing the visage of Martin Scheening. Father. Martin Luther straightened his posture. This was the first time in over a year that Martin Scheening had actively reached out to his son, and seeing Martin Luther's expression tugged at his heartstrings. It seems you are not faring well, Martin Scheening remarked. Martin Luther lowered his gaze, unable to meet his father's eyes. He understood that his father had sent him to Blue Ocean Star to expedite his growth, yet a year had passed, and all he felt was profound helplessness. You feel useless, do you not? Yes, father, I see myself as a burden. Xiao Luo is exceptional, Fatty manages logistics, and Yinji excels in training, while I am inept. Martin Luther replied despondently. Martin Shining bestowed a compassionate smile, unperturbed by his son's negativity. Rather, he felt a sense of comfort. Come back. Only then can you truly assist them, Martin Shining urged. Martin Luther raised his head to look at his father, puzzled by his words. Had his father changed his mind? When you return, everything will become clear, Martin Shining concluded, severing the connection. Martin Luther pondered his father's words, uncertain of how to choose. He yearned to remain but feared that his incompetence would drag down Qin Luo and Fatty. After a lengthy pause, Martin Luther stood, determination flickering in his eyes. He needed to return, if he could indeed aid Qin Luo. Within the grand hall, Qin Luo lay despondently in his chair, having just concluded a call with Martin Shining. He understood his father's intentions but felt reluctant to part with Martin Luther, who had accompanied him like a brother from Han High Star to Blue Ocean Star. Though Luther's abilities were limited, Qin Luo never considered him a burden. The door creaked open, and Martin Luther entered. Qin Luo rose, regarding him intently. Have you made up your mind? Yes, Martin Luther nodded, aware that Qin Luo had spoken with his father. I wish to help you. I believe in my father's words. Yet we are loath to see you go. Do you truly wish to leave Fatty and me? Taking a deep breath, Martin Luther met Qin Luo's gaze directly. Xiao Luo, I do not want to be a burden following in your shadow. I aspire to grow strong enough to assist you and avenge the lions. Qin Luo perceived the unwavering resolve in Martin Luther's eyes, recognizing that no further words would alter his decision. Very well, I respect your choice. That evening, Fatty and Qin Luo bid farewell to Martin Luther, consuming copious amounts of alcohol. Fatty wept as he drank, his face smeared with tears and liquor. Martin Luther, alternating between drinking and vomiting, reddened his eyes, frantically pouring alcohol down his throat. Xiao Luo, wait for my return. We shall avenge together, Martin Luther declared before succumbing to slumber. Even as he boarded the awaiting spaceship, Martin Luther remained in deep sleep, mumbling in his dreams. Xiao Luo, Fatty. I do not wish to be a burden. I seek vengeance for the lions. Beside him, Martin Shining caressed his son's cheek. Feeling a pang of emotion as he gazed out the window, watching Blue Ocean Star recede into the distance. Son, whether you succeed this time rests solely upon you. The fate of our family lies in your hands. 3 days after Martin Luther's departure, Lonyuan City welcomed a familiar guest, Roland, still clad in his white casual attire. Since their last negotiations, trade relations between Lonyuan City and Roland City had been rekindled. Nevertheless, Roland was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary respite amid mutual animosity. Should Qin Luo be given the chance, he would not hesitate to consume Roland City. Thus, he arrived, accompanied by an elderly man dressed in a long robe. Sir, Qin Luo greeted Roland in the conference room. However, it was evident that Roland was not the focal point. After assisting the elderly gentleman to take a seat, he discreetly withdrew, leaving only Qin Luo and the elder in the chamber. I have long wished to meet you, Lord Qin Luo, the elder began. It was their first encounter, and he was struck by the prominence of this young leader, who had transformed Lonyuan City into the most formidable force on Blue Ocean Star in just 1 year, even instilling trepidation in Twilight City. To his astonishment, Qin Luo was still so youthful. Having just turned 20, such accomplishments were worthy of the elder's attention. I presume you are the sage behind Roland? Qin Luo inquired with a smile. The elder nodded in affirmation. He had consistently operated in the shadows, devising strategies for Roland. It would be fair to say that half of Roland's current achievements were attributable to his efforts. We both understand that the current trade is merely temporary. Should circumstances shift, neither party will show mercy, the elder stated candidly. Qin Luo remained silent, treating this as tacit acknowledgement, his fingers rhythmically tapping as he awaited the elder's subsequent remarks. As expected, the elder paused momentarily before continuing. Our previous misstep was regrettable, yet this time we wish to stand by your side. We could even assist you in ruling Blue Ocean Star. Qin Luo's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the elder's countenance, seeking to decipher his true intentions. But the elder's expression remained inscrutable. Roland City is your foundation. Are you truly willing to relinquish it to me? Qin Luo asked coolly. The elder rubbed a ring on his right hand, his pallid fingers resembling withered twigs. Blue Ocean Star is but a trifle to us, let alone a mere Roland city. What do you seek in return? Qin Luo queried. Your promise, assist us once. Impossible. Qin Luo categorically rejected the proposal, recognizing that acquiescing to such demands would lead him into a perilous trap. The gentleman revealed a sincere smile and reassured, rest assured. We shall not impose any outrageous demands upon you. We merely hope for your assistance in our time of crisis. Will you truly require my aid during your moments of peril? Who can predict the uncertainties of the future? I am merely an investor, he sighed softly. Qin Luo pondered briefly before nodding and responding, very well, but my assistance will be limited to what is within my capabilities. Of course, the gentleman extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Qin Luo accepted, sealing their agreement with a handshake. As the gentleman exited the building and entered the hovering vehicle, he closed his eyes and turned to his companion, Roland, saying, "The major decision has been made. Let us now observe from the sidelines." Chapter 29. The outbreak of conflict in the Blue Sea. The Blue Sea Star lay in a deceptive tranquility, akin to a stagnant pool. Baali refrained from launching an offensive, instead retreating into the confines of Qinshuan City. He was content with the current state of affairs, incessantly issuing various commands, which led to frequent troop movements throughout Qinshuan City, provoking widespread discontent. Meanwhile, Molin remained within the city, hesitant to return to the capital Star, acutely aware that her mission remained unfulfilled. To return now would surely mean her demise. Twilight City maintained its usual low profile, with the only notable action being a significant troop withdrawal, as if the entire Blue Sea Star were destined to endure a prolonged period of such calm. However, after 3 months, Roland City stirred, announcing its merger with Longyuan City, thereby becoming its subordinate. The original ruler of Roland quietly departed with his guards and associates back to the capital Star. Qin Luo wasted no time, dispatching the 1st Brigade to occupy Roland City. The leaderless city was swiftly assimilated into Longyuan City, and Qin Luo's dominion expanded to encompass 2/5 of Blue Sea Star's territory. Once more, his gaze fell upon the map, where the previously marked factions had been erased, leaving only the formidable Qinshuan City and Twilight City. While he regarded Qinshuan City with indifference, Twilight City commanded his utmost attention. Twilight City alone possessed aerial firepower, boasting a fleet of 50 military vessels capable of obliterating a small city. No orbital artillery battalion could simultaneously defend against such an onslaught. Fatty and Feng Qinyang entered, and under Longyuan City's banner, Feng Qinyang's command skills flourished, leading the 3rd Brigade to decisive victories in multiple military drills. Qin Luo greatly admired his meticulous tactical acumen and broad strategic vision. The 3 men gathered, their eyes fixed on Qinshuan City, eager to seize it. Positioned centrally on the map, Twilight City loomed, with Qinshuan City directly behind it. Capturing Qinshuan City would provide the final piece needed to encircle Twilight City. Qinshuan City housed 5 brigades, 2 of which had been lost in the previous confrontation, leaving 3 remaining, along with an orbital artillery battalion. Feng Qinyang was keenly aware of Qinshuan City's military strength. According to the latest intelligence, troop movements in Qinshuan City are exceedingly frequent. It's unclear what Baali intends, but many soldiers are expressing their grievances, Fatty remarked, pointing at the map with his pudgy finger. Qin Luo stroked his chin, equally perplexed by Baali's intentions. The troop movements suggested neither an imminent attack nor a defensive posture. It seemed rather like a jest. Regardless of how we approach the capture of Qinshuan City, the critical element lies with Yanji City, Feng Qinyang noted with a peculiar expression. It was he who had initially transformed Yanji City into a military stronghold, and now the need to retake it felt unsettling. Qinyang, given your intimate knowledge of the fortress you constructed, you should know how to breach it, correct? Qin Luo inquired. Feng Qinyang nodded. The military bastion of Yanji City was primarily designed for offense, lacking robust defenses. If we can establish orbital artillery coverage, we can easily penetrate. At that moment, Fatty received a message, and upon reading it, his expression turned strange. I've just received word that all troops in Yinji City have retreated. Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang exchanged astonished glances, struggling to comprehend the circumstances that led Baali to relinquish Yinji City willingly. Prepare to take control, Qinyang. Lead the 3rd Brigade and the Yinji Battalion to establish a presence, Qin Luo commanded. Feng Qinyang saluted sharply before departing. Turning to Fatty, Qin Luo added, "It seems war is imminent. Your efforts will be appreciated." Fatty waved dismissively. "There's no need for such formality between us. With war on the horizon, we'll have our chance for vengeance, won't we?" Qin Luo patted his shoulder, choosing silence, fully aware that Fatty's lingering resentment stemmed from the lion's demise. Within the government building of Qinshuan City, Baali reclined wearily in his chair. Since assuming true control over the city, he had indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle. With an endless stream of beautiful women brought to him, while the previously organized military forces were whimsically shuffled at his whim. The public order in Qinshuan City deteriorated sharply, with a significant rise in crime, yet Baali remained oblivious. He found himself lost in a world of pleasure, feeling as though he might perish from joy, discarding reports and documents from his subordinates without a second glance. Molan entered quietly, marking their first meeting since their alliance. "Mr. Baali, your objectives have been achieved. But what of mine?" she inquired bluntly. Baali opened his eyes slightly, responding languidly. "Qin Luo has emerged as one of the most formidable powers in Blue Sea Star. Even Twilight City dares not move against him. What options do I have? Are you considering reneging on our agreement?" Molan's gaze sharpened, her words laced with menace. Unfazed, Baali dismissed her concern. Though the woman wielded considerable influence in the capital star, in Blue Sea Star, Qinshuan City was his domain, and he felt no threat from her. "There are matters beyond my capacity, and for that, I must apologize," Baali stated. Molan's expression darkened, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. "Baali, you must understand this is the Marshal's will. Don't invoke the Marshal to intimidate me. This is Blue Sea Star, a forsaken land by the Federation. Does the Marshal have the energy to punish me?" Baali retorted scornfully. Molan's teeth ground together as she glared at Baali, realizing his words held truth. The current Qin Luo was beyond Baali's reach, and even invoking the Marshal's name bore little weight here. "No, I cannot concede. If I fail, my family will be doomed," she thought, her expression twisting into one of desperation. With a subtle gesture, she signaled, and 2 cloaked figures swiftly silenced the guards outside, eliminating them with lethal efficiency. As the figures entered, Molan nodded, eyes closed. Baali felt a hand cover his mouth, followed by a glinting alloy dagger piercing his throat. Blood gushing forth. As Baali succumbed to death, Molan cast a disdainful glance at his corpse. "Since you lack the courage, I shall challenge Qin Luo for control of Qinshuan City. Relay the order to the entire army. Advance on Longyuan City." Feng Qinyang led his troops into Yinji City in an orderly fashion. Shangguan Yinji, tears brimming in her eyes, had finally returned to her original home after a year, only to find the remnants of the past had vanished, with only a few familiar faces among the welcoming crowd. "All of this is your doing." Shangguan Yinji glared at Feng Qinyang, ire evident in her expression. Feng Qinyang could only offer a wry smile, reflecting on how he had once been aligned with Qinshuan City, only to find himself a subordinate of his former enemy a year later, an experience both surreal and ironic. A cannon blast shattered the silence, jolting Feng Qinyang from his reverie. Alarmed, he rushed to the watchtower, where through the reconnaissance lens, he spotted a contingent approaching. Leading the charge was Qinshuan City's orbital artillery battalion. "Damn it!" Feng Qinyang cursed under his breath. The 3rd Brigade was no greenhorn unit. They reacted swiftly. Following the cannon fire, they quickly found optimal positions to prepare for battle, engaging the fortress's defense systems. Feng Qinyang issued commands with haste, regaining his composure despite the unexpected appearance of the enemy, orchestrating the defense with methodical precision. The advance of the troops in Qinshuan City was markedly sluggish. Even the recent cannon fire seemed to serve as a reminder to Feng Qinyang. As the enemy forces drew near, Feng Qinyang finally discerned the identity of the opposing unit, the 5th Brigade of Qinshuan City. The soldiers of the 5th Brigade appeared utterly fatigued, trudging along with their weapons in a state of lethargy. Even as they approached the range for an attack, the railgun battalion had yet to prepare for combat. Li Cheng, the commander, wearily pinched his temples, devoid of any desire for battle. Following Baali's ascension to power, the 5th Brigade had been frequently redeployed, having undergone dozens of movements around Qinshuan City in a mere 3 months, leaving the entire unit in a state of severe exhaustion. Just a day prior, the government building had unexpectedly announced an offensive against Yinji City, inciting his ire, yet he could only comply with the orders. Leading the 5th Brigade at a sluggish pace toward Yinji City, he deliberately commanded the troops to advance slowly, hoping to grant them a moment of respite. However, upon learning that Feng Qinyang had taken up position in Yinji City, he realized that the outcome of this battle had long been predetermined. As a close friend of Feng Qinyang, Li Cheng understood that in such a state of exhaustion, Feng Qinyang would not show mercy. Indeed, before the 5th Brigade could even establish its formation, Feng Qinyang decisively commanded his troops to engage. The gates of Yinji City swung open, and the 3rd Brigade surged forth like a tidal wave, unleashing a storm of artillery that blotted out the sky, reminiscent of fireworks heralding the end of chaos. Chapter 30. Unsavory Transactions. Capital Star has always been regarded as the pinnacle of the Federation, home to the finest military academies, cutting-edge technological displays, and an exemplary healthcare system. Even the most beautiful women grace the private estates of certain nobles within its bounds. This city serves as a confluence of the hopeful aspirations of the common folk and the grim reality of their wretched lives. For behind the facade of opulence lies a web of sordid dealings, hypocritically concealed beneath the surface. Yi Zian has ventured to Capital Star for the 2nd time. Her inaugural visit was shrouded in secrecy, whereas this time she arrives with full transparency. The irreconcilable conflict between the Federation and the Empire has persisted for a staggering 50 years, with skirmishes erupting intermittently. Yet, for the aristocrats, every war seems negotiable. This is the acumen of politicians, who can orchestrate the demise of countless soldiers and condemn innumerable innocents with mere words. Bearing directives from the Empire, Yi Zian strides into the heart of the Federation's parliamentary center, where a circular chamber brims with lawmakers. Some sit with bowed heads in feigned slumber, while others, weary-eyed, struggle to keep awake. This assembly serves merely as a formality, with the ultimate decision resting in the hands of a select few power brokers. The Empire seeks passage through the Federation's Capital Star to reach Hanhai Star, Yi Zian states matter-of-factly, as she surveys the varied expressions of the nobles. A cold smirk dances on her lips. These decaying aristocrats are akin to leeches, yet they unwittingly assist her grand design. I oppose this, Marshal Lin Wu exclaims vehemently. Although he is unaware of the Empire and Appo's ulterior motives, he understands that granting access to their ships could lead to unforeseen consequences for which he, as a marshal, would be held accountable. Olivian casts a calm gaze at Lin Wu and replies slowly, I find it agreeable. We have endured a half-century of conflict with the Empire, and our populace yearns for peace. Thus, I support granting passage to express our Federation's desire for tranquility. Lin Wu does not engage with Olivian but turns his attention to Yi Zian. May I inquire about the Empire's intentions for this passage? It is quite simple. We need to transport mining equipment to Hanhai Star. Any alternative route would be time-consuming, and as you are aware, the mineral resources of Hanhai Star are dwindling. We must expedite the return of these precious ores to the Empire, Yi Zian elucidates. Even so, I remain opposed, Lin Wu resolutely counters. Olivian raps the table, asserting, Marshal, this is a parliamentary setting. Whether to grant passage must be determined by a vote among all members. Humph, members, merely lapdogs. I cannot be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you, Lin Wu scoffs, rising to exit the assembly. Olivian disregards Lin Wu's rudeness and turns apologetically to Yi Zian. My apologies, Miss Yi. Our marshal has a rather abrasive temperament. I hope you can forgive him. Yi Zian smiles and shakes her head, indicating that it is of no concern. Olivian then calls out, let us proceed to vote on whether to grant passage to the Empire. As anticipated, the outcome is overwhelmingly in favor, with 80% of the members endorsing the proposal. Yi Zian clasps Olivian's hand with a smile, saying, "Thank you, my lord. We shall fulfill our promise promptly." Upon exiting the chamber, Yi Zian boards her spacecraft. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, her slender fingers tightly interlocked, knuckles paling. Everything is settled, Yi Zian murmurs to herself. Outside Yanji City, the conflict was brief. The 5th Brigade of Qinshuan City displayed no inclination for battle and soon surrendered. Li Cheng sat upright in an armored vehicle, watching as Feng Qinyang approached him slowly. Feng Qinyang's heart was heavy with complexity. Li Cheng was his closest friend, a kindred spirit since their enlistment. And now they faced each other as adversaries. Sometimes, I question the days of our past. Back then, you were full of vigor, passionately discussing strategy over sand tables. And now we find ourselves in armed conflict, Li Cheng remarked bitterly. Feng Qinyang yearned to comfort his old friend with a reassuring touch, but withdrew his hand, sighing, "Brother, join me in conquest." Li Cheng shook his head, fully aware that Feng Qinyang spoke from the heart, yet as a soldier, he valued the dignity of his station above all. "I cannot. I have spent over a decade in Qinshuan City, though it may no longer resemble its former self. It remains my home. As a brother, grant me a merciful end," Li Cheng declared resolutely. Feng Qinyang was in turmoil, unable to fathom his next move. Could he really harm his own brother? He could not bring himself to do it. "Take him away. I will consult Lord Qin Luo," Feng Qinyang finally instructed. Within Longyuan City, Qin Luo remained fixated on the map displayed on the widescreen. The Victory Brigade, 1st Brigade, 2nd Brigade, and the Railgun Battalion had quietly neared Qinshuan City, with the final piece of the puzzle to encircle Twilight City gradually coming together. 3 red arrows on the map indicated the strategic situation. "As soon as the troops are in position, we launch the attack," Qin Luo commanded, addressing the rotund officer beside him. The officer's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was their joint strategy. Should they seize Qinshuan City swiftly, they would complete the encirclement of Twilight City, setting the stage for subsequent maneuvers. Suddenly, a message flashed across the screen, revealing Feng Qinyang's visage as he saluted sharply. "Sir, all troops are in position. Attack," Qin Luo ordered in a low voice. Outside Qinshuan City, Mo Lan sat alone in a chair, gazing out at the night sky. The failed assault on Yanji City had further depleted the already strained forces of Qinshuan City. Mo Lan issued a conscription order, forcibly recruiting countless able-bodied men into the military, effectively bolstering 2 brigades. The entire Qinshuan City was engulfed in despair, yet Mo Lan remained unfazed. She cared little for the sacrifices and wails of the common people as long as she achieved her objectives. On the streets, patrol vehicles sped past, while captured men struggled against their captors, leaving behind grieving families who wept inconsolably for their lost husbands and sons. "A group of foolish commoners, they deserve their fate," Mo Lan remarked with a cold smile curling at her lips. Suddenly, a cannon fired, illuminating the night sky with the trajectory of a railgun akin to a comet trailing its tail, striking the very center of Qinshuan City. The blinding light and the sound of explosions overwhelmed all senses, causing Mo Lan to rise in disbelief as she witnessed the devastation unfolding outside. In the wake of the bombardment, artillery fire rained down upon Qinshuan City, transforming it into a cauldron of boiling blood and flesh. Streets and alleys were consumed by flames, the cries of civilians and the roars of soldiers echoing in a cacophony of horror. Qin Luo stood atop an armored vehicle, observing the chaos through his reconnaissance scope. His heart ached, yet he understood the brutal nature of war. "If one day I possess the means, I hope for world peace," Qin Luo whispered softly. Following the barrage, the Victory Brigade, 1st Brigade, 2nd Brigade, and the quietly arrived 3rd Brigade launched their assault. Qinshuan City, already overwhelmed by the shelling, offered no resistance. Its frail defenses crumbled effortlessly. The door burst open, and a figure clad in black rushed in, urgency evident in their tone. "Madam, please follow us to evacuate." Mo Lan stared blankly at the unfolding chaos, her body frozen. She could not comprehend how things had devolved so rapidly. She had intended to rally Qinshuan City against Qin Luo, Yet now all her plans seemed to dissolve like ephemeral fireworks, vanishing in an instant. The black-clad figure dragged Emolan swiftly to the spaceport, where a massive military vessel awaited her arrival. She was forcibly ushered aboard the ship. The rotund officer stood beside Qin Luo and whispered, "Xiao Luo, would you like a gift from me?" Qin Luo turned to the portly man, surveying him from head to toe, and remarked with a smile, "Aside from this abundance of flesh, what else could you possibly offer me?" "Humph. What I deliver will undoubtedly astonish you," the hefty fellow responded with confidence. Emolan sat in a daze aboard the spacecraft, uncertain of her destination, until she was roused by the figure in black beside her. "Madam, where shall we go now?" the cloaked individual inquired. "I do not know. I have no idea where to go," Emolan despaired, shaking her head. The families of the capital star circle were not a place she dared to return to. She could not withstand the marshal's wrath. The figure in black slowly drew out an ion gun, aiming it at Emolan. "Then please, allow me to escort you to meet someone." Chapter 31. The Siege of October. When Qin Luo encountered Emolan, a complex tumult of emotions surged within him. It was this very woman who had taken away his parents years ago, compelling him to flee from Stan Star. The demise of the Wanderers was also inextricably linked to her. "You once expressed a fervent desire to uncover the fate of your parents. Coincidentally, my intelligence network has infiltrated her subordinates," the plump man remarked, patting Qin Luo on the shoulder. "Grateful?" Qin Luo gazed intently at the plump man before turning to Emolan, inhaling deeply as he inquired, "Where are my parents?" Emolan met his gaze, her heart heavy with desolation. She longed to eliminate Qin Luo, yet now found herself ensnared in the hands of others, consumed by despair. "Huh, Qin Luo, today you have the upper hand, and I have no retort. But do not expect to learn the whereabouts of your parents," Emolan sneered coldly. Qin Luo approached her, locking eyes with his adversary, his gaze as tranquil as still water. "I have never been one to succumb to threats. I can grant you a dignified death, or I could cast you into the streets, proclaiming to the citizens of Qinshuan City that you are the architect of their misfortunes. Can you fathom their reaction?" Chilled to the bone by his words, Emolan struggled fiercely. "Qin Luo, you cannot do this. You wretched failure. Should you refuse to disclose my parents' whereabouts, I implore you to test my resolve." Qin Luo's voice was as frigid as ice. With that, Emolan ceased her resistance, collapsing to the ground. Her once radiant visage now dulled, as if all vigor had been siphoned from her. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered, "I do not know where your parents are, but I assure you they are alive." "Very well, you may meet your end." Qin Luo gestured, and a soldier pulled the trigger, Emolan gradually sinking to the ground. With his back turned, Qin Luo's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. The knowledge that his parents still lived filled him with an indescribable joy. Once Emolan's lifeless body was removed, he reined in his emotions, turning to the light screen, where he deftly consolidated the final segment of his strategic encirclement. The entire Twilight City was firmly ensnared. The strategic objective had been accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting Twilight City's response. With a gentle sweep, he marked Twilight City's location in red on the screen. Within Twilight City, Connor sat at the helm in military garb, flanked by stern-faced officers, all awaiting his command. "Had I foreseen this predicament, I should have eliminated him when he was still rising," Connor mused, a murderous glint in his eyes. Despite being completely surrounded by Qin Luo, he exhibited no trace of panic. The notion that Qin Luo could encircle Twilight City was absurd. "Reporting, my lord. I believe we should take the initiative." Allowing Qin Luo to witness the true strength of Twilight City, a bold officer proclaimed. The assembly comprised senior officers, each brimming with confidence. Although Twilight City had previously withdrawn a considerable portion of its forces, this was merely precautionary. Deep down, they had never regarded Qin Luo as a genuine threat. "Currently, we possess 6 infantry brigades, 3 armored regiments, and 2 railgun battalions. Our aerial firepower is sufficiently robust, with a fleet of ships poised to suppress any threat. A decisive strike within 3 days could conclude this conflict," the officer asserted confidently. Connor fell into contemplation, acutely aware of his side's superiority. Yet, an inexplicable unease gnawed at him. Perhaps it was due to Twilight City and Apos' prolonged absence from warfare. He yearned for a continuation of stable development. I oppose this. An elder officer spoke up. The assembly turned to him. The senior officer, perhaps in his 50s, his posture slightly bent, paused before continuing. Regardless of the circumstances, negotiation remains the optimal approach. We should first dispatch envoys to negotiate with Qin Luo, seeking a peaceful opportunity while also stabilizing our position. A cowardly fool. Speak plainly if you are afraid to fight. A hawkish officer retorted. Warfare is a grave matter, not to be undertaken lightly. Now that Qin Luo has us surrounded, what purpose does refraining from battle serve? Surrender? The room erupted into chaos, with officers bickering fiercely. Connor, overwhelmed, slammed his hand on the table, commanding silence. The officers glared at each other, falling silent. After a moment of thought, Connor declared, "We shall negotiate first, then engage in battle." Following the occupation of Qin City, Qin Luo showed no signs of relaxation. Qin City, Longyuan City, and Yanji City were all interconnected by rapid transit routes, resembling links in an iron chain that encircled Twilight City firmly. To the north, Longyuan City was under the command of Qin Luo, who personally led the victorious brigade and the 1st Brigade. To the west, Feng Qinyang directed the 3rd Brigade and the Yanji Battalion, while the east was overseen by the Plump Man, leading the 5th, 2nd, and 4th Brigades, with railgun battalions strategically positioned for support. The magnitude of this encirclement was immense. Qin Luo orchestrated it with great fanfare, ensuring that Twilight City could not remain oblivious. The trap is set, awaiting their response, the Plump Man remarked with narrowed eyes. From the moment the assaults on Qin City and Yanji City commenced, Qin Luo had been weaving a web, a strategy devised in collaboration with the Plump Man and Feng Qinyang. Though the entire plan was audacious, Qin Luo deemed it worth the risk. From my understanding of Connor, he is indecisive and overly self-important. I anticipate his emissary's arrival, Qin Luo mused, a confident smile gracing his lips. He had often considered that, had he been in Connor's position, he would never permit Qin Luo's ascension to go unchallenged and would have eradicated him the moment he seized Longyuan City, rather than waiting until he had grown formidable. As expected, a soldier reported from outside, "The envoy from Twilight City has arrived." Qin Luo gestured for them to enter. The envoy was none other than the elder officer who had proposed the peace negotiations. After bowing to Qin Luo, he began, "Lord Qin Luo, we finally meet." Qin Luo smiled knowingly, grasping the elder officer's hand as he replied, "I have heard much about you from Lauren. I never imagined we would meet in person." This officer was a long-standing mole within Twilight City, known as Lu Feng. Before his departure, Lauren had personally introduced him to Qin Luo. The two had maintained clandestine communication through secret networks, but this marked their first official encounter. Connor now sought reconciliation through negotiation. Although Twilight City appeared powerful, its military efficacy had significantly diminished due to years of inactivity. Lu Feng spoke eloquently. "I can leverage this negotiation to delay matters for you by a maximum of 3 months. The rest is in your hands," Lu Feng informed Qin Luo. 3 months is ample time. Qin Luo's eyes gleamed with determination. His strategic plan could be executed within a month. Yet this additional 2-month window allowed him to refine the entire scheme meticulously. Should there come a day when you can no longer remain under Lauren's command? "You are always welcome here," Qin Luo remarked. "You are quite the opportunist, Lord Qin Luo," Lu Feng replied with a smile. Neither openly addressed the implications of their words, for both understood that as long as Lauren existed, Qin Luo would not dare employ Lu Feng, nor would Lu Feng risk defecting to Qin Luo. After settling Lu Feng, Qin Luo pondered, might it be prudent to seek a suitable opportunity to eliminate Lauren? However, this notion was swiftly cast aside, for he recognized that he lacked the strength to vanquish Roland at this juncture. The mere presence of the Winter Association behind him instilled a profound sense of suffocation within Qin Luo. Furthermore, as long as the Federation persisted, he and the Winter Association would remain allies, at least on the surface. "Inform Qingyang to initiate our plan. This time, I seek a decisive strike." Qin Luo declared. Chapter 32. The 2-year war. For an extended period, Twilight City loomed over Qin Luo like a heavy blade, a burden so weighty that it once rendered him breathless. At last, he had awaited the moment to cast aside this sword and let it dissolve into molten iron in the furnace. Within the military stronghold of Rouge City, Qin Luo gazed intently at the 500 soldiers before him, an elite selection from various divisions, equipped with the most advanced individual weaponry available in Longyuan City. Their singular mission: to execute a decisive strike. Lu Feng had secured 3 months for Qin Luo. He had to ensure that each blow was fatal. These 500 men represented a sharp spear, poised to pierce the fortress of Twilight City and shatter it into oblivion. You are all elite warriors, and I have never doubted your capabilities. However, this mission bears immense peril, and I implore you to face it without fear, Qin Luo said calmly. The soldiers looked upon him, their eyes ablaze with fervor. To them, he was a deity, invincible and omnipotent. Many among them were once mere civilians of Longyuan City, whose lives had been marked by wandering and evasion. Now, they stood on the precipice of confronting the most formidable Twilight City, a prospect they had never dared to envision. Yet now, this dream was within reach. They were about to engage in a final confrontation with the mightiest of foes. Should they triumph, the chaos that had plagued Blue Sea Star for centuries would finally yield to unity. Are you afraid? Qin Luo inquired. Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. The soldiers roared in unison. Excellent. This time, I shall lead you to crush those self-proclaimed nobles and demonstrate our strength, not something they can trample upon at will. Qin Luo bellowed. Inside Twilight City, 3 months had elapsed, and Lu Feng's negotiations had yet to reach a conclusion. Connor's patience was waning, and his gaze fell upon the map. As the king of Blue Sea Star, he was resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Qin Luo. To eliminate him, the command staff and officers had assembled. Connor spoke slowly. Since Qin Luo refuses to negotiate, let us employ our might to inform him who the true sovereign is. Yes, all the officers chorused. They were filled with unwavering confidence in their ability to vanquish Qin Luo, for the fleet commanded air superiority, meticulously observing his every move. All of Qin Luo's troop deployments and intricate details were meticulously marked on the map. A rabble. This was Connor's assessment of Qin Luo. The staff believed he was courting disaster, as his forces were insufficient to encircle Twilight City, leaving him vulnerable to a counterattack. Surrounding us, we shall launch a full offensive and strike at multiple points, shattering his encirclement. One staff member jested. Laughter erupted in the operations room, each individual buoyed by overwhelming confidence. Connor raised his hand, motioning for silence. Then it is settled. Order the troops to engage fully. This time, I will obliterate Qin Luo. In the operations room of Rouge City, the stout man and Feng Qingyang regarded the map with grave expressions. Outside, the skies were ablaze with artillery fire, the airships of Twilight City dominating the aerial domain. Under the relentless barrage, Rouge City, Longyuan City, and Qinshuan City lay completely exposed to Twilight City and Oppo's assault. As of now, I can still rely on our robust defensive installations for resistance. I hope little Luo is faring well, the stout man expressed with concern. Feng Qingyang nodded. The strategy had been devised collaboratively among the 3 of them. He was acutely aware of the inherent dangers, while he and the stout man commanded from a distance. The pressure was immense, yet it paled in comparison to what Qin Luo faced. Lord Qin Luo, may you prevail, Feng Qingyang silently prayed. Outside the castle of Twilight City, all forces had surged forth, leaving only a single brigade of guards scattered across the castle's periphery. Connor and the officers had congregated in the operations room, where the energy lights illuminated the sand table map in intricate detail. Massive searchlights swept the area, their illumination brazen against the pitch-black sky. In the night, small shadows advanced stealthily towards the castle, with Qin Luo leading the charge in his black attire. A month prior, Qin Luo had commenced subterranean excavation, using the metal conduits as cover, burrowing within a mere 3 kilometers of Twilight City. Now, 500 soldiers followed him through the tunnel, emerging beneath the very fortress. Twilight City remained opulent in the night, Yet to Qin Luo, it was merely a fade, its interior rife with decay. As the searchlight swept past once more, Qin Luo raised his hand and signaled. The 500 soldiers surged forward, their movements swift and silent, akin to phantoms gliding through the night. Suddenly, alarms blared. Qin Luo fired the first shot, unleashing a barrage of ion beams upon the castle's guards. In an instant, dozens fell. Enemy attack. A voice echoed throughout the castle. The guards, still groggy from slumber, scrambled to arm themselves and rush outside, only to be met by a torrent of flickering azure ion beams. The 500 soldiers divided into 10 squads, launching their assault from multiple directions. Portable magnetic storm grenades were swiftly affixed to the sturdy castle walls, unleashing violent explosions that sent the ancient structure crumbling. Connor burst forth, his gaze immediately landing on the collapsing walls. The once impenetrable alloy could not withstand the ferocious blasts of numerous portable magnetic storm grenades, creating a gaping breach. Leading the charge, Qin Luo entered the fray, only to be met by the guards, who were taken aback. A brutal melee erupted in the expansive courtyard. "Order the airship fleet to return immediately." "Fall back," Connor shouted, his complexion paling. Connor had never anticipated that Qin Luo would directly assault the castle with his forces. The guards stationed here were tasked primarily with maintaining order and defense, their combat prowess the weakest among all troops. In a single engagement, they suffered over 200 casualties. An officer hastily produced a holographic screen, calling out, "All units, retreat to defense." Qin Luo moved swiftly through the throng, his sights set solely on Connor. Discarding his ion gun, he brandished a metallic dagger, embodying the grim reaper of the night, relentlessly reaping the lives of his enemies, his attire drenched in their blood. Connor rushed back to his grand hall, commanding the doors to be shut. All the officers brandished their weapons, poised for action, while the sounds of anguish echoed outside, accompanied by the piercing of metal and the thunder of explosions. Connor's heart raced in tandem with the chaos. After centuries of regal existence, the combat efficacy of the Guard Brigade had significantly diminished. Compounded by the influx of officers' relatives, the unit had devolved into little more than a ceremonial display. A soldier from Lonyuan City, eyes ablaze with fury, pursued 5 or 6 guards. Blood dripped from his metallic dagger. As a seasoned veteran, he understood that in the close-quarters combat of night, a dagger proved far superior to an ion gun, for as one aimed at another, the dagger could very well claim one's life. "Die!" the soldier cried, slashing the throat of a guard with his dagger, his eyes burning with rage. Qin Luo barreled toward the grand hall's entrance. The metallic door proved impenetrable. He turned and shouted, "Bring me some men to blow this door open." Above Ru City, the airships that had previously rained fire were now in frantic retreat. The stout man and Feng Qinyang exchanged glances. "Little Luo has succeeded. Orbital artillery team, open fire on their ships. They must not be allowed to escape." Feng Qinyang urgently commanded. Dressed meticulously in military attire, Feng Qinyang saluted the corpulent figure before him, saying, "I entrust you with command here. I must head to the front lines. The moment for our counteroffensive has arrived." "Excellent." The rotund man nodded solemnly. Without hesitation, Feng Qinyang boarded an armored vehicle and swiftly made his way to Qinshuan City. Upon disembarking, he issued a resounding command: "Counterattack." The soldiers, who had been hiding within their defensive fortifications, erupted in a cacophony of battle cries as they surged forth. For an extended period, they had been relegated to a passive defense, their hearts simmering with pent-up rage, and now they charged towards the enemy with fervor. The forces of Twilight City, initially poised for retreat, were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, as soldiers from Lonyuan City crashed into their ranks, igniting a brutal yet efficient melee. Simultaneously, within the territories of the former Triad, the Lonyuan City headquarters, and other domains under Qin Luo's command, legions of soldiers burst forth from their defensive positions, roaring defiantly as they advanced upon the enemy, their singular focus fixed on annihilation. How could Qin Luo amass such a formidable force? "What has your intelligence division been doing?" bellowed Jiang Qingzi, the commander of Twilight City, in a fit of fury. He had already found himself encircled by Qin Luo's troops, and with Twilight City under siege. He was compelled to retreat. To his astonishment, the enemy's numbers far exceeded those reported by the intelligence division, almost doubling, and their positions indicated a premeditated assault rather than a hasty strike. As a distinguished graduate of the capital star's foremost military academy, Jiang Qingzi was taken aback by the unfolding scenario, and he promptly ordered the three most formidable brigades to hold the rear, ensuring a safe withdrawal for his forces. However, the frontline commander, Feng Qinyang, would not grant him such an opportunity. He relentlessly issued commands, succinctly stating, "At all costs, continue the attack." Consequently, the soldiers of Longyuan City, undeterred by the enemy's overwhelming firepower, charged forth with reckless abandon, employing human waves to breach the defenses. Over the course of 3 hours, they launched 12 successive suicidal assaults, rendering Jiang Qingzi incapable of securing a safe exit from the battlefield. Above, 3 orbital artillery divisions unleashed a relentless barrage, effectively intercepting the enemy's fleet in midair. In the absence of any will to fight, enemy vessels fell one after another, succumbing to the onslaught. Chapter 33. Unification of the Blue Sea within Twilight City. A dozen soldiers rushed to Qin Luo's side, swiftly affixing the magnetic storm bomb to the door. With a resounding explosion, the metal door was blown apart. Connell, armed with a gun, along with the officers, immediately opened fire. A few soldiers were inadvertently struck and fell to the ground, while the soldiers from Longyuan City took cover until the gunfire ceased. At that moment, Qin Luo charged inside. Inside the great hall, Connell looked ashen, his gaze fixed on Qin Luo, filled with regret. If only he had eliminated Qin Luo earlier, the current situation might have been averted. "Qin Luo, you cannot kill me," Connell pleaded, attempting a desperate struggle. "Why not?" Qin Luo's dagger twirled gracefully in the light of the energy lamp, glimmering with an exquisite beauty. "I am a noble. Killing me would mean declaring war against the entire Federation," Connell asserted, his right hand slowly reaching back. However, Qin Luo had already noticed his movement. With a powerful leap, he lunged at Connell, his dagger slicing through the air. Connell's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell, his right hand clutching an unactivated portable magnetic storm bomb. "I have slain many nobles. Am I to fear the Federation? This has always been my way," Qin Luo murmured to himself. The battle raged on through the night. As the sun rose the next day, the sounds of cannon fire across Blue Sea Star had subsided. Plumes of black smoke rose slowly into the sky, while injured soldiers screamed at the heavens, and the deceased closed their eyes, awaiting their return to the earth. The rotund figure stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his body trembling slightly with repressed excitement, a solitary tear escaping his eye. Feng Qinyang stood atop an armored vehicle, surveying the field strewn with corpses and the soldiers beginning to clear the battlefield, his heart heavy with emotion. After centuries of chaos, Blue Sea Star had finally been unified, now under the dominion of a new master, Qin Luo. "I see it, thus I conquer." Feng Qinyang silently recited Qin Luo's words, the first step of conquest having officially commenced. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Luo sat in Connell's former position, his expression serene, yet his hands tightly gripped the armrests of the chair, betraying his inner excitement. The rotund figure, Feng Qinyang, Yang Song, Shengwan Yinji, and several officials from Longyuan City, Qinshuan City, and Twilight City knelt on one knee. "We salute you, my lord," they chorused. Qin Luo took a deep breath and said, "Please rise and report the situation." The rotund figure spoke first. "After this battle, we now possess 51 H-class mines, 30 Z-class mines, and an additional 100 energy stone mines. If we can establish trade, it will yield hundreds of billions of Federation coins in annual revenue." The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that the majority of these resources belonged to Twilight City, revealing the immense wealth it once held. "Once the situation stabilizes, I shall negotiate trade with other planets," Yang Song quickly added. Qin Luo nodded, turning his gaze towards Feng Qinyang, who continued, including the captured soldiers. "We now have a total of 30 infantry brigades, 10 orbital artillery regiments, and a squadron of spacecraft." "Excellent. The troops must be reorganized immediately into 10 divisions. I entrust the training to Sister Yenji, Qin Luo replied with a smile. Over the next 3 months, extensive construction projects commenced across Blue Sea Star, centered around the former Twilight City fortress, as all territories began to integrate, forging a vast metallic city. The original 30 brigades were restructured into 10 divisions, and the 10 orbital artillery regiments were combined into 3 orbital artillery brigades. The rotund figure was appointed as the Minister of Logistics for Blue Sea Star, Feng Qinyang as Chief of Staff, and Shangwan Yinji as Deputy Chief of Staff, while other officials retained their previous positions. Once everything was organized, Qin Luo found himself with an abundance of free time. Although he held the title of Commander of Blue Sea Star, he found himself idle, as all affairs were managed by designated individuals. With the leisure, he grew somewhat bored. On the capital star, at the marshal's estate, Lin Wu glanced at the intelligence report in his hand before casually tossing it onto the table. Dressed in the uniform of a Federation marshal, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the documents laid out before him, which contained information on Qin Luo, a failed product. Yet he possesses such formidable capabilities. The research prowess of Qin Wuyin and his spouse is indeed remarkable, Lin Wu mused to himself. He turned sharply and commanded, "Bring me the latest information on the current situation of Qin Wuyin and his spouse." Before long, a subordinate clad in military attire entered and respectfully handed over a holographic screen, which displayed a video capturing the current lives of Qin Wuyin and his spouse. In a secluded estate, their lives appeared quite normal, merely strolling and conversing. "Send this video to Qin Luo and instruct him to return to the capital star's first military academy for further studies," Lin Wu ordered. "But, will he return?" the subordinate asked cautiously. Lin Wu gazed out the window, his eyes glinting with determination. "He will undoubtedly return, for Qin Wuyin is in my grasp." Within the estate of Olivian, a delicate crystal vase was toppled to the ground by Olivian in a fit of rage. He was infuriated beyond measure. A mercenary he had deliberately exiled had unified Blue Sea Star in just 2.5 years, an affront to his authority. A bunch of useless fools, Connell, Beat, Roland, all of them are utterly inept. Olivian seethed. Once he calmed down, he exhaled, crouching to pick up the shards of the crystal vase piece by piece. Lin Wu must take action now. A mere mercenary is of little concern. I must focus on Lin Wu, who truly poses a significant threat. Inside the castle of Blue Sea Star, Qin Luo calmly regarded the Federation military's orders, which instructed him to return to the capital star's first military academy for further training. "Xiao Luo, you cannot go. This is clearly an attempt to confine you," the rotund figure advised, gently setting down the holographic screen. Qin Luo's heart was not as tranquil as he appeared, for the order implied a connection to his parents. Lin Wu's message was unmistakable. "I hold your parents. You must return. The capital star is indeed an excellent place, especially now," Qin Luo remarked coolly. The rotund figure looked at him in confusion, and Qin Luo smiled slightly. Currently, Lin Wu and Olivian are locked in a fierce struggle. Beneath the surface calm, a tempest brews. Then you absolutely cannot return. What if something were to happen to you? What would become of Blue Sea Star? The rotund figure urged anxiously. "With you overseeing the center, and Chun Yang in charge of military command, I have every confidence," Qin Luo reassured him. "No, you are the pillar of Blue Sea Star. Nothing must happen to you," the rotund figure insisted resolutely. Qin Luo patted his sturdy shoulder, gazing at this steadfast companion who had always been by his side. "My friend, some matters are beyond my control. Moreover, the waters of the capital star have become muddied. My presence there may be timely, perhaps even yielding unexpected advantages." Realizing he could not dissuade Qin Luo, the rotund figure pondered for a moment before conceding. "You may go, but you must heed my counsel regarding security measures." Qin Luo nodded slowly, his thoughts already drifting to capital star. However, he felt a sense of calm, knowing his parents were safe, which was sufficient. 3 days later, 5 military spacecraft departed from Blue Sea Star towards the capital star. Qin Luo chuckled to himself, bemused at the rotund figure's decision to provide him with 100 of the finest soldiers. Such ostentatious displays were the hallmark of decadent nobility. Everything must prioritize safety. I will await your return in Blue Sea Star, the rotund figure murmured. As he boarded the spacecraft, Qin Luo reclined against the seat, pondering whether his journey to the capital star would bring fortune or calamity. Yet, deep within, he felt a flicker of anticipation. The true adventure was just beginning. Chapter 34. Return to the capital star in the spring of the federal year 2391. 10 military spacecraft descended silently upon the spaceport of Capital Star. Dressed in the uniform of a federal major, Qin Luo strode out of the spacecraft, flanked by 100 soldiers who descended in an orderly manner, their expressions vigilant as they formed a protective barrier around him. "It's all right. This is Capital Star. I am quite safe," Qin Luo remarked with a smile. However, his captain of the guard, Zhao Tong, could not afford to relax even for a moment. When departing from Blue Sea Star, Feng Qinyang had repeatedly admonished them, regardless of the circumstances, ensure the safety of Lord Qin Luo. Passers-by in the spaceport gazed at the scene with disdain, in a place where nobility and generals were abundant. Arriving with 100-strong guard marked them as country bumpkins in the eyes of the Capital Star's inhabitants. Not far off, a 12-meter-long black hover limousine stood quietly. Qin Luo hastened towards it, and a young man emerged from within, impeccably dressed in a suit, his medium-length hair falling over his brows. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of sophistication, it was none other than the long-absent Martin Luther. They embraced warmly, with Qin Luo playfully knocking his fist against Martin Luther's chest. "It's been a year, and you've bulked up." Martin Luther smiled. "You shouldn't have returned at this time." As they entered the car, Qin Luo leaned back against the leather seat, closing his eyes. "Sometimes, I have no choice." The hover limousine cruised along, the streets blurring past Qin Luo's view. Compared to a year ago, the changes in Capital Star were minimal, though it seemed that the population had diminished significantly. The struggle between Marshal Lin Wu and Speaker Olivian has reached a brutal peak. "Naturally, many have perished," Martin Luther sighed. Qin Luo nodded. During his time on Blue Sea Star, he had monitored the developments in Capital Star. President Kaiji was undoubtedly the most inept leader in the history of the Federation, spending his days attending press conferences or remaining within the presidential residence. The conflict between Lin Wu and Olivian had spilled from the shadows into the open, with the two arguing fervently at every assembly. The gendarmerie and defense divisions of Capital Star were frequently mobilized, with some soldiers failing to recognize their own commanders. Who could predict who would be in charge the following day? Each morning, the robots tasked with cleaning the streets collected a significant number of corpses, many noble officials found inexplicably dead in some gutter, Martin Luther mocked. As the car entered Martin Luther's estate, Qin Luo alighted, where Martin Qining awaited. "You shouldn't have returned," he echoed his son's sentiments. "The most dangerous places may very well be the safest," Qin Luo replied with a smile. After conversing with Martin Luther and others for a considerable time, Qin Luo set off to report to the military, this time as a student of the Federation's first military academy, requiring a permit from the military. The issuance of permits was handled by a middle-aged man clad in outdated military attire, a uniform that had been abolished 5 years prior. Qin Luo was perplexed as to why someone would still wear it so ostentatiously within the military office. "Qin Luo? Returned from Blue Sea Star?" The middle-aged officer inquired while examining Qin Luo's dossier. Qin Luo saluted, reporting, "Sir, yes." The officer set down the file, scrutinizing Qin Luo with curiosity, seemingly eager to explore the life of this young man often mentioned by his superior. "I have sent your documents to the military academy. You may begin classes tomorrow," the officer informed him. Qin Luo saluted once more and exited the military office, where a black hover limousine awaited him. Glancing at the occupants inside, he hesitated before stepping in. Within sat Lin Wu. As the current marshal of the Federation, Lin Wu's ascension was nothing short of legendary, embodying the ideal soldier in the hearts of nearly all Federation citizens. His azure military uniform accentuated his commanding presence, complemented by a resolute visage and calm gaze, making it difficult to imagine the myriad of underhanded tactics employed by this courageous and loyal marshal. I have a strong desire to kill you, Lin Wu stated bluntly. You've had ample opportunities. It's merely that you lack the courage, Qin Luo replied, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to Lin Wu's words. A flicker of harshness passed through Lin Wu's eyes, but quickly faded. Qin Luo was right. He did not dare to strike. Not due to Qin Luo's current strength. A blue sea star was hardly greater than an ant in the eyes of a Federation marshal, nor was it due to Qin Luo's personal might. No individual could withstand an assault from tens of thousands of troops. It was simply because of Qin Luo's madness and the enigma surrounding Martin Shining. Lin Wu is well aware of Qin Luo's insanity. A man capable of unifying Blue Sea Star in 2 years was either a genius or a madman. Qin Luo embodied both traits, hence Lin Wu's hesitation. 100 battle-hardened elite soldiers provided protection, necessitating the mobilization of at least 5,000 gendarmes to launch an assault. Such a large-scale maneuver would not go unnoticed by Olivian. Lin Wu imagined that should he deploy forces against Qin Luo, Olivian's complaint would be swiftly submitted to the assembly. Moreover, there was the mysterious Martin Shining, whom even Lin Wu feared. He dared not act, especially at this pivotal moment. I hope you will comply and refrain from undertaking actions you should not. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your parents, Lin Wu warned. Qin Luo opened his eyes, calm as water. I am here to pursue further studies at the military academy. Excellent. Lin Wu nodded in satisfaction. Qin Luo exited the vehicle, his pace deliberate. Upon turning the corner, he leaned against a wall, fists clenched. His eyes filled with murderous intent. One day, I will kill you, he whispered through gritted teeth. The following morning, Qin Luo reported to the First Military Academy, a venerable institution with a history spanning thousands of years, once a cradle for the Federation's finest military talents. Having produced 21 marshals and countless generals, a legacy of unparalleled glory. However, in the last century, the First Military Academy had begun to decline. Although each year saw some top graduates ascend to high-ranking positions, they could no longer be compared to the prodigious talents of yore. Austin, a senior professor at the Capital Political Academy, once remarked during a lecture, the influx of nobility into the First Military Academy has brought not talent, but utter nonsense. Shortly thereafter, this renowned political scholar was taken away by the gendarmerie on dubious charges and was never seen again. As Qin Luo walked along the white street toward the academy, he encountered a grand wall of fame, where each name etched bore the legacy of illustrious military figures. Guards at the entrance, clutching ion guns, maintained a serious demeanor, refusing to divert their gaze. Only upon presenting his military permit was Qin Luo granted entry. Inside the academy, an atmosphere of iron and blood prevailed, the architectural style reminiscent of a battlefield military base, with the Federation's purple and gold flag fluttering in the breeze. Groups of cadets in military attire passed by, engaged in animated discussions, making Qin Luo feel somewhat out of place. Is this your first time here? A voice inquired from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a young woman clad in blue military garb. She was strikingly beautiful, with skin as fair as snow and eyes as deep as water. Her well-fitted uniform exuded an extraordinary grace, resembling the most exquisite flower in the military. Qin Luo found himself momentarily entranced. Hello, I am Ouyang Ruoxue. The woman extended her hand. Regaining his composure, Qin Luo beamed brightly. Qin Luo, from Blue Sea Star. Ouyang Ruoxue covered her mouth, seemingly unable to believe what she had just heard. After realizing her moment of indiscretion, she chuckled softly. I apologize for my lack of composure. I have indeed heard your name. Qin Luo looked at her, puzzled. Ouyang Ruoxue continued, it was at your commendation ceremony, where Marshal Lin Weiyuan personally bestowed upon you the rank of major. Ah, that is quite a distant memory. Qin Luo responded with a wry smile. Back then, under the influence of Martin Shining, the citizens of Capital Star rallied in protest, and under duress, the federal government acquiesced, granting him the military title of major before exiling him to Blue Ocean Star. Are you also here to study? Ouyang Ruoxue inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity. She was intrigued by the young man who had once stirred a storm in Capital Star, not merely due to past events, but more so regarding the experiences he had encountered over the years, a sentiment largely stemming from a woman and Apos' innate curiosity. Yes, I was recalled by the military to study in Capital Star, Qin Luo replied. With a warm smile, Ouyang Ruoxue pointed towards the central building. Allow me to show you around. Consider it a gesture of assistance from a senior to a junior. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Luo nodded. He indeed required a guide to navigate the academy and familiarize himself with his surroundings. Chapter 35, Tactical course accompanying Ouyang Ruoxue on a tour of the academy was a rather uncomfortable experience for Qin Luo. As they walked side by side, numerous students cast furious glances in Qin Luo's direction. When they noticed the insignia on his shoulder, merely 2 stripes and 1 star, their anger morphed into disdain. In the Capital Star, a bastion of nobility, even the most ordinary noble offspring could easily attain the rank of a school-level officer. Ouyang Ruoxue was eager to share the history of the first military academy, recounting tales of its illustrious past and the renowned generals it had produced. Qin Luo, however, kept his head lowered, occasionally nodding to indicate he was listening. It wasn't until they reached the banks of the academy's small river that Qin Luo suddenly inquired, "How is Lauren?" Ouyang Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, a fleeting look of panic flashing across her face before she regained her composure. "I'm not sure what you mean," she replied. Qin Luo picked up a stone and tossed it into the water, speaking as if to himself, "The illustrious Miss Ouyang, a figure of renown at the first military academy, has sought me out. I hardly believe I possess such charm. In the Capital Star, both Count Ely and the military would wish for my swift demise. The only one who might wish to approach me is likely the Winter Association. Oh, I almost forgot. I still owe a promise to your esteemed gentleman," Qin Luo added, glancing at Ouyang Ruoxue, clearly inexperienced in the art of espionage. Ouyang Ruoxue became flustered after being unmasked by Qin Luo. "I thought I was hiding it well," she murmured, her cheeks flushed. "As a novice, your performance is commendable. However, if you had an expert in intelligence by your side, your intentions would be easily discerned," Qin Luo remarked as he sat on the grass, gazing into the distance. After she calmed her racing heart, Ouyang Ruoxue felt an even greater curiosity towards the young man beside her. She had often heard Lawrence speak of Qin Luo, and the 4 words he used most to describe him were intelligent to a fault. Moreover, even the esteemed gentleman of the Winter Association spoke highly of Qin Luo, claiming that securing a promise from him was the most astute business deal he had made in the past decade. Curiosity piqued, Ouyang Ruoxue decided to sit beside Qin Luo. Now that her cover was blown, she felt unburdened and at ease. "Actually, I am quite curious about you as well. Considering that Brother Lauren and the gentleman seldom praise others," she observed, gazing at Qin Luo's profile. "Is that so? I must say, I feel honored." They rushed back to the Capital Star. "It must be for something of great importance," Qin Luo replied, probing gently. Ouyang Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and offered a mischievous smile. "I wouldn't tell you that." Qin Luo chuckled silently and stood up, continuing along the path. Ouyang Ruoxue stomped her foot in frustration, inwardly resenting Qin Luo's obstinacy, yet inexplicably found herself following him. As they walked, Qin Luo arrived at the classroom for elective courses. He harbored a desire to further his studies at the first military academy, particularly in the field of warship command. Warships served as the backbone of the Federation's formidable power. While infantry and spacecraft may suffice for skirmishes, in large-scale interstellar wars, warships represented the measure of military strength. The Federation's ascendance to a great power within just a few thousand years was due to the decisive role of warships in interstellar conflicts. Historically, renowned generals of the Federation possessed extraordinary skills in commanding warships, from the ancient First Fleet to the now famous Pioneer Fleet. With their powerful warships, the Federation's expansion had never ceased. The advent of warships heralds a greater scale of warfare and enhanced controllability, a bespectacled old professor explained from the podium. Qin Luo quietly entered the classroom, taking a seat in the back row. Despite his enhancements, which endowed him with numerous abilities and knowledge, the classified information regarding warships was not among them. He possessed only a rudimentary understanding. However, With Ouyang Ruoxua present, it was impossible to remain inconspicuous. As she approached and sat beside him, a flurry of sharp, furious gazes bore down on Qin Luo, making him feel quite uneasy. "This student appears unfamiliar," the old professor remarked, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Qin Luo. Rising, Qin Luo saluted. "Major Qin Luo of the Federation, at your service, Professor." The old professor waved his hand dismissively. "This is a military academy, not a barracks. There are no strict protocols here. Just pay attention in my class." Qin Luo sat down, intentionally distancing himself from Ouyang Ruoxua, yet she seemed intent on making him the target of others' ire, inching closer until they were merely centimeters apart. He could even catch a whiff of her fragrance. "Major Qin Luo, I am Lieutenant Colonel Brand," a towering young man stated as he stood and approached Qin Luo. In such situations, professors typically intervened, yet for reasons unknown, the old professor remained silent, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. "Greetings, sir," Qin Luo saluted again. Brand scoffed, not returning the gesture. After casting a glance at Ouyang Ruoxua, he continued, "We are organizing a military exercise soon. Interested?" Though the words were blunt, every student at the military academy understood it as an open challenge. The so-called military exercises could be categorized into two types, the first being a tabletop simulation, where tactical commands were pitted against one another, and the second being live-fire exercises, utilizing specialized firearms for simulated ground combat. While no fatalities would occur, being struck by the specialized laser projectiles would certainly be excruciating. "I'm afraid I'm not interested," Qin Luo replied coolly. Brand's face twisted into a sneer, and he slammed his fist onto the table. "I knew you were a coward. Someone like you has no place here attending lectures." Laughter erupted around them. The scions of nobility from the capital star inherently possessing an overwhelming sense of superiority. For them, mocking a civilian officer like Qin Luo bore no psychological consequence. "I am here to attend class, not to engage in childish antics," Qin Luo retorted coldly. Furious, Brand swung his right fist toward Qin Luo's face. Qin Luo merely tilted his head slightly, evading the blow, then swiftly kicked upward. Brand yelped in pain, clutching his groin and collapsing to the floor, his complexion paling dramatically. "Bolt! Seeking death!" The surrounding officers stood, shouting in outrage, but the old professor lightly tapped the desk. "Silence! Anyone who wishes to leave can do so now." This seemingly mundane statement effectively quelled the officers' fury, compelling them to sit down, glaring daggers at Qin Luo. The first military academy emphasized practical combat training. Though we cannot fulfill such conditions, a military exercise is indeed a commendable idea. "Qin Luo, are you interested?" the old professor inquired with a smile. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the professor would suggest this, but the officers were overjoyed, eagerly preparing to teach him a lesson. "If you win, I shall take you as my disciple," the old professor added. This declaration sent shockwaves through the classroom, with everyone gaping in disbelief, except for Qin Luo, who felt somewhat bewildered. Professor Jason was the most seasoned instructor at the academy, having dedicated his life to the study of warships. Being his disciple would undoubtedly be advantageous for Qin Luo, Ouyang Ruoxua whispered to him. "Very well." Qin Luo agreed without hesitation. With his agreement, Professor Jason led everyone directly to the military exercise ground, opting for live-fire exercises rather than the mundane tactical simulations. After Brand's health improved somewhat, he requested to join the battle. The teams were set for a 5v5 match, with Brand and 4 others on one side, while Qin Luo, Ouyang Ruoxua, and 3 others formed the opposing team. Qin Luo felt a twinge of reluctance regarding this arrangement. It was not that he held any disdain for women, nor was he so juvenile as to believe that they were ill-suited for the battlefield. Rather, it was the palpable hostility emanating from 3 of his teammates. Aside from Ouyang Ruoxua, that troubled him. "That toad dreams of feasting on swan meat," scoffed a young lady from their side. Her name was Brittany, Brand's sister. As a noble, she shared a close bond with Ouyang Ruoxua and had insisted on being on the same team as her. Ever since childhood, she had been Ouyang Ruoxua's shadow, harboring the belief that her brother and Ouyang Ruoxua were destined to be together. As for this sudden appearance of a rustic outsider, She deemed him nothing more than a commoner, merely a dog of the populace, and thought it would be amusing to teach him a lesson. The shooting arena was chosen in a densely wooded area, a terrain that not only facilitated ambushes but also posed a significant challenge for marksmanship. Both teams entered from opposite ends of the jungle. True to his reputation as a top student from the 1st Military Academy, Brand had a clear objective: to seize a vantage point that offered a commanding view of the battlefield. From such heights, he would be able to monitor any movements made by Qin Luo. Before long, Brand and his team occupied a concealed high ground, surrounded by a canopy of leaves. The 5 of them set their weapons and waited silently for Qin Luo's approach. Meanwhile, a significant predicament was unfolding on Qin Luo's side. Chapter 36. Women are not privileged. Women are peculiar beings. At times, they can be remarkably approachable and endearing, yet at other moments, they can engage in actions that provoke intense annoyance, much like the situation that Brittany currently finds herself in. From the onset of their journey into the jungle, Brittany and her companions have been vocal about their discomfort, lamenting about sore backs and aching limbs, even pausing to apply mascara with a mirror, as if they were on a leisurely outing rather than a military exercise. Qin Luo observed this scene with a cold detachment. He had resolved to act independently the moment he agreed to partake in this military drill with Professor Jason. "You all take a rest. I shall venture further in," he stated, departing into the depths of the jungle alone. "Good riddance. Let that bumpkin meet his demise," Brittany muttered under her breath, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Luo's retreating figure. Ouyang Ruoxue, a noblewoman who despised her aristocratic status, felt a rising discomfort at Brittany's behavior, especially since she had joined the Winter Association, a faction opposing the federal government. "Sister Ouyang, this country bumpkin is merely a toad yearning for a swan. You should be cautious," Brittany warned, tugging at Ouyang Ruoxue's arm. Ouyang Ruoxue forced a smile. Had it not been for her mission, she would never have associated with Brittany, let alone considered her a friend. With gun in hand, Qin Luo advanced cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Having experienced numerous jungle skirmishes on Blue Sea Star, he was well acquainted with his current environment. Once Qin Luo's figure vanished completely, Brittany smirked as she retrieved a holographic screen to send a message to Brant, disclosing Qin Luo's whereabouts. "Brittany, what are you doing?" Ouyang Ruoxue admonished softly, her beautiful visage clouded with frost. Brittany nonchalantly tucked the holographic screen into her bag, replying, "I'm just messaging my brother. I need to teach this bumpkin a lesson for trying to outdo him." Ouyang Ruoxue seized the screen from Brittany's grasp, angrily tossing it to the ground. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? We are teammates. Who would want to be a teammate with this bumpkin? P.S. Just a commoner." Brittany scoffed. Ouyang Ruoxue's fists clenched tightly. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap Brittany across the face, but ultimately restrained herself. As a member of the Winter Association, she had to consider the organization's integrity and thus took her gun and plunged into the jungle. Watching Ouyang Ruoxue's retreating figure, Brittany opened her mouth to call out but held back, instead stomping on the discarded holographic screen in frustration before following suit. Brant, concealed at a hidden vantage point, viewed the message from Brittany with a furrowed brow before discarding the screen and bracing himself for Qin Luo's arrival. Qin Luo's route was decidedly erratic. He maneuvered in an S-shaped pattern, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a scanner. As an expert in jungle warfare, he was certain that Brant was waiting for him at a high point. A gunshot rang out, prompting Qin Luo to roll to the ground, only to notice the tree behind him being struck by a laser, emitting a wisp of smoke. Brittany, smugly blowing on her gun's barrel, taunted Qin Luo. "Damn it!" Qin Luo cursed inwardly. Brittany's actions unmistakably revealed their position to the enemy. His location was now exposed, compelling him to swiftly vacate the area and advance laterally. Ouyang Ruoxue, her eyes filled with fury, violently snatched Brittany's laser gun. "If you continue this way, we will become enemies." Ouyang Ruoxue was genuinely enraged. For a soldier, trust was paramount, and betrayal from a teammate inflicted a grievous wound to a soldier's spirit. However, Qin Luo remained unfazed. He had never regarded Brittany and her companions as allies. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to quickly distance himself from his previous position. With a deft motion, he aimed and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Brant ducked instinctively, but his 3 teammates fell, stunned, from their high ground. "We cannot remain here," Brant thought, panic rising within him. Just as he contemplated retreat, 2 more gunshots rang out. Brant, with a wry smile, discarded his laser gun. His opponent, akin to a seasoned sniper, had fired precisely 5 shots to eliminate all 5 of them. The light in Qin Luo's eyes began to fade. In this jungle, nearly all forms of natural camouflage were rendered ineffective against him. His augmented vision allowed him to see through most natural disguises, a skill that ensured his survival on the battlefield. A bell tolled, signaling the end of the exercise. Brant and his team emerged, dejected, unaware that their positions had already sealed their fates. This realization weighed heavily on Brant's heart. When Qin Luo and his group emerged, Professor Jason nodded subtly, his eyes reflecting a newfound admiration and surprise. "I declare that Qin Luo's team." Professor Jason began to announce their victory when suddenly a gunshot struck Qin Luo. Brittany, triumphantly wielding her teammate's weapon, looked at Qin Luo with disdain. "You were taken down by me, after all." All eyes were upon the scene, silence enveloping the crowd as anger simmered among the soldiers. Professor Jason's expression darkened as he strode forward, seizing the laser gun from Brittany's hands. "I declare that from this point on, Brittany is barred from attending my classes," he proclaimed, throwing the laser gun to the ground. Brittany stood in shock, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Why had Professor Jason revoked her privileges for the sake of a commoner? A sharp slap echoed through the air as Ouyang Ruoxue struck Brittany's face. "This slap is for Qin Luo. You are unworthy of entering the first military academy," she stated, her voice icy and resolute. Tears welled in Brittany's eyes as she cupped her cheek, bewildered by her misstep. Brant approached, gently patting his sister's shoulder. He wished to console her, but remained silent. "Soldiers value trust above all else. Your actions have violated this sacred principle. Even among us aristocrats, such behavior is condemned. For trust, however feigned, is vital," he added. As the crowd dispersed, Brant approached Qin Luo, shedding the pride he once held. "You are remarkable. I concede my defeat." Qin Luo shook his head, not harboring any disdain toward the soldier before him. "You simply lack practical experience. A few trials on the battlefield will undoubtedly impart valuable lessons." Brant felt a tumult of emotions. The young man before him appeared younger than he, yet exuded a seasoned proficiency, as if forged by countless battles. "Very well, Qin Luo. Follow me," Professor Jason instructed, leading Qin Luo to his office. Professor Jason's office was spacious, meticulously arranged in military fashion. Even the drinking cups crafted from a unique A-grade metal known for its exceptional insulation properties. "The experiment conducted by Qin Wuyan has indeed yielded results," Professor Jason remarked, opening the conversation with an enigmatic statement. Qin Luo's heart raced. The mention of an experiment and Qin Wuyan struck a chord deep within him, prompting his hand to instinctively reach for the knife concealed in his boot. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intent," Professor Jason reassured with a smile. Regaining a semblance of composure, Qin Luo inquired, "Who are you?" "Just an old man, really. I participated in the experiment alongside your father. It seems that only your parents and I remain." Professor Jason sighed, his eyes reflecting a profound bitterness. Chapter 37. Behind the experiment, the establishment of the Federation was built upon the ruins of ancient empires, with the military serving as the most pivotal force. In several large-scale battles, the Federation's army relied on its formidable combat prowess, piercing through the last bastion of the old empire like a sharp blade. The experiment from that year was a misstep born of overreaching ambition. Professor Jason closed his eyes and spoke slowly. In the year 2370, the Federation's Department of Military Operations submitted a top-secret plan, and after deliberation among the Federation's lawmakers, it was decided to implement the initiative, codenamed Super Soldier. The Federation's Biological Research Institute proposed an audacious hypothesis for human augmentation, bestowing enhanced abilities on those transformed, enabling them to serve as lethal instruments on the battlefield, executing decapitation strikes against enemy command centers. Among the researchers involved were the parents of Qin Luo and Professor Jason. However, they were unaware that, to prevent leaks, the military chose the children of these researchers as subjects for the transformations. One fateful night, Qin Luo was forcibly taken into the laboratory. The outcome of the experiment ultimately resulted in failure. Qin Wuyan, carrying his wife, fled the capital star with the nearly lifeless Qin Luo. But due to a betrayal by Mo Lan, they were left with no option but to hide on Stan Star. As the sole survivor of the Federation's experiment, "You have become their prime target," Professor Jason stated. Qin Luo clenched his fists, an overwhelming fury surging within him, yet he quickly suppressed it. In the face of the colossal Federation, even his rage would be futile. "When I first received your file, I was astonished. Your survival suggests that your parents made groundbreaking advancements," Professor Jason observed, his expression complex as he gazed at Qin Luo. With a bitter smile, Qin Luo replied, "My parents were taken by the military, and I have no idea where they are imprisoned. As long as you remain alive and thrive, your parents will be safe." Professor Jason reassured him. Calming the gloom within, Jason continued, "I am aware of your purpose for coming here. I shall impart all my knowledge of warships to you, as a means of honoring your parents." After concluding his conversation with Professor Jason, Qin Luo followed him to a secret classroom dedicated to warships. This was Jason's private space, filled with countless models of warships, showcasing the evolution from the Federation's first-generation vessels to the latest fifth-generation designs, a veritable history of naval advancement. Currently, the Federation's military primarily equipped itself with fifth-generation warships, categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. Smaller-scale conflicts typically did not require warships. Hence, such firepower was reserved for interstellar warfare. Professor Jason elaborated. The first-generation Federation warship resembled a massive circular disc adorned with low-tier laser cannons, while the fifth generation transformed into a bird-like, streamlined design, featuring photon cannons that amplified their destructive capabilities manifold. As a commander of warships, you must familiarize yourself with the specifications of all vessels to make the most informed judgments, he instructed, activating a large screen on the wall that displayed scenes of Federation warships in combat. In the pitch-black expanse of space, the warships moved like stealthy predators, darting through the night without a whisper. Once all vessels were positioned, a brilliant flash sliced through the darkness, followed by a thunderous cacophony of cannon fire, illuminating the starry sky as a blue planet was obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Qin Luo gasped in shock. The power of the warships exceeded his expectations, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. If the Federation unleashed its fleet against him, Blue Sea Star would stand no chance of resistance. "Next, I shall elucidate the capabilities of the Federation's warships," Professor Jason said as he navigated the display. Listening intently, Qin Luo found the world of warships to be utterly foreign. Absorbing the knowledge imparted by Professor Jason with fervor, creating a mental repository to store this newfound information. As the hours passed, Professor Jason began to show signs of fatigue. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Luo exited the classroom, his mind turbulent with revelations. He understood why the Federation could so easily abandon a planet before the might of warships. A celestial body was merely a stationary target, ripe for annihilation. As he walked along a white path, Qin Luo suddenly froze in place. Under a nearby willow tree, Ouyang Ruoxue was engaged in a heated argument with a young general clad in Federation military attire. A surge of murderous intent flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. The general was none other than Nat of the 114th Division. He could never forget how Nat's betrayal had led to the ambush of the first squad on Han Hai Star, leaving only himself and Fatty to survive. Closing his eyes, Qin Luo reopened them, and the murderous aura dissipated entirely as he approached Ouyang Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, I am sincere in my feelings for you. Why do you always ignore me?" Nat implored, his eyes brimming with infatuation. "I'm sorry, but we are not suited for each other. I do not like you." Ouyang Ruoxue's rejection was blunt and hurtful. A flicker of anger passed through Nat's gaze, only to be swiftly quelled as he maintained his lovesick demeanor. "We could try dating. I believe you will change your mind." "General Nat, long time no see. Qin Luo greeted with a smile. Nat turned, startled, instinctively wanting to flee but quickly realized he was in the capital star. What harm could this lunatic inflict upon him? Oh, it's just the remnant of the first squad, Nat sneered. Qin Luo remained unperturbed, stepping beside Ouyang Ruoxue and gently wrapping his arm around her. She stiffened, instinctively attempting to push him away, but his grip was as unyielding as steel. What does General Nat mean by harassing my girlfriend? Qin Luo inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. Nat and Apos. S expression shifted, looking at Ouyang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, is this true? Ouyang Ruoxue's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond. She hesitantly nodded in affirmation. Nat's face reddened with fury, pointing at Qin Luo and shouting, "Impossible! You are unworthy of being Ruoxue's boyfriend." Yet the truth remains, General Nat. Please respect Ruoxue's choice and refrain from bothering my girlfriend any further, Qin Luo replied coldly. Nat's expression darkened further as he glared at Qin Luo, wishing to rend the loathsome figure before him into pieces. Ultimately, he merely huffed in disdain and turned to leave. Once Nat had departed, Qin Luo released his embrace of Ouyang Ruoxue, only to receive a sharp slap across his face. Her eyes were icy. "I am not a tool for you to use against your enemies," she said frostily. Qin Luo gazed at the beautiful girl before him and murmured, "I am sorry." Ouyang Ruoxue shot him an angry glare before turning away, her face aflame, her watery eyes betraying a tempest of emotions, shyness, anger, and regret. In July of 2391 in the Federation calendar, the sun blazed fiercely. The cooling systems along the streets of the capital star had all been activated, and it was a rare sight to see the thoroughfares near the government building devoid of traffic congestion. Inside shops, merchants squinted, fighting off sleep, as the foot traffic dwindled to a trickle on the capital star's streets. Beginning in March, a span of 4 months saw the federal government initiate extensive personnel adjustments, resulting in the inexplicable dismissal of countless officials. Their replacements seemed to flit about like butterflies, plunging the entire administrative system of Capital Star into chaos. The processing of a simple identification card astonishingly required 3 full months, with the staff themselves uncertain as to who their superior would be upon waking the following morning. The rivalry between Marshal Lin Wu and Speaker Olivian had escalated from covert skirmishes to overt confrontations, with several meetings devolving into a war of words between the two, casting a shadow of power struggle over the entire Federal Assembly. The gendarmerie had activated a state of high alert, with patrolling officers even avoiding interaction with the civilian populace. It was now the 4th month since Qin Luo's arrival at the first military academy, during which he diligently absorbed the naval knowledge imparted by Professor Jason, sharpening his understanding of warship's overall structure. 2 months prior, Yang Song, the vice minister of logistics from Blue Sea Star, had embarked on a spaceship to Nile Star, engaging in trade negotiations with this most prosperous planet within the exiled regions. Since the previous incident, Qin Luo had not encountered Ouyang Ruoxue again. It seemed as though the beautiful belle of the military academy had vanished entirely. Moreover, after meeting with Qin Luo a month ago, Martin Luther had also begun to disappear from view, as had Martin Scheening, leaving Qin Luo's life to settle into an unsettling calm. On the evening of July 15th, torrential rain poured down, washing the white streets of Capital Star until they gleamed spotless. There were no pedestrians in sight, and the patrolling gendarmes remained inactive due to the downpour, leaving the city illuminated solely by vibrant lights. Qin Luo stood alone at the corner of a tall building, clad in a black raincoat, coolly observing the entrance. In his right hand, he grasped an alloy dagger. The doors of the building slowly swung open, and Nat was assisted out by 2 soldiers, swaying unsteadily from excessive drinking. A sleek black hover car came to a halt outside, awaiting his entry. In an instant, Qin Luo's gaze turned icy, and he strode forward, his black raincoat enveloping him entirely, leaving only his frost-bitten eyes visible. Nat, inebriated, was engaged in animated conversation with the soldiers, laughing boisterously, oblivious to Qin Luo's approach. The glint of the alloy dagger flashed like lightning, swiftly slicing across Nat's neck. Qin Luo kicked one soldier aside and melted back into the ring. Nat clutched his neck, struggling to scream. But ultimately no sound escaped his lips as he gradually crumpled to the ground. The alarm of Capital Star echoed through the air, and gendarmerie patrol cars raced towards the scene, while the already slumbering populace drew back their curtains, peering down at the growing number of gendarmes below, speculating on the significant events unfolding that night. Chapter 38, The Butterfly Effect. The tumult of history is often inextricably linked to the lives of insignificant individuals. The last king of an ancient empire, thousands of years ago, met his demise at the hands of an irate rogue, an event that directly precipitated the disintegration of that empire and the establishment of a chaotic federation. Similarly, the death of Nat on the evening of July 15th sent shockwaves through the entire Capital Star. Count Hunter, Nat's father, wept inconsolably while cradling his son's lifeless body, prompting the gendarmerie of the Capital Star to scour the city for the perpetrator. Upon returning to Martin Manor, Qin Luo discarded his black raincoat into the furnace, watching it burn, and then took a cleansing bath to wash away the blood on his body. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he murmured to himself, "Lion, this is merely the first step." While Nat's death held little significance in itself, Count Hunter, a formidable ally of Olivian, could not accept this reality. He adamantly believed that Lin Wu had dispatched someone to assassinate his son. In the Congressional Assembly, Count Hunter was as fierce as a wounded tiger, disregarding the opposition of others, lunging toward Lin Wu with a dagger in hand, intent on taking his life. However, Lin Wu, a battle-hardened marshal, effortlessly brushed him aside, coldly addressing the bereaved nobleman. "I have stated before that I am not responsible for this. I, Lin Wu, am not capable of such a despicable act." With that, Marshal Lin Wu exited the assembly, leaving Count Hunter to lament and curse in anguish. For a month, Qin Luo had meticulously monitored Nat's every move, his favored haunts, clothing, beverages, and even the timing of his restroom visits, such that Qin Luo knew him better than Nat knew himself. The torrential rain that night aided Qin Luo significantly, providing the perfect cover for his escape after committing the murder, leaving no trace for the gendarmerie to uncover. While the gendarmerie of the Capital Star were engulfed in a frenzy searching for the murderer, Qin Luo had already returned to the military academy to continue his studies under Professor Jason. If warfare on land is a brutal contest of flesh and blood among soldiers, then naval command is a true test of the tactical expertise of both commanding officers. Qin Luo diligently absorbed naval theories under Professor Jason, delving into the literature of renowned generals from past generations. Works by Generals Liu Yalu, Anderson, and Marshal Xue Zhongwan were replete with insights into naval command, including troop deployment strategies, timing of maneuvers, and battlefield micromanagement. On the interstellar battlefield, the judicious use of a single warship could potentially sway the entire tide of battle. And Qin Luo found himself utterly captivated. With his enhanced memory, a result of his modifications, Qin Luo approached a near-photographic recall, allowing him to synthesize knowledge and articulate his own thoughts. Time seemed to pass serenely until September 15th, when a pervasive incident cast a shadow over the Capital Star. The origin of the incident was rather simple. Several military officers were drinking at a restaurant when they clashed with officers from the gendarmerie affiliated with the Congress. Initially a personal dispute among a few officers, the drunken soldiers' latent aggression erupted, leading to a violent confrontation in the streets. In earlier times, such conflicts could have been quelled by the intervention of leaders, but the escalating tensions between Lin Wu and Olivian, compounded by Count Hunter's grief over his son, led to an increasing mobilization of troops. What began as a skirmish involving a mere dozen individuals rapidly escalated into a large-scale brawl involving thousands, with even some local thugs seizing the opportunity to join in the fray, vandalizing shops and looting. President Kate issued an urgent order to quell the violence, but the bloodlust of both sides rendered them deaf to his pleas, leading to an influx of soldiers into the melee, staining the Capital Star's once pristine streets crimson. The conflict raged for an entire day, resulting in the deaths of numerous soldiers and hundreds more injured, with countless civilians caught in the crossfire. By the time it concluded, Marshal Lin Wu and Speaker Olivian were summoned to the presidential office by Kate. Each side maintained their narrative, exchanging vehement accusations, and ultimately, President Kate could only offer hollow reassurances, hastily concluding the matter. However, this incident served as a fuse for a much larger explosion, igniting a bitter rivalry between the gendarmerie and the 1st Military Division. Isolated soldiers found themselves mysteriously assassinated, their decayed corpses discovered long after the fact. A pervasive atmosphere of oppression enveloped the capital star, with soldiers venturing out only in groups, gendarmerie patrols conducted in small teams, and civilians locking their doors tightly, too fearful to step outside. Each day's assembly ended in verbal skirmishes between the factions. The Martin Manor exuded an air of tranquility amidst the chaos. Martin Schiening, who had been absent for some time, appeared in the sitting room, looking fatigued, with his black suit dusted with remnants from afar. In the sitting room, Olivier sat upright, sipping from a teacup, his brow furrowed as he noted the change in the quality of Martin family tea. "Mr. Schiening, the tea has changed. I trust your allegiance hasn't shifted as well?" Olivier remarked, setting his cup down and fixing his gaze on Martin Schiening. Lowering his head, Martin Schiening gently brushed off the dust from his attire. Beside him lay the latest edition of the Martin Daily, prominently detailing the recent conflict in the capital star. "I am merely a newspaper merchant. Where would my allegiances lie? If it comes to that, whom would you support?" Olivier's eyes were piercing. Martin Schiening picked up the newspaper, smiled, and tore it into shreds. "Merchants prioritize profit. Does it truly matter who I support?" "Of course it does, Mr. Martin Schiening. Let us speak plainly. Next week, my empire's ship will traverse the capital star. I hope no issues arise during that time," Olivier pressed. "None wish for trouble, do they?" Martin Schiening replied nonchalantly. Olivier felt a sense of reassurance as he rose, offering a slight bow of gratitude before departing Martin Manor. Once Olivier had left, a middle-aged man in military attire emerged from behind a screen in the sitting room. It was Lin Wu. "Have you decided to support him?" Lin Wu inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. "I have stated before that my position is one of neutrality," Martin Schiening replied wearily. "But he has betrayed the Federation for the sake of his family's interests. Is that what you wish to witness?" Lin Wu retorted, indignant. Standing, Martin Schiening gazed at an ancient portrait on the wall, an image of the 1st patriarch of the Martin family, who had led his private troops during a time of peril for the Federation, becoming the final straw that broke the back of the ancient empire. Yet, the Federation had proven merciless. Once stability returned, this erstwhile hero was branded a traitor and executed. Since then, the Martin family had retreated underground, severing ties with the political center of the Federation. "Such sentiments should be directed toward our esteemed president," Martin Schiening remarked, his gaze fixed on the portrait. Lin Wu's expression turned mocking. "The president? Huh, merely a dog for Olivier. Even a dog remains a president, does he not?" Martin Schiening countered. Lin Wu narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace creeping into his demeanor. "Are you rejecting my proposal? The Federation has betrayed my family once. I do not wish to become a second fool." Martin Schiening responded coldly. Lin Wu ceased his words, striding decisively out of the manor. Once he entered his car, he could no longer contain his fury and struck the seat with a clenched fist. "Ah, Martin Schiening, you shall pay dearly for this. You will undoubtedly face the consequences." Chapter 39. The death of Martin. The imperial ships differed remarkably from those of the Federation, presenting an exaggerated design that seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the empire, extravagant and self-assured. A black eagle was emblazoned upon the vessels. As swarms of imperial ships surged into the skies above the Federation's capital, panic spread among the populace. The Federation's gendarmerie swiftly deployed soldiers to calm the frenzied citizens, assuring them that these were merely transport ships and posed no threat. Yet, mere words of reassurance did little to quell the public's anxiety. They retreated into their homes, bolting their metal doors, peering cautiously through their windows to observe the unfolding scene outside. The Olivier family dispatched an elder to negotiate an agreement. But the commander of the Federation's transport ships did not disembark. Rather, he merely relayed a message. The Federation's transport ships would depart the imperial capital's orbit in 3 hours. Within the capital, Martin Schiening, weary and exhausted, slumped into a chair. The power struggles within the Federation were intensifying. As the head of a secretive faction, the Martin family found themselves courted by both warring factions. However, Martin Shining could make no promises. Haunted by the memory of his ancestors who had been discarded by the Federation like refuse. A gentle knock broke the silence as a servant entered. Carefully balancing a tray of tea, he bowed slightly, placing the tea on the table before standing aside. "It's fine. You may leave," Martin Shining wearily gestured. The servant hesitated, prompting Martin Shining to shout in frustration, "Leave now." Suddenly, a metallic dagger flew through the air, aimed directly at Martin Shining. Startled, he fell to the ground, narrowly evading the attack, but the assailant pressed on, thrusting the dagger once more. "Assassin!" Martin Shining cried out. Awakened from slumber, Qin Luo sprang from his bed and rushed towards Martin Shining's chamber. Yet, upon opening the door, he was met with the horrific sight of the assassin's dagger plunged into Martin Shining's chest. "Die!" Qin Luo bellowed, launching a punch at the attacker. The assassin turned to flee, but Qin Luo's speed eclipsed his own. A swift kick to the face sent the assassin crashing into the wooden furniture, collapsing to the ground. Qin Luo quickly approached, seizing the assassin, only to find a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had already succumbed to poison. Gently, Qin Luo lifted Martin Shining, whose complexion had turned ashen, his eyes dimming. With great effort, he grasped Qin Luo and Appo's hand, whispering, "Take care of Luther," before his eyes closed for the last time. Qin Luo's heart ached as if pierced by a blade, his fists clenched tightly. Though his time with Martin Shining had been brief, he held deep respect for the elder. Without Martin Shining's protection, he and his friend would likely have perished in the capital. Who could it be? Who could it be? Qin Luo seethed with rage internally. 3 days later, Martin Luther returned. His eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor frozen like a statue. Martin Shining's body lay draped in white cloth, peacefully resting on a bed of animal hides. This was the first meeting between father and son in 5 months, yet it was a final farewell. "I'm sorry," Qin Luo murmured, placing a comforting hand on Martin Luther's shoulder. Martin Luther approached his father's remains, his hands trembling violently as he gently pulled back the white cloth. Unable to contain his grief, he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, his tears falling upon the cloth, transforming it into dark rain flowers. For the following week, Martin Luther confined himself to his room, shunning all visitors, fixated on his father's photograph. Qin Luo stood outside the door, worried, ensuring that food was delivered. After a week, Martin Luther opened the door, his face pale and gaunt, as if aged by years. His once fair complexion was now obscured by a thick beard. He found Qin Luo and uttered a single command, "Xiao Luo, come with me." Martin Luther guided Qin Luo into a carriage, heading outside the city. He closed his eyes, murmuring, "When my father was alive, I thought I could rely on him forever. Now that he's gone, I must become strong. I carry burdens that are unlike yours. From this day forth, avenging my father is my sole purpose." The hovercar glided silently to a decrepit secret estate outside the city, seemingly abandoned for ages. Martin Luther pushed open the door and knocked thrice on the wall. The filthy ground opened to reveal a passageway, and Martin Luther led Qin Luo down. Inside was a vast underground chamber illuminated by soft energy lights. Dozens of men and women clad in black busied themselves. Dense streams of information coursing from multiple computers to a central display. "This is our family's secret," Martin Luther explained. "Since the inception of the Federation, the Martin family has maintained a clandestine assassination corps. We once successfully eliminated the last monarch of the ancient empire. Though we suffered heavy losses from the Federation, we have gradually recovered over the years. The leader of the assassins ultimately fell to assassination himself. Ironic, isn't it?" Tears streamed down Martin Luther's face. Qin Luo felt a weight in his heart for his brother, unsure how to console him, rendered speechless. Upon returning from Blue Sea Star, I took command of our family's corps. Our assassins are scattered throughout the Federation. Xiao Luo, I now pledge my loyalty to you on behalf of the Martin family. I hope you will accept." Martin Luther suddenly knelt on one knee. Qin Luo was taken aback, quickly helping Martin Luther to his feet. "I am but an ant. Loyalty brings many dangers. At the very least, you can trust me," can't you? Martin Luther locked eyes with Qin Luo. Very well, I accept your pledge. Qin Luo nodded. Subsequently, Martin Luther introduced Qin Luo to the entire assassination corps of the Martin family. Across the Federation's 500 administrative stars, approximately 10,000 of their assassins lay hidden among civilians, living quiet lives. Some were wealthy merchants, others butchers, some chefs, appearing utterly normal and harmless. Yet, upon receiving a command, they could transform into silent assassins, ready to sacrifice their lives for the family's mission. As they emerged from the estate, night had fallen, and the biting cold wind compelled Qin Luo to wrap his coat tighter around himself as he walked alongside Martin Luther. Luther's eyes remained red and swollen, and Qin Luo felt a deep sorrow for his friend, who had just endured the loss of his father. The capital is restless of late, Qin Luo remarked. Martin Luther nodded silently. They each produced cigarettes, lighting them, a habit that had become indispensable for both. My father once mentioned that the Federation might soon face upheaval. Martin Luther recalled. It was always predictable. The hurried return of Abate and Roland from Blue Sea Star is a clear signal. It has inadvertently favored us. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. The night enveloped them like a silken veil, the cold wind biting as if mirroring the chill in people's hearts. Qin Luo, unsure of what to say, asked quietly, "Have you discovered who killed Uncle Shining?" Martin Luther shook his head in anguish. No, the assassin was a refugee, leaving no other clues. With a heavy sigh, Qin Luo patted Luther's shoulder. May you find peace, my brother. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the capital. In the starry expanse, a burst of flames erupted like the most exquisite fireworks, triggering the capital's wartime alarms, sharp and piercing sounds that assaulted the ears. Within the grand edifice of the federal parliament, President Keki bore a grave expression. To his left sat the federal representative Olivian, while to his right was Marshal Lin Wu. The military and parliamentary members stood in opposing ranks, their anger palpable, each side seemingly poised for conflict at the slightest provocation. Merely 3 hours prior, an Imperial transport fleet had met with disaster in the skies above the capital star system. Initially, this appeared to be a trivial incident. However, it was revealed that the transport vessels were laden with 3 colossal magnetic storm bombs, reducing 5 administrative stars of the capital to mere scorched earth and plunging the entire Federation into chaos. In swift succession, 5 Imperial fleets simultaneously seized 12 administrative stars of the Federation, with a total of 113 military units, amounting to a staggering 120,000 troops, launching an all-out assault. The Southwestern Defensive Forces, comprising the 53rd, 54th, and 66th Armies, suffered total annihilation. Ilivan, look at the havoc you have wrought. Marshal Lin Wu bellowed, slamming his hand upon the table in fury. Olivian's complexion drained of color. He had never anticipated that his moment of greed would precipitate the greatest crisis the Federation had ever faced. His hands clasped tightly beneath the table. This is not the time for quarrels, Your Excellency the Marshal. Please initiate the emergency protocols and deploy our defenses, President Keki implored. Lin Wu rose, casting a cold gaze upon President Keki. Mr. President, 3 administrative stars have been obliterated, and our communication networks have been intercepted. We are now blind. Incapable of seeing the light, I am powerless to act. With that, Lin Wu strode out of the room, followed by his officers. President Keki's expression darkened considerably, while Olivian, regaining his composure from the shock, signaled discreetly to Count Hunter, the Minister of the Gendarmerie, beside him. As Lin Wu exited the Parliament building, numerous troops armed with ion rifles suddenly emerged along the streets, each encircled by bands of white fabric. Arrest Olivian for betraying the Federation, Lin Wu commanded. However, at that moment, the gendarmerie also arrived. Olivian stood at the window of the Parliament building, gazing outside, with a gentle wave of his hand. The troops on both sides immediately engaged in fierce combat, and under the cloak of night, the capital star was engulfed in the fervor of war. Chapter 40. The nation falls, yet the mountains and rivers endure. In October of the year 2391 of the Federation calendar, an unusual snowfall blanketed the capital star. The streets were congested with hurried pedestrians, their parcels resembling a tide surging towards the spaceport. Beneath the deep accumulation of snow lay remnants of blood and dismembered limbs, remnants of a recent conflict. In the face of the brazen invasion by the Qin Empire, the Federation government failed to respond promptly. Instead, Marshal Lin Wu and Speaker Olivian tore off their hypocritical masks, leading the First Army and the Gendarmerie into brutal combat. Both sides resorted to magnetic storm shells, engulfing the capital star in billowing smoke. Alarmed civilians clutched their belongings, fleeing the capital without a clear destination. The fierce battle between the First Army and the Gendarmerie persisted throughout the night, ultimately culminating in victory for the battle-hardened First Army. Olivian and the noble members of the parliament hastily departed under the protection of the Gendarmerie, while the former Federation president, Kaiga, was forced to resign, paving the way for Lin Wu to assume the presidency. This sequence of events unfolded within a mere few days. As the First Army seized full control of the capital star, patrol vehicles traversed the streets continuously. Soldiers armed with ion rifles forcibly entered civilian homes, hunting down remnants of resistance. Olivian issued a declaration, vehemently condemning Lin Wu's coup to seize the presidential seat, while the nobility of the Federation occupied 20 star systems with private militias, establishing a new government. Simultaneously, the anti-government faction known as the Winter Assembly publicly declared independence for 15 star systems, bringing them under its influence. Within a week, the Federation fragmented, with countless nobles declaring independence and openly recruiting armed forces. Qin Luo and Martin Luther had already boarded a spaceship, departing the capital under the protection of 100 elite soldiers. As the vessel entered the exiled star region, Lin Wu, the newly appointed president of the Federation, issued his first order. All stationed troops were urgently recalled to the capital star's orbit, abandoning all star systems beyond it. Nearly 1 million soldiers surged into the 25 administrative stars. Upon reaching Blue Ocean Star, Qin Luo entered the municipal government building. The Empire's invasion had come too suddenly, and the Federation was on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the exiled star region was relatively distant from the Empire, and the flames of war had yet to reach this place. I have already issued a Level 1 combat readiness order, and we are prepared to engage at any moment, Feng Qinyang stated, unfurling a map. Qin Luo gazed at the series of red dots on the screen, grappling with conflicting emotions. He harbored a deep resentment towards the Federation government, yet felt a sense of belonging to it. In merely 3 weeks, the Empire's forces had swept through the Federation like a tempest, with 12 star systems surrendering while others continued to resist valiantly. Our military comprises 9 infantry divisions, 3 orbital artillery brigades, and a squadron of spaceships, totaling over 100,000 personnel, the rotund officer reported. Far from sufficient. While our numbers are considerable, they are unevenly distributed. Only about 30,000 are combat ready. Although the Empire has not yet reached the exiled star region, time is not on our side. Qin Luo expressed his concerns, his gaze fixed on the map. 2 days prior, Martin Luther's intelligence network had been deployed, and while no significant upheaval had occurred in the exiled star region, 10 administrative stars had convened a meeting, specifically requesting Blue Ocean Star's participation. I will proceed to the exiled star region meeting at once. You must prepare diligently. War is not far from us, Qin Luo stated softly. The meeting of the exiled star region was convened in the most prosperous Nilo star, presided over by its highest officer, Abe. This individual, once a subordinate of Lin Wu, had declared independence at the onset of the war, effectively becoming a local sovereign. The exiled star region comprised 20 administrative stars, alongside numerous uninhabited and mining planets. Upon arriving at Nilo Star, Qin Luo found Yang Song waiting at the spaceport. Due to the suddenness of the Empire's invasion, Yang Song had been forced to halt negotiations with Abe's administrative ministers regarding trade. Currently, 18 star system officials have arrived here for the meeting, Yang Song reported, bowing slightly. Qin Luo strode into the Nilo Star government building. The lengthy conference table was already filled with the highest officials from various star systems, some engaged in light-hearted conversations, while others were absorbed in games on their screens. Qin Luo casually took a seat, Soon after, Abe entered, clad in a white noble attire, his impeccably groomed black hair exuding an air of aristocracy. As Abe took his seat, silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on him. Despite the equality of their ranks, Abe felt a sense of superiority as the representative of the most affluent star. I presume everyone is well aware of the events transpiring within the Federation. You have gathered here to deliberate on the future direction of the exiled star region, Abe began. A major general in Federation military attire stood up, adjusting his uniform. I propose that we unite to repel the Empire and oppose its aggression and defend the Federation. Lord Zhangchong, your words are easily spoken. When has the Federation ever aided us? I built my foundation with bare hands. Why should I defend this damn Federation? A middle-aged man retorted coldly. Abe remained composed, scanning the room before addressing Qin Luo. Lord Qin Luo, do you have any opinions to share? Qin Luo toyed with a pen in his hand, gently placing it down. Standing up, he surveyed the assembly, his tone calm. My opinion is to fight. Major Zhangchong glanced at Qin Luo, offering a smile, which Qin Luo returned with a nod, appreciating this military man who advocated for war amidst the Federation's disintegration. Fight. With what shall we fight? We lack warships and cannot engage in interstellar combat. The Empire could easily dispatch a small fleet and sweep us all away, someone scoffed. Fighting and the means to fight are two distinct matters. I merely express my perspective. The choice is yours, Qin Luo remarked, resuming focus on his pen. He understood that most present yearned for independence, lacking any sense of allegiance to the Federation. Yet, Qin Luo's sentiments diverged, regardless of the Federation government's shortcomings. It had always been his home. Amidst the chaos of war emerged his opportunity for ascendance. Conflict bore a peculiar fairness, where some perished while others soared. The conference table erupted into discord, prompting Abe to gently tap the table and scan the room. I have a guest who wishes to meet you all. A young man clad in a black suit entered the conference room, donning gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement. He placed his briefcase on the table and spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am an envoy from the Qin Empire, here to discuss matters of peace. Bang! Zhangchong slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at Abe. Abe, explain to me why an envoy of the Empire is here. Lord Zhangchong, please remain calm. We ought to listen first, Abe replied coolly, prompting Zhangchong to retake his seat in fury. The Empire's envoy continued. The Qin Empire can promise that if you refrain from engaging in battle upon conquering the Federation, the Empire will recognize your independent status and refrain from any interference. Furthermore, the Empire will engage in trade with your star systems, assisting in your development. The allure of the Empire's promises ignited a glimmer of greed in many eyes. Zhangchong rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Abe. Abe, this scoundrel has betrayed us by aligning with the Empire. I shall never stand with you. Your Excellency Zhangchong, your words are excessively harsh. The Federation abandoned us previously, and now we abandon the Federation. I find this entirely equitable and cannot be deemed treachery, Abe stated coldly. Zhangchong let out a derisive laugh. I wish not to elaborate further. We are citizens of the Federation and shall never become the hounds of the Empire. Preposterous, Abe retorted furiously. Suddenly, a maid beside them lunged forward, plunging a dagger directly into Zhangchong's chest. Zhangchong's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his chest, unwilling to succumb, and fell to the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in horror as two soldiers entered and dragged away Zhangchong's lifeless body. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already acquiesced to the Empire's terms, which I believe are offered with utmost sincerity, Abe remarked with a narrowed gaze and an undertone of menace. The leaders present exchanged glances and hastily nodded in agreement, causing Abe's smile to broaden. I am in favor of war. Qin Luo rose and locked eyes with Abe. Abe's eyes narrowed further, and a dozen soldiers stormed in, their ion rifles aimed directly at Qin Luo. Lord Qin Luo, you must think carefully, Abe threatened. Qin Luo gently placed his pen on the table and adjusted his attire. Do not intimidate me. You should know who I am. My forces are already prepared for battle and can engage at any moment, and at this proximity, it would be effortless for me to end you. Abi instinctively leaned back. Knowing the prowess of Qin Luo, his shadow guards had been annihilated by him, and the memory of that terrifying skill sent shivers down his spine. Mr. Qin Luo, as I understand, you are an adversary of the federal government. If that is the case, why not collaborate with our empire? The empire's envoy inquired with a smile. Qin Luo cast a glance at the soldiers surrounding him, unflinchingly advancing toward the exit, compelling the soldiers to retreat step by step under the pressure of his presence. I harbor no affection for the federal government, but I love my federation. Chapter 41. Invincible in the Blue Sea. The spaceship station on the planet Nilo is vast. As the most affluent planet in the exiled star domain, Nilo welcomes hundreds of private ships each day, primarily merchants wandering among various planets. Their arrival brings immense wealth to Nilo and fuels Abi's ambitions. The soldiers of Nilo did not impede Qin Luo, not out of fear, but because Abi could not wager his life. He was acutely aware of Qin Luo's formidable nature. Beneath the ship from Blue Sea Star, 100 elite soldiers stood at the ready, clad in the distinctive azure military uniforms of Blue Sea Star, exuding an air of sternness and indifference. These soldiers were the Cr. de las Armée of the Blue Sea Forces, the seasoned warriors who had transformed from the weakest to the strongest under Qin Luo's command. As Qin Luo strode forward, the soldiers swiftly encircled him, 30 of them facing the countless troops of Nilo without a trace of trepidation. Your Excellency Qin Luo, I believe you will change your choice, proclaimed the imperial envoy, his voice resonating. Choices can be altered at any moment, but principles remain steadfast, Qin Luo replied without turning his head. It was only after Qin Luo boarded the ship and vanished into the starry sky of Nilo that Abi's expression darkened completely, his eyes flashing with anger. The imperial envoy smiled slightly, assuring, rest assured, he cannot return alive to Blue Sea Star. Within the ship, Qin Luo commanded rapid advancement. He understood well that Abi and the imperial envoy would not permit him to return to Blue Sea Star unscathed. The rotund figure, leading a fleet, had already departed from Blue Sea Star to assist him, traversing the tens of thousands of kilometers between the two planets, fraught with unpredictable peril. As anticipated, several Black Eagle ships of the Empire appeared on the monitoring screen, akin to seasoned hunters maintaining a calculated distance from the Blue Sea vessels, poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. Accelerate and set course for the nearest uninhabited planet, Qin Luo commanded. The speed of the Blue Sea ships reached its zenith, soaring through the cosmos like meteors, while the Imperial ships relentlessly pursued them. Eventually, the Blue Sea vessel gradually docked on an uninhabited planet. Establish a defensive formation. Our adversaries are formidable, and we must not be complacent, Qin Luo instructed as he exited the ship. The 100 soldiers swiftly utilized the scattered mass of rocks on the desolate planet to form a defensive line. This uninhabited planet lay over 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Sea Star, devoid of vegetation, characterized only by countless protruding boulders resembling ancient, ruined pillars, exuding a desolate and mournful aura. The 5 Imperial ships also landed slowly on the barren world, from which emerged hundreds of Imperial soldiers, clad in black uniforms, their ion guns glinting ominously. Advance in skirmish formation, eliminate the target, commanded the stoic Imperial officer at the forefront. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers immediately spread out, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 meters between them, forming a black encirclement that gradually closed in on Qin Luo's troops, whose countenance grew increasingly grave. The opposing force was led by officers with extensive combat experience. This skirmish formation not only served to envelop, but also minimized the risks of explosive assaults due to troop density. It was akin to a pot of water gradually warming, intent on engulfing its contents. We must disrupt their formation, Qin Luo resolved. With a subtle wave of his hand, the Blue Sea soldiers on the front line opened fire, prompting an immediate counterattack. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle, taking cover behind the towering rocks. After 10 minutes, a ceasefire was called, during which Qin Luo withdrew the injured soldiers. In a mere 10 minutes, 5 Blue Sea soldiers had been wounded. These were the elite warriors, the first to breach the enemy's castle during the siege of Twilight City. Qin Luo's expression darkened further. The opposing commander was also feeling the strain, having lost 3 soldiers and sustained injuries to several others. As the commander of this special operations team, he understood his troops' combat capabilities well, and facing the previously unremarkable Qin Luo had resulted in a minor setback. After a brief 5-minute truce, the second round of engagement commenced. The ion guns of both sides fired rhythmically rather than forming concentrated fire zones, a testament to the difference between veterans and novices. The seasoned soldiers knew how to maximize lethality, refraining from indiscriminate shooting. "They are clearly stalling for time," murmured the Imperial commander. He promptly issued a charge order, determined to crush the opposition before reinforcements could arrive, knowing the consequences of failure could be dire. Qin Luo rose, narrowing his eyes at the advancing enemy. The skirmish formation now tightening like a purse string, intent on completely enveloping his forces. "The true battle has begun," Qin Luo muttered to himself. The Imperial soldiers surged forward, inadvertently providing the Blue Sea soldiers with favorable angles for shooting. Their ion guns unleashed a relentless barrage as the foremost Imperial troops fell one after another. The Imperial commander, his face darkening, continued to urge his forces onward. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, despite the Blue Sea soldiers' valiant efforts to halt the advance. The sheer number of adversaries overwhelmed them, and soon the Imperial soldiers breached the Blue Sea defenses. "Kill!" Qin Luo unsheathed his alloy dagger and charged forward. In this close-quarters melee, the effectiveness of ion guns diminished, and both sides resorted to daggers. They collided like 2 colossal meteors. Qin Luo and Appo's gaze was icy as he maneuvered through the enemy ranks, his dagger wielded like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of Imperial soldiers. The more he killed, the colder his heart became. The enemy was not merely a simple battalion. Their eyes reflected no fear of death, only a blood-red fervor that radiated a hellish aura. Even as comrades fell, they showed no signs of hesitation, instead brandishing their daggers to charge at Qin Luo anew. The soldiers from Blue Sea Star mirrored this resolve, handpicked by the rotund leader. Their loyalty to Qin Luo transcended all. Faced with overwhelming odds, they exhibited neither fear nor retreat. In their hearts, Qin Luo's safety eclipsed all else. One Imperial soldier, with a sinister grin, plunged his dagger into a Blue Sea soldier's chest. In response, the wounded soldier roared, clutching the assailant's head and gouging out his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he succumbed to his injuries. Such scenes unfolded across the less than 100-square-meter battlefield, with Blue Sea soldiers displaying no cowardice or fear, only a resolute determination to take their enemies down with them. Qin Luo's eyes burned with a terrifying intensity as his speed escalated, dozens of Imperial soldiers falling before him. "Kill!" Qin Luo silently commanded, charging towards the enemy commander. This was Qin Luo's forte, small-scale combat. Eliminating the enemy commander could significantly shorten the duration of the battle. "Come at me," sneered the opposing commander, drawing his dagger to confront Qin Luo. As one of the Empire's most esteemed commanders, he possessed remarkable physical prowess. He regarded Qin Luo with disdain, believing that despite the unexpected resilience of his adversaries, this ragtag group could never rival his forces. Their deaths were merely a matter of time. The alloy dagger sliced through the air as Qin Luo lunged, crouching low, blood dripping from his weapon. The enemy commander clutched his throat, attempting to utter something, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Even the mightiest soldiers could not withstand the blow of their commander's demise. No matter how tenacious this Imperial unit, the loss of their leader shook their previously unwavering resolve. Conversely, the soldiers of the Blue Sea Star were greatly inspired, roaring with fervor. "The Blue Sea is invincible." They charged towards their adversaries, and the battlefield became increasingly brutal. When the corpulent commander arrived with his fleet, he was utterly astonished. Of the original 100 elite soldiers, fewer than 30 remained. The 100-square-meter ground was blanketed with layers upon layers of corpses. Many Blue Sea Star soldiers had already perished, yet their hands remained tightly clasped around their foes. The reinforcements, tears streaming down their faces, attempted to pry open those hands, but were met with failure. Qin Luo surveyed the surroundings, his hands trembling slightly. None of the fallen soldiers had faltered. Even in death, they clung to their enemies, determined to take them down with them. Many soldiers still bore remnants of their adversaries' flesh in their mouths, ears, noses, and eyes, inflicting harm upon their enemies in their final moments. Rest in peace, brothers, Qin Luo whispered, tears in his eyes. Chapter 42, Declaration of War in the Blue Sea on December 18, 2391. The exiled star domain of Blue Sea declared war on the Empire, marking the first star to do so since the Federation faced invasion. Martin Luther, the spokesperson for Blue Sea, delivered a stirring speech at the government building that resonated throughout the Federation. With fervor, he raised his right hand, his voice both solemn and inspiring. The Federation had reached a critical juncture, and as citizens of the Federation, Blue Sea had no choice but to respond. Consider this. Our parents, children, relatives, and friends are all within the Federation. Shall we allow the Empire's savagery to obliterate us? Rise, citizens of the Federation. If we all take up our arms, the Empire shall never prevail against us. The video of Blue Sea's speech spread across more than 300 administrative stars, gradually awakening the numb hearts of the populace. Yet, there remained hands that held them back. Children, we are but civilians. We cannot resist the Empire and Oppos's iron weapons. This latent indignation intertwined with cowardice in the hearts of countless civilians, leaving them lost and directionless. On December 25th, the federal government, led by Qin Luo, declared war on the Empire. 150 divisions of the Federal Army advanced in 3 directions to confront the Imperial forces, leading to fierce skirmishes across numerous administrative stars. The 1st, 2nd, and 5th fleets of the Federation launched simultaneous attacks, and the grand tapestry of war was officially unfurled. In March 2392, the federal government, under Qin Luo's leadership, engaged the Empire in the first battle across 30 administrative stars in the southwestern star zone. Both sides committed up to 500,000 troops, turning 30 stars into a scorched wasteland. However, the hastily retreating federal troops, facing the Empire's ambitions, could not hold their ground until the end. The 58th, 64th, and 82nd Armies of the Federation collapsed within 3 hours of combat with the Imperial forces, triggering a chain reaction that forced the entire Federal Army from offense to defense, ultimately resulting in a complete retreat. The Imperial soldiers pursued the fleeing Federal troops mercilessly. In the aftermath of the battle, enraged Imperial soldiers unleashed their fury upon the Federation's populace, leading to widespread massacres across the 30 administrative stars. A metal city with a population of 500,000 was left with fewer than 300 survivors emerging from the pile of corpses. Subsequently, the new federal government, led by Olivian, dispatched troops to directly assault the capital star zone following Qin Luo's defeat. Qin Luo was compelled to abandon 2 administrative stars and consolidate his forces, tending to his wounds alone. Qin Luo made a grave error. The war with the Empire could not be concluded with a single battle. Qin Luo pointedly remarked. In the operations room, Qin Luo was surrounded by the mightiest generals of Blue Sea, including the logistics minister and deputy commander, the rotund figure known as Fatty, Chief of Staff Feng Qinyang, Deputy Chief of Staff Li Cheng, and Chief Instructor Shangguan Yanji. A vast holographic display illuminated the map of the exiled star domain. While we cannot influence the Federation's war situation, we must unify the exiled star domain. Qin Luo tapped his fingers lightly. Under Abi's persuasion, an alliance had been formed in the exiled star domain, with their first objective being the annihilation of Blue Sea. Intelligence Minister Martin Luther had already relayed detailed reports on the enemy forces. The enemy mobilized 50 divisions, totaling 500,000 troops, though much of this figure was inflated, as many divisions consisted of civilian conscripts lacking combat efficacy. Nevertheless, Abi seemed satisfied with such a composition, believing that greater numbers equated to higher chances of victory. The combined forces of 50,000 troops surrounded Blue Sea, particularly with the fleet densely hovering above. To create this formation, Abi had purchased numerous civilian spacecraft from various merchants, which were devoid of weaponry and had directly arrived in the skies above Blue Sea. In the command center of the Allied forces, which included up to 18 administrative stars, chaos ensued as the leaders, typically proud and aloof, argued over command issues. Although Abi controlled Nilo Star, these leaders were unwilling to yield on matters of strategy. Enough. I propose we establish a joint command, Abi finally declared. The leaders reluctantly acquiesced, gathering around the map to feign interest. Blue Sea was already marked in red, encircled by a massive coalition of armies, while the aircraft in the sky held complete dominance, ready to launch an offensive at any moment. "That bastard Qin Luo is finished," exclaimed one leader with bitter laughter. During the meeting on Nilo Star, Qin Luo had openly advocated for war and then left without a care. A grave insult to the leaders of the administrative stars. Thus, they were determined to eliminate Qin Luo this time. Dozens of leaders eagerly expressed their opinions, their fingers dancing across the vast holographic map as they argued heatedly. Abi stood excitedly, surveying the leaders around him. "This time, our troop strength is 10-1. Victory is assured. We shall launch our attack directly. Indeed, we possess overwhelming numerical superiority. We shall make an example of Qin Luo," echoed the leaders in agreement. In the battle command center of Blue Sea, Qin Luo gazed at the map, lost in thought. Fatty quietly entered and patted his shoulder. Feeling the pressure? Qin Luo turned, smiling at Fatty. "I do not regard the coalition forces of the exiled star domain as a threat. My concerns lie elsewhere." Fatty made an eagle gesture with both hands, and Qin Luo nodded, their expressions growing solemn. Although the coalition of the exiled star domain consisted of 500,000 troops, they posed little threat to Blue Sea. Formed from numerous planets, their command was disjointed, and their alliance was merely temporary. Qin Luo was confident in defeating them. Yet, looming over him was the Empire's retaliation, a heavy burden on his heart. Following the failure of the first battle, the Empire had bolstered its forces with another 500,000 troops, most of whom were traitors from the Federation. With this increase in military strength to maintain order, the Empire had the capability to allocate troops against them. "We are still too weak," Qin Luo lamented, rising with worry evident in his eyes. Feng Qinyang entered and rendered a formal military salute, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect for Qin Luo, unlike Fatty's casualness. "Sir Qin Luo, our forces have assembled and are ready to launch an attack at any moment," Feng Qinyang reported. In response to the coalition's encirclement, Blue Sea had prepared promptly, deploying 10 main divisions on high alert while the aircraft squads replenished their energy. Poised for battle in the skies, Qin Luo buried his concerns deep within. The primary task at hand was to eliminate the coalition forces surrounding Blue Sea. He approached the map, gliding his finger across its surface. Currently, the enemy has 3 fleets, approximately 3,000 ships, commanding absolute air superiority. Yet, we all understand the exaggeration in their numbers. Achieving full firepower from a single fleet would be impressive, he mused. 3,000 ships carrying 500,000 troops. It must be said that our Mr. Abi disregards traffic regulations. He has overloaded them. Fatty and Feng Qinyang laughed heartily, their expressions lightening. Martin Luther's intelligence network had fully enveloped the situation, leaving the enemy utterly unaware of Blue Sea's circumstances. Moreover, in Qin Luo's view, the coalition's joint command was a significant blunder. A military force can only have one commander. More than one results in chaos, especially with so many involved. Thus, we must seize the opportunity while our adversaries are unsteady, striking when they are least prepared, and eliminate half of their fleet. Qin Luo asserted decisively. Should this statement reach Abi's ears, it would surely elicit laughter, for a 5-1 disparity in forces renders the notion of incapacitating an equally matched contingent utterly absurd. Yet, Qin Luo and his comrades were acutely aware that this was no mere folly. They had conducted meticulous calculations. Despite their foes boasting 5 times their numbers, the combat proficiency of these soldiers was indeed questionable, particularly among those from Nilo Star, whose centuries of opulence had dulled their edge. Their alloy daggers had rusted in the comfort of their lives, and their ion guns had perhaps only been fired at a few small birds. Their fighting spirit was even inferior to that of the civilians from Blue Sea Star. Morning Sun, Eliminate them. Qin Luo signaled with a gesture of decapitation, his eyes radiating formidable confidence. Chapter 43. The War of Destiny. War is, in essence, an extension of desire, its magnitude, the toll of lives lost, and the ensuing calamities are contingent upon the extent of desire's expansion. In addition to the commanders at the helm, the outcome of warfare is influenced by soldiers, civilians, and myriad external factors. The fleet of Blue Ocean Star ascended into the heavens, resembling a sharp blade penetrating the enemy formation. Feng Qinyang's strategy was straightforward, a head-on clash. As the vessels drew near, laser cannons erupted with fire, illuminating the starry sky like a dazzling display of fireworks. The ships of Blue Ocean Star moved with remarkable speed, their pilots calm and composed, seasoned warriors who had long surpassed the fervor of their initial battles, transforming into relentless killing machines. The 10-to-1 disparity in military strength did not intimidate them. As their rallying cry proclaimed, Blue Ocean is invincible. The laser cannons wove a luminous web across the sky, within which ships shattered and the anguished cries of soldiers echoed. The strength of the exiled coalition was formidable, yet their fighting spirit was lacking. With many conscripted by force in the dead of night, in the command center of the coalition, chaos reigned, the spittle of a dozen leaders sufficient to drown Mr. Abe. After an hour of intense conflict, the coalition's fleet suffered a crushing defeat, their morale utterly annihilated, many soldiers wailing as they fled. Mr. Abe, we formed this coalition based on your counsel. What shall we do now? One leader bellowed in anger. Indeed, you must take responsibility, or we shall withdraw our forces. Infighting typically arises post-battle. Abe seethed, yearning to chastise these individuals, but refrained. He had painstakingly united them, and if they retreated, he would be left vulnerable to Blue Ocean Star's assault. Everyone, please remain calm. We have only suffered a minor setback, with our forces sustaining minimal losses, Abe consoled. Although the fleet had been decisively defeated, they had merely lost air superiority, with 500,000 coalition troops still dispersed across 3 administrative planets, maintaining their encirclement of Blue Ocean Star. Gradually, the leaders quieted, and Abe massaged his temples, declaring, "Immediately order the troops to launch an offensive." The interstellar conflict between the exiled realms did not involve warships, but rather utilized civilian vessels to transport troops to the administrative planets, focusing primarily on ground warfare. Abe aimed to deploy troops directly onto Blue Ocean Star for a large-scale confrontation. However, Qin Luo's orders arrived swiftly. The 10 divisions of Blue Ocean Star were organized into 3 legions, led by Qin Luo himself, along with his comrade, the Rotund One, and Feng Qinyang, aboard civilian ships directly targeting the enemy's 3 administrative planets. Qin Luo's objective was unequivocal: to strike multiple points and determine the fate of the conflict in a single engagement. On the home front of Blue Ocean Star, having secured air dominance, there was no concern for counterattacks. To ensure preparedness, Qin Luo commanded Shangwan Yinji and Li Cheng to lead a reserve battalion, the Blue Ocean Guard Brigade, to secure the homeland. Civilian ships took off in rapid succession from above Blue Ocean Star, dispersing in 3 directions toward the administrative planets, their speed unparalleled as they expended energy, ultimately descending upon the 3 planets. Gazing down at the blue planet named Ire, Qin Luo's pen glided across the page, and the ship plunged downward. Enemy attack. The shrill alarm pierced the air as orbital cannons targeted the sky and fired. Although these cannons played a crucial role in air defense, the speed of the ships proved superior. With a swift dive, they landed on the surface, and the soldiers of Blue Ocean Star surged forth, opening fire on the coalition troops stationed on the administrative planet. Qin Luo's bold maneuver was fraught with peril, for the disparity in strength was staggering. Approximately 200,000 coalition troops were stationed on Ire, the stronghold of one of their leaders, and the potential for civilian resistance loomed large. Should the battle not conclude swiftly, Blue Ocean Star would find itself in a precarious position. Attack directly. Take advantage of their disarray. Qin Luo issued the command without hesitation. 30,000 soldiers from Blue Ocean Star flooded into the metallic city, engaging in brutal combat with the coalition forces. Although the coalition outnumbered them, they exhibited no will to resist, collapsing under the pressure. It was only upon reaching the city's heart that the enemy made a feeble stand, utilizing metal cover for defense. Fearing civilian backlash, Qin Luo had reserved a battalion as a contingency to suppress any uprisings. However, the situation exceeded his expectations. No civilians participated in the resistance on Ayr. Instead, they cowered in their homes, sealing metal doors and trembling beneath tables, terrified by the distant sounds of gunfire. "Deploy all available forces," Qin Luo instructed, his voice steady. The final reserve battalion was thrown into the fray. The coalition's tenuous hold, relying on metallic cover, was utterly shattered. Composed of hastily assembled civilians, the coalition disintegrated upon encountering Blue Ocean Star's troops, scattering in panic. The oversight of the inspection unit, attempting to restore order, proved futile, and in desperation, they commanded their forces to execute the fleeing soldiers. Yet, when cornered, the consequences were dire. One soldier, in a moment of desperation, seized an ion gun from the inspection unit and, with wild eyes, shot a member of the inspection team. This act triggered a chain reaction, as a tide of fleeing soldiers overwhelmed the inspection unit, trampling some officers to death. Blood trickled along the metallic streets, converging into a small river. The soldiers of Blue Ocean Star pursued the fleeing coalition members, storming into metal houses, searching each dwelling. Civilians, trembling in fear, hid beneath tables as soldiers ransacked their homes in pursuit of supposed fugitives. The mass exodus of 200,000 troops permeated every corner of the city, and Qin Luo continuously issued search commands. This was a war of occupation. He could not allow these soldiers to elude capture, as Blue Ocean Star lacked the manpower for prolonged purges. Throughout the night, Ayr was engulfed in the sounds of battle. The 30,000 troops of Blue Ocean Star could not hope to capture all the fleeing soldiers, opting instead for the most direct solution: eliminate any soldiers they encountered. As dawn broke the following morning, the fighting on Ayr finally ceased, the city steeped in the stench of blood. Blue Ocean Star soldiers collected the bodies, loading them into garbage trucks for disposal. After a sleepless night, civilians cautiously opened their doors, witnessing the brutality of war. Ultimately, only a fraction of the original 200,000 coalition troops remained, with 110,000 imprisoned in makeshift POW camps. Of course, many civilians suffered casualties during the search. Such outcomes were inevitable. Qin Luo strode into the city's central square, where civilians cautiously emerged from their homes, slowly gathering in groups to observe him. In their eyes, complex emotions stirred. As invaders, they ought to harbor hatred, yet as inhabitants of Ayr, they had endured torment. To them, no one was more fearsome than their leaders, and many felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if liberated. "People of Ayr, I am Qin Luo. This time, I am not here to invade, but to resist," Qin Luo proclaimed loudly. Now, the entire Federation is engulfed in chaos, as the Empire's ironclad army has infiltrated every corner of the realm, and your leader has betrayed you to the Empire. If you remain in your stupor, your descendants, kin, and children shall be enslaved by the Empire, condemned to a fate from which they can never escape. Qin Luo and Apos' words resonated in the ears of the common folk. They listened quietly, pondered deeply, and then closed their doors or retreated into corners, allowing the city to descend once more into silence. Qin Luo sighed softly. The exiled star domain, the weakest under the Federation and Apos' dominion, is inhabited by a populace devoid of a sense of belonging. They are merely a group of individuals striving to survive, for whom honor and nationhood seem ephemeral and insubstantial. Escort all the captured soldiers securely and leave 1,000 troops behind. The rest shall continue the assault with me," Qin Luo commanded. Chapter 44. A numb heart. The counteroffensive of the Blue Ocean Star was far from seamless. Feng Qingyang found himself grappling with numerous challenges as he anxiously monitored the passage of time from the command center. For 3 consecutive days, his troops had been met with fierce resistance, failing to advance even a single step towards the city center. On this planet, designated as Zero, a coalition of 150,000 troops was stationed, and Feng had initially anticipated an effortless conquest. However, he was taken aback by the intensity of the opposition. The three divisions of Blue Ocean Star, comprising 30,000 soldiers, had suffered thousands of casualties in the relentless combat, inciting profound fury within him. The opposing commander, Zhang Hong, the leader of the 1st Division of Zero, was a rather unheralded officer who had not been summoned to the frontline command by the planet's leader, Falari, but instead remained in the rear. No one expected that when the Blue Ocean Star forces invaded, Zhang would rise to the occasion. He rallied his soldiers to resist, called upon civilians to retaliate, and established numerous metallic defenses across Zero. The vast expanse of the planet was interspersed with trenches and metal bunkers, all interconnected. While some metallic structures had been dismantled, utilizing these fortifications, Zhang Heng valiantly led this hastily assembled coalition to withstand Feng Qinyang and Appo's fierce assaults. Despite their diminished morale and combat capability, in the operations room, the divisional commanders surrounded Feng, expressing their grievances. The commander of the 2nd Division, tears streaming down his face, pleaded for a withdrawal. "Commander, let us retreat. We have already lost over 3,000 soldiers in 3 days. If we continue this way, our troops will be completely exhausted." Another commander added, "Indeed, Commander, if we fail to make progress, we will be encircled by the enemy, and it will spell disaster for us." Feng's expression darkened as he surveyed the three commanders. Slamming his palm on the table, he exclaimed, "Retreat? What are you talking about? Have you forgotten Lord Qin Luo's orders? If we retreat now, the enemy will undoubtedly pursue us, and our ships will be unable to take off, leaving us vulnerable to their attacks." The commanders bowed their heads in silence. Feng sighed deeply, understanding that the 3 days of battle had inflicted severe losses upon their forces, even more so than the Blue Ocean Star's military had endured. Nevertheless, retreat was not an option. Feng was acutely aware that withdrawing would not only invite Qin Luo's wrath, but could also jeopardize the entire plan for Blue Ocean Star. Their mission was not merely to unify the exiled star region, but to stabilize surrounding powers in preparation for the impending imperial assault. Unfortunately, the commanders were too myopic, fixating solely on their own casualties. "Immediately issue orders to maintain the offensive. We must consistently apply pressure on the enemy," Feng commanded resolutely. In the subterranean command bunker, the dim energy lights flickered, and dust rained down from explosions above, settling on the illuminated map. Zhang Heng hunched over, marking symbols on a primitive paper map. Standing at about 6 feet tall and clad in the Federation's outdated military uniform, he exuded an air of composure and experience. Faced with the onslaught from Blue Ocean Star, he had swiftly instigated a mutiny, detaining the logistics minister of Zero who advocated for retreat and led his hastily assembled forces in defense. The 3 days of conflict had been agonizing for the Blue Ocean Star forces, yet it had not been any easier for Zhang Heng. His hair had begun to turn white under the pressure, with the weight of responsibility bearing down upon him. Although supported by the populace, the overall morale of the military remained unstable. Had he been contending with an ordinary adversary, the pressure would not have been so overwhelming. However, he faced Feng Qinyang, an equally formidable leader, and their struggle had evolved from mere tactical maneuvers into a test of endurance. Both understood that the ultimate outcome of this battle would hinge upon their respective wills and stamina. "Report, Commander, another soldier has defected at the front lines," an aide announced. Zhang Heng set down his pencil, wearily rubbing his eyes. This was yet another incident of soldiers fleeing, a recurring theme. Despite their 150,000 strong force, many were reluctant conscripts. Upon encountering the battlefield, they trembled in fear, often led into mass defections by those who had lost their nerve. Meanwhile, Feng Qinyang welcomed any defectors, integrating them into the Blue Ocean Star's new recruit reserve, only to send them forth as the first wave of cannon fodder during assaults. Why has Feng not yet withdrawn his troops? Zhang Heng mused softly, speculating on his opponent's intentions. The front line, once a cluster of metallic structures, had been reduced to a scorched earth by artillery fire, the iron remnants still radiating residual heat. On a battleground spanning less than 20 square kilometers, Over 100,000 troops were amassed, yet the attacking Blue Ocean Star could only muster 30,000 soldiers. The charred landscape was littered with corpses, stacked upon one another, and the acrid stench of burnt flesh mingled with the scent of blood in the air. The soldiers of Blue Ocean Star continued their relentless assaults, surging forth like a tide only to be repelled repeatedly. Within the trenches of Zero, soldiers numbly awaited the enemy's advance, firing their weapons and engaging in close combat with vacant eyes, displaying a disconcerting sense of detachment. Our supplies are critically insufficient. We need immediate resupply from the rear. Feng relayed to Blue Ocean Star. Yet Yang Song found himself powerless, as news reached him that Blue Ocean Star had split into 3 legions to assault their stronghold. In response, AB made a decisive choice, persuading several leaders to launch an offensive on Blue Ocean Star's homeland. Though their assault yielded no tangible results, it effectively severed Blue Ocean Star's logistics routes, prompting Yang Song to direct a fleet of ships to expedite the reopening of supply lines. Seated in a spacecraft, Qin Luo's expression was grave. With Feng Qinyang's advance thwarted and the situation critical, he knew that the only reinforcements he could offer were 2 divisions under his command. Thus, he hastened towards Zero. In February of the year 2392 in the Federation, the weather on Zero grew increasingly frigid. The troops of Blue Ocean Star huddled within hastily constructed metallic bases, shivering from the cold. Due to a lack of supplies, each soldier was allocated only a single nutrient vial daily to sustain their strength. More alarmingly, their ammunition was nearing depletion. Despite the ongoing assaults, Feng was unable to issue a desperate command for retreat. He could only maintain pressure without reclaiming enemy positions. Within the barracks, countless soldiers, clad in tattered garments, clutched their ion rifles as they slept. Occasionally, they would awaken in terror, grasping their weapons and firing into the darkness, resulting in several unfortunate comrades meeting their demise at the hands of their own. Oh, how beautiful the starry sky of Blue Ocean. The child far from home remembers you, hoping to protect you with my own hands. A melancholic military song escaped the lips of a soldier. Feng Qinyang remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, drawing blood as his nails dug into his flesh. Once leading a contingent of over 30,000 soldiers to Zero, he now found himself with fewer than 20,000, many of whom were severely wounded. To retreat? Feng contemplated, yet the thought was forcibly dismissed. What of the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves? How could he face their memories? Life on Zero was equally arduous. Though the Blue Ocean Star forces suffered significant casualties, the troops of Zero paid an even steeper price. From an initial force of 150,000, accounting for defectors and fatalities, only 80,000 remained. They crouched in their trenches, slowly consuming the nutrient vials from their packs, bracing themselves for the enemy's next assault. Whenever a stretcher bears a fallen soldier away from the battlefield, it is invariably accompanied by heart-wrenching cries, perhaps from a mother, father, wife, or children. They collapse to the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they embrace the cold, lifeless body of their beloved, their sobs resonating with profound sorrow. Zhang Heng traverses the front lines, where the soldiers, in a state of numbness, salute him. A flicker of light appears in their eyes only when they gaze upon Zhang Heng. He returns their salutes, but many familiar faces have long since vanished, while the unfamiliar ones may soon be lost to the relentless tide of war. On an uninhabited planet less than 1,000 kilometers from 0 point, Qin Luo leads his soldiers in a brutal clash. They had intended to provide aid to 0 point, but were intercepted by the coalition forces. At this moment, the overwhelming advantage of the coalition's numbers becomes apparent, as their troops are divided into 4 segments, effectively thwarting the various units of Blue Sea Star. In a brief span, they forcibly conscripted over 300,000 soldiers, who wield rudimentary weapons and possess minimal combat effectiveness. Yet, they cling to the forces of Blue Sea Star like stubborn gum, hindering Qin Luo's ability to assist Feng Qinyang. Chapter 45. War is not a machine. On March 5, 2392, a momentous occasion dawned upon the Federation, an anniversary marking the day, over 2 millennia ago, when the Federation and Oppos, forces breached the gates of the ancient empire and Apos' capital. The golden banner of the purple flower fluttered majestically above the citadel, heralding the demise of an era and the birth of a new one. Henceforth, each March 5th was consecrated as the Federation's National Day, with the populace gathering in jubilant revelry in the squares, singing and dancing in celebration of this significant date. Yet, today, the capital's square bore no semblance of festivity. Instead, it was shrouded in a chilling silence, occupied solely by stoic soldiers clutching their frigid ion rifles. The Empire's aggression had not only extinguished countless innocent lives, but had also obliterated the flicker of hope that remained. Lin Wu sat wearily in his chair, confronted by a colossal map before him, 5 red arrows ominously converging upon the capital, a stark representation of the Empire's encroaching forces. In this time of national peril, Olivian had not rallied the people to resist. Rather, it lay coiled within its own territory, awaiting Lin Wu's impending downfall. Many wars, it seemed, ought never to have unfolded, instigated by shameless politicians orchestrating the machinery of conflict with apathetic eyes. "Mr. President, please take a moment to rest." One of his uniformed subordinates entered softly. Lin Wu waved a dismissive hand, rising to his feet. His once dark hair was now entirely frosted with gray, and the operational plans piled on the table formed a small mountain, all of which he disregarded, casting them into the flames, reducing them to mere ashes. "These so-called intellectuals are nothing but armchair strategists," he muttered. "A counteroffensive? What capacity do we possess for such a maneuver? Olivian awaits our demise to claim the ravaged capital." As the war commenced, the nobility had hastily evacuated, leaving behind administrative stars where only the fearful awaited their fate. Meanwhile, the aristocrats, alongside the parliament's lords, had retreated to Olivian's domain, brandishing their hands in hollow encouragement while their eyes greedily fixated on the capital. The Federation's foremost military academy dispatched a contingent of 50 elite students to assist Lin Wu. Yet these inexperienced scholars were oblivious to the brutalities and uncertainties of war. When one aide confidently presented the comparative strength and probabilities of victory using a ruler, Lin Wu promptly kicked him out of the operations room. Drawing back the curtains, the sky above the capital was no longer clear, but rather weighed down by a suffocating gloom. Soldiers with ion rifles paced silently through the streets and squares, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the planet as if it were on the verge of weeping. "Another national day has arrived. I wonder if there will be one a year from now," Lin Wu murmured to himself. On the battlefield of Zero Planet, an unusual calm prevailed amidst the ruins and shattered metal of the fortifications. A young soldier clad in Zero Planet's uniform cautiously emerged from the mud, followed by a dozen comrades. "Be careful. Our objective is supplies," Feng Qinyang whispered to his men. The Blue Sea Star's provisions had been entirely depleted, forcing the soldiers to rely on scavenged scraps from the sewers and the meager rations of their enemies. Feng Qinyang, with no other option, had to disguise himself as an enemy soldier in hopes of obtaining some supplies. Originally, such a mission was the purview of reconnaissance units. Yet after a devastating assault 3 days prior, the entire reconnaissance unit had perished. Determined, Feng Qinyang resolved to undertake the task himself, stealthily navigating through the rubble and cover towards the enemy's stronghold, aiming directly for the warehouse. "Stop! What are you doing?" a soldier from Zero Planet shouted. The slumbering soldiers in the trench were jolted awake, their ion rifles immediately trained on Feng Qinyang. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face as he forced a smile. "Brothers, we are from the reconnaissance unit, just returning from gathering intelligence." "Oh, thank you for your hard work." The soldiers relaxed their guard. Feng Qinyang silently sighed in relief, preparing to leave when he was called back. "Brother, happy National Day." One soldier offered a cigarette. "Thank you, and same to you." Feng Qinyang accepted the cigarette, lighting it as wisps of smoke swirled in the air. His heart was heavy with complexity. These soldiers were not entirely his adversaries. Some even remained unaware of who they were truly fighting against, simply following their commander's orders to shoot relentlessly at the enemy, falling and replenishing the ranks, only to fall again. "How long must this war endure?" one soldier remarked gloomily. Feng Qinyang shot him a puzzled glance. Hasn't the commander informed you? The soldier shook his head, confusion evident in his eyes. We were urgently dispatched here, and upon arrival, we were thrust into the front lines. I don't even know what we are fighting for. The enemy is the Blue Sea Star forces. Yet they are also our fellow soldiers, the first to declare war on the Empire. I don't understand why we are clashing with them. Feng Qinyang discarded his cigarette, and sighed deeply, unsure of how to respond. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This was true for him, for the soldier before him, and even for Zhang Heng, the current highest commander of Zero Planet. War has long been defined as a machine of death, with soldiers merely cogs in this relentless apparatus, devoid of personal thought. Yet is this truly just? As they began to depart, the soldier insisted on escorting Feng Qinyang. Uncertain of his course, Feng Qinyang knew that leaving the battlefield meant he would have to kill this soldier. Upon reaching the forefront of the warring factions, the soldier halted, rubbing his face and breaking into a radiant smile. You may act now, Commander Feng Qinyang. Instinctively, Feng Qinyang drew his ion rifle, pointing it at the soldier's head. Shock coursing through him. How did you know it was me? I am from the Zero Planet Reconnaissance Unit. I've seen you before, the soldier replied with a smile, saluting. Feng Qinyang hesitated, slowly lowering his weapon, gazing at the soldier. Why not expose me? Had you done so, I would have surely perished. We are all soldiers of the Federation, are we not? The soldier replied solemnly. I hope we do not meet again. Feng Qinyang returned the salute and hastily moved towards the Blue Sea Star base. May we not meet again, Commander. The soldier watched Feng Qinyang's retreating figure, saluting once more, murmuring almost inaudibly, Happy National Day, Commander. Above the Blue Sea Star, the fleet launched another assault, striving to break the encirclement, yet the coalition's resistance proved fiercer than before. They fought with reckless abandon against the Blue Star Squadron, the night sky illuminated by the explosion of countless ships, a gruesome display of fireworks. We cannot continue like this. Otherwise, our forces will lack the capacity to defend our homeland, Li Qing stated. Shangguan Yinji closed her eyes, contemplating for a long while before issuing the order to retreat. She must protect her homeland and prevent the coalition from breaching their defenses. Lord Qin Luo, it is up to you now, Shangguan Yinji thought to herself. Not far from Zero Planet, on a desolate world, Qin Luo led his men into the enemy's formation. The soldiers of Blue Sea Star, driven by fury, wielded their knives with relentless fervor, plunging them into the chests of their foes, their minds numb to the count of assaults. Faced with an enemy tenfold their number, the soldiers of Blue Sea Star exhibited an indomitable spirit, functioning like cold machines, mechanically repeating the act of killing, almost forgetting their own existence. We cannot withstand their onslaught any longer. We must retreat, the coalition commander frantically ordered. 300,000 coalition troops retreated like a surging tide, hastily boarding their vessels. However, the forces of Blue Sea Star would not permit such an easy escape. Leading the charge, Qin Luo and his men pursued the fleeing coalition. Countless coalition soldiers, still unboarded, were mercilessly gunned down by the advancing Blue Sea Star soldiers beneath the vessels. The morale of the troops is a formidable force once it falters. An entire battalion plunges into despair. The coalition soldiers cried out in anguish, desperately scrambling to board their ships, and in their frantic bid for survival, they even turned their weapons against their own comrades. Beneath the ships, the coalition soldiers, resembling a horde of zombies, slaughtered their fellow troops while boarding, and those who failed to make it were ruthlessly shot down by Blue Sea Star forces. Ultimately, fewer than 150,000 coalition soldiers managed to escape, and a third of them fell to the guns of their own allies. Qin Luo wiped the blood from his face and unhesitatingly issued the command. Set course for Planet Zero. Chapter 46. The capture of Zero Star. The news of the coalition's defeat spread like a plague. In the command center of the coalition, Baron Wang Chun could no longer remain seated. Ignoring Abby's objections, he rushed back to his territory, determined to regain control of his planet before Qin Luo arrived. In the operations room of the Zero Star forces, Zhang Heng was discussing the next tactical plan with the staff when the door was abruptly thrust open. Wang Chun, accompanied by his guard, surrounded the operations room. Beside him, a plump middle-aged man glared fiercely at Zhang Heng, his eyes ablaze with anger. "My lord, it was this rebel who imprisoned me and seized command," the middle-aged man accused Wang Chun. Zhang Heng remained impassive and knelt on one knee. "I am Zhang Heng, commander of the 1st Division of Zero Star, reporting to you, my lord." Wang Chun regarded Zhang Heng with disdain, letting out a cold snort as 2 guards seized Zhang Heng and bound him. "Zhang Heng, how dare you usurp power? Do you still acknowledge this commander?" Unfazed, Zhang Heng calmly replied, "My lord, the forces of Blue Sea Star launched an assault. I was compelled to take command to safeguard Zero Star. I did nothing wrong." "Humph. Safeguard Zero Star? My troops, numbering 150,000, have yet to drive back their 30,000. How dare you speak of righteousness?" Wang Chun advanced toward Zhang Heng, his face icy. "My lord, the enemy consists of seasoned veterans. If we engage directly, we are doomed to fail." "Silence." Wang Chun struck Zhang Heng across the face. He approached the map, pointing at the position of the Blue Sea Star forces. "Order an all-out attack. Annihilate the forces of Blue Sea Star." "My lord, think twice." Zhang Heng attempted to continue, but 2 guards forcefully knocked him to the ground, fists raining down upon him. When they ceased their assault, Zhang Heng lay barely conscious. Wang Chun crouched down, gazing at him. "Let me tell you, once I secure victory, you will be the first to pay the price." In the operations room of Blue Sea Star, Feng Qinyang was absorbed in strategizing over the map when a soldier entered and saluted. "Report, Commander, the Zero Star forces have launched an attack against us." Feng Qinyang's pen gently fell onto the map as he raised his head, astonished. "An attack? Is Zhang Heng out of his mind?" As a seasoned military leader, Feng Qinyang had long recognized that the individual combat capabilities of Zero Star soldiers paled in comparison to those of Blue Sea Star. Their prolonged resistance stemmed from 2 factors: Zhang Heng's resolute defensive strategies and their sheer numbers, aimed at exhausting their opponent. However, the sudden offensive from Zero Star felt like an unexpected boon. Yet, Feng Qinyang furrowed his brow, contemplating, "If only I had an additional 5,000 soldiers. Our odds of success would be greatly enhanced. I will provide you with 10,000. Qin Luo entered the room. Feng Qinyang was elated, standing at attention as he saluted. Qin Luo patted him on the shoulder. "You've worked hard, Qinyang. For the survival of Blue Sea Star, I would gladly face death," Feng Qinyang declared fervently. After the forces of Blue Sea Star decimated the enemy's 300,000 troops, Qin Luo wasted no time, heading directly to Zero Star. Upon disembarking from his ship, he arrived at the operations room. "I bring over 16,000 troops, all under your command. We must secure victory in this battle," Qin Luo stated coolly, surveying the map. Feng Qinyang felt a surge of emotion, wiping his eyes discreetly. Initially fearing that Qin Luo would hold him accountable for the unfavorable situation, he was instead met with unwavering trust as Qin Luo entrusted him with command of the troops. "Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle, Qinyang. Do not take it to heart," Qin Luo reassured him. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qinyang stood tall and saluted. "My lord, await my good news." On the planet of Beong, the plump man searched the streets for signs of fleeing soldiers, his anxiety mounting. The initial assault on Beong had posed no difficulties, but the planet's complex terrain, deep mountains, dense forests, rivers, and deserts, had allowed the deserters to evade capture. Months had passed, yet thousands of soldiers remained unaccounted for, and the situation on Zero Star grew increasingly dire. "Report, my lord, approximately 5,000 deserters are hiding in the southeastern forest. What are we waiting for? Annihilate them at once," the plump man bellowed. In the southeastern primeval forest, 5,000 deserters huddled deep within the thicket, their clothing tattered, faces gaunt. Some bore untreated wounds, emitting foul odors as they began to fester. The plump man, standing at the forest's edge, knew this area was small, less than 10 square kilometers. Beyond it lay a vast desert, a certain death trap, leaving the deserters with no choice but to resist fiercely within the forest. "Come out, everyone. There will be leniency for those who surrender," the plump man shouted through a megaphone. Some deserters turned to a dark-skinned, middle-aged man at the center, clad in a federal major's uniform, who was smoking and looking down. Seeing the soldiers gaze at him, he flicked his cigarette and murmured, Don't believe them. Surrender leads only to death. Silence ensued in the forest as the plump man lost his patience. He gestured, and countless soldiers brandishing flamethrowers advanced. He was not a man of mercy. He knew he could not allow Blue Sea Star soldiers to perish in pursuit of capturing these deserters. Thus, he resolved to incinerate the entire forest. I repeat, surrender, and you shall be spared, he shouted. Still, no response came from the forest. His eyes hardened as he made a gesture for execution, and hundreds of flamethrowers unleashed torrents of fire, igniting the dry trees and grass. Commander, they are setting the forest ablaze. What do we do? A soldier shouted in panic. The middle-aged man's face paled as he jumped to his feet, shouting, Do not burn the forest. We surrender, we surrender. The plump man scoffed, halting the flamethrowers. Drop your weapons and come out. Soon, the 5,000 soldiers emerged from the forest. The plump man surveyed them and continued, The highest-ranking officer among you, step forward. Trembling, the middle-aged man stepped out from the ranks. The plump man seized his collar, glaring fiercely. Why did you run? Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Where was your courage when the Empire came? You showed valor only against your own. The middle-aged man looked at the plump man, fear evident in his eyes. A nearby deserter raised his hand, voice quaking. Commander, aren't you part of the Empire's forces? Of course not. We are the troops of Blue Sea Star, the first planet to declare war against the Empire. We are nothing like you cowards. The plump man retorted. Commander, we are not cowards. We have been misled. Our superiors told us we were fighting against the Empire. A deserter mustered the courage to say, Yes, Commander, we are not cowards. We are soldiers with blood in our veins. The deserters echoed. The plump man released his grip on the middle-aged man and smiled gently. Very well, then prove yourselves. Follow me, and let us eradicate those beasts of the Empire. Do you dare? Dare. The deserters shouted, their eyes ablaze with anger. The battlefield of Zero Star has transformed into a cauldron of boiling water, enveloping all flesh and blood within. The Blue Sea Star forces have collided directly with those of Zero Star. Feng Qinyang scrutinizes the map, receiving constant reports from various fronts. Immediately seal off their breaches. Understand clearly, our objective is to annihilate them, not merely to defeat them. Captives are to be detained on site. Do not cease your offensive. I have stated there is no reserve force, so advance without hesitation. If you fear for your lives, do not return. As Feng Qinyang sets down the light screen, parched and dry-throated, Qin Luo offers a cup of water, gazing at the map with eyes as tranquil as still water. How long until the battle concludes? Reporting to Lord Qin Luo, it should not exceed 3 hours, Feng Qinyang replies. The enemy's resolve has suddenly become remarkably feeble. It cannot be Zhang Heng commanding. Qin Luo remarks, fixating on the map. Feng Qinyang instantly awakens to this realization. Indeed, had Zhang Heng been in command, their assaults would not be progressing so smoothly. Nor would the enemy's fighting spirit be so diminished. It appears that there has been a disruption within the command of Zero Star, which, for us, is a fortuitous turn of events. Qin Luo chuckles softly, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Chapter 47. The talent returns to Blue Sea. The coalition commanders, exiled to the star, were directly convened in the air aboard a colossal fortress ship. Leaders from over a dozen administrative stars gathered in a meeting room, cloaked in silence, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events in the war. Just months prior, they brimmed with confidence, determined to conquer Blue Sea Star entirely. Yet, their fleet suffered a catastrophic blow, and subsequently, Qin Luo launched a 3-pronged assault on their garrisons. The fierce resistance from Zero Star thwarted Qin Luo's objectives, preventing a swift victory. The coalition forces promptly encircled Qin Luo's troops, severing the logistical support for Blue Sea Star. Just as Abby and others believed victory was within their grasp, Qin Luo unexpectedly broke free from the encirclement and shattered the coalition as 30,000 troops, descending upon Zero Star like heavenly soldiers. Now, let us discuss our next move, Abby said bitterly. The leaders remained somber, none daring to speak, until one stood, eyes reddened with fury, glaring at Abby. It's your fault. You led us to ally with the Empire. Look where we are now. All is lost. Your Excellency, do choose your words carefully. We still command 200,000 troops, Abby replied, his countenance darkened ominously. 200,000? Qin Luo's 30,000 already routed our numbers. What use is that now? Abby fell silent, recognizing the truth in the words spoken. The combat prowess of Blue Sea Star's forces was formidable. Their fighting spirit and individual soldier quality were impeccable, rendering the coalition soldiers mere children in comparison. Regardless, we have not yet lost. Abby's eyes glinted with resolve. He pointed at the map loudly. Qin Luo is trapped on Zero Star. If we act swiftly, we can surround them in conjunction with our forces there. Upon hearing Abby's words, many leaders' eyes lit up, their gazes shifting eagerly to the map. Qin Luo had encountered setbacks on Zero Star. If they could encircle him there, starvation would surely lead to his demise. Haha, you think too naively. Does Qin Luo strike you as a fool? Mocked the initial leader. Abby shot him a steely glare, then signaled a nearby soldier, who swiftly drew his ion gun and shot the leader through the chest. The other leaders gasped in shock, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Calm yourselves. Such a rabble-rouser before battle is of no worth. Besides, with him gone, there will be more territory to share among you, Abby said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Indeed, you are right, Lord Abby, the other leaders responded, wiping their cold sweat and feigning smiles. 200,000 troops boarded their ships, heading directly toward Zero Star. The massive troop movement was promptly detected by Blue Sea Star's forces, and Shangwan Yinji immediately reported the situation to Qin Luo. On Zero Star, despite the enemy's continuous retreat, Blue Sea Star's forces were still unable to breach the city due to their numerical disadvantage. Qin Luo grew increasingly curious about Zhang Hong. What kind of military talent could transform an utterly inept army into such an adversary in such a short time? Upon receiving Shangwan Yinji's report, Qin Luo felt no surprise. The coalition's command, though ordinary, was not foolish. They would seize any opportunity presented. Order Fatty to approach Zero Star immediately. Since they wish to encircle us, we shall enact a counter-encirclement, Qin Luo commanded decisively. In the center of Zero Star's city prison, Zhang Heng sat despondently on the ground. All information from outside was relayed to him by the prison guards, and a sense of despair engulfed him. He understood that everything was lost. Had they merely held their defenses, Blue Sea Star would inevitably tire and taste the bitter fruit of failure. But now it was different. Wang Chun had ordered his troops to engage in direct confrontation on the vast battlefield against Blue Sea Star's battle-hardened forces. The only outcome would be defeat, a devastating defeat. On the expansive battlefield, soldiers from both sides clashed violently. Viewed from above, it resembled a fierce struggle between two colonies of ants. In an instant, blood gushed from the center of the fray. Ion beams streaked through the crowd, cutting down soldiers mercilessly. Zero Star soldiers fought with all their might. Yet their overall individual combat quality paled in comparison to that of Blue Sea Star. Once the two sides collided, Blue Sea Star soldiers discarded their ion guns and employed alloy daggers, forming three-man tactical units. In contrast, Zero Star soldiers, untrained and reliant on cover and numbers during their previous defense, exposed all their weaknesses once they abandoned their positions. Despite being vastly outnumbered, they crumbled under the relentless assault, retreating and leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Fall back! Retreat! Wang Chun shouted furiously. Yet, the tide of defeat had already set in, morale plummeted, and several officers futilely attempted to shoot deserters to restore order, only to be trampled by the panicked throngs. Wang Chun's eyes widened, feeling as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. He slumped into a chair, his gaze vacant. My lord, we should flee, disguise ourselves as civilians. It may allow us to escape, one officer urged. Wang Chun shook his head, feeling too exhausted to rise. Watching the frantic officers, he waved his hand. You all go. I shall remain. In the command room, Wang Chun found himself alone, staring at the map, recalling Zhang Heng and filled with regret. If only I had acted differently. The frontline battle did not endure long. When Blue Sea Star soldiers stormed the Zero Star Command Center, Wang Chun had already taken his own life with an ion gun. His eyes wide open, staring at the sky, filled with unfulfilled desires, despair, and regret. Let us give Lord Wang Chun a grand burial, Qin Luo sighed softly. The city of Zero Star fell under Blue Sea Star's control. Feng Qinyang frantically searched the battlefield for something, repeatedly turning over the bodies of Zero Star's soldiers. His expression anxious. After 3 hours of searching, he discovered a soldier he had a fleeting encounter with in a trench, the one who had let him go. The soldier lay peacefully, clutching a note tightly in his hand. Feng Qinyang gently pried the note free, reading the simple words, "Mom, I want to go home." Tears streamed down Feng Qinyang's face as he slowly tucked the note into his bag, lifting the soldier's body. This unassuming soldier had spared him in the most perilous of circumstances. He still remembered the military salute the soldier had given him as he departed. "Commander, may we never meet again. Commander, we are all soldiers of the Federation. Why must we fight each other? Commander, Happy National Day." The soldier's words echoed in Feng Qinyang's ears as if just yesterday, now reduced to a lifeless form. He gently laid the soldier on a stretcher and rendered a straight military salute. "Rest in peace, soldier." In the city center prison, as Zhang Heng squinted against the blinding sunlight, Qin Luo appeared before him. "This is our first meeting, Zhang Heng," Qin Luo said with a smile. Zhang Heng, uncertain of who Qin Luo was, glanced at the throngs of Blue Sea Star soldiers and realized Zero Star had been conquered. The war had come to an end. "Is it time for me?" "Go ahead," Zhang Heng resolutely said, gazing at Qin Luo. Qin Luo entered the room where the captives were held, gently settling onto the ground and stretching lazily. Weariness enveloped him. "Zhang Heng, do you believe that by dying, you can redeem yourself? What does that even mean? Nearly 100,000 soldiers on Zero Star have perished because of your treachery. Now you wish for death. What about the others? Protecting one's homeland is, after all, the highest honor for a soldier. What a noble sentiment for safeguarding the nation." Qin Luo rose, fixing his gaze upon his counterpart, his words slicing through the air like a blade. "As the Empire invades, where are you? Engaged in the siege of Blue Sea Star. If it were truly about defending the nation, why not take to the battlefield and slay those imperial wretches?" Zhang Heng averted his eyes from Qin Luo's intense stare, fully aware that regardless of the war's outcome, he bore moral culpability. "Blue Sea Star declared war against the Empire. Where were you then? When the Federal soldiers fought valiantly amidst the bloodshed on the besieged planet, where were you? When the Empire unleashed a massacre, leaving only 300 survivors from a population of 500,000, where were you?" Qin Luo relentlessly posed 3 questions, rendering Zhang Heng momentarily speechless as he lowered his head. "I am merely a commander. I am powerless." "No, you possess the power," Qin Luo interrupted decisively. "Join me. Let us vanquish those inhumane beasts." He extended his hand. Zhang Heng, gazing at the young man before him, perceived an unparalleled determination in his eyes. His mind flooded with images of the innocent soldiers ensnared in this conflict, so young, so full of laughter, who bravely surged onto the battlefield, only to fall in despair. "I will atone." Zhang Heng grasped Qin Luo's hand. Chapter 48. The Might of the Empire in May of the year 2392 of the Federation calendar, following the initial battle. President Lin Wu of the newly established Federation government commanded the construction of a formidable defensive line composed of 2 million troops on the 3 administrative planets surrounding the capital star. The populace of these administrative planets was urgently evacuated. A defense formation resembling a character took shape around the 3 administrative planets, with the Federation's 1st and 2nd fleets poised for immediate support, while the Imperial forces surged toward the capital star like bloodthirsty sharks. On the capital star, outside a secluded estate, Lin Wu alighted from his hovering vehicle and gently pushed open the heavy metallic gates of the manor. Inside, the ambience was tranquil and fragrant with the songs of birds and blooming flowers, seemingly unperturbed by the looming war. Beneath a willow tree, Qin Wuyin and his wife leaned against each other, engrossed in their reading. "Have you two come to an understanding?" "My patience is finite," Lin Wu remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on Qin Wuyin. At the onset of the war, Lin Wu had reactivated the Super Soldier program, mobilizing a multitude of scientists from the 1st Military Academy and the Biological Research Institute for research. However, progress had been elusive, leaving Lin Wu with no choice but to focus his attention on the Qin couple. The modification apparatus was merely a fluke. We do not comprehend why it succeeded. Hence we have nothing to disclose, Qin Luo replied, closing his book and meeting Lin Wu's gaze. Lin Wu's expression darkened. He yearned to compel compliance through force. Yet he could not disregard the presence of Qin Luo in the Exile Star Domain. Daily intelligence reports regarding the Exile Star Domain flooded his desk, and each reading intensified his sense of pressure. The forces of Blue Sea Star were locked in a standoff with the encircling coalition of 200,000 troops on Zero Star. Yet, seasoned Lin Wu discerned the inevitable outcome. Qin Luo was unstoppable. The current Blue Sea Star forces could freely assault adversaries whose numbers vastly outmatched their own. The rationale was simple. Soldier morale stemmed from their battle achievements and the prowess of their commanders. An undefeated army, while potentially fostering arrogance, was imbued with unshakable confidence, an essential element for any military unit. Very well, Lin Wu said darkly as he exited the manor. Qin Luo, embracing his wife, looked on in confusion. Is it truly so strange that the new president allows us this freedom? On Zero Star, the coalition's 200,000 troops had severed the supply lines of the Blue Sea Star forces. Abby, seated in the command center of her ship, awaited the enemy's demise through starvation. The leaders of the administrative planets appeared relaxed, believing the Blue Sea Star forces to be akin to frogs in boiling water, with death merely a matter of time. From today onward, we shall be fully independent administrative planets. No one can command us anymore, Abby proclaimed with a smile, holding a glass of red wine. The coalition staff swore on their military honor that the Blue Sea Star forces had no chance of survival, further uplifting Abby's spirits. Unbeknownst to them, the Blue Sea Star forces had secured Zero Star, continuously replenishing their supplies and manpower, while Qin Luo's troops lay hidden in underground facilities, evading the coalition's reconnaissance. Meanwhile, on Poplar Star, the corpulent commander loosened his collar, breathlessly urging his troops to embark. 20,000 Blue Sea Star soldiers and 50,000 surrendering troops boarded the ships, with military and transport vessels roaring towards Zero Star. As the commander surveyed the holographic map on the ship, his small eyes glimmered with contemplative thoughts. Due to intercepted communications, he could not reach Qin Luo and wondered what his intentions might be. After a prolonged silence, he issued a command, instructing the troops to circumvent their original route, taking a circular path before halting on a remote, uninhabited planet not far from Zero Star. They activated their counter-reconnaissance camouflage, blending their vessels with the colors of the surrounding minerals, awaiting the opportune moment. In the operations room on Zero Star, Zhang Heng, Feng Qinyang, and Qin Luo scrutinized the map, their expressions far from the anticipated gravity. Instead, they engaged in lively conversation, sharing their perspectives on the battlefield. The trio largely concurred on localized tactics, though Qin Luo's insights into the broader strategy were notably sharper. I believe the commander will grasp my intent, Qin Luo remarked with a smile. Feng Qinyang nodded. Having collaborated with the commander for an extended period, he understood him well. While the commander's tactical acumen in localized warfare might be modest, his defensive strategies and overarching vision were exceptional. Even with communications severed, the commander would still comprehend Qin Luo's intentions. Zhang Heng, a newly joined officer of the Blue Sea forces, remained respectfully silent, cautious not to provoke Qin Luo's temperament before fully understanding it. However, this did not prevent him from feeling astonished and somewhat awed. The tactics devised by Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang were comprehensive and rhythmic, devoid of any hesitance. Once enacted, the coalition would have no chance of recovery, filling Zhang Heng with deep respect for the leader of Blue Sea Star. The time is nigh. It is time to conclude this, Qin Luo stated coolly. In the operations room, a command was quietly issued, and soldiers hidden in underground facilities began to emerge. The original orbital cannons of Zero Star targeted the hovering coalition ships, while the camouflaged vessels ascended abruptly. The coalition's reconnaissance soldiers, taken aback, triggered alarms in a frenzy. Within the coalition command room, several leaders were inebriated, oblivious to the alarms until a subordinate officer burst in, prompting them to groan and rub their aching heads upon hearing the report. Fear not. This is surely a feigned attack by Qin Luo. We need only repel him, Abby declared, still somewhat dazed, issuing commands casually. The Blue Sea Star vessels advanced unimpeded, crashing toward the coalition ships. As they drew near, an extendable boarding ramp unfurled to connect to the enemy vessels. This mode of combat harkened back to the inception of the Federation, when ships were the primary force in warfare. However, as some civilian ships were incapable of accommodating laser cannons while hovering, their destruction would spell doom for all aboard. Subsequently, military scientists proposed increasing ship defenses while incorporating extendable ramps, allowing for close-quarters engagement and establishing a battlefield between two vessels, where victory would hinge on the soldiers' prowess. As the extendable ramp descended, the coalition finally grasped that the assault was genuine, not a ruse. Blue Sea Star soldiers, armed with ion guns, surged into the enemy ships like ferocious beasts. The coalition troops scrambled in defense, but the combat capabilities of the Blue Sea Star soldiers were formidable. Without requiring commands, they swiftly seized control of the ship's cockpit and weaponry. In the coalition command room, Abby's demeanor shifted to panic. She hastily issued resistance orders. After an initial bout of chaos, the coalition soldiers regained composure, gradually organizing their defenses and counterattacks, leading to a semblance of balance in the ongoing battle. As long as we hold our ground, even 200,000 troops can drag them down, Abby declared, her eyes gleaming with cold resolve. However, the tides of battle can turn in an instant. Just as Abby brimmed with confidence, the commander observed the unfolding scene through his reconnaissance scope from a distance on the uninhabited planet. He lowered the scope and waved his hand lightly. The previously camouflaged Blue Sea Star forces charged forward, launching an attack from the coalition's rear. Report: a massive contingent of Blue Sea Star troops has appeared behind us. A soldier exclaimed in alarm. It's over. This is an idea from Abai, as he sat slumped in his chair, his eyes devoid of spirit. The other leaders were thrown into a state of panic, each at a loss for what to do. A single straw can often break the camel's back. How much more so when the heavy-set commander commands an army of 70,000. The timing and direction of the ship's assaults were executed with remarkable precision, striking at the enemy's vital points with devastating effect. The forces of Blue Sea Star advanced with relentless momentum, while the coalition's troops fell into despair, countless soldiers laying down their arms in surrender. Chapter 49. The atrocities of the Empire. The Qin Empire is an enigmatic nation, one of the few remaining kingdoms in a universe where civilization and technology have reached remarkable heights. Yet, it stands as the most formidable of them all. The imperial capital is extraordinarily prosperous, with its architectural style reminiscent of ancient empires predating the Federation. The palace, resplendent in gold, dazzles with its brilliance, and the grand hall is adorned with opulence. Yi Xian kneels on one knee, unable to raise her gaze to the emperor above. The 112th emperor of the Qin Empire, Caitlin Shi, is an ambitious ruler who has relentlessly expanded his military since ascending the throne. He has conscripted countless civilians from hundreds of planets across the nation, swelling the empire's forces to a staggering 20 million. Your Majesty, our troops are currently advancing on 3 fronts into the Federation and have achieved strategic advantages. With steady progress, we could fully occupy the Federation within 5 years, Yi Xian reports. Caitlin Shi waves his hand, clearly dissatisfied with her plan. Having reigned for 20 years and now in his 60s, he feels the urgency of time pressing upon him. He must swiftly conquer the Federation to fulfill his ancestors' ambitions. Xian, you must understand, I do not have the luxury to wait for a 5-year plan, he asserts. However, Your Majesty, if I act too hastily without soothing public sentiment, the cost of capturing the administrative planets of the Federation will be exorbitant. The previous sacking by the Third Army has already incited chaos and rebellion on several administrative planets. I fear this could greatly impact our plans, Yi Xian advises. Caitlin Shi rises, his towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, casting a long shadow over Yi Xian. His tone turns frigid. You are, after all, a woman, too compassionate. We merely need to conquer them. Those who resist shall fall beneath the Empire's might. Yi Xian wishes to say more, but Caitlin Chi dismisses her with a wave of his hand, leaving her no choice but to withdraw. Once she departs, he ponders. Tapping his fingers thoughtfully, the Lin family's influence is growing too strong. A third of the army is in their hands. It is time to weaken them, or I shall find no peace. As Yi Zian exits the palace, her beautiful eyes betray her concern. The plan to invade the Federation was her brainchild. Intricately woven from the conquest of Hanhai Star to the orchestrated explosions in the streets, each element tightly interlinked. With patience, they could dismantle the Federation from within, allowing the Empire to seize control with minimal losses. However, since the plan commenced, the Emperor's intentions have become increasingly inscrutable. First, he recalled her from the front lines, then appointed General Sima Liang to command the First Army, effectively sidelining her authority. The thick snow blankets the ground, creating a vast white expanse. Beneath a pavilion, a youth clad in resplendent golden attire awaits. He is strikingly handsome, his features almost delicate, hands crossed before him as he quietly observes Yi Zian. "Your Highness." Yi Zian bows in deference, recognizing the imperial heir, Kate Guiwei. "Yi Zian, there is no need for such formalities between us," Kate Guiwei replies with a smile. Kate Guiwei has never concealed his affection for Yi Zian, the Empire's most renowned female general. From an early age, she displayed remarkable military prowess, capturing 5 administrative planets within a mere week at the age of 15 and devising grand strategies to invade the rival Federation by 20. Yi Zian shines like a star in the sky, admired by countless men who feel unworthy. Yet Kate Guiwei believes himself to be her equal in status, character, and appearance. Alas, love is often unrequited. "I was pleased to hear of your return. The front lines are perilous, and I worry for your safety," Kate Guiwei expresses. Yi Zian bows her head slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am well accustomed to the battlefield." After a few exchanged words, their conversation fades into silence, both watching the snowflakes descend like hearts gradually freezing. After a long pause, Yi Zian finally speaks. "I take my leave, Your Highness." "Very well," Kate Guiwei replies with a single word. As Yi Zian's figure vanishes into the snow, Kate Guiwei sighs deeply, pondering how to convey his feelings to her. In the exiled star domain, the war that has raged for months is drawing to a close. The coalition suffers a devastating defeat, nearly exhausting all their forces. Blue Sea Star has captured nearly 400,000 soldiers, with casualties reaching nearly 500,000. The entire exiled star domain is steeped in blood and tears. Within the government building of Blue Sea Star, all senior officials gather. Qin Luo sits at the center, flanked by the likes of Pengzi, Shengwan Yinji, Feng Qinyang, Li Cheng, Zhang Heng, and Yang Song. As victors, they begin to assess the spoils of war. Our army has expanded to 20 divisions, 3 fleet brigades, 5 orbital artillery regiments, and other combat units, totaling over 700,000 troops. However, fewer than 10 divisions are truly ready for immediate combat, as the others require further training. In terms of logistics, our victory has granted us access to numerous resources from the exiled star domain, sufficient to sustain 1 million troops for a year. Moreover, we are actively negotiating with shipbuilding companies, and once we collaborate, we will soon possess our own fleet. After hearing these reports, Qin Luo nods. This battle has exacted a heavy toll on Blue Sea Star, particularly with many seasoned soldiers perishing on the battlefield. The newly recruited troops lack proper training and cannot be deployed, which remains a significant concern. Our greatest challenge now is to establish a defensive line. If the Empire turns its attention to us, we are their most likely target, Zhang Heng remarks. A vast holographic map unfurls across the conference table, marking the 20 administrative stars within the exiled star domain. Pengzi speaks first. "We currently occupy 18 administrative stars, and we have sent envoys to negotiate with the remaining 2. Once we unify, we will need to establish a triangular defense using 3 administrative stars as our base to counter the Empire's assaults." "Excellent. Please attend to these matters. And I will rely on my sister-in-law for the training of the new recruits," Qin Luo responds. A subordinate quietly enters and whispers in Qin Luo's ear. His pupils constrict, and his hands clench tightly on the table. Everyone, take a look at the latest news, Qin Luo urges as he activates the wall-mounted holographic screen. On 3 administrative stars in the southwest of the Federation, countless Imperial soldiers surge in, resembling savage beasts devoid of humanity, ruthlessly slaughtering civilians. The Federation's resisting forces crumble instantly, leaving the remaining populace to scream and wail as they fall to the Empire's blades. In just 1 week, blood flows freely across the 3 administrative stars. Even the water from the taps runs with a faint red hue. After the Imperial soldiers have satiated their desires, fewer than 100 souls remain on those planets. Monsters! Pongzi slams his fist on the table, his teeth grinding in fury. Zhang Heng, Feng Qinyang, and others glare at the screen with red-rimmed eyes, consumed by rage and wishing to annihilate these beasts immediately. The footage had initially circulated from the star cluster occupied by Yiluan, captured by a skilled hacker from within the Empire, who was subsequently murdered by Yiluan's subordinates just a minute before transmitting the video to Luther. Yiluan is more contemptible than the beasts of these empires, the portly man bellowed. Since the onset of the invasion of the Federation, the Parliament, led by Yiluan, has retreated from the war-affected regions, steadfastly guarding their dozen or so administrative stars, failing to dispatch even a single soldier to resist the imperial incursion. In stark contrast, the newly appointed president of the Federation, Lin Wu, orchestrated a massive campaign involving millions. Although it ultimately ended in failure, Lin Wu garnered significant support from the populace. Turning off the screen, Qin Luo extended 3 fingers. First, release this video to the public immediately. Second, expedite negotiations concerning the remaining 2 administrative stars. Third, keep a close watch on AB and the captured leaders. I want them to witness that the Federation and Oppo's people are not dead. However, the leaders of the other 2 administrative stars are quite obstinate, demanding their own independent forces and a separate political system along with domestic selection processes, Yang Song remarked. Qin Luo abruptly stood up, his eyes blazing with fury. Tell them, if negotiations are possible, we shall engage. If not, let the soldiers' artillery convey the message. Chapter 50. The Awakening of the Federation. The video was publicly broadcasted by Martin Luther, and on most of the administrative planets of the Federation, the populace held their breath, transfixed by the gruesome and brutal scenes unfolding before them. Countless eyes were red with tears streaming down their faces. On the 30 administrative planets controlled by the Empire, multitudes took to the streets in protest against the Empire's atrocities, wielding metal rods and clashing with the oppressive forces. In June 2392 of the Federation, there were a staggering 1,500 large-scale demonstrations across the 30 administrative planets, resulting in the deaths of 12,000 civilians and hundreds of thousands injured. While the Empire also suffered thousands of soldiers killed by enraged citizens. Within the Empire, Caitlin issued a ruthless suppression order, unleashing armed soldiers alongside defected Federation troops to carry out a bloody purge. Those who disseminated the video were dragged to the streets for execution. Each day, thousands of corpses were transported to landfills for incineration on the 30 administrative planets. However, this bloody crackdown failed to quell the fury of the citizens. They surged into the temporary government buildings of the Empire, resisting with makeshift weapons. Some soldiers who had defected to the Empire were berated by the civilians and could not hold their heads high. Subsequently, these soldiers picked up arms and joined the fight alongside the civilians, as the Empire and Oppo's suppression began to falter. General Sima Liang of the Empire's First Army issued the infamous 331 order, leading over 1 million Imperial troops to engage in a savage slaughter of the civilians across the 30 administrative planets. Armed with ion guns, they swept mercilessly through the populace. As countless civilians fell, their blood igniting the spirits of every Federation citizen. Following the bloody 331 order, more than half of the civilian population perished, including parents of children and children of parents. As cold bodies were sent to the incinerators, the surviving civilians fell silent, retreating to their homes with bowed heads, struggling to control their emotions. Yet, deep down, everyone knew a fire had been ignited, one that would not be easily extinguished. On the edge of the exiled star domain, two unyielded administrative planets sat side by side, sheltered by a treacherous asteroid field. They lived in comfort, having abstained from joining the coalition during its formation and remaining unaffected by its subsequent failure. On the planet Chuck, the leader Wang Yizhen leisurely enjoyed a performance, showing no respect to the envoy from the Blue Sea planet, dismissing him to indulge in his own amusement. The envoy, a middle-aged man named Yi Long, originally served as a bodyguard to Qin Luo but was reassigned to the diplomatic department due to his formidable diplomatic skills, now serving as Yang Song's deputy. He had come bearing a peaceful proposal from Qin Luo, only to find himself neglected. As a soldier, Yi Long felt a surge of indignation. Before long, a message arrived. Upon reading it, a smile crept upon Yi Long's lips. He stood and addressed Wang Yizhen. Lord Wang, have you given any thought to our proposal? Wang Yizhen casually popped a piece of synthetic food into his mouth, glancing sideways at Yi Long. I've laid out the terms. If you agree, I might consider them seriously. No need to contemplate. Our Lord Qin Luo has issued an ultimatum. Should you refuse, we shall meet on the battlefield, Yi Long replied coolly. Wang Yizhen abruptly slammed the table and stood, sneering. Is that a threat? What is Qin Luo to me? If we are to meet on the battlefield, then I shall await your arrival. Yi Long chose not to engage further and turned to leave, but Wang Yizhen signaled to his soldiers, blocking Yi Long's path. What is the meaning of this? Yi Long's expression turned icy. Do you think this is your domain? Come and go as you please. Wang Yizhen replied coldly. Yi Long turned back, offering a faint smile. Very well, I shall remain here. Mark my words, once I capture Qin Luo, I shall take my time to make you suffer. Wang Yizhen declared confidently. As Yi Long was taken away, Charlie, the leader of the neighboring planet of Mo Yin, entered. He slumped into a chair, exhausted from the previous night's indulgences. Qin Luo has issued an ultimatum. War is imminent, Wang Yizhen remarked casually. Let them come. Does Qin Luo think we are a bunch of softies like the coalition? Charlie replied, devouring a piece of synthetic pastry. At the command center of the Blue Sea planet, Qin Luo received news of the impending conflict, his heart ablaze with fury, not solely because of the declaration of war, but due to the detention of Yi Long. As one of the earliest protectors among his 100 elite guards, Qin Luo held Yi Long in high regard. Now, fewer than 20 of those once loyal soldiers remained, and he watched helplessly as these brave men fell to protect him. He was human, not divine. He had emotions and cherished them deeply, fueling his murderous intent. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armies, the 1st Division of Orbital Cannons, and the 1st and 2nd Spacecraft Divisions to mobilize immediately. Obliterate those two bothersome planets. Qin Luo commanded. The Blue Sea forces, stationed not far from Chuck and Mo Yin, swiftly boarded their ships and launched an assault on the two planets. Their speed was astounding, arriving before the enemy could establish a complete defense. Attack, Zhang Heng decisively ordered. This marked his first independent command since aligning with Qin Luo, and he was determined to conclude the conflict within a single day. Chuck and Mo Yin together boasted nearly 10 divisions, totaling around 100,000 troops. However, years of complacency had dulled their vigilance and combat readiness. Some soldiers had not even loaded energy cells into their ion guns upon discovering the Blue Sea forces. The Blue Sea troops attacked with ferocity, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts. Once their ships touched down, they charged with order towards the enemy's defenses, while the Orbital Cannon Division quickly calibrated their targets. At a single command, all cannons opened fire. In the sky, countless ominous projectiles rained down upon the cities, reducing the metallic structures to rubble. Panic ensued among the civilians as they screamed and scrambled for safety, while entire buildings visibly melted under the onslaught. Wang Yizhen and Charlie were thrown into chaos. Despite issuing a resistance order, their soldiers, untested by war for centuries, were no match for the ferocious Blue Sea forces. Many had only ever fired at stationary targets. The Blue Sea troops advanced like a colossal machine, flattening everything in their path. The soldiers of Chuck and Mo Yin dropped their weapons in terror, some surrendering, others fleeing in disarray. Zhang Heng watched the scene unfold in disbelief, muttering to himself, Are these planets insane? Such fighting spirit, and they dare to declare war against us? In truth, Zhang Heng had overestimated his adversaries. Charlie and Wang Yizhen, shielded by the asteroid field, had neglected to pay heed to outside threats, leading to their arrogance and a complete lack of intelligence regarding the external world. They had remained ensconced in their own little bubble. What do we do? What do we do? Wang Yizhen panicked, clutching Charlie for answers. Charlie was in a state of utmost urgency, his mind a complete blank. The pace of their retreat was alarmingly swift. At this rate, the enemy would breach their stronghold before nightfall. Excuse me, if you do not mind, I can offer assistance, a voice interjected. The two hastily turned to see a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of an imperial major general, standing beneath the glow of the energy lamp. His sudden appearance a mystery to all. An imperial representative? Wang Yizhen furrowed his brow. I represent the empire in extending an invitation to both of you. And our offer comes without limitations. You will be granted full rights to all that this planet has to offer, the imperial major general stated with a smile. Wang Yizhen and Charlie exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, they resolutely replied, very well, as long as you assist us in overcoming this perilous situation. We shall accept. Chapter 51. The Empire's involvement today is July 12th, a momentous day. My dearest girl, forgive me for not being by your side. The Federation is under siege, and as a soldier, I must fulfill my duty. If I survive, await my return to marry you. These words, scrawled in a twisted script on a piece of paper smudged with black soot, belonged to a man who had already fallen beside the trench, a stray ion beam having pierced his brow amidst the chaos of battle. In a small corner of the battlefield of the Federation's second campaign, a surviving soldier picked up his fallen comrade's letter, hoping to outlast the war and personally deliver this missive to the girl his friend cherished. But is she still alive? No one knows. The flames of war between the Federation and the Empire burn daily across dozens of administrative planets, claiming countless soldiers and civilians on their own soil. The second campaign was initiated by the newly elected Federation president, Qin Luo, a fortnight ago. Both sides committed millions of troops across numerous administrative planets, with the Federation's first fleet deploying 50,000 mid-tier warships and hundreds of thousands of lower-tier vessels into the fray, as both sides rolled in blood and gunfire each day. When Qin Luo first heard the news of Qin Wu's declaration of the second campaign, he slammed his fist on the table in fury. This fool is merely sending soldiers to their deaths. The Empire and Oppos's sudden offensive had severely dampened the morale of the Federation troops. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to consolidate the defensive line and strike at the enemy's logistical supply chains, leveraging the advantages of home ground to wear them down over time. To engage in large-scale battles under these conditions risks further demoralization and catastrophic consequences for both military and civilian populations. Order the First and Second Armies to swiftly conclude their engagements, occupy the enemy's planets, and then immediately move eastward to prepare for an assault on the Empire's supply lines. Qin Luo commanded. My lord, actively attacking the Empire now is unwise. How does that differ from the fool you mentioned? Feng Qinyang urged. Qin Luo turned back, acknowledging the truth in his words, yet replied, but we are all federals. I do not mind being the second fool. On the planet Chuck, the forces of Blue Sea Star surged into the enemy's cities like a tidal wave, and it seemed the battle would soon conclude. However, in an instant, countless Black Eagle warships of the Empire appeared, blotting out the sky before Zhang Heng's eyes. Damn it, these bastards have actually allied with the Empire. Zhang Heng cursed, slamming his fist on the table. He quickly issued a new command. Everyone, retreat from the metallic stronghold and return to the ships. Though the troops of Blue Sea Star were puzzled by the order, as professional soldiers, they loyally complied, returning to their vessels. News of the Empire's reinforcements for Chuck swiftly reached the Blue Sea Star Command. Excellent. Command the 5th, 6th, and 7th Armies, along with the remaining fleet divisions, to attack. Since they have come, let us engage in a grand battle. Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, devoid of any fear. Above Blue Sea Star, countless ships ascended, heading straight for Chuck. Inside his ship, Qin Luo sat with Feng Qinyang on his left and the portly man on his right. This time, Blue Sea Star deployed all its forces, a staggering 30,000 troops, intent on winning this battle decisively. This marked Qin Luo's second encounter with the Empire. The first had taken place on a desolate planet outside Abai Star, where only 30 of 100 elite soldiers had survived. That encounter had revealed the formidable combat prowess of the Empire's forces. Had it not been for the elite nature of his personal guard, he might have perished at the hands of the enemy. Current intelligence from Zhang Heng indicated that the Empire had mobilized approximately 10,000 troops. I wonder why we received no prior intelligence on such a large troop movement? The portly man pondered. Qin Luo pointed towards Chuck, behind which lay the renowned tourist planet Three-Body Star, part of the Federal Assembly. I see now, these traitorous scoundrels. The portly man exclaimed. The Empire's ability to appear in Chuck without alarming anyone stemmed from Chuck's defection and the support of the Assembly, led by Irwin. Utilizing the cover of Three-Body Star, it was feasible to transport even 10,000 troops unnoticed into Chuck. That was close. Had they reinforced with 10,000 more, a surprise attack from behind would have been unimaginable, Feng Qinyang remarked, shuddering at the thought. As their ships reached the skies above Chuck, Zhang Heng entered Qin Luo and Appo's vessel. A look of guilt etched on his face. Before he could speak, Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence, as long as we have not suffered losses. Chuck will eventually fall into our hands. At that moment, a soldier entered and saluted. Report, my lord, an envoy from the Empire requests an audience. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, uncertain of the envoy's purpose amidst the ongoing standoff between their forces. Did the Empire still hope for negotiations? He nonetheless instructed that the Empire's representative be brought in, revealing a familiar face, the envoy who had appeared on Abai Star. Mr. Qin Luo, it is a pleasure to see you again, the Empire's envoy said with a smile. I have no time for idle chatter. Speak your purpose, Qin Luo replied bluntly. A flicker of anger flashed in the envoy's eyes, but was quickly suppressed as he maintained his smile. I come on behalf of the Empire to recruit Mr. Qin Luo. Escort him out. Qin Luo coldly ordered. Does Mr. Qin Luo not wish to hear our terms? The envoy shouted. Qin Luo turned, pointing to a map on the wall, where an obscure federal planet was marked. Do you know what this place is? The envoy shook his head in confusion. Qin Luo slammed his fist against the wall. This is Amlin, an administrative star with a population of 150,000, now reduced to a desolate wasteland. All thanks to your Empire's forces. Mr. Qin Luo, war necessitates bloodshed. You should understand that better than I. The envoy retorted angrily. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. Well said. When the day comes that I invade your Empire's territory, rest assured, you will understand the consequences of my actions. The envoy snorted derisively, his gaze filled with contempt. Mr. Qin Luo, you overestimate your position. While you may possess some strength, before the might of the Empire, you are but an ant. Then why is the envoy still here negotiating with an ant like me? Qin Luo asked, sitting back in his chair, calmly observing the envoy. The envoy's hands clenched tightly beneath his robe. Given his temperament, he would have loved to crush the exiled star region, but he could not. For the brutal suppression had incited more Federation citizens to take up arms in rebellion. Even those soldiers who had defected to the Empire were fleeing in droves, leading to collective desertions at the unit level, straining the Empire's invasive efforts in the Federation. At this delicate juncture, the exiled star region, once deemed insignificant on military maps, had become a crucial breakthrough point for the Empire. Here, logistics could be transported without fear of interception by Federation forces, prompting the envoy's presence. Mr. Qin Luo, the Empire promises that if you join us, you will be granted the status of a lord within the Empire, enjoying an independent political and military framework, the envoy said, taking a deep breath to suppress his anger. Holding an alloy dagger, Qin Luo meticulously carved a unique apple from Blue Sea Star. He sliced a piece and offered it to the envoy of the Empire, who shook his head in refusal. Qin Luo then took a bite of the apple himself, remarking, "Look, you won't even accept a piece of apple from me. How could I possibly believe that such a grand gift from you would be genuine? If I had truly believed it, I would not have survived to this day. Is it your intention to oppose the Empire, Mr. Qin Luo?" The envoy inquired. Haven't I always been at odds with you? Qin Luo retorted. Let us not forget that Blue Sea Star was the first planet to declare war. The envoy, seething with rage, responded with a bitter smile. Very well, Mr. Qin Luo. Might we request the release of Mr. Ebi and the others you have detained? Dream on. They are my captives, Qin Luo replied coolly. What would it take for their release? The envoy pressed. When I breach your empire, that will be the moment for their liberation, Qin Luo declared, rising to make a gesture of dismissal. The envoy glared at Qin Luo, stating, You shall pay dearly for your current actions. With that, he exited Qin Luo's spacecraft. Once the envoy departed, Qin Luo's expression turned icy. Luther, send someone to capture him. He will be of use to me. Understood, came Luther and Apo's single word from the shadows. Chapter 52. The Battle of Chuck. The Imperial spacecraft glided through the starry expanse, like a colossal fish concealed in the shadowy depths of the ocean. The Imperial envoy sat in his seat, his expression grim, gripping the armrests tightly, the veins on his hands bulging, and his knuckles pale as a specter. What do you think you are? How dare you threaten the Empire? He muttered under his breath. Inside the spacecraft, an oppressive silence enveloped the cabin. Everyone was acutely aware that the esteemed gentleman was in a foul mood, and none dared to intrude. The only exception was the pilot, whose gaze was steady and frigid as he deftly adjusted the controls, subtly maneuvering the ship towards Qin Luo's location. Beneath his feet lay the corpse of an Imperial pilot, stripped of his uniform. Approximately 30 minutes later, the pilot softly reported, My lord, we have arrived at our destination. The Imperial envoy furrowed his brow. So soon? He opened the hatch to reveal a swarm of spacecraft, the flag of the Blue Sea Star fluttering in the air. The envoy's complexion turned pallid, and when he turned back, he saw the pilot had shed his military attire, revealing his original garments. Welcome back, esteemed envoy. The Blue Sea envoy greeted with a smile. On Chuck Star, Wang Yizhen and Charlie anxiously awaited the return of the Imperial envoy, pacing restlessly within the confines of their quarters. Without the envoy's consent, they were powerless to mobilize the Imperial forces. While the Blue Sea Star's troops had already encircled the planet, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Just then, a soldier rushed in, saluting hastily. Report, my lord. The Blue Sea envoy requests an audience. Wang Yizhen's brow furrowed. What do they want? Nevertheless, he instructed that the Blue Sea envoy be brought in. I presume you are both awaiting the return of the Imperial envoy? The Blue Sea envoy inquired with a smile. Wang Yizhen and Charlie exchanged alarmed glances. It was as they feared. The Blue Sea envoy continued, By the orders of Lord Qin Luo, we demand the exchange of the Imperial envoy for our envoy, Yilong. You have no objections, I trust? Wang Yizhen's expression darkened further, while Charlie turned ashen. The Imperial forces, numbering 10,000, were stationed on Chuck Star. If they discovered their commander had been taken captive by the Blue Sea Star, the consequences would be unpredictable. Regardless of whether it was the Imperial Army's wrath or the Blue Sea Star's assault, they would bear the brunt of the fallout. Bring him here at once, Wang Yizhen exclaimed urgently. However, by the time the soldiers reached the prison, Yilong had already met his demise. Having taken his own life with a concealed blade hidden in his sleeve, he lay peacefully, a faint smile gracing his lips, and beneath his body, written in blood were the words, No surrender from the Blue Sea. When the soldiers relayed this news to Wang Yizhen, he nearly fainted. The Blue Sea envoy's eyes glistened as he coldly regarded Wang Yizhen. I trust one can now take Lord Yilong's body back? As Yilong's body was transported back to Qin Luo's ship, the fury within Qin Luo had reached a boiling point. He cast a cold gaze towards Chuck Star, his lips parting. Eliminate the Imperial envoy, avenge Yilong's death, and commence the assault. With the command given, the spacecraft that had been surrounding Chuck Star launched an immediate offensive, raining down upon the planet. Wang Yizhen and Charlie sat paralyzed on the ground, their faces ashen, muttering, It's over, it's over. The soldiers of the Blue Sea Star surged from their vessels, swiftly infiltrating the metallic city of Chuck Star. While the Imperial soldiers entrenched on the planet hastily erected defensive positions, Colonel Wei Lan of the 82nd Imperial Division strode into Wang Yizhen's estate, his hand resting on his ion gun. Where is the envoy? He demanded directly. Wang Yizhen and Charlie dared not speak, their heads bowed, trembling in fear. Wei Lan's gaze fell upon the light screen on the table, where Qin Luo's voice echoed, "Blood must be repaid with blood. Debts must be settled." Wei Lan trembled, realization dawning upon him that the imperial envoy had perished. A torrent of rage surged within him as he drew his ion gun and fired twice, causing Wang Yizhen and Charlie to collapse, blood blossoming from their foreheads. In the skies above, the Blue Sea Star's ships interconnected to form a massive platform, upon which the railguns were positioned. At a command, 5 railgun crews opened fire, illuminating the skies over Chuck Star. Within the metallic city, the populace of Chuck Star huddled in their homes, clutching their heads as chaos engulfed the once tranquil planet. Imperial soldiers violently broke down doors, brutally rounding up male civilians for the front line. The Blue Sea Star's assault was relentless, leaving the Imperial defenses in disarray. Wei Lan resorted to using numerous civilians as expendable pawns, sending them to the front lines while Imperial soldiers hid behind them, waiting for the cannon fodder to absorb the Blue Sea Star's firepower. "We are civilians," a ragged man shouted, his back pressed against an ion gun wielded by an Imperial soldier. Soon, 2, 3, 100, thousands of civilians were thrust onto the front lines, forming a human wall, their hands raised high, tears mingling with the dirt on their faces. "Qin Luo, let us see how you handle this," Wei Lan spoke darkly. This was a ruthless tactic. If Qin Luo ordered the attack to continue, the Empire would publicly condemn him for the massacre of federal civilians, tarnishing the Blue Sea Star's image. Conversely, if he refrained from issuing the order, they would never breach the heart of the metallic city, unable to seize Chuck Star. "Continue the assault," Qin Luo stated calmly. "My lord, please reconsider." Feng Qinyang knelt on one knee. "Xiao Luo, remain composed," the rotund man urged anxiously. Qin Luo surveyed the room, his expression placid as water. "Since the adversary has made their move, we might as well oblige. We are on the defensive if we cannot achieve our strategic objectives. The situation will take a dire turn. Thus, I must bear this infamy." The faces of the rotund man and Feng Qinyang darkened. They understood Qin Luo and Apos' rationale. But what of the fate of the thousands of civilians on the planet? Who could save them? Upon receiving the order, the railgun crews opened fire, and the opposing Blue Sea Star soldiers showed no hesitation in pulling the triggers. To them, Qin Luo was a deity. What did it matter if civilians fell? This era had already transformed into a murky river of chaos. Wei Lan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Qin Luo's swift response. The civilians at the front lines fell like wheat being harvested, one after another, as the Blue Sea Star soldiers surged forward, breaching the enemy's defenses. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers clashed. But how could 10,000 Imperial soldiers withstand the onslaught of the Blue Sea Star? They were engulfed by a tidal wave of troops, mere ripples in a vast ocean. Wei Lan stared blankly as his defenses crumbled, despair and desolation filling his eyes. He raised his ion gun to his own head and pulled the trigger. As his body fell, a newfound clarity washed over him. A little girl danced and softly called out, "Daddy, wait for your return." "I'm sorry," Wei Lan silently murmured, and then he drew his last breath. The battle did not last long. The central city of Chuck Star fell entirely, while simultaneously, the Second Army occupied the planet of Demon Eye. Qin Luo gently placed the small flag of the Blue Sea Star onto the war table, the entire exiled star domain now suffused with a cerulean hue, resembling a clear, beautiful sky. Finally settled, Qin Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. Fatty, Feng Qinyang, and Zhang Heng had long succumbed to slumber in their chairs. During the grueling week of battle, they had scarcely rested, enduring fatigue while commanding the fight. Now, at last, they could enjoy a peaceful sleep. As the command center resonated with the rhythmic sounds of snoring, Qin Luo gently draped military blankets over each of them before stepping out of the command post. He stood at the edge of the spaceship, where jubilant cheers erupted from the densely packed vessels. At the very heart of Chuck Star, the unique sky-blue giant flag of Blue Ocean slowly ascended. "Blue Ocean is invincible. Blue Ocean is invincible." The soldiers roared, embracing and laughing with unrestrained joy. Qin Luo slowly raised his right hand high, prompting an even more fervent cheer from all the soldiers as the orbital cannons fired collectively into the sky. Long live Lord Qin Luo. Chapter 53. Exile unified on August 14, 2392 of the Federation calendar, a moment destined to be etched in history unfolded. The exiled star domain, which had been in turmoil for millennia, was unified at lightning speed by Qin Luo. The leaders of the captured planets, including AB, were brought before a military tribunal and executed by firing squad for treason. In the government building of Blue Sea Star, Qin Luo was crowned king. While the streets resonated with the jubilant cheers of the populace, tears streaming down their faces. They had journeyed from weakness to strength alongside Qin Luo, enduring many battles. In their hearts, he was the invincible god of war. Now, the god of war had finally unified the exiled star domain. Standing in the upper levels of the building, Qin Luo surveyed the transformed crowd below, a stirring emotion tugging at his heart. He recalled the innocent civilians slain on Chuck Star. He was not a cold-blooded, unfeeling man, yet war sometimes demanded impossible choices. Beyond the exiled star domain, a video was broadcast by the Empire's military to the cities occupied by the Federation. This edited footage erased the Empire's soldiers from the scene, portraying Blue Sea Star's soldiers as demons mercilessly gunning down helpless civilians. The populace of these occupied planets watched in silence until someone uttered, "Qin Luo, you damned demon." This remark ignited a powder keg of outrage, with countless civilians hurling the most venomous curses at Qin Luo. They were either hiding in their homes or standing in the streets, each one wishing they could devour him alive. For this great demon named Qin Luo, the Federation resolutely declared their opposition. The Livian made a seemingly righteous statement from his administrative star. In stark contrast, the newly appointed President Lin Wu defended Qin Luo at a press conference. His words calm, yet compelling. The Empire's video was undoubtedly manipulated. Only a fool would believe it. Amidst the external rumors, the exiled star domain remained silent. Qin Luo meticulously examined his troop deployment map. Currently, the exiled star domain boasted 15 armies, totaling 450,000 troops, 7 orbital artillery divisions, and 7 fleet divisions. Qin Luo arranged his forces in a balanced distribution, with Twilight City at the center, forming a circular, layered defensive line. He retained 3 armies at the headquarters of Blue Sea Star as mobile units, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Following the unification of the exiled star domain, Qin Luo implemented sweeping reforms. The previously targeted Nile Star received heavy protection, while numerous reconnaissance ships were dispatched to observe the Empire's movements beyond the exiled star domain. On October 11th, at the headquarters of Blue Sea Star, an unexpected visitor disrupted Qin Luo's original plans. The newcomer was Ouyang Ruoxue, a familiar face from the military academy. After a year, she remained as beautiful as ever, though slightly worn and fatigued. Upon entering Qin Luo's office, he nearly failed to recognize her. "Long time no see," they both said simultaneously, sharing a light laugh. Qin Luo had little impression of Ouyang Ruoxue, only recalling a dispute with a federal major he had slain, which had stemmed from her. Now, facing each other again, they exchanged pleasantries. "I'll be direct. I am here on behalf of the gentleman to request you to honor your promise," Ouyang Ruoxue stated plainly. Qin Luo, seated regally, gestured for her to continue. With a soft sigh, she continued, "We hope you do not intercept the Empire's transport convoy." "Why?" Qin Luo inquired, maintaining his calm demeanor. Ouyang Ruoxue found it increasingly difficult to read him. She had anticipated a surprised reaction, yet he remained inscrutably composed. "I do not know the specific reasons. The gentleman only instructed me so," she replied softly. Rising, Qin Luo gazed at the illuminated map on the wall. He had already surmised Ouyang Ruoxue's purpose. Following the Empire's invasion, the Winter Society, as the second armed force after the Federation, had shown no resistance to the Empire's troops and had retreated to their capital star before the conflict at Blue Sea, almost as if they had foreseen the invasion. With Ouyang Ruoxue's request now revealed, Qin Luo was certain that the Empire's incursion was closely tied to the Winter Society. What do you think your winter society represents? Qin Luo suddenly asked. Ouyang Ruoshua paused, replying, Certainly, we exist to liberate civilians and prevent oppression by the Federation's aristocracy. Turning to face her, Qin Luo displayed a disdainful smile. In my view, you are a disreputable organization, one so sordid that you could not even be hidden in a sewer. Speak with more respect. Ouyang Ruoshua retorted angrily. Am I wrong? Qin Luo shrugged. The Empire has slaughtered millions of Federation citizens, leaving entire administrative stars desolate. Where were you during all this? I believe the Empire's ease of entry into the Federation is closely linked to your covert support. Ouyang Ruoshua's expression darkened. Qin Luo's words pierced her like needles. She was acutely aware of the Empire's backing of the Winter Society, yet certain matters were beyond her control. Do you not wish to fulfill your promise? Ouyang Ruoshua steadied her emotions, staring intently at Qin Luo. Qin Luo's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. I certainly intend to honor my promise. Very well, I agree to your request. Ouyang Ruoshua regarded Qin Luo with a complex mix of emotions. This man had displayed an admirable calmness during their time at the military academy, and now he was like the dark night sky, impossible to decipher. Throughout their exchange, he had remained remarkably tranquil. Well, my task is complete. I shall take my leave, Ouyang Ruoshua said. Qin Luo nodded, but as she reached the door, he called out to her, If you ever find an opportunity to leave the Winter Society, I hope you will come to my side. Ouyang Ruoshua felt a sharp pang in her heart, her eyes misting over. Lowering her head, she endeavored to smile. I hope so. If I can escape, I will surely seek you out. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Ruoshua, Qin Luo summoned Fadi, Feng Qinyang, and Zhang Hong. The military strength of the exiled star domain had significantly increased, with numerous mid-level officers now capable of commanding and managing troops. Feng Qinyang and Zhang Hong became members of the general staff, contributing to strategic planning. After recounting Ouyang Ruoshua's visit, Zhang Hong pondered for a moment before speaking, My lord. Having promised her, we must make significant alterations to our strategic plan. The original strategy relied on the geographical advantage of the exiled star domain to frequently attack the Empire's supply lines, gradually wearing down their forces. However, due to your commitment, we must now pivot drastically. Not to worry, we shall proceed with the second plan, Qin Luo stated, pointing to the map. His finger rested on the tri-body planet. Within the influence of Olivian, Feng Qinyang felt a tightening in his chest. Olivian, backed by the Council of Nobles, commanded a regular army of 2 million. If the exiled star domain engaged in war with them, they would surely be at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. I understand it is a risk, but we have no choice. We can adopt a strategy of gradual encroachment to undermine Olivian's influence. If executed effectively, they will not take us seriously in the early stages. Qin Luo continued. From the shadows, Martin Luther interjected, All our spies have been deployed, ensuring we will be informed of Olivian's movements at the earliest opportunity. The substantial figure gazed into the shadows, his heart heavy with sorrow. Ever since the passing of Martin Scheening, Martin Luther had undergone a profound transformation, becoming taciturn and perpetually retreating into the darkness, as if only there could he find solace. Luther, take care of yourself. The figure expressed with concern. From within the shadows, Martin Luther gave a slight nod, responding in a hushed tone. Qin Luo, with his eyes closed, repeatedly calculated the strengths of both adversaries in his mind. Finally, he opened his eyes and declared, Let it be settled thus. The first army and the second army shall assemble. After the offensive begins, we must strive to conclude the battle swiftly. Chapter 54. The Lightning War of the Trisolaran Star in January of the year 2393 of the Federation calendar. A heavy snowfall blanketed the entire Trisolaran planet, casting a chill over this once thriving administrative world. The entirety of the Federal 94th Division, stationed at the remote frontier, huddled within their metallic base, relying on energy lamps and specially designed flame rods for warmth. The landscape was a sight to behold, as the entire planet lay shrouded in white, adorned with a frosty beauty. Wang Lin, exhaling puffs of vapor, stepped out of the base with an ion gun slung over his shoulder. As a rookie in the 94th Division, He found himself assigned the task of patrolling in such inclement weather, a duty that could only fall to him. Fortunately, the flame rod provided some warmth. Otherwise, he would have frozen solid within mere minutes. These damn veterans only know how to bully me, Wang Lin muttered under his breath as he trudged along. Beyond the metallic base lay a vast plain, situated at the periphery of the Trisolaran world. Strategically, this expanse served as the optimal docking point for spacecraft, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of ships if left unguarded. Wang Lin found a snowdrift to lean against a withered tree, dozing off in the frigid air. In such weather, not even enemies would dare to venture out, allowing him to sleep soundly. Unbeknownst to him, just under 2 kilometers away, ships from the exiled star domain lay in silence, akin to lurking predators. As soon as they landed, soldiers armed with ion guns surged forth, transforming the white expanse into a flurry of dark figures. On the central planet of the Federal Council, Olivian, slightly inebriated, gazed with dazed eyes after bidding farewell to an envoy from the Empire. His mind and heart were in turmoil. Ever since the Federation had been besieged, he had resolutely defended his 20 administrative planets with the assembled forces of the Council's aristocracy. The future direction of the Federation held little significance for him. Preserving his family's power was his paramount concern. Thus, his 200,000 troops remained coiled within the administrative planets, never engaging in battle. As he awaited an invitation from the Empire, fortune smiled upon his ambitions, as the Empire finally dispatched an envoy, a general, today. After a full day of negotiations, a cordial agreement was struck. On the basis of mutual non-aggression, Olivian could deploy troops at an opportune moment to jointly partition the Federation's territory. For a politician, this was a shrewd transaction, yet for a noble of the Federation, it was morally reprehensible. However, Olivian cared little for such matters. As long as his family's interests were safeguarded, the Federation's ultimate downfall was inconsequential to him. A servant presented him with a cup of strong tea to alleviate his intoxication. Olivian took a sip, disliking the ancient beverage's bitter taste, which unsettled him. Setting the cup down, he activated the holographic screen to attend to official matters. Although he had formed a new government with the Council's aristocrats, the assembly was far from unified, particularly with 2 powerful nobles always yearning for power. A red message flashed on his screen, simple in content. The Trisolaran star has been breached by the exiled star domain. Olivian was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, carelessly discarding the information into the Council's remote space for its members to peruse. He then sipped his tea leisurely. The Trisolaran planet had never been under his control. This prosperous world belonged to the Council and Apos, S second largest noble family, the Ouyang clan. He harbored no sympathy for this family, which had consistently obstructed him, and even felt a twinge of delight at their misfortune. "My lord, Ouyang Zhan requests an audience," a subordinate reported as he entered the room. Olivian smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. He waved his hand dismissively. "Tell him I am asleep and cannot be seen." Outside the estate, Ouyang Zhan, clad in military attire, glared at the soldier delivering the report, his teeth clenched. "Very well, Olivian, we shall see." In the castle of Twilight City, Qin Luo marked the Trisolaran planet with an X using a red pencil. Within a single day, the exiled star domain had mobilized 3 armies and 2 orbital artillery divisions, swiftly occupying the Trisolaran planet. After encountering minimal resistance, the entire planet capitulated. "A bunch of timid sheep. What chaos could they possibly stir?" remarked the logistics minister, a corpulent man. The federal forces, which had been coiled within the administrative planets, were essentially private militias of the nobles, lacking both the combat spirit and individual prowess of the soldiers from the exiled star domain. Coupled with the latter's lightning-quick assault, the former were unable to mount any effective resistance and could only surrender. "It is time to slow down and manage our internal affairs," Qin Luo mused. While the rapid unification of the exiled star domain had achieved its strategic objectives, the speed of this consolidation had introduced numerous instabilities, such as the residual influence of leaders like Abe and the spies dispatched by the Empire. These issues required prompt attention. Otherwise, if they erupted at a critical moment, They could inflict catastrophic damage on the exiled star domain. Setting down the pencil, Qin Luo exhaled softly. Internal matters could be entrusted to the corpulent minister and Martin Luther. He needed to meet an important envoy. 3 days prior, an envoy dispatched by the newly elected President Lin Wu had arrived in the exiled star domain. But due to the ongoing conflict, Qin Luo had been unable to meet him. Now that hostilities had abated, he could finally pay the envoy a visit. For Qin Luo, Lin Wu was a man he dreamed of eliminating. This former federal marshal had shown him no small measure of disdain. Yet the empire now stood as the Federation's greatest adversary, allowing Qin Luo to momentarily set aside his vendetta. Upon arriving at the estate where the empire's envoy was residing, Qin Luo was taken aback to find a familiar face, Brittany, who had once been arrogant during their military academy competitions. "Long time no see, Miss Brittany," Qin Luo greeted with a smile. Brittany's feelings were complex. 2 years ago, she had perceived Qin Luo as nothing more than a rustic bumpkin, yet now, this man she had once scorned had risen to become a pivotal figure in the Federation, commanding nearly 1,000,000 troops capable of altering the balance of power. "I apologize for my previous arrogance," Brittany said sincerely. 2 years prior, she had been an untroubled noblewoman, but now, through continuous trials, she had matured. Her brother, Brand, had become a major general in the Federation, while she had remained close to President Lin Wu, honing her skills. "Some things are already in the past. You are changing." "And so am I," Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. With the barriers between them dissolved, their relationship normalized. Brittany produced a bracelet and handed it to Qin Luo. His expression darkened as he accepted it, fury bubbling within him. This bracelet had belonged to his mother. Lin Wu had ordered its return. The implications were unmistakable. "The president once told me to invite you to the capital star," Brittany added. Qin Luo took a deep breath, placing the bracelet gently into his bag. He did not respond immediately, but instead asked, "Why didn't you leave with Olivian?" "Though my family is noble, my parents are both Federation citizens," Brittany replied. "Good. It seems not all nobles are cowardly scoundrels," Qin Luo remarked casually as he took a seat. Brittany gazed at him. "When will you leave with me?" "Soon." Qin Luo's fingers drummed slowly on the table. The following day, a Federation ship departed from the Twilight City Castle, bound for the capital star. In this time of turmoil, the vessel was devoid of any protective personnel, and even its onboard weaponry was unarmed, resembling an ordinary civilian craft. "You truly possess great audacity," Qin Luo chuckled lightly. Brittany sat across from him, pouring a glass of red wine. In tumultuous times, merchants are not to be troubled, for the commanders of the empire are not fools. The spaceship effortlessly traversed 5 layers of imperial blockades, landing directly at the capital star's spaceport. If Commander Sima Liang of the First Army of the Empire were to discover who was aboard this vessel, he would surely regret it deeply. Stepping down from the spacecraft, Qin Luo entered a waiting black hovercar. After a 2-year absence, he returned to the capital star, but unlike before, the atmosphere was now laden with gravity. The streets were devoid of shops and travelers, replaced instead by groups of armed soldiers. A throng of students paraded down the street, holding banners and chanting slogans of patriotism and sacrifice, their faces flushed with fervor. Their passion is commendable, yet their understanding remains naive, Qin Luo remarked quietly. Whenever war erupts, there are always countless impassioned students eager to defend their homeland. While such ideals are admirable, they are perilous. For 80% of these students tremble in fear on the actual battlefield, fleeing in terror. The fervor for glory appears noble, yet carries an undeniable pallor when juxtaposed with the fragility of life. Brittany remained silent as the vehicle made its way to the presidential residence. At the entrance, 2 guards opened the car door, and Qin Luo stepped out. Chapter 55. Time flies. The first time Qin Luo encountered Lin Wu was during the award ceremony, where Lin Wu personally bestowed honors upon Qin Luo and the chubby fellow. Their second meeting took place outside the military headquarters, at a time when Qin Luo harbored a fierce desire to eliminate Lin Wu. Now, in this third encounter, Lin Wu was deep in thought before a vast sand table, oblivious to Qin Luo's entrance. Brittany cleared her throat, prompting Lin Wu to lift his gaze. His temples had sprouted numerous gray strands, and he was no longer the spirited man of yore. This was indeed our first meeting in such a manner. Lin Wu smiled as he spoke. Qin Luo saluted him, the gesture signifying not a hierarchy, but a modicum of respect towards this adversary. Following the Empire's invasion, only this foe had initiated a counterattack. Albeit ineffective, his military integrity remained intact. Lin Wu returned the salute and gestured for Qin Luo to take a seat. He then lit a cigarette, a habit he had previously eschewed, but now, amidst the war's chaos, his addiction had intensified. "Do you think me despicable?" Lin Wu inquired. Qin Luo shook his head, replying, "I have never relinquished the thought of killing you. The timing simply has not been right." "Excellent. You have not disappointed me." Lin Wu chuckled heartily. He pointed to the situation on the sand table and asked Qin Luo, "What are your thoughts?" Rising to scrutinize the sand table, Qin Luo observed the marked disparity in troop strengths across various planets, save for the exiled star domain, which bore a conspicuous character for Qin. "Evidently, you still perceive me as a warlord," Qin Luo remarked with a wry smile. "And what do you think?" Lin Wu replied, smoke curling around him. After a brief examination of the situation on the sand table, Qin Luo posed a question. "You have already initiated the second campaign, and there are no signs of retreat. My million-strong army has constructed a formidable defensive line, advancing in layers, akin to a colossal machine crushing everything in its path." Lin Wu expressed pride in his strategy, growing increasingly animated as he elaborated. Qin Luo listened intently, yet those familiar with him understood that the more he listened, the less he agreed, as he perceived too many flaws and was deep in contemplation. Once Lin Wu finished detailing the plan, Qin Luo moved towards the door. "If that is all there is to it, my visit to Capital Star serves no purpose." Lin Wu's expression darkened as he reignited his cigarette. "Then what are your thoughts? While offense may indeed be the best defense, do not forget that we are currently at a disadvantage. Be it the soldiers' morale or the battlefield we can orchestrate. A single grand campaign cannot extinguish the Empire's imperialistic ambitions. Conversely, should we falter, our position will become even more precarious. Furthermore, as a battle-hardened veteran, you should be well aware of the current soldiers' combat capabilities." With these words, Qin Luo exited, heading straight for Martin Xining's manor. The late venerable elder had offered him considerable assistance, and upon returning to Capital Star, he wished to pay his respects, fulfilling a wish expressed by Luther. Upon entering Martin Xining's estate, he found the once thriving trees had withered from neglect. A few stray cats scurried to the rear of the manor, and layers of fallen leaves accumulated on the ground, remnants of past glory now overlooked. "How the times have changed," Qin Luo muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, and he rushed into the manor's hall, where the glint of a metal dagger flashed menacingly towards his neck. Qin Luo swiftly retreated, evading the dagger's strike, and seized the assailant's wrist, forcefully pulling them out of the doorway. Before him stood an ordinary-looking girl clad in sky-blue jeans and a black coat, her long purple hair framing a visage of ethereal beauty. She glared at him, attempting to break free from his grip, yet Qin Luo held on resolutely. "Please let go," the girl commanded coldly. Qin Luo loosened his grip slightly, but as she turned to flee, he called out, "Attacking me from hiding. Do you not owe me an explanation?" The girl paused and turned around. "You would do well to leave quickly. It would not bode well for you if you remain." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the manor, and the girl's face paled as she retreated into the house. Qin Luo crossed his arms, awaiting the newcomers. A ragged group entered, appearing akin to vagabonds. However, their alertness and stances revealed they were highly trained soldiers, their ion rifles aimed directly at Qin Luo. "If you value your life, get out," the leader barked. "This is the home of a friend of mine. You are causing a disturbance," Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. Curiosity piqued within him. He found it unusual that such a group had evaded the notice of patrolling soldiers, prompting an instinctive increase in vigilance. "Fire!" Without hesitation, a dozen ion rifles discharged simultaneously. Qin Luo leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the barrage, and with a sudden burst of strength, he surged forward like a phantom. The adversaries, seasoned veterans, began to retreat, but Qin Luo and Appos, speed was unmatched. He kicked one aside, then drew his metal dagger, plunging it into another's throat. The skirmish erupted, the assailants, evidently well-trained, swiftly abandoned their ion rifles in favor of melee combat with daggers. Yet, Qin Luo's enhanced physique overwhelmed them, rendering them unable to withstand his onslaught. The dagger danced in his grasp, each gleam claiming another opponent until only the leader remained. At last, Qin Luo ceased his assault, gently wiping the blade of the dagger clean of blood. "Who are you?" Qin Luo inquired coldly. The opponent did not respond, their body swaying unsteadily. Alarmed, Qin Luo clamped a hand over their mouth, but it was too late. Dark blood poured from their lips, and they succumbed to death. A death soldier? Qin Luo deduced internally. Such troops were common, akin to Abbey's shadow guards or his own elite soldiers, fiercely loyal to their master, ready to lay down their lives without hesitation. Gradually relaxing his grip, Qin Luo sheathed the dagger in his military boot. Just then, a patrol of federal soldiers arrived, and upon spotting Qin Luo's major insignia, they paused briefly before saluting. "Greetings, we require you to accompany us for questioning." "Certainly, but have Lin Wu come himself," Qin Luo replied coolly. The federal soldiers' leader bristled with anger, leveling their ion rifle at Qin Luo. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Brittany entered, her face a mask of fury. The federal soldiers immediately saluted as she slapped the leading officer across the face. "Impertinence! This is Mr. Qin Luo, a distinguished guest of the president. Do you wish to incite rebellion?" The chastised officer lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. Qin Luo, aware that Brittany was merely putting on a show, waved off her concern. "No need, I'm fine." After dismissing Brittany and the patrol soldiers, the earlier girl emerged from the house. Qin Luo regarded her with an enigmatic smile. "Now, may I have an explanation?" The girl lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. "I am a federal noble. Those were a group of vagabonds who have been pursuing me." Her tale, riddled with inconsistencies, lacked credibility. However, Qin Luo was not one to pry excessively. As long as he sensed no threat, he chose not to press further. "May I accompany you?" the girl ventured, seemingly summoning her courage to ask. Qin Luo scratched the back of his head and spoke. "If you are willing, you may accompany me. I am Yi Mingyu." The girl introduced herself, extending her hand. "Qin Luo," she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as their hands clasped together, reminiscent of longtime friends. As he led her back to the estate prepared for him by Lin Wu, Qin Luo felt a wave of nostalgia. This estate had once belonged to Yiluan, who had fled in haste following a power struggle, leaving the place desolate. He recalled his first visit, when Yiluan and his kin had been brimming with vitality. Now, however, the Federation lay in ruins, and they had retreated to their administrative planet, too fearful to venture out. The estate still boasted a garden of organic vegetables, revealing that Lin Wu had preserved it, employing caretakers to maintain its condition. The vegetables served no purpose beyond satisfying Lin Wu's personal needs. Yi Mingyu skillfully selected an array of vegetables and prepared a sumptuous dinner, vibrant in flavor and aroma. As Qin Luo savored the meal, he marveled, what exquisite culinary skill. During his idle time, he relished the opportunity to cook. Yi Mingyu smiled, her radiance akin to a garden in full bloom. Chapter 56, Reunited with Family After Dinner. Qin Luo diligently studied the map on his holographic screen. He harbored grave doubts regarding Lin Wu's strategic deployment, believing that the essence of warfare lies in achieving tangible objectives. Presently, the empire stood at the zenith of its power, with both the soldiers' conviction and technological prowess at their peak. The Federation must brace itself for a protracted conflict. However, Lin Wu's perspective was far more radical. He posited that a few decisive battles would determine the war's outcome, a notion Qin Luo deemed fanciful. Yi Mingyu remained awake, seated beside Qin Luo as he examined the map. After a prolonged silence, she softly inquired, "Do you believe the Federation's current deployment is flawed?" "Certainly. It is ornate, yet impractical. I anticipate that the Federation will face greater setbacks," Qin Luo replied casually. "And what do you propose we do?" Yi Mingyu pressed further. Qin Luo set aside the holographic screen and gazed at the beautiful girl before him. He could not fathom why, in her presence, His heart was tumultuous, overwhelmed by an inexplicable emotion, as if they were long-lost friends or perhaps something akin to lovers. Feeling slightly bashful under Qin Luo's gaze, Yi Mingyu had always been the center of attention, unaccustomed to setbacks. Yet today, witnessing this man effortlessly fend off her pursuers, she felt an unexpected sense of safety in finding a secure harbor. Abandon superfluous administrative stars, disperse our forces, and primarily target the Empire's supply lines. There is an advantage to fighting on our home turf. We can afford to prolong the conflict, Qin Luo articulated. Yi Mingyu's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. If you were the current president of the Federation, I believe the Empire would suffer significantly. I am merely theorizing. The battlefield is ever-changing and cannot be entirely anticipated. Qin Luo responded with a smile. The night passed peacefully, and the following morning, Yi Mingyu prepared breakfast. Qin Luo hastily consumed his meal before rushing to his destination. Prior to arriving at Capital Star, Lin Wu had promised him one request, to visit his parents. Today was the day to fulfill that promise. After a 30-minute journey in a hover car, they arrived at a remote mountain estate, almost forgotten by time. Beyond a withered forest stood a dilapidated manor, which came into view. Brittany presented her credentials, and the guard opened the gate. Qin Luo's heart raced with anxiety at the thought of reuniting with his parents. Despite all that he had endured, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. His hands, clad in military attire, clenched tightly as he stepped through the door. Under a wilting willow tree, a middle-aged couple leaned against one another, perusing a newspaper. The man gently draped a coat over his wife, who blissfully rested her head on his shoulder. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Luo called out, his voice trembling, "Dad, Mom." The couple abruptly looked up, and tears streamed down Lu Xian's face as she rushed to embrace her son tightly, her tears soaking his military uniform. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyan stood rooted, his eyes reddened, his body trembling slightly. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, Qin Luo clung to his mother, unable to forget his parents over the years, finally reunited after such a long separation. After comforting his mother for a time, Qin Luo approached Qin Wuyan, who, suppressing his tears, patted his shoulder, saying, "You've grown taller and stronger." The family of three settled on a bench, with Lu Xian tightly hugging her son as he recounted his experiences over the years, from being a wanderer on Stan Star to leading the first squad on Hanhai Star, and later to Blue Sea Star and the exiled Star Domain. Lu Xian lovingly stroked her son's head, tears flowing freely. "Our only source of information has been a few vetted newspapers, providing only basic external knowledge. We have been unable to comprehend much. You have suffered so much over the years," Qin Wuyan remarked. Qin Luo shook his head. "It's all right. The more one experiences, the quicker one grows." This sentiment echoed Qin Luo and Appo's inner thoughts, whether it was he or those around him. Fatty, Luther, each had endured the most harrowing events in life, gradually learning and evolving. Luther had even completely transformed his character. After a lengthy conversation, Lu Xian entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch for her son. Although the meal consisted of synthesized food, Qin Luo consumed voraciously, as if he intended to devour every grain of rice. As he ate, tears fell into his bowl, and he was soon overwhelmed with emotion. He was strong now, yet he could not rescue his parents. He had contemplated negotiating with Lin Wu to secure their release. But regardless of the conditions he proposed, the response was always a firm refusal, igniting a deeper fury within him. "Lower, you've grown up. Do not worry about us. Only when you become powerful enough can you rescue us," Qin Wuyan consoled. Qin Luo knew his father's words were true. Even with 1,000,000 troops under his command and having unified the exiled Star Domain, what did it matter against the formidable Federation? Even this fractured Federation posed little threat to Lin Wu, for without warships, true power remained elusive. Once Qin Luo composed himself, he felt a gentle nudge on his leg beneath the table. Qin Wuyan discreetly passed him a small note, which Qin Luo nonchalantly tucked into his bag as the family finished their meal in serene silence. After lunch, as Qin Luo prepared to depart, Qin Wuyan and Lu Xian escorted him to the manor's entrance. Watching his parents imprisoned, Qin Luo clenched his fists tighter, his hatred for Lin Wu intensifying. After Brittany returned Qin Luo to the manor, she proceeded directly to the presidential office. Lin Wu, engrossed in a book, was indulging in his leisure pursuit, particularly fond of ancient printed volumes that offered him a sense of reality. "Is he back?" Lin Wu inquired without looking up. "Yes, Mr. President," Brittany replied respectfully. Lin Wu set down the book and activated the holographic screen, where he reviewed all surveillance footage of Qin Luo. After a thorough examination, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. "Mr. President, we need not be this cautious. Simply recalling the fleet to seize the exiled star domain is not beyond possibility," Brittany suggested. "You underestimate the complexity," Lin Wu said, rising to approach the window. "You understand. I understand. And Qin Luo understands that we cannot divert the fleet to conquer the exiled star domain. The fleet is far too vital for our grand battles. Then why threaten him using his parents? Wouldn't direct exchanges yield a more advantageous outcome?" Brittany questioned, perplexed. Lin Wu turned with a smile. "You do not grasp the intricacies of politics. As a politician, I cannot trade my trump card for fleeting advantages. Qin Luo is like a blank card, capable of being either weak or immensely powerful. If I relinquish my trump card, I lose control over him." Brittany nodded, respectfully exiting the president's office. Lin Wu sighed, lost in thought. How long could this card be played? Chapter 57. FN Company. Upon returning to the manor, Qin Luo felt a profound sense of melancholy. He sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. Yi Mingyu, observing him from a distance, felt a twinge of concern but hesitated to approach, choosing instead to watch him from the doorway. After about half an hour, Qin Luo managed to regain his composure. He was not one to be indecisive. Some matters, when beyond one and Oppo's control, are best transformed into motivation. One day, they would come to fruition. He rummaged through his bag and retrieved a note from Qin Wuyan, which contained a connection port for a holographic screen. Qin Luo quickly activated the screen and entered the port password. The other party promptly accepted, revealing an elderly man in a white coat, appearing to be in his 70s, with a pallid complexion. Behind him, a group of similarly attired staff busied themselves with various tasks. "You must be Qin Luo," the elderly man smiled. Qin Luo nodded. The elder regarded him with a hint of admiration and continued, "I would like you to come to my estate at once. I will send you the address." Once the video call ended, Qin Luo swiftly received an address located in the bustling heart of Capital Star, the headquarters of FN Company. In the Federation, ignorance of FN Company indicated one was out of touch. Founded before the establishment of the Federation, this company was the primary manufacturer of warships, with its first and second generation vessels aiding the Federation in obliterating the last stronghold of the Gulai Empire. It could be said without reservation that FN Company was the Federation's greatest pillar of support. Rather than taking a hovercar, Qin Luo chose to walk to FN Company's premises. He was wary of Lin Wu's surveillance and deliberately circumvented numerous monitoring devices. Following the elder's address, he knocked on the door of the estate adjacent to FN's headquarters. And the elderly man himself answered, clad in a black suit, gazing kindly at Qin Luo. "Quite impressive, young man," the elder remarked with a smile. Upon entering, Qin Luo was taken aback. Given the elder's age, he had anticipated a tranquil environment. Instead, he was met with a modern aesthetic featuring a blend of Federation's multi-element style, with metallic walls adorned with images of ancient spaceships and warships. "Surprised?" the elder inquired. Qin Luo nodded, respectfully accepting the cup of water offered by the elder. After sitting down, the elder spoke. "I have known your father for a long time and can say I watched him grow up. I had expected him to take over my position, but after that experimental incident." Sigh. "May I ask who you are?" Qin Luo asked cautiously. The elder patted his forehead. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am one of the shareholders of FN Company, Huang Xingtu." Qin Luo felt a jolt of astonishment. He had long heard of Huang Xingtu's legendary status. This figure was responsible for developing the Federation's most advanced fifth-generation warships, doubling their overall performance. For such achievements, he had been awarded the Federation's prestigious Bougainvillea Medal. "It is an honor to meet you." Qin Luo bowed deeply. Huang Xingtu waved his hand, chuckling. No need for formalities. When your father first met me, he pointed a finger at my nose and declared he would surpass me. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly, surprised to learn of such history regarding his father. Since Qin Huiyan has sent you to find me, I understand what is needed, Huang Xingtu said, handing Qin Luo a document. The document featured various images and prices of warships, causing Qin Luo to pause momentarily before erupting with joy. The exiled star domain had faced numerous challenges primarily due to the lack of its own warship fleet. As the primary weapon for interstellar combat, Qin Luo had long aspired to establish his fleet, but had been unable to do so for various reasons. Huang Xingtu's implication was clear. The exiled star domain could procure warships from FN Company, signifying that he could swiftly assemble a complete fleet. Qin Luo's hands trembled slightly, unable to contain his excitement. The document displayed an array of warships, from low-grade to high-grade, dazzling him with its variety. With my authority, I can approve the sale of 100 medium warships and 1,000 low-grade warships, Huang Xingtu stated. This was his maximum limit. Surpassing this quantity would necessitate board approval. And given Qin Luo's current standing, he was not yet on the board's radar, making the likelihood of acquiring more warships nearly zero. Qin Luo was nonetheless pleased with the outcome. 1,000 low-grade warships and 100 medium warships would form a formidable fighting force. With this modest fleet, he would have a significant advantage in future conflicts. As for high-grade warships, he dared not dream of them at present. The entire Federation possessed 10 high-grade fleets, but only equipped a mere 100 high-grade vessels. The cost of such warships was exorbitant, and the resources of the exiled star domain could barely afford 2 or 3. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Huang. Qin Luo expressed his gratitude. Huang Xingtu nodded, indicating the transaction was complete. Qin Luo chose not to linger, wary of Lin Wu discovering his clandestine dealings with FN Company. To a president of the Federation, anything powerful and uncontrollable posed a threat that needed to be eradicated. Once Qin Luo departed, Huang Xingtu's previously amiable demeanor turned cold. He turned to the window and commanded, "Sell the previous experimental subjects to the exiled star domain." Outside, silence reigned, a gust of wind rustling his garments. He withdrew a green gemstone from his bag, murmuring, "People can change. Believe me, you still exist in your own world. I am sorry, but I must remain vigilant." With that, he tossed the green gemstone out of the window, where it landed in an unobservable corner. In the year 2392 of the Federation calendar, during Qin Luo's third week in Capital Star, the second battle had escalated to close-quarters combat. Fierce hand-to-hand confrontations erupted between the Federation and the Empire across numerous administrative planets. Warships exchanged fire above the planets, while soldiers engaged in bloody clashes on the ground. Within the Federation's general staff, a team primarily composed of students from the Federation's First Military Academy tirelessly compiled battlefield intelligence and formulated the next phase of their strategy. President Lin Wu had abandoned domestic governance, fully dedicating himself to war command. Qin Luo alighted from his vehicle outside the presidential office. This marked Lin Wu's second summons since his arrival in Capital Star. Their initial negotiation had been far from harmonious, fraught with tension. Upon entering Lin Wu's office, which had transformed into a makeshift command center, he found a dozen advisors gathered around a sand table, seemingly embroiled in heated debate. As Qin Luo entered, all activity ceased, and they turned to acknowledge him. The students from the First Military Academy harbored mixed feelings toward the former senior who had briefly attended their institution. On one hand, they recognized Qin Luo's formidable command abilities. On the other, the massacre of civilians on Chuck Star left them with disdain for him. However, Qin Luo paid little heed to their opinions, believing those who had never faced battle were ill-suited to judge any soldier or commander. Lin Wu rose to meet Qin Luo's gaze. The prophecy Qin Luo had shared during their first encounter had materialized. The Federation's forces were now showing signs of retreat. And more infuriatingly, the 57th and 59th armies had collectively defected to the Empire. The betrayal of these two armies had exposed vulnerabilities in what was once a fortified line, which Sima Liang had exploited with devastating effect. "Your prophecy has come to pass," Lin Wu stated wearily. Qin Luo's expression darkened. If only I could wish my estimates were incorrect. On the sand table, the previously balanced standoff was shattered by the defection of two armies, forcing Lin Wu to relinquish 7 administrative stars and thereby constrict the defensive perimeter. The once triangular formation of defense transformed into a now vulnerable horn defense, significantly weaker than before. What are your thoughts? Lin Wu inquired. Abandon all current administrative stars, Qin Luo asserted with resolute conviction. This declaration struck like the force of a nuclear detonation, silencing the entire command center as the officers gazed at Qin Luo in disbelief, their astonishment swiftly morphing into outrage. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Before the Empire, we absolutely cannot afford to lose any more administrative stars. Protecting our homeland is our principle. Every inch of territory is stained with blood. Qin Luo, what you utter is treasonous rhetoric. You ought to be brought before a military tribunal. The officers vehemently rebuked him. Yet, Qin Luo remained composed as ever. Lin Wu intervened to quell the officers' fury and asked, "Why do you hold such a belief?" Qin Luo pointed at the sand table and spoke softly. At the onset of the war, had we urgently launched a counteroffensive, it is conceivable that we could have expelled the Empire from the Federation's territory in a short span. However, due to certain circumstances, we failed to respond in a timely manner. As he spoke, Qin Luo cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wu, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. During the initial invasion of the Empire, it was precisely at that moment when Lin Wu was embroiled in a fierce power struggle with Iloan, resulting in both sides deploying troops and clashing in the streets of the capital Star. Ultimately, Lin Wu, with his military background, emerged victorious. Yet he forfeited the optimal moment for a counteroffensive. Chapter 58. Reaching an agreement at this juncture, our military strength has been significantly diminished, particularly as the Parliament of Olivian has withdrawn 1/3 of our forces. We are not in a position to engage the Empire in direct combat. The only viable strategy is to relinquish our administrative star, tighten our defenses, and wear down the Empire over time. Qin Luo articulated his thoughts, prompting a staff officer to scoff derisively. I thought those who unify the exiled star regions possessed considerable capability, but what I hear today is pure folly. The man was attired in the uniform of a federal major general, tall and with a fair complexion, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Lin Wu introduced him to Qin Luo. This is Snake from the 1st Military Academy, our chief of staff. Qin Luo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but Snake's ire grew. He pointed at Qin Luo and shouted, "Your ideas are utterly absurd. Why should we expect to exhaust the Empire? Their supply lines are exceedingly robust. And if this war drags on, it will only plunge the Federation into a deeper crisis. We are fighting on our own soil. No matter how secure the Empire's supply lines may seem, they are not infallible. We can afford to endure this, while they cannot," Qin Luo countered incisively. This is sheer nonsense. What about the morale of our soldiers? They are fighting valiantly on the front lines. And learning of our retreat will deal a devastating blow to their spirits, Snake retorted. Qin Luo chuckled softly and gestured towards the sand table. Since last year, the Federation has engaged in 2 major battles, resulting in the loss of 700,000 soldiers. Where is the morale then? The frontline soldiers would give anything to return to their homeland. Prolonging this conflict will only lead to further loss of life. War is inherently ruthless. As long as we achieve victory, the Federation will remember these soldiers, Snake rebuffed. Qin Luo remained silent, pulling out a metal dagger, which caused Snake to step back in alarm. Qin Luo smirked disdainfully. You, an academic, have never set foot on a battlefield, yet you spout such nonsense here. No wonder the standards of the military academy decline year by year. Impudent. The surrounding staff officers shouted in anger. The 1st Military Academy was sacred in their eyes, and Qin Luo's words had undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. Lin Wu coldly interjected, "Everyone, step back." The officers glared at Qin Luo as they exited the command center. Lin Wu pondered over the sand table for a moment before saying, "You make a valid point, but I cannot act on it." Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "I anticipated this. As the president of the Federation, your burdens outweigh mine. However, if this battle continues, the Federation and Oppos, As future will be even bleaker. This was not mere alarmism. War tests both sides, drawing upon their populace, faith, and resources. Once a critical threshold is reached, the populace may no longer endure, leading to the demise of the entire nation. Lin Wu pointed at the sand table, declaring, "I hope you can hold off Olivian. Why should I assist you?" Qin Luo replied, crossing his arms. "This highlights our differences. I am a politician, and politicians will stop at nothing, even committing fratricide." Lin Wu gazed intently at Qin Luo. Qin Luo's eyes glinted with menace as he locked his gaze on Lin Wu, tempted to strike, but aware that such an act would only imprison him within the capital star. Very well, Qin Luo eventually conceded after a lengthy pause. Lin Wu fell silent, and as Qin Luo departed the presidential residence, he clenched his fists, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. Upon returning to his estate, Qin Luo promptly contacted Huang Xingtu to finalize the transaction of warships and prepared to leave the capital star. Yi Mingyu insisted on accompanying Qin Luo, placing him in a quandary. He was unfamiliar with her background, and should he bring her back to the exiled star region? It could prove perilous if she turned against him. "Rest assured, if I truly intended you harm, would you still be alive?" Yi Mingyu smiled. Qin Luo chuckled softly, realizing he had overthought the matter. During their time together, he had been completely unguarded. If Yi Mingyu had wished him harm, he would have been long dead. As they boarded the spaceship, Qin Luo cast one last glance at the capital star, once a bastion of tranquility and splendor, now on the brink of being engulfed by war. He suddenly recalled the departed wanderers. What would they think if they were alive today? As the spaceship gently ascended, Lin Wu stood by the window, watching Qin Luo's vessel. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. From the moment Qin Luo had arrived at the capital star, he had contemplated murder but had repeatedly restrained himself, hoping to control Qin Luo with the trump card he held. "Perhaps I am releasing a tiger back into the wild," Lin Wu sighed. After the spaceship landed on Blue Sea Star, the chubby man and others awaited their arrival. Feng Qinyang was stationed at the TriStar planet, managing the counteroffensive from the Ouyang family. Following the fall of the TriStar planet, the Ouyang family had mobilized considerable manpower for a counterattack. Yet with Feng Qinyang at the helm, the defensive lines were impenetrable. The Ouyang family had launched dozens of assaults without breaching the defenses of the exiled star region. Immediately mobilize forces to reinforce the TriStar planet, Qin Luo ordered. "However, this will draw Olivian's attention," the chubby man expressed concern. Qin Luo studied the map, contemplating, "We cannot afford to be concerned about that now. We must divert Olivian's energy. Otherwise, if the Federation's second major battle fails, the entire Federation will collapse, and we will not survive." Qin Luo's thought process was lucid. The exiled star region's survival hinged on the protracted conflict between the Federation and the Empire. Should one side suffer a complete defeat, the victors would be free to dismantle the exiled star region. Understood. The chubby man promptly executed the order. His small eyes glanced at Yi Mingyu beside Qin Luo, initially perceiving her as merely a servant, but now recognizing her breathtaking beauty. He mischievously remarked to Qin Luo, "Little Luo, you've struck gold." Qin Luo understood the chubby man's insinuation and felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment, while Yi Mingyu shyly lowered her head, silent. I understand. I'll step out to give you some time." The chubby man chuckled as he exited the room. Once the chubby man departed, Qin Luo awkwardly suggested, "You should rest. I will continue my research." Yi Mingyu did not leave, but gazed at Qin Luo with her beautiful eyes. "Are you worried about the Empire's advance?" Qin Luo looked at her in surprise as she smiled sweetly. "Your forces are taking shape, and you can barely formulate a strategic plan against Olivian. However, should the Empire invade, you would be rendered exceedingly passive and potentially very vulnerable. I am now even more curious about your true identity," Qin Luo said with a smile. "Some things are most beautiful when shrouded in mystery. If we were to have no secrets, the allure would be lost," Yi Mingyu replied with a gentle smile. Qin Luo nodded, sharing her sentiment. This world is rendered vibrant by the existence of countless secrets. Without them, it would be as dull as stagnant water. Your concerns about the Empire are unfounded. I assure you they lack the capacity to launch an offensive against you," Yi Mingyu stated confidently. "How so?" Qin Luo inquired, puzzled. Yi Mingyu, reluctant to elaborate, resorted to the common feminine tactic of persistent persuasion. However, given her status, her attempts appeared awkward. Simply put, they will not attack. Just trust me, she assured him. Yi Mingyu cast aside these words and dashed out of the command center. Observing Yi Mingyu's figure, Qin Luo momentarily lost his focus. As a peculiar sensation rippled through his heart, akin to a gentle spring, imbued with a hint of sweetness, cascading through every corner of his being. Chapter 59. Movements of the Empire in March of the year 2392 of the Federation calendar. The Second Battle had reached a pivotal juncture. The Imperial Army, which had initially held the upper hand, unexpectedly retreated. In an effort to guard against potential ambushes, the Federation frontline commander, Li Yunfei, refrained from pursuing the enemy. It was not until the following day that they discovered the shocking news. Millions of Imperial troops had completely withdrawn from the administrative planet captured during the Second Battle, adopting a defensive stance. This left Federation President Lin Wu and Council member Olivian perplexed, and their confusion was echoed by others, including the commander of the Imperial First Army, Sima Liang, who was equally bewildered by the Emperor's abrupt order summoning him back to the Imperial capital. As he gazed upon the towering and majestic Imperial city, a sense of unease stirred within Sima Liang. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he found Emperor Caitlin Qi seated regally above, while the once mighty Yi family was conspicuously absent. Sima Liang began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Standing beside Caitlin Qi, Crown Prince Kate Goyu wore a troubled expression. Just 10 minutes prior, father and son had engaged in a fierce argument, culminating in Caitlin Qi striking his beloved son. The officials in attendance held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Dressed in his Imperial General's uniform, Sima Liang knelt deeply, declaring, "Sima Liang pays his respects to your majesty." Caitlin Qi nodded slightly, gesturing for him to rise. His gaze was vast as the ocean, imbued with wisdom, as he spoke in a resonant voice. The Yi family has rebelled against the Empire, and they have all been imprisoned, save for Yi Zian, who has escaped. What solutions do you propose? The officials exchanged alarmed glances. The Yi family status was even higher than that of princes. Over the centuries, they had produced 20 renowned imperial generals, and in this generation, figures like Yi Zian wielded immense influence within the empire. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the reason behind the Yi family's rebellion? An elder general respectfully asked. Caitlin Qi glanced at him and waved his hand dismissively. Two soldiers promptly escorted the elder general out, heightening the panic among the officials. Sima Liang straightened his posture. Eyes forward, fully aware that the empire's purge had officially commenced. The empire was not solely the domain of the emperor, it was built upon numerous powerful families. The emperor's strength surpassed all, and for years, the populace had grown accustomed to his rule. The relationship between the emperor and these families resembled a double-edged sword. When needed, the emperor desired its sharpness, but when not, he wished to sheathe it. Caitlin Qi sought to retract the Yi family's sword, yet Sima Liang felt this was ill-timed. Especially with the looming war against the Federation, such actions could plunge the empire into chaos. Given the Yi family's military influence, the emperor's maneuvers could easily incite unrest, if not outright rebellion. Indeed, just 3 days prior, the Second Army guarding the imperial capital had experienced turmoil, only quelled after the execution of 30 leading officers. Yet, with news of the Yi family's imprisonment spreading, further unrest could erupt at any moment. The 20 generals from the Yi family had commanded entire corps, leading troops that comprised nearly half the imperial population, a rare and powerful influence within the military. Yi Zian has escaped. What are your plans? Caitlin Qi asked coldly. The officials fell silent, as all decisions rested solely with the emperor. Unaware of the situation until now, they felt it wise to remain mute when questioned about pursuing Yi Zian. Sima Liang, what say you? Caitlin Qi turned his gaze to him. Sima Liang trembled slightly and knelt once more. I am but a dullard. I beg your majesty and Apos' pardon. Caitlin Qi and Apos' expression darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he exited the grand hall, leaving the officials in a state of trepidation. Once he had departed, Kate Goyu finally spoke. You have all worked hard. You may return now." Upon hearing this, the officials felt as though a weight had been lifted and promptly exited the hall. Sima Liang, deep in thought, approached Kate Goyu and whispered, "Your Highness, what truly transpires?" Sima Liang, a trusted pillar of support for Kate Goyu, had the courage to inquire. Caitlin Chi's demeanor was grim, and his words were icy. "Father has become increasingly irritable. At times, I am filled with dread." "Why is that?" Sima Liang was taken aback. Kate Goyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "How should I know? After all, I am merely a prince, not someone of higher stature." Sima Liang understood the implications and spoke meaningfully. "If your Highness wishes to ascend further, I shall offer my utmost support." Kate Goyu met his gaze, and they exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. In the Imperial Palace's health chamber, Caitlin Chi bellowed for all the maidens to leave, leaving him alone in the vast hall. He turned toward the rear of the palace and whispered, "I have acted according to your wishes. Can you now reveal your intentions?" From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in black robes, their voice grating like metal on metal. "The Yi family is a clan that ought to be eradicated. Do you not agree?" "It should be eradicated, but not at this moment," Caitlin Chi retorted coldly. The figure in black laughed heartily, falling silent as they melted back into the shadows. Caitlin Chi clenched his fists, fury blazing in his eyes. The grand hall doors creaked open, and Kate Goyu entered, head bowed as he approached his father. His tone remained even. "Father, is there truly no room for reconciliation in this matter? Enough. You are to inherit the throne and must not be indecisive." Caitlin Chi shouted in anger. Kate Goyu fell silent, his beautiful visage tinged with sorrow, as his thoughts turned to the woman he cared for, wondering how she fared. In the command center of Blue Ocean Planet, Qin Luo pondered deeply, while Yimingyu munched on an apple, relishing the sight of him at work. She found comfort in quietly observing him, as past worries and anxieties dissipated in his presence. "Do I have something on my face?" Qin Luo suddenly inquired. Yimingyu met his gaze directly, no longer shy as before. "No, I was just watching you." Qin Luo sighed and returned to studying the map. The forces from the exiled star domain had reinforced Three-Body Star, while the Ouyang family's counteroffensive had been severely weakened due to Olivian's disregard, resulting in heavy losses for them. What if we were to launch an attack now, striking Kuchi Star near Three-Body Star and seizing their transport hub? Qin Luo mused aloud. Yi Mingyu skillfully examined the map. Taking a bite of her apple, "I suspect Olivian would lose sleep over that." Qin Luo chuckled heartily. This was precisely the effect he desired. The warships from FN Corporation were nearing delivery, and once they arrived, he would be confident in achieving parity in the conflict. "Have you considered where the soldiers for the warships will come from?" Yi Mingyu asked. Chapter 60, The Journey of To Hank Planet. An ancient world nearly obscured in the annals of history, lies unremarked upon, its existence almost erased from the Federation's maps, save for its significance as the birthplace of the Federation's first marshal, Hank. This forsaken planet has escaped the notice of the Empire's invasions, sparing its minuscule populace from the ravages of war. As noon approached, the inhabitants of Hank Planet returned to their metal shelters from the mines, their livelihoods sustained by the remnants of 2 surviving mines. Today, however, a private spacecraft had descended upon the long-abandoned spaceport, drawing the attention of the curious locals. A man and a woman disembarked from the vessel. The man was dressed in smart casual attire, while the woman sported a black sweater paired with loose trousers. The onlookers, captivated by the woman's beauty, were filled with intrigue regarding their identities. "We seem to be on vacation," Qin Luo remarked with a wry smile. The journey from Blue Sea Star had taken a full week, and had the Empire not retreated in haste, they would have faced greater peril and delay. Strolling through the village, imbued with a primal essence, Qin Luo felt a sense of relaxation. The vibrancy here contrasted sharply with the desolation and metallic forests of other planets, offering a unique charm. "Let us consider it a holiday, though your courage is not to be underestimated," Yi Mingyu quipped with a playful wink. The pair followed a woodland path leading to their destination, a volcano that stood sentinel at the planet's heart, occasionally belching forth streams of lava, inducing a twinge of trepidation. "Do not proceed further," That area is a zone of peril, cautioned a haggard old scavenger. Yi Mingyu halted and smiled at the elder, inquiring, "Is the flame still alive?" A glimmer of recognition flickered in the elder's murky gaze. The term flame had not graced anyone's lips in many years, relegated to mere memory. Yet, from Yi Mingyu's eyes, the elder discerned that she comprehended its true significance. "The flame has long since vanished. Only this magma remains," he replied, laden with meaning. "Thank you." Yi Mingyu smiled, taking Qin Luo's hand as they retreated from the volcano's vicinity. Once they had departed, the once stooped figure of the old man straightened, shedding his guise to reveal a Federation insignia upon his shoulder, radiating a distinct military aura. "Who are they, truly?" he muttered, his gaze growing colder. Qin Luo was equally perplexed. Having followed Yi Mingyu here with no prior knowledge of their purpose, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "What exactly are we doing here?" "I thought you would not ask." Yi Mingyu turned, smiling. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "You must have heard of Kong Jianshan, correct?" Qin Luo nodded. Kong Jianshan was the sole figure of renown to emerge from the Federation's premier military academy in recent years. During the Great War against the Empire, both sides had committed nearly their entire fleets, leading to the destruction of numerous administrative stars. Just as victory seemed within the Empire's grasp, then Major Kong Jianshan led a small fleet of 50 inferior warships into the heart of the Empire's heavily fortified command center, decapitating General Mo Qi and securing a Federation victory. Yet, in the aftermath, instead of receiving accolades, Kong Jianshan was accused of disobeying orders and treason, subsequently executed, and his fleet vanished without a trace. What if I told you that fleet has been living on this planet all along? Would you believe me? Qin Luo was taken aback, surveying his surroundings. While the environment was indeed conducive to life, a collective disappearance of a fleet could hardly evade the Federation's scrutiny. In truth, they have been stationed here, and their numbers have only grown, Yi Mingyu asserted confidently. Qin Luo's curiosity about this enigmatic woman deepened, for she seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge, even regarding the Federation's most clandestine secrets. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes. Yi Mingyu smiled gently, her gaze shifting. "Does it truly matter who I am? What is essential is that you understand I mean you no harm." Upon entering the city, they found lodgings at an inn where the inhabitants still practiced self-sufficiency. Their meals crafted from natural ingredients, suiting Qin Luo's palate perfectly. As they dined, the door swung open, and a cadre of soldiers armed with ion guns stormed in. Their commanding officer, hands clasped behind him, casting a frosty glare at Qin Luo. "You too, come with me," he ordered coldly. Qin Luo set down his utensils, wiping his mouth as he met the officer's gaze defiantly. "On what grounds?" the officer faltered. Never had a civilian dared to speak to him in such a manner on Hank Planet. Drawing his ion gun, he aimed it at Qin Luo's head. "I have no time for your nonsense. Come along quietly." "Are you with the flame?" Yi Mingyu inquired nonchalantly. The officer's expression shifted, the ion gun now trained on her. "You know of the flame? Tell me, where are they?" Yi Mingyu felt a jolt of alarm. The situation had shifted, and the flame had seemingly become a target of pursuit. Qin Luo exchanged a glance with her, then sprang into action, his alloy dagger swiftly severing a soldier's arm. "Run!" Qin Luo hissed. Yi Mingyu seized the officer's ion gun with her right hand, driving a dagger through his hand and pinning it to the table. Before dashing after Qin Luo, the pinned officer let out a heart-wrenching scream as several soldiers rushed to assist him, carefully extracting the dagger. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, his complexion pale as he gritted his teeth. "Issue an immediate wanted order. Anyone who discovers the flame is to be on high alert." After escaping, Qin Luo ran until they reached an abandoned metal dwelling, halting to glance at Yi Mingyu, whose expression had darkened. "It seems there has been a shift. The flame is now a wanted entity." "Indeed, we must find a way to conceal ourselves," Yi Mingyu agreed. They both turned towards the derelict structure. Qin Luo delivered a powerful blow to the dilapidated metal door, which crumbled under the impact. The dust cloud that erupted caused him to cough, and as it settled, the original form of the metal shelter was revealed. The building measured approximately 100 square feet, with yellowing posters adorning the walls. and the metal floor marred by rust due to neglect. The screens on the walls were thick with dust. "Let us take refuge here for the time being and observe the outside situation," Qin Luo suggested. He gently closed the battered door, leaving a slit for observation, while the remaining energy of the room's lights flickered faintly. As the dim illumination cast its glow, Qin Luo noticed Yi Mingyu standing silently to one side, her head bowed, exuding an air of despondency. "I'm so sorry. I think I've put you in danger," she murmured. The news of the flame originated from her family, and over the years, she had never verified it. This time, her intention to assist Qin Luo had inadvertently led to his peril. "It's all right. I've encountered worse situations," Qin Luo reassured her nonchalantly. Chapter 61. Citywide manhunt. The metallic city of Hank Planet, though modest in size, was suddenly pierced by a shrill alarm, prompting the citizens to peek out from their abodes. This marked the first citywide alert since the Grand Purge 3 months prior. During that tumultuous time, a regiment from the Federation had unexpectedly arrived, encircling the once mighty flame troops. After the flame troops managed to break through, the regiment decisively seized control of the situation on Hank Planet and issued a manhunt. Soldiers armed with ion guns scoured the streets, searching for Qin Luo and Yi Mingyu, while countless civilians were ruthlessly dragged from their homes. Soldiers indiscriminately reduced potential hiding spots like refrigerators and wardrobes to rubble with their weapons, all the while pilfering valuable items from the homes of the populace. For these Federation soldiers, each search was a golden opportunity to amass wealth, as they shamelessly pocketed precious ores and shimmering crystals. Any civilian who dared to resist was swiftly labeled as an accomplice to the criminals, facing imprisonment or, in worse cases, execution without hesitation. Consequently, the civilians could only lower their heads, suppressing their anger lest they provoke severe repercussions. As the soldiers continued their methodical search, they were soon nearing the abandoned shack where Qin Luo was hiding. Clutching a composite knife, Qin Luo felt ready to strike should they intrude, confident in his ability to eliminate them swiftly and escape with Yi Mingyu. 2 soldiers approached the dilapidated structure, and Qin Luo's body tensed in anticipation. However, just 3 meters from the shack, the soldiers abruptly halted. "This rundown place has nothing of value. Let us move on," one remarked. "Indeed, if we linger, the good stuff will be snatched by others," the other replied. With their departure, Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. While dealing with the 2 soldiers would have been manageable, the prospect of alerting the entire Federation force on the planet was daunting, as a regiment's might was not to be trifled with. Observing their demeanor, Yi Mingyu whispered, "They don't seem to belong to Lin Ling's troops." Qin Luo instinctively nodded. Despite Lin Wu's forces being in a state of defeat, they still possessed discipline and would not engage in such wanton looting. Moreover, the distance to Lin Ji's administrative star was substantial, while they were much closer to the territory of Olivian. Could it be that Olivian is aware of my dealings with the warships? Qin Luo pondered, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. He quickly dismissed the thought. If they truly knew of his purchase, the exiled star domain would likely already be engulfed in conflict. Resolutely, he discreetly activated the holographic screen to reach out to the Fat One. The image that appeared revealed the Fat One looking even rounder, amidst soldiers undergoing training. Clearly, he had ventured to the training camp of Shangwan Yinji once more. "Fat One, have there been any developments from Olivian?" Qin Luo inquired. "None, rest assured. Our informants are everywhere. I even know how many times Olivian visits the restroom each day," the Fat One chuckled. "Very well. If possible, dispatch a battalion to Hank Planet immediately," Qin Luo commanded. Without questioning the rationale, the Fat One nodded in agreement. Qin Luo, relieved, ended the communication. Meanwhile, Yi Mingyu sat shivering on the ground. Qin Luo removed his jacket and draped it over her, and she pulled it tightly around herself, feeling a flicker of warmth in her heart. At the city's core stood a 10-meter-tall statue of Marshal Hank, one of the Federation's most renowned figures, who had once led the fleet into the heart of the Empire, threatening its capital. Had it not been for the opposition in the council at that time, the Empire might have long been extinguished. Behind the statue loomed a towering edifice, its metallic sheen blinding in the night. Atop the building stood a middle-aged man clad in a Federation lieutenant colonel's uniform, gazing out the window. Had Qin Luo been present, he would have recognized this man as the disheveled elder he encountered beneath the volcano. The reason for his presence here remained a mystery to all. Baron Locke, have you yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the individual? A noble woman clad in a flowing black gown inquired from her seat on the sofa. The man referred to as Baron Locke turned, his gaze lingering over the noblewoman's graceful form, revealing no hint of his thoughts. He smiled slightly. No news as of yet. However, as long as they are within the city, they shall eventually be found. Your soldiers do not resemble those truly engaged in a search, the noblewoman remarked with a glass of red wine in hand. Locke chuckled heartily. Let them relax. After all, none of the current wars concern us. We cannot cut off their means of income. But how will you account to Count Olivian? The expression on Locke's face turned slightly cold as he fixed his gaze on the noblewoman. Some things are best kept to yourself. Otherwise, it will not bode well for you. Feeling the chill in his eyes, the noblewoman's heart raced, and she forced a seductive smile. I am already yours. Why would I engage in such trivial matters? Let us hope it remains that way. After a passionate interlude, Locke reclined, lighting a cigar, while the noblewoman nestled against his chest, her fingers delicately tracing patterns on his torso. You harbor discontent towards Count Olivian, do you not? She probed. Locke regarded her with a sidelong glance. There is no dissatisfaction, merely discomfort at being assigned here to deal with an outdated fleet of warships. The Flame troops are no ordinary squad. They once devastated the enemy's command center with just 50 small ships, she countered, emphasizing their formidable combat prowess. That is merely history. No matter how formidable a squad, they will fade with time. Locke rose from the bed, donned a coat, and exited the bedroom. The noblewoman's eyes glinted with a peculiar light before she made her way to the bathroom. After dressing, Locke descended to the building's lowest level, an area devoid of light. Yet, he navigated the darkness with ease, eventually arriving at a small door. He cleared his throat softly, and the door creaked open to reveal an Imperial Lieutenant Colonel. Under the glow of an energy lamp, the colonel's eyes appeared vacant and lifeless, scarcely resembling a human being. Why has your mission not yet reached fruition? The Imperial Colonel inquired stiffly. Locke saluted respectfully, reporting, Sir, I have yet to find a suitable opportunity. I am actively seeking one. The colonel scrutinized him, his gaze as placid as that of a corpse, before finally nodding. Very well. I shall grant you another chance. You must secure Olivian's core secrets. Understood. Locke saluted once more. Chapter 62. Flames. The abandoned cabin exudes an aura of neglect, reminiscent of its former occupants who may have departed for reasons unknown, leaving behind a mess and a rusted light screen. The dim glow of the energy lamp fails to illuminate the entire space. Barely reaching the spot where Qin Luo and Yi Mingyu lean against each other, yet this does not affect them in the slightest. Yi Mingyu gently rests her head on Qin Luo's shoulder, causing the normally unflappable Qin Luo's cheeks to flush, his hands intertwined before him in a state of uncertainty. In this position, they endure until dawn breaks. When the sunlight filters through the skies of Hank Star, the metallic city falls into a profound silence, devoid of the bustling crowds and the shouts of street vendors that had filled the air just the night before. It seems the city, having experienced the terror of the previous night, has yet to recover. Yi Mingyu slowly lifts her head, finding amusement in Qin Luo's fatigued expression, too wary to succumb to sleep. Qin Luo rubs his nose and rises to the door, peering outside to find no pedestrians, only drunken soldiers sprawled on the streets, remnants of last night's revelry. The citizens of Hank Star have tightly locked their doors, anxiously seated within, grappling with the unease that lingers in their hearts. What seemed like a routine search last night had devolved into chaos, as the entire metallic city was thrown into disarray by a violent and malicious sweep. Almost every household had been ransacked by frenzied soldiers, leaving only meager rations of synthetic food on tables, barely enough to survive. Scores of women had endured the indignity of soldierly assault, their screams and cries echoing through the streets. At times, the soldiers ceased to be the guardians of the state, transforming into blood-stained butchers and ruthless thugs. Pushing the door open gently, Qin Luo steps outside in search of sustenance. He exchanges a few words with Yi Mingyu before hastily departing, racing down the street until he arrives at a breakfast shop. Once bustling with customers, the shop now stands silent, its door firmly shut, the proprietor seemingly lacking any desire to conduct business. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Qin Luo lightly knocks on the door. Inside, an oppressive stillness reigns, yet he persists, knocking again until a cough is heard, followed by a middle-aged man with a scarred face answering the door. Qin Luo is momentarily taken aback. This is not the owner he remembers. A rotund man with grease-stained hands and a vibrant demeanor whose voice had once pierced through the streets. "Are you open for business today?" the scarred man asks coldly. Attempting to close the door, Qin Luo blocks the entrance with a hand, offering a smile. "Please, I'm truly hungry." The scarred man struggles to shut the door, but Qin Luo's grip is like iron. "You aren't from Hank Star, are you?" he asks in astonishment. "I came here with friends for a vacation, but we got caught up in the chaos and hid in our hotel all night," Qin Luo fabricates. "Come in," the scarred man relents, opening the door. Qin Luo steps inside, greeted by darkness, illuminated only by a flickering energy lamp. The floor is not the dryness he had anticipated. Instead, it feels sticky, reminiscent of water or synthetic oil. A familiar scent wafts through the air, causing his brow to furrow in alarm. This is the unmistakable odor of blood. Suddenly, the scarred man brandishes an ion gun, aiming it at Qin Luo's head. Startled, Qin Luo calmly states, "Friend, I merely wish to have a meal." A glaring energy lamp flickers to life, revealing 5 or 6 injured men standing menacingly around him, their ordinary attire belied by a palpable aura of intimidation. On the ground lies the former rotund proprietor, his life extinguished by a gunshot, blood pooling around him. "Who are you? Speak, or I'll kill you," the scarred man threatens. Qin Luo shrugs, slowly raising his hands. "Gentlemen, I assure you, I am just a diner. With the city under lockdown last night, how could you possibly afford breakfast?" The scarred man retorts, finger hovering over the trigger. "Is that reason not a bit far-fetched?" Qin Luo chuckles, exuding an air of calmness. "What's far-fetched is that knife concealed in your sleeve," the scarred man snaps, pulling the dagger from Qin Luo's grasp. "One must be cautious when venturing out." Qin Luo replies with composure. A wounded man interjects coldly, "Captain, don't waste time. Just kill him." As the scarred man prepares to pull the trigger, Qin Luo swiftly turns, seizing the man's wrist and applying pressure, eliciting a pained cry as the gun clatters to the ground, now in Qin Luo's possession. "Now it's my turn to ask the questions," Qin Luo states nonchalantly, playing with the ion gun. "Kill him, you dog of Olivian." The scarred man retorts defiantly. Qin Luo raises an eyebrow. "Are you, perhaps, members of the Flames?" The scarred man's expression shifts dramatically, and the men hastily deny no. Qin Luo tosses the ion gun onto the table and takes a seat, smiling at them. "I have come to Hank to rescue you." "Who are you?" the scarred man inquires warily. "My name is Qin Luo. Qin Luo of the exiled star domain." The scarred man questions, uncertainty lacing his voice. Qin Luo nods, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the men. The scarred man smiles sheepishly. "My apologies for the earlier rudeness." "You know me?" Qin Luo asks, surprised. "The first planet to declare war on the Empire. Of course, we have heard of you. Moreover, we are aware of some not-so-favorable rumors regarding you," the scarred man replies. Qin Luo scratches his nose. "I assume those rumors pertain to the slaughter of civilians?" Laughter erupts among the Flames members, many of whom were among the initial followers of Kong Jiangshan. The younger soldiers often train beyond the stars, seasoned by the realities of war. They harbor no qualms about civilian casualties. During wartime, civilians are the most innocent, yet also the most vulnerable, often becoming necessary sacrifices to achieve objectives. Kicking the corpse of the rotund proprietor, Qin Luo inquires, "What transpired here?" Fury ignites in the scarred man's expression. "That traitorous scoundrel allied with Olivian and revealed our hiding place, nearly leading to the annihilation of our entire Flame squad." Understanding dawns on Qin Luo as he rises. "Gentlemen, come with me to the exiled star domain." The scarred man hesitates, "But we have many injured brothers still hiding." "Fear not. Qin Luo reassures, waving his hand. My troops will soon arrive. Once they do, we shall eradicate the enemy forces on Hank Star. You may rally your men then. Elated, the scarred man exchanges glances with his comrades before kneeling on one knee. Flame Squad, we salute you, my lord. Chapter 63. The Assassin. Upon receiving the Flame Squad, the scarred middle-aged man introduced himself as Wu Zhan, the former vice-captain of the Flame Squad during the era of Lord Kong Jiangshan. After their escape from Hank Star, he had led the squad members into a life of tranquility. Qin Luo expressed a deep curiosity about the circumstances surrounding Lord Kong Jiangshan's execution. Wu Zhan's face contorted with extreme hatred and sorrow as he took a deep breath and began recounting the events. After Kong Jiangshan had successfully defeated the Imperial Command Center, he was prepared to continue the pursuit. However, an undeniable order arrived from the council, commanding him and the Flame Squad to retreat immediately to Federal Star Number 54. Furious, Kong Jiangshan shattered the display screen, cursing the council's incompetence. Yet, as a soldier, he had no choice but to obey orders. At that moment, miraculously, a general from the Imperial Command Center was still alive, and he promptly surrounded the Flame Squad with his troops. Kong Jiangshan and his men pierced through the enemy formation like a dagger, annihilating their command center with overwhelming force. Following the battle, Kong Jiangshan retreated to Star No. 54 as ordered. Upon disembarking from his spacecraft, several military policemen seized him. The soldiers of the Flame Squad, enraged, surrounded the military police, but Kong Jiangshan halted them, proclaiming, I trust the Federation. For the next 10 days, no one from the Flame Squad saw Kong Jiangshan until he was brought into the military tribunal, battered and bound by specialized chains that clinked with every step. Facing numerous baseless accusations, Kong Jiangshan held his head high, his body straight as a lance, and shouted, Loyalty is not a crime. He was then taken away, and news of his execution soon followed. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo clenched his fists, realizing that countless distinguished generals had fallen victim to the treachery of deceitful politicians, from General Liu Yalu to Kong Jiangshan. These valiant figures had devoted their blood and sweat to the Federation, only to see politicians profit at the negotiation table with stacks of Federation currency. How did you manage to escape? Qin Luo inquired with curiosity. Given the circumstances, escaping the encirclement of the Federal Army seemed impossible for the Flame Squad. Although they possessed incredible combat prowess, the chances of evading a premeditated siege were minimal. It was Lin Wu who helped us, Wu Zhan replied. At that time, Lin Wu was a federal general commanding the 3rd Army Group, tasked with annihilating the Flame Squad. However, he used the bodies of Imperial soldiers as a ruse, declaring the complete destruction of the Flame Squad and facilitating their transport to Hank Star. Qin Luo felt conflicted. Lin Wu was his enemy, having attempted to kill him multiple times and currently holding his parents captive in a mansion. Yet, on the other hand, Lin Wu was undeniably a soldier who confronted the Imperial invasion head-on. While his approach may have been foolish, it did not diminish Qin Luo's respect for him. Due to the presence of patrolling soldiers outside, Qin Luo could only temporarily secure Wu Zhan and the others in place before returning to the abandoned cabin to find Yi Mingyu. As he cautiously approached the exterior of the dilapidated structure, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. Something had gone awry, he realized. His body pressed against the metallic wall like a gecko, he crept closer, only to see several soldiers clad in Imperial uniforms murmuring amongst themselves outside the door. Beside 3 corpses of Imperial soldiers. How did Imperial soldiers end up here? Qin Luo pondered. As he stealthily approached, one of the soldiers suddenly raised his head and drew a plasma gun, firing at Qin Luo. Reacting swiftly, Qin Luo released his grip and leapt from the wall, narrowly avoiding the plasma shots that left holes in the metal surface. Landing swiftly, Qin Luo surged toward the Imperial soldiers like a phantom, while they responded with remarkable speed, raising their plasma guns as he touched down. Qin Luo's body shifted continuously, and the soldiers, experienced in combat, refrained from firing haphazardly, waiting for him to close the distance. A familiar pressure surged within him, igniting a thrill. It had been a long time since he encountered such formidable foes. The soldiers, seemingly lifeless, exhibited response times and judgment that surpassed that of ordinary humans. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate, Qin Luo's movements fluid and agile. While the soldiers held their plasma guns steadily, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling machines designed for killing. Inside the abandoned cabin, Yimingyu lay on the ground. Her right arm pierced by a plasma shot, blood soaking her clothing. Her once radiant face had turned pale as a sheet, blood trickling from her arm onto the floor. Qin Luo's eyes began to redden as he concentrated his strength, the soldiers' expressions shifting as they exchanged glances. In a flash, he charged forward, and as they fired, a plasma shot pierced his arm, yet he pressed on, delivering a powerful punch to one soldier's chest. Instead of blood, a surge of electric sparks erupted from the soldier's torso, revealing a gaping hole filled with metal and tangled wires. Robots, Qin Luo realized, understanding the source of their exceptional capabilities. While robotic soldiers were nearly extinct in the Federation, they still existed within the Empire, possessing formidable combat strength. Especially among the Imperial Royal Guard, composed entirely of robots, known for their unwavering loyalty and ferocity. Without pause, Qin Luo swiftly attacked another Imperial soldier. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. All of the robotic soldiers lay defeated, but Qin Luo bore a new wound upon his chest. He crouched, gasping for breath, and then entered the abandoned cabin. Yimingyu, having lost too much blood, was unconscious. He struggled to lift her and hurried back to where Wu Zhan and the others were, knocking on the door urgently. "Is there any hemostatic medicine? Hurry, she needs dressing," Qin Luo exclaimed. Wu Zhan promptly retrieved a medical kit. Qin Luo tore open Yimingyu's clothing on her right arm, gently applying hemostatic powder and meticulously bandaging her wounds. Anxiety etched across his brow as sweat dripped from him. "Lord Qin Luo, your injury." Wu Zhan pointed to Qin Luo's chest. "I'm fine. My body is resilient." Qin Luo dismissed, confident in his enhanced recovery abilities. Within mere minutes, the wound began to clot, astonishing Wu Zhan and the others. Before long, Yimingyu stirred awake, first gazing at Qin Luo, then at her injury, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. "Did you bandage this?" Feeling somewhat flustered, Qin Luo replied, "I apologize. I was quite anxious." Yimingyu smiled softly, offering no further words, her eyes fluttering closed. For the first time, she felt a profound sense of peace as she drifted into a deep sleep, the smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Chapter 64. The Hank Crisis. Locke sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, while a noblewoman gently massaged his back. Her slender fingers occasionally brushed across his chest. Stirring his heart, he opened his eyes and smiled at her. "What is it? Are you feeling thirsty again? You truly are an insatiable creature." The noblewoman smiled seductively, though a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. She leaned her head softly against Locke's shoulder. "It's simply because you are too captivating." "Is that so? How do you compare to Olivian?" Locke pushed the noblewoman away and stood up. Her expression changed dramatically as she stepped back, gazing at him. "How do you know?" Locke smiled slightly. "The moment you approached my bed, I knew. I am not like those fools from before. Wouldn't you agree, Black Widow?" This moniker resonated powerfully within the underworld of the Federation. The Black Widow first appeared 5 years ago when a federal congressman met a grisly end in his own home after publicly insulting Olivian. Remarkably, until his last breath, he maintained a satisfied smile, as though his male desires had been fulfilled. Subsequently, the Black Widow became Olivian's lethal instrument in the shadows, responsible for the deaths of countless federal celebrities, including the then top figure of the federal gendarmerie. Due to these heinous acts, the Black Widow became a figure of fear within the criminal world. Locke's military rank scarcely warranted the Black Widow's personal attention. However, due to Olivian's directive, she had no choice but to act. Now that Locke had unveiled her intentions, the Black Widow regarded this federal major with newfound significance. "Now I understand why Count Olivian sent me to watch over you. You must harbor many secrets yet unknown," she said with a sultry smile. She slowly approached Locke, her enchanting figure tantalizingly alluring. Beneath her sheer veil, she produced a metallic dagger, her beauty matched only by her deadly intent as she regarded Locke with lethal resolve. In the Black Widow's eyes, Locke was already a dead man. Suddenly, two soldiers clad in imperial uniforms burst through the door. Their lifeless eyes revealed them to be mere machines of the Empire. "You have taken up with the Empire's minions?" The Black Widow's expression darkened. "I am indeed one of them," Locke replied with a smile. The Black Widow felt a chill within her. She had not anticipated that this federal major was an Imperial spy. How many others like him lurked within the ranks of the Federation's military? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The two Imperial soldiers lunged towards the Black Widow at blinding speed. She thrust the dagger forward, then retreated sharply. Crashing through the window and leaping out, she needed to escape and relay this information to Olivian. Yet reality often disappoints. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she found herself surrounded by a multitude of ion guns aimed at her. Locke stood by the window, sipping his red wine with satisfaction. Take her away and interrogate her thoroughly. As one of the Empire's spies within the Federation, Locke understood the Black Widow's position near Olivian. If he could pry open her lips, unexpected revelations surely awaited him. A night passed, and Yi Mingyu felt much improved. Though her complexion remained pale, her injuries had largely healed. Only a period of recuperation remained. Qin Luo sat beside her, carefully feeding her porridge, each spoonful eliciting a flush akin to ripe apples on her cheeks. Despite her embarrassment, she obediently opened her mouth to accept the nourishing meal. After finishing the porridge, Qin Luo tucked her in before preparing to leave, but Yi Mingyu grasped his hand. "Will you stay with me for a while?" After a moment's hesitation, he sat back down. Yi Mingyu sighed softly and began, "Throughout my life, I have felt abandoned, learning independence from a young age. When I fell ill, no one cared for me. When I was injured, I could only bandage myself. My family felt like enemies. One misstep and I would plummet into the abyss." As a competent listener, Qin Luo remained silent, absorbing her words as she recounted her childhood experiences. This seemingly fragile woman possessed a resilience that surpassed even that of many men. Her will seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. As she spoke, fatigue overtook her, and her hand clung tightly to Qin Luo's as if grasping a lifeline. He smiled wryly as he gently pried her fingers away, covering her with a blanket. Gazing at the slumbering beauty, a sudden pang of compassion surged within him. Quietly exiting the room, he found Wu Zhen and others waiting. Through the holographic communication, the portly man informed them that reinforcements would arrive on Hank within 2 days. Before that, Qin Luo needed a fresh force to disrupt the entire metallic city. Following the previously arranged signals, Wu Zhen and his comrades had dispatched the call to arms, awaiting the gathering of their fellow soldiers. 2 hours later, a knock echoed through the door. Wu Zhen opened it to reveal a swarm of men, most of whom bore injuries, some even carrying the marks of disability. None could fathom how this group had evaded the patrols of the Federation soldiers. They stood in silence, their discipline remarkable. Once inside, Wu Zhen introduced these soldiers. Upon learning of Qin Luo's identity, most displayed excitement, while a few cast their gazes downward, apprehension evident on their faces. "I understand your concerns. According to Olivian's propaganda, I am painted as a ruthless killer of innocents. Your hesitation is entirely understandable," Qin Luo said. He shifted his tone to one of seriousness. "But now, you are all targets of Olivian's purge. He will not let you go. When the Empire invaded, he never fired a shot. Can you trust the words of such a person?" Among the hesitant few, one man raised his head. "We have not had contact with you. How can we believe you?" "I do not require your trust. You need only to know that I stand against the Empire." Qin Luo interrupted. "You may not believe me, but do you not wish to avenge Lord Kong Jianshan? Who says we do not desire vengeance? Day and night, we think of avenging him." One soldier shouted. "And then? Are you afraid? Have you succumbed to fear?" Qin Luo retorted. The soldier and Apos' face flushed as he lowered his head. Indeed, fear had taken root within them. Faced with the colossal might of Olivian, their strength felt like a feeble attempt to stop a moving train. They could only conceal their identities, living as ordinary citizens. "Now, I offer you a chance. Let us join forces to avenge Lord Kong." Qin Luo extended his hand. The soldiers exchanged glances, then resolutely knelt before him. "We salute you, Lord Qin Luo." A surge of joy welled within Qin Luo. These were top-notch talents in starship piloting. He needed them to forge a path through the thicket of chaos. Friends, I wish to convey this. The Federation stands on the brink of disaster. Let us rally together, not for the lofty nobles, but for the land where we have survived since childhood. Chapter 65. The Hank Strategy on the desolate Hank planet. The night was shrouded in an oppressive silence, with the once vibrant lights now dimmed by an aura of despair. The common folk cowered within their abodes, reinforcing their metallic doors with multiple locks, hoping to deter the marauding soldiers from returning. Meanwhile, the soldiers, having indulged in their spoils, seemed too exhausted to patrol as they usually did, instead succumbing to a deep slumber within their base. The door of an ordinary breakfast shop creaked open, revealing Qin Luo, followed closely by dozens of fierce members of the Flame Squad, each armed with an ion gun and an alloy dagger, cloaked in the shadows like weapons poised to strike. "We shall divide into 3 teams," Qin Luo whispered. "The first team will assault the enemy's base, the second will target their government building, and the third will engage their military warehouse. Remember, our objective is to create disturbance. If peril arises, we must retreat immediately." In no time, the Flame Squad members dispersed, each heading towards their designated targets, while Qin Luo sprinted towards the government building, originally a private estate belonging to Marshal Hank. The government edifice had been repurposed for Rock and his subordinates to rest and conduct business. Beneath the statue of the Marshal, several soldiers lazily patrolled, either in pairs or small groups, puffing on inferior cigarettes and exchanging risky jokes about their recent plunder. "What did you manage to gather?" "I secured a substantial amount of, or planning to indulge at a private club once we return. This place is far too impoverished. Next time, I suggest our commanders seek a more prosperous planet." Their banter continued, oblivious to the dozen figures stealthily drawing their daggers from the nearby bushes. As the soldiers ambled past, the members of the Flame Squad suddenly pounced, their speed remarkable and their roles well-defined. They swiftly silenced their targets before plunging their daggers into their throats. The soldiers had no chance to struggle, gradually collapsing to the ground as the Flame Squad dragged their bodies into the underbrush, signaling each other as they advanced towards the entrance of the government building. Next, they affixed pre-prepared portable magnetic bombs to the wall. As the countdown reached 0, the bombs detonated violently, the sound reverberating throughout the city. Rock jolted awake, hastily donning his attire and stepping outside, where a soldier saluted him, reporting, "Commander, bombs have been planted, causing an explosion." "What is the situation?" Rock inquired. The bomb's impact was minimal. The building remains unscathed. Rock frowned slightly. "Order the troops to assemble immediately." Simultaneously, within the Hank Federation military base, a similar portable magnetic bomb was hurled into the enemy's compound, its powerful blast claiming the lives of several soldiers, while the survivors hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed outside. As they reached the entrance, a barrage of ion beams erupted, and the frontmost soldier fell lifeless to the ground, while the remaining soldiers took cover and began to retaliate. "Retreat," Wu Jin commanded. The members of the Flame Squad immediately ceased fire, taking advantage of the night to withdraw from the enemy's stronghold. Meanwhile, at the military warehouse, an explosion occurred as well, reducing the ion energy cells and synthesized food within to mere ashes. The detonations roused the slumbering civilians, who trembled in fear, seeking refuge in their homes as they awaited the unfolding chaos. This was a premeditated attack, Rock concluded, hastily dispatching troops to scour the city. The soldiers, exhilarated, brandished their ion guns as they embarked on their second wave of looting. However, as they gathered in the city center, hundreds of spacecraft appeared in the skies above Hank. Upon these ships, the flag of Blue Sea Star fluttered in the wind, and a powerful gust swept through the city, kicking up clouds of dust before the vessels landed. The Blue Sea Star troops swiftly disembarked. "Whose forces are these?" The Federation soldiers cried in terror. Before they could react, an ion beam ended one soldier's life. As a battalion stormed into the city, turning the previously jubilant Federation soldiers into targets, the seasoned veterans rhythmically squeezed their triggers, unleashing a symphony of ion beams that illuminated the night. While adept at plundering civilians, the Federation soldiers faltered in battle. scattering in fear as the Blue Sea Star forces pursued them relentlessly. On a designated street, at the appointed time, members of the Flame Squad regrouped with Qin Luo, who led them towards the Blue Sea Star spacecraft. Awaiting them anxiously was the corpulent figure. "You arrived swiftly," Qin Luo remarked with a grin. "I was worried sick about you," the rotund man replied, patting his chest. "Do I seem so prone to mishap?" Qin Luo teased, playfully thumping the man's robust torso. After escorting the Flame Squad onto the ship, Qin Luo turned towards the government building. "I shall pay a visit to the enemy commander. Do you require assistance?" Qin Luo shook his head, dashing towards the government building. Along the way, he encountered countless Federation soldiers lying in pools of blood, but he felt no sympathy for them. These soldiers, who thrived on pillaging the possessions of innocents, were not worthy of compassion. Inside the government building, Rock's expression darkened. He finally comprehended who had arrived. The hundreds of ships bore the same insignia, heralding the arrival of his master, the exiled Star Domain, a territory the Empire had long sought to eradicate. Damn it. How could Qin Luo have come here so suddenly? Rock seethed. He hurriedly descended to the underground level, entering a familiar chamber where he pressed a hand against the wall, revealing a concealed passage. Within sat the Imperial officer from before, rigidly in his chair. "Sir, Qin Luo has arrived," Rock announced, bowing. The officer's expression remained unchanged as he replied in a stiff voice. "Then we shall retreat. Bring that woman." Rock opened a metallic case revealing the unconscious Black Widow. Lifting her in his arms and following the Imperial officer to the end of the passage, where a dark Imperial spacecraft awaited on the metallic floor. "We must evacuate immediately," the Imperial officer instructed. As the ship and Oppo's S-door opened automatically, the officer led Rock aboard, joined by several similarly expressionless robotic soldiers. The pilot gently activated the ship, which roared to life and sped down the subterranean runway, escaping Hank. "Commander, we have spotted the Imperial vessel. Should we pursue?" a soldier from the exiled Star Domain inquired. The corpulent man furrowed his brow. "No need. They are but small fry. Our primary objective is to secure Hank." Much later, upon discovering the significance of the Black Widow and the true identity of Rock aboard the ship, the corpulent man lamented, slapping his forehead in regret. Chapter 66. A sudden change. The night on Planet 1 was thick with an air of decadence. Beneath the neon lights lay inebriated nobles and moaning aristocrats. Olivian's face was ashen as he stared at the information in his hand, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles pale, his gritted teeth making an ominous sound. Suddenly, he hurled the light screen to the ground in fury, shouting in rage, while the servants outside cautiously kept their heads down, none daring to enter the room. The capture of the Black Widow was a devastating blow to Olivian, for she harbored too many of his secrets. If this woman could not withstand interrogation and spoke out, it would mean he would be left with countless vulnerabilities. The message was delivered by General Wei Qigang, stationed temporarily on Planet 1. By the time Wei relayed this information, Olivian had already sunk into despair. His relationship with the Empire had always been one of mutual benefit. He sought to leverage the Empire's power to strengthen his family and eliminate Lin Wu, while the Empire aimed to use him to manage the Federation and fracture its resistance. Both sides were aware of this delicate balance, and thus, nearly every transaction was fraught with tension. However, this time, Olivian's leverage had been severely diminished. Wei bluntly informed him that the Black Widow, having committed atrocities for the Empire, was now under military control. Olivian understood well that this was merely a fade. The Black Widow's primary objective was to monitor Locke and eliminate the Flame Squad on Hank Star. With matters escalating to this extent, it could only confirm that Locke was indeed aligned with the Empire. With a heavy sigh and a conflicted gaze, Olivian pondered for a long time before making his way to a secluded estate on Planet 1. Traversing a path forged from blue crystal, he arrived at a pond where an elderly man was leisurely fishing. "I thought you would never come to find me," the old man remarked, gazing placidly at the water's surface. Clad in a blue shirt, with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, he wore a somewhat mismatched outfit, yet Olivian dared not show any disdain. For this elder was not one to provoke. "Mr. Lee, I find myself in grave trouble," Olivian whispered, It concerns the Empire, does it not? I have long advised you against sharing your secrets with a woman. Mr. Li's words remained calm, yet Olivian felt a chill run down his spine. Mr. Li gently set down his fishing rod and stood, his hands waving before him as sunlight filtered through his fingers, creating a whimsical yet melancholic aura. Some matters are like this sunshine. No matter how tightly you grasp, some will inevitably slip through. Olivian nodded, unable to speak. Mr. Li lowered his hands and looked at Olivian. This time, I shall assist you. But remember, our relationship will be irrevocably altered. Olivian hesitated, and after a lengthy pause, gritted his teeth and replied, Very well. Mr. Li smiled, his expression appearing benevolent, yet laced with an undercurrent of ambition and perhaps pity. Locke descended on a remote planet within the Empire aboard a spacecraft, where life remained primitive. Countless slaves labored under the watchful eye of overseers wielding whips. Locke made his way to a humble earthen dwelling concealed behind a mountain. Gently knocking, the wooden door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman clad in traditional garb. She paused in surprise upon seeing Locke, her eyes welling with tears as she embraced him tightly. Child, you have finally returned. As Locke was enveloped in her embrace, his own eyes glistened with moisture. Mother, is everything well? Everything is just fine. Who cares for the well-being of a mere concubine? She replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I have returned to reclaim what I have lost, Locke declared, his gaze suddenly fierce. The old woman grasped him anxiously. Child, do not dwell on those illusory matters. Is it not better to live with your mother? Locke's eyes burned with ambition. Mother, you do not understand. Some matters must reach a conclusion. She ceased her pleas, instead pulling her son closer, while Locke's gaze flickered with a mix of emotions, anger, hatred, and sorrow. I, Kate Locke, have returned. Outside the governmental edifice on Hank Star, a mountain of severed heads lay beneath a statue, while screams of death echoed through the city. The soldiers of the Exile Star system faithfully executed Qin Luo's orders, no survivors allowed. This one-sided massacre had persisted since the previous night, as federal soldiers hiding in abandoned buildings. Sewers and drainage systems were sought out and summarily executed, their severed heads presented before Qin Luo. Terrified civilians watched through their windows, some retching, others turning pale. By midday, the slaughter was complete. 1,192 federal soldiers had been killed, blood staining the entire square. Qin Luo observed coldly before boarding his ship. He was not a heartless murderer, but the soldiers' transgressions were unforgivable. Hank Star was never intended to fall under his dominion, yet he feared these soldiers would regroup following his departure. The only solution was to eradicate them entirely. The ships of the Exile Star system ascended slowly into the sky, and once they vanished, the civilians cautiously emerged from their homes, gathering in clusters around the governmental plaza, gazing at the mountain of heads in silence, weeping softly. Then, someone shouted, and suddenly, the crowd knelt in the direction from which Qin Luo's ship had departed, tears streaming down their faces. Daughter, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Thank you, benefactor. Son, look. The butchers who took your life are now all dead. You may finally rest. The cries echoed across Hank Star, a once glorious administrative planet now steeped in helplessness and sorrow. The ships of the Exile Star system landed at the spaceport of Blue Sea Star, and Qin Luo strode into the governmental building. Today marked the day FN Company would deliver warships, and early in the morning, FN's manager, Tang Long, had awaited him in Qin Luo's office. Upon entering, Tang Long rose. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, dressed impeccably in a suit, his appearance striking, making it hard for anyone to believe he was merely a sales manager. Yet, reality often surprises with its absurdity. Mr. Qin Luo, the 1,000 low-class warships and 100 high-class warships you ordered have been completed and are now docked at Nile Star. Please confirm. Very well, Qin Luo replied. The two made their way to Nile Star, where the warships were arranged in a precise formation. This was Qin Luo's first encounter with actual warships, which resembled ancient vessels yet bore many distinctive features. The low-class warships measured 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width, armed with 10 photon cannons, while the mid-class vessels extended 500 meters long and 200 meters wide, equipped with 50 photon cannons and bolstered by energy shields, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Qin Luo gently caressed the hull of the warship, its surface cold to the touch. He had expended 70% of the Exile Star system's financial resources to procure these vessels, nearly driving the portly manager to tears. "Mr. Qin Luo, if you lack naval personnel, you may seek my assistance," Tang Long suggested with a smile. Qin Luo waved his hand, gesturing towards Wu Zhen. "You take a look." Wu Zhen adeptly entered the warship, manipulating various controls, and the vessel slowly lifted off, circumnavigating the sky before landing. He exited, beaming, "No issues. The performance is quite impressive." "Excellent. Our transaction is complete," Qin Luo said, turning to Tang Long. After Qin Luo departed, Tang Long furrowed his brows and retrieved a light screen to send a message. "Unidentified personnel aboard warships have been sighted in the Exiled Star domain. Please take note, Headquarters." Chapter 67. The undercurrents of the Empire. The palace of the Kate Empire is suffused with an air of opulence and grandeur. Even the simplest energy lamps are crafted from exquisite amethyst, a blatant display of luxury that mirrors the nation's demeanor, arrogant and imperious. Caitlin Chi languidly reclines in his chair, savoring fine wine, his brow shadowed by a hint of melancholy. The goblet poised in his hand remains untouched as he gazes vacantly towards a corner of the grand hall, lost in contemplation. The palace maids, gripped by trepidation, have retreated to the entrance, leaving Caitlin Chi alone in the vast chamber. "You have arrived?" Caitlin Chi lifts his gaze towards the screen behind him, where a figure emerges from the darkened corner, cloaked in black, rendering their features invisible from the outside. "Indeed, I have," replies the cloaked figure, their voice as jarring as ever. Caitlin Chi straightens his posture. The individual before him resembles a specter shrouded in the night. Yet the power they harbor is formidable enough to instill fear in him. This ambitious emperor dares not exhibit undue pride. "Is the Black Widow in your possession?" inquires the cloaked figure. Caitlin Chi blinks in surprise. "The Black Widow? Who is that?" "It seems you, O Emperor, are rather uninformed. Are you not aware that the discarded pawn has returned to the Empire?" The cloaked figure chuckles. Caitlin Chi abruptly stands, a spark igniting in his eyes. "Is that truly the case? Have I ever deceived you?" This revelation is unexpected. I had presumed that the pawn perished in the Federation. Yet it appears they have risen again. Caitlin Chi resumes his seat, the astonishment fading. "I have a request to make of you," the cloaked figure continues. Caitlin Chi toys with his wine glass, chuckling softly. "You still have the audacity to ask for my assistance?" "Hand over the Black Widow," the cloaked figure states matter-of-factly. "Who would have thought you had such a penchant for her?" Caitlin Chi quips. The cloaked figure falls silent, retreating into the shadows, vanishing with the whisper of a breeze. "This fellow always comes and goes like a wraith," Caitlin Chi murmurs, lowering his head. "The return of that pawn surprises me indeed. But it is fortuitous to present Gloom Moon with a rival, instilling him with some pressure." Within the Exiled Star domain, the warships have been integrated into the military forces. Yet due to the meager personnel of the Flame Squad, the vessels remain mere ornaments. Qin Luo has established a training camp for the warships, with members of the Flame Squad serving as instructors, selecting the most suitable soldiers from all units for training. After delivering the warships, Tang Long did not return to the capital star, but instead stationed himself directly, seemingly intrigued by Qin Luo, who made no effort to dismiss him. This sales manager from FN Company currently enjoys considerable wealth and must not be offended. Each day of training, Tang Long finds various excuses to audit the sessions. With each observation, his mood darkens. The Flame Squad's mastery of the warships exceeds his expectations, both in piloting skills and basic tactical applications in warfare. Their proficiency is nothing short of extraordinary. This should not be surprising, as a significant portion of the Flame Squad comprises veterans who once followed Kong Jiangshan, while others have undergone extensive training in the Federation's naval forces, wielding warships with the same ease as infantrymen handle ion guns. After today's lesson, Wu Zhen and others led the soldiers to begin piloting the warships, while Tang Long discreetly dialed a number from a corner. A video of an elderly man soon appeared on the screen. It was Huang Xingtong. "Director, I have confirmed that Qin Luo has accepted the Flame Squad. Huang Xingtong's expression remained unruffled, but a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. I did not anticipate he would gain control of the flame. Very well, let them self-destruct. Are you suggesting we activate our infiltration device? Tang Long asked uncertainly. The warships we constructed, naturally, we know them best. Remember, initiate the infiltration device at the opportune moment. Since we cannot control Qin Wuyin's son, we shall eliminate him directly. Huang Xingtong's words brimmed with lethal intent. Once the screen went dark, Tang Long fell into deep contemplation. Initially, FN Company's objective was to gain control over Qin Luo's fleet through the leasing of personnel, thereby dominating the entire exiled star domain. However, with the emergence of the Flame Squad, this plan has been utterly thwarted, forcing Tang Long to linger within the exiled star domain. As FN Company's sales manager, Tang Long is an ambitious individual, yet ambition and opportunity seem to evade one another like lovers destined to remain apart, leaving him stagnant for a decade. Though the title of sales manager sounds illustrious, Tang Long understands he is but a mere pawn, hardly a leader, struggling like a foot soldier crossing a river. A fire of unprecedented ambition ignites within him, spreading throughout his being. What if he were to secretly assist Qin Luo or support him? The audacity of this thought shocks Tang Long. He cannot fathom why such an idea has sprouted within him. Akin to a beggar yearning to ascend to the presidency of the Federation. Yet once a thought takes root, so too does ambition, like bacteria embedded in flesh. Mingling with the blood, no matter how fervently one attempts to eradicate it, it cannot be wholly extinguished. Tang Long finds himself ensnared in a paradox. His heart yearns to rely on Qin Luo to fulfill his ambitions, yet he is equally daunted by FN Company's might. A decade has passed, and he remains unable to gauge FN Company's true strength, akin to peering into an unfathomable whirlpool. Those who dare to investigate are invariably consumed. Let it be. I have time to deal with this, Tang Long mutters to himself. Today, the capital star of the Federation welcomes a peculiar guest, a man clad in a checkered suit, adorned with a red tie. His eccentric attire results in his denial of entry at the presidential palace, yet the man remains unperturbed, merely chuckling at the soldiers, his lifeless eyes hinting at a unique cruelty. Lin Wu quickly emerges, ushering the visitor inside, and once the man steps into the presidential palace, Lin Wu whispers to his subordinate, "Send all the guards at the entrance to the battlefield, or execute them on the spot." The subordinate stares in shock at the president's retreating figure, perplexed by the command, while the oddly dressed man becomes even more enigmatic in their eyes. Entering the office, the man casually seats himself on the sofa, his fingers gently caressing the upholstery, then laughs. A CB skin sofa from Planet 30, quite rare. "President, your lifestyle is truly lavish." Lin Wu pours him a glass of red wine. "This sofa has always been here. I am merely an inheritor, Mr. Hart, you jest." Hart, a name so commonplace that one could find millions in the Federation. Yet, the Hart before him is indeed extraordinary. He is the chief spokesperson for FN Company and the son of the current chairman, Harry, the most enigmatic figure in the capital's aristocratic circles. With his illustrious lineage and handsome visage, Hart has long been a celebrity among the aristocrats. Once, a noblewoman expended her utmost efforts, hiring countless detectives to track his movements and ultimately orchestrated a chance encounter one fateful night, winning Hart's favor and becoming his lover for a night. Subsequently, her family ascended with astonishing speed, becoming the foremost family in the Federation, known as the Ely family. Lin Wu was uncertain about the purpose of this renowned young scion's visit, yet given the current circumstances, confronting the Empire's onslaught necessitated reliance on the naval support of FN Corporation. Thus, Lin Wu could only endeavor to accommodate this dandy. "Today, I happen to convey a message on behalf of my father to His Excellency, the President. We possess a means to bring an immediate end to the war." Hart chuckled. Lin Wu was taken aback, subsequently setting down his glass and fixing a penetrating gaze on Hart. "What is this method?" His voice trembled slightly, for he yearned desperately to conclude this conflict. Only by hastening its resolution could he free himself to contend with the parliamentary forces led by Olivian. Hart then produced a holographic display, deftly swiping to reveal a video. Within it, an artificial robot exhibited a plethora of skills: the operation of an ion gun, the piloting of warships, and the navigation of spacecraft. Its reaction time and strength surpassed that of the majority of soldiers, rendering it far more formidable than the elite within the ranks. Lin Wu and Appo's initially hopeful expression gradually dimmed, and his countenance turned frigid. "Is this what you mean?" Chapter 68. The heartache of Lin Wu. Every individual who ascends to the zenith of power harbors a past shrouded in shadows, often laden with ridicule, skepticism, threats, and even the specter of death. Some may have endured the loss of their most cherished ones, rendering their once whole hearts as if a piece has been severed, bleeding profusely. Lin Wu belongs to the latter category. In a fit of rage, he seized the holographic screen and smashed it onto the ground, pointing at Hart and bellowing, "Get out of here immediately!" Hart, initially taken aback by Lin Wu's outburst, soon transformed his astonishment into seething fury. "Lin Wu, do you comprehend whom you are addressing?" he retorted. Lin Wu brandished his ion gun, aiming it directly at Hart's head. "If you truly are Harry's son, you would have perished long ago. Now leave at once." Hart rose, a twisted smile of rage crossing his face. "Very well, Lin Wu, just you wait." As Hart departed from the presidential residence, Lin Wu despondently discarded the ion gun and retrieved a yellowed photograph from his drawer. This was not the commonplace light-capturing technology of the Federation, but rather a relic captured by an archaic digital camera. In the image, a gentle woman held the hand of a young boy of about 7 or 8, both radiating happiness. Lin Wu tenderly caressed the woman's visage in the photograph, tears cascading onto the frame. This man, who had reached the pinnacle of power, rarely revealed such vulnerability. "My dear Pinger, how I long for you both," Lin Wu murmured. 15 years prior, an unforeseen uprising of intelligent robots swept through the capital planet like a ferocious sandstorm. These machines, originally intended for mining, protection, and domestic duties, suddenly gained sentience and wreaked havoc upon the Federation's populace. The rebellion, akin to a wildfire fueled by the wind, rapidly engulfed several administrative planets, resulting in the massacre of countless nobles. The Federation deployed over 1 million troops to quash the insurrection, and after 3 arduous months of suppression, all intelligent robots were eradicated. However, the toll was heavy. Hundreds of thousands perished, and over 20 noble families were obliterated, including that of Lin Wu, a serving general at the time. His wife and son were gruesomely dismembered by their own domestic robot, while Lin Wu commanded a planetary assault, and upon learning of the tragedy, he collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Wu sequestered himself in solitude for 3 days. When the soldiers finally beheld their commander again, he appeared significantly aged, as if the wrinkles on his face had sprouted overnight. Subsequently, the Federation swiftly enacted a ban on the use of intelligent robots. Yet today, Lin Wu found himself confronted once more by their existence, emerging from the Federation's most formidable ally, FN Corporation. "Even if I lose everything, I shall not allow the return of intelligent robots." Lin Wu clenched his fists, whispering to himself. Upon Hart's return to the company, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, adopting a cold and somber air reminiscent of an unyielding iceberg. He gently opened a small door within the towering edifice, revealing an elderly man seated in a rocking chair, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. Sunlight filtered through the window, yet failed to dispel the subtle chill that enveloped the room. "Father, I have returned," Hart spoke softly. The elder was none other than Harry, the current chairman of FN Corporation. Having fathered Hart at the age of 50, he doted on his only son while diligently guiding him to ascend as the youngest director and spokesperson for the company. "What of Lin Wu?" Harry inquired, eyes still shut. "As we anticipated, he remains haunted by the memories of his wife and son," Hart replied. Harry ceased his rocking, prompting Hart to hasten to support him. Harry regarded him thoughtfully. Lin Wu possesses ambition and cunning, yet he harbors a weakness that will ultimately prevent him from achieving greatness. Hart comprehended his father's intent. The elder had navigated through countless storms in his lifetime, yet he remained firmly entrenched in his position as chairman, relying not only on his exceptional acumen, but also on his ruthless disposition. From a different perspective, Hart envisioned that had his father been Lin Wu, he would not hesitate to employ robots in battle, for in his eyes, nothing surpassed the value of power, not even his own son. Years ago, our robots malfunctioned, inciting that catastrophic rebellion. However, we have since innovated our technology. The advancement of humanity hinges upon science, and robots epitomize the pinnacle of technological evolution, Harry stated matter-of-factly. What shall we do about Lin Wu? Should we? Hart gestured as if to sever ties. Harry's gaze fixed upon him, his calm eyes exuding an overwhelming pressure that compelled Hart to lower his head in silence. Harry resumed, I have reiterated this numerous times. We are merchants. The essence of commerce lies in profit. What good would it do to eliminate Lin Wu if our robots remain ineffectual? It would yield us no benefit. What is your meaning then? Hart pressed. Patience, Harry uttered succinctly. Until when? Hart queried. Harry, hands clasped behind his back, gazed out the window at the sky, where ominous clouds appeared to gather in the distance, casting a foreboding shadow. Until the opportune moment, which is not far off. Quietly exiting the room, Hart was drenched in cold sweat, wiping his brow. Each encounter with his father felt akin to confronting a harrowing ordeal, filled with dread and unease. Those calm, penetrating eyes seemed to perceive all, leaving him in a state of trepidation. Straightening his attire, he exited FN Corporation's grand structure and piloted his hovercar to an estate on the outskirts of the capital planet. The estate appeared dilapidated at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice numerous cameras concealed within the walls, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. As his vehicle slowly advanced into the estate, Hart disembarked and made his way to an ancient edifice, reminiscent of a time-worn castle, adorned with the vestiges of time's passage. Inside, however, lay a resplendent scene, where elegantly attired men and women engaged in lively conversation. This was a private aristocratic club, presided over by a baron of no significant influence within the Federation. Yet, for reasons unknown, the offspring of numerous esteemed families frequented this establishment for leisure, indulging their desires hidden beneath a veneer of pretentious nobility in the club's lower levels. Hart descended to the basement, well acquainted with the club's every nook and cranny. Within a private room, a man clad in a black suit savored a glass of wine. Upon Hart's entrance, the man smiled lightly. You arrived just in time for the finest Lignagri red wine, a rare delicacy. I am not in the mood. I just met with my father, Hart sighed, collapsing onto the sofa and shedding his outer garment. And then, the man inquired further. Hart closed his eyes, fatigue evident in his voice. I yearned to escape him, truly. The man poured a glass of red wine, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his narrow eyes. Soon. Believe me. Chapter 69. The sudden assault in July of the year 2392 of the Federation calendar. The long-standing standoff between the Federation and the Empire reached a climactic conclusion. At 8 p.m. on the 17th, the Imperial Army's 57th Division, under the direct orders of the Emperor, launched an unexpected assault against the newly formed federal forces led by Lin Wu. Caught off guard, the federal troops were swiftly overrun, and the battle raged throughout the night. Faced with an unrelenting influx of reinforcements from the Federation, the 57th Division ultimately opted for a retreat, leaving behind thousands of corpses on Planet 35. This sudden attack acted as a catalyst, igniting a chain reaction within the entire Federation's military hierarchy. Within 3 days, the military redeployed its forces, and the Third Army Group coordinated with the First and Second Fleets to retaliate against the Empire. The skies were filled with the chaos of battle as ships exchanged fire, and the cosmos bore witness to countless fragments of destruction. The previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered, causing the greatest panic among the civilians on the administrative planet. After months of relative peace, many believed the war had come to an end. However, like a bolt from the blue, conflict erupted once more, obliterating the lives that had just begun to stabilize. Some audacious civilians, emboldened by the lull in hostilities, ventured into space, only to be reduced to ashes amidst the sudden onslaught. Both the Federation and the Empire reacted with remarkable swiftness. Lin Wu swiftly reorganized millions of troops at the front into 3 army groups, launching counterattacks in multiple directions. The forces that had previously crumbled under the 57th Division's assault were rapidly regrouped back to the capital star. Lin Wu's strategy was clear: concentrate elite forces for a second major engagement. However, he remained perplexed by the Empire's abrupt aggression. As intelligence indicated that the Empire's sudden withdrawal was due to Commander Sima Liang's return to the homeland. This implied a significant upheaval within the Empire's ranks. The attack seemed inexplicably sudden, akin to an erratic command from Emperor Caitlin Qi. Not only Lin Wu found himself puzzled, Emperor Caitlin Qi was equally baffled. The commander of the 57th Division claimed to have acted on direct orders from the Emperor, yet Caitlin Qi had issued no such command. At this critical juncture, the remnants of the Yi family had yet to be fully subdued. It was inconceivable for him to initiate an attack unless he had lost his sanity. Consequently, the commander of the 57th Division was summarily executed by Caitlin Qi, who could not afford to pardon such insubordination. Following this, Caitlin Qi reinstated Sima Liang to command the front lines, and with the war inexplicably ignited, they had no choice but to press on. In the Exile Star Domain, Qin Luo was equally astonished by the event termed the 178 Assault. Thanks to the intelligence network of Martin Luther, he possessed a more nuanced understanding of the situation. Yet it left him utterly bewildered by the Empire's actions. Nevertheless, Qin Luo was not one to dwell on conundrums. He quickly shifted his focus to the map before him. The fleet of the Exile Star Domain had been assembled successfully. In the training camp of the former Flame Squad, 2,000 soldiers had graduated, their primary mission being to operate warships and provide adequate firepower and aerial support to Allied forces during combat. It was time to engage Olivian, who had grown far too complacent, Qin Luo mused. Olivian's strength far surpassed that of the Exile Star Domain, boasting an impressive 800,000 troops and commanding the 4th and 5th fleets of the Federation. In any confrontation, Qin Luo would be like a fragile egg against a boulder. Especially with the war transitioning to interstellar combat, the role of ground troops diminished significantly. Warships became the paramount instruments in determining the course of battle. No matter how audacious Qin Luo was, he could not pit his fleet against two well-equipped divisions of the enemy. His objective was merely to capture Olivian's attention, something the Exile Star Domain could still achieve. Currently, a precarious balance existed among the Exile Star Domain, Olivian's parliament, and Lin Wu's new federal government. Due to the relationship between Lin Wu and Olivian, the Exile Star Domain wielded considerable influence with minimal strength, akin to a straw that could break the camel's back. None were willing to relent. Thus, when Qin Luo resolved to confront Olivian, the latter dispatched an envoy to the Exile Star Domain. The envoy, named Willie, was a quintessential Caucasian, tall and handsome, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, exuding the charm and competence characteristic of a man. As one rotund observer noted, he was a man not easily dismissed. Qin Luo received Willie in his conference room, where the latter spoke with a hint of magnetism. "Mr. Qin Luo, I bring greetings from the speaker of Olivian." "Thank you. But I fear it is Olivian who may lose sleep over this," Qin Luo replied with a subtle smile. Willie did not take offense at Qin Luo's sardonic tone, instead proceeding directly to the point. "Mr. Qin Luo, I believe you are well aware of the current situation. The speaker of Olivian seeks close cooperation with the Exile Star Domain. And who does Olivian represent?" Qin Luo countered. Willie hesitated briefly before responding. "Of course, the Federation Parliament, representing the entire Federation." "Then may I inquire, where was the Federation Parliament during the Empire's invasion?" Qin Luo's expression turned icy. "Mr. Qin Luo, some matters are beyond our speculation. The speaker has his own challenges," Willie replied. Rising from his seat, Qin Luo gestured for Willie to leave. "Mr. Willie, you are indeed a most agreeable negotiator. However, I cannot entertain cooperation with Olivian. Although many perceive the Exile Star Domain as an independent entity, I remain a Federation citizen at heart." Willie's countenance darkened, realizing he could not sway Qin Luo. After a polite handshake, Willie boarded his spaceship and vanished into the starlit expanse of the Exile Star Domain. The ship did not return to Olivian's Planet 1, but veered away. Eventually arriving at the capital's orbit, where it hovered at the spaceport. Upon disembarking, Willie made his way directly to the presidential palace, where Brawny led him to Lin Wu, who was intently studying a map, diligently tapping a pen while multiple screens behind him displayed real-time information from the front lines. "My lord, I bring news," Willie spoke softly. Lin Wu looked up at Willie, a warm smile gracing his features. "It has been years. You have matured. I never anticipated you would rise to such prominence after I sent you to Olivian. Had it not been for your rescue, I would have long perished." "I owe my current standing to you," Willie replied, bowing slightly. Lin Wu patted his shoulder, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "I hear you visited the Exile Star Domain?" "Indeed, but as you predicted, Qin Luo declined our offer." "Excellent. That is the outcome I desired." Lin Wu nodded, his hands clasped behind him as he scrutinized the battlefield data accumulating on the screens. "As you can see, I am surrounded by incompetents. They may craft plans with flair, but when it comes to commanding at the front, they falter like crumbling shells." "My lord, please take care of your health," Willie urged gently. Lin Wu turned to meet his gaze directly. "You must also exercise caution. It is easy to become exposed in this volatile climate." Chapter 70 Negotiation. The 20 administrative planets of the exiled star domain were shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding. Countless spacecraft hovered slowly in the sky, many of which were warships. At the center of this gathering, Qin Luo and the Rotund Man remained aboard the flagship, where numerous advisors flitted in and out, compiling vast amounts of intelligence displayed on the ship's holographic screens. "It is certain that Olivian is taking precautions. This battle will be more challenging than we anticipated," Qin Luo remarked, pointing to an administrative planet on the map. This planet, known as Longxi, was not particularly distinguished within Olivian's sphere of influence, lacking in both abundant resources and advanced technological development. Yet, to Qin Luo, it held immense significance. From the map, it was evident that if the exiled star domain could seize Longxi, it would serve as a wedge, cleaving Olivian's dominion into two distinct sections. However, such an endeavor carried substantial risks. Should Olivian muster a formidable force to encircle them, the exiled star domain would find itself in a perilous predicament. During the planning stages, Yi Mingyu vehemently opposed this strategy, arguing that the risks were far too high. Any misstep could endanger not only the exiled star domain, but Qin Luo's own life as well. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Qin Luo resolved to proceed with the plan. His reasoning was twofold. Firstly, while encirclement was indeed a possibility, the combat efficacy of Olivian's troops was questionable, compounded by the need to guard against Lin Wu's potential ambush, which would likely prevent them from deploying an overwhelming force. Secondly, under the current circumstances, Olivian would be reluctant to engage in overt hostilities, inadvertently creating a formidable adversary in the exiled star domain. Taking these considerations into account, Qin Luo issued the order to advance, though stealthily amassing troops outside Longxi would not be a simple task. Martin Luther's extensive intelligence network was deployed, constantly monitoring Olivian's movements. Meanwhile, far away on Planet 1, Olivian's demeanor darkened upon receiving Willie's report. The previous year's compromise had inadvertently facilitated Qin Luo's ascent. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would have acted to eliminate him then. Regret was a luxury they could no longer afford. Olivian promptly commanded all forces to prepare for battle, standing ready to counter Qin Luo's offensive. Naturally, he remained vigilant against the threat posed by Lin Wu, with the intelligence division primarily focused on monitoring Lin Wu's activities, while their surveillance of Qin Luo was cursory at best. The spacecraft circled the stars, and Qin Luo felt no sense of relaxation. Longxi lay at the very heart of Olivian's territory, making a covert surprise attack virtually impossible, and he could readily imagine the resistance they would encounter. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Qin Luo turned to his companion. "Where are the members of the Ouyang family?" From the shadows, Martin Luther responded in a hushed tone, "They have arrived, prepared for negotiations." Qin Luo nodded. The emissaries from the Ouyang family had come days earlier, yet he had refrained from meeting them until now. In the grand scheme of their plan, the involvement of the Ouyang family was crucial. Observing the map, It was clear that several administrative planets the exiled star domain needed to traverse were under Ouyang family control. If they could persuade the Ouyang family, a swift and decisive strike on Longxi would not pose an insurmountable challenge, for treachery from within was always a concern. Before long, the Ouyang family emissary was brought forth, a middle-aged man clad in a black sweater, exuding an imposing aura. His demeanor as an envoy raised Qin Luo's suspicions. I presumed Mr. Qin Luo had grown so arrogant as to disregard the Ouyang family entirely, the emissary stated coldly. During his time in the exiled star domain, his repeated requests for an audience had been met with refusal, igniting a simmering frustration within him. Pardon my rudeness. I have been rather preoccupied of late. Qin Luo replied with a smile. The emissary's expression softened slightly as he regarded Qin Luo earnestly. I come on behalf of my family to reclaim the tri-body star that you occupy. His words were delivered with a haughty air, prompting Qin Luo's countenance to darken. Please understand, the tri-body star is now under my control. If you believe you can simply reclaim it, let us meet on the battlefield. Anger flickered across the emissary's face. As a representative of a family second only to Olivian within the council, he had never been subjected to such indignity. However, reality compelled him to acquiesce. Mr. Qin Luo, I apologize for my earlier remarks. What would it take for you to relinquish the tri-body star? Quite simple. We wish to take our people to Olivian's Longxi for a sightseeing tour, and we hope that our friends from the Ouyang family might turn a blind eye. Qin Luo replied, his tone casual. The emissary's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Qin Luo's audacity to penetrate the very heart of Olivian's influence. This matter is beyond our capabilities, he stammered. With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Luo maintained a congenial smile. When we seized the tri-body star, how did Olivian respond? The emissary bowed his head in contemplation, grasping Qin Luo's implication. When the tri-body star had been captured, Olivian had rebuffed the Ouyang family patriarch, and the council had issued no protests. Why? Because the Ouyang family was the second largest faction and Olivian's principal competitor. Olivian was keen to diminish the Ouyang family's power. Thus only their troops had engaged in the counteroffensive. Regrettably, under Feng Qinyang's command, the Ouyang family's efforts had yielded little effect. Incurring heavy losses and forcing them to negotiate with Qin Luo, prepared to concede certain terms to reclaim the tri-body star. While our family may have some political disagreements with the Olivian speaker, we are also your adversaries, the Ouyang emissary declared. Qin Luo shook his head, raising two fingers. First, we are not enemies. At the very least, there remains room for negotiation. Second, if you were Olivian, would you allow the second largest family to flourish? The Ouyang emissary fell into deep thought once more, and after a long silence, he raised his head. Mr. Qin Luo, I must concede that you are quite astute. You have identified my Achilles heel. I shall acquiesce to your terms. Qin Luo was taken aback by this unexpected concession. Such a significant decision without consulting your family head. Ha. It is unnecessary. The Ouyang emissary waved his hand, radiating confidence. He gently removed his outer black sweater, revealing the uniform of a federal general. After adjusting his attire, he smiled at Qin Luo, saying, Permit me to introduce myself again. Mr. Qin Luo, I am the current head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhan. Chapter 71. Collaboration. Qin Luo was taken aback to discover that the envoy from the Ouyang family was none other than Ouyang Zhan himself. He admired Ouyang's courage. For should Qin Luo detain him, the Ouyang family would undoubtedly descend into chaos. I have always been curious about the source of Lin Wu and Iluan's simultaneous headaches. Ouyang Zhan smiled, expressing his admiration for Qin Luo's audacity, remarking that if he were to capture him, it would lead to turmoil in the Ouyang clan. Would you? Qin Luo retorted with a smile. They exchanged questions, bursting into laughter as if they were long-lost friends. Qin Luo gestured for Ouyang Zhan to take a seat, and he obliged, settling into a chair. If Iluan were to learn of our discussion, it would surely send shivers down his spine, Ouyang Zhan remarked. Qin Luo lightly tapped his fingers, stating, My objective is straightforward. Iluan and Apos' downfall would be mutually beneficial. Ouyang Zhan, with a wry smile, replied, Should he fall, would it not benefit you the most? Qin Luo countered. Isn't it true that the most advantageous position lies with you? Ouyang Zhan's mirth faded, replaced by a grave expression. I wish to understand your confidence. Iluan's strength surpasses your imagination. On the battlefield, no one can claim absolute certainty. I can only do my utmost, Qin Luo responded. Ouyang Zhan fell into deep contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he stated, Very well, I shall wager on this. I hope you do not disappoint me. Qin Luo rose and extended his hand, declaring, I have yet to taste defeat. Their hands clasped together, and they shared a knowing smile. After bidding Ouyang Zhan farewell, Qin Luo turned and instructed, I require all available information on Ouyang Zhan. The more detailed, the better. Certainly. Martin Luther responded promptly from the shadows. In August of the year 2392 of the Federation, an elite force of 300,000 troops from the exiled star domain silently infiltrated Iluan's territory aboard thousands of spacecraft. Thanks to an agreement already established with Ouyang Zhan, their passage went unnoticed, and the few civilians who glimpsed the movement were swiftly apprehended by Ouyang family soldiers under absurd charges and imprisoned. A week later, the forces arrived at an uninhabited planet less than 20,000 kilometers from Longxi. The soldiers went about their tasks in silence. The entire army is tranquil as a still lake. In the temporary command center, Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang were engaged in discussions regarding their battle strategy, while the others remained in the exiled star domain to defend their homeland. The garrison on Longxi comprises roughly 1 brigade, lacking orbital cannons and possessing minimal combat capability. If we launch a surprise attack, we could conclude the battle within 3 hours, Feng Qinyang analyzed, pointing at the map. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Capturing Longxi was a simple task. However, the challenge lay in the subsequent defense. Once word spread of the planet's occupation, the exiled star domain could face an encirclement of over 1 million enemies, making it a perilous decision. We are deploying 30 armies, 2 orbital artillery regiments, 500 low-level warships, and 50 medium-level warships. Our offensive capability will utterly overwhelm the enemy. My concern lies with the prolonged defense. If it exceeds 3 months, our supplies will become problematic, Feng Qinyang continued. Now we are like an arrow drawn taut, with no option for retreat, Qin Luo stated coldly, tapping the map where Longxi was marked. Take it. Longxi was a planet long forgotten by many, its mineral resources scarce and devoid of other assets. The only means of survival lay in its fertile land, perfectly suited for extensive agriculture, while the inhabitants maintained primitive farming practices. At the heart of the metallic city on Longxi was the garrison of the Federation's 331st Brigade, dispatched here for defense after Iluan's withdrawal from the capital star system. Due to Longxi's peculiar geographical position, the soldiers had long ceased to believe in the notion of defense, referring to their presence instead as a vacation. Discipline among the soldiers had eroded, rendering them more akin to pirates, an immutable truth. Following the 331st Brigade's arrival, the crime rate on Longxi surged dramatically, with nearly 80% stemming from these soldiers. They roamed the civilian population like ravenous wolves, while Brigade Commander Lu Ren turned a blind eye. Knowing that half of the plundered loot ended up in his own pockets, and the most beautiful women on Longxi awaited his pleasure. As a professional soldier, Lu Ren occasionally contemplated the nature of his existence. In a landscape ravaged by war across much of the Federation, he found a twisted fortune in his role as a local despot. One languid day, reclining on a bed adorned with animal skins, the door creaked open, and a soldier stealthily entered, whispering into Lu Ren's ear, "Commander, I have something extraordinary." "Show me, you inexperienced fool," Lu Ren scoffed, yet intrigued. The soldier shook his head. "I can't bring it here, but it's truly remarkable." The brothers saw it fall from the sky, a massive crate filled with Federation currency. Lu Ren jolted upright, seizing the soldier's collar with wide eyes. "You mean an entire crate of Federation currency?" "I assure you." The soldier gulped, nodding fervently. "Huh. Money truly fell from the heavens. Come, let us see," Lu Ren exclaimed, leading the way to the spot where the crate had landed. A throng of soldiers had already cleared the area of curious civilians, parting the way for Lu Ren. Upon opening the crate, He beheld a trove of Federation currency emblazoned with the emblem of the purple orchid, worth billions. His eyes sparkled with elation. His hands trembled as he touched the bills. An overwhelming sense of happiness enveloping him. I am rich. Lu Ren could hardly believe his fortune. Instinctively, he looked skyward, hoping for more currency to rain down, but was met with disappointment. Shadows loomed like dark clouds, and as they drew near, the silhouettes of hostile spacecraft emerged. Enemy attack! Lu Ren shouted with all his might. A barrage of fiery beams descended from the ships, deafening explosions engulfing him in chaos. On August 30th, 2392, Longxi fell under siege. The battle concluding in 2 hours and 35 minutes. Subsequently, the flag of the exiled star domain unfurled triumphantly atop the government building at the heart of the metallic city. Chapter 72. Speculation within the government building of Planet 1. Olivian trembled with rage as he clutched the report in his hands, filled with both fury and dread. His anger stemmed from the audacity of Qin Luo, who dared to seize control of Longxi Planet, while his fear arose from the realization that Qin Luo was indeed capable of such an act. Are the armies of the Ouyang family blind? Olivian bellowed in fury. One subordinate, head bowed, softly reported, Ouyang Zhan has sent word. He has reclaimed the Tri-Star planet with the forces of all the families. A chill swept through Olivian's heart. If he had met with Ouyang Zhan and dispatched troops to assist him in reclaiming Tri-Star, perhaps the current predicament could have been avoided. This thought filled Olivian with bitter regret. He had considered the possibility of an alliance between the Ouyang family and Qin Luo, but quickly dismissed it, reasoning that Ouyang Zhan would not be foolish enough to align with Qin Luo, given the strength of the Council's influence. Surround Longxi Planet with our troops. If Qin Luo seeks death, then I shall oblige him, Olivian declared vehemently. On September 12th, the coalition forces of the Council, comprised of 12 families, encircled Longxi Planet with an overwhelming force of 1.2 million troops, hundreds of thousands of ships, and thousands of war vessels, creating an impenetrable blockade. General Ratu personally oversaw the central command, intent on annihilating the forces exiled to this star sector. However, the soldiers of the exiled forces on Longxi Planet were well prepared. They had swiftly constructed a defensive line of metal fortifications stretching 10,000 kilometers during the night. These specially designed metal barriers could withstand the relentless bombardment of photon cannons and significantly enhance their air defense capabilities, making them formidable against the coalition's aerial assaults. Soldiers, armed with ion guns, crouched behind the barriers, their expressions grim as they watched the skies. Qin Luo left a wide plain in front of the defensive line for the enemy ships, his strategy being clear, with their aerial combat capabilities utterly eclipsed. The only option was to draw the battlefield to the ground and let the wills of the soldiers dictate the outcome. Yet, General Ratu was no novice. As a seasoned commander, he grasped Qin Luo's intentions. All troops remained aboard their vessels, conducting timed bombardments each day, gradually wearing down Qin Luo's forces. Each day unfolded like a symphony of battle. The overture marked by bombardments from orbital cannons, followed by photon cannon fire from battleships, culminating in a crescendo of energy coverage bombardments. The soldiers of the exiled forces endured this relentless artillery symphony daily. In the makeshift command center, Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang anxiously studied the map. The opposing commander was no fool. His tactics exploited the vulnerabilities of the exiled forces, logistics, and air support. This was a classic boiling frog strategy, designed to exhaust the soldiers of the exiled forces alive. As the home team, the coalition enjoyed continuous supply lines, while the exiled forces could only sustain themselves for 3 months. If the conflict was not resolved within that time frame, the consequences would be dire. I hope Lin Wu understands my intentions, Qin Luo murmured. Far away on Capital Star, Lin Wu received the news as well. He gently placed the battle report on his desk and stood gazing out the window. Have you lost your mind? He exclaimed, incredulous at such reckless actions. Yet, a flicker of suppressed bloodlust glimmered in Lin Wu's eyes. With Qin Luo trapped on Longxi Planet, if he refrained from launching an attack on the Empire and the Council, Qin Luo's only fate would be death. exactly the outcome he had long desired. However, he quickly quashed that thought. He recognized this as the optimal moment to eliminate Qin Luo, but what would follow? The Empire and the Council could readily turn their attention to him, which would jeopardize the newly established Federation. This madman hasn't shared a word with me. How infuriating. Lin Wu slammed his fist against the tempered bulletproof glass. Struggling internally, he ultimately found tranquility in his penetrating gaze. Let the interests of the Federation take precedence. This time, I shall spare you. In truth, Qin Luo had contemplated sharing this high-risk plan with Lin Wu. However, knowing Lin Wu's character, he understood that Lin Wu was not one to take such risks, especially in these perilous times. Should the plan fail, both he and Lin Wu's nascent federation could face annihilation. Thus, he acted unilaterally, placing all bets on Lin Wu's judgment, confident he would make the right choice. Immediately command the troops to launch attacks on the Empire's occupied administrative stars 5, 7, and 13. Additionally, the First Army Group must apply pressure on Olivian and Oppos, Planet 1. Do not engage in open conflict. Just ensure he feels sufficient strain. Lin Wu swiftly issued 2 commands. Across the administrative stars of the new Federation, countless young men were forcibly conscripted into the military, forming 56 reserve armies that convened on 3 administrative stars for training, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. By October 12th, the Third Army Group of the new Federation, totaling 1.5 million troops, launched an assault on the Empire's occupied territories, 5th, 7th, and 13th. A bloody battle ensued, with tens of thousands of warships deployed. Meanwhile, the First Army Group advanced 10,000 kilometers toward the Council's Planet 1, with over 1 million troops poised for action. Olivian promptly issued defense orders, and the Fifth Army Group of the Council urgently assembled, establishing a defensive posture around the 5 administrative stars outside Planet 1. The smoke of the second major battle rose once more, as the forces of the new Federation, driven by fervor, abandoned their previous defensive stance and launched over 50 attacks on the Empire's occupied territories. The battlefield shifted from aerial engagements to ground assaults, leaving countless soldiers as cold corpses, blood staining every inch of the planet's surface. In the imperial palace of the Empire's capital, Qin Luo met with his estranged son, Qin Luo, for the first time. Dressed in princely attire, Qin Luo respectfully entered the grand hall, drawing astonished gazes from the officials on either side. Only a select few core officials knew of Qin Luo's origins, a mistake made by the great emperor in a drunken stupor, leading to the exile of a favored concubine to a desolate planet. Years later, upon Qin Luo's maturation, the emperor ordered him to infiltrate the Federation as an imperial spy. After a decade, when all believed this illegitimate child had perished within the Federation, he unexpectedly returned to the Empire, asserting a formidable presence. The Empire's second most powerful family, the Li family, voiced support for this illegitimate son. In a surprising turn, the previously hostile Qin Luo accepted him and bestowed upon him the title of Prince of Lok. Lok, pay homage to the Emperor. Qin Luo knelt, performing a filial salute. Rise, Qin Luo replied with a faint smile. As Qin Luo stood, his gaze flickered toward Qin, standing nearby. The eyes of the two princes sparked with rivalry, while a subtle smile curved the lips of Qin Luo, seated upon the throne. Chapter 73. A Nation in Arms. A common civilian spacecraft glided through the sky, its speed deliberately reduced to avoid detection by the overly vigilant military forces due to the ongoing war. Within the cabin, an elderly man in his 50s sat quietly beside his wife, intentionally maintaining a certain distance from the other passengers. This spacecraft is magnificent. I wish to remain aboard it forever, the elderly man's wife suddenly exclaimed. Her hair was entirely white, and she wore a thin coat to ward off the chill. The elderly man held her tightly, gently smoothing her disheveled silver hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Very well, let us sit here together, never to disembark. Indeed, it's delightful to sit here, the wife replied innocently, as if her mind were somewhat clouded. Nearby, 2 federal soldiers wore displeased expressions, having just returned from the front lines. Exhausted and yearning for rest, only to be roused by the elderly man's voice. Could you two keep it down? "We are trying to rest," one soldier admonished. The elderly man quickly apologized, embracing his wife and whispering, "Dear, please don't speak. Let us enjoy a moment of quiet." Unbeknownst to him, his wife pouted like a child, her eyes darting around, and cried out, "No, no, I want to talk. I wish to stay on this spacecraft forever." The soldier's expressions darkened further, exchanging glances and muttering, "What rotten luck to encounter a fool." However, the old man's words reached their ears. He stood and approached the soldiers. "Gentlemen, this is my wife's first time on a spacecraft. She is exceedingly excited. Since the death of our 2 sons 3 months ago, her mind has sadly regressed to that of a 5-year-old child. I am taking her to the welfare center in the capital, after which I must return to the battlefield." The old man spoke these simple words as if recounting another Ndapos' tale. Yet the soldiers and Ndapos' faces turned solemn, and they both stood, saluting the old man with respect. "Veteran, please accept our regards." Tears welled in the old man's eyes as he returned the salute, his weathered face etched with countless hardships. On October 25, 2392, just 2 weeks after the new federal conscription order was issued, this venerable man, filled with reverence for the Federation, returned to the battlefield as the second major battle commenced. On the planet Lungxi, soldiers of the exiled star domain sheltered beneath cover, waiting for the artillery to cease. They were accustomed to consuming nutrient solutions from their packs, meticulously aware of the number of artillery shells fired during each bombardment. Yet, such tactics severely affected the morale of the soldiers, who, despite their offensive prowess, found their spirits waning under relentless pressure. Qin Luo had contemplated a counterattack, but their current strength rendered them mere targets in the aerial battlefield. Another 5 soldiers perished in the last bombardment, adding to the 764 already lost, with thousands more wounded. Feng Qinyang calculated the casualty rate, his brow furrowed. Latu's strategy was proving effective. He did not seek to annihilate the exiled star domain's forces swiftly, but rather relied on his home advantage and superior numbers to gradually wear them down. He believed that with enough time, the enemy would be reduced to mere corpses. "This cannot continue. We will inevitably face total annihilation." Qin Luo stared intently at the map, his mind racing. Suddenly, he turned to Martin Luther, lurking in the shadows. "Luther, I need Olivian recalled to Latu." "Consider it done," Martin Luther responded. He never hesitated to fulfill Qin Luo's orders, vanishing into the shadows clad in black. In the command center of the council's coalition, Latu was surrounded by a dozen advisors, a flurry of battle orders continuously streaming before him. Despite being over 60, the seasoned general was vibrant and efficient, embodying the decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. Having enlisted at 15, he became a major by 25, a brigadier general by 38, and a general by 50, commanding over 1 million troops in the Southwest Military District. Latu and Apos' life story resembled a military autobiography. However, after the Empire and Apos' invasion, as a staunch supporter of Olivian, this battle-hardened veteran did not lead his troops against the Empire, but followed the council to the number 1 star circle. His once great reputation vanished overnight, becoming the target of scorn. Latu was not a coward, but upon reaching the number 1 star circle, he repeatedly urged Olivian to launch a counteroffensive against the Empire. Yet, the supreme leader of the council dismissed him brusquely, relegating the veteran to a meaningless position. Had it not been for Qin Luo's sudden occupation of Lungxi, Latu might have spent his remaining days in despondency. Following Olivian's orders, Latu swiftly devised a battle plan, instantly identifying the weaknesses of the exiled star domain's forces. He employed a strategy of encirclement without direct assault, which had thus far proven remarkably effective. Although Qin Luo had emerged as a prominent general in recent years, he still paled in comparison to the seasoned commander. The advisors around him effusively praised Latu, yet he felt no joy. He had perused much information about Qin Luo, and he could not afford to underestimate the rise of this once obscure federal major who had become a formidable warlord. His gaze swept over every inch of the map, contemplating how he would extricate himself from the current predicament if he were in Qin Luo's position. After a long moment, he chuckled to himself, wondering if he were overthinking the situation. Even if the exiled star domain concentrated its entire force against them, it would likely prove futile. Perhaps I truly have aged. He mused. My former courage and confidence have seemingly vanished. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. On the number 1 planet, the Ouyang family's estate exuded an ancient charm, with a crimson entrance and 2 large red lanterns reminiscent of the grand residences of antiquity. 2 soldiers stood guard, vigilant and stern. A black hovercar silently approached, seemingly anticipated, as the grand entrance slowly opened. Martin Luther, dressed in black, alighted from the vehicle and swiftly entered. Ouyang Zhan poured a glass of red wine for Qin Luo's intelligence minister, but Martin Luther gently declined, asking, "Do you have tea?" "Of course." Ouyang Zhan quickly served him a cup of tea. As the fragrance wafted through the air, a hint of warmth returned to Martin Luther's previously frigid visage. This ancient beverage was a cherished favorite of his father. Sipping the tea lightly, Martin Luther stated, "I have come to seek your assistance, Ouyang family head. Pray speak freely." Ouyang Zhan replied, now thoroughly allied with Qin Luo, whose success or failure determined the fate of the Ouyang family. "I hope for Olivian to recall Latu as swiftly as possible." Ouyang Zhan pondered deeply, then nodded. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Once Martin Luther departed, Ouyang Zhan quickly transmitted a simple message: discredit Latu. In the deep of night, after a weary routine of washing up, Olivian was about to lie down when an anxious voice from outside his door interrupted the stillness. Suppressing his inner irritation, Olivian beckoned his subordinate to enter. The subordinate, head bowed, presented a freshly acquired piece of intelligence to Olivian. The once drowsy Olivian felt as if his mind had been struck by a hammer upon reading the report, which was a confidential dispatch from the front lines of the coalition forces. In it, the commanding officer vehemently criticized Latu for his passive engagement in battle, surrounding and isolating the coalition without launching an attack, while subtly implying that Latu might have clandestine dealings with Qin Luo. "Is this intelligence reliable?" Olivian inquired with a stern expression. "It should be trustworthy. This officer has been our informant for many years," his subordinate replied. Olivian found himself momentarily torn. Based on his understanding of Latu, he could not conceive of him as such a person. Yet, the current intelligence bore significant credibility, especially given that the coalition forces had indeed refrained from offensive actions for an extended period following the encirclement of the exiled Star Domain's army, resorting instead to a war of attrition. If this continued, it would take no less than a year and a half to discern any victor. Let us observe further. Ensure that Latu is kept under close scrutiny. Olivian ultimately rendered a decision that lingered in ambiguity. Chapter 74. Adding fuel to the fire within the temporary command center of the exiled Star Domain on Longxi planet, Qin Luo attentively listened to Martin Luther's report. Once it concluded, he chuckled softly. "It seems Olivian is still in a state of hesitation. Very well, I shall provide him with a little encouragement." A soldier, acting as an envoy from the exiled Star Domain, entered the command center of the coalition parliament. Facing the esteemed General Ratu, the soldier respectfully saluted, saying, "Lord Qin Luo has long admired the general and has entrusted me with an invitation for you to join him for tea." Ratu regarded the soldier with a scornful smile. "We are in a state of war, and Qin Luo's naivety is quite evident. I am merely a messenger. Whether to attend or not is a decision for the venerable general to make." "Humph, do you not fear that I might kill you for coming here alone?" Ratu questioned, his voice laced with menace. The soldier smiled faintly. "I am merely an ordinary soldier. If the old general believes that killing me would enhance your reputation, then I have no objections." Ratu, taken aback by the soldier's bravery, observed that this seemingly average soldier from the exiled Star Domain possessed a courage unmatched by others. Faced with him and over 1,000,000 troops, the soldier remained composed and unflinching. It was no wonder that Qin Luo had risen so rapidly in such a short time. "Return to your commander. I shall consider it," Ratu finally said, waving his hand. The exiled Star Domain soldier quietly withdrew, and once he left, the officers on both sides hastily urged Ratu to reconsider. One particularly zealous commander shouted, "General, you must not go. That scoundrel Qin Luo has surely set a trap. We should simply eliminate this soldier to intimidate him." Rata cast a glance at the commander and replied calmly, "If a single soldier dares to enter our command center, it would be foolish not to meet him. It would diminish our standing." He then stood slowly, adjusted his uniform, and declared, "Inform Qin Luo that I accept the invitation. We must not allow him to underestimate us." Unbeknownst to Ratu, one of the officers nearby lowered his head, revealing a sly smile. The meeting between the highest commanders necessitated careful consideration of the venue. No location within either sphere of influence could be deemed entirely secure. Ultimately, the meeting was arranged aboard a spacecraft, with both commandants accompanied by several loyal troops. Qin Luo leisurely brewed tea, the fragrant aroma wafting slowly from a specially crafted crystal pot. His technique was practiced, having learned this skill during idle days on the capital planet long ago. As the cabin door creaked open, Rata strode in confidently, while the loyal troops from both sides remained outside, glaring at one another in simmering hostility, ready to intervene should their commanders be in peril. "General Ratu, it is an honor to finally meet you." Qin Luo saluted. Ratu, intrigued by the presence of this meteoric general, felt a sense of admiration for the rising star of the battlefield. Pouring tea for Ratu, Qin Luo raised his cup. However, Rata did not move. With a slight smile, Qin Luo inquired, "Is the old general afraid of poison?" "Huh. If you truly believed that, you would have misjudged my character." Rata seized the cup and drank it down in a manner befitting a soldier, rough and bold. "The purpose of this invitation is not ulterior. I merely wish to discuss the current situation," Qin Luo said calmly. Rata pondered briefly. What is there to discuss? The empire remains formidable. And what of the parliament? Are they merely waiting for their demise, or have they already allied with the empire? Qin Luo set down his cup. Ratu's expression shifted, and he slammed his palm on the table in indignation. "I cannot speak to the affairs of the parliament, but I can assure you, as a man of honor, we will never submit to the empire." Pouring Ratu another cup of tea, Qin Luo chuckled softly. "There is no need for anger, old general. I was merely speculating. However, the empire's invasion has met with no resistance from the parliament. This cannot be dismissed, can it?" Ratu's face bore a complex expression, his previous bravado faltering as he intertwined his fingers, his brows furrowed in concern. "I am merely a soldier. I do not understand politics, nor can I." This lamentation of a career soldier echoed a common sentiment among military personnel, indoctrinated with the belief that soldiers are but swords, dangerous when they develop their own thoughts, rendering the state vulnerable. In a sense, this belief holds validity, but in times of war, it can lead to upheaval. Soldiers struggle to navigate between national honor and their commander's orders, often resulting in insubordination and forcing them into moral quandaries. "Old General, I truly wish to avoid conflict with you, not out of fear, but from respect," Qin Luo stated earnestly. Rata laughed heartily, finishing his tea. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Qin Luo. "To earn your respect brings me joy, but on the battlefield, we serve our respective masters, and I shall show no mercy. I hope you shall do the same. A decisive battle is the greatest tribute to my honor. I shall do my utmost." Qin Luo performed a military salute. Ratu felt a surge of exhilaration as he exited the room, throwing his head back in laughter. Watching him leave, Qin Luo experienced a twinge of regret. This venerable general, over 60 years of age, commanded great respect for his demeanor and courage. Had their allegiances not diverged, they might have formed a lasting friendship. "Forgive me, old general," Qin Luo murmured softly to himself. A highly classified intelligence report reached Olivian, his eyes seething with rage. After a prolonged silence, he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Arrest Ratu immediately and escort him back to Planet 1. Meanwhile, far from Longxi Planet, Ratu was meticulously studying future battle strategies when several soldiers from the military police burst in. The leading officer presented an order, "General Ratu, by command of the parliament. Please accompany us." "How dare you? This is General Ratu." Some officers shouted in fury. Many were Ratu's former subordinates, infuriated by the arrest of their old commander, and they obstructed the military police's path. "Stand down," Ratu ordered. Reluctantly, the angry officers made way, though their eyes burned with animosity, wishing they could slay the military police. Ratu carefully adjusted his uniform, solemnly donned his military cap, standing tall. Only then did it dawn on them that this battle-hardened general had reached the age of 65. Long past the prime of a soldier, his hair now flecked with silver. A military policeman produced handcuffs, but an officer discreetly intervened, saluting Ratu. "Old General, please." Chapter 75. Unwillingness. Ratu was brought aboard the spacecraft, heading directly towards Planet 1, where he was temporarily replaced by the exceptionally talented Elamanki, a graduate of the Federal Military Academy. This young man, who graduated with a remarkable score of 95, had long been the pride of the Ely family. However, Professor Linty, the dean of the academy, had once remarked that while Elamanki excelled in theoretical discussions, his practical combat abilities were worrisome. Yet, Elamanki dismissed such criticism, confidently declaring to his mentor, "My talents surpass what the Federal Military Academy can contain. I shall undoubtedly become the king of the battlefield." Whether he would indeed become a king was uncertain to Qin Luo, but Feng Qinyang was pleased. The removal of the experienced and defensively skilled General Ratu was decidedly favorable news for the exiled forces. The newly appointed Elamanki immediately disrupted all of Ratu and Appo's prior strategies, commanding the staff to devise a fresh offensive plan. The vessel escorting Ratu gradually descended onto Planet 1, yet Iluwin did not meet him. Instead, the military police escorted the esteemed general directly to the prison within their department. No one defended Ratu. The nobles maintained their silence. Ouyang Zhan retrieved a yellowed photograph from his drawer, depicting several young men clad in black suits, with Ratu standing prominently in the center. The photograph included Ouyang Zhan himself, Iluwin, Count Hant of the military police, and Ratu. As the sole civilian, Ratu had once been a close friend of these individuals. In those days, this general, renowned for his strategic acumen on the battlefield, was still quite youthful, brimming with vigor and charisma, exuding an undeniable presence. Ouyang Zhan held a pen and gently circled Ratu and Appo's head in the photograph, closing his eyes as his hand trembled slightly. "Old comrade, farewell." Such is the melancholy of a soldier. They either perish on the battlefield or fall to the machinations of politicians. Even a formidable figure like Ratu could not escape the treachery of political orders, a situation orchestrated by Qin Luo and Ouyang Zhan. Iluwin did not even bother to personally inquire about Ratu. In his eyes, the man who had served alongside him for decades, loyal and steadfast, was still inferior to the value of a spy's report. He trusted only himself, showing disdain for others. "Sir, how shall we deal with Ratu?" a subordinate softly inquired. "Confine him for a while. Then you should understand how to manage the situation," Iluwin coldly replied. In the cold, dark prison, Ratu sat alone on the floor. Still donned in the uniform of a federal general, yet his face bore numerous wounds. Upon entering, the guards showed no respect for the venerable general, greeting him in their customary manner. The prison door creaked open, and Ouyang Zhan, escorted by a military policeman, stepped inside. He waved his hand, prompting the policeman to bow and exit. "Old comrade, it has been a long time," Ouyang Zhan remarked, gazing at Ratu. Ratu looked up and slowly stood. "It has been 15 years and 60 days. I never imagined you would remember so precisely." "Ever since that incident, we have not crossed paths," Ratu replied, his expression complex. 15 years prior, Ouyang Zhan had competed for the position of speaker, and Ratu, who could have been his greatest ally, had turned against him at a crucial moment, siding with Iluwin and causing Ouyang Zhan to lose his chance at the position. Since then, the once close friendship between the two had dissolved, and they had not met again. "I have always wondered why you chose to side with Iluwin instead of continuing to support me," Ouyang Zhan asked. Ratu sighed deeply and replied, "Do you not understand? Iluwin is more suited to be speaker. He can lead the Federation forward." "Ha!" Ouyang Zhan laughed. His laughter tinged with melancholy, whether out of pity for Ratu or derision for himself. "Do you still believe in him? Has he come to see you? Do not forget, it was Iluwin who sent you here," Ouyang Zhan exclaimed. Ratu closed his eyes. He was painfully aware of his predicament. Yet he could not confront the reality that his longtime comrade, to whom he had pledged loyalty for decades, would treat him thus. He dared not believe it, nor did he wish to. Ouyang Zhan's eyes reddened. his grip on the metal bars turning pale. He slowly rose and saluted Ratu. "Farewell, old comrade. I must confess, your imprisonment was my design." "Why?" Ratu shouted vehemently. Ouyang Zhan gradually lowered his hand, his gaze chilling. "I must be responsible for my family. Otherwise, we will all eventually perish at Iluan's hands." After uttering this, Ouyang Zhan slowly walked out, his pace deliberate, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. When Qin Luo had sought him out, he had 100 ways to persuade Iluan to reinstate Ratu, yet he chose the most ruthless path. If Ratu remained alive, both he and Qin Luo's plans would face insurmountable obstacles. For the sake of his family, he had no choice but to act thus. He understood that news of his visit to Ratu would swiftly reach Iluan's ears, yet he had to proceed, to solidify Iluan's resolve to eliminate Ratu. When a military policeman reported Ouyang Zhan's visit to Ratu to Iluan, the speaker's countenance showed no change. He coldly waved his hand. "Send the prepared items to Ratu." Ratu sat quietly on the cold prison floor, his memories stretching far back. Youthful revelries with Iluan and others, laughter and discussions about the world, as well as the moment of betrayal, marked by Ouyang Zhan's incredulous and pained gaze. His mind replayed scenes like a film, his hands tightly intertwined, pale knuckles trembling with a foreboding intensity. In just a few days, the wrinkles on his face had deepened, resembling a cracked oil painting, as if he had aged to the brink of death. A military policeman quietly approached, carrying a bottle of wine. He slid it through the prison bars, his expression calm and cold. "Ratu, this is a gift from the esteemed speaker. Please enjoy." Ratu gazed at the exquisite red wine encased in blue crystal, his eyes filled with despair. It was the same wine he had shared with Iluan during their first meeting, where Iluan had remarked, "If we drink this again, it will be a farewell." Ratu adjusted his military uniform, slowly rising to grasp the bottle of wine, seemingly expending all his strength to uncork it. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. After finishing the bottle, Ratu hurled it to the ground, crying out to the heavens in a voice filled with regret and despair, "Iluan." Then, the veteran of the Federation collapsed, dark blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness and remorse. In the Ouyang estate, Ouyang Zhan's eyes brimmed with tears as he sent a message via the light screen. "Ratu is dead." Far away on Lungxi Star, Qin Luo gazed at the message on the screen, sighed deeply, straightened his posture, and saluted in the direction of Planet 1 before lowering his hand and studying the map. "Ratu is dead. The tide of battle can shift." Chapter 76. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Kate Gloom sat in silence, a deep frown etched upon his handsome face. The red wine before him had nearly run dry, and a flush of intoxication painted his cheeks. His fingers drummed slowly on the table, the vast hall around him echoing with emptiness as the servants had long been dismissed. What could my father possibly mean? He murmured to himself. Just months prior, the once exiled Kate Locke had unexpectedly been elevated to the rank of prince, commanding the elite Third Army of the imperial capital. In contrast, Kate Gloom found his own authority increasingly undermined, a sensation of peril creeping into his heart, particularly with the backing of the second most powerful family in the empire, the Li family, causing him to feel a flicker of trepidation. The Yi family, once his staunch supporters, had been decimated by the purge instigated by Kate Linchi, leaving them in ruins, with most of their members imprisoned and their strength severely diminished. Most alarmingly, the illustrious Yi Zian had vanished without a trace, stripping the Yi family of their most crucial pillar of support. "Where on earth are you, Yi Zian?" Kate Gloom downed another glass of wine, his gaze becoming unfocused. The door to the hall creaked open, and an unfamiliar anger surged within him. "Didn't I say no one was to enter?" he thundered. No response came. Instead, a man clad in a black cloak stepped inside. His eyes were devoid of emotion, coldly fixated on Kate Gloom, sending an icy shiver down his spine. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Kate Gloom inquired, his hand instinctively moving to the sword at his side. "Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in seizing the throne," the stranger replied, his voice gravelly and rigid. Kate Gloom furrowed his brow, uncertainty clouding his mind. However, the words of the stranger unwittingly eased his guard. "How can you help me?" The entire empire is under my father's control. The entire empire? Huh. I beg to differ. At the very least, there are families that pose a threat to him. Otherwise, why would he have purged the Yi family? Who are you to know such things? Kate Gloom exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. The stranger did not reply but stepped further into the light. His imposing figure revealed a face as rigid as stone, and beneath his cloak, metallic legs glinted ominously. Kate Gloom's eyes widened in shock. He recognized this man, Major General Zhao Feng, commander of the First Army of the Imperial Capital. Yet, the Zhao Feng he knew possessed flawless legs, not the cold steel ones before him, leaving him utterly astounded. Surprised? I was always a robot, not just me. But the entire First Army comprises robotic forces, Zhao Feng stated coldly. Kate Gloom struggled to find words, his mind reeling from the revelation that the Empire's defenses were managed by a robotic legion. I understand your prejudice against machines, but we possess intelligence akin to humans, and our combat capabilities surpass those of mankind. Your father established the First Army precisely for this reason. Exhaling deeply, Kate Gloom attempted to calm the turmoil inside him. Uncle Zhao, how can you assist me? Calling him by this familiar title felt strange, yet Zhao Feng remained unfazed. My First Army is at your command. Even unorthodox actions are permissible. Zhao Feng's words were veiled, yet Kate Gloom discerned their implication. Unorthodox actions? Commanding this army would equate to wielding half the power of the imperial capital, and such actions could only imply regicide. The thought of such madness sent Kate Gloom shaking his head vehemently, striving to dispel the notion that haunted him like a nightmare. If he were to kill his father, he would become the emperor, an abandoned pawn? Mere pieces on a chessboard. But could he truly go through with it? After all, that was his own flesh and blood. Lowering his gaze, he wrestled with his conflicting emotions. Zhao Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting his decision. After a long pause, the turmoil in Kate Gloom's eyes transformed into a chilling resolve. He lifted his head to meet Zhao Feng's gaze. As long as you help me ascend to the throne, I am willing to accept any terms. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile, albeit one that appeared grotesque on his unyielding face. No conditions are required. Simply agree, and I shall assist you. Once the deed is accomplished, grant us robots a larger sphere of influence. Agreed. Once I am crowned emperor, I shall issue a decree proclaiming equality between robots and humans. Kate Gloom responded resolutely. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Longxi, the newly appointed supreme commander of the coalition, Illimanki, brimmed with exuberance. This marked his inaugural command of an army, leading a force of 1 million troops, and seated in the command chair, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Harboring disdain for the former commander, Ratu, Illimanki believed that possessing 1 million troops and superior firepower warranted an aggressive offensive rather than a passive strategy of attrition. To him, the enemy was merely a flock of sheep ready for slaughter in the face of overwhelming strength. Before long, the heads of various legions assembled in the command center. Illimanki surveyed the room, his heart swelling with pride. Esteemed commanders, I have summoned you to allocate tasks. I have resolved to launch a full-scale offensive. Utilizing our undeniable aerial firepower, we will mount a ground assault against the enemy forces on Longxi, aiming for their complete annihilation by tomorrow. General, while we command 1 million troops, the enemy is fortified behind an impeccable defense. Capturing ground positions will not be an easy feat. An experienced commander cautioned. Illimanki shot him a glance, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. That is sheer folly. We possess several times the manpower of our opponents, and our aerial and ground capabilities far surpass theirs. Are we truly afraid of their defenses? With that, he turned to the commander. Surely, you haven't grown timid after serving under Ratu for so long? The commander seethed with anger, but was restrained by a colleague beside him, forced to lower his head and remain silent. Illimanki unfurled a map, indicating the enemy's defensive positions on Longxi. All units will be divided into 3 attack vectors. Our warships will provide aerial support. We shall commence the assault at 8:15 a.m. tomorrow and aim to resolve the conflict within 3 hours. The commanders saluted and departed the command center. The previously dissenting commander could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious outburst. What the hell? A mere fresh graduate dares to question Lord Ratu. Enough, enough. After all, he is the nephew of the speaker. Let us follow orders, a colleague urged. Chapter 77. A sudden turn of events. Ilamonki's insatiable desire for power did not wane with the adjustments and strategic deployments. As a prominent figure of the younger generation of the Ili family, he sought not only to dismantle the original plans laid out by Latu, but also to diminish Latu's influence over the military forces. Out of 35 armies, 28 had previously been under Latu's command, with their leaders being his direct prot-gs, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. This posed a significant obstacle to Ilamonki's authority. That evening, a battalion of 1,000 gendarmes stealthily arrived at the headquarters of the parliamentary coalition. After a clandestine meeting with Ilamonki, the gendarme captain led his men to encircle the command posts of the 28 army leaders appointed by Latu, forcefully taking them away. The previously tranquil troops were thrown into disarray, particularly among the soldiers under these commanders, who defiantly confronted the gendarmes. However, upon the presentation of the parliamentary orders, they could only watch helplessly as their leaders were apprehended. The chaos persisted throughout the night, gradually quieting as dawn approached. Ilamonki hastily appointed 28 new commanders. The soldiers remained silent, the air thick with an eerie tension. In the command center of Longxi Star, Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang examined the maps. Their expressions relaxed. Reports from the parliamentary coalition indicated that Ilamonki had annulled all of Latu's strategies and was crafting a new combat plan focused on offense. At merely 26 years of age, having graduated from the Federal Military Academy, Ilamonki had no real experience in commanding troops. Proud, arrogant, and self-centered, he was a character familiar to Martin Luther, who shared Ilamonki's temperaments with Qin Luo, who chuckled in response. Heaven is on our side. If the responsibility had fallen to anyone but Ilamonki, even a moderate leader, it would pose a challenge. But Ilamonki, the proud nobleman, is indeed the most suitable candidate for an internal breach. The internal factions led by Ouyang Zhan have already begun to stir discontent. We merely await their explosion, Martin Luther remarked. In a concealed meeting room of the parliamentary coalition, nearly all the army leaders had gathered, presided over by Zhang Sheng, the commander of the 18th Army. Had Yilwen been present, he would have recognized Zhang Sheng's true identity as a long-standing informant for Yilwen, providing intelligence on senior military officers for over a decade. Little did Yilwen suspect that this reliable informant was, in fact, aligned with Ouyang Zhan. Zhang Sheng surveyed his colleagues, stating, "Gentlemen, I must speak frankly. Since General Latu's departure, our situation has become untenable." The room fell silent, faces shifting with unease and despair. Latu's consumption strategy had not only proven effective, but had also safeguarded countless soldiers' lives, earning the unwavering support of all commanders. No officer would willingly watch their soldiers perish, as the combat efficacy of the troops directly correlated to their authority. "The speaker has gone too far. I have heard that General Latu is dead," one commander murmured darkly. This revelation struck the assembly like a stone cast into a pond. Incredulity etched on their faces. Latu was not merely a high-ranking officer. He was a renowned general of the Federation. Could the parliament have truly taken such drastic measures? Impossible. The parliament would never do such a thing. Another commander protested. Zhang Sheng, his expression sorrowful, replied, "It is true. A friend of mine works in the gendarmerie. General Latu was poisoned in prison by the speaker." A profound silence enveloped the room, even affecting the newly appointed commanders who once served under Latu and had held him in high regard. The news was too staggering to process. Boom. A commander slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm done. To hell with the parliament. General Latu has perished just like that?" Tears welled in the eyes of this hardened warrior, a testament to the pain he felt. A man does not shed tears lightly, but only at the moment of heartbreak. Yes, to hell with it. Ilamonki is nothing but a fool. Look at his strategic plans. It's merely a death sentence for us. Another commander added, "Not just death. The 28 commanders taken have already faced execution by the gendarmerie. We may be next." The meeting erupted into chaos, as Zhang Sheng observed two newly promoted commanders stealthily slipping away. A satisfied smile crept across his face. He was aware that among the newly appointed leaders were Ilamanki's supporters, whom he had deliberately summoned to report the situation back to Ilamanki. The more disorder within the coalition, the better. As anticipated, the two commanders rushed directly to Ilamanki's headquarters to relay the developments. "Humph, a bunch of traitors. If they wish for death, I shall gladly oblige." Ilamanki's eyes glinted with cold determination. 1,000 gendarmes assembled urgently outside the command center, with Ilamanki leading the charge under the cover of night towards the assembly room of the commanders. The door to the meeting room was flung open, and a soldier burst in, shouting, "Not good, gentlemen. The gendarmes are here." The commanders froze, realizing two were missing. Zhang Sheng pounded the table in frustration. "Those two must have tipped them off. What do we do now?" one asked nervously. Zhang Sheng scanned the room, a resolute look crossing his face. "Gentlemen, we are left with no option. If captured by Ilamanki, we shall all be executed. The only course left is to revolt. Since we are doomed regardless, I will rebel against him." Another declared, "Yes, I'm calling my troops immediately." In the meeting room, commanders hastily dispatched messages to their subordinates. On the planet where 1,000,000 troops were stationed, soldiers slowly readied their ion guns, awaiting their commander's orders, their eyes burning with fury. 1,000 gendarmes, armed with ion rifles, surrounded the meeting room, while the surrounding soldiers silently parted to create a passage. They gripped their weapons tightly, heads bowed, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite. Ilamanki entered, hands clasped behind his back, a chilling smile on his lips. "What brings you all here?" Zhang Sheng responded with a smile, reporting, "Sir, we officers haven't gathered in a while. We were merely catching up." "Is that so?" Ilamanki stepped closer to Zhang Sheng, suddenly lashing out with a whip that struck Zhang's face, leaving a bloody mark. Zhang Sheng did not flinch, calmly meeting Ilamanki's gaze, while the other commanders clenched their fists, fury radiating from them. "What do you think you are? The parliament is my family's parliament. You are but dogs to our clan. I previously showed mercy, but you dogs cannot be tamed. Let me make it clear, Latu is dead, and now it is your turn." The gendarmes burst into the room, encircling the commanders, their ion rifles aimed at the assembly. A stifling silence enveloped the meeting room, thick with impending doom. Chapter 78. The divided coalition silence is the most unsettling of atmospheres. For it is in this stillness that the thoughts of all present gradually shift, allowing for reflections that often remain unspoken. In the conference room, the generals bowed their heads in silence, confronted by the cold muzzles of guns, their minds in a constant state of turmoil, while Zhang Sheng observed with a detached gaze. As a seasoned spy of over a decade, he had long accepted the inevitability of death. Had it not been for Ouyang Zhan's sudden call to action, he might have continued serving as a clandestine agent for Olivian within the military. However, circumstances had changed. Having chosen to reveal himself, he no longer feared death. Ili Mingshi settled into a position, relishing the sensation of controlling high-ranking officers. Lacking any combat experience, he drew boundless confidence from military simulations at the academy. Perceiving command as a task well within his grasp, slowly, he raised 5 fingers. "Those who surrender now shall receive mercy. Those who resist will surely perish." One general glanced around before cautiously stepping forward, approaching Ili Mingshi from behind. "My lord, I surrender." "Excellent," Ili Mingshi replied with a satisfied smile. Soon, 4 more generals joined him, bowing their heads in the face of their colleagues' furious glares, unable to meet their eyes. "Very well, since you possess such spirit, you shall face your demise." Just as Ili Mingshi prepared to issue the order to fire, a deafening explosion rocked the conference room, a shockwave sweeping through the space. He quickly crouched beneath the table as gunfire erupted outside, numerous soldiers armed with ion guns storming in. "Revolt!" Zhang Sheng shouted, drawing his ion gun and shooting a guard dead. In an instant, gunfire erupted across the planet, the rebellious soldiers binding their left arms with white ribbons, firing upon anyone lacking such insignia. The cries of the wounded and the din of battle engulfed the administrative planet, with skirmishes erupting aboard the floating warships and spacecraft. Meanwhile, Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang leisurely sipped tea. Upon hearing the sounds of gunfire, Feng Qinyang instinctively rose, but Qin Luo gestured for him to sit. Indeed, it is the perfect moment to strike, but should we attack now, we risk unifying our opponents against us. What then? Feng Qinyang inquired as he settled back down. Qin Luo poured him another cup of tea. We wait until their conflict concludes and they are thoroughly divided. That will be our opportunity. Feng Qinyang nodded, taking his tea, while a smile played at the corner of Qin Luo's mouth, as events unfolded precisely as he envisioned. The internal conflict of the coalition persisted for 3 full days, both sides blinded by rage. The scale of combat involving 1 million troops on a small planet wreaked unimaginable havoc, coupled with the collisions of warships and spacecraft. The surface of the planet was riddled with deep craters, surrounded by countless cold, lifeless bodies. The battle ultimately ended with both factions retreating to a nearby uninhabited planet. Zhang Sheng, leading the rebels, promptly established defensive lines upon arrival, with 35,000 troops remaining after accounting for the fallen. Ili Mingqi, stationed on another administrative star with nearly 400,000 troops, hastily dispatched a message requesting support from Olivian. On Longxi Planet, Qin Luo entered the command center where all senior military officials had assembled, their faces alight with excitement. The mere urgency of a meeting indicated that action was imminent, stirring exhilaration among the officers who had long dwelled in a state of war. Congratulations to you all. We are on the brink of battle, Qin Luo proclaimed with a smile. Cheers erupted from the officers. Lord Qin Luo, just give the command. We have been waiting far too long. Indeed, we are like a horde of pent-up individuals, eager to unleash our desires. Laughter filled the room, and Qin Luo joined in before raising his hand for silence. He pointed at the map spread across the table. Currently, Ili Mingqi commands 400,000 troops stationed on this uninhabited star, which we shall refer to as Planet 50. Our objective is to eliminate them before Olivian's reinforcements arrive. 300,000 against 500,000. We are at a disadvantage, Qin Luo remarked with a wink. When have we ever engaged in a battle of numerical superiority? Another officer countered. Exactly. Lord Qin Luo, we excel at fighting battles with unequal forces. Qin Luo gently tapped the table. Excellent. This is the spirit I seek. However, I must forewarn you. I estimate that Olivian's reinforcements will arrive within 3 days. Therefore, we must annihilate this enemy within that time frame. Do you have the confidence to do so? The officers responded in unison with a crisp salute. Unyielding and invincible. On Planet 1, Olivian was jolted from sleep by a knock at the door. Clad in his garments, he grumbled, "If this is not of utmost importance, I shall have your head." His subordinate cautiously presented intelligence to the furious leader, who, upon reading, displayed a face frozen in shock, his hand trembling slightly. My lord, the subordinate called softly. Olivian snapped back to reality and shouted, "Deploy the 6th Army immediately to rescue Mingqiao." That very night, the 6th Army, facing Lin Wu, quietly retreated, leaving 3 administrative stars in the hands of the federal troops. Lin Wu received the news promptly and ordered an immediate assault, with the federal 1st Army advancing at lightning speed, harrying the retreating 6th Army. Simultaneously, the Imperial Front commander, Sima Liang, also received this intelligence. As a seasoned general, he quickly comprehended the coalition's unusual maneuvers, recognizing the centrality of Longxi Planet, where the Federation and exiled Star Domain had conspired against the Council. Regardless, as allies of the Council, he could not stand idly by while they suffered. Thus, Sima Liang commanded his forces to advance towards Longxi Planet. An unprecedented battle was brewing in a peculiar atmosphere, while the orchestrator, Qin Luo, remained blissfully unaware of the chain reaction his actions would incite. Years later, reflecting on what would come to be known as the Third Great War, Qin Luo would sheepishly admit, at that time, I truly only intended to eliminate Ili Mingqi's forces. I had no other ambitions. Chapter 79. The Fall of Star 50. The 6th Army surged relentlessly toward Longxi Planet, as if possessed by madness. In a single day, Olivian issued 8 urgent orders, while the 1st Army of the Federation clung tenaciously to their position, striving to thwart the advancing troops. On Star 50, Illimanki sat in his chair with a pallid complexion, the map before him torn to shreds, while several generals nearby bowed their heads in silence. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, he had gained no advantage, watching helplessly as the enemy retreated, forcing him to withdraw to this desolate planet. "You are all a bunch of inept fools," Illimanki bellowed. The generals remained silent, already having formed a preliminary assessment of their commander's abilities, which could be succinctly described as lofty aspirations but limited talent. When the rebel forces surrounded the conference room, this young commander was the first to flee. And although he later regrouped his forces to suppress the rebellion, several of his tactical blunders allowed the insurgents to escape. However, the generals dared not voice these thoughts. After all, this rising star of the Olivian family was not someone to be trifled with, lest their fate mirror that of Latu. "You must fortify our defenses and await reinforcements," Illimanki commanded. The generals sighed inwardly. The best course of action would have been to advance towards the reinforcements, rather than remain in this desolate prison. Should the rebels or Qin Luo's troops launch an attack, they could easily be eliminated before help arrived. Yet, no one dared to question Illimanki. Once the initial officers departed, Illimanki rubbed his brow in frustration. A bunch of useless trash. On the desolate planet occupied by the rebels, a mysterious guest arrived, clad in a black robe, his hat obscuring his face entirely. Zhang Sheng personally welcomed the enigmatic figure into his command center, ushering everyone else out. "General Zhang, such swift actions have dismantled the council's coalition." Upon removing his hat, Qin Luo revealed a somewhat pale face. Zhang Sheng respectfully invited Qin Luo to sit, humbly stating, "In comparison to Lord Qin Luo's solitary advance, my efforts are truly insignificant." Qin Luo refrained from further commentary, pulling out a light screen and pointing to the map displayed upon it. "This time, I require your assistance with a significant task. Please, Lord Qin Luo, speak freely. Help me to impede the advance of the 6th Army, granting me 2 to 3 days' time," Qin Luo said solemnly. Zhang Sheng appeared puzzled. "Given the current pace of the 6th Army, they will reach us in no less than 3 days. Are you not confident in eliminating Illimanki's forces within that time frame?" Qin Luo sighed lightly. "Illimanki is not the issue. I have received credible intelligence indicating that the Imperial First Army, comprising 500,000 troops, is converging upon Longxi Planet, under the command of the esteemed General Sima Liang." Zhang Sheng gasped in shock. Sima Liang possesses an astute sense of timing. It would be truly problematic if he did not catch wind of this situation. "Thus, I require your assistance to buy me 2 to 3 days to prepare for the Imperial onslaught. However, my current forces, as you know, though numbering 35,000, are severely lacking in combat efficacy," Zhang Sheng expressed, troubled. Qin Luo regarded him with a serious expression. "General Zhang, I comprehend the difficulties you face, but this is our only recourse. I must have 2 or 3 days to counter the Empire's offensive. The consequences of failure would be dire." Zhang Sheng gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. "Very well, I shall oblige, unless I perish. The First Army shall not advance 1 step further." Qin Luo rendered a military salute to Zhang Sheng before departing the command center. Zhang Sheng gazed at Qin Luo's retreating figure, an inexplicable sorrow welling within him. A foreboding sense lingered in his mind as he murmured, "Lord Qin Luo, you must succeed." On the night of November 13th, the forces stationed in the exile zone, previously in a defensive posture at Longxi Planet, suddenly boarded their ships and launched a swift assault on the desolate planet where Illimanki was located. The attack was executed with such astonishing speed that by the time Illimanki mobilized his defenses, the troops from the exile zone had already landed on the surface. 300,000 soldiers from the exile zone, shielded by warships and shuttles, launched a fierce offensive against Illimanki's command center. The battlefield erupted into a savage melee, with thousands of soldiers engaged in brutal combat. From above, the desolate planet was engulfed in a tempest of gunfire, with countless soldiers embroiled in the most barbaric hand-to-hand fighting. As many fell, the Council's coalition forces clearly lacked the will to fight. After a brief resistance, they began to retreat in panic. While the exile zone soldiers relentlessly pursued them, their ion guns driving the enemy like a flock of sheep, each shot resulting in an enemy soldier falling. Illimanki, agitated in his command center, issued orders for resistance, but the fleeing soldiers ignored their commander's cries, fleeing towards the command center without a backward glance. Damn it, military police. Get out there. We must eliminate these deserters. Illimanki shouted angrily, throwing his light screen to the ground. The military police charged out of the command center, forming a horizontal line of defense. The panicked soldiers, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by the blinding ion beams. What to do? What to do? Mother. I miss my mother. We are cornered. The retreating soldiers of the coalition fell one after another, those remaining crying out in confusion. Many were experiencing war for the first time, and faced with such a dead end, they completely lost their composure. Please let us pass. I don't want to die. I beg you. The soldiers knelt, pleading for mercy from the military police, hoping for a chance at survival. Yet, the military police showed no mercy, firing continuously, and countless soldiers fell in pools of blood. A massive ship from the exile zone flew overhead, a booming voice resonating. Soldiers of the Council's coalition, surrender, and we will spare your lives. The confused soldiers seemed to grasp at a final lifeline, discarding their weapons, kneeling with their hands on their heads. As the soldiers from the exile zone gathered them together and escorted them back. Wherever the ship passed, soldiers surrendered, closing their eyes and kneeling, entirely devoid of any thought of resistance. Shoot down that ship, Illimanki roared. The orbital cannon let out a deafening blast, obliterating the exile zone's ship into ashes. However, the objective had been achieved. The majority of soldiers who had heard the call for surrender laid down their arms. The original defensive line had been compressed by several hundred kilometers. Only when they were within 100 kilometers of Illimanki's command center did the coalition's defenses manage to hold. In the pitch-black starry sky, both sides' ships and fleets clashed, with vessels plummeting to the ground in fiery explosions. Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang stood in the command center, utilizing the timely intelligence relayed back to adjust their offensive strategy. As seasoned generals, their thoughts were remarkably in sync, continuously exchanging ideas, which were then relayed by messengers to every regiment commander. The micromanagement of the battlefield command was showcased in this moment, as if an invisible hand was deftly maneuvering each regiment's soldiers, meticulously coordinating their attack directions and positional adjustments. Conversely, within the command center of the coalition forces, Illimanki's mind was a void. This distinguished graduate of the First Military Academy was now solely engaged in fervent prayers for the swift arrival of reinforcements. Trembling incessantly, he appeared as pale as one recovering from a grave illness. Several generals huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, their furtive glances occasionally darting toward the quaking Illimanki. The battle was undoubtedly lost. Capturing him to present to Qin Luo might at least serve as a means of atonement. This notion resonated well among them, and the consensus was swiftly reached. As long as they could secure their positions, they had no objections. United in purpose, they approached Illimanki, who, engulfed in terror, had no time to react before being forcefully restrained on the table by several generals, bound tightly with a rope. What are you doing? I am Illimanki, your commander, he protested, struggling in vain. In a fit of irritation, one officer struck him with a punch that rendered him unconscious, then seized the communication device to declare, "Lay down all weapons. We surrender." Chapter 80. The bitter struggle begins. The Sixth Army of the Parliament, comprising a staggering 1.2 million troops, had entirely forsaken heavy weaponry. Their ships and vessels were filled solely with lightly armed soldiers as they advanced towards the Longxi Star region. In the conference room, the countenance of General Hongtu was grave. Before him lay a thick stack of orders. Over the past 2 days, Olivian had dispatched no fewer than 20 urgent messages, all bearing the same content: immediate reinforcements for Longxi planet. However, a bitter smile crossed Hongtu's lips, for despite his earnest efforts to advance, the First Army of the Federation was relentless in their pursuit. Whenever they sought to halt for a decisive confrontation, the enemy, cunning as a fox, would retreat to a safe distance. Fortunately, they were less than 500,000 kilometers from Longxi planet, and if they maintained their pace, they would arrive within half a day. Suddenly, An officer burst in. Report, sir, we have encountered unidentified forces obstructing our path. What is their strength? Approximately 11 legions. Over 350,000 men. Judging by their equipment, they appear to belong to our parliament, the officer replied. Hongtu furrowed his brow, rising to activate the command center's holographic screen. The image of the enemy forces unfolded before him. From the battleships to the spacecraft, they indeed belonged to the parliament. Yet, the enemy had formed a defensive sniping formation, radiating hostility. It is the insurgents. Hongtu deduced their identity at once. His face was etched with murderous intent. He longed to see these traitors to the parliament suffer 1,000 deaths. Order the troops to advance and annihilate the enemy. Hongtu commanded decisively. Within the insurgents and Oppos command center, Zhang Sheng and other leaders were deliberating their defensive strategies. Some commanders were perplexed as to why it was imperative to obstruct the Sixth Army, with a few succumbing to despondent thoughts. Gentlemen, we have severed all ties with the parliament. If we allow the Sixth Army to eliminate Qin Luo's forces, they will soon turn their attention to us, Zhang Sheng stated gravely. The officers present were not naive. They understood the peril of complacency. Yet, was Qin Luo truly reliable? We have no alternative. At the very least, Qin Luo does not stand in complete opposition to us, whereas the parliament will undoubtedly seek our demise. Zhang Sheng surveyed his colleagues. Of course, you may choose to withdraw. I shall not impede you. But, do you truly believe there is a path of retreat? The officers lowered their heads in contemplation, and after a long pause, they lifted their gazes. Whatever you decide, we shall follow. Excellent. Then let us proceed according to plan, Zhang Sheng proclaimed. As the Sixth Army prepared to engage the insurgents, the First Army of the Federation also halted, maintaining a safe distance. General Liu Yuxiang sat comfortably in the command room, the dull atmosphere nearly lulling him to sleep. Sir, are we not attacking? An officer inquired cautiously. Liu Yuxiang, roused from his reverie, glared at him with irritation. Our orders are to hold the enemy, not to annihilate them. Since they have halted, what is our urgency? The officers understood their commander's mindset. This Federation general was known for his cautious demeanor, which some might describe bluntly as cowardice. When faced with weaker forces, his troops would pounce like tigers, eager to engage in battle. Yet, when confronted with formidable foes, he would maintain a significant distance. The esteemed Imperial General Yi Zian once described Liu Yuxiang. His speed is remarkable, particularly when it comes to retreating. When your battleships form up, you will discover that his forces have vanished from the reconnaissance screens, outpacing even the artillery fire. What about Qin Luo? An officer asked. Liu Yuxiang shot him a glance, reclining comfortably in his chair. What concern is that to me? Without the president's orders, we shall remain inactive. The officers nodded, exiting the conference room to relay the command. Liu Yuxiang raised his glass with a faint smile. Qin Luo? Huh. The president likely wishes to eliminate him more than I do. The battle concluded early the next morning. On the desolate star, soldiers from the Exile Star region were clearing the battlefield. Regardless of allegiance, the remains of the fallen soldiers were uniformly transported to incineration vessels, reduced to ashes and then buried deep underground. In Qin Luo's command center, a group of parliament officers arrived, voluntarily surrendering. They escorted Illimanki inside, bowing deeply, exuding an air of utmost respect. Lord Qin Luo, we come bearing Illimanki as a means of atonement, the lead officer said with a sycophantic smile. Illimanki, bound and trembling, gazed at Qin Luo with fear. You cannot kill me. My uncle is the speaker. Qin Luo stood, disappointment flooding him as he regarded the young commander. In his mind, a graduate of the First Military Academy would possess at least a semblance of the dignity befitting a soldier, yet Illimanki resembled a sheep bereft of protection, quaking in fear of impending execution. I am quite pleased with your defection. You may take your leave and rest. Your positions remain unchanged, Qin Luo stated. The officers exchanged excited glances, saluting Qin Luo before departing the command center. Only Feng Qinyang and Qin Luo remained, alongside the terrified Illimanki, who sat paralyzed on the ground. Feng Qinyang cast a disdainful glance at Illimanki, muttering, truly a family trait, terrified just like Olivian. Such a person is of no use. Dispose of him. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the already traumatized Illimanki fainted, being dragged out of the command center by 2 soldiers. What shall we do with the defecting officers? Feng Qinyang inquired. Qin Luo shot him an odd look. Would you trust such fickle individuals? Feng Qinyang smiled faintly, nodding as he exited. Some matters were inconvenient for Qin Luo, but he could handle them. That night, the defected parliament generals were violently executed by a group of enraged soldiers, their bodies reduced to mere pulp. Subsequently, these soldiers voluntarily approached Qin Luo's command center to confess their crimes. Enraged, Qin Luo ordered their imprisonment, vowing to hold them accountable. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the imprisoned soldiers were released merely 3 hours later, returning to their original positions, while the deceased generals were transformed into ashes scattered upon the ground. Unnoticed by all, the Exile Star region forces did not pause in their efforts. Instead, they immediately commenced the construction of defensive fortifications, establishing a sprawling defensive line spanning 3,000 miles across the desolate star. The captured battleships and vessels formed a standardized defensive formation in the skies above. The storm had not yet subsided. The Empire's blade was poised to descend. Chapter 81. Blood Battle in the Starry Sky. The Sixth Army of the Council loomed like a colossal beast in the cosmos, their ships arranged in a serpentine formation. The flanking warships resembled the fearsome claws of this behemoth, resolutely poised to tear apart the rebel defense line. At the heart of this formation sat Zhang Sheng, his command ship obscured by countless vessels. Though commanding a force of 350,000 appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to the over 1 million troops of the Sixth Army. To maintain a steadfast hold, Zhang Sheng ordered all ships to connect, forming a robust metallic defense line amidst the stars. Report. The enemy has initiated an attack, a soldier exclaimed within the command center. Zhang Sheng marked a circle at the tail of his formation. The attack target of the Sixth Army was unmistakable. They launched their assault from the far left, utilizing photon and ion cannons, engulfing the left flank in flames. The right flank swiftly counterattacked, targeting the enemy's central fleet. Zhang Sheng promptly responded, directing his warships to open fire on the core of the opposing fleet. Dozens of enemy ships were obliterated in an instant. Yet Hong Tu's demeanor remained unchanged as he commanded his troops to assault the enemy's left flank, not merely to breach their defenses, but to annihilate them entirely. An unequal battle unfolded in the starry expanse. One side comprised of the mightily equipped Sixth Army, while the other consisted of the haphazardly assembled rebel forces. In terms of both manpower and armament, the rebels were at an undeniable disadvantage. Explosions erupted continuously across the cosmos, with ships and warcraft struck down, their crews engulfed in flames, reduced to mere dust floating in the void. Lieutenant Li Yong of the 7th Army's 53rd Regiment piloted his vessel, relentlessly bombarding the enemy lines. His expression remained calm. Born on a small administrative planet, he had been conscripted into service by the Council amidst the chaos of war, hastily trained as a warship pilot. The conquest of Longxi was his first battle, yet within a mere month, the Council forces had undergone tumultuous changes. The Supreme Commander, La Tu, had been dismissed, followed by a bewildering skirmish with his own troops, now culminating in a confrontation with the Sixth Army. Confronted by the enemy's fortified formation, Li Yong did not panic. He continually adjusted his position, striving to coordinate with the gunners to strike the enemy's weakest points. Nevertheless, in the face of superior equipment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. The rebels operated second-generation warships from FN Corporation, while the Sixth Army wielded the most advanced fifth-generation vessels. Their firepower and defenses leagues apart. Finding an opening, Li Yong's ship executed a triple volley, barely managing to destroy an enemy vessel. However, they soon faced the wrath of a powerful counterattack. A chorus of alarms blared as, through his targeting scope, Li Yong observed streams of photon fire streaking towards him like comets. Releasing his grip, a smile graced his lips, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he closed his eyes, welcoming the approach of death. "Mom, I want to go home," he murmured softly. In a violent explosion, his ship was obliterated, the inferno consuming him, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of black dust. This was merely a fragment of the defense battle. Throughout the cosmos, ships were being destroyed, the rebel defense line being relentlessly compressed, akin to a cookie being slowly devoured. Within the command center, several generals pleaded for a retreat, yet Zhang Sheng remained silent, not out of desire but necessity. His fate was entwined with Qin Luo's forces. Retreating would leave Qin Luo in dire straits, and should Qin Luo be vanquished, his own survival would be impossible. General Zhang, let us withdraw. We can escape to an uninhabited planet. Indeed, we must retreat. Otherwise, it will be too late. Zhang Sheng regarded the anxious officers with a hint of derision. He had already resolved his course of action the moment he pledged allegiance to Qin Luo. He had overestimated the combat capabilities of this motley crew. No matter how fiercely the soldiers resisted, they could not overcome the commander's faltering resolve. Once the commander lost hope for victory, the battle was doomed. The door to the command center creaked open, and several soldiers entered, carrying standard uniforms for the common troops. Pointing at the garments, Zhang Sheng addressed the officers, "Gentlemen, if you wish to leave, don these uniforms and flee." "What will you do?" several officers inquired, their expressions fraught with concern. Zhang Sheng adjusted his own uniform, his gaze unwavering as he looked ahead. "We have evaded for too long. Since the Empire's invasion, we have run. As soldiers, I must leave something behind. I cannot allow the council to believe we are a mere rabble." He then turned to his officers. "Gentlemen, my selfishness has entangled you. Forgive me." The officers fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, some began to don the soldiers' uniforms, saluting Zhang Sheng before hastening out of the command center. Only 6 generals and Zhang Sheng remained. "Why do you not leave?" Zhang Sheng asked. One middle-aged general removed his cap, placing it gently on the table, silver streaks gracing his temples. "Where would we go? If we retreat, only death awaits us. Rather than be captured and executed, I would prefer to die fighting here, at least proving I am a soldier." The 6th Army's Hong Tu employed a pincer tactic, relentlessly squeezing the rebel lines. Countless soldiers perished or fled, the original formation fracturing like a land cracked by an earthquake. Officers escaped in lifeboats, while those left behind could only fire in anger, seizing their own paths to survival. This marked the 20th hour of the skirmish, with ample time remaining before Qin Luo's deadline. Yet Zhang Sheng felt powerless. The flanks continuously eroded, the enemy poised to assault the core command center directly. Hong Tu slammed his fist on the map, excitement flushing his face as he paced within the command center. The rebels' defeat was undeniable, and he swiftly ordered the annihilation of the enemy forces. The army divided into countless small teams, hunting down the scattered deserters like hunters. Numerous rebel soldiers fell to ion beams before they could board the escape crafts. The outcome was sealed. Zhang Sheng sighed heavily, sinking into his chair. The other generals synchronously drew their ion guns. They had retreated too many times, nearly forgetting their identities. A soldier's true destiny lay in dying on the battlefield. "Wait for me," Zhang Sheng said calmly. He donned his military coat, his upright figure striding out of the command center. As the door closed, 7 gunshots rang out within. A glimmer of sorrow crossed Zhang Sheng's eyes as he forced himself to remain calm. Standing outside the warship, he surveyed the inferno and debris surrounding him. Several soldiers rushed forward, offering him a common soldier's uniform. "Commander, put this on and escape." Zhang Sheng shook his head, and the soldiers ceased their pleas, fleeing the warship to pilot their crafts away from the battlefield. Under a collapsing nest, no egg remains unbroken, Zhang Sheng muttered, watching the soldiers' retreating figures. He then raised his gaze to the distant horizon, his eyes imbued with a quiet despair. "Lord Qin Luo, I have done my utmost." Suddenly, he drew his ion gun and pressed the trigger against his temple. This spy, who had long concealed his identity within the military, ultimately fell on his battlefield in a manner befitting a soldier. Chapter 82. The encirclement. When the battle finally concluded, 32 hours had elapsed. Hong Tu did not order his troops to halt. Instead, he pressed onward to the planet Longxi. As soon as they moved, the Federal First Army followed suit. As relentlessly as a piece of chewing gum clinging to the rear of the Sixth Army of the Parliament. Ignoring the tail behind him, Hong Tu was determined to reach Longxi swiftly to rescue Ilimenki. The soldiers, still unprepared to celebrate their victory, were compelled by their officers to return to their posts and advance further. News of the failed ambush quickly reached Qin Luo's command center, instilling within him a profound sense of crisis for the first time. Zhang Sheng had faltered too swiftly. The front on the unmanned planet was not yet fully secured, and time no longer permitted him the luxury of complete preparation. The Imperial First Army, led by Sima Liang, prowled through the stars like sharks sensing blood, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The latest intelligence from the Information Department revealed that Qin Luo was trapped with approximately 300,000 troops on an unmanned planet, while the Sixth Army of the Parliament could arrive within half a day. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Eliminating Qin Luo was within reach. The Exile Star Domain stood like a stubborn nail embedded in the Empire's conquest map. Removing it could inflict wounds upon oneself, while ignoring it would only lead to greater troubles. However, Sima Liang was convinced this time that Qin Luo had no chance of survival. Once Qin Luo perished, the Exile Star Domain would inevitably fracture. None among the remaining would possess his leadership qualities, rendering the domain vulnerable. The fragmentation of the Exile Star Domain would expedite the Empire's conquest of the Federation. As this thought crossed his mind, Sima Liang envisioned a monumental military achievement beckoning him. After vanquishing Qin Luo, his stature within the military would undoubtedly reach its zenith, securing him a more prominent position in Kate's heart. The two armies surged toward the unmanned planet like two formidable swords. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, with bowed head, pondered in silence at his command center. He had considered a retreat to the Exile Star Domain, but such a withdrawal would surely invite pursuit, increasing his peril in a passive retreat. What should he do? Qin Luo's mind raced. The combined forces of the two armies totaled 2,500,000, an overwhelming force capable of occupying several administrative planets. Their firepower could instantaneously blanket the unmanned planet, while he stood as a frail mouse, struggling beneath their might. On November 25th, the Sixth Army of the Parliament and the Imperial First Army arrived simultaneously at the outskirts of the unmanned planet. Their ships and vessels filled the starry expanse, densely hovering as if a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. Hong Tu, clad in a pristine military uniform, met Sima Liang for the first time. In the opulent vessel, the two highest commanders drank heartily, as if they were long-lost friends, sharing everything without reservation. If Qin Luo survives this, I'll immediately don women's South attire and parade, Hong Tu declared confidently. Sima Liang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the undeniable truth. 250,000 troops, the most advanced warships, and the finest individual combat weapons facing Qin Luo's 30,000 forces was indeed a trivial matter. However, Ilimenki seemed to have vanished without a trace, Sima Liang remarked, feigning indifference. Hong Tu, sobering slightly, toyed with his wine glass. I have already informed the speaker of the total annihilation of Ilimenki's forces. What did the speaker say? What else could he say? I heard he fainted upon receiving the news. Shortly thereafter, I received orders from the Parliament to eliminate Qin Luo. Sima Liang clinked glasses with Hong Tu, sighing lightly. You are fortunate to be such a commander. Unlike me, what troubles you? Hong Tu instinctively inquired. Sima Liang sighed deeply. Alas, it's complicated. In short, I feel quite unsettled in my role as commander. If there is anything I can assist with, count on me. Hong Tu offered. Indeed, just knowing you're here is enough. Sima Liang raised his glass once more. After the revelry, Hong Tu took his leave, stepping out of the vessel. His once slightly intoxicated eyes suddenly became alert. He whispered to his subordinate, immediately investigate the internal matters of the Empire. Meanwhile, inside the vessel, Sima Liang reclined on the sofa, toying with his glass, murmuring to himself, could this commander be falling into a trap? At the command center of the Exile Star Domain, Qin Luo finally rose, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. This battle could not be abandoned. If he retreated, he would lose everything, and the Exile Star Domain would also fall into ruin. Overwhelming forces? Insufficient firepower? A vast disparity in strength? A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Luo's lips. Since they have come, Let us engage in battle. If they desire my life, they must pay a price." That evening, soldiers of the Exile Star Domain stealthily infiltrated their defenses, commencing excavation across the planet. They dug deep, reaching hundreds of meters underground, carefully placing metallic boxes into the pits they had prepared, and then slowly covering them up. This operation mobilized nearly all soldiers of the Exile Star Domain. Virtually every meter of the unmanned planet was laden with identical metallic boxes. By the time they concluded, it was already the early hours of the following day. A sharp horn sounded, signaling the enemy forces hovering in the sky to commence the first wave of bombardment. Ion cannons, photon cannons, and railguns rained down like a torrential downpour. Countless soldiers sheltering behind defensive structures were blasted into the air by the overwhelming firepower, their bodies exploding mid-air into pools of blood. Faced with the relentless bombardment, soldiers could do naught but cover their heads, desperately hiding within the defensive structures. Meanwhile, the warships and vessels of the Exile Star Domain had already been secured in the sturdiest facilities to prevent further damage from the onslaught. Hong Tu and Sima Liang stood side by side, issuing the order to attack only after an hour of sustained bombardment. Due to the formidable defenses and fortifications established by Qin Luo, relying solely on artillery fire would not suffice to achieve total annihilation. Thus, they simultaneously dispatched ground troops. As the bombardment ceased, countless ships began their descent. "The bombardment has concluded. It is our turn. Relay the orders. Kill," Qin Luo stated coldly. The soldiers who had sheltered behind the defensive structures surged forth, launching a counterattack against the enemy. This was the hallmark of the Exile Star Domain's forces: no retreat, only advance. Chapter 83. The beautiful ones yearn in the twilight city of Blue Sea Star. Within the exiled star domain, Yi Mingyu sat idly on the rooftop, gazing at the sunset. Upon her arrival, she found herself enamored with the breathtaking sunsets of Twilight City, which possessed a poignant beauty that held an irresistible allure. Yet, no matter how stunning the scenery, it ultimately requires a discerning heart to appreciate it. At this moment, Yi Mingyu's mind was restless. She swung her legs and observed the patrolling soldiers, her thoughts consumed by the image of one person, Qin Luo. Initially, Qin Luo had insisted on leading an assault on Longxi Planet, and she had intended to accompany him. However, he had prevented her from doing so, leaving her with no choice but to remain behind. Aside from conversing with Shangwan Yinji daily, she spent most of her time in boredom. In her solitude, she even began to learn embroidery, stitching flowers and leaves like a demure woman, hoping to present her work to Qin Luo upon his return. However, 15 days prior, Qin Luo, who had been in constant communication with the exiled star domain, abruptly ceased contact, filling Yi Mingyu with unease. She inquired with the fatty Shangwan Yinji and Zhang Heng, but all shook their heads in ignorance. "What has happened to you?" Yi Mingyu dared not dwell on the troubling thought. Despite knowing the battlefield was fraught with countless uncertainties, she clung to an idealistic hope that Qin Luo remained safe. Shangwan Yinji hurriedly approached, her expression grave, handing Yi Mingyu a document. "We just received intelligence. Qin Luo is surrounded, and the situation on the battlefield is unknown." Yi Mingyu calmly examined the information before gently folding it and placing it within her garment. "Does anyone else know of this intelligence?" "Not yet, but I fear it won't be kept secret for long," Shangwan Yinji replied anxiously. "Inform the fatty and Zhang Heng immediately. We must remain vigilant against internal strife within the exiled star domain, particularly on planets where our forces are not stationed. Those are the most susceptible to incitement." Yi Mingyu stated resolutely. "Are we not sending troops to rescue Xiao Luo?" Shangwan Yinji asked. Yi Mingyu shook her head. "We are powerless. The opposing forces have likely severed all communication. We are completely unaware of the current battlefield dynamics. If we enter their territory, we would be like blind men thrust into a passive position, and should we fail, the exiled star domain would fragment instantly." Shangwan Yinji had to concede that Yi Mingyu's analysis was astute. She held great curiosity about this suddenly appearing woman, intelligent, courageous, knowledgeable in military affairs, and possessing exceptional strategic insight. Yet, where she came from remained a mystery. as Qin Luo had never divulged any details, merely stating that Yi Mingyu was trustworthy. Within the castle of Twilight City, the fatty and Zhang Heng wore solemn expressions, their concern for Qin Luo palpable. They feared he might not return this time. Yi Mingyu entered, addressing the two. This is not the time for us to mourn. If he truly does not return, we must safeguard the forces he painstakingly established. Indeed, even if Xiao Luo cannot return, I will not allow the exiled star domain to fall apart, the fatty declared, slamming his fist onto the table. Meanwhile, on the nearby Nilo planet, within a clandestine underground chamber, several officers clad in military uniforms were engaged in secretive discussions, their silhouettes elongated by the dim energy lamps. Is the information reliable? A major officer inquired. Absolutely. It was conveyed to me by a brother serving as a staff officer in the 6th Army Group. Qin Luo is encircled by over 2 million troops on a deserted star, with no chance of survival. The major nodded in affirmation. That is good to hear. We have awaited this opportunity for so long. Are the contacts all made? Aside from Qin Luo's 13th Regiment stationed here, all other units belong to us. Excellent. Lu Yundong, the commander of the 13th Regiment, is a staunch loyalist to Qin Luo. We shall deal with him first. The officers deliberated further on the specifics before dispersing from the underground chamber, heading straight for their respective military bases. Lu Yundong, the commander of the 13th Regiment of the Exiled Star Domain, was among the first to follow Qin Luo. He had personally experienced the siege of Lonyuan and all the battles to unify the Exiled Star Domain, earning his promotion to commander due to his military accomplishments. Having fought alongside Qin Luo for years, he and his loyal troops held a deep-seated reverence for him. Even if Qin Luo ordered him to leap into a fire pit, he would do so without a moment's hesitation. At 7 p.m., as was customary, Lu Yundong prepared to read some books. After becoming commander, he realized his knowledge was insufficient, so he made it a habit to read to augment his understanding before sleeping. Commander, the officers from the other units request your presence at a banquet. A personal aide presented an invitation. Lu Yundong furrowed his brow. He was not one to enjoy socializing, especially with the local commanders from Nilo planet. Yet, unable to find an adequate excuse, he straightened his uniform and boarded a hover vehicle to the banquet venue. The banquet was hosted in the most luxurious hotel on Nilo planet. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Yundong felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. There seemed to be an unusual number of security soldiers, each with a detached demeanor, gripping their ion guns tightly. Return and inform the soldiers to remain vigilant. Lu Yundong whispered to his aide. After his aide left, he adjusted his collar. He could have fled immediately, but feared alarming the enemy. Moreover, if the opposing side did not intend harm, his departure would only exacerbate the already tense situation between the Blue Sea Star forces and the local Nilo troops. Lu Yundong entered the hotel, where other officers awaited him with smiles. Once he took his seat, the dishes were promptly served, natural foods that far surpassed synthetic ones in taste. Commander Lu, let us raise a glass, a major officer suggested cheerfully. Lu Yundong stood, lifting his glass. Everyone, it's rare to gather like this, so I shall drink first. He downed his drink, prompting the others to follow suit. After a few bites of food, Lu Yundong declared, Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to in the regiment, so I must take my leave. As he rose, an officer interjected, Commander Lu, surely you can set aside your duties for today. Why disturb the merriment? This is truly impossible. We shall meet another day, Lu Yundong insisted. Several officers immediately stood, drawing their ion guns. Commander Lu, you are being quite disrespectful. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting a coup? Lu Yundong inquired, maintaining his composure. A major officer smirked coldly. A coup? This is our territory. Were it not for Qin Luo killing Lord Abai, you would not be here. So, you wish to reclaim your territory? Are you not afraid of Lord Qin Luo? Lu Yundong replied with a laugh. The officers involuntarily shivered, then sneered, huh? To be frank, Qin Luo is already dead. Impossible. Lu Yundong shouted. Should Qin Luo still be alive, would we dare to act? One officer retorted. Lu Yundong's heart sank. He realized they were not deceiving him. If Qin Luo were alive, they would not have the audacity to rebel. Yet how could the invincible Lord Qin Luo possibly be dead? Commander Lu, I shall escort you to meet Qin Luo, one officer declared, suddenly pulling the trigger. With a gunshot, Lu Yundong did not fall. Instead, the officer staggered back, blood blossoming between his brows. While Lu Yundong had already rolled behind a bar, grasping an ion gun. Outside the hotel, over 100 soldiers converged, their sole objective, to eliminate Lu Yundong. Chapter 84. Faith. Lu Yundong displayed remarkable agility as he leaned against a metal bar, relentlessly shooting down the advancing enemy troops. However, he was unable to eliminate the greater number of foes that surged forward, and they soon leaped over the bar to attack him. Rising to his feet, Lu seized one soldier and hurled him into the throng of enemies. Seizing the moment, he dashed out of the hotel, only to be met by gunfire from the soldiers outside. The ion beams illuminated the night, resembling meteors streaking through the starry sky. Lu felt the sharp pain as his shoulders were pierced, and the force of the impact sent him tumbling into the underbrush, where he spotted a sewer entrance and promptly crawled inside. Outside the 13th Regiment's base, a sudden influx of enemy troops appeared. The vigilant soldiers immediately opened fire, and a fierce battle ensued in the cover of darkness. Upon receiving a distress signal from the 13th Regiment, Fatty quickly dispatched reinforcements. However, chaos erupted simultaneously on the Demon Eye planet and 8 more remote planets, just as Yi Mingyu had foretold. News of Qin Luo being besieged reached them through various channels, and one by one, their concealed ambitions emerged. Currently, we possessed a loyal force of 150,000, organized into 15 smaller squads. 10 squads were dispatched to quell the rebellion on the 10 planets, while the remaining 5 served as mobile units, poised for immediate reinforcement. Yi Mingyu commanded the operation, issuing orders with a steady hand. Typically, such matters would fall to Fatty, yet for reasons unknown, he harbored an extraordinary trust in the exquisitely beautiful woman before him, relinquishing command to her while he led the charge against the insurrection on the 10 administrative planets. Once the troops were mobilized, Yi Mingyu sat calmly in her chair, a glimmer of sorrow passing through her bright, water-like eyes. The fate of Qin Luo remained uncertain, and even her formidable heart could not find complete peace in this moment. The sewers of Nilo were choked with refuse, an unbearable stench of synthetic and natural waste that would overwhelm an ordinary person. Yet Lu Yundong managed to bandage his wounds and crawled slowly through the damp, muddy passage. He recalled that this sewer was the sole route to the 13th Regiment, and he had to reach them to coordinate the response to the uprising. He could not allow the rebels to seize control of Nilo. Blood seeped from his shoulders, mingling with the muck, and his face turned as pale as the snow on the Hanhai planet. He crawled with great difficulty, each movement draining his strength, and the severe blood loss began to cloud his thoughts. I must survive, Lu resolved within himself. The sewer was not long, yet it took him a full hour to emerge, finding himself at the logistics department of the 13th Regiment's headquarters. 2 soldiers, engaged in defense, were startled by his sudden appearance and nearly fired their weapons. Upon recognizing him, they hastily helped him to his feet. Taking a deep breath, Lu's mind cleared a little as he waved his hand. What is the current situation? Report, Commander. The enemy has approximately 10 regiments. Seeing us cornered within the base, the deputy commander is directing the fight. Continue your efforts. I am heading to the command center, Lu declared, slowly making his way to his command post. As he pushed the door open, all the deputy commanders were taken aback. In that moment, Lu appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, his once pristine uniform now soiled with mud, and his shoulders drenched in blood. Commander, the deputy commanders hastily assisted him into a seat. Lu took a sip of water and weakly inquired, "What is the current situation?" "I have requested assistance from the Blue Sea headquarters, and I believe reinforcements will arrive shortly. However, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming, compounded by heavy artillery bombardments. I fear we may not endure until then. No matter, we will hold as long as we can. If we all perish, it will be for the honor of Lord Qin Luo." Studying the map, Lu pointed to 2 high ground positions outside the base. "Immediately dispatch troops to seize these locations. If we capture these vantage points, we can establish a crossfire that will hinder the enemy's assault. Understood. The deputy commander saluted and hurried to convey the orders. Lu felt his consciousness fading, his trembling hands rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a vial of medication. This injection, commonly found on the black market, was one he had stumbled upon by chance, with only one purpose: to expend his vitality. Without hesitation, he administered the injection, and his once dull gray eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He scanned the map, comprehending every contour of the terrain surrounding the base. The soldiers of the 13th Regiment, taking refuge behind the metallic barriers within the base, fought valiantly against the enemy, who found it difficult to breach their defenses. In the enemy command post, a malevolent glint shone in the eyes of a major officer. He barked orders: "Bring in the railguns at once. Shatter them to pieces." As the railguns were transported to the outskirts of the base, the thunder of artillery roared across the land, and tongues of fire rained down upon the base, unleashing a barrage that tore apart the soldiers and melted the metal structures with thick plumes of smoke. Calmly seated in the command room, Lu Yundong and Apos' expression remained composed. The enemy's bombardment indeed inflicted severe damage upon the 13th Regiment, but so what? We never harbored hopes of survival. The deputy commander swiftly occupied the high ground, and with the advantage of terrain, the soldiers fired relentlessly. The enemy at the forefront began to fall, yet this geographical advantage was short-lived, as the railgun fire accurately struck both high ground positions, igniting a conflagration that claimed the lives of soldiers. The defensive barriers of the base were finally shattered, and countless enemies surged in. Lu Yundong emerged from the command center, ion gun in hand, charging forth with his men against the tide of adversaries. The soldiers of the 13th Regiment met the oncoming enemy with fierce determination, brandishing daggers and rushing into combat. Each soldier faced multiple foes, and as they plunged their daggers into the enemy's chest, they were often pierced by surrounding adversaries. Yet, fear was absent from their hearts. They were a pack of wolves on the brink of death, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Even with their last breath, they would tear into the flesh of their enemies. When Fatty arrived on Nilo, the battle was at a critical juncture. He deployed 10,000 fresh troops directly into the fray, momentarily throwing the rebels into disarray as they suffered successive defeats. Yi Mingyu issued a cold-hearted command: "No prisoners. Kill them all." This order bewildered some officers. Yet Zhang Heng and Fatty understood all too well that these rebels could not be spared. They were turncoats. If left alive, they would become a ticking time bomb in the next crisis. Threats must be eradicated at their inception. The deployment of 10,000 elite troops immediately shifted the tide of battle. These soldiers, the finest of the exiled Star Domain, coldly mowed down the rebels with their guns, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like professional killing machines. As they entered the 13th Regiment's base, the scene was one of utter devastation, littered with corpses piled high, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Some soldiers remained clutching the bodies of their enemies, rigid in death, unable to be moved. Fatty, with a grave expression, stepped into the command center, but Lu Yundong, the deputy commander, and the regiment's staff were all absent. The command room stood desolate. Suddenly, Fatty turned, tears welling in his eyes as soldiers uncovered the bodies of 13th Regiment officers from beneath layers of corpses. From the commander to the company commanders, all had perished, with none surviving. Chapter 85. Bitter battle on the desolate planet. The protracted front line had become the only remaining bastion. Trenches were piled high with countless corpses, and the black smoke in the sky loomed like an indelible shroud. Beneath this veil of darkness lay a haunting silence of the post-battle aftermath. No one could recall how many assaults had occurred. The surviving soldiers crawled out from beneath layers of bodies, discarding the dead over the trench's edge to form a cold defensive barrier. The 12th Army of the exiled Star Domain, once a proud contingent, had dwindled from 30,000 to fewer than 5,000 within a week of combat, with the commander now reduced to an acting rank of a mere battalion leader. The soldiers returned to their positions with a numbed disposition, their gazes as rigid as the metallic structures surrounding them. Only when the enemy surged forward did they ignite with fervor, unleashing their battle cries in a desperate struggle. In the command center, Qin Luo summoned all brigade commanders for a conference. Over the course of a week, The exiled Star Domain had suffered the loss of 50,000 soldiers. Yet the opposing forces were not faring any better, their casualties surpassing that grim figure. Lord Qin Luo, we must retreat. One of the generals finally spoke after a long period of contemplation. The stark disparity in combat strength was chilling, and even these seasoned commanders felt a flicker of panic. They were no novices in warfare, having faced countless battles. However, their extensive experience only made them more acutely aware of the inevitable outcome. Victory was nearly impossible. Have you all succumbed to fear? Qin Luo inquired, surveying the room. The officers bowed their heads in silence, and his fingers drummed rhythmically on the table, each sound piercing the atmosphere. I am aware that the odds of our victory in this battle are bleak. One could even assert that we are destined to fail. But what then? Where shall we retreat to? The exiled Star Domain. I dare say that should we falter, even the exiled Star Domain will not endure. After a pause, he continued, if any of you wish to withdraw, I permit you to do so. Is there anyone? The command center fell into a profound silence until one general stood up. Lord Qin Luo, I confess we have entertained thoughts of retreat, but we shall not forsake the honor of a soldier. Excellent. That is the spirit of my soldiers. Qin Luo responded with a smile. On the map, countless red dots had completely engulfed the defenses of the exiled Star Domain. The enemy had launched numerous assaults, none of which had succeeded. Yet they had depleted the forces of the exiled Star Domain. Should we activate that plan, or shall we wait a while longer? Qin Luo pondered. After considerable reflection, he resolved to wait, understanding that to ensnare a great fish, the bait must be substantial, compelling the adversary to become irrevocably entangled. In the coalition command center, Sima Liang and Hong Tu faced a similar predicament. They had underestimated Qin Luo's prowess. Despite repeated attacks, they had failed to breach his lines. The soldiers of the exiled Star Domain, seemingly on the brink of collapse, surged forth with unexpected vigor when called to battle. Sima Liang felt a sense of relief at having encircled Qin Luo. Under equal forces, he had no confidence in defeating him. The most striking impressions left by the exiled Star Domain, aside from the soldiers' fearless tenacity, were Qin Luo's commanding abilities. His micromanaging tactics flowed seamlessly, issuing precise orders down to the regiment level, while the soldiers, under his deft guidance, repeatedly withstood the coalition's onslaught. I must admit, your federation is indeed filled with talent, Sima Liang remarked. Throughout his military career, he had encountered many leaders from the Federation, from the late Latu to the current President Lin Wu, all of whom were archetypal career soldiers, their tactical commands predictable. Yet, Qin Luo was different, having spent only a year at the first military academy. He was essentially a self-taught strategist, his command style multifaceted and elusive, leaving seasoned veterans at a disadvantage. If only he were a member of the council, Hong Tu lamented. Such a young genius was precisely what the council needed. Following the loss of Latu, only he and Ouyang Zhan were capable of leading large-scale operations. Yet time was unforgiving. Should he and Ouyang perish, what fate awaited the council? Enough lamenting. We must act swiftly to eliminate Qin Luo. Lin Wu's forces have been increasingly restless, Sima Liang declared. Following the onset of battles on the desolate planet, Lin Wu's Second Army had already begun probing the Empire's defenses, while the Federation's First Army loomed ominously behind the Sixth Army of the Council. Although Lu Yuxiang was cautious and timid, should the situation drag on, he would seize any opportunity to strike hard. This cunning old fox must not be underestimated. We shall expand our attack area, coordinating with aerial firepower to organize a large-scale offensive, Hong Tu instructed, pointing at the map. Sima Liang's expression clouded with concern. To this point, we have yet to detect any enemy ships or vessels. Could they possibly be approaching on foot? That is of no consequence. As long as we annihilate their ground forces, their ships and vessels become mere decorations, Hong Tu asserted. Very well, let us orchestrate a grand offensive and strive to breach their defenses. That night, the coalition intensified their efforts, deploying nearly 500,000 troops over a stretch of thousands of kilometers. Under the cover of aerial bombardment, they launched their most extensive assault yet. The enemy's offensive is relentless. The Fifth Army requests a retreat. The Sixth Army has encountered enemy attacks, and our defensive lines have fallen back several dozen miles. The First Army has sent intelligence requesting a retreat. Amidst the flood of reports, Qin Luo responded coldly with a single phrase, "Not permitted." He had contemplated this strategy for an extended period. The enemy's current deployment of 500,000 troops was still insufficient. He sought to inflict a crippling blow. Feng Qinyang entered quietly. "Everything is prepared. We can retreat at any moment." Qin Luo glanced at the time. "Let us wait a little longer. I require a perfectly orchestrated feast." On the front lines, the soldiers of the exiled Star Domain bravely withstood the onslaught, holding their ground from 8 in the evening until 9 in the morning, pulling back their defensive lines by several dozen miles to stabilize their position. "Reinforce our troops. We must strike decisively to crush them completely," Sima Liang commanded. Another 500,000 troops were transported to the desolate planet via spacecraft. The crowded soldiers, unable to maintain their footing, began their charge. Along the way, thousands were trampled to death by their own, but such losses were inconsequential. Sima Liang needed to capitalize on their overwhelming numerical advantage to secure victory. "Now is the time. We shall withdraw," Qin Luo said calmly. The soldiers of the exiled Star Domain, who had been steadfast in their defense, suddenly began to retreat. The coalition's forces were greatly emboldened, pursuing relentlessly. However, the prepared ships and vessels were already in place. The soldiers of the exiled Star Domain boarded the spacecraft, setting their course for Lungxi planet. "Intercept them," Hong Tu commanded. The coalition's ships and vessels opened fire simultaneously, creating a barrage of artillery points in the starry expanse. Yet, the exiled Star Domain troops, eager to break free, pressed forward undeterred by the onslaught. A series of explosions lit up the cosmos. Nevertheless, a significant number of ships and vessels broke through, leaving behind the wreckage of hundreds as the forces of the exiled Star Domain successfully landed on Lungxi planet. Merely the struggle of a cornered beast. Sima Liang smirked derisively. However, when the officer who had breached the command center of the exiled Star Domain handed a letter left by Qin Luo to Sima Liang, the latter's countenance changed dramatically. It was a hand-drawn map depicting the terrain of a barren planet, with countless red dots scattered across its surface, as if something lay buried beneath. Sima Liang abruptly discarded the map and bellowed with urgency, "Retreat at once." Yet it was too late. A deafening explosion reverberated, seemingly piercing through the very fabric of human eardrums, as the planet erupted from within like a fiery orb. The million-strong army stationed on that planet had no time to react, vanishing into cosmic dust along with the planet itself. Sima Liang and Hong Tu stood frozen in disbelief, their bodies trembling slightly, as the reality of 1,000,000 troops evaporating in less than 5 seconds sank in. Chapter 86. The unresolved predicament during the siege of the uninhabited star by the coalition forces. Qin Luo conceived a bold plan. He ordered his troops to install all portable magnetic storm bombs deep underground to mitigate the risk of premature detonation from artillery bombardments. These bombs were buried several hundred meters beneath the surface. When hundreds of thousands of portable magnetic storm bombs detonated simultaneously across the exiled Star Domain, the resulting devastation exceeded Qin Luo's wildest imagination. An entire uninhabited star was obliterated in an instant, along with the 1,000,000 troops stationed there. The destruction did not cease with that. Coalition spacecraft hovering nearby were annihilated by the immense shockwave, as if a demon of annihilation had descended. The coalition commanders and soldiers gazed in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the magnitude of this cataclysm. On Lungxi Star, there was no trace of joy in Qin Luo's eyes. This drastic measure was born of desperation. Although the world-shattering explosion had cost the enemy 1,000,000 troops, those were 1,000,000 lives, and even amidst enmity, Qin Luo felt no sense of triumph. In the command center, Sima Liang and Hong Tu sat pale-faced, grappling with the enormity of the loss. "This madman. A madman," Sima Liang muttered unconsciously. Hong Tu glanced at the map, turning to Sima Liang. "Shall we continue our assault?" Sima Liang fell deep into thought. Indeed, should they continue? After such severe losses, what could they use to mount an offense? Yet, To retreat was to concede defeat, a notion he could not entertain. We cannot, absolutely cannot give up, he resolutely told himself. Previously, Qin Luo had merely appeared to him as a young and talented general. But this audacious act had instilled an unprecedented pressure and even a hint of fear within him. Such a man, if left alive, was undeniably a grave threat to the empire. We must eliminate Qin Luo. Sima Liang resolved. Hong Tu, a seasoned veteran, understood Sima Liang's perspective. To the empire, Qin Luo posed a substantial danger, and to the council, he was no less a threat. The relationship between Olivian and Qin Luo was not particularly amicable. Should Qin Luo amass sufficient power, the eradication of the council would be no mere fantasy. I will report to the emperor immediately and request reinforcements, Sima Liang declared decisively. Hong Tu nodded. I will promptly inform the speaker as well. Within the exiled star domain, the rebellion across 10 administrative stars was swiftly and ruthlessly quelled. During this suppression, Yi Mingyu displayed an unexpected ruthlessness that belied her delicate appearance. Tens of thousands of heads were publicly cast into incinerators. All soldiers involved in the rebellion were executed without mercy. The soldiers tasked with hunting down the fleeing rebels were driven into a frenzy, and long after, even the sight of red would provoke violent reactions. The blood that soaked the streets seeped into the rocky ground, leaving indelible stains that no amount of washing could erase. A 5-kilometer-long street on Demon Eye Planet still bore a faint scent of blood a year later, a testament to the many lives lost there. Yi Mingyu walked beneath a light drizzle, her soldiers protecting her from a distance. Clad in a flowing white gown, she embodied a serene purity. As she traversed the street, soldiers on either side bowed in respect. This unexpected woman had won their admiration through her iron-fisted methods and commendable tactical acumen. Upon reaching a dilapidated estate, overgrown with dry grass that obscured her view, she was reminded of the place where she first encountered Qin Luo. Gently pushing the door open, she stepped inside, recognizing familiar remnants even in the withered weeds beneath her feet. "Are you well?" she whispered softly to herself. With communications severed, the situation on Longxi Star remained unknown to her. Countless nights were spent worrying for Qin Luo's safety. As the wind stirred, the drizzle fell like petals, splashing against her face. Dark strands of hair clung to her cheeks, yet her beauty remained untarnished. But what of him? What fate had befallen him? "Mingyu, should we dispatch troops to Longxi Star?" A rotund man approached her, inquiring earnestly. After the rebellion had been entirely suppressed, he voiced his concerns for Qin Luo's safety, suggesting a deployment to Longxi Star. This proposition, while met with agreement from all officers, was halted by Yi Mingyu's intervention. "Fatty, do you not realize? We cannot intervene in the conflict on Longxi Star. This is precisely why he has not retreated to the exiled star domain," Yi Mingyu replied quietly. The man scratched his head, puzzled, as Yi Mingyu continued. "Once we approach Longxi Star, disregarding intelligence issues, we would face millions of enemy troops, placing us at a severe disadvantage while needing to monitor multiple threats." "Who?" he asked. "The Empire, the Council, the Federation, and the anti-government forces of the Cold Winter. Should the exiled star domain be left vulnerable, they could sweep through with merely 100,000 troops, leaving us besieged on all fronts." Yi Mingyu analyzed. The man nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. Yet, how could they disregard Qin Luo's safety? "We must wait for intelligence from the battlefield before deciding on troop deployment," Yi Mingyu concluded. The distress signal sent by Sima Liang did not reach Kate Lynch's desk. It was intercepted midway. This urgent message was abruptly severed during transmission and landed in the hands of Qin Luo. The Li family, the second most powerful family in the empire, controlled nearly all network information, making it exceedingly easy for them to intercept communications. "What is your assessment?" Li Chongsong, the head of the Li family, inquired. This contemporary patriarch often made perplexing decisions. For instance, when Caitlin was at the height of power, he remained neutral, yet when a discarded pawn like Qin Luo emerged, he persuaded the elders to support him. "Sima Liang is aligned with Caitlin. We cannot allow this information to reach the emperor," Qin Luo asserted. Li Chongsong sat calmly in his chair, hands clasped, his expression serene. Then, will we send troops? Certainly, but not our own. Since Sima Liang has suffered defeat, let us send more soldiers from Caitlin, Qin Luo replied with a smile that hinted at danger. This information, later dubbed the Imperial Tinderbox, was altered and delivered to Caitlin Qi. Furious, Caitlin Qi berated Caitlin, and subsequently, the Empire's 10th Army, loyal to Caitlin, was dispatched to the battlefield of Lungxi Star. Chapter 87. The Lurking Black Serpent on the Planet Lungxi. Soldiers from the exiled star domain were swiftly establishing a defensive perimeter, while the local civilians were herded into a secure corner of the planet. Aside from vacating buildings to fortify the defenses for the troops, their primary concern was to prevent civilian casualties. Although Qin Luo understood that, in the impending battles, these civilians might meet the same fate as himself, he resolved to protect them for as long as possible. After the loss of 1 million troops, the Allied forces ceased all further offensives, and the cost to the exiled star domain was staggering. From the 300,000 troops, fewer than 150,000 remained combat-ready. With thousands of wounded soldiers housed in temporary shelters, where the lack of medical supplies and equipment saw many succumb to their injuries daily. Lord Qin Luo, we are still surrounded, Feng Qinyang said, pointing to the map with concern. They had anticipated that the annihilation of 1 million enemy troops would compel the Allied forces to retreat, yet the enemy had shown no intention of withdrawing. Instead, within a week, they had redeployed another 1 million troops from other fronts, tightening the noose around Lungxi. Just as communications were about to be restored, they were abruptly severed again. Martin Luther could only dispatch liaison soldiers in hopes of breaking through the encirclement to report their situation back to the exiled star domain. This truly exceeds my expectations. I did not foresee their resolve to eliminate me would be so unwavering, Qin Luo stated calmly, offering Feng Qinyang a cup of tea. Feng Qinyang, holding the teacup, sighed deeply before placing it back on the table. Lord Qin Luo, we should retreat. It is becoming perilously dangerous. Where would we retreat to? Our forces currently lack the capability to break through the enemy's encirclement, Qin Luo replied. Feng Qinyang fell silent. Qin Luo was correct. Faced with millions of enemies surrounding them, they had no prospect of escape. Yet, must they simply await their demise? Qin Luo took a gentle sip of tea, lamenting, I apologize for the burden my selfish decisions have placed upon so many soldiers. Lord Qin Luo, you are being too hard on yourself. Even if we all perish in battle, we hold no regrets, Feng Qinyang asserted resolutely. Within the Allied Forces Command Center, Commander Meng Jiang of the Imperial 10th Army met for the first time with Sima Liang, both trusted confidants of Prince Kate. Despite their close personal rapport, this meeting was overshadowed by concern. Are you saying you specifically requested the 5th Army for reinforcements in your letter? Meng Jiang asked incredulously. Sima Liang nodded. Someone must have intercepted and altered my plea for aid, prompting your arrival. Meng Jiang bowed his head in silence. He understood precisely who Sima Liang's friend was. Within the Empire, only the Li family possessed the capability to intercept intelligence through official channels, and whose allegiance did the Li family support. It was none other than the sole adversary of Prince Kate, Caterlock. What a ruthless maneuver, now that I have brought my troops here. The Empire is left with only the 7th and 8th armies loyal to the prince. Meng Jiang spat with bitterness. Sima Liang's eyes mirrored his anxiety. If His Majesty has not moved against the Yi family, alas, the cleansing of the Yu family would strike a devastating blow to Kate. As the foremost family in the Empire wielded immense power within the military. Most crucially, they had Yi Zian, the Empire's most celebrated warrior. Her presence ensured Kate's position remained unassailable. One wonders what has come over His Majesty. His attitude toward the prince has grown increasingly hostile. While that discarded pawn has been entrusted with significant responsibilities, Meng Jiang sighed. They shared a drink, shifting the conversation away from imperial matters to the battlefield. Meng Jiang set down his cup, hesitating before speaking. I hear you have lost 100 troops? Sima Liang nodded painfully. The memory of that night, the cataclysmic explosion, haunted him, causing his heart to ache as if pierced by a blade. Is Qin Luo truly that formidable? In truth, perhaps only Yi Zian poses a challenge to him. The rest of us are not his match, Sima Liang said gloomily. As a seasoned general, he possessed his pride. Yet even he had to relinquish his arrogance to acknowledge Qin Luo's strength, a foe that could only be described as mad. Our forces have now swelled to 2.5 million. As long as we proceed methodically, victory is assured, Meng Jiang declared, dismissing Sima Liang's concerns. He believed Sima Liang had been thoroughly intimidated. After all, Qin Luo was merely a young upstart, with 10 times the enemy's forces. He felt absolute confidence in overcoming such a novice. Sima Liang understood Meng Jiang's mindset, but chose not to respond. To a general who had tasted defeat, any rationale offered would merely appear as a facade or evasion in the eyes of others. Suddenly, a soldier entered the command center, and Sima Liang slammed his cup down. Barking, "Who permitted you to enter? Get out at once." Yet the soldier did not budge. Instead, he slowly raised his head, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with alabaster skin and enchanting blue eyes. Baron Chris, the proprietor of a private club for the aristocracy on Capital Star. Few knew the Baron's background, but as a prominent figure in the empire, Sima Liang understood that Baron Chris not only had close ties with Heart of FN Corporation, but had also engaged in several private meetings with Emperor Caitlin. General Sima. General Meng, it has been quite some time, Chris said, bowing with gentlemanly grace. The two men rose to return the gesture, inquiring, "What brings you to our midst today, Baron Chris? I have heard you have encircled Qin Luo. I come both to offer my congratulations and to request an audience with him," Chris replied with a smile. Meng Jiang and Sima Liang exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the Baron's interest in meeting Qin Luo. Noticing their hesitation, Chris produced an order and handed it to them. Upon inspection, they realized it bore the Emperor's seal. "We will arrange a ship for you immediately, but what of your safety?" Sima Liang asked. Chris smiled softly. "I trust that Qin Luo is a man of his word. He should have no reason to harm me as his envoy." With no further objections, they prepared a private vessel to transport Chris and his entourage. Inside the modest craft, Chris settled into a seat and turned to the soldier beside him, who had been keeping his head bowed. "It's all right. We are safe now," he said gently. The soldier slowly raised his head, removing his cap to reveal a beautiful face, with eyes like water and skin as fair as snow. It was Ouyang Ruoxue. "Are you not afraid of being misunderstood by him for following me?" Chris asked, observing her countenance. Ouyang Ruoxue offered a faint smile. "Since joining the Winter Society, I have become a person marred by stains." "Ruoxue, you must not speak that way. We fight for the sake of the civilians," Chris replied earnestly. "But do our current actions still align with our original intentions? The Empire invades, civilians are slaughtered, yet what have we done? We have colluded with the Empire, allowing them to invade the Federation with ease." "Enough." Chris slammed his hand on the table, standing up. Ouyang Ruoxue met his gaze coldly. "Do not utter such words again. It could put you in grave danger," Chris warned, leaving the room. Chapter 88. The Winter People upon their arrival on the planet Longxi. Kreese and Ouyang Ruoxue were promptly apprehended by the soldiers. Kreese requested to see Qin Luo, but the soldiers, unaware of their identities, could only report to him. Upon seeing their faces, Qin Luo, who was enjoying tea in the command center, ordered the soldiers to let them in. Brushing off the dirt from his attire, Kreese wore a somewhat sullen expression. "Mr. Qin Luo, your soldiers are rather rude," he remarked. Qin Luo gestured for them to sit, crossing his legs with a smile. If soldiers were not rude, they would not fare well in battle. Ouyang Ruoxue remained silent, her head bowed, occasionally glancing cautiously at Qin Luo. He turned to her with a smile. "Miss Ouyang, we are old friends. Surely, you could extend a greeting? It is somewhat inappropriate to exchange pleasantries in this context." Ouyang Ruoxue replied. Qin Luo paused momentarily before breaking into a brilliant smile. "I believe I have fulfilled my promise to your Winter Society, and thus, we share no further ties." "That is certainly true, but are you not concerned about your current predicament, Mr. Qin Luo? I had expected you to be in a state of great anxiety," Kreese interjected. Pouring tea for both, Qin Luo took a gentle sip. "When soldiers come, they will be met with soldiers. When water comes, it will be met with earth. Worrying is futile." Kreese cut straight to the point. I am well aware of your situation, Mr. Qin Luo. If you agree to serve the Winter Society, we can assist you in overcoming your current difficulties. Qinyang. Qin Luo called out, and Feng Qinyang entered, saluting. Please see our guests out, Qin Luo instructed. Kreese was taken aback by Qin Luo's resolute demeanor, his expression darkening further. Rising slowly, he stared directly at Qin Luo. You must think carefully. You are now like a fish on the cutting board. Even if I am a fish, I can inflict a few cuts on that knife. Qin Luo replied coldly. Ouyang Ruoshua wished to speak, but sighed and lowered her head instead. Kreese, with a sneer, strode out of the command center. After Kreese and Ouyang Ruoshua departed, Qin Luo resumed his seat. Feng Qinyang appeared to have something to say but hesitated, standing to the side. Do you think I was too definitive in my statements? Qin Luo inquired while sipping his tea. Feng Qinyang hesitated slightly before nodding. In truth, there is much leeway for negotiation with the Winter Society. We could take our time and delay matters. Qin Luo chuckled softly, as if mocking Feng Qinyang and Apos' naivety, or perhaps offering a bitter smile. Qinyang, we can negotiate with the council, collaborate with Lin Wu, or even sit at the negotiating table with the Empire, but the Winter Society is a different matter entirely. Why is that? Feng Qinyang asked, puzzled. Qin Luo drained his cup in one gulp. Because they lack a stance, such an organization possesses no credibility. On board the spaceship, Kreese smashed his wine glass onto the floor, the crimson liquid spreading like a blooming flower. What is he thinking? How dare he speak to me like that? Kreese bellowed. As one of the most distinguished young figures of the Winter Society, he was accustomed to admiration and respect wherever he went, even among the nobles of the capital star who regarded him highly. Yet this time, Qin Luo had shown him no deference. That's just who he is, unafraid of anything. Otherwise, how could he have built his empire with bare hands? Ouyang Ruoshua remarked, seemingly in praise of Qin Luo, though it sounded like a taunt to Kreese. Oh, so you hold him in high regard? Kreese scoffed. Ouyang Ruoshua stood, placing her glass down, and regarded him calmly. I have never concealed my admiration for him. Very well. Then I shall utterly destroy him. Kreese gritted his teeth. Ouyang Ruoshua showed no reaction. She simply walked into her room. If Qin Luo were truly so easy to kill, the Winter Society would have acted long ago, wouldn't they? Outside the planet Longxi, the coalition had yet to launch any offensive, yet daily troop reinforcements were arriving. Within a week, the encirclement had amassed 300,000 soldiers, and the firepower from various warships could completely envelop the planet. Commander Lu Xiangyu of the First Group Army sensed an unusual conspiratorial atmosphere and urgently ordered a withdrawal away from the center of battle. The once aggressive soldiers of the First Group Army, after a brief pause, retreated in disarray, leaving behind some supply ships, resembling discarded refuse. Meanwhile, Qin Luo, stationed on Longxi, sensed the unusual buildup. An increase of 300,000 troops was not insurmountable, but it placed immense pressure on the front lines, especially as the Empire and the Council needed to guard against Lin Wu and Apos' potential ambush. What could have prompted such audacity? Qin Luo pondered, but found no answer. In the capital star, Lin Wu was equally perplexed. The Empire's frequent troop reallocations to Longxi suggested a disregard for his possible ambush, which infuriated him but also heightened his vigilance. Sima Liang and Caitlin Qi were not fools. Yet why this course of action? Was it a trap? Lin Wu hesitated to act rashly, preferring to observe the unfolding events. If they were intent on besieging Qin Luo, he would remain a loyal spectator. However, as reinforcements continued to arrive outside Longxi, Sima Liang felt increasingly uneasy. This sudden influx of troops had not been ordered by him, but rather came directly from the Emperor's command, indicating a clear distrust of Sima Liang, the Empire's highest commander at the front. The Southeast Star Domain was the territory of the Winter Society, a long-standing anti-government faction with absolute control over 100 stars in the region. They had offered no resistance during the Empire's invasion, and the invading forces had, in turn, refrained from encroaching upon the Southeast. All of this indicated a profound connection between this ancient organization and the Empire. At the very least, they were not enemies. At the heart of this domain lay the administrative star known as Winter, the leading planet of the Southeast Star Domain. A towering metal edifice, 300 stories high, stood in its metallic city, a rare sight across the Federation. Yet for the common folk of the southeast, those within the building held their fates in their hands. On the 55th floor of a vast conference room, with a floor crafted of pure metal that reflected images in silver, an elderly man sat upon a black leather sofa. Clad in a blue suit and leaning on a cane, his white hair framed a face lined with wrinkles. Yet his sharp eyes held the piercing clarity to see through everything. Kreese and Ouyang Ruoshua entered respectfully, deliberately softening their footfalls to avoid disturbing the elder's contemplation. What was the outcome? The elder inquired, his voice deep and slightly hoarse. It failed. They refused to accept our terms, Kreese replied, bowing his head in deference. The elder's gaze fell upon him, and cold sweat trickled down Kreese's back. Then, with a gentle smile, the elder stated, "Then let us eliminate him." The casualness of his words, as though discussing lunch, sent a palpable sense of menace through Ouyang Ruoshua. In the frigid winter, the elder interrupted Ouyang Ruoshua's words. He slowly rose to his feet and gazed out the window. "I have reached the age of 90, having waited for a full 40 years. The youth of today are increasingly formidable. I can only eliminate them all, just as I did with Kong Jianshan in the past." Chapter 89. The vortex of the empire. The night over the Qin Empire was imbued with a captivating beauty, illuminated by brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Under the nocturnal sky, the citizens of the imperial capital embarked on their diverse lives. Some indulged in the lavish nightlife, while others silently toiled in preparation for the morrow. Slavery was the most distinctive feature of the Qin Empire, with slaves occupying the lowest echelons of society, their status inferior even to that of a noble's dog. Yet, these slaves constituted 50% of the empire's population, engaged in the most menial tasks during peacetime, and sent to the front lines as expendable cannon fodder during wartime. This was the stark reality of a nation marked by extreme societal polarization. Lu Shan emerged from a high-end nightclub, an inexperienced young woman nestled in his arms. This general of the empire commanded the formidable 18th Army, responsible for safeguarding the imperial capital, wielding tremendous power. To curry favor with him, certain nobles began to pander to his preference for virgins, presenting impoverished women as tokens to facilitate connections. "Tonight, I shall ensure your utmost pleasure," Lu Shan leered, drawing the blushing girl closer as he brazenly groped her under her clothing. Nearby, a black hovercar awaited. Two soldiers standing guard as they observed their superior reveling in his newfound prize, envy flickering in their eyes. Suddenly, a hand clamped over their mouths, leaving no chance for resistance. A dagger swiftly severed their throats, and within seconds, their lifeless bodies were dragged into the nearby brush. Lu Shan and the girl slipped into the vehicle, which gradually set off beyond the metallic city. It was not until half an hour later that Lu Shan sensed something amiss. "Are you new here? Don't you know where I reside?" he bellowed. Yet, the soldiers in the front remained silent, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. As he reached for his gun, a knife was pressed against his throat. The previously timid girl smiled coldly. "General, it would be wise for you to cooperate with us." An hour later, the black hovercar reappeared in the city, but Lu Shan was no longer aboard. The vehicle sped towards the 18th Army's barracks, and as it was halted by soldiers, a document was retrieved. General Lu Shan orders the 18th Army to remain stationed. No impulsive actions are permitted at any time. Such incidents were occurring throughout the imperial capital, with 52 generals vanishing in a single night, alongside 13 missing marshals. The imperial police station was soon besieged by the families of these high-ranking officers, clamoring for answers. Caitlin Chi sat alone in his grand hall, having already heard of the disappearance of the senior officers. However, the emperor displayed no sign of concern, not a hint of anger evident. He merely summoned the head of the imperial police, demanding a thorough investigation. The clash of two titans has begun. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious, Caitlin Chi mused to himself. Meanwhile, in the prince's palace, Kate Goyu had summoned General Zhao Feng of the First Army, and their prolonged discussion hinted at unusual undertones. "Locke has made his move," Kate Goyu declared. The disappearance of the high-ranking officers, all subordinates of Locke, was a strategic blow to Kate Goyu's military influence, uprooting his power entirely. The precision required to orchestrate such a mass disappearance suggested that the Li family's intelligence network was operational. Since the Yi family had been purged, Kate Goyu's military standing had waned significantly, and now he felt a palpable threat lurking behind him. It matters not. When the time comes for significant upheaval, the military will be of no aid, and you will have merely lost some officers, Zhao Feng stated rigidly. However, the Li family's intelligence network is formidable. I suspect they may even have infiltrators among us, Kate Goyu replied anxiously. Zhao Feng rose and exited, assuring him, do not fret, everything is under control. Once Zhao Feng departed, a dark cloud settled over Kate Goyu's visage as he clenched his fists on the table, the sound echoing ominously. Once I ascend to the throne, they shall all perish. Within the Li family estate, Kate Locke and Li Chongsong welcomed an unfamiliar guest, Chris. The journey from the southeastern star regions of the Federation to the imperial capital was fraught with peril, yet for those affiliated with the Winter Society, it posed no obstacle. Chris, a pivotal figure in the Winter Society, arrived effortlessly for this significant meeting, marking a reunion with the support behind Kate Locke. Li Chongsong had initially declared allegiance to Kate Locke due to the presence of the Winter Society, an ancient organization committed to the destruction of the Federation. Their role had been vital in formulating the imperial invasion strategy, and now they had returned for a grand scheme. The plan is unfolding splendidly. Kate Goyu is now but a hollow shell, Kate Locke remarked. Chris nodded in satisfaction. To bring this plan to fruition, the Li family had mobilized their intelligence network, while the Winter Society had activated its clandestine channels within the empire. The young woman who captured Lu Shan was a trained assassin nurtured by the Winter Society over many years. How fared Caitlin Chi recently? Chris inquired. Despite having command over all military forces, he remained wary of the ruthless and ambitious emperor. He has grown old and poses little threat, Kate Locke responded confidently. Even so, we must remain vigilant. Complacency could prove disastrous, Chris cautioned. Li Chongsong, unimpressed by the arrogant envoy from the Winter Society, lightly tapped the table. Rest assured, we are well prepared. The Li family's intelligence network is formidable. That is good to hear. I merely offer a word of caution, Chris replied with a light chuckle. Silence enveloped the room as the three men pondered, seemingly at a loss for words until Li Chongsong finally broke the stillness. Forgive my frankness, but when the grand design is realized, the Li family must not be overlooked. Of course, the 200 administrative stars north of the planet will belong entirely to the Li family, and you shall be permitted to establish your own empire, Kate Locke assured him. Li Chongsong, reassured, rose to depart. Very well, I shall take my leave. I need to discuss some details with the council. Once Li Chongsong exited, Chris turned to Kate Locke. That old dog cannot be spared. His appetite will only grow. I possess restraint, Kate Locke replied, though internally he mused. And yet, your own wolfish appetite continues to swell. Chapter 90. The winter offensive at the beginning of the year 2393 in the federal calendar, an unpredictable winter, brought on by capricious climatic shifts, enveloped the entire star system surrounding the planet Longxi. Flurries of snow cascaded down, mingling with the sounds of reports striking the hulls of warships and spacecraft, creating a cacophony of chimes. The Allied forces, numbering as high as 3 million, received a new contingent. 30,000 troops from the Winter Council, led by Rolling, joined the encirclement of Qin Luo. Thus far, notable divisions began to emerge within the Allied coalition. The Imperial Army, commanded by Sima Liang, the parliamentary forces under Hong Tu, and Rolling's Winter Council troops formed 3 distinct factions within the temporary commanding body, conducting joint operations. Hong Tu and Sima Liang regarded the Winter Council's forces with disdain, viewing the 30,000 troops merely as a trivial addition to their already substantial encirclement. Upon his arrival, Rolling proposed the immediate obliteration of Longxi with advanced warships, a suggestion met with vehement opposition from Sima Liang and Hong Tuesday. For any faction, the mere existence of advanced warships posed a greater psychological threat than their actual utility. Should such devastating weaponry be unleashed to annihilate an entire administrative planet, The ensuing panic would not only afflict the enemy but would also instill trepidation among their own hastily assembled coalition forces. After all, such perilous weapons were meant to serve as deterrents on home soil. Their deployment would signify a loss of that deterrent effect. Ultimately, the Allied command reached a provisional decision to rely on their formidable troop strength for an aggressive assault, supported by aerial firepower, with the intent to seize Longxi and annihilate the forces stationed in the exile zone. As Rolling exited the command center, he remarked to his subordinate, "The teeth of these tigers have been worn down by time. Working alongside them is futile." Simultaneously, 100,000 troops from the Winter Council, led by Kress, secretly departed from the southeastern Star region, splitting into 3 factions to approach the exile zone. The exile zone quickly received intelligence. The remaining forces, including the Rotund commander and Yi Mingyu, convened an urgent strategy meeting. The primary objective of the Winter Council was the eradication of the exile zone, and the 30,000 troops encircling Qin Luo were merely a fade. Kress's 100,000 troops were the true harbingers of death. "We can currently muster around 600,000 troops. Give me another week, and we can assemble another 300,000, the Rotund commander stated. Yi Mingyu examined the map, lost in thought. Now the principal commander of the exile zone, she was supported by the Rotund commander and Zhang Hong. This exceptionally beautiful woman showcased her cunning and talent in warfare, earning the admiration of both men. The enemy is launching attacks from 3 directions, with their first target being the planet Nilo. They possess over 2,000 warships, including 100 mid-tier vessels. Their strength is formidable, Zhang Heng pointed out on the map. As intelligence continued to be compiled, the deployment of the Winter Council's forces became increasingly clear. Yi Mingyu indicated the position of Nilo, declaring, "We must engage in a great battle outside Nilo to prevent the enemy from entering the exile zone." "Why?" the Rotund commander inquired. "The exile zone is our stronghold, and many of its administrative facilities are still in the early stages of establishment. If the enemy breaches our territory, the populace, having just endured a suppression war, will be even more panicked, and our resource mines will undoubtedly become primary targets of attack. However, we currently have only 600,000 troops at our disposal, and with merely 500 warships and 50 mid-tier vessels, our strength is insufficient for a direct confrontation." The Rotund commander expressed his concerns. Yi Mingyu furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the map until it settled on an uninhabited planet approximately 1 million kilometers from Nilo, perfectly aligned to obstruct the enemy's path. "This is the ideal battlefield. If we position ourselves here, we can block the enemy's advance and prepare for a decisive battle," she asserted, pointing at the barren planet. The Rotund commander, visibly agitated, raised his voice. Engaging in a head-on clash with the enemy now would be tantamount to suicide. "But is there not a glimmer of hope?" Yi Mingyu countered, turning to him. He sighed, conceding, "Indeed, engaging in battle in the interstellar void is the most effective strategy. Should we relax our defenses and allow the enemy to penetrate the exile zone, the consequences would be dire, especially given that we have just weathered a rebellion, rendering us particularly vulnerable. The civilian population's fear of war could completely undermine the morale of our forces." "Agreed. Let us mobilize our troops immediately and seize the uninhabited planet." Both the Rotund commander and Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the planet Longxi, a heavy atmosphere of impending conflict pervaded. The 15,000 troops stationed in the exile zone were rapidly digging trenches and shelters, preparing metal defenses atop the trenches. Qin Luo personally arrived at the front lines, clad in a soldier's uniform, his face camouflaged to remain unrecognizable. "We're doomed," a young soldier lamented to his companion. The sky was thick with warships and spacecraft, resembling a colossal hand that could crush the forces on Longxi with a mere gesture. "Stop whining. We are invincible. Remember, we just obliterated 1 million of their troops," an older soldier retorted, puffing on his pipe. The young soldier, cheeks flushed, replied defiantly, "But I heard they have 300,000 troops. Even if they each spit at us, we would drown." The older soldier set aside his pipe, gazing up at the sky, an unspoken fear flickering across his darkened face. He then struck the young soldier on the head with his pipe, causing tears to well in the latter's eyes. 300,000. What of it? Lord Qin Luo will surely annihilate them all. Qin Luo observed this exchange, then approached the older soldier, stating, "Even Qin Luo is not invincible. He, too, can err." The older soldier sprang to his feet, fiery rage in his eyes as he glared at Qin Luo. "You dare speak ill of Lord Qin Luo? Then why did we leave our homeland only to find ourselves besieged here?" Qin Luo inquired. The older soldier was at a loss for words, igniting his pipe and turning away from Qin Luo in silence. Qin Luo shook his head with a faint smile, continuing along the front, seeking to grasp the soldier's most genuine thoughts. Even he, despite his strength, harbored doubts about this battle. 15,000 against 300,000 was a daunting prospect, and he refrained from indulging in fantasies of victory. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he not insisted on attacking Longxi, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Yet, at times, one must take a gamble. If he survived this ordeal, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap. The 15,000 soldiers diligently constructed their defensive lines, all elite troops of the exile zone. Even in the face of 20-fold enemy numbers, they exhibited no signs of panic or fear, merely lowering their heads to attend to their tasks. Upon returning to the command center, Qin Luo removed his military cap and sat down. Feng Qinyang meticulously marked the troop deployments and potential enemy attack routes on the map. He raised his eyes to Qin Luo, saying, "Lord Qin Luo, our time is running short." "Indeed," Qin Luo nodded. "If I were in the enemy's position, I would initiate an attack today." What they failed to realize was that their opponent was not a single commander, but rather three. Due to the joint leadership of these three individuals, each striving to preserve their own strength, a straightforward command was delayed in being issued from the headquarters. Consequently, the soldiers stationed in the exiled star domain remained on high alert throughout the night, waiting until the early hours of the following day without witnessing an attack from their adversaries. Chapter 91. The resolve of Yi Mingyu. A million kilometers from the Nile star, an uninhabited planet was temporarily designated as planet number 13. The exile star domain swiftly deployed an impressive 60,000 troops to seize control of this location. As spacecraft and warships appeared in the reconnaissance scopes of the Winter Council's forces, Christ was leisurely embracing a beautiful woman, indulging in the most primitive of pleasures. Only when an officer brought him news of the situation did Christ reluctantly emerge from his makeshift quarters, glaring at the officer and exclaiming, "What an ill-timed interruption." As the supreme commander of this operation, Christ regarded the exile star domain's forces with disdain, a sentiment bolstered by his confidence. The troops he commanded were elite field forces, renowned for their numerous contributions to the Winter Council, while the most formidable units of the exile star domain were trapped on Longxi planet. Faced with the adversary's apparent readiness for battle, Christ merely glanced at the reconnaissance images before dismissively turning away, muttering, "A rabble." Indeed, aside from 10,000 elite troops from Blue Sea Star, Yi Mingyu's forces comprised primarily paratroopers and fresh recruits, whose combat capabilities were vastly inferior to those of the Winter Council's troops. Their sluggish progress in constructing defensive installations was telling throughout an entire night. They barely excavated a trench less than 3 meters deep and 10 kilometers long. Some soldiers, upon learning of the impending battle, had already soiled themselves, only to be taken away by the military police, leaving their fates uncertain. "Progress is woefully slow," Yi Mingyu coldly decreed. "If our trenches are not completed today, all will face execution." A battalion of inspectors, armed with ion rifles, began patrolling the defensive line's construction. The threatened soldiers redoubled their efforts, their pace suddenly increasing tenfold. By evening, a defensive line stretching 3,000 kilometers had been established. Engaging head-on yields little chance of victory, but we can employ some cunning tactics, Yi Mingyu declared, pointing at the map. Christ underestimated his opponents, resulting in a significant lapse in vigilance among the Winter Council's troops. Not a single soldier was stationed outside the command post, as all watch duties had been delegated to 3 small patrol ships. Under the cover of night, both sides extinguished their lights. Winter Council soldiers retired to sleep, while the Exile Star Domain's troops concealed their plans. The three ships silently launched from planet number 13, heading towards the Winter Council's encampment. They reduced their speed to evade detection by enemy patrol vessels, landing stealthily at the opposing camp. 1,000 soldiers clad in black emerged from the ships, each equipped with silenced ion rifles, splitting into 3 teams dispersing in different directions. At the heart of the encampment lay the docking station for mid-sized warships, where several Winter Council soldiers huddled together, lighting cigarettes and cursing the wretched weather. Wrapped in their military coats, suddenly, hundreds of soldiers surged in, daggers piercing the throats of their unsuspecting counterparts. After swiftly neutralizing the patrols, they planted small magnetic storm bombs on the mid-sized warships before vanishing into the night. As the 3 ships ascended into the sky, they collided head-on with enemy patrol vessels, alarm sirens blaring. The Exile Star Domain and Oppo's ships accelerated, fleeing from the interception, while the enemy soldiers prepared to give chase. A deafening explosion rocked the entire encampment, rousing Kreis from his slumber. Before he could exit his quarters, an officer burst in, reporting, "Sir, the enemy has destroyed our mid-sized warship." "A pack of useless fools," Kreis roared in fury. Winter Council troops scrambled to extinguish the fires ignited by the explosion. Kreis's face darkened, and he slammed his fist on the table, glaring in the direction of planet number 13, seething, a bunch of despicable scoundrels, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Though the methods employed were somewhat disreputable, they achieved their intended outcome. Yi Mingyu lifted his head, a weary expression on his face. This battle had only just begun. Yet even a minor victory could instill a flicker of hope in these demoralized soldiers. Just a glimmer would suffice. The flames of war on Longxi Planet finally ignited 3 days later, as the coalition headquarters committed 120,000 troops for a full frontal assault. The skies were filled with warships and spacecraft unleashing their firepower, overwhelming the Exile Star Domain's lines. The suffocating barrage melted the metallic structures of the trenches, scorching molten metal cascading over the soldiers within, their screams blending with the cacophony of battle, creating a poignant overture of war. In the aftermath of the artillery bombardment, enemy forces began their landing assault. Exile Star Domain soldiers raised their heads from the trenches, their ion rifles firing incessantly, each beam of energy claiming the life of an opponent. This was not due to superior marksmanship, but rather the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. With 120,000 troops advancing, the gaps between soldiers were scarcely 30 centimeters apart. Some soldiers were even trampled underfoot by their own comrades, reduced to mere pulp. The Exile Star Domain soldiers hardly needed to aim. Continuous gunfire ensured they struck their foes. However, the sheer volume of the enemy forces allowed them to breach the defensive line. "Excellent, they've broken through." Sima Liang clapped joyfully. The previous defeat had left him unable to hold his head high among peers for an extended period, but the tide had turned. Capturing the enemy's position meant that Qin Luo would not escape. Roland turned and stepped into the house, the outcome now seemingly certain. The remaining 15,000 enemy soldiers posed no match for the coalition's charge. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the battle would conclude in 5 hours. "Farewell, Qin Luo," Roland whispered, recalling how he and Qin Luo had once been allies on Blue Sea Star. It was Roland who had initially aided Qin Luo's rise to power. Though their relationship had soured, Roland retained a deep respect for Qin Luo as a worthy adversary. Such a fine opponent. What a pity. The Winter Council's highest command had issued orders to eliminate Qin Luo. He had no choice in the matter. However, as coalition soldiers excitedly surged forward, the enemy retreated like the ebbing tide, reluctant even to fire a single shot. The frontline commander sensed something amiss, recalling the massive explosion from a month prior. He promptly commanded the troops to withdraw from enemy positions, dispatching bomb disposal units to investigate the trenches, the scattered corpses, and the molten metal for any portable magnetic storm bombs. Over 1 million soldiers huddled together, anxiously watching their comrades as they conducted their search, ready to retreat at the slightest sign of danger. Indeed, the enemy had halted their advance and even sent out bomb disposal units. Feng Qinyang observed this through the reconnaissance scope, chuckling. Meanwhile, on the light screen map on the table, the original defensive line was circled in a bold red, and 3 divisions of railgun troops assembled. Qin Luo's fingers slowly traced the map. As if by telepathy, when Qin Luo's fingertip lightly tapped the center of the red circle, the railgun units fired in unison, obliterating the concentrated coalition forces. The frontline commander immediately ordered a retreat, and 100,000 troops hastily boarded ships, fleeing back to their positions. Chapter 92. I Am Still Alive. The battle between Planet 13 and the Winter Council's forces was on the brink of eruption. With all intermediate warships obliterated, the absence of such formidable firepower rendered Kreis's offensive somewhat feeble. Yet, this did not hinder his unwavering confidence in victory. As both sides' fleets and vessels faced each other in a tense standoff amidst the celestial void, the warships of the Winter Council bore the emblem of an ice flower in a serene azure hue, shimmering with a chilling glow against the backdrop of the dark cosmos. Their armada significantly outnumbered that of the Exile Star Domain forces, and after 3 rounds of exchange, Yi Mingyu commanded a strategic withdrawal. This was merely a probing assault, intended to gauge the true extent of the enemy's firepower. Following the brief skirmish, a weight settled heavily upon Yi Mingyu's heart. The opposing soldiers were evidently seasoned veterans, exhibiting a remarkable rhythm in their volleys. In contrast, the disarray among their own ranks, plagued by numerous green recruits, resulted in a chaotic display of firepower, leading to the destruction of several vessels in merely 3 exchanges. The front line shifted to a defensive posture, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy. Yi Mingyu issued her orders. Kreis, however, held a different perspective. He promptly commanded his troops to launch a direct assault on Planet 13, aiming to annihilate the enemy in the shortest time possible. The Exile Star Domain forces swiftly retreated into their pre-established defensive structures. As the enemy's ships descended, the prepared soldiers opened fire without hesitation. To mitigate the potential panic caused by the new recruits, 100,000 seasoned Blue Sea soldiers were positioned at the first tier of defense. These veterans were evidently more attuned to the rigors of war. Once in the trenches, they maintained their composure, waiting until the enemy troops gathered closely before unleashing their fire. The soldiers of the Winter Council charged forward in a skirmish line, complicating the Exile Star Domain and Oppo's soldiers and Oppo's ability to shoot accurately. Though many of their ranks fell, the enemy continued to advance relentlessly towards their defensive line. Reporting, Commander, we cannot hold. A frontline officer urgently relayed a distress signal. Yet, Yi Mingyu remained unfazed. As the stout officer seized the communication screen, bellowing in fury, if your line collapses, do not return. Real-time updates flooded in on the map, tightening the furrow of Yi Mingyu's brow. 100,000 Blue Sea veterans could not possibly secure a 3,000-kilometer-long defensive line, primarily tasked with safeguarding a mere 500 kilometers of the critical area, while the remaining sectors were manned by paratroopers and new recruits. Kreis discerned this vulnerability. Realizing his central attack was faltering, he redirected his offensive towards the line defended by the inexperienced soldiers, and this adjustment bore immediate fruit. Armed with ion rifles, the new recruits unleashed a barrage, yet their shots rarely struck the enemy. As comrades fell around them, fear began to take hold, reminiscent of a tarot card foretelling doom. When one new recruit, wide-eyed, bellowed the word "run" from the depths of his throat, the line collapsed entirely. Countless fled, crying and shouting, while the monitoring troops opened fire. However, their meager numbers could not intimidate the panicked recruits, leading to the immediate dispersal of the monitoring unit. The Winter Council forces seized the defensive line held by the new recruits with minimal cost, yet their triumph lasted scarcely 30 minutes. The local Blue Sea forces dispatched 1,000 reinforcements, and a fierce struggle ensued for the position, with bodies strewn across the ground as blood mingled with the earth beneath them. Observing the battlefield conditions via the communication screen, Yi Mingyu donned her military cap. Rouge Battalion, follow me, she commanded. You cannot go. I will lead the charge. The stout officer protested. We need fresh troops to reclaim the position, Yi Mingyu insisted. The stout officer, quickly fastening his uniform, saluted. If we allow women to take the front lines now, it only signifies the incompetence of the men. Without further ado, the stout officer surged forward into the fray, while Yi Mingyu sighed deeply, hands clasped behind her back, continuing to survey the unfolding conflict. Across the 3,000-kilometer front, both sides of soldiers were driven to a frenzy of battle. Initially inexperienced recruits, in the face of panic, found their latent ferocity ignited. Armed with alloy daggers, they engaged the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Although their combat prowess paled in comparison, these recruits banded together in groups, successfully stalling the enemy's advance. Countless soldiers fell, regardless of their allegiance, whether Winter Council or Exile Star Domain. This 3,000-kilometer stretch became a graveyard for countless vibrant lives, resembling a meat grinder that incessantly devoured flesh and blood. At this juncture, the battle transcended the theoretical disparity in firepower, evolving into a fierce contest of wills between soldiers. The 100,000 troops of Blue Sea, wielding alloy daggers, were akin to wolves voraciously consuming their adversaries. They were no longer mere recruits. They were battle-hardened veterans, unafraid of death, having long since come to terms with it. Their eyes glowed red, as if steeped in blood, hands trembling slightly as they clutched their daggers, yet their gazes remained vigilant. Upon spotting the enemy, they would roar and charge forth. Witnessing the battlefield's real-time updates, Christ felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What manner of troops were these? He could not fathom it. Yet the ferocity they exhibited sent chills down his spine. Few corpses remained intact upon the battlefield. Countless mouths clutched remnants of their foes. What kind of force was this? Christ sighed. The battle raged on, with the stout officer leading a fresh contingent into the fight. His arrival shifted the tide, akin to the final straw for a beleaguered camel. Christ rose, exhaling deeply. Retreat. The soldiers of the Winter Council hurriedly fell back, yet the blood-crazed soldiers pursued relentlessly, akin to ravenous wolves, refusing to relent. It was only after chasing for 30 kilometers that they were recalled by repeated signals. As hostilities ceased, both sides resembled wounded beasts, nursing their own wounds while harboring unabashed animosity towards one another. This defensive battle, at the cost of 80,000 lives from the Exile Star Domain, culminated in a hard-won victory, temporarily repelling the Winter Council's advance. However, Yi Mingyu dared not relax her vigilance, dispatching the command post guard unit to assume watch duties, allowing the weary soldiers to rest after the arduous conflict. The surviving soldiers bore the marks of battle, sprawled casually on the ground, lighting cigarettes, sharing puffs among themselves. Seasoned veterans heartily patted the new recruits on the shoulder. "Well done, you survived." Meanwhile, the gravely injured veterans lay on stretchers, their expressions eerily calm, often urging nearby medics. "Go save others. When those damned dogs charge again, leave me a weapon." Dressed in military attire, Yi Mingyu approached the frontline battlefield, where all the soldiers saluted the female commander. Standing atop a rise, she returned a salute, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Her heart silently crying out, "Are you still alive?" "I am still alive." Chapter 93. Lin Wu's choice in March of the year 2393 of the Federation. The second campaign unfolded under peculiar circumstances. The Imperial Army, initially on the offensive, had redirected its forces to bolster its presence on Long Star, leaving the Federal troops with fewer than 1.5 million defenders. Meanwhile, the administrative star, now occupied, had seen its maintenance forces replaced by the surrendered Federal troops. Following this transition, the previously tranquil populace began to stir restlessly. They continued their daily labors by day, but gathered at night to discuss matters in hushed tones. On Caesar Star, the Federal 89th Army, composed of surrendered Imperial forces, had capitulated at the onset of the invasion, serving as the most loyal subservients to the Empire. However, as the Imperial Army shifted its focus to Long Star, panic began to permeate the ranks of the 89th Army. Over the past fortnight, soldiers had mysteriously vanished, their bodies never found. With 108 soldiers missing, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the entire unit, from the lowest ranks to mid-level officers. As soldiers patrolled the streets, they felt the unsettling gaze of the populace upon them. In a city of 6 million, The 89th Army consisted of a mere 30,000 troops, and the citizens resembled silent beasts, poised to strike at the opportune moment. "Damn it, I really don't want to continue this," exclaimed General Wang Yunliang, nursing a drink. Before the imperial troops had departed, he had served them like a lapdog, but now, with their absence, he had anticipated a chance to reclaim his authority. Yet, the populace had grown restless, and within 3 days, riots had erupted over a dozen times. "These wretches, I wish I could slaughter them all," Wang Yunliang cursed as he downed another drink. Suddenly, an explosion jolted him from his inebriated stupor. Through the window, he witnessed a newly constructed imperial building crumbling amidst flames. The glass in his hand shattered as it fell to the floor. In the streets, countless citizens surged forth like a tidal wave, brandishing metal daggers and makeshift ion guns, shouting in unison, "Long live the Federation! Get out of the Federation!" Bang! The door burst open, and an officer stumbled in, breathless. "General, it's bad. They are revolting." Wang Yunliang sprang to his feet, his face contorting with fury. "Immediately order the troops to suppress them. Kill these wretches. Kill them all." Yet, when soldiers of the 89th Army attempted to confront the enraged crowd, they were met with a torrent of insults, the citizens spitting their disdain. "You are soldiers of the Federation. Your home is the Federation. Can you still call yourselves loyal?" they yelled. "Your parents are still in the Federation. Cowards! If you have any guts, go fight the Empire." Clutching their ion guns, the soldiers hesitated, none daring to fire the first shot until a young soldier, tears in his eyes, slowly lowered his weapon behind him. "I can't take it anymore. I want to fight the Imperials." His words ignited a spark, and countless soldiers sheathed their weapons and joined the ranks of the protesters. Officers, pale with rage, shouted futilely to halt the uprising. One furious officer shot a protesting soldier dead. In the ensuing silence, the wrathful crowd and soldiers overwhelmed him, leaving behind a lifeless form, unrecognizable in the chaos. More soldiers joined the ranks of the protesters, brandishing their ion guns to protect the civilians as they advanced toward the building where Wang Yunliang was holed up. Some officers, gritting their teeth, also joined the throng, and in a matter of moments, 4/5 of the 89th Army had aligned with the insurrection. Pale-faced, Wang Yunliang crouched beneath his desk. An officer burst in, "General, we should retreat." Yes, let us retreat." Wang Yunliang scrambled out from under the desk. But before he could follow the officer out, the door was forcefully flung open, and the crowd surged in, cornering him within the room. Feeling utterly drained, he collapsed onto the floor, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Moments later, the metallic door was smashed open, and the furious masses engulfed the imperial lackey general. As news of the uprising on Caesar Star spread, it detonated across other occupied territories like a powerful magnetic storm. Soldiers and civilians on numerous administrative stars rose in rebellion, taking to the streets in protest. After facing suppression, they defiantly took up arms, plunging the imperial-occupied zones into utter chaos. In the presidential office on the capital star, Lin Wu tapped his fingers thoughtfully on a map, his mind racing through the current situation and future strategic plans. After a lengthy pause, he sighed and sat back in his chair. The imperial forces were mobilizing to encircle Long Star, creating significant vulnerabilities in their defenses. Yet, Lin Wu hesitated, wary of falling into a trap. Nevertheless, the prospect of such a fortuitous opportunity stirred an insatiable desire within him. Order the First Army to swiftly seize the imperial-occupied territories, Lin Wu commanded. Regardless of whether it was a trap, he had to seize this opportunity. Qin Luo had fallen into a dire predicament, and should he manage to reclaim the administrative star seized by the Empire, his military strength and reputation would reach their zenith, making it only a matter of time before he dealt with the council. Upon receiving Lin Wu's orders, Lu Yuxiang wasted no time, leading his troops rapidly towards the imperial-occupied zone, feeling relieved to escape that wretched place. Facing an opposing force of over 3 million, Lu Yuxiang felt uneasy, fearing a sudden assault. When the gods battle, it's best for us commoners to keep our distance. Thus, the First Army's withdrawal was swift, and within a night, they arrived just outside of the imperial-occupied 50-numbered star. Don't rest. Launch the attack immediately. Liu Yuxiang issued his command. Though he was a cautious and timid leader, he was also adept at seizing opportunities. Before the disorganized 50-numbered star, he felt a burning ambition akin to molten magma. This was a chance to achieve great merit. Facing little resistance, the already chaotic 50-numbered star was effortlessly reclaimed. The civilians on the planet greeted the federal soldiers with songs and dances. Liu Yuxiang, seated in a sleek black hover vehicle, watched with satisfaction as the jubilant populace celebrated outside. If only every battle could conclude like this, he mused. Chapter 94. The meat grinder. As a torrential downpour engulfed the 5th administrative star of the Imperial Occupation Zone, rain cascaded like a tidal wave, forcing countless soldiers to remain confined within their bases. The number of patrolling soldiers dwindled, and the entire administrative star fell into an eerie silence, akin to a desolate graveyard, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of light emanating from metallic installations. The 1st Army Group of the Federation did not halt its advance after seizing the 50th planet. Instead, it left behind a garrison of 10,000 troops and surged towards the 5th star. Liu Xiangyu felt a surge of exhilaration within him, sensing that a monumental achievement lay within his grasp. The recapture of these occupied administrative stars would solidify his standing within the new Federation. Each time he contemplated this, an irresistible thrill coursed through him, compelling him to issue a command: abandon all heavy weaponry and proceed with a light load. On board the 1st Army Group's vessels, countless railguns and heavy armaments were discarded into the void of space. In a bid to expedite their ships, even some ion cannons were dismantled and thrown away. Armed only with ion rifles, the soldiers eagerly prepared to charge towards the unresisting administrative star. Liu Xiangyu's reckless advance incited Lin Wu's fury. He promptly issued 3 commands urging caution, yet Liu Xiangyu disregarded them entirely, relentlessly pushing forward with his troops. That damn fool! Lin Wu seethed, shattering the display screen in his rage. Despite the significant reduction in the Empire's defensive forces, Lin Wu remained uncertain if this was merely a trap set by the Empire. His original strategy was to proceed with caution, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. However, Liu Xiangyu's impetuousness defied his orders, and should the lightly armed troops encounter an ambush, their chances of escape would be perilously slim. Once his anger subsided, Lin Wu began to assess the situation on Longxi Planet. He cared little for Qin Luo's fate. Deep down, his primal desire was for Qin Luo to perish, but only if it could yield some value, such as delaying enemy forces and buying him more time. What a pity it would be if you were my subordinate. Lin Wu sighed softly. On Longxi Planet, after the first wave of attacks met with fierce resistance, the Allied forces unhesitatingly launched a second offensive. The aerial and naval firepower enveloped the entire planet, a deluge of flames and immense beams raining down like a tempest. Even the 10-meter-thick metallic defenses of the Exile Star could not withstand the onslaught, being systematically eroded like layers of parchment, transforming into pools of liquid that quickly solidified upon hitting the trenches. Countless soldiers seeking refuge in bunkers were rendered deaf by the overwhelming shock waves, while others suffered ruptured eardrums, their eyes bloodshot as they collapsed. The Allied forces' firepower exceeded Qin Luo's expectations. Even the command center, hastily relocated underground, trembled under the bombardment. The enemy's assault has persisted for an hour. They will likely launch another wave soon, Feng Qinyang remarked. Qin Luo tossed the map disdainfully to the ground, brandishing an ion rifle. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. All tactics are futile. We can only fight head-on. Feng Qinyang intercepted him, calmly stating, "Allow me to take the front line. If you were to step forward now, it would be my dereliction of duty." With that, Feng Qinyang strode out of the command center. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Luo followed, inspecting his ion rifle as he declared, "Those who remain in the command center at this juncture are cowards." This was a battle with almost no hope of victory. Both Qin Luo and Feng Qinyang were acutely aware of this, as were all the soldiers of the Exile Star. The support troops had abandoned their cooking utensils, now wielding issued ion rifles, while the railgun crews also grabbed their weapons and charged towards the front lines. After several fierce battles, the original force of 300,000 was reduced to fewer than 120,000 combatants, while the enemy possessed the capability to launch multiple offensives with over 1 million troops. The only thing that could slightly impede the enemy was the flesh and blood of the defenders. Within the makeshift medical department, injured soldiers struggled to rise, some clutching rifles while others wielded alloy daggers, dragging their battered bodies forward step by step. At this critical juncture, no one believed they would survive. The only hope lay in dying with some semblance of worth. Over 20,000 wounded soldiers emerged one after another, only to be halted by the supervising troops, who stood rigidly at attention. "Brothers, if we all perish, it will be on your departure, as long as one of us remains alive. You shall not advance to the front lines." The wounded soldiers returned the salute, some having lost limbs, others bearing bandaged heads, yet none retreated. "Brother, we appreciate your goodwill, but we have all but lost our fighting capabilities. We shall form a wall. Even if we know we cannot halt them, they will pay a price to cross over." The bombardment ceased after 10 minutes, and the Allied soldiers descended from their ships, immediately launching their charge. 1 million troops surged forth in a tumultuous wave, as endless as the ocean's tide. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of exiled troops resembled mere insects on the shore, and no one knew how many would survive the impending deluge. Relying on their fortified positions, the soldiers of the Exile Star mounted a fierce resistance. Energy cells were swapped out from ion rifles and discarded to the ground as soldiers watched their comrades fall around them, roaring in defiance as they unleashed a relentless barrage. After suffering heavy casualties, the Allied forces finally breached the defenses. Qin Luo, leading the charge, brandished his alloy dagger, while the wounded soldiers, dragging their weary bodies, confronted their adversaries, resulting in a brutal clash. However, due to their numerical disadvantage, the exile forces were quickly overwhelmed, facing multiple enemies at once. With bloodshot eyes, they fought fiercely, using whatever means available to resist. Soldiers continued to fall, yet they ensured that the enemy paid dearly for each inch gained. One soldier, having lost a leg, collapsed and clung desperately to the neck of an enemy, even as a dagger plunged into his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He refused to relinquish his grip. Qin Luo wielded his dagger, slashing at the necks of enemy soldiers, but their numbers only swelled. Encircled, he found himself unable to break free, his uniform soaked in blood as his comrades fell around him, his eyes turning crimson with rage. The melee raged on, the ground beneath them soaked in blood, turning the earth into a mire. Soldiers from the Exile Star continued to fall. Even Feng Qingyang bore severe wounds, blood seeping from a gaping wound in his abdomen. In the command center of the Allied forces, commanders who witnessed the scene through reconnaissance lenses gasped in disbelief. For 6 grueling hours, both sides engaged in the most primal of close-quarters combat, yet their advance remained stagnant. The tens of thousands of exiled troops were like nails hammered into the ground, inflicting wounds on all who dared approach. "We cannot continue this way. We must retreat," Sima Liang stated. "In 3 hours, we can completely shatter the enemy. Retreat now? Are you jesting?" Luo Lin scoffed. Sima Liang turned to face him, gazing intently into his eyes. "I am aware that victory is within our grasp. However, a significant portion of the vanguard consists of soldiers from our empire. I have already lost over 500,000 troops, and I am reluctant to see these soldiers squandered in vain. If we encircle the enemy, they will eventually succumb to hunger." In truth, Sima Liang harbored deeper concerns. These soldiers were directly affiliated with Kate Guyu, and excessive losses would profoundly affect her future standing. "I concur," Hong Tu interjected. At this juncture, the enemy was on the brink of collapse. By surrounding them, it was only a matter of time before Qin Luo would meet his demise. It was unwise to commit further forces to a futile and reckless confrontation with these cornered lunatics. It was an imprudent venture. Turning away from the command center, Luo Lin declared, "If you all have resolved to retreat, then so be it. I have no objections." Chapter 95. Identity. The conflict on Planet 13 raged on. Following the failure of the initial assault, Chris adopted a more cautious approach. he discerned that the opposing commander possessed exceptional skills, managing to achieve parity despite inferior overall troop strength and individual soldier quality. Such prowess was not typical of an ordinary commander. Chris meticulously studied the map, seeking an opportune moment to seize Planet 13 decisively. He contemplated bypassing this location entirely to head straight for the Exile Star domain. However, neglecting the hundreds of thousands of enemies at his rear would be akin to inviting disaster, as they would swarm like leeches, rendering him even more vulnerable. Who could the adversary be? Chris pondered deeply. Within a week, he launched numerous small-scale offensives, all of which were deftly countered by the enemy. In their presence, Chris felt as if all his strategies were laid bare. Had it not been for his side's superior firepower and soldier quality, he might have suffered catastrophic losses. 3 days prior, Chris executed 2 surprise attacks, choosing the dead of night at 3 o'clock, when humans are most fatigued. 10,000 elite warriors lay concealed within camouflaged vessels, evading enemy reconnaissance through the cover of night, landing on Planet 13. Yet, to his dismay, this offensive had been anticipated. 50,000 enemy troops awaited them. And after a desperate escape, his elite force was reduced to fewer than 2,000. Subsequently, Chris attempted a variety of ambushes and assaults, but the enemy seemed to foresee all his maneuvers, effortlessly neutralizing them and causing the loss of 60,000 soldiers. This pattern of tactical engagement felt eerily familiar to Chris. He was almost certain the enemy commander was someone he knew, Lu Long. At that moment, an officer entered the command center, dressed in disheveled military attire and casually smoking, resembling a rogue. Chris furrowed his brow and said, "Investigate who their commander is. I need to know promptly." "Understood," Lu Long replied, departing the command center. On Planet 13, the original force of 600,000 had dwindled to fewer than 400,000. However, their combat effectiveness had notably improved. The new recruits were like blades, their edges sharpened through the rigors of battle, while the rust of the fallen was but a memory, leaving only true steel behind. Yi Mingyu lay exhausted in a chair, eyes closed, gradually succumbing to sleep. She had not rested in a long while. With incessant enemy assaults demanding her full attention, such tactical command was the most mentally taxing of undertakings. Shangguan Yinji entered quietly, gently placing a military coat over Yi Mingyu. Startled, Yi Mingyu opened her eyes and sighed in relief upon seeing Shangguan Yinji. "Yinji, what brings you here?" She smiled, rubbing her weary face. With concern, Shangguan Yinji said, "You should rest. How can you endure otherwise? It's all the same. I'm used to it." Yi Mingyu responded with a smile. In the past, she had often faced sleepless nights filled with anxiety, an invisible pressure inherent to command. Each erroneous order could lead to the demise of countless soldiers, and she was determined to prevent such tragedies. Thus, she maintained a steadfast focus during wartime. The enemy's attacks have temporarily ceased. They likely won't initiate any offensives in the near future, Shangguan Yinji stated. Yi Mingyu lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Yinji, have you heard any news about him?" Shangguan Yinji shook her head. "Communications from Longxi Star have been completely severed. The Exile Star domain dispatched hundreds of reconnaissance operatives, yet none have returned. He will be fine. I believe in him." Yi Mingyu offered a forced smile, attempting to bolster her own spirits. At midnight, Li Qingguang, weary, prepared to sleep. He had been a regiment commander on the Demon Eye planet, but was promoted to division commander after surrendering to Qin Luo. Despite the significant elevation in rank, he felt no excitement, for on the very next day after his promotion, he accompanied Yi Mingyu to Planet 13. "Damn it, when will this war end?" Li Qingguang muttered under his breath. Lacking ambition, he had allied with Qin Luo merely to survive. Now thrust into battle, anxiety consumed him as he contemplated how he might surrender or escape should defeat ensue. Just as he was about to lie down, a man clad in Exile Star domain military garb entered, smoking a cigarette and looking quite disheveled. None other than Lu Long from the Winter Conference. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Li Qingguang inquired. Before he could process the situation, Lu Long struck him with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Moments later, several soldiers from the Exile Star domain entered. Lu Long handed them a cigarette. Grinning, You guys have worked hard. I'll certainly speak well of you when I return. Thank you. To be honest, we really don't want to be adversaries. We're being forced into this, the soldiers replied. A day prior, Lu Long had infiltrated Planet 13, using money and threats to coerce these soldiers into assisting him. His sole objective was to bring Li Qingguang back. With the aid of the defecting soldiers, Lu Long swiftly boarded an Exile Star Domain vessel, returning to his base. The moment he disembarked, he hurriedly led Li Qingguang into his interrogation room. Under the harsh glare of energy lights, Li Qingguang was doused with cold water, jolting him awake. Upon seeing the Winter Conference soldiers surrounding him, he realized his precarious predicament and readily exclaimed, "I'll tell you anything. Just don't kill me." Lu Long leaned down, asking, "Who is your current commander?" "Yi Mingyu, a woman," Li Qingguang promptly replied. Lu Long frowned. He had never encountered that name before, nor did any intelligence from the Exile Star Domain contain information about Yi Mingyu. He pressed further, "Do you have her photograph?" Yes. In my personal screen," Li Qingguang immediately answered. Lu Long searched him and found the screen, opening it to reveal her image. As he gazed upon the beautiful woman, Lu Long's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly exited the interrogation room, heading straight for the command center. When Chris beheld the photograph, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. He gently set the screen down, staring out into the starry sky. 3 years apart, Lady Xian, who would have thought I, a defeated general, would face you once more. Chapter 96. Failure. The imperial capital of the empire remained as opulent as ever, with its vibrant nightlife juxtaposed against the misery of countless slaves. Within the palace, Caitlin Qi's health was deteriorating. Several days prior, he had begun to cough up black blood and had lapsed into unconsciousness multiple times. Yet neither Caitlin Guiyue nor Caitlin Locke had visited him, nor had any nobles come to inquire about his well-being. In the vast chamber, only Caitlin Qi lay despondently on the bed. When a shadow emerged from behind the palace, Caitlin Qi, who seemed utterly spent, suddenly sat upright in bed. He strode down the steps with a vitality that belied his earlier weakness, reclaiming the imposing demeanor he was known for. "The rain is falling quite heavily," the man in black remarked. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden downpour had begun in the imperial capital, causing pedestrians to hastily unfurl their umbrellas and rush into their vehicles. Water began to accumulate on the pristine ground, while a chill wind pushed open a small window, rendering the room significantly colder. "After tonight, the rain shall turn to blood." "How timely it is," Caitlin Qi stated calmly. "Are you not concerned about his success?" the man in black inquired. Caitlin Qi shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If he truly succeeds, I would have no qualms about bequeathing the throne to him." On the sparsely populated streets of the imperial capital, a heavy footfall suddenly echoed, accompanied by the sounds of rain. A squadron clad in black advanced deliberately, their hands gripping ion guns, their expressions grim. After a brief assembly, they dispersed across all avenues of the capital. Numerous civilians seeking refuge from the rain were ruthlessly gunned down, while homeless individuals huddled on the ground were dragged into shadowy corners, their bodies left cold and lifeless. Within half an hour, all would converge once more. "Cleanup complete. We can depart immediately." The black-clad figures surged toward a singular direction, their sights set firmly on the Grand Palace and the 2 individuals residing within. Caitlin Guiyue had not succumbed to slumber. He was fully dressed and stealthily tucked an ion gun into his clothing. Zhao Feng entered from outside, his demeanor stiff and frigid. "They have already commenced their actions." "How swiftly they come," Caitlin Guiyue replied, somewhat astonished. The responsibility for the palace's security lay with Zhao Feng's First Army. Anticipating the attack, the black-clad squad encountered an ambush as they breached the first city gate. The robotic soldiers of the First Army behaved like merciless killing machines, their ion guns automatically locking onto vital points of their foes before unleashing a barrage of fire. A deafening explosion erupted as the enemy deployed magnetic storm shells, causing the palace to erupt into chaos. Caitlin Qi and the man in black exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. "I thought the Li family would remain uninvolved. I did not expect their resolve to be so formidable that that they would deploy their secret forces. Caitlin Chi chuckled. To win is to claim kingship. Such temptation is difficult for anyone to resist. The man in black seated himself, pouring a glass of wine. Caitlin Chi turned to him, his gaze as placid as still water. And what of the Yi family? The Yi family harbors no dissent. However, you must weaken them. Otherwise, once you are gone, Guyue will struggle to command respect. If Yi Zian and Guyue could unite in matrimony, it would be perfect, Caitlin Chi sighed. The man in black shuddered slightly, placing down his wine glass. Yi Zian is not to be trifled with. Guyue cannot control her. Caitlin Chi exhaled softly, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the sporadic flashes of artillery fire, his figure exuding an aura of solitude and melancholy. Emperors are invariably lonely. Yet his son failed to grasp this truth. Guyue's affection for Yi Zian was akin to a vine that had taken root deep within him, spreading through every cell of his being. While this was commendable, it also posed a significant danger. Caitlin Chi could not guarantee that the Yi family would forever refrain from seeking power, thus he resolved to stifle any potential threats at their inception. The black-clad attackers faced the formidable First Army with little hope of victory. These robots exhibited no fear of death, and their metallic bodies were impervious to standard ion weaponry. After a brief skirmish, they began a hasty retreat. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, their presence akin to a tumultuous wave, vanishing like smoke in the wind. However, Caitlin Chi would not let this opportunity slip away. Since the pawn had made a move, it was time to conclude the game. With a subtle gesture, a soldier concealed in shadows nodded silently and stepped out. Within the Li family estate, Caitlin Locke and Li Chongsong displayed expressions of urgency, for the forward assault had suffered a devastating blow. The initial plan was rendered null and void. The legendary First Army's might was indeed formidable. Immediately command the surrounding forces to mobilize and encircle the imperial capital. Caitlin Locke issued the order. Outside the imperial capital, the Li family's troops, having awaited their moment, surged forth. If direct assault proved ineffective, they would resort to the most brutal methods to seize the coveted position that so many coveted. Hundreds of thousands marched toward the imperial capital, their artillery brimming with energy cells, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Yet, as the forces approached, a mysterious battalion emerged unexpectedly, featuring 2,000 state-of-the-art medium-sized warships, resembling a ferocious beast blocking the path of the Li family's army. Inform them that we are en route to the imperial capital to rescue our great sovereign, commanded the Li family's officer. However, before the order could be fully conveyed, the enemy opened fire, unleashing a torrent of destructive power. Hundreds of thousands of Li family troops were obliterated in an instant, the command ship suffering the brunt of the assault. The commander, wide-eyed, was consumed by the onslaught. The battle was brief, lasting no more than 2 hours. Apart from those who fled, the remainder of the Li family's forces were reduced to mere stardust, black as night, scattered in fragments, some drifting away, others plummeting to the ground. The enigmatic fleet silently withdrew, swiftly vanishing into the inky void of space. Once they departed, silence reigned, as if the events had never transpired. Within the palace, the man in black glanced at his screen and remarked nonchalantly, "The Li family's forces have been dealt with." Caitlin Chi trembled slightly, a mix of surprise and trepidation coursing through him. The enemy's speed exceeded his expectations, and this realization instilled a sense of fear within him. While allying with a tiger may yield greater rewards, it also risks being devoured whole. The man in black set down his glass and rose. "Do not forget our agreement." After the man departed, Caitlin Chi remained chilled, taking a deep breath as he made a crucial decision. These individuals could not be allowed to persist. The empire must belong solely to him. Within the Li family estate, upon receiving news of the army's annihilation, Li Chongsong and Caitlin Locke appeared utterly drained, as if all strength had been sapped from their bodies. Years of meticulous planning had crumbled overnight. The enraged council burst into the room, denouncing Li Chongsong, while many elders wept openly. In the face of failure, only death awaited them. Caitlin Chi, the cold and ruthless emperor, would undoubtedly exact his vengeance. 5,000 soldiers from the First Army appeared silently within the Li family estate, and Li Cha-song, with a dry throat, proclaimed loudly, "I demand an audience with His Majesty." Responding to the request, Caitlin Chi hurled his screen to the ground. "Kill everyone except that pawn." Clinging to a shred of hope, Li Changsong resolved to offer the entirety of his family's power and wealth in exchange for the emperor's clemency, even if it meant sacrificing himself and the council. As long as the younger generation remained, all would be well. Yet, beams of ion energy extinguished all his hopes. Every member of the estate met a swift demise at the hands of a single shot. He stood there, numbly observing the scene, until a soldier mercilessly silenced his consciousness with a dagger, causing him to collapse slowly to the ground. Inside the house, Kate Locke bowed his head. At that moment, thoughts of life or death faded away, replaced by memories of his exiled mother, a woman residing on a distant planet, yet thriving in her joy. She was his only kin, the one he was determined to protect. Outside, the air was filled with anguished cries, as both the elderly and newborns were mercilessly slain. The pungent scent of blood seeping through the cracks of the small window. Kate Locke rose to his feet, drawing an ion pistol from his grasp. He refused to be taken captive, especially in the presence of that so-called father. He had faltered, yet he could not forsake the dignity he had long upheld. "Mother, perhaps you were right. I should be by your side, living a tranquil life." A gunshot rang out, and Kate Locke's head was pierced directly through, causing his body to stiffen and fall to the ground, blood gradually transforming into a blossom. Chapter 97. The eerie troops. The Imperial-occupied territories were already engulfed in chaos. The pressure from the First Army of the Federation, coupled with the insurrection of the populace and previously surrendered soldiers on the administrative planets, had ignited a rebellion. Clashes with the enemy erupted in every corner of the metallic cities. Each morning, a multitude of corpses was collected by sanitation workers, leading to a severe shortage of manpower in this menial profession during this tumultuous period. In a single day, Liu Yuxiang issued 3 commands to urge his troops onward. The vanguard forces, comprising the 13th and 20th armies with a total of 70,000 troops, promptly arrived outside Planet Number 5. As anticipated, Planet No. 5 offered no resistance and surrendered unconditionally, allowing the First Army of the Federation to take control of the planet seamlessly. Without pausing, Liu Yuxiang left 30,000 troops to garrison the planet and continued to advance, with nearly 70 administrative planets still requiring his reclamation. The prospect of such monumental achievements filled Liu Yuxiang with growing elation. Meanwhile, Lin Wu, far away on the capital planet, did not share Liu Yuxiang and Appo's buoyant spirits. The smoother the operations of the troops, the more uneasy he felt. How could the imperial forces, even with their diminished strength, exhibit no semblance of resistance? Holding the battle reports sent by Liu Yuxiang, Lin Wu noted that within a week, the First Army had recaptured 15 administrative planets, averaging one every 3 hours, a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. Send another command to Liu Yuxiang. He must proceed with caution, Lin Wu declared. However, Liu Yuxiang, upon receiving the order, felt discontent. As a general of the Federation, his rank was only subordinate to Lin Wu. Previously, due to Lin Wu's overwhelming influence in the military, he had no choice but to comply. But now, the First Army was under his command, and he was on the verge of achieving great merit. With 1 million troops at his disposal and a resounding military accomplishment in hand, his prestige would soar to unprecedented heights. Even if he were to supplant Lin Wu, it would not be an issue. Thus, Liu Yuxiang disregarded Lin Wu's orders and pressed forward. With each recaptured planet, he stationed 30,000 troops to maintain order, gradually dispersing his forces. Eventually, he realized he was severely undermanned and was compelled to reduce the garrison from 30,000 to merely 10,000. The operation to reclaim lost territories met with resistance at the 20th planet. The Imperial forces still stationed in the occupied territories numbered approximately 300,000 soldiers, who had formed formidable combat units around pre-established defensive lines, fiercely holding their ground. Crush them, Liu Yuxiang commanded. However, such orders proved challenging to execute. In pursuit of speed, Liu Yuxiang had ordered the abandonment of all heavy weaponry, and now, not even a single railgun division could be assembled. Many ships had even dismantled their ion cannons. Devoid of heavy artillery, launching an assault on a planet fortified with robust defenses was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, blinded by the allure of accolades, Liu Yuxiang issued a resolute directive to annihilate the enemy. The soldiers, left with no alternatives, boarded their vessels and descended upon the planet, only to be met with a barrage of enemy fire as soon as they disembarked. The frontline officers initiated dozens of charges, yet could not breach the enemy's defenses, incurring heavy casualties and leaving thousands of corpses in their wake. A wave of panic began to spread within the First Army as soldiers, unwilling to sacrifice their lives, clashed with officers who were compelled to enforce orders. This led to severe conflicts, culminating in violent skirmishes resulting in fatalities. Liu Yuxiang, left with no choice, recalled the soldiers stationed to guard the reclaimed planets and sent out a distress signal, requesting Lin Wu to deploy heavy weaponry. In response to Liu Yuxiang's plea, Lin Wu replied succinctly, "Withdraw your troops immediately." However, having advanced this far, Liu Yuxiang was reluctant to concede. Gritting his teeth, he continued to command his forces to attack, hoping that their numerical superiority would breach the enemy's defenses. Nevertheless, the Imperial soldiers defended tenaciously, and despite multiple large-scale assaults, no progress was made. The soldiers of the First Army, unable to endure the futility of their situation, began to defy orders and cease their assaults. Liu Yuxiang dispatched an inspection team, executing several recalcitrant soldiers, which sparked a significant uprising. The incident was ignited by a soldier who, suffering from an upset stomach, found his comrades had already charged ahead upon returning from the restroom. The inspection team executed him without inquiry, inciting the fury of the already aggrieved soldiers, who turned their weapons on the inspection team, shouting for rebellion. Liu Yuxiang, upon learning of the turmoil, urgently dispatched troops to suppress the insurrection, leading to a bloody confrontation. Once this rebellion was quelled, the death toll exceeded 20,000, causing Liu Yuxiang to waver and contemplate retreat. Yet, unexpectedly, a sudden upheaval emerged like a dagger, severing his last hope. A mysterious troop, equipped with advanced weaponry and numbering around 100,000, appeared behind the First Army. They swiftly eliminated the few remaining soldiers guarding the recaptured planets within 3 days, effectively cutting off Liu Yuxiang's route of retreat. Immediately, Liu Yuxiang sent an urgent distress signal to Lin Wu. Upon receiving the message, Lin Wu promptly dispatched the Second Army for rescue. However, before the Second Army could arrive, the enemy initiated their assault. The soldiers of the First Army fought valiantly against the enemy's advances, but the enemy's superior equipment proved overwhelming. Under a concentrated barrage from the intermediate warships, the First Army suffered a third of its forces, while their own ships inflicted negligible damage on the enemy vessels. General Feng Yujie of the Second Army issued a decisive order, and with 1 million troops marching relentlessly, they reached their destination within 2 days. Upon witnessing this, the enemy chose to withdraw, leaving behind fewer than 20,000 remnants of the First Army. Feng Yujie quickly located Liu Yuxiang, who sat in his command center, dazed and disheveled. His uniform had gone days without a wash, and he exuded an odor of sweat from a distance. His once fair complexion appeared aged overnight, adorned with stubble that spoke of despair. As Feng Yujie approached, Liu Yuxiang suddenly cried out, "Do not kill me! Do not kill me!" Feng Yujie sighed, ordering Liu Yuxiang to be taken away, and inquired about the situation from the subordinate officers. A senior officer recounted the harrowing events with a terrified expression. "That was a devil's troop, equipped with intermediate warships we had never encountered. Their photon cannons possessed nearly double the firepower of our own, and their hulls were remarkably sturdy. Our ion cannons could scarcely breach their armor. They moved with impeccable discipline, as if they were a single entity, and did not respond to our attempts at communication before launching an assault. Many of our soldiers perished without ever laying eyes on the enemy." Listening to these accounts only deepened Feng Yujie's agitation. He interrupted, "Did you not capture a single prisoner or manage to kill even one of them?" The officer, flushed with anger, retorted, "Of course we did. Our soldiers are not made of clay. However, upon their death, the enemy utilized some device to retrieve their bodies back to their ships. We could not secure a single captive or even a corpse. Feng Yujia fell silent. This unit was too enigmatic. Where had they emerged from? He promptly reported this intelligence to President Lin Wu. Chapter 98. An oath with you. Forgive my inability to comply. In May of the year 2393 of the Federation era, the esteemed First Army Group of the Federation, originally tasked with reclaiming lost territories, suffered a devastating ambush by a mysterious force, resulting in nearly total annihilation. The commander, General Lu Xiangyu, was overwhelmed by fear and sent back to the capital Star, where he awaited the judgment of a military tribunal. Meanwhile, General Feng Yujia of the Second Army Group, lacking intelligence on the enemy, could only regroup and retreat to the original defensive lines. The grand operation to reclaim lost territories concluded in a disheartening manner, and the previously resistant populace and soldiers faced brutal repression following the withdrawal of the Federation forces. Dozens of administrative stars were subjected to a massacre policy by enraged imperial soldiers, staining every inch of the land with blood. The sewers of the metallic cities overflowed with gore, and corpses, left unattended on the streets, were frantically scavenged by wild dogs, which, having consumed copious amounts of human flesh, possessed eyes that glowed ominously. The newly elected president of the Federation, Lin Wu, issued a letter of mourning for the fallen civilians and soldiers. During a press conference, he was moved to tears several times, evoking deep sympathy from listeners. Upon exiting the conference room, his secretary, Brandy, offered him a tissue. Lin Wu wiped his tears and carelessly discarded the tissue on the floor, commanding the military court to execute Lu Xiangyu immediately. It was no wonder Lin Wu was filled with rage. This was a golden opportunity. Even with the presence of that mysterious force, had Lu Xiangyu maintained composure and concentrated the million-strong army, the enemy would not have dared to confront the First Army Group directly, regardless of their superior equipment. Thus, the situation would not have become so dire, and at the very least, several administrative stars could have been reclaimed. Now, however, all efforts had come to naught. Lin Wu bypassed his presidential office and went directly to the command center's operations room, where staff officers were diligently crafting the next phase of military strategy. With personnel coming and going incessantly, summon an immediate operational meeting. Lin Wu commanded. Within 5 minutes, all staff officers and senior military officials were seated at the long conference table. As Lin Wu surveyed the room, he was met with the gleaming eyes of seasoned generals, each a recipient of the Federation's prestigious Purple Orchid Medal. Yet, in the face of crisis, they proved utterly inadequate. You are all well aware of the situation. We have not only lost the First Army Group, but have also become synonymous with cowardice in the eyes of the populace. How disgraceful it is that our million-strong army was vanquished by a mere 100,000 of the enemy. Lin Wu rose in anger, slamming a holographic display onto the table, causing the surrounding officers to lower their heads in silence. I hereby order the immediate mobilization of reserve forces to reconstitute the First Army Group for training in the Capital Star sector. Lin Wu gestured for them to sit down and continued. Additionally, the staff should promptly devise a detailed defense plan. Given the existence of such a formidable enemy force, an imperial offensive is likely imminent. Yes, sir. The chief of staff saluted. After the meeting adjourned, Lin Wu retained Major Brandy, a 30-year-old officer who had been on the front lines, participating in both the First and Second Great Battles, amassing a wealth of combat experience. Lin Wu trusted Brandy's judgment far more than that of the academy-trained staff officers. In the years since their last encounter, Brandy had matured significantly. His once fair complexion had darkened, and strands of silver hair now adorned his close-cropped hairstyle. Despite being unqualified for such high-level meetings, Lin Wu summoned him directly. Having returned from the front lines without the chance to visit his parents, Brandy arrived at the meeting still bearing the unwashed dirt of battle on his military boots. It's been a while. You've bulked up? Lin Wu chuckled, patting Brandy on the shoulder. Brandy leaned back, offering a military salute. Thank you for your praise, Mr. President. Enough with the formalities. Here, we dispense with such niceties. Lin Wu replied with a wave of his hand, gesturing for Brandy to sit. After a moment of hesitation, Brandy took a seat on the sofa, sitting up straight. Lin Wu poured him a glass of water and continued. Do you understand why I urgently summoned you back from the front lines? Please enlighten me, Mr. President. Brandy replied earnestly. Lin Wu sighed, fatigue evident in his demeanor. As you know, the First Army Group has been nearly obliterated, and I require someone to rapidly reform and deploy them into combat. Brandy felt a surge of excitement as Lin Wu turned to him with a smile. Indeed, that someone is you. I am unworthy and unprepared for such a heavy responsibility. Brandy quickly protested. He was merely a general overseeing 30,000 troops, suddenly thrust into the role of commanding 100,000. The pressure felt overwhelming. Do not be modest. Despite your current rank, I hold great expectations for you. I trust you will revitalize the First Army Group and avoid repeating past mistakes. Taking a deep breath, Brandy stood and offered a military salute. I pledge my utmost dedication to this duty. Excellent. I hereby appoint you as a Federation General and the commander of the First Army Group. Lin Wu returned the salute, internally sighing as the image of Qin Luo momentarily flashed through his mind. How wonderful it would be if he were on his side. On the battlefield of Longxi, soldiers crouched low, using the cover of wind and snow as they emerged from their trenches. They meticulously stripped the bodies of enemy soldiers of every useful item, energy cells, ion guns, nutritional fluids, and cigarettes. The coalition's recent offensives had dwindled, many being mere probing attacks. They faithfully executed the command from the high command, preparing to use hunger as a weapon to starve the remaining 10,000 exiled troops on Longxi. Supplies for the exiled soldiers dwindled daily. Initially, they received 3 tubes of nutritional fluid daily, but now they could only allocate 1 tube every 3 days. The logistics officer overseeing supplies was stressed to the point of graying hair, yet remained powerless to remedy the situation. Frontline soldiers resorted to consuming buried insects and the rats from sewers, with some depending solely on accumulated snow for sustenance. Qin Luo sat in the command center. Lost in thought, he found himself utterly at a loss. The emergence of that mysterious force had thrown the situation beyond his control. Had Lin Wu successfully reclaimed lost territories, the Imperial Army would have feared a pincer attack and inevitably retreated. However, the arrival of that enigmatic force had disrupted all his plans, leaving him feeling like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. My lord, our supplies have run out completely. Feng Qinyang entered quietly. Qin Luo gently set down the pen he had been holding and stood to face Feng Qinyang. Qinyang, do you regret following me? We truly have no means left. Feng Qinyang shook his head. No, a soldier's only allegiance is to die on the battlefield. It is my honor to serve alongside you. Thank you. Qin Luo placed a hand on his shoulder. With a long sigh, a multitude of images flooded his mind. The first squad, the portly figure, Shangwan Yenji, his parents, and the lost wanderers, not to mention the enchanting woman in a white dress who captivated him. An oath with you. Forgive my inability to comply. Chapter 99. The Ascension of the New Emperor on the 13th planet, situated beyond the exiled star region, Yi Mingyu presided over the command center, her gaze flitting across the incoming intelligence. A flurry of orders emanated from her, and the soldiers on the battlefield moved with the grace of an adept dancer, repelling the relentless assaults of the cold winter society. After yet another successful defense, Yi Mingyu sank wearily into her chair, massaging her temples. The intensity of the enemy's attacks left her gasping for breath. What began as small-scale probing assaults had escalated into a barrage of large-scale offensives. She strained her intellect to manage the situation, barely managing to stabilize the chaos. However, this control was merely fleeting. The opposing force boasted an army exceeding 1 million seasoned veterans, equipped with superior weaponry and formidable firepower, while her own troops numbered less than 400,000. Although many new recruits had matured through rigorous training, the disparity in numbers remained stark. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Yi Mingyu murmured as she activated the light screen, gazing at a photo of Qin Luo. Within the confines of the cold winter society's stronghold, Chris received intelligence from within the empire. The plans of Kate Locke and the Leaf family had failed. A bunch of fools. They've thwarted my grand designs. Chris slammed his fist onto the table, his voice laced with fury. Regaining his composure, he immediately issued the command for a full retreat. With the Empire's plans in shambles, any further assault on the Exiled Star region would be utterly pointless. The previous strategy hinged on waiting for Qin Luo to ascend to the throne, at which point the Cold Winter Society would receive the promised military support from the Empire, enabling a dual-front assault against the Federation and the Southwestern forces to obliterate the new federal government. Yet now, this plan lay in ruins. Not only had the throne eluded them, but with Catalinci's cunning, he would undoubtedly uncover the Cold Winter Society's covert backing, inciting a vengeful retaliation. Thus, Chris had no choice but to withdraw. Curse it! Chris gritted his teeth, donning his military cap as he exited the command post. Soldiers were already boarding the ships, preparing for evacuation. As he stood upon the ship, the biting wind howled around him. Chris cast a lingering look at the lights of the 13th planet and quietly remarked, "Farewell, Lord Xian. I believe I shall bestow upon you a surprise." The turmoil in the imperial capital was quelled in a short span of time. The civilians seemed to have acclimated. After an initial wave of panic, dawn broke and they resumed their daily toil. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Qin Luo was summoned into the inner palace by his father. The rebellion led by Qin Luo had been thoroughly suppressed, yet Catalinci showed no signs of relenting. He directly severed all intelligence lines linked to the Li family, implicating hundreds of civil and military officials. Under the cover of night, a battalion surged toward the remote planet where Cataloc's mother resided, extinguishing every life on that world. With his head bowed, Qin Luo entered the dimly lit inner palace, where Catalinci reclined on a fur-lined bench, feigning slumber. He opened his eyes only upon Qin Luo's entrance. "Did you sleep well last night?" Catalinci inquired. "Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, I could not find rest," Qin Luo replied, kneeling on the floor, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. "Do you understand the situation? I dared not venture outside thus. I am unaware." Catalinci slowly rose, lifting a teacup from the table, then abruptly hurled it at Qin Luo. The cup struck his forehead, causing him to stagger as it shattered on the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the wound. "You dare deceive me," Catalinci roared. Qin Luo remained kneeling, his gaze fixed on the floor, silent, yet his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. He was acutely aware of the previous night's betrayal, possessing knowledge clearer than anyone else, including Cataloc's route of advance, troop numbers, and the timing of the attack. His initial plan was to wait until both sides had exhausted themselves, allowing the First Army to emerge and restore order. However, no one anticipated Zhao Feng's command to resist, nor the swift conclusion of the battle. "I know you have harbored discontent towards me of late, but you must understand that all my actions are for your benefit," Catalinci asserted, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Luo. "Purging the Yi family is also for my good," Qin Luo retorted with a cold smirk. Catalinci descended, kicking him to the ground. "I tell you, cleansing the Yi family lays the foundation for your future ascendance. Their power is too great, a potential threat to you." "And what of it?" "The rebellion lies with the Li family, not the Yi family, with the primary orchestrator being that discarded pawn you brought back. I truly wish to end you." Catalinci's face darkened, his chest heaving with rage. Qin Luo slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a faint smile gracing his features. "I am well aware that if Qin Luo had not rebelled, the throne would likely never have been mine." Catalinci scrutinized his son, a complex expression in his eyes. The son before him had changed in ways he could not quite articulate. The door to the inner palace creaked open, and Zhao Feng entered. Catalinci bellowed, "Get out! Who permitted your entry?" Zhao Feng bowed slightly, maintaining an expression of indifference. "Your Majesty, the First Army has come for protection. I am not in danger. What need have I for protection?" Zhao Feng remained silent, instead directing his gaze at Qin Luo, who, at that moment, was wiping the blood from his forehead, calmly stating, "When he refers to your Majesty, he means me." Catalinci felt the world spin around him, his heart sinking. From behind the screen emerged a familiar figure clad in black. Catalinci shouted at him, "What is the meaning of the First Army's actions? Are they not the most loyal of automatons?" "Indeed, your Majesty," But even automatons require thought, and I am the one who controls that thought. The figure in black replied with a slight bow and a smile. Catalinci collapsed onto the ground, disbelief etched across his face. The very person who had been his ally now stood as his most lethal adversary, while the robotic forces that had bolstered the empire transformed into instruments of his demise. "Father, you have grown old. It is time for me to ascend," Kate Gumo said softly, approaching his side. A dagger pierced Catalinci's chest. He grasped Kate Gumo's hands tightly, his eyes devoid of shock or disappointment, instead reflecting a glimmer of relief as he whispered, "Beware of them, my son." As Catalinci's eyes closed for the final time, Kate Gumo rose slowly, wiping the blood from his hands. The figure in black bowed respectfully and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The empire now belongs to you. I shall fulfill the promises made to you. Now, let us convene the court," Kate Gumo replied coolly. On May 20th, 2393 of the Federation calendar, the mighty Emperor Catalinci of the Catel Empire passed away due to illness. Crown Prince Kate Gumo ascended the throne, and while the civil and military officials were still in shock, the new emperor had already issued his first decree: the Yi family is innocent. The living shall be restored to their positions, and the deceased shall receive grand burials. Chapter 100. The Recall Order on May 21st, 2393 of the Federal calendar. The formidable forces of the Winter Assembly began their retreat without any forewarning. Yi Mingyu, showing no hesitation, commanded her troops to pursue relentlessly. The soldiers of the exiled Star Domain, roaring with fervor, chased after the enemy, eager to deliver a thrashing. Chris, desperate to retreat, managed to evade the pursuit of the exiled Star Domain forces after incurring significant losses, ultimately returning to the southwestern Star Domain after a long detour. Yi Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Well-versed in military strategy, she understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe. However, her initial assessment indicated that the enemy's retreat was alarmingly hasty, as if they had prepared to withdraw overnight. Thus, she ordered an immediate chase, banking on their urgency to flee. The exiled Star Domain erupted in jubilant cheers as countless citizens crafted grand portraits of Yi Mingyu and Qin Luo, their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted the names of the two leaders with all their might. The soldiers embraced joyfully, celebrating the victory after a month-long defensive battle. Yet, Yi Mingyu could not share in the elation. She pondered the reasons behind the enemy's withdrawal. Given the situation, the Winter Assembly had a 70% chance of victory, and there seemed to be no justification for their retreat unless something had gone awry in their rear ranks. With Martin Luther by Qin Luo and Apos' side, the intelligence network of the exiled Star Domain was temporarily unable to penetrate the territories of the Empire or the Winter Assembly, leaving Yi Mingyu in ignorance regarding the happenings within the Empire. She could only deduce a rough explanation through her intellect. Upon entering the southwestern Star Domain, Chris's troops began to disperse back to their respective garrisons, adhering to the Winter Assembly's protocol of returning to their original posts after a battle. This practice minimized the gathering of troops at the central winter planet and prevented generals from amassing power. As a ship gradually docked at the spaceport on Winter Planet, Chris hurriedly boarded a hovercar headed for the central building. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 55th floor, a venerable elder sat in a wheelchair, gazing thoughtfully out the window. Upon Chris's entrance, the elder turned with a smile and asked, "What ill tidings do you bring me?" Chris respectfully bowed. "Lord Winter, during my assault on the exiled Star Domain, I encountered an old acquaintance." "Who?" "The renowned Imperial General, Yi Zian." A cold glint sparked in the elder's eyes as he slowly rose, leaning on his cane. "Her? What brings her to the exiled Star Domain?" "I suspect it is due to the purging of the Yi family, forcing her into this predicament," Chris conjectured. "That is a possibility. But Yi Zian is an asset of the Empire. She must not be allowed to remain in the exiled Star Domain," the elder declared decisively. Chris slightly bowed. "Understood. I shall take action immediately." Upon exiting the building, Chris swiftly dialed a number. Once the video call was answered, he uttered a single phrase: "Yi Zian is in the exiled Star Domain." "Understood." The call was abruptly terminated on the other end. Meanwhile, the forces in the exiled star domain continued to resist valiantly. They had long lost the vibrant appearance they once had, now appearing gaunt and weary. Their uniforms soiled beyond recognition. The soldiers' faces were drawn, their lips pale, and their eyes devoid of any spark. The threat of starvation loomed large. As they had consumed all available rations and could only rely on melting snow to quench their hunger. Despite this dire situation, not a single soldier voiced discontent. They believed that the great Qin Luo would lead them to victory. The coalition forces had not been idle. They had launched tentative large-scale offensives. However, the soldiers, now resembling a band of beggars, fought back with a desperate ferocity when faced with the enemy, forcing the coalition to retreat once more. Qin Luo had also gone a day without food. His modified physique was considerably more robust than that of an ordinary person, rendering him less affected by hunger. But others were struggling. Feng Qinyang sat in a chair, his voice barely above a whisper. "Qinyang, what do you think?" Qin Luo inquired. With a weak sigh, Feng Qinyang replied, "Lord Qin Luo, why don't we just fight to the end? After all, death is inevitable." Qin Luo pondered Feng Qinyang's suggestion, then shook his head. "No, I sense there may be a turning point. But, my lord, our main forces cannot even communicate with us. Reinforcements are out of reach," Feng Qinyang protested. Rising to his feet, Qin Luo adjusted his collar and turned to Feng Qinyang. "Qinyang, I trust my instincts. We will survive." With that, he strode out of the command center. In the palace of the Qin Empire, a guard slowly entered, bowing. "Your Majesty, the military minister Wang Ruoyi seeks an audience." "What does he want?" Qin Luo furrowed his brow. This military minister, an elder of 80, had long been disengaged from state affairs. Even the recent rebellion of the Li family had come to his attention only after the fact. His sudden request for an audience piqued Qin Luo's curiosity. Wang Ruoyi soon entered. Despite his age, the once feared general still radiated vitality, striding confidently. He was about to kneel to pay his respects when Qin Luo hastily interjected. "No need for that. Allow the old general to take a seat." A palace maid brought forth a soft seat made from sea beast hide. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Ruoyi sat down and pondered for a moment. "Your Majesty, how do you assess our military strength?" "During my father's reign, he placed great emphasis on the military. The Qin Empire now boasts millions of soldiers, and we are indeed strong and robust," Qin Luo replied with a smile. Wang Ruoyi stroked his beard and shook his head with a wry smile. "I beg to differ, Your Majesty. Although our army is numerous, the number of capable commanders is dwindling. Especially those who can lead large-scale operations are exceedingly rare." Qin Luo frowned slightly, recognizing the truth in Wang Ruoyi's words. Following the purges of the Yi and Li families, the empire's military talents had entered a period of decline, while experienced leaders like Sima Liang remained. They were conventional and lacked the capacity for significant responsibility, a persistent headache for Qin Luo. "Since the old general has identified the problem, surely you must have a solution?" Qin Luo inquired. Wang Ruoyi produced a letter from his sleeve and presented it to Qin Luo. Puzzled, Qin Luo opened it, and upon reading a single line, he sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy and excitement. "Is this intelligence authentic?" "Absolutely," Wang Ruoyi affirmed. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Qin Luo exclaimed thrice. Unable to contain his excitement as he paced back and forth, then suddenly turned to say, "Immediately send someone secretly to the exiled star domain to make contact with Yi Zian. We must ensure her return." After the guards were dispatched to prepare, Qin Luo descended from his throne and grasped Wang Ruoyi's hands. "Old General, you have accomplished a great feat." "Not at all, Your Majesty. Once we secure General Xian's return, the choice of commander for our empire will be assured," Wang Ruoyi replied with a smile. Chapter 101. Exchange within the exiled star domain. The victorious army finally settled down after 3 days of jubilant celebration. General Yi Mingyu reorganized the troops, dividing the 500,000 regular soldiers into 4 army groups: the Southwest Army, Southeast Army, Blue Sea Army, and Northwest Army. Additionally, the 40,000 reserve troops were incorporated into the newly formed Third Army. Strategically, Yi Mingyu refined Qin Luo's original deployment, transforming the triangular defense into a quadrilateral one, with the elite Blue Sea Army designated as the mobile force ready for immediate support. During these days, Yi Mingyu was so busy that she scarcely found time to eat. Uncertain of Qin Luo's whereabouts, his image flickered through her mind during her fleeting moments of respite, causing her heart to ache profoundly. Thus, she immersed herself in work, striving to momentarily escape this torment. After a long day, Yi Mingyu quietly exited the government building. She enjoyed solitary strolls, relishing the familiar scenery she had admired countless times before. The soldiers assigned to protect her had long been dismissed, and she walked slowly along the cobblestone streets in her white dress. The patrolling soldiers, upon seeing her, would salute her with genuine respect. As she walked and observed, her heart ached more intensely. Every street she traversed was one she had walked with Qin Luo. The familiar sights remained unchanged, yet he was no longer there. Upon reaching a narrow alleyway constructed of black metallic ore, Yi Mingyu suddenly halted. She turned and coldly commanded, "Come out." From the entrance of the alley emerged 3 middle-aged men, dressed like ordinary merchants, yet their resolute demeanor set them apart. Approaching Yi Mingyu, they stood at attention and saluted, declaring, "We pay our respects to the general. I am no longer a general of the empire. There is no need for such formalities," Yi Mingyu replied indifferently. The 3 men before her were once her subordinates during her command, and their return could only signify 2 motives, either to summon her back to the empire or to eliminate her. "General, we come at the emperor's command to invite you back to the empire," the leading officer stated. Yi Mingyu traced her fingers along the black or wall, responding coolly, "You must know how I was forced out of the empire. Now you wish for me to return? Though the emperor is great, I am not one to be summoned like a dog." "General, Emperor Linshi has passed away," the officer declared. Yi Mingyu and Appo's body stiffened, and she turned to the officer, her voice icy as she retorted, "Do not speak such nonsense." The officer produced a letter from his bag and presented it to her. "This is a letter from the new emperor, Guyu." With skepticism, Yi Mingyu accepted the letter. In it, Kate Guyu addressed her affectionately as Leaf, briefly relaying the news of his father's illness and demise, and stating that the Yi family had been reinstated. In closing, he wrote in a tone of friendship, "Leaf, return, the empire needs you." After reading the letter, Yi Mingyu's heart remained tumultuous. She felt both hatred and a hint of reverence for Kate Linshi, the former emperor, cold and ruthless, yet undeniably ambitious with exceptional political acumen. It was hard for her to believe that this ambitious monarch had succumbed to illness. With Kate Guyu now on the throne and the Yi family vindicated, her contemplation deepened. After all, she was a child of the empire, her family resided there, yet her most cherished person was here, with his fate uncertain. As time passed, Yi Mingyu resolved her thoughts. She looked up at the officer and said, "Tell Guyu that I will agree to return to the empire if the imperial forces withdraw from Longxi Star." "Understood, General. I will provide you with a response in 3 days. 3 days is too long. If there is no news by noon tomorrow, do not seek me out. Moreover, the empire must withdraw its troops from Longxi Star within 3 days," Yi Mingyu stated coldly. With Qin Luo's fate hanging in the balance, the sooner the empire withdrew, the safer he would be. The officer nodded and, after saluting Yi Mingyu, departed into the night. The 3 men arrived at an inn in Blue Sea Star, retrieving a black box from their belongings. This was a means of single-line communication. The officer carefully placed the screen on the black box and dialed a contact number. Soon, the video call connected, revealing Kate Guyu. The officer immediately saluted, reporting, "Your Majesty, we have met General Xian. But she demands the empire withdraw its troops from Longxi Star. Otherwise, she will not return." Kate Guyu furrowed his brow and replied, "Inform her that I will deliberate for 3 days. General Xian insists that if there is no response by noon today, she will not be found." Preposterous. How has Leaf's temperament become so intolerable? Kate Guyu exclaimed, then added, "I will convene a military meeting. Be prepared for my message." After ending the video call, Kate Guyu hastily called a military conference, gathering all senior officers of the empire, including the esteemed Minister of Military Affairs, Wang Rui. whose opinions he held in high regard. During the meeting, most generals opposed the withdrawal, arguing simply, the empire had lost 500,000 soldiers and must eliminate Qin Luo on Longxi Star. Conversely, a minority contended that withdrawal could be advantageous, as maintaining a million-strong force imposed a considerable strain on the empire's logistics, and the adversary was merely a minor warlord in the exiled star domain, not worth such an expenditure of military might. Kate Guyu found himself at a standstill, turning to Wang Roi and asking, "Old General, what is your opinion?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Roi responded, "Your Majesty, I cannot decisively advise, but perhaps you should consider who is more crucial to you, Qin Luo or that person." Kate Guyu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "The old general has awakened me from my reverie. Qin Luo is but a minor warlord, unable to survive within the Federation, struggling in the exiled star domain. Compared to that person, he is but a firefly beside the bright moon. I have been bewitched." Thereafter, Kate Linshi issued a decree. The Imperial Army must withdraw from Longxi Star within 2 days. However, neither Kate Guyu nor his ministers foresaw the grave error they were making, releasing a hidden dragon from its depths. In the wars to come, Qin Luo would make this powerful emperor rue his decision. Chapter 102. Withdrawal outside the planet Longxi. The atmosphere within the coalition command was anything but tranquil. Intense arguments echoed from within the chambers, as soldiers stationed at the door stood cautiously, gripping their ion guns tighter in instinctive apprehension. Sima Liang sat leisurely in his chair, idly toying with his fingers, while Hong Tu, the commander of the council, vociferously berated him. This morning, Sima Liang had announced the decision to withdraw troops, striking Hong Tu as if he had been struck by lightning. Among the forces encircling Longxi, the imperial troops numbered approximately 1.8 million, accounting for nearly half of the total forces. Should the empire withdraw, the previously impenetrable siege would be breached, providing Qin Luo with the opportunity to break free. If they were still facing the fully resourced exiled star domain forces, Hong Tu might have found some semblance of understanding, but now, with only a meager 10,000 exiled troops remaining on Longxi, like a dying old tree, their demise was imminent, likely within 2 weeks due to starvation. The empire's sudden decision to withdraw was utterly unacceptable to Hong Tu's day. In truth, Sima Liang was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the news, he had fervently argued against the withdrawal to the new emperor, Kate Gloomy Moon, whose stance remained resolutely firm on the matter. "Sima Liang, do you realize you are betraying our allies?" Hong Tu thundered. "General Hong Tu, that accusation is overly severe. Our withdrawal is necessitated by certain unavoidable reasons. It does not constitute betrayal," Sima Liang replied nonchalantly. Although they were allies, both understood that the alliance between the empire and the council was tenuous at best. When interests diverged, it was almost certain that betrayal would ensue. "You are shameless traitors. Just as we are on the brink of success, you choose to retreat. What else could this be but betrayal?" Hong Tu's anger flared. Sima Liang rose, casting a glance at him. "Call it what you will. I must now attend to the withdrawal preparations and will not indulge you further." With that, he exited the command center. Once Sima Liang had departed, Hong Tu, filled with rage, overturned Sima Liang's chair. After a moment of gathering himself, he turned to Roland. "Mr. Roland, your Winter Association's forces will not retreat, will they?" "General Hong Tu, the opportunity has slipped away. We certainly will not squander our time," Roland replied with a faint smile as he exited the command center. Hong Tu clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his frustration. He longed to devour the 2 men whole in his fury. After a prolonged moment, he sighed and dialed a number. The video call was promptly answered by Olivian. After recounting the current situation to Olivian, the latter displayed no surprise, merely nodding calmly. "Then we shall withdraw as well. But, Mr. Speaker, we are on the verge of annihilating Qin Luo," Hong Tu protested. Olivian remained unperturbed. "Hong Tu, you must consider the larger picture. If they can so easily abandon their imminent victory, why can we not do the same? What if we grasp it only to find it searing hot? And your nephew? Enough. Let us consider him as if he never existed." Olivian abruptly ended the video call. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the ceiling. The death of Olivian's nephew had been a thorn in his heart, a constant reminder as he sought vengeance against Qin Luo. Yet, reality dictated otherwise. The simultaneous withdrawal of the Empire and the Winter Association served as a signal. Though he was unaware of the true reasons behind the withdrawal, he firmly believed that anything universally rejected must harbor issues. On May 29, 2393, the siege of Longxi concluded in a manner both abrupt and anticlimactic. Overnight, the once tightly encircled force of 3 million troops quietly withdrew. When the exiled soldiers relayed this news to Qin Luo, he was engaged in a game of chess with Feng Qinyang. Upon hearing the intelligence, Qin Luo remained remarkably composed, only rising to leave the command center after completing the game, so excited that he forgot to wear his shoes. With the enemy's retreat, Qin Luo immediately commanded his troops to return to the exiled star domain. As the surviving soldiers boarded the ships, they could no longer contain their elation, embracing each other in tears, their cries filling the vessels. From an initial force of 330,000, fewer than 100,000 ragged remnants returned to the exiled star domain, resembling vagrants adrift on a desolate planet. Many wounded soldiers, deprived of adequate medical care, had become disabled. Upon reaching the farthest edge of the Magic Eye planet, Qin Luo excitedly contacted his comrades, who were equally overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. They had long believed Qin Luo dead, and his return was a miraculous revelation. "Where is Yi Mingyu?" Qin Luo inquired, scanning for her. Shangguan Yinji's expression darkened. "Mingyu has left. She left a letter for you, which I will give you upon your return. She asked me to tell you. And Apos, until we meet again, if fate allows." And Apos, Qin Luo fell silent, turning off the video, feeling an emptiness akin to having his heart wrenched from his chest. A vague pain, intertwined with regret, lingered in his breast, a melancholy of parting from a loved one and the ache of longing for a beloved. A private vessel passed through the defenses of the exiled star domain, entering Imperial territory. Several Imperial officers stood outside the rest cabin, their faces etched with concern. One officer cautiously whispered, "How long has General Xian been inside?" "About 2 hours. She has been crying since she entered," another officer replied. At that moment, the door to the rest cabin swung open abruptly, and Yi Mingyu emerged, her eyes red and swollen, unmistakably having just wept. The officers quickly bowed their heads, refraining from speaking. Yi Mingyu walked among them, her tone serene yet firm. "What is it? Are you now discussing the general behind her back?" "We would not dare. We are merely concerned for the general," one officer stammered. Yi Mingyu smiled gently. "I am not so fragile as to require your concern. Just take care of your own duties." The officers stood nervously, unsure whether to sit or stand, until Yi Mingyu returned to the rest cabin, at which point they collectively exhaled in relief. The general's temperament remains unchanged. She is quite intimidating. 3 days later, Qin Luo returned to Blue Sea Star, where Shangguan Yinji presented him with Yi Mingyu's letter. He carefully tore open the envelope, revealing elegant handwriting. "Qin Luo, if you are reading this letter, it means you are alive, and I can finally rest easy. I know you have doubted my identity. Indeed, I am not Yi Mingyu, but General Yi Xian of the Empire. You may be enraged, and rightly so. I orchestrated the offensive against the Federation, plunging them into conflict. However, at that time, I did not know you. I was merely fulfilling my duty as a soldier. Now that I am returning, do not think of me, for I shall not think of you. We are but fleeting scenery along each other's paths, and once missed, it is challenging to encounter again. Let us cherish the memories we've created during this time. Oh, I forgot to mention, upon my return to the Empire, I may assume command of all its forces, which means we might very well become direct adversaries in the future. Therefore, do not hold back. I am not one for sentimentality. If fate permits, let us not meet. When we do, it shall be as foes. Take care." Qin Luo clutched the letter tightly, gazing into the distance toward the Empire. The azure sky resembled a fleeting mirage, beyond which lay the shadows and oppression wrought by unending warfare. "Having arrived at this point, I wish you well," Qin Luo murmured softly. tearing the letter into shreds and casting them violently into the air, where they transformed into snowflakes, each descending delicately, embodying the yearning bestowed by Qin Luo. Chapter 103. A crisis amidst the flames of war. The encirclement battle on Longxi Planet has been retrospectively referred to as the Third Campaign. Despite the fact that both the new Federation Army and the parliamentary forces played disgraceful roles in this conflict, it has not diminished the military researchers' high praise for the Third Campaign, the remarkable feat of the exiled star domain. With an army of 300,000 holding off 4 million adversaries and annihilating 130,000 enemy troops, stands as a miracle in the annals of war. The most perplexing aspect was the sudden retreat of the seemingly victorious coalition forces, just as victory was within their grasp, leaving many military analysts baffled. Commencing in June 2393, an unexpected cessation of hostilities occurred among the Empire, the new Federation, the parliamentary forces, and the Winter Council. In an unspoken agreement, the 2-year-long war gave way to a long-anticipated peace. Inhabitants of both the occupied territories and the capital's star circle resumed their lives. For peace is indeed the greatest blessing for the common folk. In light of the heavy losses incurred during the Third Campaign, Qin Luo halted the expansion plans for the exiled star domain, redirecting efforts towards internal recovery and external cessation of conflict, channeling all energies into rejuvenation. Under the leadership of Yang Song, the Trade Department began to initiate commerce within the empire. Whether in times of war or peace, no government would shun merchants, who are inherently driven by profit and welcomed by every interest group. Only through profit can desire be kindled, leading to the fulfillment of one's ambitions. The forces of the exiled star domain commenced a large-scale reorganization. On top of Yi Mingyu's prior adjustments, Qin Luo merged the surviving 100,000 troops from Longxi Planet with the Blue Sea forces, establishing a new Blue Sea Group army that comprised all the elite units, boasting remarkable combat prowess. In terms of aerial capabilities, Qin Luo proposed purchasing new warships from FN Company, but was met with refusal. A sense of unease crept into his heart, compelling him to temporarily shelve the warship initiative. Just as Qin Luo contemplated abandoning the warship formation plan, the sales manager, Tang Long, proactively reached out to him to arrange a meeting. In a high-end CAF on Blue Sea Star, Qin Luo and Tang Long held a private conversation. This sales manager from FN Company had long been stationed in the exiled star domain, and after Qin Luo found himself besieged on Longxi Planet, Tang Long presumed his ambitions had perished with Qin Luo's demise. To his surprise, the coalition's sudden withdrawal allowed Qin Luo to return with his remnant forces. Igniting a sense of excitement within Tang Long, internal communications indicated that FN Company intended to impose controls on warship sales to the exiled star domain, undoubtedly obstructing Qin Luo's path to development. Tang Long viewed this as an opportunity, recognizing that he must earn Qin Luo's trust to achieve his own objectives. Mr. Qin Luo, merchants often speak in circles, but I shall be forthright with you. I wish to engage in private cooperation, Tang Long stated, taking a sip of his coffee. Why does Manager Tang wish to conduct private dealings with me? Qin Luo inquired, puzzled. In terms of strength, the new Federation, the Empire, the Winter Council, and the parliamentary forces all surpassed him. These were the entities Tang Long should be contacting, and a man known for his shrewdness would not make such an error. What you may not realize, Mr. Qin Luo, is that at FN Company, we operate based on performance rankings. My position is relatively low. Hence I have been seeking suitable partners, Tang Long candidly explained. Qin Luo stirred his coffee gently, raising his gaze. So, in your eyes, the exiled star domain is the weakest of them all? Not at all. I genuinely hold Mr. Qin Luo in high regard, which is why I seek collaboration with you. Tang Long quickly clarified. What benefits can you bring to me, then? Qin Luo smiled. Tang Long extended 3 fingers in the initial phase of our cooperation. I can provide the exiled star domain with 3,000 low-grade warships. Qin Luo inhaled sharply. 3,000 low-grade warships was no trifling sum and could sufficiently equip 1,000,000 troops. The manager before him possessed such considerable influence? Yet, Qin Luo was reluctant to place his complete trust in Tang Long, responding cautiously. Very well. Allow me some time to consider this, if you would. Of course. Once you have made your decision, Mr. Qin Luo, feel free to notify me, Tang Long replied, rising to exit the CAF. He was a wise man, and he believed Qin Luo was equally astute. Between two shrewd individuals, certain matters should remain unspoken, and pressure should not be excessive, lest it yield counterproductive results. Once Tang Long departed, Qin Luo pondered briefly before producing a holographic screen. Fatty, arrange for a ship to the capital star. I must depart at once. The capital star elicited mixed feelings in Qin Luo. It was home to his parents, yet also to his enemies. However, this visit was not solely to see his parents. He had numerous matters to address, including a visit to Lin Wu and the resolution of various troubles. Within the presidential office on the capital star, Lin Wu lounged on a sofa, indulging in a rare moment of leisure as peace enveloped the war-torn landscape. The failure to reclaim lost territories had dealt a heavy blow to the military strength of the new federation, and Lin Wu had initially prepared for a full defensive strategy. Yet, the onset of peace left him incredulous, akin to a boxer ready for a match only to find his opponent forfeiting. The conscription efforts of the new federation had never ceased, forcibly enlisting countless young men into the army, now part of the reserves. Brandt had taken office as the commander of the 1st Group Army, and this youngest general in the history of the Federation had immediately immersed himself in his demanding duties, alleviating some of Lin Wu's burdens. Why did the Empire retreat? This question lingered in Lin Wu's mind. Strategically, the Empire's withdrawal seemed profoundly foolish. Yet were they truly foolish? Lin Wu chuckled at the thought, dismissing it. If the Empire were indeed a collection of fools, the Federation would not find itself in its current predicament. He rose and approached the window. The once desolate capital star began to regain its vibrancy, with some bold citizens reopening their shops and resuming business. The scars of war were slowly healing. But how long would this recovery period endure? A black hovercar's arrival at the presidential office snapped Lin Wu from his reverie. Adjusting his military uniform, he strode outside. The hovercar's door opened, revealing Qin Luo, who he promptly greeted. Long time no see, young man. You've grown robust. Lin Wu laughed heartily. To an unknowing observer, it would appear that the president held great affection for the young major. However, Qin Luo's acting was equally impressive. Thank you for your concern, President. All for the Federation, he replied. Both men were acutely aware that their words were mere fabrications, yet they maintained their cordial smiles, resembling a benevolent elder and a respectful junior. They then enthusiastically entered the presidential office. After Brittany poured them each a cup of tea, she discreetly exited, well aware that the conversation between the president and Qin Luo was beyond her purview. How did you escape from Longxi Planet? Lin Wu inquired, sipping his tea. Qin Luo raised his cup, savoring the warmth, and smiled lightly. Surely, President, you wished for me to perish there? Naturally. If I had the chance, I would relish the opportunity to eliminate you at once. Lin Wu responded with a smile. Mutual sentiments. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Yet beneath their cheerful facades lay an unmistakable tension. Gently placing down the teacup, Qin Luo continued. The plan for Longxi Star has long been devised by me. I initially believed that the president's subordinates were all capable individuals. However, faced with the vast emptiness of the imperial-occupied territories, they have suffered significant losses. It appears I have overestimated the competence of the president's aides. Lin Wu's expression shifted as he absorbed Qin Luo's sardonic remarks, yet he found himself unable to refute them. The truth was undeniable. Had it not been for Lu Xiangyu's reckless ambition, the Federation could have reclaimed at least 10 occupied administrative stars, thus allowing for greater flexibility in planning the forthcoming counteroffensive. I have already executed Lu Xiangyu. You are not here to hold me accountable, are you? Lin Wu replied coolly. I lack the authority for such matters. My primary purpose for this visit is to see my parents, Qin Luo stated, locking eyes with Lin Wu. Lin Wu gazed into Qin Luo's eyes, where he found no trace of deceit. He slowly nodded in response. Let us hope so. Chapter 104 Farewell to Parents. The outskirts of Capital Star remained as desolate as ever. Long before the onset of war, this area had already been scarcely populated. and now it lay in a state of utter decay. The artificial grass underfoot, neglected and rotting, squelched with waterlogged sounds and emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. Brittany dutifully followed closely behind Qin Luo, the most trusted secretary of Lin Wu, faithfully executing the task assigned by Lin Wu to keep a vigilant watch over Qin Luo. As they proceeded forward, they soon arrived at the old manor where Qin Wuyan and Lu Ziyuan were detained. Qin Luo turned to Brittany and inquired, "Do you still need to accompany me inside?" "Of course not, Mr. Qin, please." Brittany gestured for him to enter. The manor's door opened automatically, and Qin Luo strode inside. There, beneath the same willow tree, he found Qin Wuyan holding Lu Ziyuan as they read a newspaper. Qin Luo approached quietly and softly said, "Mom and Dad, I've come to see you." No longer filled with the excitement of their first meeting, Qin Wuyan and his wife joyfully welcomed their son inside. Lu Ziyuan busied herself preparing a meal for him, while Qin Luo settled onto the couch, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Dad, what kind of person is Huang Shintu?" Qin Wuyan showed no sign of surprise. He took a gentle sip of water and replied, "Have you noticed?" "Yes, at first. He presented himself as a kind and benevolent elder, yet recently he has turned unrecognizable. I am quite curious about his true allegiance." Qin Wuyan smiled softly, feeling gratified at his son's growing maturity. "You must remember that this man is not to be wholly trusted. His promises can only be believed once. Any further trust is merely a trap." The news of FN Corporation's sale of warships to the exiled Star Domain was no longer a secret, and Qin Wuyan spoke candidly. Qin Luo nodded, understanding his father's implication. Before long, Lu Ziyuan brought out the meal, and Qin Luo devoured it eagerly. Lu Ziyuan watched her son with a beaming smile. "Eat slowly, or you'll choke. Mom, your cooking is simply delicious." Qin Luo replied between bites. Qin Wuyan and Lu Ziyuan exchanged smiles, and Qin Wuyan casually remarked, "If you have time, you might consider visiting Huang Shintu once more." "Indeed, that is my intention for this visit," Qin Luo responded. "Just be wary. Your journey may not be as smooth this time." Qin Wuyan subtly glanced at the wall of the room. Qin Luo set down his utensils and flashed a radiant smile towards that spot. "Mr. President, I imagine watching others eat is quite delightful for you." In the presidential palace, Lin Wu frowned as he switched off the surveillance video. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window. "FN Corporation? Huang Shintu, your moves are rather audacious." After their meal, Qin Luo left the manor. Following his reunion with his parents, he felt no lingering reluctance. He understood that as long as he grew strong enough, they would be safe. Thus, he felt an urgent need to enhance his own power. Outside the manor's metallic gates, Brittany awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Qin Luo, she approached him. "Mr. Qin, are you interested in attending a gathering? Is it a gathering hosted by the president?" Qin Luo inquired with a smile. Brittany shook her head. "No, it is a personal gathering of mine. My brother wishes to speak with you." Qin Luo recalled his encounter with Brand at the First Military Academy. The aristocratic youth from Capital Star had left a lasting impression, embodying both noble pride and a straightforward character. "I can, but not at this moment," he replied. Brittany blinked. "Then let us arrange it for tonight. I shall send someone to fetch you." After bidding farewell to Brittany, Qin Luo made his way to the FN Corporation's manor. He knocked on Huang Shintu's door, and upon opening it, Huang's expression shifted subtly. "Old Huang, are you not welcoming me?" Qin Luo smiled. After a moment of surprise, Huang Shintu returned a warm smile. "Of course, welcome. Please come in." Once inside Huang Shintu's home, Qin Luo furrowed his brow. 2 teacups sat on the table, indicating that Huang had entertained a guest prior to his arrival. Given Huang's earlier demeanor, it suggested that this visitor was someone Huang preferred to keep from Qin Luo's sight. Huang Shintu calmly cleared the cups and poured a fresh cup of tea for Qin Luo, cheerfully stating, "I did not expect you to return to see this old man. It is rare to see such thoughtfulness." "Haha, you flatter me, old Huang. If it weren't for your provision of warships, I would not have been able to establish my own fleet," Qin Luo replied with a smile. After their exchange, silence enveloped the room as they sipped their tea. Eventually, Huang Shintu set his cup down. "I understand the purpose of your visit. Indeed, the internal decision has been made to cancel the sales plan for your warships, as we cannot ascertain their intended use. What do you mean by that? Qin Luo inquired. Since you acquired the warships, you have aggressively attacked territory belonging to the parliament and subsequently obliterated an uninhabited planet on Longxi. The shareholders believe your unpredictability poses too great a risk. In other words, your thirst for war is too strong, and we cannot assist you. Qin Luo nodded, harboring no real expectations from this visit. He was merely gauging the situation. He then asked, "So, Old Huang, do you have no kind words on my behalf?" Haha, to be honest, I do not. The reason is quite simple. I do not hold you in high regard. Huang Shintu replied bluntly. Qin Luo's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Then why did you support me initially? I supported you back then because you were a reasonable individual, but now it is different. Your hunger for war is too intense. We must exercise restraint. Your company is quite formidable, attempting to control me so easily." Qin Luo scoffed. Huang Shintu rose, holding his teacup with a smile as he regarded Qin Luo. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not take things too far." Setting down his teacup, Qin Luo stood and opened the metallic door, turning to say, "I understand, but that is simply who I am. Otherwise, how could I be labeled a madman?" Once Qin Luo departed, Huang Shintu's expression gradually grew stern. Descending from the second floor was a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, Eliwan. "Mr. Huang, as you have seen, this brat is utterly audacious. We must resolutely suppress him," Eliwan declared angrily. Huang Shintu cast him a glance and replied coolly, "No worries. There will naturally be others to deal with him. You have come here with your own intentions regarding that matter, haven't you? We can have a proper discussion." A look of surprise flashed across Eliwan's face as he slightly bowed. "Then I thank you, Old Huang." Chapter 105. The Night Banquet Under the Night Sky. The capital star has lost its former splendor. Due to the ongoing war, numerous entertainment venues have been forced to close, and the streets are now filled not with drunken officials, but rather with countless civilians lying along the sidewalks. These individuals, having lost their families to the ravages of war, have flocked to the capital star. Without aid from the federal government, countless souls lie on the streets, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. Seated in a hovering vehicle, Qin Luo gazed out at the scene, letting out a soft sigh. War serves as a fulfillment for the desires of the powerful, yet it spells disaster for the weak. The vehicle slowly entered an ancient manor, a structure crafted from a unique black stone known for its exceptional hardness, capable of withstanding ion cannon fire. Such materials are typically reserved for the construction of estates by the highest nobility. Upon disembarking, Qin Luo was greeted by a tall, handsome man clad in the uniform of a federal general. His dark complexion and exceptionally bright eyes belonged to none other than Brant, whom Qin Luo had not seen in a long while. "Qin Luo, it has been 2 years, as if a lifetime has passed," Brant remarked with a sigh. "Of course, you are now the commander of the 1st Army Group, while I am still a mere major," Qin Luo replied, jesting. Brant chuckled heartily and led Qin Luo into the grand hall of the manor, where the atmosphere was vibrant and opulent. A chandelier made from high-grade energy stones hung from the ceiling, casting a mesmerizing glow. Under its light, numerous nobles in lavish attire exchanged toasts, their laughter and songs echoing throughout the hall. Qin Luo felt a twinge of discomfort, though he was no saint, just a street away. Countless displaced individuals lay on the ground, uncertain of their survival come dawn, while these nobles indulged in their extravagant revelry. "Qin Luo, come with me." Brant seemed to sense Qin Luo's unease and guided him into a private room. Once seated, Brant offered a bittersweet smile. "I know what you're thinking, but I have no choice. The funding for the 1st Army Group still relies on these nobles." "I understand. It merely troubles my heart." Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Brant looked at Qin Luo, hesitating before letting out a long sigh. "Do you know? I truly wish you could pledge your loyalty to the president, as it would increase our chances of victory in future conflicts." "I have always been a federal major, loyal to the president," Qin Luo responded with a smile. Brant shook his head, his expression darkening. "You need not beat around the bush with me. We both know that the exiled star domain is your stronghold. Though you remain a federal major, your power is second only to the most formidable factions." Qin Luo chose silence, sensing Brant's unusual demeanor, as if he had much to say but was stuck in trivialities. Thus, he remained quiet. Brant, seeing Qin Luo's indifference, found himself at a loss for words. And they sat in silence, each lost in thought about the future direction of the exiled star domain. From a geographical perspective, the exiled star domain is situated amidst the three major powers of the Parliament, the New Federation, and the Empire, resembling a territory surrounded by formidable forces. However, Qin Luo perceived it as a position of safety. It allowed the exiled star domain to easily sever the Empire's supply lines, leading to significant logistical shortages for them. Yet, in terms of hard power, the exiled star domain was considerably weaker, particularly regarding advanced warships, with its military forces being quite limited. Contemplating this, Qin Luo resolved to discuss the matter thoroughly with Tang Long upon his return. While lost in thought, the door gently swung open, and Brant's sister, Brandy, entered, adorned in splendid attire. She glanced at the two men and softly inquired, "Brother, haven't you told Qin Luo yet?" Qin Luo looked at Brant in confusion, and Brant's face flushed with embarrassment as he gritted his teeth, stating, "It is like this. I would like you to teach me how to command large-scale military operations." "Doesn't the First Military Academy offer courses on Corps Command?" Qin Luo asked. "Those are merely theoretical concepts. What I truly need is practical command experience," Brant replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo responded, "Very well." Brant's face lit up with joy as he led Qin Luo through the ballroom directly to his command room. The command room was impeccably arranged. The walls were adorned with screens displaying battlefield maps. A long table held a sand table, and various other maps hung neatly on the walls. "You know, I was promoted directly from brigade commander to the commander of the 1st Army Group. This is a significant leap, and I lack experience, so I seek your guidance," Brant said. Qin Luo stood before the map for a moment before speaking. "In truth, command hinges entirely on the ability to react in real time during battle. There is not much I can teach you." He then began to share his insights with Brant regarding the crucial aspects of commanding large-scale military operations. Time slipped away unnoticed as they engaged in deep discussion, with Brant attentively taking notes, resembling a diligent student. 3 hours later, they emerged from the command room, and Brant gazed at Qin Luo with newfound admiration and respect. The ballroom had emptied considerably, with only a handful of nobles remaining, still indulging in their drinks. Upon seeing Brant, several nobles approached, reeking of alcohol. One of them calling out, "Brant, you are quite the friend, abandoning us for this banquet. What do you intend to do about it?" "Ha, Long Buki. It is my fault. I shall drink a cup as punishment," Brant replied with a smile, pouring himself a drink. Long Buki squinted at Qin Luo, then said, "This one seems unfamiliar. Since Brant has had a drink, you must join in as well." Brant immediately intervened, smiling at Long Buki. "This is my friend. Do not make it difficult for him. I shall drink 3 cups myself." However, Long Buki pushed Brant aside and poured a drink, presenting it to Qin Luo. "Drink." Refusing would be disrespectful. Qin Luo regarded him coolly and replied, "I'm afraid I do not drink." Ha, are you refusing my hospitality? If you do not drink today, you shall not leave," Long Buki retorted angrily. Brant stepped in front of him, his expression turning icy. "Enough, Long Buki. You've had too much to drink. You should leave." Long Buki swayed slightly, casting a derisive look at Brant. "What do you mean? Are you throwing me out? Let me tell you, if he does not drink, your military funding from the Long family is off the table." Brant's face revealed his distress as he turned to Qin Luo, who simply said, "I do not drink." As soon as he spoke, Qin Luo turned to leave. But Long Buki seized him by the arm. "Listen, boy, you would do well to drink up. Otherwise, you shall face consequences. Are you aware of the famed First Squad? They were buried by my Long family on Hanhai Star. Ha. Qin Luo abruptly halted, spinning around, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. "It was your Long family that caused the demise of the First Squad?" "Of course. Though Olivian was involved, it was indeed our Long family that truly assisted, exposing the First Squad's position to the Imperial forces. Ha. Long Buki boasted with glee. Qin Luo slowly took the drink from Long Buki's hand. "Very well. I shall drink this." He downed the drink in one gulp and turned to exit the ballroom, while Long Buki's mocking laughter echoed behind him. Yet, Qin Luo remained unfazed, his fists slowly clenching, his eyes ablaze with a fierce murderous intent. Let this cup of wine serve as a toast to your demise. Chapter 106. A dark and windy night, perfect for murder. The demise of Team 1 had long been a thorn in Qin Luo's heart, a relentless ache that pierced deeply, leaving his spirit drenched in anguish. Though the external wounds had healed, this thorn remained encased within, until today, when Long Buki's words finally revealed its sharp edge. Brandy pursued him, walking alongside Qin Luo, his head bowed as he cautioned, "Do not act impulsively. The situation with Team 1 is quite complicated." Qin Luo halted, gazing at Brandy. "I care not for the complications. Now that I know my enemies, I cannot remain idle. But it is the Long family. And what of it? If you wish, go find Lin Wu and have him confine me." Qin Luo replied coldly. Brandy was at a loss for words. Qin Luo turned and entered the hovercar, which gradually departed from the estate. At some point, Brandy had moved to her brother's side, watching the vanishing vehicle and whispering, "Brother, what shall we do? Let things unfold naturally. We must expedite our collaboration with the Long family to avert disaster," Brandy replied, lighting a cigarette. "However, if Long Buki dies, the Long family will surely be enraged," Brandy expressed anxiously. Brandy turned to his sister, "And what of it? Long Buki is destined to perish. The Long family will not make a fuss over his demise. Perhaps we should inform the president. He might be able to intervene and restrain Qin Luo," Brandy suggested. Brandy shook his head with a wry smile. "Do you truly believe the president would risk his standing for a conflict involving the Long family and Qin Luo? Do not forget, Qin Luo is formidable, and he commands an army of 1,000,000. Upon returning to his estate, Qin Luo wasted no time getting out of the car. He entered, locked the door, and changed into a simple outfit befitting a commoner. Then, he applied military-grade dye to his face. In mere moments, the mirror reflected a ragged, dirt-streaked vagrant. Disguised, Qin Luo stealthily made his way to the street most populated by beggars, finding a suitable spot to lie down, curling himself into the shadows. Hover cars passed overhead, oblivious to the lethal assassin concealed among the seemingly wretched. Long Buki had indulged excessively. Inside the hover car, his speech slurred as he caressed the beauty beside him, his hands wandering over her form. Even amid war, he continued to indulge in the lavish lifestyle befitting a nobleman. And this enchanting young lady sent by a minor aristocrat was irresistibly alluring, igniting his primal desires. The hovercar glided 3 meters above the ground. The driver, through the rearview mirror, observed the spectacle with a weary smile. Long Buki was notorious for his hedonistic antics, and the driver had seen it all. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and the driver rubbed his eyes, finding nothing amiss, chuckling to himself, "I must be exhausted." Just as he was about to move on, a figure struck the bulletproof glass with a fist, seized the driver's neck, and yanked him out through the window. Long Buki, caught up in excitement, panicked as the hovercar began to spiral uncontrollably. "Ah!" the woman beside him screamed. Instinctively, Long Buki reached for his ion gun, but he froze in terror, confronted by a pair of blood-red eyes. He felt his vitality being siphoned away, clutching his throat as the light in his eyes began to fade. A gleaming alloy dagger glinted ominously in the night, wielded by a figure exuding an icy aura. The young noblewoman trembled, attempting to plead, "Spare me." Yet, awaiting her was only the dagger's chilling promise. Qin Luo swiftly tossed a portable magnetic storm grenade into the vehicle before leaping out, quickly disappearing into the darkness. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the city, and law enforcement swiftly mobilized, finding no trace of the incident, only pairs of raging flames and the acrid stench of destruction. When news of Long Buki's explosive demise reached the Long family, Long Zhan furiously executed the soldier who had come to report, then rallied his forces to besiege Brandy's estate. Prepared for the confrontation, Brandy emerged from his estate, addressing the furious Long Zhan with a cold demeanor. "Mr. Long, do you truly intend to execute me, the commander of the First Federal Army?" Long Zhan quelled his fury and retorted, "I harbor no ill intent. However, your gathering with my son coinciding with his assassination is rather too coincidental, would you not agree?" Brandy, unperturbed by the hundreds of soldiers surrounding his estate, declared, "I give you 3 minutes to withdraw your troops. After that, I shall mobilize my forces to retaliate." Veins bulged on Long Zhan's forehead as he clenched his fists. Yet he ultimately signaled for the besieging soldiers to retreat. Brandy led Long Zhan into the meeting room, where Long Zhan coldly asserted, "You know something. Indeed, I know who killed your son, but revealing it to you would serve no purpose," Brandy replied, lighting a cigarette leisurely. "Just tell me who it was." Long Zhan demanded vehemently. Brandy rose, gazing out at the night. "A warlord has recently arrived in Capital Star, and he hails from Team 1. Long Zhan's face paled as realization dawned upon him, yet as Brandy indicated, he was powerless, for Qin Luo was not alone. He commanded an army of 1,000,000 behind him. Is the president truly willing to tolerate such unchecked behavior? This would surely dishearten us nobles," Long Zhan exclaimed. Brandy turned to him. "You should understand the events surrounding Team 1 better than anyone. It is merely the wheel of fate turning. What you once did must now be repaid." But Olivian was also the mastermind, Long Zhan protested stubbornly. Thus, during the battle on Longxi planet, he had suffered the loss of nearly 1,000,000 troops, along with his beloved nephew. Long Zhan understood it was all over. He left Brandy's estate in a daze. The Long family was indeed a prominent clan, yet they were fundamentally a commercial family. Countless federal credits granted them significant influence within the military, but they could not directly mobilize troops to eliminate a warlord commanding 1,000,000 mercenaries. He could not, nor would he dare. As he exited Brandy and Apos' estate, Long Zhan felt a chilling emptiness. He had only 2 sons. His younger son, Long Buyu, had inherited his exceptional business acumen and became a successful merchant, while his elder son, Long Buki, had aspired to a political career, a dream now shattered, leaving him to mourn a son lost too soon. As the hovercar proceeded slowly, it was suddenly blocked by another hovercar, its window rolling down to reveal Olivian's smiling face. "Shall we have a chat, Lord Long?" Chapter 107. The Alliance Within and Without. Early in the morning, Qin Luo was picked up by Brittany in a hovercar. The most trusted secretary of Lin Wu appeared to leisurely admire the scenery outside, while casually inquiring, "Mr. Qin Luo, are you aware of last night's explosion?" "Oh, I slept soundly and felt nothing at all." "Indeed, your sleep quality is remarkable. However, it is said that Long Buki was the one who perished. What a coincidence." "Quite a coincidence," Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Brittany glanced at him as if casually, then fell silent. The hovercar glided quietly into the presidential palace. Upon disembarking, Brittany led Qin Luo directly to Lin Wu's presidential office before quietly exiting the room. Lin Wu was engrossed in reviewing some documents and gestured for Qin Luo to take a seat. Qin Luo settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Lin Wu removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. "You orchestrated the explosion last night, didn't you?" Qin Luo did not deny it. He simply nodded. "Indeed, it was I." He understood Lin Wu well. If there were uncertainties, Lin Wu would not have broached the subject. Since Lin Wu was forthright about his involvement, it indicated that he possessed irrefutable evidence. Moreover, Qin Luo believed that Brand was not one to be underestimated. "Are you aware of the consequences of this act?" Lin Wu queried. Qin Luo shook his head. "I only wish to kill. If the Long family has grievances, they may come to confront me." Lin Wu's eyes glinted coldly as he slammed his hand on the desk. "Do not presume I would hesitate to eliminate you. Then go ahead and act. After all, I am currently on your territory," Qin Luo replied, unfazed with a smirk. Lin Wu and Apos' anger surged, yet he forcibly suppressed it. The Exile Star domain remained a perilous entity, its location granting Qin Luo an inherent advantage. Lin Wu regretted allowing Qin Luo to escape when he was merely a foot soldier. The Long family is not as simple as you imagine. They are a family whose wealth rivals nations, Lin Wu remarked. Qin Luo rose and smiled at Lin Wu. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I find it quite difficult to acclimate to this place, Capital Star." Lin Wu, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. Qin Luo strode confidently out of the presidential palace. After his departure, Brittany entered and softly said, "Mr. President, should we take measures against Qin Luo?" As she spoke, She made a gesture across her throat. Do you think I haven't considered it? However, the million-strong army of the Exile Star Domain is not to be trifled with. Should we eliminate Qin Luo, they would launch a frenzied assault on us. The Council, the Winter Assembly, and even the Empire would not let this opportunity slip by. Then why not collaborate with the Council to jointly eradicate the Exile Star Domain? Brittany suggested. Lin Wu regarded her with surprise, a smirk escaping his lips. I did not anticipate you would contemplate this. You've made progress. But have you considered who would govern the Exile Star Domain once Qin Luo is removed? Its geographic position borders our interests, the Council's, and the Empire's. No one would earn the trust of the others. Are you saying we are utterly powerless against Qin Luo? Brittany exclaimed. At least for the time being, yes. Lin Wu confirmed, donning his glasses to resume work. As Qin Luo exited the presidential palace, he gazed at the cerulean sky. Since the war had entered a period of peace, the skies over Capital Star no longer bore the gloom of the past, but rather shone brightly. With white clouds blending seamlessly into the azure expanse, a rare day of splendid weather. He retrieved a portable holographic device and sent a message, please investigate the Long family of Capital Star. Shortly thereafter, Martin Luther replied, understood. In a clandestine club on Capital Star, Olivian and Long Jean sat in a private booth, sharing drinks. Long Jean regarded Olivian with a peculiar gaze. You are quite bold. Do you not fear Lin Wu will find you? Haha, after years of operating in Capital Star, I have certainly made my mark, Olivian replied. Taking a sip of red wine, Long Jean stroked his crystal glass, contemplating, what brings you to me? Naturally, it pertains to your son, Olivian stated. Long Jean's expression shifted momentarily before settling into a mask of calm. Your information is quite thorough. My intelligence network has never faltered, it merely operates from the shadows. I am aware that Qin Luo was responsible for your son's death, and I know you currently lack the means to exact vengeance. Long Jean abruptly stood, roaring in anger. Enough. If you intend to mock me, I will not entertain you. Olivian restrained Long Jean. I assure you, I harbor no intentions of mockery. Rather, I wish to assist you. Let us not forget that we were once the most steadfast of allies. That was in the past. Now, circumstances have changed. Long Jean replied coldly. Olivian pulled him back into his seat, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Indeed, times have changed. I have allied with the Council to become an independent force, while you, a wealthy merchant, remain at the mercy of others. Long Jean grimaced as he downed a drink. Olivian continued, in truth, we are still allies on the same front. Qin Luo has slain your son, and he has also taken from me my beloved nephew. We are both seekers of vengeance. Long Jean placed his glass down, fixing his gaze on Olivian. Speak plainly. Very well, I shall be direct. I require your assistance, and together we shall accomplish our revenge, Olivian stated. Is that all? Long Jean inquired, skepticism creeping into his voice. Olivian leaned back against the plush sofa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Of course not. My ultimate objective is Lin Wu. If you aid me, I promise that the Long family shall be granted independence. Long Jean's countenance shifted dramatically. The allure of Olivian's proposition was undeniable, yet the risks were substantial. Lin Wu was no longer the powerless former president. He was a politician who had seized the presidency through a coup as a marshal. Lin Wu maintained a firm grip on the military. With nearly 800,000 troops under the new federation, 600,000 of whom were directly loyal to him. Removing Lin Wu would be no simple task. I cannot agree to this immediately. I need time to deliberate, Long Jean replied gravely. Olivian remained unperturbed, leisurely responding, very well, I shall await your word. After exiting the club, Long Jean entered the hovercar, loosening his tie to alleviate his anxiety, then fell into deep thought. He felt like a plant severed from its roots. Whether from Lin Wu or Olivian, he could easily be toppled by any gust of wind. The only support he had was the wealth of his family. After considerable contemplation, Long Jean resolved to speak with Lin Wu. If Lin Wu could assist him in eliminating Qin Luo, the Long family would remain a pillar of the new federation. If he refused, with this thought in mind, Long Jean instructed the driver to head straight for the presidential palace. By the time night fell, Long Jean arrived and was halted by the guards, who then reported to Lin Wu. Upon hearing the soldier's report, Lin Wu frowned and muttered to himself, "This must pertain to his son's affair. Inform him that I am unavailable for the time being." When the soldier conveyed Lin Wu's message to Long Zhan, the affluent merchant lingered outside the presidential palace for a long while before turning to enter the hovercar. The last thread of hope had completely snapped, and Long Zhan's spirit plummeted. Leaning against the plush seat, his eyes glinted with cold light. "If you refuse to see me, then do not blame me." Chapter 108. Seizing power. The imperial palace of the capital star did not fall into silence with the ascension of the new emperor. Rather, countless nobles traversed the palace grounds, their hearts pounding as they faced the new ruler. They fervently proclaimed their loyalty, hoping that Kate Guyu would overlook past transgressions. After a round of reassurances to these nobles, Kate Guyu, weary, rubbed his eyes. He had long recognized the solitude that accompanied the crown. Yet it was not until he occupied this position that he truly felt its weight. Confronted by a multitude of nobles wearing masks of insincerity, he refrained from recklessly punishing them, for these nobles were the very foundation of the empire. "Your Majesty, Yi Zian requests an audience," a guard reported, instantly revitalized. Kate Guyu recalled that Yi Zian had returned to the empire a week prior, yet had been evasive about entering the palace. The prospect of this meeting filled his heart with joy. Dressed in her customary white gown, Yi Zian entered the grand hall, prompting Kate Guyu to rise slowly. After a long absence, the beauty remained as radiant as ever. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," Yi Zian said, performing a deep bow. "Please, rise and speak," Kate Guyu urged. As she stood, their eyes met. His gaze, as clear as water, revealed the changes he had undergone. No longer the impulsive and naive prince, he now concealed a ruthless heart beneath his innocent facade. Upon her return to the empire, Yi Zian had begun to investigate the circumstances surrounding the former emperor's death, piecing together a disturbing truth. The previous emperor had not died a natural death. "Yi Zian, it has been too long," Kate Guyu said with a smile. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I appreciate your concern," Yi Zian replied, her tone tinged with a hint of distance, perhaps even coldness. A sigh escaped Kate Guyu's lips. "I have summoned you back to appoint you as the Marshal of the Empire, to command the 3 armies and continue the war against the Federation. I am but a humble servant, unworthy of such a position," Yi Zian countered. Kate Guyu laughed heartily, regarding her with a keen gaze. "If you cannot bear this burden, then who can? General Sima Liang of the First Army excels in battle and possesses ample experience. He is well suited for the role." While Sima Liang was indeed experienced, he adhered too closely to convention, excelling in defense but lacking in offense, rendering him inadequate for the task. Generals Meng Jiang, Liu Changshan, and Han Haiwei are all capable warriors who would undoubtedly assist Your Majesty in conquering the Federation, Yi Zian stated. A cold smile crept upon Kate Guyu's lips. They may be capable warriors, but they lack the requisite talent. While they might manage small-scale skirmishes of under 100,000, they are ill-equipped for a full-scale assault on the Federation, which could involve millions. Yi Zian fell silent, lowering her head, observing the beauty before him. Kate Guyu sighed once more. "Yi Zian, you have changed." "Indeed, we have both changed," she replied, meeting his gaze. Kate Guyu descended from his throne, approaching her with an expression of boundless tenderness. "This war has persisted for far too long. I cannot afford to halt our efforts. We have invested too many resources. The Federation is not a weak opponent. Should they regain their strength, they will retaliate, threatening the Empire and your Yi family. Thus, this endeavor is not solely for me, but for you and your kin as well." Yi Zian bit her lip, then suddenly raised her head to meet his eyes directly. "I have but one question. How did the former emperor truly die?" Kate Guyu paused, his expression unchanged. "He succumbed to a sudden illness." Yi Zian smiled faintly, though the smile was strained and sorrowful. She turned away. "I will take command of the Imperial Army, but from this day forth, our friendship ends. We shall only share the bond of sovereign and subject." With that, she strode out of the grand hall. Kate Guyu watched her retreating figure, his jaw clenched, hands tightly balled within the sleeves of his royal robe, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Do you require me to eliminate her?" Zhao Feng inquired, having appeared unnoticed. Kate Guyu whirled around to face him. If you dare lay a hand on her, I will ensure your demise. In the capital star, Lin Wu was abruptly awakened by Brittany's incessant chatter. He tiredly poured himself a cup of coffee, regarding her with a frown. What is it this time? The Long family has withdrawn funding for the First Army. Brittany presented a holographic screen. Lin Wu displayed no surprise. Sipping his coffee, he set the cup down. As expected, with his son slain, he is understandably unsettled, stirring up minor disturbances. This is entirely normal. But Long Buyu has also returned to the capital star. Brittany's expression turned grave. Lin Wu's brows furrowed slightly, his demeanor growing serious. That rascal has come back? I thought he was still in the Empire. What prompted this sudden return? I do not know, but with his return, the Long family will not let matters rest. Brittany expressed her concern. In the noble circles of the capital star, Long Buyu was an anomaly. Skilled in business and possessing remarkable commercial acumen, his family's enterprises remained unaffected by the ongoing conflict. If that were all, Lin Wu would not be particularly alarmed. However, Long Buyu's most formidable trait was his penchant for vengeance. He commanded a commercial guard of 200,000 men, all seasoned veterans with formidable combat prowess. His return spells trouble for Qin Luo, Lin Wu remarked. Should we intervene or send Qin Luo away? Brittany asked. Lin Wu waved his hand dismissively. No need. When two tigers contend, one must surely be injured. We shall sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. Accustomed to early mornings, Qin Luo engaged in exercise while breathing in the fresh air of the estate. For one accustomed to the battlefield, the crisp air was a cherished delight, prompting him to take walks along the streets outside the estate. Upon rounding a corner, a young man clad in a black suit and glasses approached him, blocking his path. Mr. Qin Luo, it is a pleasure to meet you. The young man extended his hand with a smile. Qin Luo regarded him with suspicion, refusing to shake his hand. Who are you? Unfazed, the young man withdrew his hand and adjusted his glasses. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Long Buyu, brother of Long Buki. Oh, what brings you to me? Qin Luo inquired with a smile. The man seemed astute, having evidently conducted thorough research to intercept him here, aware of his habits. Prompting Qin Luo to remain composed, Long Buyu fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, his eyes as tranquil as water. I wish to know why you killed my brother. Are you so certain that I was the one who did it? Mr. Qin Luo, do not question my information network. I am not foolish enough to be mistaken. Qin Luo nodded. Very well, I killed him for personal reasons. Long Buyu offered a cold smile, his expression laced with menace. A commendable justification. May I also use this reason to take your life? Of course. Qin Luo pushed past Long Buyu and resumed his walk. Long Buyu watched Qin Luo's retreating figure, a chilling grin spreading across his face, filled with ominous intent. Chapter 109. The sharp blade. The dragon family's estate was enveloped in an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the usual clamor and laughter that filled its halls. Long Zhan sat alone in his room, staring blankly at a photograph of his son. Long Buki, renowned in the capital as a notorious debauchee, was nonetheless Long Zhan's beloved child. Naturally gifted in socializing, he had forged strong connections within the aristocratic circles, laying a solid foundation for the dragon family's influence. Most crucially, Long Buki maintained numerous contacts with various factions, and with his untimely death, all those connections had abruptly severed. My son, I too shall soon tread a path of no return, Long Zhan murmured, caressing his son's photograph, tears streaming down his face. Long Buyu entered quietly, prompting Long Zhan to hastily conceal the photograph and wipe away his tears. Why did you come in without knocking? He reproached. I did knock, but you were too engrossed. Long Buyu replied coldly. Their exchange bore no resemblance to that of a father and son, and indeed, it was far from it. Long Buyu had embarked on a business career from a young age, aspiring to become the finest merchant, while Long Zhan had devoted all his energy to his eldest son, Long Buki, creating a chasm of estrangement between them. I met with Qin Luo, Long Buyu announced. Long Zhan raised an eyebrow in surprise. What was the outcome? I cannot comprehend him. Long Buyu shook his head, a sense of defeat evident in his demeanor. After over a decade in business, His greatest pride lay in his ability to discern character, yet this time, he found himself unable to grasp the essence of Qin Luo. He was strikingly youthful, yet possessed a maturity beyond his years. He could be perfectly measured one moment and utterly reckless the next, an extraordinarily complex individual. "What do you plan to do about your brother's revenge?" Long Zhan inquired. Though he lacked the means for vengeance, Long Buyu did not. He commanded a formidable force of 200,000 troops. An ambush on Qin Luo would leave him no chance of survival. "Why should I seek revenge for him?" Long Buyu asked, puzzled. Long Zhan abruptly rose, slamming his hand on the table. "He is your brother." "Is he?" "Before this, I never experienced my brother and Apos' affection or my father and Apos' care. Now, suddenly I am expected to acknowledge him as my brother. I find it rather difficult to adjust." Long Buyu retorted with a cold smirk. Long Zhan sank back into his seat, aware that Long Buyu's words bore truth. Regardless of how Long Buqi had mistreated his younger brother, Long Zhan had always sided with Long Buqi, even going so far as to assign Long Buyu to manage the family's imperial enterprises. For Long Buyu, it was evident that Long Zhan was not a suitable father. "I will, of course, eliminate Qin Luo, but not in pursuit of vengeance. It is merely a transaction I have made with others," Long Buyu stated before striding out of the room, leaving Long Zhan to sigh in silence. In July of the year 2393 of the Federation calendar, the previously tranquil Federation and Empire suddenly sprang into action. This shift was prompted by the newly appointed Marshal Yi Xian's reorganization of military deployments. The Empire's 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th armies, totaling 500 million troops, gathered on 10 administrative planets, poised for imminent assault. Concurrently, the new Federation President Lin Wu made timely adjustments, arranging the Federation's 5 armies in a linear formation, confronting the Empire head-on. An atmosphere of impending conflict began to permeate the air. Having endured the ravages of war, the Federation's civilians had stockpiled provisions, knowing that once hostilities commenced, their only recourse would be to remain indoors, avoiding the outside world until it was safe to emerge again. This led to a dramatic surge in the price of synthesized food across the Federation's administrative planets, with certain nobles seizing the opportunity to inflate prices, causing synthesized food to soar to tenfold its usual cost, igniting widespread discontent among the populace. Lin Wu urgently issued orders to control the prices of synthesized food. Yet the effect was minimal. Large noble families, particularly the Dragon family, ostensibly complied with the president's directives, but continued to raise prices behind the scenes. Countless civilians were left with no choice but to stockpile dried meats from rodents and other animals to survive the impending conflict. "The Dragon family has gone too far. They are blatantly disregarding your orders," Brittany exclaimed, handing Lin Wu the intelligence displayed on the screen. Lin Wu did not take the screen, but instead fell into deep contemplation. The prevailing atmosphere filled him with unease, not the foreboding of an impending war, but a strange tension within the Federation. Even if Long Zhan were furious, he would not so openly flout his commands unless he harbored ulterior motives. However, Lin Wu swiftly dismissed this thought. He would rather be mistaken than confront the reality of Long Zhan's intentions, for the military's funding relied on these noble families. Should the Dragon family be eradicated, chaos would ensue among the other nobles, leading to an uncontrollable situation. "Let it be. With war on the horizon, we should not dwell on grievances," Lin Wu finally spoke. "Yet our intelligence indicates that due to the surge in synthesized food prices, countless civilians have perished from starvation in the streets." With the number reaching into the hundreds of thousands, Brittany expressed her concern. Lin Wu's body tensed, and he lit a cigarette. "Currently, I have no means to act. We cannot move against these prominent families." Brittany lowered her head in silence, understanding the truth in Lin Wu's words. With war imminent, any action against the nobility would jeopardize military supply lines, significantly impacting the forthcoming conflict. "Please gather some nobles with whom we have close ties. Inform them that I wish to reminisce this evening," Lin Wu instructed. Just as Brittany was about to turn, Lin Wu called out to her again. "Wait. Also inform Qin Luo." "Why?" Brittany asked, perplexed. Lin Wu sighed softly, Consider it an olive branch on my part. In this precarious situation, it is better to err on the side of caution. Brittany felt a sharp pang in her heart as she gazed at the president of the Federation, whose hair was nearly entirely white, his forehead lined with deep wrinkles, and his once straight posture now slightly hunched from years of poring over maps. This sight deepened her unease. Understood, Brittany replied softly. Once Brittany departed, Lin Wu extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and murmured to himself, I hope my premonitions are misguided. That night, the presidential residence buzzed with an unusual liveliness as many nobles, close to Lin Wu, attended in their finery. As they disembarked from their hover cars, they exchanged flattering remarks. Appearing as if they were lifelong friends, yet once apart, they discreetly wiped their hands after shaking hands with one another. Qin Luo was the last to arrive, his presence capturing the attention of countless nobles. Almost all the heads of families recognized that this exceedingly youthful individual was, in fact, the most formidable warlord beyond the confines of the Federation and several other powers. His exiled star domain was a thorn lodged between the Federation, the Empire, and the Council, unbearable yet unremovable by any faction. Qin Luo, over here. Brant called out with enthusiasm. Qin Luo made his way toward him, recognizing few in the crowd and opting to settle beside Brant, a familiar face. However, this action did not go unnoticed by many nobles. Originally Brant, the newly appointed commander of the First Army, was inconsequential in their eyes, but proximity to Qin Luo now warranted their attention, as the million-strong force behind Qin Luo was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, Qin Luo himself was a sharp blade, capable of inflicting deep wounds. Chapter 110. The struggle at the banquet. The banquet at the presidential palace was unexpectedly lavish. At this critical moment, the common people were in an uproar, unable to afford synthetic food. President Lin Wu had long issued an order against extravagance, yet today's feast was particularly sumptuous. Enchanting beauties from the federal dance troupe twirled gracefully to melodious music at the center, captivating the attention of the aristocrats. Lin Wu made a timely entrance at the heart of the gathering, clad in a marshal's military uniform rather than the presidential suit, signaling clearly that he was here as the federal marshal, the true commander of the military. Ladies and gentlemen, this banquet is primarily to express gratitude for your support of the Federation. Please indulge yourselves, he declared, raising his glass with joviality. Unlike the other nobles, Qin Luo sat apart, nursing his drink in solitude. Brant leaned in and whispered, this banquet practically encompasses all the noble factions supporting the president. It seems you are of significant importance to him. Is that so? Qin Luo thought wryly, aware of Lin Wu's intentions to use this noble gathering to create the illusion that he was allied with him, thus strengthening the new federation. Yet, he was not one to dampen the atmosphere. He remained seated quietly, recognizing that now was not the time to sever ties with Lin Wu, as he too sought to stabilize their relationship for the safety of his parents. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere reached a crescendo with the dancers' performances. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Wu set down his glass and cleared his throat. Instinctively, the crowd fell silent, awaiting his words. With a smile, Lin Wu rose and announced, there is another matter to discuss. The First Army requires an additional 500 billion federal coins for military expenses. I urge you all to be generous. Upon hearing this, the aristocrats exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. One noble stood and bowed slightly, saying, Mr. President, it is not that we refuse to support. Rather, our businesses have suffered due to the prolonged conflict, and we simply cannot afford to contribute more. Indeed, our enterprises have faced significant setbacks, echoed several others in agreement. A cold smile crept across Lin Wu's face as Brant, standing behind him, calmly interjected, according to our information, your businesses have not only remained intact but have also profited significantly from the war, particularly due to the rise in synthetic food prices. That is slander. We have strictly adhered to your orders, Mr. President, and have not raised the prices of synthetic food, one noble retorted angrily. Brant smiled lightly, fixing her gaze on the noble, Lord Li Jing. Would you like me to present video evidence? Li Jing's countenance paled, and after a moment of hesitation, he softened his tone. No need for that. We can discuss the military funding at our leisure. Lin Wu surveyed the nobles, his voice steady. You all know I am a soldier by birth. I dislike evasions. Let us be straightforward. Can you provide a definitive answer? The nobles exchanged glances, averting their eyes. Li Jing finally gritted his teeth. Very well. We shall comply with your command, Mr. President. Lin Wu smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, please continue your meal. The dances tonight are new pieces the troupe has rehearsed for quite some time. However, in such a tense atmosphere, who could enjoy their meal? One by one, nobles fabricated various excuses to slip away from the banquet. Within an hour, only Qin Luo, Brant, Lin Wu, and Brittany remained, seated in silence as they consumed their food and drink. Qin Luo ate rapidly, his chewing echoing in the hall. Lin Wu put down his knife and fork, exchanging glances with Brant, who quietly excused herself with her brother. Do you understand why I invited you here today? Lin Wu asked. Qin Luo wiped his mouth and belched. Of course, you seek to leverage your position. You are astute. However, that is not the sole reason. Through this banquet, I wish to extend an olive branch. Lin Wu stated plainly. This revelation surprised Qin Luo, who regarded Lin Wu with curiosity. Extend goodwill? Why would the esteemed president wish to do so towards me? You must comprehend the current state of the Federation. Though I command the military, I find myself constrained at every turn, unable to fully realize my ambitions. And what does that have to do with me? I hope you do not expect me to complicate matters for you at this juncture. Lin Wu's tone grew cold. Rising, Qin Luo brushed off his trousers. Are you truly this naive, Mr. President? Know this. Should the opportunity arise to eliminate you, I would act without hesitation. But that time is not now. If I were to fall, the new Federation would be doomed. Lin Wu locked eyes with Qin Luo. The latter grinned. I am indifferent to that, but you raise a valid point. I shall endeavor not to kill you. Thank you. Lin Wu responded surprisingly with gratitude. Qin Luo paused in confusion before turning to exit the presidential palace. Lin Wu sighed softly as he resumed his seat, lost in contemplation. He questioned whether his actions were indeed correct, yet a lingering sense of unease persisted within him. In the capital, an eerie atmosphere enveloped him, rendering his personal safety precarious. Brittany and Brant re-entered, and Lin Wu felt a surge of relief upon seeing them. Among all his subordinates, they were his most trusted allies, possessing both capability and integrity. Mr. President, how did Qin Luo respond? Brant inquired. He is a man who considers the greater good. He should not create trouble for me at this time. Lin Wu replied. Brant pondered for a moment before suggesting, shall I speak with him again? There's no need. I asked you to engage with him to learn from his command abilities. He is destined to be our enemy, and we can never be friends, Lin Wu asserted firmly. Brant and Brittany were perplexed by Lin Wu's unwavering stance. Yet, Lin Wu understood all too well that beyond the super soldier program, a deeper reason lay behind their enmity. He had killed Martin Xining. Martin and Qin Luo shared a close bond, and as the murderer of Martin, Lin Wu knew their relationship was irreparably marred by bloodshed. Brittany and Brant discreetly withdrew, leaving Lin Wu alone to drink in silence. He retrieved photographs of his wife and son from his bag, tears streaming down his face. The president of the new federation, wielding life and death power over countless individuals, was ultimately just an ordinary man, capable of sorrow and solitude. Meanwhile, Brittany, having exited the hall, wrestled with her emotions, her eyes occasionally flickering with a hint of murderous intent, only to be replaced by a flash of panic. Chapter 111. The shadow of assassination. As Qin Luo stepped out of the presidential palace, a chilling wind swept past, prompting him to instinctively draw his military coat tighter around himself. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and he caught one in his palm, which melted into a droplet of water that trickled through his fingers and fell silently to the ground. The street ahead grew dim, devoid of any figures. Qin Luo instinctively placed his hand on the alloy dagger at his waist. A solitary energy lamp stood dimly, casting an eerie glow, when suddenly, several figures clad in black appeared out of nowhere, moving swiftly, their blades glinting coldly in the light. Without hesitation, Qin Luo confronted them, and they immediately encircled him, attacking without uttering a word. He deftly evaded their strikes, grasping one assailant's wrist and slashing the dagger across his throat, blood spraying forth like a gushing fountain. The remaining assailants charged at him in unison, but Qin Luo parried their attacks with agility. They were clearly seasoned fighters, employing military tactics designed for lethal precision, targeting vital points with every strike. However, Qin Luo was no novice. His movements were fluid and evasive, resembling a leaf caught in a wintry breeze. Light and nimble amidst the tempest of onslaughts. He possessed the skill to conclude the skirmish within 3 minutes, yet he refrained, wishing to uncover who orchestrated this assassination and whether Lin Wu was involved. The atmosphere outside the presidential palace felt unervingly orchestrated. Not a single pedestrian was in sight, nor any patrolling soldiers, as if the stage had been deliberately set for this attack. Thus, Qin Luo waited, anticipating the adversary's move. Not far away, atop a metallic building, Long Buyu observed the unfolding scene through a reconnaissance lens, chewing gum as he lowered the device. Turning to a middle-aged man beside him, he remarked, "Your intelligence is flawed." Qin Luo is far more skilled than reported. The intelligence is sound. He must be concealing his true capabilities, the middle-aged man replied coolly. With a slight smile, Long Buyu retrieved a massive ion sniper rifle, propping it against the rooftop. "Then I shall test your assertion." On the street, Qin Luo felled an ambushing assailant with a punch, but suddenly sensed a cold breeze behind him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding an ion beam that whizzed past his head, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. "At last, I have found you," Qin Luo mused inwardly. He sprang into the fray, a human projectile amidst the black-clad figures, his dagger dancing through the air, spilling crimson as the attackers clutched their throats and fell. Without pause, he leaped onto a metallic wall, scaling the structure like a spider. Long Buyu's expression shifted. He spun his sniper rifle towards the scene. "You were right. But do me a favor and stall him. I must retreat." The middle-aged man nodded silently, and as Qin Luo began to ascend, he launched a punch aimed at Qin Luo's head. Qin Luo tilted his head slightly, using the momentum to propel himself onto the rooftop, sweeping his hands to force the man back. "Who are you?" Qin Luo inquired. "Your executioner," the middle-aged man bellowed, thrusting his dagger toward Qin Luo. Both combatants moved with alarming speed, their blades clashing in a symphony of metallic sounds as they exchanged positions violently on the rooftop. A glimmering strike aimed at Qin Luo's heart met his defiance. He did not evade, but instead charged forward, the dagger embedding itself in his chest while his blade sliced through the man's throat. The middle-aged man staggered, clutching his neck, eyes wide with disbelief as he knelt, summoning his last strength to utter, "May you die alongside me." A cold smirk graced Qin Luo's lips as he withdrew the dagger from his chest, blood dripping from its edge. In an instant, the wound ceased bleeding, forming a scar instead. "I neglected to mention, I am not an ordinary man," Qin Luo murmured softly. The man convulsed violently, seemingly intent on his final struggle, but then abruptly halted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Qin Luo searched the man's body but found nothing of value, surmising he had been a mere scapegoat. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden alarm blared throughout the street, and numerous soldiers rushed in, surrounding the fallen bodies and swiftly removing them to waiting garbage trucks. "There's someone on the rooftop," a military officer whispered. The soldiers quickly ascended, their ion rifles trained on Qin Luo. The commanding officer cast a cold glance at the corpses below, while 2 soldiers hastily dragged the bodies away. "Who are you? What transpired here?" the officer demanded icily. Qin Luo brandished his alloy dagger. "I was ambushed. These are the assassins." "Humph, a feeble excuse. Come with me to the military headquarters," the officer retorted. 2 soldiers advanced to apprehend Qin Luo, but he deftly shoved them aside, locking eyes with the officer. "Then kindly present your military credentials. Do you even have the right to request that from me?" The officer leveled his ion gun at Qin Luo's head. Yet, Qin Luo remained unfazed, meeting his gaze. "Should you pull that trigger, I assure you, the consequences will be dire and unexpected events will unfold. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Brittany?" The officer's expression shifted as his hand trembled slightly around the gun. At that moment, Brittany emerged from the ranks of soldiers, astonished. "Mr. Qin Luo, What are you doing here? Qin Luo smiled at her. What do you think? Surely, Miss Brittany is not oblivious? I truly had no idea. I only arrived after soldiers reported a murder in the street. Do you know who orchestrated the assassination? Brittany inquired. Qin Luo shrugged. How would I know? I hope Miss Brittany is equally uninformed. With that, Qin Luo stepped out of the crowd and entered the elevator, while Brittany watched his retreating figure, her expression darkening. Hands clenched tightly. The officer beside her murmured, "What now, ma'am?" Brittany turned to glare at him. "Withdraw, and ensure those bodies are completely destroyed." Chapter 112. The dark conflict. Qin Luo returned directly to his residence, fully aware of the events that had just transpired. The deserted streets were, without a doubt, the assassination site prepped by Brittany. Had Brittany not been uncertain about his trump card, that officer would have undoubtedly pulled the trigger. Yet, why did Brittany wish to kill him? Was there an accomplice? Did Lin Wu know? These questions quickly faded from Qin Luo's mind as he chuckled softly to himself. Tomorrow's meeting with Lin Wu would provide the answers. However, before he could retire for the night, a black hover car came to a halt outside the estate. Lin Wu stepped out and walked directly into the manor. Qin Luo leaned against the doorframe, observing Lin Wu with a casual inquiry, "What brings you here?" Lin Wu halted, a sly smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Qin Luo gestured for him to enter, and they proceeded into the grand hall. Facing Lin Wu, who settled onto the sofa, he spoke directly, "I just received a report indicating that you were attacked outside the presidential palace." "Indeed, and the assailants were a group of seasoned soldiers." Qin Luo confirmed with a nod. Lin Wu's expression darkened. "How can you be so certain?" "My identity is well known to you, Mr. President. I am confident in my ability to identify military personnel," Qin Luo responded. Lin Wu frowned, then inquired, "So you suspect I am involved?" Without hesitation, Qin Luo nodded. Lin Wu's demeanor suggested he was just now grasping the situation, but no one could ascertain whether he was merely acting. As a seasoned politician, Lin Wu's ability to perform was undoubtedly exceptional. "Do you believe I just learned of this?" Lin Wu gazed intently at Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled faintly. "I cannot judge your belief, but your personal secretary appeared quite conveniently after the assassination attempt and took away all the bodies of the assassins." Lin Wu abruptly stood, fixing a piercing stare on Qin Luo. "Are you serious? Is there any reason for me to deceive you?" Qin Luo shrugged. Without another word, Lin Wu exited the manor. Before entering his car, he turned to Qin Luo and stated, "I will provide you with an explanation." Qin Luo remained unfazed by Lin Wu's intentions, for even if he apprehended all those behind the assassination, their enmity was insurmountable. Thus, he was indifferent to whether Lin Wu orchestrated it or not. The presidential palace experienced a tranquil night. The following morning, Brittany arrived at the presidential office as usual to organize documents for Lin Wu. Upon entering, she discovered the federal president already waiting there, his haggard appearance suggesting he had not slept a wink. "Mr. President, you must take care of your health," Brittany expressed with concern. Lin Wu did not respond, but regarded Brittany with a penetrating gaze. Panic surged within her, and after a prolonged silence, Lin Wu finally spoke. "Brittany, how long have you been my secretary?" "Since the year 2391 of the Federation," Brittany replied. Lin Wu offered a bitter smile, shaking his head as he turned to gaze out the window. "Indeed, shortly after the outbreak of war between the Empire and the Federation, you became my secretary, wielding enough power to freely mobilize my personal guards." Brittany trembled, suddenly kneeling on the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mr. President, please forgive my overreach." Lin Wu spun around, his eyes ablaze with cold fury. "So it was truly you who sent someone to assassinate Qin Luo?" Brittany remained silent on the floor, yet her actions spoke volumes. Lin Wu felt a pang in his heart, nearly collapsing. He steadied himself against the desk, looking at Brittany with pain etched on his face. "Why would you do this?" "Mr. President, everything I did was for you. If Qin Luo remains alive, he will only grow stronger, ultimately leading to your demise," Brittany declared. "Where did you derive such analysis?" Lin Wu replied coldly. Brittany hesitated, and Lin Wu, with a heavy sigh, looked down at the kneeling girl and said, "You may leave. You need not return to the presidential office." Brittany's body shook as she lifted her head to meet Lin Wu's gaze. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with despair and sorrow. Slowly, she rose and exited the office, moving like a soulless specter, lost and dazed. Lin Wu sank back into his chair, staring at the ceiling. He no longer cared whether Brittany had genuinely acted in his best interest. His concern lay with who had incited her to make such a foolish decision. Had the assassination succeeded and Qin Luo perished? The thought of the enraged, exiled Star Domain forces attacking the capital sent shivers down Lin Wu's spine. Such a maneuver was exceedingly ruthless. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from outside. Lin Wu hurriedly rushed out, leaning against the upper railing. His heart sank at the sight of Brittany lying motionless on the ground below, her head tilted back, a crimson stain blooming like a flower at the back of her head. Her eyes held no spark, only an abyss of loss and sorrow. "Help!" Lin Wu roared, losing his composure like never before. The emergency medical team swiftly transported Brittany to the operating room, while Lin Wu anxiously awaited outside. Uncharacteristically, he chain-smoked 10 cigarettes, the ethereal smoke reddening his eyes. An hour later, a military doctor emerged, respectfully saluting Lin Wu. "Mr. President, fortunately, she is out of danger. She simply needs to rest." Lin Wu exhaled in relief, the haunting image of Brittany's suicide attempt lingering in his mind. For the first time, he realized how difficult it would be to part with the girl who had silently supported him all this time, akin to the loss of his wife years ago. "Deploy personnel to ensure Brittany's safety around the clock. Should anything happen, I will bring you all before a military tribunal." Lin Wu ordered the officers by his side. Hundreds of federal soldiers armed with ion guns secured the entire hospital, subjecting everyone entering or exiting to rigorous inspections, the extent of their protection astounding. Within the Dragon family estate, Long Bu sat on the sofa, slowly sipping wine, while a woman carefully attended to him. This gifted business prodigy possessed an unpredictable temperament. No one could foresee when he might erupt in rage. "Leave," Long Bu commanded. The woman quietly exited the room. Long Bu slammed his crystal glass onto the floor, shattering the exquisite blue piece into countless shards. "Qin Luo, I vow to kill you." Long Bu seethed, his forehead veins bulging with fury. The previous night's assassination had not only cost him 20 elite soldiers, but also claimed the life of his most trusted intelligence chief, resulting in a devastating loss. Just then, a message flashed across the screen. Long Bu glanced at it, his expression shifting, before hastily exiting the room and entering his hover car. Chapter 113. Undercurrents. The FN Corporation stands as an unparalleled entity throughout the Federation, transcending the authority of both Parliament and the federal government. Although it outwardly claims to be merely a commercial enterprise, no one dares to treat it as such, for this is the cradle of battleship production. Long Bu slowly drove his hover car into the FN Corporation's premises, disembarked briskly, and took the elevator to the top floor of the building. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow outside the metallic door, he gently pushed it open. Harry remained seated in his wheelchair, gazing out at the sky. This most powerful director of the FN Corporation seemed disinclined to venture outside, preferring to sit in his office all day like a decrepit elder awaiting death. Yet Long Bu knew how formidable this elderly man's methods could be. "I have met Lord Harry," Long Bu respectfully saluted. Harry slowly turned his wheelchair around. His seemingly murky eyes could pierce into one's soul. He waved his hand gently. "Take a seat." Long Bu cautiously sat on the sofa, his body tense, beads of cold sweat occasionally trickling down his forehead. "Are you afraid of me?" Harry asked with a smile. "Lord Harry's formidable presence would make anyone nervous in your company," Long Bu flattered. Harry chuckled and shook his head. "What is presence? Just an inconsequential matter. Your fear of me is primarily due to the many lives I have taken." Long Bu wiped his cold sweat, managing a faint smile. "Last night, you sent someone to kill Qin Luo? What was the outcome?" Harry inquired. "It failed. Qin Luo possesses formidable strength," Long Bu responded. Harry began to glide around the spacious hall in his wheelchair. "That is to be expected. Our company was involved in that initial experiment. I understand the power of that thing. I just did not anticipate that Qin Luo could transform his son in such a way after his failure. Truly, He is the most gifted scientist in the Federation's history. Yes, I lost 20 elite operatives, including my intelligence director at his hands, Long Buyu admitted. Harry glanced at him, causing a chill to creep into Long Buyu's heart. But then Harry revealed a benevolent smile. No matter whether Qin Luo lives or dies is irrelevant. Our current focus is on Lin Wu. Lord Harry means since Lin Wu remains obstinate, it is time to consider a change in presidency, Harry stated nonchalantly, sending a shiver down Long Buyu's spine. After exiting Harry's office, Long Buyu's back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not return immediately, but instead approached an office nearby, gently pushing the door open. This office was far more luxurious than Harry's, adorned with blue crystal energy lamps above and a gleaming long metal table crafted from high-quality alloys. Various exquisite wines were displayed atop the table, and a massive light screen on the wall broadcasted the latest news from the Federation. The office's owner was Hart, Harry's son, a young nobleman at the pinnacle of the Federation's aristocracy. "Did that old man summon you again?" Hart inquired. Reclining with his legs on the table and hands behind his head, Long Buyu plopped down on the sofa. "Indeed, every meeting with him feels like a brush with death." "What did he want?" "To discuss the assassination of Qin Luo," Long Buyu casually replied, removing his outer coat and draping it over the sofa. "Oh, he mentioned wanting to replace Lin Wu." Hart's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness as he looked intently at Long Buyu. "Are you serious?" "He just told me." "Would I fabricate such a claim?" "Huh, that's excellent. I've long disdained Lin Wu. He is destined for ruin now. Haha, after 2 months in Capital Star. Qin Luo finally decided to depart. His journey had been immensely fruitful, establishing Huang Shengtu's intentions, eliminating Long Buyu's brother, and most importantly, confirming Lin Wu's stance, at least for now. Lin Wu had no intention of opposing him. Aboard the ship heading to the Exile Star domain, Qin Luo walked alone. As his vessel vanished into the horizon, Long Buyu, seated in a hover car at the street corner, slowly rolled down his window, murmuring to himself, "Safe travels, Qin Luo." This ship to the Exile Star domain was not a civilian craft, but rather a commercial vessel, primarily filled with merchants heading to other star domains. Engaging in animated discussions about the end of the war and the restrictions various star domains imposed on traders, Qin Luo sat in a quiet corner, feigning sleep, flanked by 2 middle-aged merchants who began an animated conversation about their businesses as soon as they boarded, their voices booming. Qin Luo frowned, but refrained from intervening. As their discussion grew more fervent, showing no signs of abating, Qin Luo prepared to speak up when he noticed both men simultaneously reaching into their pockets. Startled, he reacted with lightning speed, seizing their hands and dragging them to the ground, eliciting pained cries from both. The surrounding passengers turned their attention to Qin Luo. "Everyone back away, there is danger here," Qin Luo shouted. The merchants hurriedly scattered, and Qin Luo swiftly delivered a kick to one of the assailants, rendering him unconscious. The man's hand slipped from his pocket, revealing a portable magnetic bomb, which emitted a faint sound, indicating it was armed with a timer. Qin Luo's heart raced in shock as he swiftly grasped the other man's throat and tightened his grip, resulting in the man's immediate demise. The portable magnetic bomb fell from his grip, also in a timed state, with merely 5 minutes left. Panic swept through the cabin as many passengers collapsed in fear, some crying out. The ship and Oppo's captain hurried over, and upon seeing the 2 magnetic bombs, his face turned ashen. "Open the ship and Oppo's window and throw them out," Qin Luo commanded coolly. "We can't. The ship is currently in high-speed transit through space. If we slow down, we will be struck by meteors and meet the same fate," the captain replied. Qin Luo's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated such a dire situation. If the magnetic bombs detonated, he and everyone aboard would be reduced to ashes in an instant. "Let me give it a try," a youthful voice piped up. A boy dressed in the uniform of the 1st Military Academy squeezed through the crowd. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a hint of boyish charm. Slender build and black-framed glasses, exuding a natural bookish demeanor. "I specialize in bomb disposal. I hope I can be of help," the boy stated, looking at Qin Luo. Qin Luo nodded and stepped aside. The boy crouched down, retrieving a metal frame from his bag, carefully examining the wires of the magnetic bomb. The captain, beads of sweat dripping down his face, urged, "Hurry, please." The boy did not respond, but continued his meticulous inspection. After about 2 minutes, he softly requested, "I need a knife." Qin Luo promptly produced an alloy dagger and handed it to the boy, who paused momentarily, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Luo. With the dagger, he slowly cut one of the wires of the magnetic bomb, causing the previously flickering numbers to freeze. A collective sigh of relief escaped the cabin. Following the same procedure, the boy cut another wire on the second bomb, halting its countdown as well. The cabin erupted in cheers, and numerous passengers praised the young hero. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the boy handed the dagger back to Qin Luo. "Are you a soldier?" Qin Luo nodded. The boy grinned widely. "I'm about to become a soldier too." Chapter 114. Montaigne. The incident aboard the spacecraft unfolded like a brief interlude. After facing life and death, the crowd gradually settled into a calm, resuming their conversations. The young boy sat beside Qin Luo, his eyes fixed on him, brimming with excitement. "Do you know me?" Qin Luo turned to the boy and inquired. The boy eagerly nodded. "Yes, during our time at the academy, our teacher frequently used your battle cases as teaching material." "Oh, I didn't realize I was quite famous," Qin Luo said, scratching his nose with a wry smile. The boy hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My name is Montaigne. May I accompany you?" "Why do you wish to follow me?" Qin Luo countered. "Because I want to confront the Empire. I seek revenge," Montaigne declared, his face ablaze with anger. Another passionate youth, Qin Luo mused. Though this boy was different from those students in the capital star who incessantly waved banners and clamored for resistance. He was a capable lad, one who remained composed even in the face of life-threatening peril. "Then you may follow me," Qin Luo said with a smile. Montaigne nodded excitedly. Sitting beside Qin Luo and occasionally erupting into silly laughter, prompting Qin Luo to shake his head in exasperation. The spacecraft halted as it passed by Nile Star, and Qin Luo disembarked with Montaigne. They were greeted by the current commander of Nile Star, Li Yunxiao, a resolute 30-year-old military officer, who saluted Qin Luo with precision. "Lord Qin Luo, Tang Long has been waiting for you here for 3 days. He said you would surely come to find him. So I kept him here on Nile Star," Li Yunxiao said in a low voice. Qin Luo was somewhat surprised. This astute businessman was indeed not easy to deal with. Having anticipated his experience with FN Company, perhaps he had known all along that FN Company would not compromise, intentionally leading Qin Luo into a dilemma. "Where is he?" "I wish to meet him," Qin Luo replied, gesturing to Montaigne behind him. "This young man is quite capable. Let him accompany you." Li Yunxiao was taken aback. It was known that Qin Luo had never recommended anyone to his subordinates before. The fact that he was actively praising a youth warranted attention. "No, I want to stay with you. I want to be a personal guard," Montaigne insisted stubbornly. Li Yunxiao chuckled at the boy's determination and patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, not just anyone can become Lord Qin Luo's personal guard. I too faced numerous perils before I earned that role and reached my current position." Qin Luo turned to Montaigne. "Did you hear that? If you prove yourself worthy, Li Yunxiao will certainly inform me." With that, Qin Luo departed. Montaigne watched his back, resolute. "I will work hard. I must become your personal guard." Tang Long had been arranged by Li Yunxiao to stay at the most luxurious hotel on Nile Star. Qin Luo approached his room and gently knocked on the door. When Tang Long opened it, he was not surprised to see Qin Luo, smiling instead. "Did you encounter difficulties?" Qin Luo entered the approximately 200 square meter metallic room, cluttered with various documents. Tang Long sheepishly gathered the scattered papers. "I apologize. I have a habit of jotting things down with pen and paper." "A commendable habit," Qin Luo said with a smile. Seated opposite each other, Qin Luo cut to the chase. "I wish to know how you intend to provide warships for me. Surely it cannot be under the name of your headquarters?" "Of course not. If the headquarters warships were mobilized, it would immediately attract attention, and I cannot take that risk," Tang Long replied. "Then how do you plan to do it?" Qin Luo inquired, puzzled. Tang Long activated a holographic screen and handed it to Qin Luo. Upon glancing at it, Qin Luo gasped, exclaiming, "Decommissioned warships?" "Indeed. I have privately established a warship repair facility that specializes in reclaiming decommissioned warships for refurbishment and reassembly. Although these vessels are discarded, they can be fully operational when pieced together and their performance remains intact. You cannot be serious, Mr. Tang Long. Equipping decommissioned warships into the military could result in my soldiers perishing before even reaching the battlefield due to faults with the ships, Qin Luo said, his expression darkening. Tang Long quickly clarified, Mr. Qin Luo, that's not what I meant. My intention is to sell you the decommissioned warships under my name, while using the company's name to procure new warships for recovery. This way, we achieve the goal of selling the warships to you. Your company will not discover this, Qin Luo asked. Tang Long smiled confidently. I assure you, I can manage this. I have not been without achievements during my years in the company. Very well. Then I will directly order 5,000 low-grade warships and 1,000 medium-grade warships, Qin Luo decisively stated. Excellent. May our cooperation be fruitful, Tang Long said, rising to shake Qin Luo's hand. After Tang Long departed, Qin Luo fell into deep contemplation. Did Tang Long genuinely believe he was worth the gamble? Yet, the stakes seemed excessively high. However, in an instant, Qin Luo dismissed these thoughts. His foremost task was to strengthen his own power, regardless of Tang Long's ulterior motives. As long as his strength was formidable enough, he would fear nothing. Upon returning to Blue Sea Star, Qin Luo commenced his busy work. Feng Qinyang led 3 armies to the uninhabited star outside the Exile Star domain to receive the decommissioned warships delivered by Tang Long, subsequently returning them to Nile Star for storage, awaiting the arrival of new vessels for recovery. Meanwhile, the corpulent man began meticulously calculating the federal currency required for the procurement of warships. The 5,000 low-grade warships and 1,000 medium-grade warships had nearly drained the entire financial revenue of the Exile Star domain, compelling the man to start trimming expenses from the government budget. On Capital Star, Brittany, who had survived a suicide attempt, awakened. Lin Wu sat beside her, peeling an apple, which he offered her with the words, "You were foolish." Brittany took a bite from the apple, tears streaming down her face. "Mr. President, I am so sorry. I only wish to know who incited you to kill Qin Luo," Lin Wu asked. Brittany hesitated but mustered the courage to respond. "It was Long Buyu from the Long family." Lin Wu's eyes gleamed coldly. "As I suspected." He then remained with Brittany in the hospital room for an extended time. Despite the 20-year age gap between them, they engaged in discussions about poetry, philosophy, and the nuances of life, akin to lovers. Brittany had never felt such happiness before, while a hint of joy bloomed in Lin Wu's heart, providing a touch of affection after the loss of his wife. It was not until the afternoon that Lin Wu exited the hospital room, his expression suddenly darkening. "Send a warning to the Long family, particularly to Long Buyu." That very night, all of the Long family stores in Capital Star were shut down, and Long Buyu's commercial spacecraft was intercepted by local troops under the guise of an inspection as it traversed the federal skies. In just one night, the Long family suffered losses amounting to billions of federal currency. Within the Long family's estate, Long Buyu roared in fury, while a woman knelt trembling beside him, her head bowed in fear. "Lin Wu, very well. Since you have made your move, it would appear I must respond, lest I seem to concede," Long Buyu said coldly. Then his gaze fell upon the quaking woman beside him. "Come here and serve me." The woman crawled slowly to his side, using her hands to unfasten his trousers. A satisfied sound escaped Long Buyu's lips as he pressed down firmly on her head, eyes closed, his expression twisted in delight. Chapter 115. Intensifying conflicts following Lin Wu's retaliatory actions against the Long family. The subsequent day saw the Long family declare a cessation of military funding to the Federal Army due to their own commercial losses. Upon receiving this news in his office, the President of the Federation merely cast a cursory glance before responding, "Very well, let us withdraw protection from Long family merchant vessels, and all Long family stores within the Federation shall be promptly sealed." Thus commenced an overt confrontation between the two parties, inflicting severe damage on the Long family's business. Lin Wu, deprived of military funding from the Long family, was compelled to cut expenditures from other military branches, leading to growing discontent within the ranks. However, Lin Wu understood that this was a test of endurance. Victory would belong to the one who could withstand the longest, as both sides endured suffering, awaiting the other's capitulation. Meanwhile, a momentous reform commenced in the exiled star domain, initiated by the supreme ruler, Qin Luo. This youthful sovereign employed a forceful approach, disbanding all military forces on administrative planets before reconstituting them. He also mobilized 500,000 elite soldiers to form the first fleet of the exiled star domain, the Blue Sea Fleet. Before the warships even arrived, the Flame Squad began covert training exercises for the fleet, transforming a designated training planet into a vast spaceship practice ground. Every day, the 500,000 troops engaged in 15 hours of rigorous training, with countless soldiers fainting during drills, yet all returned to training upon regaining consciousness. No one withdrew, for they all understood the significance of the Blue Sea Fleet. This was the first regularized fleet of the exiled star domain, signifying a substantial enhancement of its previously feeble aerial capabilities. Thus, joining the Blue Sea Fleet was the grandest aspiration for the soldiers of the exiled star domain. And all 500,000 troops arrived with this dream. A month later, the warships promised by Tang Long were expected to arrive today. Even Qin Luo could not suppress his excitement, rising early to await Tang Long's notification. However, by afternoon, there was still no word from Tang Long, and an unsettling feeling began to creep over Qin Luo. He promptly contacted Li Yunxiao from Nilo Star, who was also aware of the situation. After terminating the video call, Li Yunxiao dispatched reconnaissance units to investigate. Yet, by the following day, no information had emerged. The reconnaissance teams had vanished as if stones thrown into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Recognizing a shift in circumstances, Li Yunxiao reported back to Qin Luo, who immediately set off for Nilo Star. Upon landing on Nilo Star, Qin Luo was greeted by Li Yunxiao, who bore grim news. "What updates do we have?" Qin Luo inquired directly. "None. All reconnaissance units have completely disappeared. I dispatched 3,000 personnel, and not a single one has returned," Li Yunxiao replied somberly. "Notify the troops to assemble immediately. We shall pursue along the route taken by their vessels," commanded Qin Luo. The eerie nature of the situation gnawed at him. Tang Long's transport fleet comprised 10,000 soldiers. To silently eliminate such a force would require at least 100,000 troops. Why was there no intelligence on such a significant operation? In light of these thoughts, Qin Luo contacted Martin Luther, the intelligence minister of the exiled star domain. Upon hearing the news, Martin calmly reported, "Our intelligence network has not received any inquiries regarding the movements of the warships, and there have been no reports of skirmishes or troop movements within a radius of 100,000 kilometers outside the exiled star domain. What could be the explanation for this?" Qin Luo pondered in confusion. Soon, Nilo Star had mobilized 100,000 soldiers, led personally by Qin Luo, to search along the route Tang Long was expected to traverse. After venturing 200,000 kilometers, they finally uncovered a clue on a desolate planet. The corpse of a soldier from the exiled star domain. Due to the fierce winds, the sands covering the body had been dispersed, revealing a corner, prompting discovery by fellow soldiers. The condition of the body indicated a brutal struggle, with multiple ion blaster wounds and numerous knife cuts. Qin Luo's face turned ashen as he clenched his teeth and declared, "Deploy teams for a widespread search, immediately." The 100,000 troops divided into 10 squads to scour the area. Yet after an entire day, they returned empty-handed, devoid of any leads. Could they be an invisible force, leaving no trace? Qin Luo mused, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, less than 100,000 kilometers away, a contingent of approximately 20,000 soldiers descended slowly upon a barren planet, their ship's exterior constantly shifting colors, eluding detection by the naked eye. Only upon landing did they gradually reveal their presence. This was a unit composed entirely of robots, exhibiting strict discipline as they disembarked and assumed defensive positions. At the center of the formation, 2 robots escorted a human, who was none other than Tang Long. "Tang Long, you believe your actions to be clandestine. Yet you have long been within our grasp," one officer remarked with a smile, revealing himself to be human rather than a robot. "Tang Long, covered in wounds and with swollen eyes from the trauma, remained silent, his head bowed. "Take him away and await further orders," the commanding officer instructed. Once Tang Long was escorted away, the officer retreated to his newly erected metal tent, reclining comfortably in a chair with his legs propped on the table, gazing at the metallic ceiling with a sense of ease. Commanding a robotic army is quite pleasant, though these machines are rather dull, he mused. At that moment, the screen on his desk emitted a chime, prompting the officer to straighten his black uniform and answer it. On the other end appeared Harry, who sat in his wheelchair, resembling an elderly man on the brink of collapse. "How is the operation progressing?" Harry inquired. "Both sides are proceeding smoothly. We should return to headquarters by tomorrow," the officer replied respectfully. "And what shall we do with the warships transported by Tang Long?" "They have all been successfully delivered to us and are ready to be brought back tomorrow." "Excellent. I look forward to your triumphant return," Harry concluded before terminating the call. The officer exhaled deeply, resuming his seat. This mission to the exiled star domain had been a sudden decision by headquarters, triggered by the revelation that sales manager Tang Long had secretly engaged in transactions with the exiled star domain, violating headquarters regulations, necessitating punitive action against him. The mere thought of the headquarters punishment sent shivers down the officer's spine, reminiscent of tortures akin to hell. At the capital planet, FN Company headquarters, Hart contemplated the incoming news displayed on the screen before summoning Long Buyu. Upon Long Buyu's entrance, Hart closed the door and stated directly, "Tang Long's covert dealings with the exiled star domain have been uncovered. All warships have been intercepted, and Tang Long will be escorted back tomorrow. This is fortuitous, weakening Qin Luo's influence, which benefits us all," Long Buyu responded with delight. The two assassins he dispatched had failed to detonate the ship, inciting his fury, while the delay in Qin Luo's warship plans served as welcome news for him. However, Hart shook his head. "No, I don't see it that way. I believe we should assist Qin Luo." Long Buyu was taken aback, puzzled. "Why?" Hart rose to gaze at the FN Company emblem behind him and sighed. "The old men aspire to extend their ambitions into every faction, dreaming of a unified empire, yet I do not share that vision." Long Buyu remained silent as Hart continued. "We are quintessential merchants. Only through war can we amass great wealth. If unification occurs, what means do we have to prosper? Although the company appears formidable at present, if we do not further expand our business, we shall merely become a frog in a well. After unification, we can still expand further," Long Buyu retorted. However, Hart shook his head and said, "You are too naive. If we achieve unification, who would dare to collaborate with an ambitious commercial enterprise? We require chaos to facilitate the opening of various commercial avenues for us, rather than relying solely on our own efforts. The elders are blinded by ambition, and their current actions are, in fact, steering the company toward a path of destruction." Long Buyu pondered for a moment and replied, "I concede that your argument is quite valid, yet in the current situation, we cannot prevent it." Hart suddenly turned, his eyes blazing with intensity. "No, we can prevent it. We merely need to leak the information about the robotic forces to Qin Luo." Long Buyu was taken aback. He gazed at this man who was truly his superior and suddenly realized he had always been an outsider, never fully comprehending Hart's inner thoughts. Chapter 116. The enigma within a secluded estate of the blue ocean star, Martin Luther was diligently processing information from various sources. The mysterious disappearance of Tang Long had cast a shadow over all intelligence networks in the Exile Star domain, which were fervently investigating the matter, yet thus far, they had yielded no results. This left Martin Luther with a profound sense of helplessness, relying on the assassination core of the Martin family. Martin Luther had vastly expanded the intelligence network, extending its reach to numerous locations. Information from diverse areas flowed in promptly, yet regarding Tang Long's vanishing, there remained an absence of leads. What could possibly be amiss? Martin Luther pondered wearily as he reclined in his chair. Since the death of his father, the once vivacious Martin Luther had undergone a complete transformation. He had vacated Qin Luo's estate and constructed a new manor in this hidden locale, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous Martin estate. Outside, a cloaked informant whispered, "Commander, Someone seeks an audience. Who? Martin Luther inquired. He claims to be a friend and possesses information about Tang Long. Martin Luther sprang to his feet, a faint flush appearing on his pallid face. Bring him in. Moments later, a middle-aged merchant was ushered in. Dressed in casual attire, he appeared to be in his 40s, bearing slight wrinkles yet exhibiting well-maintained skin, indicative of someone not merely an ordinary trader. Greetings, Lord Luther, the merchant greeted respectfully. Martin Luther scrutinized him, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Do you know where Tang Long is? Indeed, Tang Long is currently imprisoned on a deserted planet, guarded by an army of 20,000 robots. The merchant presented a map. Martin Luther examined it attentively, then set it down. If he is indeed there, why have our spies found nothing? They are a robotic army, utilizing the latest model of stealth ships, capable of evading detection systems and the naked eye, the merchant explained. How do you know this? My master instructed me to inform you that we are allies, not foes, and there will be more opportunities for collaboration in the future, the merchant replied. Martin Luther tapped his fingers on the table, then rose to face the merchant directly. I wish to know who is behind you. The merchant maintained his respectful demeanor. His head bowed. I am unable to divulge that. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Martin Luther scoffed. The merchant remained submissive, slightly bowing. If Lord Luther truly is such a man, then exchanging my life for your understanding would be worth it. Martin Luther ceased his inquiries, gesturing, take this gentleman away, and ensure he is well treated. On a deserted planet beyond the Exile Star domain, Qin Luo and his troops had been searching for 3 days, yet found nothing. Just as despair began to set in, Martin Luther transmitted a map, which invigorated Qin Luo upon inspection. Order the troops to strike immediately and encircle the planet. Qin Luo commanded. The forces of the Exile Star domain gradually dispersed, surrounding the deserted planet. Due to the proximity, they quickly arrived at the planet's outskirts. Through his telescope, Qin Luo observed a makeshift military base on the barren world. Impressive, an entire army of robots, and they are utilizing the latest battleships, Qin Luo remarked. It seemed the adversary had also taken notice, as a piercing alarm rang out, and countless soldiers swiftly emerged to form a temporary defensive position. Within the base, the previously relaxed officer abruptly sat upright, grasping his reconnaissance device to survey the outside, where the Exile Star domain ships had formed a formidable encirclement, tightly enclosing the area. Who the hell leaked this information? The officer cursed vehemently. He promptly recalled the need to report to headquarters. Just as he initiated the signal, it abruptly cut off, darkening his expression further. He hurled the display to the ground. It's over. Qin Luo has severed all network signals. In the temporary command center, Qin Luo immediately issued an order to reinforce his troops. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the robotic army, he recalled the recent encounter of the Federation's first army with a mysterious force, appearing equally enigmatic and disciplined. It was highly likely that this 20,000-strong contingent was one of them. Mobilize all elite forces and surround this area, bolstering our numbers to 500,000. Qin Luo commanded. This was his first engagement with a robot-formed army, and uncertainty loomed over him. Thus, he felt compelled to concentrate the most formidable strength to decisively eliminate the foe. Otherwise, any slip into a disadvantageous position might provoke a counterattack. The orders reached the Exile Star domain, and the Blue Ocean Corps promptly set forth. This elite division boarded battleships and spacecraft, heading directly to the deserted planet. It seems Qin Luo intends to devour me whole. The officer in the base mused restlessly. However, Qin Luo provided no time for contemplation. Upon the troops' arrival, they initiated the assault. Shielded by battleships and spacecraft, the Blue Ocean Corps launched a fierce offensive. The artillery fire rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, while soldiers surged forth like pebbles swept by the storm. The robotic army opened fire only when the Exile Star domain soldiers were less than 1,000 meters away, their movements synchronized to the millisecond. Their rate of fire perfectly timed. Such overwhelming firepower instantly claimed the lives of hundreds of soldiers, yet the following ranks charged forward fearlessly, exploiting their numerical advantage. The soldiers of the Exile Star domain pressed on towards the enemy high ground, engaging in close combat within moments. The robotic soldiers wielded alloy daggers, their strength and speed far surpassing those of ordinary soldiers, and most terrifyingly, they felt no pain and exhibited no lapse in combat effectiveness. One soldier struck a robotic adversary with his alloy dagger, leaving only a faint mark on its metallic form, before being impaled by the enemy's metallic hand. The close-quarters combat was fierce and tragic, with countless soldiers akin to moths drawn to a flame, vanishing without a trace. Qin Luo observed the battlefield through his reconnaissance device, noting that despite their tenfold advantage, they were unable to vanquish the foe, suffering grievous losses instead. These metallic monstrosities are truly insurmountable, Qin Luo exclaimed in rare frustration. The metallic robots were nearly impervious, and ordinary military daggers inflicted no fatal damage. Only through the cooperation of soldiers could several casualties be exchanged for a single enemy. This reality weighed heavily on Qin Luo's heart. This cannot continue. Our losses will only worsen. Qin Luo set down the reconnaissance device, turning to his elite guard. Follow me. The elite guard, maintaining a strength of 100, comprised the finest warriors, excelling in physical prowess, loyalty to Qin Luo, and individual capabilities. Under Qin Luo's leadership, they descended from the spacecraft, piercing through the enemy formation like a dagger. With Qin Luo's presence, the soldiers visibly regained their vigor. His dagger struck with cunning precision, piercing the metallic neck of an adversary, followed swiftly by a deft maneuver that severed the foe's head, incapacitating its circuitry. As robotic soldiers continued to fall, the Exile Star Domain's forces advanced more rapidly. When Qin Luo finally dismantled the circuitry of a robotic soldier, he raised his gaze towards the nearby command center, propelling himself forward like a whirlwind straight towards the command post. Within the command center, an officer paced anxiously. Suddenly, the metallic door was forcefully flung open, prompting him to instinctively draw his ion pistol, ready to fire. However, Qin Luo's speed was unparalleled. He hurled a dagger with such force that it severed the officer's hands in an instant. The officer collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his wrists as he let out a pained scream. Where are they? Qin Luo inquired. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, the officer replied. In the prison behind the command center. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Luo turned to leave. Just as he reached the threshold, he glanced back and warned, "If I were you, I would advise those robots to cease their actions, or you shall meet a most grotesque demise." Once Qin Luo departed, the officer slowly rose from the floor. Weak from blood loss, his body trembled, yet he managed to retrieve a small, exquisite whistle from around his neck. Summoning his remaining strength, he blew into it, producing a sound that was a complex amalgamation of numerous pitches intertwined with metallic tones. As the whistle's call echoed through the air, the once defiant robots froze in place, motionless, while the enraged soldiers swiftly decapitated the robotic heads with fervor. Chapter 117. The submission of Tang Long as Qin Luo emerged from a metallic cell. Cradling the nearly lifeless form of Tang Long, he noted that every inch of Tang Long's body was marred. Not a single piece of flesh remained unscathed. Many of his wounds had begun to fester, attracting flies, and aside from the faintest breath, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a corpse. Immediate treatment is necessary, Qin Luo commanded. The medical team from the exiled star domain promptly attended to Tang Long. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, soldiers began clearing the site, gathering the bodies of countless fallen comrades and incinerating them with flame guns, sealing the ashes into small boxes. This battle had cost the exiled star domain 15,000 soldiers. Even with the conflict ending prematurely, the enemy still possessed 18,000 robotic troops, highlighting a stark disparity in individual soldier quality. An officer lay on the ground, his hands severed at the wrists, crudely bandaged with white gauze. As he observed Qin Luo approach, his eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. "I can tell you where the warship is hidden, but please grant me a swift death," the officer uttered weakly. Qin Luo crouched beside him, saying, "I expected you would plead for your life." The officer shook his head in despair. "I have no hope of survival. I am a mere shell of a man. Even if I return, it would be to meet my end." Which faction do these robots belong to? Qin Luo inquired. Do not insult my dignity, the officer retorted angrily. He was willing to disclose the warship and Oppo's location in exchange for a merciful death, yet he would never betray the people behind him. That was his bottom line. Very well. Tell me where the warship is, and I will grant you a swift end, Qin Luo insisted. The officer soon relayed the precise location. Once he finished speaking, Qin Luo plunged his dagger directly into the officer's heart, watching as he slowly succumbed. After the battlefield was cleared, Qin Luo and his men hastened to the warship's concealed location, which turned out to be a colossal asteroid floating in the starry void. Upon arrival, Qin Luo gazed down from above and saw that the asteroid was densely populated with numerous warships, resembling majestic eagles soaring through the skies, their dark hulls radiating a dim glow. At last, I have found you, Qin Luo murmured, akin to a lover's whisper, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. At the FN headquarters on Capital Star, Harry, who had long been absent, abruptly convened a shareholders' meeting, attended by all 8 stakeholders, collectively known as the 8 Guardians of FN. Each held paramount significance in the company's trajectory. As Harry entered the conference room in a wheelchair, the shareholders rose in respectful acknowledgement. Harry waved dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities, my old friends. We have encountered a predicament. What troubles you?" Huang Xingtu inquired. Given that FN had become the preeminent power, even the mightiest empires could scarcely shake its foundations, Huang Xingtu perceived Harry's statement as a jest. However, Harry's expression remained grave as he slowly articulated. We have just received intelligence that our 20,000-strong robotic battalion outside the exiled star domain has been annihilated. Preliminary assessments suggest it was Qin Luo's doing. Impossible, Huang Xingtu interrupted. Harry turned to him, and after a moment, Huang Xingtu continued, Qin Luo's exiled star domain lacks the equipment and reconnaissance systems to match our forces. To boast, he could not have detected our battalion's surveillance systems. I share your belief. Yet the reality is undeniable. The 20,000-strong robotic battalion has indeed been obliterated. Their identifiers have been entirely removed from the headquarters system. Huang Xingtu frowned, for FN's greatest reliance, aside from warships, lay in its robotic security team, which boasted nearly 500,000 units, sufficient to withstand the onslaught of millions of human soldiers. Could it be the Federation, the Parliament, or even the Empire? Perhaps the Winter Alliance? With their capabilities, a full-on assault could render our 2,000-strong unit mysteriously vanished, a shareholder ventured. Harry nodded, acknowledging the possibility, particularly from the Empire and Oppo's new emperor, Kate Gue, who, while outwardly obedient, had been engaging in numerous covert maneuvers. And that damned Lin Wu has rebuffed our proposals, Huang Xingtu said with growing ire. Harry surveyed the room, speaking softly. The replacement of Lin Wu is a certainty. We merely need to deliberate on the method. Huang Xingtu clasped his hands together in contemplation, a faint smile forming on his lips as he absorbed Harry's words. This federal president is not as altruistic as he pretends. Numerous matters could be turned to our advantage. Are you suggesting? Harry nodded in affirmation. Indeed, if we fear Qin Luo's ascendants, why not utilize Lin Wu to pit them against each other, ensuring mutual destruction? Huang Xingtu chuckled. Harry concurred with a nod, and thus the brief FN shareholders meeting concluded. After leaving the company, Huang Xingtu made his way back to his estate, where he found Olivian awaiting him, rising to greet him like a subordinate. Have you sent anyone to provoke our robotic battalion? Huang Xingtu inquired. Olivian, taken aback, vehemently shook his head. No, absolutely not. I lack the audacity for such actions. Sitting on the sofa, Huang Xingtu regarded Olivian. That is reassuring. The company has recently faced some challenges, but I shall fulfill my promise to assist you in the coming days. Blue Sea Star buzzed with excitement as the return of warships allowed soldiers, who had trained tirelessly for months, to finally board the vessels of their dreams. Qin Luo, equally exhilarated, stood in the largest square of Blue Sea Star, officially announcing the establishment of the Blue Sea Fleet. This fleet comprised 5,000 lower-tier warships and 1,000 advanced vessels, totaling 500,000 soldiers stationed at the Blue Sea Star headquarters. As the 500,000 troops ascended aboard their warships, the entire planet erupted in fervor. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a seemingly ordinary citizen quietly slipped away from the gathering, dialing a holographic number. It has been confirmed. It was indeed Qin Luo's doing. The warships have been returned to Blue Sea Star. On the other end, Harry paused the call, gazing out of his office window, murmuring to himself, "Who could have leaked this information? Among those old fools, is there a traitor?" When Tang Long gradually regained consciousness, his first sight was Qin Luo. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. Otherwise, you would truly have perished, Qin Luo smiled. To have hunted eagles all my life, only to be pecked in the eye by one, nearly costing me my life, Tang Long replied with a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that virtually all of his actions were under the company's surveillance. As he led his warships boldly toward the exiled star domain, a hidden unit had been lying in wait, moving with astonishing speed, utterly obliterating his 1,000-strong escort without resistance. So those robots belong to FN? Qin Luo inquired. Tang Long nodded slightly. Indeed, the warships they operated are the company and Oppo's most elite stealth vessels, currently withheld from sale to any faction, so you must preserve the ones you have captured. Of course, but those robots have now become immobile scrap metal. I have tossed them into storage as well, Qin Luo responded. Those are FN's war instruments. You must treat them with caution. They cannot be activated now. As the company's identifiers have been purged, Tang Long cautioned. After a brief conversation, Qin Luo rose and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Tang Long shook his head in despair. "I am at a loss." Qin Luo continued with a smile. "Why not let me assist you? After all, you are alone as well." Tang Long looked at him in astonishment. "I am no longer a sales manager. I am merely a person of little worth, incapable of offering much help. Aren't we all in a similar predicament? Your value is significant, and there will be many tasks ahead where I will rely on you." Qin Luo replied. Tang Long hesitated slightly, then chuckled. "All right, but remember, I am just a useless piece of metal. Do not cast me aside when the time comes." Qin Luo burst into hearty laughter, turning at the door to declare, "Even a piece of scrap iron can be forged into a sharp blade in my hands, capable of piercing the heart of our adversaries." Chapter 118. Acquaintances in any era. Merchants shall never fade into obscurity. In times of peace, they traverse various planets, peddling resources, while in times of war, they metamorphose into frenzied demons, exchanging resources for the flesh and blood of innocents. Yang Song, accompanied by his merchant convoy, quietly arrived at the empire. Their entrance was unimpeded, even though the empire was aware of their origins from the exiled star domain and even recognized Yang Song's status. Such privileges are inherent to merchants. Although the two parties were in a state of conflict, mutual interests remained an eternal pursuit. Thus, Yang Song easily located the estate of the empire's Minister of Foreign Trade, Qin. However, when Qin's subordinate conveyed Yang Song's request for an audience, the minister was engaged in a meeting with a distinguished guest, one whose status was nearly equal to that of the emperor, Kate Guyu, the current marshal of the empire. Yi Ziyan. Yi Ziyan's return heralded the resurgence of the Yi family. Almost overnight, they transformed from a purged lineage to one of renewed splendor, even surpassing their former glory, owing to the unwavering trust of Kate Guyu. Qin understood that, although Yi Ziyan held the title of marshal, everyone knew she was essentially the future queen. Hence, Qin treated her with utmost reverence, his conversations imbued with profound respect. "Marshal, what brings you here today? Is there any directive I should heed?" Qin inquired respectfully. Internally, he was anxious. He had previously aligned himself with the late emperor, Katerin, during the Yi family's purge, neglecting their pleas for aid. Yi Ziyan's visit could very well be an act of retribution, though bloodshed was not guaranteed, given her weight in the emperor's heart. Qin's position as Minister of Foreign Trade seemed precarious. "Minister Qin, there is no need for trepidation. I am not here to settle scores," Yi Ziyan replied with a smile. This statement alleviated Qin's anxiety. He knew Yi Ziyan was a person of her word, and thus, his position should be secure. "I wish to know the true cause of the late emperor's death." Yi Ziyan's words were unremarkable. yet they resonated in Kofuzi's ears like thunder. His body trembled slightly. He had just entered the palace when the emperor passed away, having witnessed the visage of the deceased. He dared not speak, nor could he. Marshal, time has passed. Why dwell on the past? Moreover, the late emperor personally purged your family, Kofuzi said. Yi Ziyin gently set down her wine glass. You indeed know something. Kofuzi suddenly knelt, bowing deeply. Marshal, I cannot speak of it. I must not. Yi Ziyin was taken aback by his intense reaction, momentarily stunned, then replied, Please rise. There is no need for such formality. I will not press further. Kofuzi gradually stood, his legs still trembling slightly. Yi Ziyin sighed inwardly. Kate Guyu had issued a stern order that all who knew the truth would remain silent, and those who dared to speak had long since become dust in the refuse. I shall take my leave, Yi Ziyin declared, turning to exit the parlor. Kofuzi carefully accompanied her to the estate's entrance, where they encountered Yang Song, who stood transfixed upon seeing Yi Ziyin. After a moment, he managed to speak. Marshal Yi. Yi Ziyin, pleasantly surprised to see Yang Song, felt a surge of joy. During their previous encounter in the exiled star domain, she had formed a high opinion of him, regarding him as a true master of the overarching situation. Yang Song, it has been a while. How is he? Yi Ziyin's expression turned somewhat bashful. Yang Song understood she referred to the person he believed she meant. Yet he was still reeling from the shock of recognizing her military rank, realizing that the girl who once commanded troops against the enemy was now the Empire's marshal. Very well, the exiled star domain is doing well, Yang Song replied. Yi Ziyin nodded gently. Aware that Yang Song had come to foster trade relations between the Empire and the exiled star domain, she turned to Kofuzi, saying, Minister Kofuzi, this is a dear friend of mine. Please take good care of him. Her words were straightforward, leaving Kofuzi even more astonished, and he began to regard Yang Song with greater importance. Please convey my regards to them, Yi Ziyin said, stepping onto her hover vehicle. Once Yi Ziyin departed, Kofuzi turned to Yang Song, his demeanor warm as though they were long-lost friends. He grasped Yang Song and Appo's hand and led him into the estate, pouring him the finest tea, saying, Lord Yang, you must have had a taxing journey. Not at all. We are merely here to seek trade opportunities with the Empire. Yang Song responded. Seemingly nonchalant, Kofuzi inquired, Are you acquainted with our marshal? Yang Song understood the implication behind Kofuzi's words. He was no fool, chuckling lightly, indeed. During my time in the exiled star domain, I was saved by Marshal Yi. Is that all? Kofuzi pressed. Of course. What more does Minister Kofuzi wish to know? Yang Song countered. Kofuzi laughed heartily. Nothing of great importance, merely my curiosity. Please, enjoy your tea. Despite his words, Kofuzi was lost in thought, sensing that Yi Ziyin's connection to the exiled star domain was far from simple, yet he dared not speculate further. The negotiations proceeded exceedingly well. Under Yi Ziyin's explicit guidance, Kofuzi and Yang Song signed a series of cooperative agreements, allowing metals from the Empire to be sold in the exiled star domain and vice versa. After bidding farewell to Yang Song, Kofuzi hurried to the palace to report all that had transpired to Kate Guyu. Upon hearing Kofuzi's account, Kate Guyu displayed little reaction, simply setting down his pen and stating, Well done. I am quite satisfied. You may leave. As Kofuzi slowly exited the hall, Kate Guyu finally rose from his throne, stretching lazily and muttering, Yi, oh Yi, you are pushing me into a corner. Why can you not let this matter go? Meanwhile, after departing from Kofuzi's estate, Yang Song's hover vehicle was intercepted by Yi Ziyin's personal guards, leading him to a secluded metallic building where Yi Ziyin awaited, clad in military attire. Lord Yang, my apologies for the earlier inconvenience. Yi Ziyin smiled. Yang Song quickly bowed. You flatter me, Marshal Yi. I still remember how, under your leadership, the exiled star domain was saved from peril. Yi Ziyin waved her hand dismissively. Those are bygone days. What are Lord Qin Luo's current thoughts? Are you referring to? Yang Song asked, somewhat puzzled. Yi Ziyin sighed, glancing at her military garb. As you can see, I am now the Empire's marshal. We shall inevitably meet on the battlefield. Do not worry. The exiled star domain is not the Empire's most immediate adversary, and Lord Qin Luo is not a loyal subordinate of the Federation, Yang Song replied with a smile. I understand. Yi Zian gently placed her fingers on the table, her gaze fixed on Yang Song, her face radiating confidence. I do not mean to boast, but none of the generals in the Federation stand a chance against me. Sooner or later, I shall face Qin Luo. He alone is worthy to be my adversary. That is a matter for another time. Lady Zian is thinking too far ahead, Yang Song remarked softly. Yi Zian chuckled and shook her head. Not too far. It will come swiftly. Yang Song's expression shifted subtly, a hint of disbelief creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, could it be that the Empire is about to? Indeed, Yi Zian affirmed. Chapter 119. The Federal Turning Point. The daylight of Capital Star remained as splendid as ever, with the azure sky and white clouds resembling a picturesque landscape painted by an artist. 5 meters above the ground, hovering vehicles sped by, bringing a long-awaited vibrancy, while residents along the streets began engaging in commerce, yearning for a prosperous tomorrow. Upon exiting the presidential residence, Lin Wu made his way directly to the hospital room. Brittany's condition had significantly improved. Her complexion had taken on a hint of rosy color, and her spirits were high. Seeing Lin Wu, she expressed a wife's happiness and softly remarked, "You needn't come so often when you're so busy. There's nothing pressing. We are in a period of peace." "Just some trivial matters," Lin Wu replied with a smile. He then settled beside Brittany's hospital bed and proceeded to peel an apple for her. Brittany gently took a bite and asked, "I heard your conflict with the Long family is quite severe?" Lin Wu glanced at the soldier stationed by the door and shook his head. "You certainly have a plethora of informants." "It's just what I overheard from idle chatter among the soldiers," Brittany laughed. Lin Wu rubbed his temples. "It is indeed serious. The Long family refuses to compromise. I can only match them in endurance. If they can outlast me, so can I." "What about the soldiers in the army?" "They harbor considerable grievances," Brittany expressed concern. "Fear not. Once the Long family concedes, I will ensure they repay every bit of what they owe, with interest." Lin Wu and Appo's gaze grew increasingly cold. Brittany fell silent. Lin Wu visited her daily, and that alone filled her with contentment. She felt as blissful as a tiny insect hiding in a jar of honey, surrounded by an overwhelming sweetness, intoxicated and joyful. As Brittany drifted into a sweet slumber, Lin Wu quietly exited the hospital room. Approaching the 2 soldiers at the door, he spoke sternly, "If you dare to speak recklessly again, you will be sent directly to military court." The 2 soldiers trembled in fear and knelt before him, only rising slowly to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads after he departed. The clandestine struggle with the Long family resembled a protracted war, testing the patience of both sides. Lin Wu was confident of his eventual victory, a victory he desperately needed. Upon returning to the presidential residence, just as he was about to retire for the night, a subordinate arrived to report that Long Zhan, the head of the Long family, sought an audience. Surprised, Lin Wu dressed swiftly, remarking, "He couldn't hold out for long after all. This is unexpected." In the living room, Long Zhan wore a troubled expression. He was indeed at his wit's end. The sanctions imposed by the Federation were devastating, costing billions of Federation coins daily. Even the immensely wealthy Long family could not sustain such losses indefinitely, prompting him to seek surrender at the suggestion of the Council of Elders. "President, I apologize for disturbing your rest," Long Zhan said softly upon Lin Wu's arrival. Lin Wu settled onto the sofa and regarded Long Zhan. "No matter. What brings you here?" Long Zhan's face contorted with conflict, and he finally declared, "I request that you lift the restrictions placed on the Long family. The Long family's businesses are implicated in smuggling and price gouging. I issued the order only after repeated warnings went unheeded. Now you wish for me to rescind it? Is my command so trivial?" Lin Wu sipped tea thoughtfully before continuing. A surge of anger rose within Long Zhan, but he quickly suppressed it. "President, the Long family is willing to bear the full military expenses of the First Army. What do you think?" Lin Wu set his teacup down and smiled. "That is quite agreeable. I shall reluctantly accept." "Thank you, President. I shall take my leave," Long Zhan said, turning to depart. "Wait," Lin Wu called out, and Long Zhan turned back. Lin Wu added, I do not wish to see any further price increases on synthetic food. Long Zhan clenched his fists. Understood. Fueled by indignation, Long Zhan exited the presidential residence. Once in his hovering vehicle, he slammed his fist down onto the seat. Lin Wu, just you wait. Your time of joy is running thin. Soon, you will be begging me in tears. The following day, a decree was issued from the presidential residence, lifting the sanctions on the Long family's businesses. Countless merchants breathed a sigh of relief, and the Long family promptly delivered the military funds to Brandt as agreed. Upon receiving the funds, Brandt began to build his own forces. Everything seemed to unfold as Lin Wu had envisioned, though it felt almost too smooth. In the exiled star domain, outside Nilo Star, 3 smuggling ships found themselves cornered, surrounded by fully armed troops from the exiled star domain. The wealth of Nilo Star attracted countless merchants, including those piloting smuggling vessels. Li Yunxiao led his troops in ambush for 3 days, finally capturing the 3 ships laden with contraband. With a single command, the exiled star domain's vessels crashed into the targets, and boarding planks extended to the enemy ships. Soldiers from the exiled star domain surged aboard, igniting a fierce battle. However, the escort of the smuggling ships proved no match for the regular army. Montian, wielding a metal dagger, swiftly dispatched 3 adversaries before charging into the enemy's cabin, where he shot the leader of the smuggling group dead. The skirmish concluded within half an hour. Montian wiped the blood from his face and approached Li Yunxiao, saluting. Report, sir. The enemy has been completely annihilated, and no goods were lost. Excellent. Li Yunxiao clapped Montian on the shoulder. The young man, initially brought back by Qin Luo, displayed remarkable talent within the Nilo Star forces. His prowess in individual combat and command of small-scale engagements had progressed rapidly, earning Li Yunxiao's admiration. Within a few months, he had risen from an ordinary soldier to a captain. Good lad. At this rate, you might soon be vying for my position, Li Yunxiao chuckled. Montian smiled sheepishly. That will never happen. Why not? Li Yunxiao inquired. Because I aspire to be a personal guard to Lord Qin Luo, Montian declared resolutely. Li Yunxiao shook his head, bemused. This young man was commendable in many respects, but he was singularly fixated on becoming Qin Luo's personal guard, a fixation that left Li Yunxiao at his wit's end. Very well, assemble the troops. Li Yunxiao commanded. The troops gradually returned to Nilo Star. Just as Montian stepped off the vessel, a message arrived. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. He retreated to a secluded corner and dialed a number. Upon connection, he asked, Is what you said true? Indeed, absolutely. A raspy voice belonging to a middle-aged man assured him. Understood, I know what to do. Montian hung up the holographic call, his expression darkening. Montian, come join the fun. Several officers called out. Montian forced a smile. You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Once the officers departed, Montian pondered deeply and slowly returned to his metallic dwelling. He retrieved a photograph from his bag, featuring an ordinary-looking man. Montian's fingers brushed over the image as he murmured, Father, I will avenge you, I promise. Chapter 120. Good news. Bad news. The nights on Blue Ocean Star felt particularly desolate, starkly contrasting with the bustling capitals of the Empire. Here, only the cold military fortresses and civilians, perpetually prepared for battle, remained. As night fell, the area plunged into a state of curfew, with barely a soul to be seen on the streets. This was not merely due to the strict governance of Qin Luo, but rather a consequence of the populace's harrowing experiences through relentless warfare. They had long since adapted to retiring early to conserve energy for the unforeseen events of the following day, choosing not to squander their time on meaningless indulgence. Having concluded his official duties, Qin Luo was about to retire for the night when a video message arrived on his screen from an unfamiliar signal. Intrigued, he connected the call and was met by the visage of Huang Xingtu. How have you been lately, little Qin Luo? Huang Xingtu inquired. Thanks to your FN Corporation, I have indeed been rather unwell. Qin Luo responded. Huang Xingtu seemed unfazed by Qin Luo's words, continuing, I have 2 pieces of news to share. Would you care to hear them? Do tell, Qin Luo said, lifting his teacup. Huang Xingtu raised 2 fingers. Firstly, The individual responsible for Martin Xining's assassination is none other than Federal President Lin Wu. The revelation struck Qin Luo with profound astonishment. He momentarily forgot to set down his teacup, the scalding heat jolting him back to reality. He discreetly placed the cup down, attempting to quell the shock within him. "And the second piece?" he inquired. "The Montian you took is the son of Mengzi, the assassin who killed Martin Xining," Huang Xingtu replied. The weight of this revelation deepened Qin Luo's astonishment. He exhaled softly. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more. I hope you managed this situation well," Huang Xingtu concluded before terminating the call. Qin Luo's grip on the teacup turned pale, and in a sudden outburst of frustration, he crushed it in his hand. Rising abruptly, he shouted, "Notify Li Yunxiao to summon Montian here." Half an hour later, instead of Montian, Martin Luther entered, his eyes reddened, his pallid complexion appearing as though veiled in frost. He gazed at Qin Luo and asked, "Is the news true?" Unsure how to respond, Qin Luo realized that Huang Xingtu must have shared this information with others. The entire alliance was likely abuzz with it. As the Minister of Intelligence, Martin Luther would surely be aware. "It appears to be true. They wouldn't fabricate such a deception to mislead us," Qin Luo replied softly. Martin Luther turned to leave, but Qin Luo called after him, "Do not act rashly. Little Luo, I have awaited this news for 3 years. I desire vengeance." Martin Luther clenched his fists. His teeth gritted in anger. Qin Luo stepped forward, placing his hands on Martin Luther's shoulders, looking him in the eye. "I too wish for revenge. But if we proceed blindly now, we will only benefit them. I do not care. I want revenge," Martin Luther shouted, breaking free from Qin Luo's grasp. With a resigned sigh, Qin Luo offered, "Give me 3 days. I shall handle it. After that, you may do as you wish." Martin Luther, his teeth clenched and eyes brimming with tears, replied, "Very well. I shall wait for you for 3 days." With that, he turned and exited. "These scoundrels!" Qin Luo struck the metallic wall with his fist, leaving a dent. The machinations of FN Corporation were exceedingly ruthless. This was no hidden conspiracy, but a blatant maneuver that threatened to pit Qin Luo and Lin Wu against one another. It was an impasse, as the enemy had anticipated Martin Luther's thirst for revenge, and Qin Luo found himself powerless to intervene. 3 hours later, Montian appeared at the door. Qin Luo beckoned him inside. The youth he had once brought back from the spacecraft had transformed into a valiant warrior, his once boyish visage now imbued with a sense of maturity and resolve. "Are you truly the son of Mengzi?" Qin Luo asked. "Yes, Lord Qin Luo," Montian affirmed. Qin Luo sighed deeply. "You must understand the nature of my relationship with Luther. Thus, you should leave." Montian knelt, his eyes reddening. "Lord Qin Luo, I seek vengeance for my father, but it was Lin Wu who took his life. Please allow me to accompany you, even if only to witness Lin Wu's demise." Qin Luo hesitated, particularly aware of how Martin Luther would react upon learning that Montian was the son of his father's murderer. Should he grant Montian's request? After a protracted silence, Qin Luo sighed again. "Rise. From now on, remain by my side as my personal guard." "Thank you, Lord Qin Luo." Montian bowed his head in gratitude. Meanwhile, on Planet 1, the seat of the Council's power, Olivian found himself unable to sleep, excitement coursing through him. He summoned several key members of the Council to his estate late at night. Upon the arrival of the elder nobles, Olivian uncorked a bottle of his cherished vintage wine. "Mr. Speaker, is there good news that has you so elated?" one of the elder nobles inquired. Olivian handed him a screen, and as the nobles glanced at it, their faces brightened with joy. "Is this true?" "Indeed, it is true. FN Corporation has maneuvered Qin Luo and Lin Wu into a corner. Consequently, our 2 most pressing threats are on the brink of annihilation." "Ha!" Olivian proclaimed, raising his glass in jubilation. "Indeed, it is splendid news, though for some it may be rather unfortunate," an elder noble remarked cryptically. Olivian glanced at him, smiling. "That is only natural. I have refrained from settling our previous score. This time, I shall see what leverage he possesses." In the Ouyang family estate, Ouyang Zhan sat with his eyes closed on the sofa, the screen on the table still displaying the recently acquired news. To him, this news was far from favorable. Rather, it was devastating. His fingers beat rhythmically upon his knee. With each tap, the wrinkles on his forehead shifted. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood. "Bring me the person." A servant entered slowly, bowing. "Master, what is your command?" "Summon Ling Feng," Ouyang Zhan instructed. At the mention of this name, the servant shuddered and cast a surprised glance at his master before retreating. When he relayed this message to an officer of the family, the officer too trembled and discreetly made his way to the family estate's most concealed basement. The basement, damp and stifling, emanated a foul odor. Inside a metallic cage, a man dressed in tattered clothing was shackled by metallic chains, his face obscured, lost in a daze. "Young Master Ling Feng, the master requests your presence," the officer stammered, trembling as he unlocked the cage and released the chains binding the man. The man rose slowly, the dim light from the basement doorway illuminating his face. He appeared to be deep in thought as the officer stood nervously nearby, his legs quaking. "Are you afraid of me?" the man inquired, revealing skin marred by scars beneath his tattered trousers. "Not at all. Congratulations, young Master Ling Feng, on your freedom," the officer managed to say, swallowing hard. The man slowly turned to him, his right hand striking like lightning to grasp the officer's throat. Through his disheveled hair, his bright eyes and handsome face emerged, adorned with a peculiar smile. "I told you, when I emerge, it shall be your end. For all these wounds, I shall demand recompense." The officer struggled desperately, but to no avail. With a sharp crack, the officer's neck was completely twisted, and as the man released his grip, the officer's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, limp as a puddle of mud. "I said I would get out, and I did not expect it to be so soon." The man stepped out of the basement, and the servants instinctively recoiled in fear. "Am I truly that terrifying? I, Ouyang Lingfeng, am certainly no devil." The man broke into a grin, shedding the earlier eeriness, replaced instead by a refreshing brightness akin to sunlight. Chapter 121. Preparations from all sides. Ouyang Zhan was an anomaly within the federal parliament. He had never aligned himself with Yiluan. However, during the imperial invasion, he unexpectedly supported Yiluan and, leveraging his family's influence, joined in establishing the parliamentary government. Despite the outwardly glamorous faade, Ouyang Zhan faced countless murmurs behind his back, primarily due to the fact that he had only one daughter. This daughter, holding differing views, became a member of the Winter Society, positioning herself in opposition to Ouyang Zhan. Some political adversaries of Ouyang Zhan even privately cursed him, proclaiming he deserved to have no heir. Yet, few knew that Ouyang Zhan had a biological son named Ouyang Lingfeng, who had been imprisoned in a death cell for a shameful incident that had brought disgrace upon the family. No one anticipated that Ouyang Zhan would choose to release him today, clad in tattered garments. Ouyang Lingfeng inhaled the fragrant air of the garden with avarice before making his way directly to his father's abode. He reached for the door to knock, but hesitated as Ouyang Zhan's voice resonated from within. "Come in." With slight trepidation, Ouyang Lingfeng pushed the door open. On the table lay several dishes, and Ouyang Zhan, regarding his son with a detached demeanor, invited, "Take a seat. These are the dishes you and your sister adore." Ouyang Lingfeng sat stiffly, refraining from touching the chopsticks, and inquired of his father, "Why am I being released?" "The times have changed, and of course, you are released." "I must concede that your actions from 10 years ago were justified," Ouyang Zhan replied calmly. A decade prior, Ouyang Lingfeng had assembled an assassination squad that eliminated all dissenting members of the federal parliament, including a mentor who had once aided Ouyang Zhan. This act had incensed Ouyang Zhan, leading him to imprison his son. Now, however, Ouyang Zhan had to acknowledge Ouyang Lingfeng's foresight. Had he permitted his son to continue on that path, the position of speaker might very well have been his, with Yiluan unable to intervene. "Is your assassination squad still operational?" Ouyang Zhan inquired. Ouyang Lingfeng voraciously consumed the food before responding. "Of course, they are still alive and well. They are all death warriors." "What is the matter? Have you come to a decision?" "Indeed, I require your assistance to eliminate someone," Ouyang Zhan stated, setting aside his utensils to gaze earnestly at his son. "Let me guess, this individual must be significant. Either Lin Wu or Martin Luther," Ouyang Lingfeng surmised. Ouyang Zhan was taken aback. "How do you possess such knowledge of the external situation?" The guard assigned to me often engages in discussions about the ongoing battles outside. I am well aware, Ouyang Lingfeng replied. Can you carry this out? Ouyang Zhan pressed. Yes, but I have a condition, Ouyang Lingfeng declared, laying down his utensils and fixing his gaze on his father. Ouyang Zhan narrowed his eyes, despite being his son. He had never truly comprehended the depths of his thoughts or grasped the extent of his capabilities, which left him feeling disheartened. Speak. Reunite me with my sister, Ouyang Lingfeng insisted. Ouyang Ruoxue was his sole attachment to this family. Since she joined the Winter Society, Ouyang Lingfeng had not experienced a single night of peaceful slumber. He was oblivious to her circumstances, whether she was cold, bullied, or injured. This sister was his only concern. I cannot reach the Winter Society, Ouyang Zhan outright refused. Ouyang Lingfeng flashed a smile, seemingly bright like spring yet infused with a palpable threat. He stood and exited the room. Do not presume I am oblivious. Deception will not work on me. If my sister does not return, I will refrain from taking action. Should you wish to confine me once more, feel free to try. In a fit of rage, Ouyang Zhan smashed the Zeton wooden table, rising abruptly, exuding an aura of menace. Yet, in an instant, that aura dissipated as he spoke. I shall grant your request. Both targets? Ouyang Lingfeng halted. Yes, both must perish, Ouyang Zhan decisively declared. The capital star had entered a state of complete martial law. The narrative of Lin Wu assassinating Martin Xining was deliberately disseminated by those with ulterior motives, morphing into a tale of Lin Wu's bloody coup against the government in the ears of the populace. The citizens, akin to youthful adolescents in the throes of passion, clamored for Lin Wu to respond. Thousands of students and civilians gathered outside the presidential residence, confronting armed soldiers with fervor. Peering through the curtains at the tumult below, Lin Wu felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. He wished to clarify the situation but understood that explanations would be futile in the face of such overwhelming public sentiment. Even the most artful rationalizations would be regarded as unconvincing pretexts. This is an assault from the enemy, a devastating blow. Brandy entered, his military attire disheveled from the hour-long ordeal of contending with the frenzied media and agitated citizens outside. Countless hands had reached out to him, seeking to engage in conversation. Yet he could only lower his head and rush inside. Mr. President, the situation outside is chaotic, Brandy reported. Lin Wu nodded, sinking into the sofa and rubbing his temples. What is it? Brandy presented a holographic screen before Lin Wu, his anger palpable. The Long family has betrayed their word. After the initial prepayment of military funds, there has been no further communication. The entire Long family has now withdrawn from the capital star. This was to be expected. The Long family is a commercial dynasty, and merchants can never be relied upon, Lin Wu responded with a dispassionate tone. After a brief hesitation, Brandy inquired, are the rumors circulating outside true? Lin Wu met his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Martin Xining was killed by my hand. Brandy's heart lurched, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Had Lin Wu slain anyone else, he would not have deemed it consequential, but Martin Xining was different. His son held the position of intelligence minister for Qin Luo. They now faced the wrath of the exiled star domain. Have you spoken with Qin Luo? Brandy asked. Lin Wu shook his head, this being his gravest concern. The absence of communication from Qin Luo suggested the potential for war. He dismissed the enraged citizens of the capital star and the treacherous media with ease. But he could not afford to underestimate the elite forces of the exiled star domain. If Qin Luo indeed mobilizes troops, how shall we respond? Brandy queried. Face the soldiers with soldiers, and let the waters be concealed by the earth, Lin Wu replied. Yet, the rapid deterioration of the situation surpassed Lin Wu's expectations. Widespread protests in the capital star continued unabated, and the remaining authoritative media unanimously demanded that Lin Wu provide a satisfactory explanation, insisting he take responsibility and resign. On October 15, 2393 of the Federation calendar, a massive uprising erupted within the Second Army stationed at the federal capital star. Countless soldiers vehemently demanded Lin Wu's resignation. Although the gendarmerie swiftly quelled the rebellion, this event acted as a fuse, rapidly igniting unrest within the ranks. The following day, the peaceful protesters in the capital star found themselves under assault by soldiers who wielded ion guns and operated armored vehicles as if reaping a harvest, mowing down the demonstrators. The streets were littered with corpses, yet this did not intimidate the protesting masses. Rather, it incited even greater outrage. "This is a conspiracy, a despicable scheme," Lin Wu roared, shattering the holographic screen in his fury. The soldiers who suddenly descended upon the massacre mysteriously vanished afterward. The gendarmerie, utilizing all their intelligence networks, found no trace of them. This unit seemed to have appeared as if conjured from thin air, arriving swiftly and departing without a trace. If this situation persists, it may incite greater fury among the populace and disrupt our overall strategy, Brand expressed his concerns. On October 20th, Federal President Lin Wu delivered a speech outside the presidential palace, where he acknowledged his involvement in the assassination of Martin Xining, but denied any claims of ascending to power through unscrupulous means. During his impassioned address, Lin Wu gestured fervently, vociferously denouncing what he termed an enemy conspiracy. Without dark machinations, how could peace be attained for the Federation? With this statement, Lin Wu stormed off the podium in a fit of anger. However, the impact of his speech proved futile. The crowd erupted in chants demanding Lin Wu's resignation. Protests erupted simultaneously across hundreds of administrative stars within the Federation, as the populace seemed to have forgotten the fear of war, seeking greater avenues for expression in times of peace. On October 30th, former federal speaker Olivian delivered a press address on Planet One, during which he was moved to tears multiple times, vehemently condemning Lin Wu for besieging the federal government building and ousting the most beloved president through military intimidation. "I have always yearned for the light, yet Lin Wu is the most terrifying demon in the darkness," Olivian exclaimed, wiping away tears with a choked voice. His speech acted as a tempest fanning the flames of discontent, igniting hope among countless citizens of the Federation for Olivian to take the helm. The speaker, who celebrated victory with a glass of red wine immediately after stepping down, subtly indicated that he would lead the military to liberate the Federation, should the populace rally behind him. The entire Federation was on the brink of chaos. Chapter 122. Before the assassination, 15 ordinary commercial spacecraft glided slowly through the starry expanse. Martin Luther sat grimly on a sofa, surrounded by several empty bottles. Qin Luo's attempts to persuade him to set aside his hatred proved futile, although he recognized the validity of Qin Luo's words. The desire for revenge for his father's death consumed him. To avoid disrupting Qin Luo's plans, Martin Luther quietly set off with his assassination squad towards the capital star. "Father, I shall avenge you," he murmured, raising his glass. The commercial spacecraft required no cumbersome inspection procedures and swiftly arrived at the capital star's spaceport. One by one, Martin Luther's assassins disembarked, exchanging furtive glances as they melded into the crowd. Finally, Martin Luther, slightly intoxicated, descended from the ship. This marked his first return to the capital star in many years, not due to a lack of desire, but a deep-seated fear. For stepping onto this land felt like a knife piercing his heart. Years ago, on a fateful night, Martin Xining was assassinated, shattering Martin Luther's world. From that moment, he vowed vengeance, and today, the opportunity had arrived. As Martin Luther wove through the crowd, various commercial vessels continued to dock at the spaceport, releasing a diverse array of hurried individuals. Ostensibly, they were mere merchants, yet the cold glint in their eyes suggested they were anything but ordinary. A bewildered federal officer stationed at the spaceport shook his head in disbelief. In such a chaotic capital star, how can there be so many merchants? However, his momentary confusion soon faded as he turned his thoughts to where he might seek enjoyment that evening. Martin Luther returned to his former estate, gently brushing the overgrown grass with his hand as tears brimmed in his eyes. After an hour's reflection, he left the estate and returned to the hotel he had rented. Unbeknownst to him, countless eyes in the shadows were fixated upon him, recording his every move. A peculiar atmosphere began to permeate the presidential palace. Members of the previous military advisory board started to decline participation in the war meetings under various pretexts. In the vast conference room, only a few senior officers, including Brandt, remained, while Lin Wu's expression was as grim as steel. Are they plotting a rebellion? Brandt bellowed in anger. Lin Wu gestured for him to calm down and address the officers. The sole agenda for today's meeting is this: apprehend all officers who failed to attend. Yes, the officers responded, standing tall. After the meeting adjourned, the gendarmerie sprang into action, apprehending those officers who had feigned illness or claimed other pressing matters. When these officers faced Lin Wu, they trembled in fear, yet Lin Wu regarded them with an unsettling calmness. I understand your excuses for not attending, but it matters not. You shall be on your way now, he stated casually. Before they could react, their lives were extinguished by gunfire. Lin Wu waved his hand dismissively. Remove the bodies and feed them to the dogs. This iron-fisted approach instilled profound fear. Within a day, Lin Wu executed 50 senior officers and issued 50 new appointments. Due to the urgency of the situation, he signed an order for the wartime consolidation of forces, seizing command of all military operations. However, this approach proved temporary. By evening, a dozen nobles arrived at the presidential palace, cautiously asserting their need to evacuate with their families to other stars due to the turmoil in the capital. Yet they promised unwavering support for the president's leadership. Lin Wu smiled reassuringly as he granted their request and sent them away. But once they departed, his smile vanished. Brandt emerged from the operations room, whispering, "Mr. President, is it truly wise to let them go? These nobles command their own private armies in the capital. If I am too forceful, I risk provoking rebellion. Yet I cannot bear to let them walk free," Brandt seethed. Lin Wu's smile turned cold. Let them escape? You are too naive. Dispatch elite soldiers to intercept them once they leave the capital. The atmosphere on the capital star grew increasingly oppressive. The influx of so-called merchants finally alerted the gendarmerie to the unusual circumstances. When this information reached the presidential palace, Lin Wu shattered a teacup against the head of the gendarmerie minister in rage. The delay in reporting such an evident anomaly only exacerbated Lin Wu's precarious position. These merchants could very well be disguised soldiers or assassins, akin to hidden mines scattered across the capital, poised to deliver a lethal blow at a critical moment. Immediately uncover the origins of these individuals. Lin Wu roared in fury. The intelligence networks of the gendarmerie sprang into action, amassing countless reports for Lin Wu's review. However, most of this information proved worthless. The merchants' backgrounds were shrouded in obscurity. In a fit of rage, Lin Wu smashed the data screen to pieces. Outside, Brittany, now healed from her injuries, entered slowly, collecting the shards of the screen. Lin Wu regarded her gently, asking, "What brings you here?" The pressure must be immense. After tidying up, Brittany looked at him and replied, "You seem burdened, Mr. President." Lin Wu embraced her softly, sighing, "The current situation is beyond my control." Does Qin Luo truly disregard the bigger picture? Brittany asked, nestling her head against him. He is a madman, while he may appear to consider the larger context. He is equally capable of actions that leave everyone astounded, Lin Wu responded. Brittany sighed, unsure how to console him. The rapid developments of recent days had left her reeling. Even in the dead of night, the crowd of protesters outside the presidential palace showed no signs of dispersing, their hoarse voices chanting for Lin Wu to step down. Do these fools not realize that your resignation would spell disaster for the entire Federation? Brittany exclaimed in frustration. Lin Wu offered a bitter smile. The populace is the most easily swayed by public opinion. They lack independent thought, merely echoing the sentiments of others. I can only hope Qin Luo considers the bigger picture. Brittany sighed. A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Wu's eyes. He was uncertain of Qin Luo's next move or how long he could endure. At the headquarters of the Blue Ocean Star government, Qin Luo wore a troubled expression as he lit a cigarette. Martin Luther had gone missing, a development he had anticipated. The grievance of Luther's father's murder was not easily resolved, and it could only conclude with Lin Wu's death. However, he was furious over Luther's sudden departure. For many years, the fat man and Luther had been cherished friends. The three of them were the only surviving members of the first squad, a bond transcending even life itself. Luther must have reached the capital star, intent on using his assassination squad to eliminate Lin Wu, the fat man speculated. How foolish, Qin Luo chastised. The Lin Wu incident was undoubtedly premeditated, be it the Council, the Winter Council, the Empire, or even FN Corporation, all have a hand in it. In such chaos, Luther's army of 10,000 assassins would struggle to make an impact. The fat man sighed heavily, acknowledging Qin Luo's point. The capital star had become a battleground for competing forces. Although Lin Wu appeared vulnerable, as long as he maintained control over the military, the opposition would find it challenging to make a decisive move. The stage was set for a potential conflict that could erupt at any moment. We must send someone to assist him. We cannot allow Luther to fall into peril, suggested the rotund man. The forces at play there possess their own intelligence networks and covert means. If we mobilize our troops ostentatiously, we shall only become targets, Qin Luo countered. We cannot simply stand by and watch Luther walk to his demise, the rotund man exclaimed anxiously. Qin Luo slowly extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, massaged his weary temples, and then said, quickly assemble 10,000 elite soldiers to accompany me to Capital Star. No, you cannot leave. I will go to Capital Star. The rotund man insisted, blocking his way. This place requires your command. Only by my going to Capital Star can we hope to rescue Luther, Qin Luo replied. Adjusting his military uniform, the rotund man grasped him firmly. No, this is far too dangerous. Taking 1,000 men there is akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. You just chastised Luther for his foolishness. Does your current course of action not mirror his? Is it not equally foolish? Qin Luo turned to face the rotund man, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I too am quite foolish. Once Qin Luo departed, the rotund man slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. We are all foolish, a bunch of fools. After a moment, he stepped outside and called to the soldiers, 1st Division of the Blue Sea Legion. Heed my command. Protect Lord Qin Luo.